The first thing I did when I returned to the world before the apocalypse was to install ultra-high-definition cameras in my home, even though I knew that in a few hours, my good brother would betray me with his girlfriend on the sofa. I was incredibly excited. This was because in 40 minutes, the extreme cold apocalypse would arrive, and the global temperature would gradually drop to minus 70 degrees. Yet, I unexpectedly obtained an infinite vending machine, whether it was as small as a bottle of cola or as large as a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. As long as I had enough money, I could even buy extremely rare superpower fruits. Just when I sent the video to my good brother's girlfriend, his reply made me even more furious. At that moment, I suddenly opened my eyes, and the painful memories of my past life were still vivid in my mind. In the Ice Age apocalypse, I survived for 3 months with my fire-type superpower, struggling alongside my girlfriend and brothers, until Su Chao developed ice-type superpowers and began to stand out. One day, when I went out to look for food without success, I thought about returning home early to reunite with my girlfriend and brothers, but I unexpectedly stumbled upon a scene where Su Chao and my girlfriend Feng Lu were being intimate. Before I could react, the two of them directly attacked me. It was only before I died that I realized they had secretly been together long before the apocalypse. Filled with unwillingness and anger, I gradually lost consciousness, and the next moment I opened my eyes, I found myself back in my own bed. I actually reincarnated. Since heaven has given me a chance to live again, I will never be soft-hearted again. Suddenly, I remembered something, picked up my phone, and the time was 2:20 p.m. on August 8th. I cursed under my breath and hurriedly got up. In 40 minutes, at exactly 3 p.m., the apocalypse would descend. I remember this day very clearly because it was Feng Lu's birthday. Feng Lu couldn't come back during the day because she was at work, so I had specially booked a restaurant and prepared an engagement ring and a birthday gift, planning to surprise Feng Lu in the evening. However, just before I died in my previous life, Feng Lu told me that during her lunch break, she had a close encounter with Su Chao. But right now, I don't have time to get entangled with Feng Lu. I need to hurry and prepare supplies. Just as I was anxiously preparing to go out, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Host successfully bound to the super vending machine. Please check it in your personal space. My eyes lit up. I actually had a system. Then my consciousness sank into the space. The space wasn't very large, and a vending machine about the height of a person was placed in the center. The screen wasn't anything special. It simply displayed the word search. I tentatively input the word Coke, and soon the screen showed the search results. Coca-Cola 330 milliliters for 3 yuan. Unlimited stock. Coca-Cola 2 liters for 7 yuan. Unlimited stock. Pepsi 330 milliliters for 3 yuan. Unlimited stock. All kinds of Coke were available in every style. In the end, I chose a bottle of ice-cold Pepsi. As soon as I thought about it, a bottle of cola appeared in my hand like magic. Host has not inserted a coin. Account balance is 0. Automatically deducted from host's savings. Then, I realized my consciousness sank back into the space, searching for a handgun on the vending machine. To my surprise, I found nearly 1,000 types of handguns, and on the first page, I saw the stylish Desert Eagle, priced at 35,000 yuan. Unfortunately, it can only be unlocked for purchase after reaching level 5 of the vending machine, and the Desert Eagle is currently only at level 1. I focused my gaze on the experience bar of the vending machine, currently at 3 to 20,000. Looking at the numbers in front of me, I was stunned for a moment. Then I remembered that I had just spent 3 yuan on cola, and it turned out that spending money on items from the vending machine could be converted into its experience. I searched for other items on the vending machine, and it had everything imaginable. Not only were there various supplies needed for survival in the apocalypse, but even the aircraft carrier I tried to search for was available, although it was priced at 10 billion and required level 21 of the vending machine. After I withdrew my consciousness from the space, I glanced at the time. 10 minutes had already passed, and only half an hour was left before the apocalypse would descend. I smirked coldly. Although I had acquired a vending machine, I didn't want to leave anything at home for Feng Lu. With the help of the space, it didn't take long for me to gather all the food and supplies in the room into the space. Before leaving, I bought a miniature camera from the vending machine and installed it in a relatively hidden corner. When I got downstairs and looked at the sky, it was still clear when I woke up earlier, but now it was overcast. With less than 5 minutes left until the end of the world, I walked straight towards the villa area I once longed for. According to my memories from my past life, there was a luxurious, uninhabited townhouse in the villa area, where I had spent a relatively stable time during the apocalypse with Su Chao and Feng Lu, the two who betrayed me. Moreover, in order to upgrade the vending machine, I couldn't stay far from the residential area. With my little savings, I could at most upgrade the vending machine to level 3, which wouldn't even qualify me to buy a Desert Eagle. Arriving at the target villa, I took out the master key I bought from the vending machine. Just as I was about to open the door, a well-proportioned young woman in a dress walked out from next door, her slightly curled long hair cascading down. looking charming and alluring. The woman looked up at the sky, hesitated for a moment, and turned back to prepare to drive out. But I clearly remembered that in my previous life, there was definitely no one in Unit 2, Row 3, which means that this woman must have gone out in her past life and likely encountered misfortune outside. Now that I was about to move into Villa 4, it would be a bit too lonely if there were no neighbors. I deliberately stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am, is there someone named Su Chow around here?" The woman pondered for a moment and replied, "I don't think so. I haven't heard that name." I pretended to be anxious and said, "I don't know where this guy has gone. He doesn't answer his phone, and I haven't been able to find him for so many days. If I find him, I will definitely teach him a good lesson." The woman was a bit shocked, took 2 steps back to look at me, and said, "Young man, hitting someone is against the law. You're still young. Don't be impulsive." The woman wanted to comfort me. However, at this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. The woman hurriedly retreated back inside the door, and I quickly moved under the eaves and asked, "Ma'am, could I borrow an umbrella?" The woman nodded, turned around, and handed me an umbrella. There is no obstacle in the world that cannot be overcome, as long as you are willing to find a way. No matter how difficult it is, you can get through it. You should hurry back. I nodded, opened the umbrella, and walked into the rain. Looking back one last time, the woman had already closed the gate. This person isn't bad-hearted and is quite vigilant. Arriving at the door of Villa 4, I took out the master key and easily opened the door. Indeed, products from the system are always of high quality. The villa is still the same as before, empty and clean, as if the owner has hired a maid for regular cleaning. I once again immersed my mind into the space, and the more I searched, the more surprised I became. This vending machine has everything. After purchasing some basic cold-resistant supplies, my vending machine experience reached 8,496 to 20,000. At this point, the weather outside was getting worse, and I thought for a moment, took out my phone, and sent a message to Grandpa Chin. "Grandpa Chin, the weather is a bit unusual. You'd better buy some instant noodles or something, just in case." Grandpa Chin is the security guard of the community, a really nice person who awakened extraordinary abilities in his past life and saved me twice. It was just that in the situation of scarce supplies, everyone became crazy, and Grandpa Chin was also struggling alone, eventually hiding in the villa with a female college student named Fu Xiaozhu. I don't know what happened later. It just started to rain heavily now, and I could still go out to shop with an umbrella. After a night of drifting snow, when the snow accumulates over my knees and I can hardly move, that will be the beginning of the torment. Grandpa Chin quickly replied, "Little Kwa, didn't the experts say it's nothing? There's no need to hoard supplies, right?" I replied, "I can't really say. I just feel that this rain is too strange. With technology so advanced now, there's no reason it can't be measured, and it's a global torrential rain." I patiently sent messages, and after a while, Grandpa Chin replied, "Okay, I'll go out now to buy some food." Grandpa Chin lives alone and doesn't have much food left. Looking at the rain outside, he still took an umbrella and walked out of the security room. I closed the window and lit the clothes and blankets in the fireplace. Soon, the temperature in the room rose, but the smell was not very pleasant. So I tentatively threw the old quilt into the vending machine's outlet, and the machine surprisingly displayed a line of text, "Found a set of old bedding. Recycling price, 30 yuan. Wow, it can be recycled. But the recycling price is a bit low." Shen Hong brainlessly stuffed all those old things of Feng Lu into it, and the word balance appeared on the screen. Current balance, $126. 7. And those old clothes, they have disappeared. It's nice to be able to change money too. He grinned and placed the empty can behind the shipment again, and soon another line appeared on the screen. 1 can found. Recycling price, $0. 15. After tapping OK, the current balance becomes $126.85. It's not just a vending machine, it's a recycling bin. If I had known, I would have sold all those things at home. When Feng Lu went home to see that the house was all empty, he was absolutely dumbfounded. But since I took those winterized items, I didn't bother. With nothing in the house, Feng Lu will starve to death even if she doesn't freeze to death. He turned his head and tried to pick up one of the pillows on the couch, trying to recover it, but this time it didn't work. Non-host's personal belongings, refuse to recycle. It still has to be your own to work, but even so, Shen Hong was satisfied, and bought some large Australian lobsters and condiments from the vending machine, humming as he walked into the kitchen. On the first day of the post-apocalyptic world, celebrate your new life with a steamed giant lobster. The lobsters were cleaned and steamed in a steamer over high heat for 10 minutes. Taking advantage of this, Shen Hong chopped the ginger, added lei gangma, vinegar and sesame oil, and mixed a bowl of dipping sauce. Sitting in the living room with a steaming pot of olé, I watched the TV news while breaking open the shells of the shrimp and shoveling the tender, delicate flesh into my mouth with a swirl of the dipping sauce. The fresh flavor and slight sweetness of the ocean, coupled with the delicious dipping sauce, is a treat on earth. It's really cubitey and chewy in texture. He chewed slowly, enjoying the quiet time. At that particular moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It's Phone Lu calling. Hello? He picked up the phone absently. Shen Hong, you haven't gotten your groceries yet? Phone Lu's impatient voice. I'm home. Why aren't you there yet? By the way, is this a burglar in the house? Why is it in such a mess? What? Shen Hong pretended to be surprised and opened the monitoring software of his cell phone. Phone Lu had already returned home, and was currently sitting on the wrecked living room couch with an angry face. Next to her, there sat Su Chao, who was listening sideways. I got caught out in the rain and haven't gone back in yet. Hearing Shen Hong say this, Su Chao put his heart down and wrapped his arms around Phone Lu's waist. Phone Lu turned back, blankly glanced at Su Chao, and did not break free, instead snuggling into the other party's arms. Can't you come back in the rain? I didn't even ask you to pick me up. You can't get wet in a little rain. Are you even a man anymore? You get wet and catch a cold for a few days at most. But I have a birthday, and it's only this once a year. How can I feel comfortable with you when you're like this? Shen Hong was simply drunk. You came back in Su Chao's car, so I should go home in the rain with you? Are you home alone now? Shen Hong didn't get much angry and softly inquired. Where's Su Chao? Huh? Yeah. Phone Lu, who had originally cursed angrily, froze for a moment when she heard this. Su Chao went back to his house. She looked around warily. Shen Hong was afraid that she would see the surveillance he had installed and quickly changed the subject. I'll go home when the rain subsides. Although the surveillance is small and in hidden corners, it can still be found if you look deliberately. The end had just begun, and Shen Hong still wanted to watch the show. Otherwise, it would be a bit too boring to stay alone in the villa. Then wait for me for a moment. I'm afraid. Hello? Me? I can't hear you. Shen Hong moved his cell phone farther away, purposely shouted loudly, pretended to have a bad signal, and then hung up the phone. In the surveillance video, Su Chao wrapped his arm around Phone Lu's waist and asked intimately, is that waist going to come back? I'm afraid it's still early. Phone Lu's almond eyes were full of spring, glancing out the window. Heavy rainfall. He didn't bring an umbrella. Phone Lu complained. How can he give me happiness when he's not willing to get wet at all? Still want to marry me? Then we still have time. Come again? Phone Lu was startled, but with a distinctly wintry look on her brow. She was obediently pressed onto the sofa by Su Chao. The two were so dry that they didn't even notice that some snowflakes had been caught in the rainstorm. As for the hidden cameras in the house, there was no time for that. Shen Hong watched with cold eyes, without any waves. Although Phone Lu had a good figure and a pretty face, his heart was like water. With the end times coming, there are as many of these women as you want, not to mention a broken shoe. Being born again, how could one be easily moved again? After finishing the remaining steamed lobster, Shen Hong comfortably touched his belly, and with a sweep of his mind, the shrimp skins on the table had been rolled into the vending machine. Recycling price, $0. 20. You can make 20 cents for throwing out some trash. Shen Hong had a satisfied look on his face. Lying on the expensive sofa and watching the news for a while, news about the downpour had taken over the hot search, and some local stations had invited experts to broadcast live and comment on it. This downpour is a bit strange. Attentive viewers should have noticed that the hail outside has started to change to sleet. Normally these two types of weather don't occur at the same time. But don't panic, everything is under our control. In the picture, the bald old man is sitting with his head in his hands and his mouth in his mouth. Shen Hong disdainfully skimmed his lips. You just keep on airing the bull ********. Stay an extra half hour and freeze to death at the TV station later. He got up to clear the table. The leftovers, which are things that belong to you, can be thrown directly into the vending machine for recycling, but the dinner plates, for example, still need to be cleaned up by yourself. In his last life, he lived with Su Chao Phone Lu, but now that he is alone and washing dishes, he feels lonely. Either. His gaze went next door. This neighbor young woman seems to be quite good. Chapter 5 Acquisition of Greens. Although Shen Hong had the heart of a chow thief, after experiencing his last life, he was not comfortable with women. Despite only surviving 3 months in the end times, examples abound of couples turning against each other for a bite to eat. Frozen Armageddon. Human life is like grass. If this beautiful neighbor was willing to give her body and mind to Shen Hong, he would be willing to accept it. But the heart is not in the right place, and he would never trust a woman so easily, especially a strange woman. Living again in a new life and possessing such a heaven-defying prop as a vending machine. What kind of woman can't be found if you want? Right now, it was still more important to level up the vending machine. Outside the window, the rain was still pouring down in splinters, but the snowflakes had multiplied. Shen Hong added some firewood to the fireplace, and the temperature in the room skyrocketed. He nestled comfortably on the couch and swiped up his phone. The owners group in the Peachland neighborhood has long been making a lot of noise. Peak handsome, what the hell kind of weather is it? Why is it snowing in the middle of summer? I've put on my winterizing clothes. Curve, don't worry. I just watched the news and the experts say it's all under control. Old Wang, the weather is getting more and more perverse these days. It's nature's revenge. Sherry-chan, the streets are a mess. We're stuck in the car and can't get back. 555. Curved path at Chenchik. Where are you? Sister, should I bring you an umbrella? Shin Hung browsed through the crowd's conversation and laughed lightly in disdain. The path is clear is a stuffy nerd. Like Shin Hung, he likes to hoard goods. It's just a shame that it only ended up living for a month. Shin Hong remembers, this guy half a box of instant noodles in exchange for Chen Xiaolu one night, brought the girl home and slept in the middle of the night. Was Chen Xiaolu stabbed to death? Stupid asshole. The reasoning of not revealing one's wealth is not understood. Actually showing off one's abundant reserves to Chen Xiaolu. It's strange that people can't afford to be mischievous. Afterward, Chen Xiaolu swept the home of the curve, not even sparing a single fruit plant in the flower pot. It was also because of this fruit that Chen Xianyo awakened her wall-penetrating ability and stole the entire Peachland neighborhood, causing people to curse. Chen Xianyo, whose real name is Chen Mengqing, is pure and pretty, but Shin Hung's deep memory of her is not the other party's appearance and figure, but because Chen Mengqing stole his house 3 times in a row in his last life. After Chen Mengqing awakened her supernatural ability, the people realized the wonder of the supernatural fruit and dug up the ground to look for it. Shin Hong had swallowed an exotic fruit by chance and awakened his fire exotic ability. As for Su Chao, he should have discovered the ice exotic fruit without Shin Heng's knowledge. At the thought of this, Shin Hong came into the spirit and entered the idea space. In the vending machine, the words fruit of the alien power were entered. The next moment, he held his breath and stared. Inside the vending machine, there was actually an exotic fruit for sale. The asking price is $1 million. And the alien fruit is gray at this point, so it can't be purchased at all. Purchase level, 10. I can't believe you have to be level 10 to buy. And it's expensive. God knows how much it costs to get the vending machine up to level 10. Since there was a chance to whore himself out right now, Shin Hong naturally would not give it up. He quickly chatted privately with the path to the sea. Brother, have your green lilies borne fruit yet? Curved paths? Whose green will bear fruit? Shin Hong blushed in embarrassment and changed his words. Brother, your house has greenery, right? Curved paths, there are 3 pots. Why? Hong, my house has just been renovated and I want to put some greenery in the house, but I can't get out in this weather. How about you sell me the greenery? Curved path laughed. He was a fan of apocalyptic literature and was quite hyperactive when it came to such extreme weather, because at his house, he had over a dozen cases of canned sausage instant noodles stored. As a matter of fact, those who have the eyes to see should either stifle their stockpiling or rush to purchase living supplies. How is it that this guy actually wants to buy greens? It's ing green, not lowly. But before he could type a reply, he saw another message from this Hung guy. How about $500 a pot? Curved path's eyes almost didn't glaze over as he hurriedly replied. No problem. How to trade? What building is your house in? Building 7, Unit 4, 1102. Okay, wait for me. Let's meet face to face. Putting down his cell phone, Shin Hong was in a happy mood. 3 pots of greens, and it's only $1,500. And you can buy the wall-penetrating ability fruit for yourself. In a previous life, the crowd was able to fight over an alien fruit. And most of the alien fruit, the alien power contained in it is just a robust body and strength. There are only a handful of people with special class powers. When Chen Mengqing stole his house for the 3rd time, he fought to catch up with him, but Chen Mengqing's athletic figure disappeared after going through the wall several times in succession. Chen Mengqing, in this life, I'll take away your alien fruit. I'll see how you green tea whore can steal it. Shin Hong put on a jacket and walked through the underground parking lot towards Building 7. The outside world had cooled down by more than 10 degrees, and the heat of late summer was completely gone. Instead, there was a slight coolness. As he walked, he pulled out his cell phone to watch the surveillance of his home. However, after a few tunes, he realized that Feng Lu and Su Chao had already disappeared. Tune in to the monitoring of 10 minutes ago, only to see that these two have long been finished. Found that the snowfall outside the house, rummaged through the box for half a day, did not find thick clothing. Feng Lu followed Su Chao to his home. It's a pity we didn't put a surveillance camera in Su Chao's house. It's going to be a lot more boring from now on. It was at this moment that Feng Lu's phone suddenly called. Hello? Shin Hong picked up. Why aren't you back yet? Feng Lu gritted her teeth and questioned. The house was burglarized, and all the winter cotton clothes and bedding were stolen. I'm freezing to death. Ha? A real thief? Shin Hong was filled with shock. Then where are you now? I'm at Su Chao's house. Feng Lu grunted. When are you coming back? Baby, wait for me. I'm soaking in the rain. I'll be right home. Shin Heng's eyes twinkled and he hurriedly said, "You haven't eaten yet, right? I bought a lot of food and am going to make your favorite dishes. Braised eggplant, steamed spare ribs, stir-fried pork with fungus, kung pao chicken, stir-fried yellow beef, sweet and sour pork." Being said so by Shin Heng, Feng Lu's stomach indisputably grunted twice and her tone eased. "Then come to Su Chao's house." "This isn't appropriate, is it?" Shin Heng hesitated. "It's your birthday, shouldn't we spend it at our house?" "Over to you, MB." Feng Lu almost broke her defense, but still held back. "Then let's go back now. By the way, Su Chao hasn't eaten either. You don't mind an extra person, do you? He's your good buddy." "Of course I don't mind." Shin Heng laughed unconcernedly. "I'll be home soon. Talk later." Feng Lu put down her cell phone and smiled at Su Chao beside her. "Brother Chao, let's go. That waste is going to cook for us." Su Chao struggled twice today. His stomach was starving, and he nodded repeatedly. "Go." The two put on thick clothes and couldn't wait to go downstairs and run toward Shin Heng's house. Shin Heng's original house was in Building 2, Unit 1, while Su Chao's home, as it happens, was in Building 7. Shin Heng had already arrived at the entrance to the underground passageway of Building 7 at this time, and he did not go up the stairs, but hid in a dark corner. After waiting for a few moments, Feng Lu was seen wearing Su Chao's jacket, still holding Su Chao's hand, walking quickly towards the entrance of the underground passageway of Building 2. As for Shin Heng, who was hiding in the corner, the two had no time to care. Looking at Feng Lu's pair of long legs exposed outside, Shin Heng's face was cold. It wasn't until after the two had walked into Building 2 that he dodged out and walked into Building 7. He went into Unit 1 and came to 702. "This is Su Chao's home." Shin Heng took out the universal key and easily opened the door before installing a few surveillance cameras in the corner and leaving in style. "If it wasn't for a little fun at the end of the day, I wouldn't bother coming." The air seemed to smell like post-coitus and it was awful. Afterwards, Shin Heng came to Unit 41102, the door of the home of the Curve. As soon as he knocked on the door of the house was already open, as if the other party had already waited on it. Curve's chubby face was full of smiles as he held 3 pots of greenery. "You're Heng?" "It's me." Shin Heng swept his eyes without any trace of green, and then asked, "Are these the only pots in your house? If there are more, I'll take 500 of them." "Nope. The curved path is painfully obvious. I bought a total of 4 pots. One died and was thrown away a long time ago. Only these 3 pots are left." Shin Heng sighed in relief and nodded. "Okay, I'll take it." Sweeping the 1,500 pieces over, Shin Heng took the elevator to leave amidst Curve's enthusiastic goodbye. Success! Stepping into the underground passage once again, Shin Heng's eyes were full of light. The 3 pots of greens in his hand, although like ordinary greens, they only had green branches and green leaves. He knew that half a month after the end came, one of the pots, as if it had undergone a mutation, would bear a black-brown alien fruit. Chan Mengqing. Shin Heng's eyes flickered. "If you don't have the ability to walk through walls in your life, we can settle our score." Chapter 6, Supplies were robbed. It's not that Shin Heng is careful, but in his last life, he was stolen by Chen Xiaoniao. Every time she searched for supplies, Chen Mengqing would be stuck in a spot to patronize. After being stolen for the first time, Shin Heng grew mindful, but the second time, it was stolen just the same. This woman walks without a sound. She's a born thief. And for the third time, Shin Heng stayed up all night, staring at a pile of supplies until the early hours of the morning. When he was just getting sleepy and Chen Mengqing came, when Shin Heng suddenly woke up, the other party had already stuffed the supplies into his backpack and turned to run. Even though Shin Heng already possessed a fire ability, it still did not help. "Humph, this wall-penetrating ability, it's mine," Shin Heng sneered. Although there was no shortage of food and drink in this life, when he had the ability to penetrate walls, he must go to Chen Mengqing's home at the first opportunity, so that she could also taste the taste of having her home stolen. Shin Heng was in a happy mood and had just returned to the villa while holding the green roses when Feng Lu's phone call came over. "Hello? Why aren't you back yet? Didn't you say you'd cook for me?" "I'm starving," Feng Lu accused sternly. "I'm standing in line at the checkout. I'll be right back. The supermarket is too crowded." Shin Heng's expression was helpless. Now, Feng Lu also has nothing to say, can only indignantly threw down a hurry up, and then hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Shin Heng sneered. 3 years of affection fed to the dogs. "You want to wait for me to cook for you too? Oh, take your time and wait." He carefully placed the 3 pots of greenery on the corner table in the living room and lay down on the couch. It was raining and snowing outside, and the crowd all reacted. In the neighborhood owners group, people's various complaints and panic, showing the screen. The great wind rises and the clouds fly. How could this happen? It's actually snowing in the middle of summer. I'm a big handsome guy, the snow is getting heavier. Should the world end? Peachy, don't be ridiculous upstairs. The experts said it's just an anomaly in the weather. And after this rain and snow, the dry heat of late summer is over. And I'm afraid we're going to have an early fall this year. Lao Wang, that's right. After this rain, it's going to be a nice fall day. Think back to the last early fall in September or the last. The corners of Shin Hang's mouth curled slightly as he browsed coldly. These idiots. Some people with a sense of apocalyptic crisis, even if the outside world is cold, all ran out to stock up on supplies, and those lying at home playing with their cell phones, one died earlier than the other. Icy weather, frozen pipes, power cuts and no heat, the competition is who can meet. These whiners will be completely dumbfounded when they wake up tomorrow and face a white world. Shin Hong glanced at the thermometer. Today, it's 3 or 4 degrees below zero outside. After tonight, the globe will be in the low 30s tomorrow. Temperatures will continue to drop. This snow, until Shin Hong was reborn in his last life, had not stopped. Only 3 days after the end of the day, the temperature of the entire river city came to 70 degrees below zero. Farther north, the temperatures are even colder. A few more days of this and the population would be in a state of panic and strife due to lack of supplies. Smashing and robbing, hand-to-hand fighting, and husband and wife turning against each other, abound. When a month passes, with the appearance of the alien fruit, those who survive will become more and more frantic. Shin Hong didn't have any half-sympathy for these people and didn't bother to care if they died or lived. Letting Moncler outlet store Chin stock up was also only because Chin had saved him. It's just payback now. Looking at the news again, the bald expert was still mouthing off. Shin Hong was tasteless and bought a treadmill from the vending machine and put it in the corner of the living room after working out. Just after running for 10 minutes or so, Feng Lu's call came back. Shin Hong didn't pick it up, muted it, and looked at the cell phone monitor. Feng Lu and Su Chao are huddled on the sofa eyeing the security door. The two had already been hungry, plus the temperature plummeted, but also cold and hungry. I should have brought more clothes. Feng Lu leaned against Su Chao's side, holding his cell phone with an ugly face. Shin Hang, this punk doesn't know what for. Actually dared to not answer my call. This ghost weather. Why is it snowing in the summer? Why don't I go get something to eat? Su Chao swiped his cell phone and frowned. Your house has entered a thief. No food and no drink. Even the winter bedding and clothes have been stolen. And my house has no food stored. Order takeout at all, no one to take orders. By what? Feng Lu bristled. Isn't Shin Hong coming back soon? The supermarket is full of people. What can we buy if we go there now? Also, Su Chao thought about it and felt that Feng Lu had a point. Someone in the homeowners group has already posted the video. A couple of supermarkets in the neighborhood were overcrowded and there were fights over checkout lines. They can't grab anything if they go now. Anyway, Shen Hong, the house dog, liked to stock up on goods and believed that he had bought quite a lot this time. Call him again. Seeing Feng Lu put down his cell phone, Su Chao urged. Today is your birthday. He must have bought a lot of things. Perhaps this will not be able to pick up your phone. Try again. If not, I'll go to pick up. Who let him be my good brother? Yes. Feng Lu nodded. The cell phone rang once again. It just so happened that Shin Hong was also tired, so he simply paused the treadmill and answered the phone out of breath. Hello? Hearing Shin Hang's gasp on the phone, Feng Lu was in a much better mood. This loser, he does seem to have bought a lot of stuff, all out of breath. Where did you go? Feng Lu's voice became a lot softer. I'm starving to death. Why aren't you back yet? Honey, I'll be there soon. Shin Hong had a dog-licking stance. I just picked up the cake for you on the way. It's your favorite black swan, and I also bought duck goods and cooked meat. Upon hearing about the food, Feng Lu felt her mouth watering as she hurriedly said, Did you buy too much? How about Su Chao and I go to meet you? No, I'll be back soon. Hey, you, what are you guys doing? Don't. Shin Hong deliberately put on a shocked voice on the phone, and without waiting for Feng Lu to ask, he hung up the phone. Feng Lu, a woman who was very curious, would definitely call again. Not surprisingly to Shin Hong, the phone rang just after hanging for a few moments. After ringing for a long time, Shin Hong directly hung up. A few moments later, the phone rang once again. Shin Hong hung up again. It was not until after Feng Lu had called 4 or 5 times in a row that Shin Hong connected. What just happened? Why did you hang up the phone properly? Feng Lu pursued. Her stomach was starving and she was now counting on Shin Hong to come home and cook. I just took a big bag, followed by your phone call, and just entered the neighborhood. I was targeted by a group of people, and now, all those food were robbed. Shin Hong cried out. Ha! Feng Lu's eyes widened. All were robbed? There were 7 or 8 of them, and they came up and robbed it without a word. I couldn't defend it at all. Shin Hong was full of grievances. Even your cake was snatched away. I was also slapped twice and kicked several times by them. You piece of. Upon hearing that the food was gone, Feng Lu was furious. A big man, and he was robbed in broad daylight? Not even resisting. What use are you? Can you blame me? Shin Hong was annoyed. There are so many things, and you keep calling. I'm holding something in the rain, and I still have to answer your call. Can I not be robbed? You guys are waiting at home. Don't you know how to buy? You are still waiting for me to go back to cook. What the hell am I going to do? He hung up instantly. Hey, you. Feng Lu was furious. This punk, how dare he talk about me like that? But just as he opened his mouth, he heard a busy signal on the phone, and the whole thing was a little confused. What's going on? Su Chao came over. His voice was shaking because of the cold and hunger, plus the 2 previous sets of energy firings. That punk stuff was taken. Feng Lu was furious. How dare he talk back and hang up on me? It's against him. She then looked aggrieved. This kind of man, how can he deserve to give me happiness? I don't even mind that he earns less, and he dares to treat me like this. He dared to hang up on me even before we got married. When we get married, he'll be in heaven. Su Chao was a bit impatient and interrupted her. What about him? Nothing left? Even the cake was taken. Feng Lu's face was ugly. From what he said, there's no bag left. Call you again? Be nice and tell him to keep going for the food. Su Chao urged. He looked out the window. The rain outside had almost stopped at this point, turning into a blanket of snow. I'm giving him back the fight? Feng Lu was reluctant. Just now, Shin Hong had hung up the phone, so if he called again, wouldn't it be equivalent to admitting his mistake? Am I wrong? Feng Lu pouted her lips. Shin Hong saw the scene from his cell phone monitor, and the corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. If it wasn't for the end times being so boring, he wouldn't have bothered to pull the plug with Feng Lu. Others didn't know, but Shin Hong couldn't be clearer. Without the shelter of the aliens, these ordinary people, at most, survived for 3 weeks, even if Feng Lu was guarded by Su Chao. Are you kidding? Who is Su Chao? Just a small company executive. Such a small person. In his last life, he was able to awaken his ice ability, and that was because of his own protection. Can Su Chao survive more than 3 weeks without his own help? That's bull *********. Do we go out and buy it? Su Chao couldn't wait to give her 2 slaps. It's already snowing outside. Are you willing to buy supplies? And the weather is so anticlimactic. Su Chao calmly analyzed. Regardless of what happens in the future, the first order of business is to stock up on supplies first. You scolded Shin Hong away. Who will return to run errands for us in the future? That's true. Feng Lu was very submissive. Brother Chao, people are your people. Of course they listen to you. I'll call Shin Hong right now and ask him to go to the supermarket again to buy things and cook for us. Watching the conversation between the two within the monitor, Shin Hong almost drew out the steamed lobster in his stomach. Shame on you. You've been like this with Su Chao and you're still trying to hook up with me? What do you think I'm doing? However, since you want to play, I might as well have a good time with you. Anyway, I have vending machines with supplies. Chapter 7, don't you want to get back at them? After the end of days, everyone struggles to survive, and it's one day at a time. There was no consideration of the spiritual dimension at all. Only Shin Hong, who had a super vending machine with unlimited supplies, was still thinking about how to walk his dog and add a little bit of fun to his apocalyptic life. He wanted Feng Lu and Su Chao to spend their lives in remorse until they were tortured to death by the icy cold end. As these two ended their discussion, Feng Lu once again picked up her phone to dial, and Shin Hong's phone rang in synchronization. Shin Hong was still in a state of arrogance, so naturally he couldn't possibly answer and directly hung up the phone. Under surveillance, Feng Lu was on the verge of a rampage. This punk, how dare he hang up on me? Now you won't even answer my calls. Outrageous. Who the hell is he to not answer my calls? A punk? You really think you're a piece of garlic? She picked up the pillow on the couch and slammed it down hard on the floor. Will our relationship be known by Shin Hong? Su Chao sat on the sidelines and frowned inquiringly. Feng Lu was stunned, then shook her head decisively. Impossible. With Shin Hong's nature, if he found out that he and Su Chao had betrayed him, he would never be able to just hang up the phone as simple as that. At best, he's just feeling aggravated about buying something in the rain, and I haven't coaxed him yet. Feng Lu then sneered. He's just a giant baby loser. Let me call him then. I'll talk him down. Su Chao said in a deep voice. We still have to count on him to buy things, and this weather is too weird. In case we need to stay at home for a few more days. None of us know how to cook. We still have to rely on him. I'll make peace with him, and you'll apologize to him, and he'll serve us with all his heart. He shook his cell phone. No one is taking orders for takeout, and the merchants are closed, so we can't drink the northwest wind. Can we? Hearing Su Chao say this, Feng Lu's stiff expression only slightly eased. Alright then. Su Chao picked up his own cell phone and called Shin Hong. Shin Hong looked at the caller number with a cold smile and picked it up with a raised eyebrow. Hello, where are you? I heard Feng Lu say you were robbed. How is it? Not hurt? Su Chao had a concerned look on his face. It's okay. Shin Hong was indignant. If she hadn't kept calling me and I had to stop and answer, could I have been robbed? This dumbass. Now it's good. I'm in the rain. It's so cold. I've been robbed and slapped. And what about her? Nestled at home only remotely scolding me. A loser. Su Chao was on speakerphone, and Feng Lu beside him was so pale that he couldn't wait to curse. However, Su Chao glared at Feng Lu before she gritted her teeth and suppressed her anger. Okay, don't get mad. You've been with Feng Lu for years. A little whining is all. What's there to say? Su Chao coughed. Listen to me. Give Feng Lu a call. You communicate. She said a little too much, but we are men. Not even this belly? With their own women. What cannot be tolerated? I and Meow Meow also quarrel. Every time I let her. Shen Hong heart ha. Feng Lu is with you. And you're still my woman? Not in the mood. Shen Hong interrupted Su Chao. Doesn't she still want to scold? Let her curse properly. Without waiting for Su Chao to respond, he simply hung up. Su Chao directly froze in place. Good guy. I didn't realize before that Shen Hong had such a big temper. When he tried to call Shen Hong again, he realized that Shen Hong was no longer answering. Shen Hong watched the two people in the monitor with interest. Su Chao grimaced and said nothing, and Feng Lu cursed. Enough! Su Chao shouted angrily. It's all because of you. Don't scold. Wait a little longer. When his anger subsides, you coax him properly. Are we all starving tonight? Feng Lu didn't say anything. Su Chao got up and looked out the window. The snowflakes are getting heavier and heavier and not stopping at all. Because it was summer and the ground temperature was high, the snowflakes would have previously dissipated completely when they hit the ground. But now, as the temperature dropped and the snowflakes increased in size, there was already a thin layer of snow on the ground. I also wonder how Meow Meow is doing. He curled up a little and murmured. Huo Miao had a hot body and excellent looks, and it took him a lot of work to chase her down. It's just a shame that Huo Miao has always refused to have sex with him, although the two were nominally living together. Sleeping in separate bedrooms was no different than sharing a room. Still thinking about your girlfriend. Feng Lu sourly came over. What's so good about her? She won't even let you touch her. Su Chao laughed dryly and hurriedly wrapped his arms around Feng Lu. I'm just emotional. I didn't even call her on the phone. That's more like it. Feng Lu leaned in Su Chao's arms. People are your people. Do you still want one dragon and two phoenixes? You promised me that you will marry me in the future and always be good to me. Watching the two of them being mushy, Shen Hong was about to vomit. It was Su Chao's words that reminded him. Hui Miao. She had died early in her last life, and since Shen Hong had been reborn, he had even forgotten about her. He picked up his cell phone and dialed Huo Miao's number. Hey, Shen Hong. The phone was quickly picked up, and Huo Miao's pleasant voice came from the receiver. Did Su Chao call you? Shen Hong inquired. No. Huo Miao's mood was a bit low. I just called him, but he didn't pick up. Ha, he'll be busy then I guess. Shen Hong sneered. What? What's wrong? Huo Miao heard the mockery in Shen Heng's words and quickly asked. Shen Hong picked up his cell phone and operated it twice, forwarding the video of Su Chao and Feng Lu making out, saying, I've sent you a video. Call me back after you've watched it. And by the way, don't fight with Su Chao yet. Don't argue first. Huo Miao was a bit puzzled. He and Su Chao had been together for a while. Not exactly close, but at least they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Normally, Su Chao always gave in to her, although he wasn't happy with Su Chao. In all fairness, he was not bad to himself. It's just that he always likes to move his hands and wants to have further relations, which makes Huo Miao a bit disgusted. Other than that, what's the noise? At that moment, her cell phone rang and she received a video from Shen Heng. This, Shen Hong this. When he opened it, Huo Miao was startled. His cheeks were flushed, and he hurriedly looked around, seeing that no one was paying attention, before hiding in the corner and turning down the volume. The people who stayed behind to work overtime in the company all gathered by the floor-to-ceiling windows now, looking at the snowflakes outside in Tisksking, but no one noticed. Why did Shen Hong send me this video? It's disgustingly nasty. Huo Miao's face was a little less than pretty. In her opinion, Shen Hong was also a decent person, but she didn't expect that he would send this kind of thing to his good brother's girlfriend. Is this an attempt to seduce me? I'm not even satisfied with Su Chao, let alone you. But when she was just about to fork off the video and question Shen Heng, she suddenly heard the woman in the video open her mouth. Chao, you're so fierce. The sound is so familiar. Huo Miao was stunned, and only then did he notice that the two people in the video were actually Su Chao and Feng Lu. Her face swished white. Su Chao, and Feng Lu. What? How did that happen? And it can be seen from the surveillance that the two should be at Shen Heng's home. There was also a time written in the bottom right corner of the monitor, which was clearly this afternoon. Counting the time, it was still exactly when he called Su Chao, as if to confirm what he thought in his heart. In the surveillance video, Su Chao, who was plowing, his cell phone suddenly rang. Su Chao picked it up and frowned, and Feng Lu underneath him wrapped her arms around his waist and delicately said, Is that Huo Miao calling? Well, Su Chao nodded. so are you going to answer it? People won't make a sound if you answer it. Feng Lu had a flirtatious face. Looking at her springy face, Su Chao simply threw his cell phone aside and plowed hard again. This is the point in time when he called him himself. Huo Miao's fingers clenched tightly, biting her lower lip hard. He was just under the rainstorm. Huo Miao worried about Su Chao off-duty driving will not be dangerous. The call was not answered, and she thought Su Chao should be driving, so she'd better not disturb him. Yeah, Su Chao is indeed driving. Drives a little Taiwan Ryu car. The air conditioner in the office was blowing hot air, but Huo Miao was cold all over. She fidgeted with her cell phone, oblivious to the fact that there was an equally young man in the corner of the office, quietly staring at her. A few moments later, Huo Miao turned off the video, got up and looked around, and didn't call Shen Hong again, but sent WeChat. When did you know? A few days ago. Feng Lu was not in the right mood, so I secretly installed surveillance. I did not expect. Shen Hong quickly replied. I just realized it. I braved the rain to buy groceries outside, and they were actually at home. What do you want to do? Huo Miao sent another message. Shen Hong returned a bitter smile emoticon. I don't know. My brain is so messed up right now. Su Chao is your best buddy and he had your girlfriend. Don't you want to get back at them? Huo Miao seemed furious and sent several messages one after another. It's good to be angry. Shen Hong stretched his arms and was all smiles. Keep picking at it to keep her anger at bay. Such a conservative woman would never forgive her boyfriend in the face of his cheating. Fight. Fight. It's the most fun to tear things up and stuff. Before he could reply, another message from Huo Miao was sent. Don't you want to his girlfriend and get back at them hard? Ah this. Shen Heng's eyes widened. Chapter 8, Huo Miao in danger. Ed his girlfriend? Isn't Su Chao's girlfriend? Huo Miao. It's implying. Yuck. Explicitly yourself. Shen Heng simply couldn't imagine that the always conservative Huo Miao would be so bold. I can't believe I invited myself. Even if he relived his life, all he had in mind was revenge against Su Chao Feng Lu, and he hadn't thought of anything happening with Huo Miao. After all, Huo Miao was too high and cold. Moreover, according to Su Chao, Huo Miao is not even willing to make out with him, and he even suspects that Huo Miao is a stone girl. But now, Shen Heng stared at the message with disbelief. But the next moment, the message was withdrawn by Huo Miao. Huo Miao seemed to be shy and afraid that he would see that message, and after withdrawing the message, he did not take the next step at all. Neither explained why he withdrew the message nor sent himself a new tweet. Shen Hong got up, looked at the snow on the ground, and stepped out. He was, right now, filled with Huo Miao's cold face. Such a woman with her own. There's also the boyfriend buff that is Su Chao. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, must pick up Huo Miao. He rushed out the door and then remembered that he didn't have a car. I opened my cell phone app and couldn't get a drop either. I'm afraid the cabs are even more unstoppable. Shen Hong remembered the neighbor's beautiful young woman, who seemed to be driving out earlier, but with such heavy rain and snow right now, she should still be at home. Borrow her car. If she's willing to lend it, she'll help her out herself after the end of the world. If you sell a loaf of bread for $100,000 to someone else, sell her $10. Ding dong, ding dong. Shen Hong rang the neighbor's doorbell. A few moments later, that beautiful young woman's voice came from inside the door. Who is it? I'm a neighbor. Shen Hong spoke through the door. I didn't expect this weather to snow. I want to borrow your car to pick up my girlfriend and return your umbrella on the way. Borrowing a car? Returning an umbrella? The young woman was stunned, and from the surveillance, she saw Shen Hong standing alone at the door with an umbrella in his hand. Is this the guy from this afternoon? The young woman hesitated. As a token of my appreciation, I brought you a couple of gifts. Shen Hong picked up a few items in his hand and raised them at the monitor. This is the red wine and seafood I bought in the afternoon. Looking at this weather, the snow won't stop for a short time, and I don't know if your family reserves food or not. So, Chateau Berthaud? The young woman recognized it at once. The market price of this bottle, at around $3,000, wasn't much better, but it definitely wasn't bad either. Together with the various types of seafood in Shen Heng's hands, the cost of borrowing a car has exceeded $5,000. And the man was right. I'm afraid I won't be able to go out and make purchases anytime soon, judging by this weird weather. Well, that's fine. The young woman was torn for a moment and gently nodded. I can lend you the car, but you have to promise me one thing. I was just about to pick up my sister from Jiangcheng University. Can I trouble you to pick her up? Now, after all, it is a society of law and order, and there are cameras everywhere. So even if Shen Hong cheats her car, he can't run away. Coupled with the Dragon State nowadays social stability, everyone lives and works in peace and contentment. Stealing and robbing and smashing are extremely rare. Even if a case arises, it will be detected by Skynet and ambushed at the first opportunity. It's not like someone who can easily pull out wine and seafood just to borrow a car is going to steal it, is it? Gangxiang University? It's on the way. Huo Miao's company was near Jiangcheng University, so there was no need to make a detour. Thanks. Shen Hong gratefully took the car keys and wrote down the other party's number and name. The young woman's name was Yang Jinxian, and her sister's name was Yang Mushuan, a graduate student at Jiangnan University who was following her mentor to carry out research on a new topic. No wonder it's still in school during summer vacation. Shen Hong drifted off. I saw it wasn't looking too good, so I wanted to pick her up, and I ran into you. Yang Jinxian smiled. I spoke to her on the phone just now. She's in the dormitory, so I'll trouble you. Shen Hong waved his hand, then sat in the car. Yang Jinxian looks quite temperamental and speaks slowly, but the car she drives is actually a domineering SUV. A real contrast, but it's better this way. Shen Hong likes to read automotive news and knows that this car is priced at a high price, has enough power, four-wheel drive, and is as good as it gets on a snowy day. Not to mention that there is just now snow on the ground and it drives smoothly without a doubt. Looking at the cars speeding back, Yang Jinxian dialed her sister's phone. Mu Xian, he'll be picking you up later. Remember to ask about it for sis. Don't worry sis. My sister's laughter came from the phone. Someone wants to get close to you just after my brother-in-law's death. It's enough to see how attractive you are. What charm. Don't tease me. Yang Jinxian gently shook her head. I'm afraid that he was sent by the Song family, deliberately approaching me. I've given up Song family assets. Alright sis, just wait till I see it later. Don't be nervous, it might be your admirer. Yang Mushuan's voice was full of flirtation, but also a bit grave. These people in the Song family are also really. Brother-in-law died, you don't want the assets, and you still won't stop. Yang Jinxian smiled bitterly and shook her head, hanging up the phone. Neighbors? An umbrella? Yang Jinxuan's gaze dropped. This row of villas are all mine. When did I have neighbors? Huo Miao was in a messy mood. She didn't expect that Su Chao, who had been pursuing her for a long time, would secretly get together with Feng Lu. Men are creatures of lower considerations. She cursed in a low voice, then thought of the message she had just sent to Shen Hong on impulse. Until now, Shen Hong had not replied. The chat between the two stopped at the moment they withdrew their message. Let's hope he didn't see it. Huo Miao's face flushed a little. At the same time she was a little curious. Is it really that comfortable to do that kind of thing? Feng Lu's expression in the video was very enjoyable, and the two of them were breathing heavily, making their hearts race. She felt uncomfortable just thinking about all that and got up to walk to the bathroom. The company building was empty, colleagues working overtime, all with hot coffee, one by one sitting by the window, enjoying the spectacle of August snow. The snowflakes are huge and the frequency of snowfall, it seems, is getting faster. There's absolutely no intention of stopping. Taxi apps can't call a car at all. Huo Miao walked out of the restroom and had just washed his hands when a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Before she could react, she was hugged tightly from behind and her other hand covered her mouth. Woohoo! Huo Miao stared wide-eyed and saw in the mirror that the person behind him was none other than Wang Chengguang, the leader who had courted him before. Huo Miao, just now everyone was watching the snow. You're good, secretly enjoying the little video alone. Wang Chengguang's eyes burned as he wrapped his arm around Huo Miao's one hand, savoring the tenderness of the woman's skin. So pure and cool, and secretly Wang Chengguang Jejie smiled strangely. Will Huo Miao embrace tightly, all tie like this? Watching a small video is not more hungry? Why don't we have a real fight? Let me have a good pain. My size, certainly more than your boyfriend, can make you satisfied. Let go, let go. Huo Miao desperately pushed Wang Chengguang. Nihao Wang Chengguang is 1 meter 8 tall and weighs nearly 200 pounds, and does not move. Pretend what innocence, we are all adults. Don't worry, we are just that kind of relationship. Your usual life. I won't bother, just have the need. Mutual about it, what do you say? How could Wang Chengguang let go? It was so hard to discover Huo Miao's little secret. He still wanted to take this opportunity to get Huo Miao into his hands. This woman is a recognized beauty in the whole company, with a high cool character and many suitors. With Huo Miao's announcement that she has a boyfriend, her male co-workers are dismayed and give up their pursuit. Wang Chengguang was the only one who was still concerned about Huo Miao. If you work hard enough, you can grind an iron bar into a needle. What's the point of marrying even if you're a good corner digger? You can dig it up as usual. The crowd was watching the snow from the window just now, but Huo Miao was preoccupied after taking a phone call and sat down at his workstation to fiddle with his cell phone. Wang Chengguang approached without moving and glanced quietly. It was a glance that almost made him gasp in shock. I didn't expect the high-cooled beauty, but she was hiding alone in the workstation watching a small video. This made Wang Chengguang happy in his heart. With this handle, how can Huo Miao escape? Develop her as her buddy and I'm sure she'll fall head over heels in love with her. As long as she was served comfortably, she would never part with herself. He quietly came to the bathroom while Huo Miao was going to the toilet, and then hugged Huo Miao tightly. If you don't want to, then I'll just have to tell everyone about the little video you secretly watched in the office. Wang Chengguan laughed fiercely. I'm sorry, I've just filmed all the looks of you peeking at the small video with your cell phone. Alas, what damsel, you don't want this kind of thing to be known by your colleagues in the company, do you? Hua Miao, who was originally struggling desperately, froze upon hearing this. I watched that video and it was caught on tape? How nice this is. Wang Chengguan nodded his head in satisfaction. His fingers began to grope on her body. I just want to develop that kind of relationship with you, and you won't lose a piece of meat. And this kind of thing, the one who sells is the man. You just have to enjoy it. Chapter 9 Shen Hong Saves Beauty. Wang Chengguan's hand traced around Hua Miao's waist. Hua Miao's trembling response pleased him, but at that moment, Hua Miao suddenly raised his foot and violently stepped backwards. The slender heel of the high heel shoe stepped heavily on Wang Chengguan's instep. Wang Chengguan was wearing a pair of sandals, and he clearly perceived that the heels were like sharp cones, drilling straight into the back of his feet. He covered his foot and wailed. Hua Miao took the opportunity to run outside. Asterisk. Stop right there. Wang Chengguan reddened his eyes and gritted his teeth. In the silent office building, the cold came from Wang Chengguan's shout, and many of his colleagues who were gathered around the window to watch the snow, came to the corridor. At a glance, he saw Hua Miao, who was walking quickly, and Wang Chengguan, who was not far away, covering his feet and screaming miserably. Mr. Wang, what's going on here? Many people were surprised and asked. Hua Miao sighed in relief. In heels, she couldn't run fast at all. With so many people around, I believe Wang Chengguan wouldn't dare to mess around. Grab that quick. Wang Chengguan looked at Hua Miao and gritted his teeth. My foot was wasted by her. I can't feel my left foot. Damn. If I don't grass-cry this woman and make her my gun rack, I won't be Wang. Wang Chengguan is a member of the company's leadership team. The prestige is quite high, and there are a lot of lapdogs who flatter him. Hearing the leader's command, 3 male colleagues immediately blocked Hua Miao's way. Wang Chengguan, what do you mean? Hua Miao chilled his face. Want me to call the police? Do you? Call the police? Wang Chengguan laughed. Whatever. Let me tell you, if you dare to call the police, then the video in my cell phone will be published to the entire Jiangcheng. If you don't believe me, try it. Hua Miao's pupils shrunk. This man, to be so shameless. If it's published, how can I see anyone? I'm afraid I can't even stay in Jiangcheng. Get her. Seeing Hua Miao's face cloudy and in deep thought, Wang Chengguan hurriedly made a wink at his subordinate. The 3 people surrounding Hua Miao were a little apprehensive, fearing accusations from other co-workers, but in the face of Wang Chengguan's command, they didn't dare to disobey. He could only harden his head and approach Hua Miao step by step. Hua Miao looked to the other co-workers for help, but the rest of them, even the female co-workers, didn't bother to look at Hua Miao. As women, they were very jealous of Hua Miao. Why are the male co-workers still around you when you're pretty and talk cold? Now there's a handle in Mr. Wang's hands. Serves him right. Don't you dare. Hua Miao colored and his eyes rounded. Wang Chengguan's eyelids drooped slightly, his face full of coldness. Hua Miao, be good and obey, or else. Hua Miao, this woman, he's set for tonight, or what? An icy voice came from the elevator at the end of the building. Who? Wang Chengguan raised his head, and the crowd turned around and looked over curiously. A slim figure appeared, walking step by step with a steady pace. Who else but Shen Hong? Hua Miao sighed in relief. When she was most helpless, Shen Hong's appearance seemed to give her an instant backing. Get out of the way. Shen Hong put his hands in his pockets and came to the crowd. Who are you, kid? One of Wang Chengguan's lapdogs was full of displeasure and reached out to push. Shen Hong laughed coldly and swung his right hand violently out of his pocket. A silver light flashed in the light. Immediately after that, the dog-legged man found a pain in his palm, and when he looked down, he saw that his palm had been cut with a huge bloody channel. Blood is flowing. The dog-legged man covered his hands and exclaimed, Kill, kill, don't worry, it's just a little scratch. But, Shen Hong coldly said, if you dare to touch Miao Miao again, I will chop off your fingers, one by one. Get lost. The dog-legger was horrified and bloodless, looking at Shen Hong, who was walking step by step and subconsciously stepping backward. The remaining 2 men also followed a few steps backward, not daring to say anything more. Are you okay? Coming to Hua Miao's side, Shen Hong softly inquired. No, it's fine. Hua Miao's cheeks flushed, coldly remembering the message that was withdrawn. What are you doing? Where's the outsider from? Tell him to get out of our company. Wang Chengguan glared and shouted. Shen Hong's cold eyes swept in, and Wang Chengguan seemed to be strangled by the throat, instantly unable to speak. In his previous life, although Shen Hong had always meticulously searched for supplies, it was inevitable that he would fight with others for a bite of food, for the sake of himself and his girlfriend, as well as his good brother to survive. Shen Hong has had many lives in his hands. Just a cold glance made Wang Qingguang feel as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast. Dare to speak again and the man would absolutely have his life. Shen Hong wrapped his arm around Huo Miao and paced. Colleagues in the midway backed up. Wang Qingguang was frightened, but for the sake of face, coupled with the injury to his left foot, he could not get up at all, and could only watch the other party come to the front. Huo Miao was originally afraid of Wang Qingguang, but being held in Shen Heng's arms, she was very relieved instead. This kind of feeling had never been seen before in Su Chao. Snap! Shen Hong crouched down, the dagger in his hand gently tapping Wang Qingguang's face. Did you just molest my wife? Old wife? Wang Qingguang's face stiffened, being slapped in the face by the cold dagger. He didn't dare to be reckless at all, dryly smiling. This, misunderstanding? Shen Hong twisted his head and looked at Huo Miao. What's going on? He had come up in the elevator earlier, and the moment he opened the door, he only heard Huo Miao and Wang Qingguang arguing, and had no idea what was going on, but one could tell that Huo Miao was in danger. Hastily, he bought a sharp dagger from the vending machine and hid it in his pocket. I didn't realize it would come in handy. That video you sent me. I just opened it to watch it and he found it. Huo Miao's cheeks reddened and he whispered. He also secretly filmed me watching the video, wanting to use it to threaten me and make me talk to him. Shen Hong understood and looked at Wang Qingguang with a gloomy face. I flirt with my wife and send a video to increase the feelings. The two of us? What the hell are you? This. Wang Qingguang was dumbfounded. I didn't realize that it was a video that the two of them had added to their love life and reposted. Thought I'd caught Huo Miao in the act. Where the hell is this going to go? I told Miao that I wanted to try out the moves in this video tonight and have some fun on the couch too. What the does it have to do with you? Shen Hong then added. Huo Miao's face became more and more red. Her almond eyes blanked Shen Hong for a moment, then shyly bowed her head. This. Wang Qingguang's lips trembled and he couldn't even speak. If you dare to have thoughts about my wife, you'll pay the price. Shen Hong got up and slashed violently. When Wang Qingguang reacted, he realized that the little finger of his right hand had already flown out 2 meters away. Looking at the right finger of the blood flow, Wang Qingguang could not care about his left foot, covering his hand and screaming miserably. Wang Qingguang, right? Shen Hong stared at Wang Qingguang's chest plate and said sorrowfully, cut off one of your fingers and this matter will end here. If you dare to call the police, I will continue to play with you, as soon as I find out that you called the police, but if I don't get caught, then you will definitely die, and your wife and children, your parents and relatives, I won't spare any of them. Shen Heng's voice was soft, but the murderous aura in his words was chilling. Do you hear me? I hear you loud and clear. Wang Qingguang's lips turned white as he nodded in horror. Go. Shen Hong turned around, wrapped his arm around Huo Miao, and walked out step by step. Just now, he was blocked by Shen Hong, and as the two left, the crowd only saw that Wang Qingguang's fingers had been cut, and goosebumps rose on the back of their hearts. Huo Miao was giddy, pulled all the way downstairs, and she didn't come back to her senses until she was in the car, looking at Shen Heng's cold side face as he sat in the main driver, ready to start the car. A flutter rose in her heart. In addition, Shen Hong had just called her wife, which further agitated her. It was as if there was a constant voice in the back of my head. This man, he's 10,000 times stronger than Su Chao. Besides, Su Chao had edged Shen Heng's girlfriend, so it was only right that she, as Su Chao's girlfriend, should do it with Shen Hong, right? I'm not cheating. I'm getting back at the sons of Es. Seeing Shen Hong twisting his head to prepare to fasten his seatbelt, she gathered enough courage and pulled Shen Hong and kissed him hard. Well, Shen Hong stared wide-eyed. There was a good smell coming from his mouth and a raw tongue. I didn't expect that Su Chao, that iceberg and high-cool girlfriend, would actually be so proactive with herself. You're not really going to honor that retraction, are you? Wait, this isn't the right place. Huo Miao kissed hard, and a ghostly voice suddenly came from the back seat. I say, you guys at least pay attention to the occasion. There are people. Besides, this is my sister's new car. It wouldn't be appropriate for you two to leave a mark if you got any more intense, would it? Chapter 10, Yang Muxian. Anyone? Huo Miao was startled and violently pushed Shen Hong away, hiding in the passenger side and glancing nervously at the back seat. This. Shen Hong smiled awkwardly. Shen Di Xiao, I kind of believe that you don't have any intentions towards my sister. TSK, the girlfriend is quite pretty, and I can tell that you guys are in a good relationship as well. In the back seat, a quirky young woman with a double ponytail blinked. She's. Huo Miao's face was red with embarrassment. I forgot to tell you, this is the neighbor's sister. I was in a hurry to pick you up earlier and borrowed the neighbor's car. Shen Hong briefly recounted, starting the car while rushing to introduce Yang Muxian. My girlfriend, Huo Miao. Girlfriend. Huo Miao's face flushed once again, and she glanced at Shen Hong somewhat angrily. He just said he was in a hurry to pick me up. Is it because of the urgency of getting that message from me? Men, indeed, are creatures of lower body considerations, but think carefully, if it is not Shen Hong, I am afraid that now he has been Wang Chengwang too. Oh, Yang Muxian raised her eyebrows and nodded slightly. Shen Hong gave a dry laugh and focused on driving. For a moment, silence fell over the car. He was originally going to pick up Huo Miao first. As a result, on the way here, I received a call from Yang Muxian, who said that she was already waiting at the entrance of the university. Snowflakes filled the sky, and Shen Hong was embarrassed to let people wait. So he first turned to Jiangcheng University and received Yang Muxuan in the car. As soon as he got on the car, Yang Muxuan was curious and asked Shen Hong questions, and her words were one set of words, almost emptying Shen Heng's old bottom. Thanks to Shen Heng's 2 lifetimes, he was much more vigilant, and he was vague on some special issues, which made him muddle through. But looking at Yang Muxian's shrewd eyes, she didn't seem to believe it. Shen Hong, lazy to explain more, will drive the car to the Huo Miao company downstairs. Not a moment with the cool and absolutely beautiful Huo Miao downstairs. The two once on the car kiss. In turn, let Yang Muxuan believe a few points. Sis, it seems that people really borrow cars to pick up their dates. It wasn't someone sent by the Song family at all. As for the neighbors, people Shen Hong didn't say where they lived, so maybe they were the neighbors of the back row of villas. You're overthinking it. Yang Muxuan lowered her head to send a few messages to her sister and looked up to find that Huo Miao's hand had already taken hold of Shen Hong. The feelings are real good. You don't have to give me doggy treats if you're driving. I know you're in a good relationship, but you have to be safe too. Yang Muxian rolled her eyes. Instead, I heard Huo Miao's shocked voice. What a big snow. Yang Muxian followed the sound. However, he saw that in front of the car, the sky was filled with white snow, which fell from the sky in a flurry. Shen Hong turned the windshield wipers almost to the maximum. The car was traveling through the snow, and you could even detect a creaking sound. The street, which had been quite crowded earlier, was now sparsely populated, with pedestrians huddled in their thick clothing, walking quickly back to their cars and then driving away. How come? Yang Muxuan muttered. Isn't it only August? Flying snow in August? This weather is weird. Shen Hong nodded along, and by the looks of it, it won't stop for a while. He knew it well. It snowed, off and on, for half a month. Half a month later, the snow had stopped, but the sky was still overcast and the whole world had turned white. Almost all of the cities inhabited by human beings have ceased to function, and urban road transportation is nearly paralyzed. Goosebumps cover the globe. Jiangcheng is on high ground, and the snow covers all the areas below the 4th floor. Not waiting for people to be happy, after a few days' pause, the snow came back. During the period down stop, Shen Hong remembers that in his past life, Jiangcheng was all covered with snow. Only some high-rise buildings and residential can be seen on the surface of the snow. As for other neighborhoods, has long been buried in the thick snow below. Shen Hong relied on his fire ability to bake a passage under the snow, making it convenient for him to go out and look for supplies. It also relies on this psychic ability to get into places where others can't go. At that time, Jiangcheng was already controlled by all the major powers of the alien, and the only way to survive was to join. Shen Hong was unwilling to sell his life for the major forces and chose to huddle in the Peachlin neighborhood, and those aliens fought with each other for resources, but did not discover the existence of the three of them. In this life, with the vending machine of unlimited resources, he didn't need to go out looking for supplies at all, relying on himself to know the existence of the exotic fruit in advance, one step ahead of others. Even, it was possible to have a hard encounter with those great powers of the previous life. This, Huo Miao and Yang Muxian looked straight out the window. Howling wind, silver flakes of snowflakes flying in the sky. Obviously yesterday was still hot summer, as if in the blink of an eye came to the world of ice and snow. It's incredible, Yang Muxian muttered. Shen Hong laughed softly and wordlessly. Incredible things abound. You wouldn't be surprised by summer flying snow if you knew that more than half a month later, the entire world order collapsed and people were killing each other for a bite to eat. The car quieted down and the two girls looked out at flying snow without saying a word. Shen Hong concentrated on driving and quickly returned to the Peachlin neighborhood. Snow flurries are flying, but many pedestrians have already gone home. The rest, just like Huo Miao earlier, stayed at the company, still trying to wait for the snow to finish falling. Many people are thinking in their minds that it's summer, and something like flying snow in August is too outrageous. With temperatures this high, I'm sure the snow will stop soon. In his last life, Huo Miao thought the same thing, but in the end, temperatures fell rapidly. Not 2 days air conditioning were completely frozen. This group of people nestled in the company, in the absence of food and drink, and ultimately live all frozen to death. When Shen Hong returned to Taoyuan district, the snow on the ground was already almost an inch thick. Driving the car to the door of Yang Jinshuan's house, Yang Jinxian had already changed into thick clothes and was waiting at the door. Sis, Yang Muxian jumped out of the car and went forward to hug her sister. Yang Jinxian originally had a heart hanging in the air as well. To be honest, lending the car to Shenhong just now had indeed taken a certain risk, but she was more worried about her sister than anything else. What should I tell my parents underground if something happens to my sister? It's a good thing my sister came back safe and sound. Thanks. Yang Jinxian looked deeply at Shenhong. Shenhong put his arm around Hua Miao and laughed. Don't be so polite. I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to pick my girlfriend back up. Being wrapped in Shenhong's arms, Hua Miao's body became a little stiff. Just now, she had kissed Shenhong passionately because she was harboring revenge against Su Chao and Shenhong's heroic appearance. Under the impulse, but the kiss didn't last long before he was startled by Yang Muxuan in the back seat. All this time she hadn't spoken. Full of shyness, that kiss, it was just for revenge. As for the paragraph that I deleted myself earlier, it won't happen. But now that she was embraced by Shenhong, her heart, which had just calmed down, once again beat violently. Thank you, Sister Yang. Hua Miao squeezed out a smile. The car, and the man, came back safely, so we won't bother much. Shenhong waved at the sisters and led Hua Miao out the door in style. Looking at the back of the two, Yang Muxuan came to Yang Jinxian's side and lowered her voice. Sister, this Shenhong should not be what you think. He is not a Song family member. Aha. Yang Jinxian nodded gently. If it's not the Song family, then it's no better. Well, it's so cold outside. Go back inside. Yang Jinxian pulled her sister and walked towards the house. It seems that I was overthinking it. It was only when Shenhong said he was her neighbor just now that she became suspicious. Plus, with her husband's death and her own initiative to give up her inheritance, the Song family shouldn't be able to push any further. I think Shenhong should be a neighbor of the other Rose. As she passed the surveillance room, she subconsciously pushed the door in and glanced at it. But in the next moment, her eyebrows furrowed and her gaze was fixed dead center on the monitor screen. Every villa in this row, she had someone install surveillance equipment. But now, the surveillance equipment in all the other villas was intact, except for the surveillance area next door to his own. Villa 4, Row 2, which was pitch black. It also shows a line on it. Surveillance equipment damaged. It's broken? Yang Jinxian narrowed her eyes. How could this surveillance, which he himself had installed some time ago and only used for a few days, be broken? What's more, the surveillance of the entire Villa 4 is all broken. That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Chapter 11, Attitude Change. There's someone next door. Seeing that the for Villa surveillance was broken, Yang Jinxian immediately gave birth to this idea. But right now it was getting late, plus the snow was all over the place, and she and her sister were just two weak women who wanted to go and take a look, but there was nothing they could do. Is it someone from the Song family quietly living next door, secretly spying on them? An icy coldness flashed across Yang Jinxuan's gaze. Song Zhengming, I'm your sister-in-law. When she thought of the words of this brother-in-law that night when her husband Song Guangming died and she was at the wake, Yang Jinxian felt her face redden. Song Zhengming, this asshole, actually wanted me to be a junior for him. He also said that as long as Yang Jinxian is willing to accompany him, a portion of the Song family's assets will still be left for Yang Jinxian. Yang Jinxian immediately refused this ridiculous request, and after her husband's funeral, she hurriedly moved to the Taoyuan neighborhood. It's her personal asset, nothing to do with the Song family. But even so, Song Zhengming came to pester him a few times. Yang Jinxian was truly afraid. Now, this guy sends people to spy on him? What the hell is this Song Zhengming doing? Yang Jinxian bit her lower lip. Now that Song Zhengming is the sole heir of the Song family, what kind of woman can't he get? Why does he have to pester me, his sister-in-law? Thinking of Song Zhengming's gloomy eyes, Yang Jinxian couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Somehow, Shenhong's figure suddenly surfaced in her heart at this time. According to his quirky sister, Shenhong is quite steady in his work, and he really borrowed the car to pick up his girlfriend. It had nothing to do with the Song family. Looking at the blackened surveillance screen of row 2, number 4, Yang Jinxian hurriedly took out her cell phone and called Shenhong. Hello? At this time, Shenhong had just arrived at the door of Villa No. 4 and was about to open the door. When he received Yang Jinxuan's call, he was still a bit strange. Shenhong, there is something else that I want to trouble you in, Yang Jinxian whispered. You haven't gone far, have you? Can I trouble you to help take a look? My next door Villa number 4. How come the surveillance is broken? Surveillance? Shenhong froze. Yeah, Yang Jinxian laughed awkwardly. Honestly, this row of villas are all mine. I only live in the third villa, so all the other villas have been installed with surveillance. But now, all the surveillance in the fourth villa next to me is all broken. Don't need you to go in. You help to see the monitoring at the door. Is it destroyed by human beings? Yeah. Shenhong raised his head and looked at the surveillance on the wall. The surveillance camera was smashed. This Yang Jinxuan's heart trembled and her face turned pale. It must be the Song family's doing. What's going on? Someone following you? Seeing that Yang Jinxian did not reply for a long time, Shen Hong raised an eyebrow to inquire. No, it's fine. Yang Jinxian squeezed out a smile. Thank you. Hanging up the phone, she got up and unlocked all the doors and windows, and closed the curtains again, which was a slight relief. Sis, is it really someone sent by Song Jiangming? Yang Muxian's face was grave. Probably. Yang Jinxian sighed. Forget it. Don't want to think about this. Muxian, what do you want to eat? Sis will do it for you. She got up and walked to the kitchen and got busy. This beautiful woman in the neighborhood seems to have a little secret. Shen Hong put down his cell phone and shook his head with a lost smile. I can't believe I suspected a stalker. That said, this surveillance was naturally sabotaged by Shen Hang. Although the doomsday was coming soon, Shen Hong, in order to avoid trouble, hid in the dead corner of the surveillance when he moved in just now, destroying all the surveillance. Unexpectedly, all these villas in the second row were owned by Yang Jinshan alone. Can't tell it's still a rich woman. Shen Hong shook his head without much thought and stepped into Villa No. 4, and beside him, there was a nervous Huo Miao. Originally, Huo Miao had completely let go, but now that he followed Shen Hong back to the villa, his mood instead became more apprehensive. Now this scene is very much like yourself following your boyfriend to secretly go to a hotel room. But before this, she wasn't really that familiar with Shen Hang. All I know is that he's Su Chao's good buddy, and they just get together for dinner once in a while. I didn't expect that I would have to follow Shen Hong back to his home now. Thinking about the passionate kiss she had just had with Shen Hong, she was even more blushing, lowering her head and following closely behind Shen Hang. It was only when she entered the villa that she reacted. This house. Huo Miao blushed strangely. Shen Hang's home, she had been there too. It's a high-rise home in front of the Peach Orchard neighborhood. But now, how did it get to the townhouse? And Shen Hong even took the key and opened the door in a dignified manner. Stay here for now until there's a better option. Shen Hong spread his hands. Could I take you to that home of mine? I'm afraid the two of them are still fooling around right now. Huo Miao pursed his lips and stopped talking. There was something strange in her mind. Though, what do you mean? Until there's a better option? It's already a villa. Okay. Jiangchang is a new second-tier city, and house prices are not low. What else do you need a bicycle for when you can buy a villa in a downtown location like the Peachland neighborhood? And so on. Shen Hong didn't seem to be rich before. Did he? Nor did I hear Su Chao say that Shen Hong had bought the villa here. Then where did the villa come from? But looking up at Shen Hong, familiarly walking into the room, she could be sure that this was Shen Hang's house. Shen Hong pushed the door into the house. A warm breath came to his face, which soothed his whole body, took off his thick coat, turned his head and waved at Huo Miao in the yard. What are you still waiting for? Come inside. Huo Miao took a deep breath and followed into the house. As soon as she entered, she was stunned by the lavish decorations of the house. The living room is exquisitely decorated. It looks like it has been specially designed. Every detail is impeccable. And those furniture and appliances, Huo Miao could tell at a glance that they were top international brands. Where did Shen Hong get so much money? Huo Miao had a surprised look on his face. Shen Hong filled the fireplace with some fuel before sitting on the sofa and patting his side. Sit. Just sit. Thinking about the fact that he had just kissed Shen Hong. What else was there to worry about? Even if I did it with him, it would still be revenge against that lousy guy Su Chao. He did the first day with Feng Lu. Why can't I do the 15th? She sat on her butt next to Shen Hong. What are you nervous about? Shen Hong gently gathered Huo Miao into his arms, but realized that Huo Miao's body was trembling, and burst out laughing softly. I am not scared, Huo Miao said with a stiff upper lip. Just now our good deed was disturbed by Yang Muxian. Do you want to continue to finish it? Shen Hong stared at her delicate face and softly asked. Ha? Huo Miao's small face blushed and stammered. No need. That was just an impulse. Good. Shen Hong suddenly let go of Huo Miao and faintly got up. Within 3 days, if you want to continue, I'm welcome at any time. If you haven't thought it through in 3 days, be my guest. With those words, he got up and went up to the second floor. Walking up the stairs, Shen Hong turned back and spoke. There are bedrooms on the first floor. You rest early. Right. Remember to turn on the air conditioning at night. Throwing this down, he didn't stay much longer and went straight up to the master bedroom on the second floor, closing the door with a ping. Huo Miao sat down on the sofa with a stunned look on his face. What does Shen Hong mean? Just because I didn't want to kiss him, why was his attitude suddenly cold like this? I just said it was just an impulse. She pouted and looked disgruntled. When I got back to the bedroom, I realized that the house was a little chilly and hurriedly turned on the air conditioner. When he pulled the curtains, Huo Miao saw that the snow outside the house still hadn't stopped, and the snow on the ground seemed to be almost a foot thick. What the hell kind of weather? Huo Miao shook his head, lying on the bed, feeling the high-grade soft mattress underneath her. Huo Miao thought about today's events and how she couldn't sleep. A boyfriend of a year suddenly sleeps with his best buddy's girlfriend, and the company's leader, Wang Changwon, bares his fangs and threatens to possess himself. Shin Hong was like a gaijin who descended from the sky and rescued himself. On impulse, she took the initiative to put her arms around Shin Hong and kissed. Yikes, shame on you. Huo Miao held the quilt over his head. However, the feeling of kissing Shin Hong seems to be quite good. She curled up under the covers, her two long, slender legs involuntarily crossing. Directly above the second floor, Shin Hong quietly pondered. His focus for the next few days would be to sell supplies and level up the vending machines as much as possible before the law and order collapsed. The higher the level, the more you can buy premium items and have the ability to defend yourself. The reason it wasn't sold today is because the end of days had only just begun and people had stockpiles in their homes. In a few days, when people's hoards are pretty much eaten up, they will be sold at a higher price. As for Huo Miao, although the looks and body are one of the best, if you are not willing to take the initiative, then it is just a matter of time. In 3 days, kick her out for good. With the end coming, he doesn't have time to coax women. The reason why he braved the snow to save her was simply because Huo Miao had a stunning appearance and was still Su Chao's girlfriend. In the future, with Huo Miao Doi, the identity of Su Chao girlfriend, an attack speed buff plus. But what he wanted was a beautiful woman who was well-behaved and docile and obedient. Being arrogant with herself, she was afraid she was looking at the wrong person. Shin Hong took out his cell phone and checked the surveillance left at home. No one? Fong Lu and Su Chao, who had previously been warming up in their home, were nowhere to be found. A call to the bedroom's surveillance revealed that the bed was also empty. Switching the video to Su Chao's home, only to see that these two had already arrived at Su Chao's home. Lying on the big bed in Su Chao's bedroom warming up, Shin Hong was happy. These two haven't even eaten dinner, and after 2 shots in a row, they still have the energy to toss and turn? Su Chao wasn't afraid of shooting himself to death. He spared a moment to turn up the volume, wanting to hear the two conversing. Just think of it as being bored and watching a little movie, and it's still in Mandarin, so you can understand it yourself. Unexpectedly, the two had just warmed up for a few moments when Su Chao's cell phone rang. Su Chao's face looked odd as he rushed Fong Lu at his side and spoke urgently. It's Miao Miao calling. You hide first. Fong Lu was mortified and bit Su Chao's shoulder hard, burrowing deeper into the quilt. Su Chao eyes outside the quilt. There is nothing unusual. Relieved, pressed the answer button. Chapter 12 Showdown. Breakup. First floor bedroom. Huo Miao still didn't know that she was just a tool person in Shin Heng's eyes. If she didn't behave herself and commit herself to him, 3 days later, she would be completely driven out of the house by Shin Hong to enjoy the freezing weather. Why is he so heartless? Huo Miao beamed. Although it wasn't her first kiss, she hadn't known Shin Hong well at all before. We've already kissed. Isn't that enough? Although Shin Hong did not say it clearly, Huo Miao was an adult and knew the meaning of Shin Heng's words just now. Don't you just want to do it with yourself? Thinking of the earlier image of the two kissing passionately in the car, Huo Miao's face instantly turned red. But then remembering Su Chao, who had betrayed him, Huo Miao had a complicated expression. Unable to sleep, she quietly opened her cell phone and flipped through the records of her conversations with Su Chao. Over the course of a year, the two of them had kept all of their sweet words and vows, all of which she had saved. But the chatty conversation between the two men stopped this afternoon. Until now, Su Chao hadn't made a single call to her. Huo Miao was a little chilled. Although he wasn't that satisfied with Su Chao, and he didn't move himself enough, but the two of them had at least been together for a year. Huo Miao is 28 years old. She was even ready to join hands with Su Chao in marriage. But what about Su Chao? Backhandedly sent her a cuckold. Huo Miao hesitated for a long time, but eventually sent the video to Su Chao. The video rang for a long time before it was finally picked up. Miao? Su Chao's face appeared in the video, only with a somewhat unnatural expression. Are you home? As you can see from the background of the video, Su Chao wasn't at Shin Heng's house, but back at home. Yeah. Su Chao dryly coughed. Where are you? Black. The lights in the room were all turned off, so naturally he couldn't see Huo Miao. We had a power outage at work, Huo Miao said quietly. The air conditioner can't be used either. It's so cold here. Su Chao, can you drive to pick me up? Hiss. Su Chao was just about to speak when he suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his expression growing more and more unnatural. What's wrong? No, it's fine. Su Chao spoke awkwardly. Meow. It's snowing outside all the time. I can't go. Our car is a 2-wheel drive. It can't go through such thick snow. So bear with me. I'll pick you up tomorrow, as soon as the snow stops. Okay? Tomorrow? Huo Miao's eyes dropped. When she followed Shin Hong home just now, she had already felt for herself how low the temperature was in the outside world. By tomorrow, I'm afraid my whole self is hard. Could she have survived the night in such extreme weather without air conditioning? wearing only a short-sleeved skirt? I'm freezing to death. It's too cold. Will you come pick me up? Hua Miao bit her lower lip, trying her best to control her emotions. Hissed. Su Chao was just about to open his mouth, but could not help but suck in 2 mouthfuls of cold air again, and nervously looked down at the bottom, which opened his mouth. Meow meow. I really can't go, or I'll find a car at a high price and send you back. Hiss. What do you keep hissing and hissing about? Hua Miao's voice turned cold. No, I was just eating a chili bar and it was spicy. Su Chao stammered. It's Von Ryu who's eating your chili fries. Hua Miao stopped acting and coldly said, in order to fool around with Feng Lu, you don't even care about my death? Su Chao, who the hell is your girlfriend? Hua Miao's words caused Su Chao's face to turn white. Meow meow. You? What do you mean? Would you like me to go into more detail? Hua Miao said in a chilling voice. I called you this afternoon. Are you doi with Feng Lu? You think I don't know? What's more, I didn't expect you to bring her back to our house. Are you disgusting? Hiss. Feng Lu, who was eating spicy noodles under the covers, was also confused, and subconsciously took a bite, and Su Chao's facial features twisted up in pain. Despite the pain, Su Chao hurriedly explained. Not meow meow. Don't talk nonsense. How can I talk to Feng Lu? She is Shin Hong's girlfriend. Asterisk. Hua Miao's eyes are full of ridicule. All this, but also with me to lie. Su Chao, let's break up. I fulfill you and Feng Lu. Between us, finished. Don't. Su Chao sat up at once. He's had a hard time chasing Hua Miao, and it's been a year, and he's still stuck at the hand-holding and kissing stage, and he hasn't even gotten on base yet. Such a superb girl. If she split up, wouldn't she lose a lot of money? At least do it with me before you split it. Let me have a good bite. But before he could say anything, Hua Miao had already swished and hung up the video call. What's going on? Does Hua Miao know about us? Feng Lu got out from under the covers and frowned. It's not because of you. Su Chao glared at Feng Lu. You had to do it while I was videoing her. This is good. She broke up with me. Don't people find this more exciting? Feng Lu looked aggrieved. Aren't you enjoying yourself as well? Besides, you promised to marry me. She broke up with you. Why are you still yelling at me? You. Su Chao looked at Feng Lu, filled with helplessness. He had invested so much in Hua Miao, and it was hard to take her down. Eyes on a home run, but now it's broken up. It's called something. He was still sulking. Feng Lu suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. Do you think Hua Miao will tell Shin Hong about the two of us? Does Shin Hong already know? Otherwise, how did he dare to talk back to me in the afternoon and hang up on me? I don't think. Will. Su Chao slowly shook his head. Hua Miao isn't that kind of person. Not to mention she's not familiar with Shin Hong. Not to mention she wouldn't say such things. She's thin-skinned. That's good. Feng Lu sighed in relief. We don't even have food in this damn weather. I'll try to coax him back tomorrow to prepare supplies and cook for us. Who says there's no food? Su Chao had an evil smile on his face. Feng Lu seemed to understand and pouted as she glanced at Su Chao. The two played poker, and Su exceeded the 6. Feng Lu piped up and hit the 9. Shin Hong shook his head repeatedly as he watched. Su Chao really doesn't want to die. By the looks of it, the two of them should have only just gotten on, and Su Chao was still infatuated with Feng Lu's body, and had been serving it hard. But, he had a sneer on his face. I don't care when you guys got good. In my last life, I betrayed me and put me to death. In this life, I will never let you go so easily. As he was thinking, the bedroom door suddenly slammed. Who? Shin Hong rose alertly, then lost his smile and shook his head. There are only 2 people in this room. Who else but Hua Miao? Didn't she just pass the video with Su Chao? Why isn't she sleeping? Why is she up here? Shin Hong had just opened the door when Hua Miao's petite body jumped into his arms. What's the situation? Shin Hong had a question mark on his face. Hua Miao pressed him on the bed and glanced at Shin Heng's cell phone with the surveillance, which showed Su Chao and Feng Lu playing poker, and the hatred deep in her eyes intensified. Shin Hong, love me well. Hua Miao's soft and charming voice murmured in Shin Heng's ear. Chapter 13. To give one's life to another is not enough. The snow is falling outside the window and the temperature is plummeting. And inside the house the two men went to Witch Mountain together, ruffling the clouds and stirring up the rain. Only by truly touching Hua Miao could she discover the woman's charming charms. The body was not of the morbidly slender type, but slightly plump. It is manageable where it should be thin and feels good in the hand where it should be meaty. Coupled with her dainty face with almond eyes, it was simply Sadaji in the world. No wonder King Zhou lost his kingdom. What are you doing in my house? After it was intense, Shin Hong put his arm around Hua Miao and inquired. I want revenge. Don't say these useless words. Didn't you just break up with Su Chao? Shin Hong laughed lightly. Before you broke up with him, you were his girlfriend, and we kissed then. So that's revenge, right? Now that you've both broken up, Are you just looking for a random guy who wants to vent? Or do you want to experience whether doi is that comfortable or not? You saved me. Huo Miao snapped. Can't I just give my body in return? How can this man, who clearly still has his hand on someone's Yukiko, say such cold words, in exchange for your body? Shen Hong laughed. In 2 more days, you'll realize that giving your body in return is far from enough. What do you mean? Huo Miao was stunned. Shen Hong wrapped his arms around her, stared into her good-looking eyes, and said in a deep voice, if you are willing to give, then I want all of you, not just your body, but also you here. He rubbed a hand on Yukiko. But if you give me your person and your heart is elsewhere, I don't want such a woman. Under Armageddon, he wants not just a life partner, but a companion for extreme weather. In his last life, he had only survived for 3 months, and even the snow in the sky hadn't stopped completely. Hell, I don't know if there will be any other dangers after the snow stops. Having lived a new life and having a vending machine with unlimited resources, he already had the capital to live. He can also lead his companions to live. But if the companion beside her has second thoughts, how can one trust her back to her? Although Huo Miao had given herself her first time, who could be sure that she would not secretly betray herself after encountering danger? Why don't you go to the first floor and rest? Think about it, and give me your answer tomorrow. Shen Hong opened his mouth. He had just been reborn back today, and he had done a lot of things. Plus he had just tossed around a bit with Huo Miao, so he had long been tired. But he wasn't comfortable with Huo Miao sleeping next to him. Returning to Armageddon with memories has been a reward from the old gods. If he was asleep and was ed to death by the woman beside him, Shen Hong would not even forgive himself. Oh, Huo Miao answered in a resigned voice, got up trembling, and stumbled down the stairs. It's my first time. This man, how can he be so cruel? Me, I've had sex with you. Why don't you even love me? Huo Miao lay on the bed full of grievances, dragging his tired body into a deep sleep. The next day, Huo Miao opened his eyes and jerked up after seeing the unfamiliar house. But a pain from somewhere caused her brow to furrow. Last night, she seemed to remember something and hastily lifted the covers with a dumbfounded look on her face. Last night wasn't a dream. She was really having sex with Shen Hong. Thinking of last night's scene, Huo Miao's face flushed red. At the same time, now that she had calmed down, she was even more irritated. He himself had given something so important to Shen Hong. But what about Shen Hong? Drive yourself to the first floor again, and to get my heart. Even Su Chao didn't get my heart. What makes you so bossy? After sitting on the bed for a few moments, she slowly got up, dressed and walked out of the bedroom. You're awake? Shen Hong was cooking in the kitchen when he heard the sound of the bedroom room door and said without looking back, come over and help. Huo Miao opened his mouth. Her family was wealthy, not exactly top wealthy, but as a mortarite who owned real estate, she had assets in the tens of millions, and being an only child, she never cooked. After getting together with Su Chao can't cook and is also changing ways to take her down to the restaurant. Su Chao has never asked me to cook. She was aggrieved in her heart, but smelling the aroma of the stir-fried vegetables, she eventually endured her emotions and came to Shen Heng's side. Seeing Shen Heng's side face, her aggression dissipated again. Shen Heng's face was cold and did not look at her much, as if he was still Su Chao's girlfriend. But Shen Heng's side face is quite nice. What do you want me to do? She asked softly. Forget it. Shen Hong saw that Huo Miao was at his wit's end and said, bring out the plate and I'll put the dishes in. She rushed to find the plates, and when she did, she accidentally broke one because of the pain. Shen Hong sighed, reached out and waved his hand, and the plates that shattered on the ground dissipated. These plates are not your own and naturally cannot be recycled for the vending machine. It was just stowed away in a personal space first, stacked in a corner. When you go out and find a dump, you can throw these out with a thought. He thought, I'll have to repurchase all the plates later. Even if it breaks, you should be able to recycle and sell it. I'm afraid that if you use your personal space to organize these broken plates, you'll spit out a mouthful of blood if the male lead of another doomsday text knows about it. Huo Miao had a surprised look on his face. She also wanted to find a broom, but she didn't expect Shen Hong to wave his hand, and the crumbs of plates on the ground all disappeared. Is this magic? Without waiting for her to open her mouth, Shen Hong faintly said, eat first. He fried 2 random dishes and steamed a pot of rice. The level of frying was good. Plus Huo Miao had been hungry for a long time and took a big bite. By the time she had eaten and drunk enough, Shen Hong had already put down his chopsticks. Seeing Shen Heng's gaze sweeping in, Huo Miao had a jolt and hurriedly got up to clean up. Not bad. You seem to know your stuff. Shen Hong nodded his head in satisfaction. However, before packing these up, there is something I need to say to you. As soon as he pulled Huo Miao into his embrace, Huo Miao's face turned red. Say what? Did you think about that question last night? Shen Hong asked. You want my body and you want my heart? Huo Miao was stunned, murmuring in a low voice, I haven't thought about it yet, but this matter It's always you men who take advantage of it, isn't it? You've all. I take advantage? Shin Hong laughed coldly and took out his cell phone to open the surveillance. Take a look for yourself. The surveillance shows Su Chao's home. Su Chao and Feng Lu were still nestled under the quilt, but Su Chao had a weak face, while Feng Lu beside him had a rosy complexion. It's the men who are tired of doing this kind of thing. Shin Heng's voice rang in Huo Miao's ears. If you can't decide, you might as well look out the window first. Outside the window? Huo Miao subconsciously looked up, and when he saw the outside world, his entire body was dumbfounded. The window had turned silver white, and the snow was so thick that it spread almost under the windowsill. This snow is a meter thick, right? Huo Miao was in complete disbelief and froze as he looked out the window at the courtyard. How come? Huo Miao's lips trembled, and the snowflakes in the sky were flurrying like goose feathers, with no intention of stopping at all. It snowed all night? It hasn't stopped till now? Follow me and I'll do my best to protect you. But if you don't want to stay by my side with your heart and soul, I won't keep you, and it doesn't matter where you want to go, Shin Hong said softly. Protection? Huo Miao looked at Shin Hong suspiciously. Shin Hong did not look at her, but stared out the window with one pair of eyes and murmured, The end is completely here. Chapter 14, The end is nigh. Shin Hong remembered it well. The snow at the end of the day came with extreme ferocity. People didn't even react to the fact that the snow had fallen a meter deep in just one night, and the temperature outside plummeted. Having come to nearly 30 degrees below zero, temperatures will continue to drop as the blizzard doesn't stop. Waiting for tomorrow, the air conditioning won't even work. At that time, humans gradually appeared to freeze to death alive. Doomsday? Listening to Shin Heng's words, Huo Miao was filled with surprise. What an age! How can anyone still believe in doomsday theories? It's just a summer snowstorm. She turned her head to speak, but after seeing Shin Heng's grave expression, she stopped saying anything. Have you ever thought about what if this snow doesn't end? Shin Hong spoke quietly. Can't get down? How can it be? Huo Miao laughed dryly. Where's the endless snow? What if, indeed, it doesn't go down? Shin Hong inquired again. Huo Miao froze. Shin Heng's expression didn't seem like he was chatting with himself, but instead was very serious. Think about it. In just one night the snow is already a meter deep. What will the world be like if this continues for a week or even longer? Shin Hong raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at Huo Miao, and said in a deep voice, The outside world is freezing and snowing, and after all the food stored in the house is eaten, what will happen to the human race? He's changed his mind now. Huo Miao, this woman, is very moist. Especially last night, when he realized that in bed, the two of them hit it off. Such a beautiful woman, and now standing in front of herself at her word. Seriously, Shin Hong was somewhat reluctant to throw her outside and leave her to fend for herself. So, he tries to reveal some of the circumstances of doomsday to Huo Miao. Wanted to see what Huo Miao would choose. What happens to humans? After hearing Shin Heng's words, Huo Miao's eyes narrowed. If the world really turns out that way, choosing people will happen. Although Huo Miao is the only daughter of the family, and the family conditions are good, from childhood pampered, doesn't mean she's stupid. If that day does come, I'm confident I can survive. Shin Heng's voice came leisurely, but what's the use of living by yourself? Life, always have to find yourself some fun. For example, I want to be surrounded by women, no matter how many. Huo Miao's face twitched. What's the point of saying such big words? And you, the first one I chose. Shin Heng's gaze, once again fell onto Huo Miao. If you are willing to follow me, then you have to put your whole heart and soul into me. After all, there are still many dangers in the future, and I don't want to see those close to me backstabbing me at that time. Speaking of this, he remembered Feng Lu and Su Chao from his previous life, and his eyes went ice cold. You, what are you looking at me like that for? Huo Miao pouted her lips and involuntarily lowered her head. I don't know you that well yet. Wasn't last night enough to understand? The corner of Shin Heng's mouth curled up. Huo Miao's face turned red. I'll take you in until you really make up your mind. But you'll have to do what's expected of you in this home. Shin Hong pointed to the kitchen. Learn how to cook properly first. After all that, it turns out that you want to make yourself cook. Huo Miao's small face collapsed as he nodded in agreement. Shin Hong stared at the snowflakes outside the window and Huo Miao quietly returned to the room on the first floor. Pulled out my phone and flipped through the food bloggers' videos. Today, however, many food bloggers didn't bother to update their cooking and all photographed the snowy landscape outside, discussing the bizarre snowfall. Even the tropical cities in the south, where it doesn't snow year-round, are now snow-covered. Is this what the world has become? After swiping through a few videos, Huo Miao was filled with shock. Sanya, a popular tourist city at the southern end of the Dragon Kingdom, is now all white with snow, and the beaches, which used to be crowded with tourists, are now all frozen and empty. The blogger was wearing a thick down jacket. His voice was freezing. It's really unexpected. Sanya will even snow. and in previous years at this time, we need to worry about the typhoon. Thanks to the fact that I traveled to the northeast some time ago, I bought a couple of down jackets. As for those who live in this city all year round, I'm afraid they don't have a single piece of thick clothing. Huo Miao's expression froze. She recalled Shin Hang's words just now. The end of the world. What should we do if it's really as Shin Hang said? Hurry up and stock up on supplies. Looking up at the window, the snowflakes were still flying and the snow seemed to have thickened considerably in the time it had taken her to swipe the video. She got up in a hurry, rushed to the living room, and rushed to Shin Hang and said loudly, "We have to hurry to stock up on supplies now." Late. Shin Hang in front of the window turned back and faintly said, "You open the WeChat owners group and take a look." Ownership group? Huo Miao froze and subconsciously opened WeChat. The homeowners group is now blowing up. Many people have been lamenting the unusual weather in the group, and others have suggested that they should buy some food and drink to have on hand. But then a homeowner sent out a video of the supermarket shelves that have been looted. Since last night, there have been a lot of people grabbing things at the supermarket. The owner saw that business was good and didn't close early. By the time 11 p.m. rolled around, everything on the supermarket shelves had been snatched up by people. There wasn't even any toilet paper left. Heavy snow closes the roads and the trucks are unable to replenish their stock in time. So now the supermarket is also an empty shelf. It doesn't seem like you're too stupid to think of stockpiling supplies. Shin Hang came to Huo Miao's side and said softly, "In just one day, this snow has already covered the globe, and Jiangcheng is now covered with more than 1 meter of snow, which is not even the most. Have you thought about what kind of predicament mankind will face in the future?" Huo Miao's face went white. "If you are willing to follow me sincerely, then I will certainly not treat you poorly." Shin Hang's eyes were cold. "But if you are like Fenglu, you dare to have second thoughts about me." Huo Miao smiled bitterly. "It's this extreme weather. I'm still living in your house, and we had that kind of relationship. How could I possibly betray you?" Although at first she just wanted to get back at Su Chao. To be honest, she now kind of missed the feeling of DOI with Shin Hang last night. Moreover, if it is not Shin Hang, I am afraid that I was in the company last night, and I have been given by Wang Chengguang. Compared to that dead fat guy Wang Chengguang, she would naturally choose the more youthful and handsome Shin Hang. Besides, Wang Chengguang's tactics were despicable and he wanted to coerce himself. On the contrary, Shin Hang, even if he took himself in, he did not force to have sex with himself, whether it was kissing, or in the bedroom. Now that I think about it, it was all initiated. I hope so. Shin Hang looked at the pitiful Huo Miao and gently nodded. People's hearts are divided. Although Huo Miao had no reason to betray herself, at the moment, Shin Hang did not trust her that much, but it looked like Huo Miao was ready to be his own woman. That's enough. When the whole social order collapses in a few more days, let her see this cold society. Huo Miao will naturally die. A beautiful woman like Huo Miao, who was a beautiful woman, was the object of coaxing by various bigwigs when she was placed outside. Shin Hang remembered that after the end of the world came in his last life, the Song family, under the leadership of family head Song Zhengming, had jumped from a second-rate family to one of the top forces. Song Zhengming possessed powerful psychic abilities and had a network of experts. After human civilization completely dissipated, he became the emperor of the northern part of the city just like that. It's so good to have left and right. And Song Zhengming is a bit of a pervert, especially fond of wives. In my last life, I heard that countless women were played to death by him. If a woman like Huo Miao, who has broken her melon, falls into Song Zhengming's hands, she will not be played to death? At that thought, his eyes went to the 3 green plants on the table. Soon, in 2 weeks, the alien fruit will be available. His gaze burned a bit. At that time, when one swallows this exotic fruit, one will have the ability to penetrate walls. Quite a few treasures from his previous life. By then, they will all be mine. Jiang Chang, too, will have a place for me. Shin Hang. Chapter 15, Harmony Makes Money. Shin Hang was lying on the sofa looking at his cell phone, and Huo Miao was sitting on the sidelines, gazing at the TV news. Her gaze, from time to time, swept over Shin Hang, her eyes full of complexity. "I'm thirsty." Shin Hang looked at his cell phone and suddenly opened his mouth. Huo Miao froze. "Still need to command?" Shin Hang raised his head in dissatisfaction. "Open the refrigerator. There's Coke in there. Go get me a can." Yeah, okay." Huo Miao got up in a hurry. Just 2 steps in, a pain flashed across Huo Miao's face and he stumbled. "Tossed a little crazy last night. Still too much pain. I've heard that it's much better when you do it again." Looking at Huo Miao's figure, Shin Hang sighed softly. Huo Miao is at least her first woman since she was reborn, and she is a high-cooled goddess, so she is still a little bit too much in her heart to treat her like this. But if not, a delicate woman like Huo Miao wouldn't necessarily be able to survive. Even with her own protection, she must be made to realize, at the root, the cruelty of the world. Huo Miao staggered 2 steps, stood still and then looked back at Shin Hong. Seeing Shin Hong expressionless browsing his cell phone, his heart suddenly aggrieved. I've already given myself to you. Why don't you have any pity for me at all? Didn't even bother to get a Coke on his own. But even more aggrieved, she didn't dare to say anything. The clothes she was wearing were still Shin Hong's. The weather on my cell phone says it's minus 40 degrees outside. In this kind of weather, did she dare to give Shin Hong a look? After opening the refrigerator, Huo Miao's face changed. Instead of the variety of food one might expect in the refrigerator, there were only 2 bottles of Coke. She rushed to look elsewhere, but after searching the kitchen, she only found some onions, ginger, and garlic, and a few potatoes and carrots, and the little half bag of rice in the corner. How many days do you think we'll have enough food? Didn't you prepare supplies ahead of time? What? How come there's nothing in the fridge? Huo Miao looked at Shin Hong with disbelief. When I cook, I'll naturally prepare the ingredients. So don't worry, Shin Hong said without lifting his head. Is it hidden in his bedroom on the 2nd floor? Is this defense against yourself? Huo Miao bitterly shook his head. Shin Hong was her first man. Doing that kind of thing last night was, frankly speaking, both a revenge against Su Chao and a move against Shin Hong. If she wasn't really moved, how could she possibly offer up the most precious thing she'd held onto for years? Shin Hong still looked like he was more than a little defensive of himself. Maybe it's because Feng Lu's betrayal made him wary of women. I heard Su Chao say before that Shin Hong and Feng Lu had been together for years. He was working his ass off every day to make money by coding for Feng Lu, often not going out for a week, wanting to marry Feng Lu home as soon as possible. If you were yourself, you certainly wouldn't forgive easily in the face of your girlfriend's betrayal, would you? I'm not like Feng Lu. She was a little less comfortable and muttered in a small voice. Shin Hong didn't answer. He heard it, naturally, but didn't comment on it. Whether Huo Miao was true to himself or not, time would naturally prove it. Right now, he had more important things to do. Registered a WeChat trumpet. And then Shin Hong used the large number to pull this newly registered trumpet into the owners group. At this point, he had logged into his trumpet and was posting messages to the group. Harmony, owners of the Peachland neighborhood. It's hard to get around when the snow closes the city. I see the video posted by everyone before. The neighborhood supermarket was also robbed out. In this kind of freezing cold days, no food and no drink. That is a fatal thing. Therefore, in order to the safety of the owners of the district, my humble servant hereby sells a batch of supplies, with instant noodles, ham sausage, cola, cookies, canned meat. Interested parties please consult the trading address, the safe passage under the district square. He had gotten up and made a trip out the door early in the morning when the snow was just below his knees. Took a closer look at the outside world. The snowflakes were nearly the size of walnuts, and with the extremely cold weather, there was no one at all. A few old men who were used to getting up early to sneak around for exercise also turned around and went home, shivering and cursing. It was minus 30 degrees below zero and there was no way to stand exercising in this weather. I'm afraid I'd have to be frozen into an ice sculpture. And now it's 1 p.m. and the snow has almost doubled. That way, even more people don't go out. While you're at it, make a name for yourself as a peacemaker. When people want to buy supplies in the future, they will naturally think of themselves first. No sooner had he sent the message than the homeowners group exploded. Alpine Flow at Harmony Brothers. What a nice guy. I just don't have any more food stored at home. Why don't you sell me some? I'll have a box of instant noodles and a box of King of Kings. Your family owns a supermarket, right? Got any bread? Old Wang, young man. I don't have much to eat at home. In such a critical moment, shouldn't you show some spirit and send some food to this old man of mine? I don't want much. Just give me 4 boxes of instant noodles. Blossoms of Fortune at Harmony. You can give me some too. There are only 2 of us in my house. Me and my grandson. We don't eat much. Just give us a box. When this snow is over, I will definitely report it to the community. This kind of good deed will definitely get you in the newspaper, on the news, on TV. Chen Xiaolu at Harmony. Brother, how much food do you have? Can you sell it to me cheaper? Cute face. There were people in the group who kept on Shin Hong, and for a while, the cell phone vibrated non-stop. Huo Miao came over to Shin Hong with a Coke, took the initiative to open the can and handed it over. Feed me. Shin Hong didn't raise his head. Oh. Huo Miao nodded her head gently and softly and put the can to Shin Hong's mouth. Use your mouth. Shin Hong added again. Mouth. Huo Miao's face swished red. She sneaked over and caught a glimpse of Shin Hong replying to a message from the owners group with a small number. Selling supplies? It seemed that Shin Hong had really hoarded a lot of goods. Surprisingly, they are still willing to offer to sell. Did he predict this extreme weather? Why else would he stock up in advance? Huo Miao looked at Shin Hong with astonishment, and the more he looked, the more mysterious he felt. Could such a person be the trash that Feng Lu described? thinking about Feng Lu and Su Chao in the surveillance. The two of them were shivering and lying under the quilt, and they were a bit faint from hunger. Haven't had a bite to eat since last night. Even the air conditioner is a bit too loaded to hum with this extreme weather. She followed Shen Hong in her thin pajamas, staying in the warm room with a roaring fire crackling in the fireplace. I had just eaten a hot meal that was soothing to the body and mind. Even in his own hand, he was holding a cold drink. For a moment, she was in a bit of a trance. She had just swiped through those bloggers' videos and had seen quite a bit of news around the world today. It's only been a day and already a lot of people have frozen to death, especially those in the tropics. They had hot temperatures all year round and never had any clothing to protect them from the cold. Now that the snow has fallen overnight, the entire tropical coast is completely covered in silver, completely changing the sky. Those who have air conditioning in their homes are lucky to have it running at the moment. Homes without air conditioning have turned into ice sculptures, but in doing so, the nation's electricity consumption has skyrocketed, and several small Southeast Asian countries have, reportedly, lost power altogether. The snow outside is still continuing to fall. If it is really as Shen Hong said, the snow is not finished, the whole world, what will become of it? What are you fuming about? Shen Heng's voice rang out, causing Huo Miao to return to her senses for a moment. Huo Miao twisted her head, saw Shen Hong looking at herself with a disgruntled face. Her face flushed red, and after taking a sip of her drink, she came over to Shen Heng's side and fed it. Well, Shen Hong nodded in satisfaction. The cola tasted all the better with the fresh flavor of Huo Miao's mouth. Do we have more supplies? Seeing that Shen Hong was satisfied, Huo Miao inquired in a low voice. What's wrong? Shen Hong twisted his head. There's no telling how long this snow is going to last. I think that we should make sure that we're covered and sell the extra supplies that are left. Huo Miao wanted to continue, but then she saw that Shen Hong was focused on editing a message on his phone. After looking at it, Huo Miao was filled with shock and couldn't speak. Bread 500/ each, ham sausage 500/ each, instant noodles 1,000/bag, canned meat 3,000/can, Coke 500/bottle. This sells for. Huo Miao was a bit dizzy. Currency unit, is it won or yen? Chapter 16. The high price. Fresh vegetables 1,000/pound, pork 3,000/pound, beef 5,000/pound, lamb 3,000/pound. Shen Hong considered the prices, and after filling in most of the food needed to live, he left another line empty and started editing the living supplies. Quilts 10,000/quilt, punching bag 10,000/piece, oil tincture 20,000/each. There. Shen Hong looked at his edited message with satisfaction and then posted it in the group. Harmony, above is the price of the supplies I am selling. If you want to buy them, please contact me to purchase them. Please look carefully. The unit price is Dragon Country dollars. And also, this is the price at the moment. If the weather continues to deteriorate subsequently, I will adjust the price of the supplies at my discretion. As these two messages of his selling supplies were sent out, the entire owners group exploded. Old Wang at Harmony. Young man, are you robbing money? How can anything be sold at such a high price? Also, didn't you see what I just said? Hurry up and bring us some food. Blossoms of Fortune at Harmony. My grandson and I are hungry. Hurry up and send us some instant noodles. By the way, you still have oil tincture, right? Send me one over as well. This terrible weather is freezing people to death. Send it over now, and when the snow stops in the future, I'll definitely send you a banner, and I'll also vigorously publicize you. Alpine at Harmony brother. You're kidding, right? Sure it's not Zimbabwe dollars? A pack of instant noodles for $500? The group became more and more boisterous, and many people added Shen Heng's friends. Shen Hong had just been too troublesome to post the price information in the group. Spare me from replying one by one later. Those who want it will naturally talk nicely. As for those old men and women who threatened themselves, Shen Hong was too lazy to look at them more than once. By the time tomorrow rolls around, temperatures will continue to drop by -50 degrees. The outside air conditioning unit was completely frozen and totally unusable. And the plumbing in the house, there's not a drop of water left. Some people usually store food in their homes, but who stores water? Brace yourself for a 15-liter bucket of pure water in the T-bar. But how many days will it last? At his asking price, he's been very conscientious, at least up front. Those poor people can afford it, though for 95% of them, the end result was freezing to death, and their possessions, with their passing, all dissipated. Wouldn't it be nice to give me these dissipated possessions so I can upgrade the vending machine? Therefore, the strategy that Shen Hong had set up was to kill them all in one go. The price will not be set too high in the beginning, but will be affordable to the masses. Of course, right now it was only the first day of Doomsday, and he didn't expect to sell anything at that price. Humans all have the same bad nature. Selfishness. without being on the verge of starvation. These people would not be willing to part with their money to buy it. But Shinhong smiled. There's plenty of time. Let's take our time. In the owner's group, as Shinhang's message was sent out, what was ushered in was naturally a flurry of abuse. Old Wang at Harmony is so uncharacteristic. I'm talking about you. Get the stuff out while you can, or I'll sue you for price gouging. Blossoms of Fortune, that's right. At Harmony makes money. Now get the stuff out and we can still negotiate. For these, Shinhong did not even pay attention to them. It was also suggested that Shinhong be kicked out of the group, but the group owner was the property manager, and Shinhong had already greeted the property manager before this. He'll deliver some instant noodles and ham sausage and other reserves to the property manager this afternoon. The manager pays no attention to these people. Naturally, no one is a cutie when they are mixed up in society. It's just a homeowners group, so go ahead and yell at it. He's huddled in his home now, and there's not much food left in the house. This boy, called Harmony, looked quite up to the task, and not only said he would send instant noodles, but also water and tincture of oil. With these, one doesn't have to starve and freeze. He couldn't see out of the corner of his eye and just turned off his phone, not bothering to read more than a single word from the group. Harmony makes wealth, these people who cursed me, especially at Lao Wang at Flowering Fortune. These two guys, even if the price offered is doubled, I won't sell to him. I'm only going to warn you once, don't let me keep it in my mind. It's freezing cold, you guys are willing to starve to death, and I'm too lazy to care more. With this warning from him, the group's tirade suddenly came to a halt. Some had already edited it and had not yet sent it out, and when they saw Shinhong get angry, they quietly deleted the message silently. While everyone had expectations that the internet and electricity would still work today, they have tried. Even calling the police for help is not half the battle if you don't have any food stored at home. Turning on the news, the balding expert who had spoken so eloquently on TV earlier had disappeared, replaced by the stony expression of the young presenter. Time and again, she cautioned people not to loot the supplies and to trust the government and the rescue. But now, there's not even a rescue in sight. It's not that officials don't want to rescue them, but in today's weather, there's no way to rescue them. Hurricane-force winds gusted in the sky, snow flurries were flying, and airplanes couldn't even take off. Train stations and airports are now filled with stranded passengers. Even these passengers, they couldn't care less. The airports and stations didn't have much in the way of reserves either, and the overnight snowfall had all but completely blocked the roads to transport supplies across. All the food at the airport station was also eaten up by people. A large number of people, all crowded at the front desk, clamoring for official relief. Officials have no time for even these people, let alone the people huddled in their neighborhood homes. For a time, pessimism filled the world. All of these things are available online. Short video sites that are no longer maintained. People are beginning to realize that it's only been a day since everyone seemed to be isolated in their homes because of the global snowfall, unable to go out and make purchases. What if they really pissed off Shinhong, like Blossom Fortune and Old Wang, and were hated by others who would not sell them anything in the future? Although the selling price of Harmony is high, it may not be useless in the future. Just in case the snow is really going to be a long one, it's a hard buy. Wait for it. Numerous homeowners in the neighborhood group have coincidentally had the same thought. When the snow stops in the future and social order is restored, the police will be called immediately to arrest Wagamama. But for the moment, it was better not to argue with him about right and wrong. There were a few other people in the group, trying to have a good talk with Shinhong, trying to get Shinhong to lower the price to sell. Shinhong wasn't used to them at all and directly warned. Now, no one said a word. Shinhong nodded in satisfaction. To this group of unruly people, not to clean them up. They also stirred up their noses, trying to moralize me? Oh, the old man doesn't even have morals, so you kidnap my ass. He knew in his heart what the crowd was thinking, and was still fantasizing that this was just a bizarre snowstorm and that society would return to business as usual in the future. Just a shame. They're all just dreams. Half a month later, the alien fruit came out of nowhere. Numerous humans have superhuman abilities. These capable men and women dominated the area and established large and small forces. But even so, officials are not blocking much control. What does that prove? Officials have all the heart and soul. Moreover, at that time, not only human beings appeared to mutate, even some animals and plants also have mutated. Shinhang's smiling expression gradually became grave. Not only the mutated flora and fauna, but even the zombies crawled out of the ground in droves. It's freezing cold, the humans are tied up, and the walkers don't seem to be too affected. These zombies had no sense of pain and swept away another half of the humans that survived. Humans huddled in their respective safe zones, struggling to resist. Shinhong closed his eyes and let out a long breath. This apocalyptic doomsday can be more than just extremely cold weather. There are tests upon tests awaiting mankind. Chapter 17, Huo Miao's Mind. Shinhong was half lying on the sofa, with the beautiful Hua Miao in his arms, and from time to time, Hua Miao took the initiative to feed Shin Hong. It was a godly life he had never even thought of. What more could a man ask for than to live such a cozy life under such freezing temperatures? Hua Miao had committed herself to Shin Hong and was ready to develop with Shin Hong. When he was dating Su Chao, he would occasionally eat with Shin Hong Feng Lu. Shin Hong's treatment of Feng Lu was really nothing to write home about, always patient and gentle. As for Su Chao, although he also treats himself quite well, she can always feel that he only wants to possess himself. There was simply not the patience Shin Hong had with women. Shin Hong is still more handsome than Su Chao. As a professional code writer, the monthly income is also more than $10,000. It's just a lower social status and not much human interaction. She occasionally envied Feng Lu's good fortune to find someone like Shin Hong. The home was meticulously cleaned every day and all chores and 3 meals a day were contracted. Where can I find such a man? With Su Chao's betrayal, or out of revenge? Hua Miao took the initiative to find Shin Hong last night. Today, after seeing this icy look of the outside world again, Shin Hong was full of confidence and strategizing, which made her see another side of Shin Hong. She had moved quietly. If it was really as Shin Hong had said, who else would be able to protect themselves under the doomsday? She at least knew Shin Hong well enough to know what kind of person he was. Right now, Shin Hong's bullying is understood by Hua Miao. After all, the pillow of the heart and lungs suddenly changed his heart. Change who cannot accept. Be gentle. Hua Miao spoke softly, covering her face shyly before the words were finished. She didn't even realize that she had already unconsciously and gradually begun to compromise on Shin Hong, and even clung to him. Although Shin Hong did not say how many supplies he had, the fact that he even had the guts to sell them proved that the reserves would never be small. To be able to have the vision to stockpile enough food before the blizzard, and even have the courage to take it out and sell it at a high price, is not at all afraid of the consequences of price gouging. Hua Miao believed that Shin Hong definitely had a backhand. Even if order is restored to society in the future, Shin Hong doesn't even have to go to jail. Couldn't say why, she just had that confidence. The mystery and power of a man definitely causes a woman to fall in love with him. Women have a strong mentality, especially independent women like Hua Miao. In the end, she wasn't all that independent. She just hadn't been able to meet a man who could make her meet down and curl up in each other's arms. Previously, she only felt that Shin Hong was good to Feng Lu. Now, she was thoroughly impressed. At least he hadn't heard before that Shin Hong had also bought a villa in the Peachland neighborhood. If she had this villa, Feng Lu would never have treated Shin Hong in that manner, even less likely to betray. Even if Su Chao is a company executive, his salary is only $20,000 to $30,000 a month. To buy such a villa, it would take 20 to 30 years without eating or drinking. Looking at Hua Miao, who was lying on the sofa with a shy, but imploring face, Shin Hong smiled gently. He knew that the woman in front of him was now completely attached to himself. Now, he's going to deepen that bond a little more. Had a ball game with Hoi Miao. After the match, Hua Miao had rosy cheeks and winks. Hua Miao had an excellent figure and appearance, which made Shin Hong fall in love with her. Although Feng Lu was also considered a beauty, there was no way she could compare to Hua Miao. Hua Miao is the ultimate goal of every man. Look at the time. It's getting late. Outside, the sky was overcast because of the wind and snow, and the snowflakes outside the window still showed no sign of stopping, and the snow has thickened another layer, almost reaching the windowsill. People can't get through at all. There's some food to send over to the property manager. Shin Hong got up and put on his clothes while inquiring, "What do you want to eat for dinner?" "I'll have anything. Better get some leeks and loins or something. I've heard that these are good for men." Hua Miao looked at Shin Hong softly, her gaze full of deep emotion. Shin Hong was dumbfounded. He went into the kitchen and bought some meat and vegetables from the vending machine, which he later placed on the counter. "I've got a few things to do, so I'm going to head out first. And haven't you seen the cooking videos online? Try cooking." Shin Hong kissed Hua Miao's forehead and instructed, "Although no one will come in this kind of weather either. You have to be careful. I'll come back later. I'll call you, and you'll see from the surveillance that it's me before you open the door." "Still, going out again?" Hua Miao froze and hesitated. "Or don't go. This weather. I'll take the underpass." Shin Hong didn't explain much, waved his hand and walked towards the basement. The villa has 2 floors underground. There is a parlor on the first level, as well as a den and movie room. On the second level, there is a billiard room, a wine tasting room, a chess room and a computer room. It was beautifully decorated, which was also the reason why Shin Hong had decided to live here in his previous life. In his last life, he spent the most time living on the second basement level, often nestled in the computer room and fooling around. Although the electricity was out, there was still a generator in this villa, which was something Shin Hong had not expected. After connecting the generator, the house could be simply heated and a meal could be cooked on an induction cooker. And Shin Hong could also play single-player games on the computer to pass the time in the meantime. It's just that it has to be a little more frequent each time you go out, because he also had to find diesel fuel to use to generate electricity. It was also because he went out frequently that it was more convenient for Feng Lu and Su Chao. These two sometimes took advantage of the fact that Shin Hong was playing games on the second basement level to up on the first floor, focusing on a thrill. Shin Hong passed through with a complicated face and came to the entrance of the passageway on the second underground floor and opened the passageway door. The underground passageway door of this family villa is also reinforced. The door of the room is cast in tungsten gold throughout the body, and it has also been reinforced several times. The door locks are also extremely sophisticated and can be unlocked by fingerprints and passwords. But with a key, you can unlock the door from the inside and cancel the fingerprints and code. Shin Hong didn't know what the original owner was thinking. The door of this underground passageway, surprisingly, hadn't been set with any passwords or faces, and fingerprints hadn't been set. Even the key to the door was conspicuously placed on the table next to the access door. Now he knew that this row of villas were all owned by the beautiful woman next door, Yang Jinxian, but he was very curious. Yang Jinxian was already living in Villa 3, so why did she have to decorate Villa 4 so luxuriously and meticulously as well? Even that tasting room on the ground floor is stocked with all kinds of famous wines. Does she have too much money to burn? A row of villas to switch back and forth? A villa with one style and a main one that you want to live in whatever style you want to change your home? It's so hard to figure out. Shin Hong did not know that after the death of Yang Jinxuan's husband, she returned to Taoyuan district and lived next door in Villa 3, and also, some time ago, deliberately found someone to redecorate Villa 4. Her sister, Yang Mushuan, is about to graduate from graduate school, and in this city, Yang Jinxian has only one family member left, and she would like to give Villa 4 to her sister, to be neighbors with herself. After all, my sister is still young and it is inevitable that she will have a boyfriend in the future. It's always a little inconvenient to live with yourself. And Yang Jinxian had experienced that kind of thing, and she also thought that she was still young. Even if she was in love with her husband, it was impossible for her to be a widow for him for the rest of her life. Maybe even meet a suitable man and be together in the future. Sisters living in a villa promotes bonding, but it's less convenient for whoever has a man in the future. That's why I purposely renovated Villa 4 to try to get my sister to live there. But no one would have thought that this freshly renovated Villa 4 would be cheaper for Shin Hong in the end. Chapter 18, The Property Manager's Wife. This security door, it's a big saving. To say that this villa, Shin Hong was most satisfied with this security door. Save yourself from having to replace it all over again. From the super vending machine, he was also able to buy a variety of top security doors, although they were all a bit tricky to install. Now that it's freezing cold and Shin Hong is not a professional technician, how can he install it? In the future, when he deals with people, he'll need to go underground, and with unlimited supplies, he's inevitably followed by some well-intentioned people. At that time, when people saw Shin Hong enter this villa, they would definitely think that Shin Hong had hidden huge amounts of supplies in this villa. There must be every way possible to get the villa open. If this security door is so crotch-pulling that it can't even withstand people's general offense, it's better to give it up as soon as possible. You be careful. Huo Miao put on her clothes and sent Shin Hong to the door, reluctantly saying, "Don't worry, I'll be back in a bit." Shin Hong glanced at the passageway, then stuffed the key in Huo Miao's hand. "I'll leave the key to the security door to you. I'm afraid that it's chaotic out there, and if I accidentally lose the key, it won't be safe for us to live there at that time. When I come back in a while, I will ring the doorbell. You remember to see clearly that it's me from the surveillance first, then open the door." "Yes." Huo Miao nodded solemnly. Ping! As the thick room door closed, Shin Hong turned around and stepped into the underground passage. His gaze was flooded with cold. This was also a small test for him to put Huo Miao through. There was only one key to the security door, which Huo Miao clearly saw. If she wanted to get back at herself for taking her first time, or had second thoughts, she was perfectly capable of not opening the door for herself. But Shin Hong had the master key in the vending machine. What kind of door couldn't be opened? Moreover, Huo Miao had asked him before if the other rooms on the second floor held the supplies that Shin Hong had stored. At that time, Shin Hong was non-committal. If Huo Miao took advantage of her absence and quietly went up to the second floor to peep, Shin Hong would no longer trust her. In the corner of the second floor of the house, Shin Hong had already hidden several miniature cameras. As long as Huo Miao goes up, the camera will be able to capture it clearly. Huo Miao, ah Huo Miao. Shin Hong shook his head. After all, a woman with an innocent, high-flying look, a perfect Tobam body, and a virginity, she still cared quite a bit about herself. However, if she really did so, Shin Hong would absolutely not care about it and would directly throw it outside into the icy cold world, leaving it to fend for itself. He doesn't trust women that easily anymore, especially in Armageddon, a world where order has collapsed. Staying alive is the first priority. Women, they're just additives to life. Shin Hong took a step and went all the way along the underground passage. Behind them were all the underground passages of the townhouses. I don't know whether it was because there were fewer people living in the villa area or everyone was harboring at home. Shin Hong had not seen anyone else until he walked to the square location. When they came under the plaza, the sky opened up before them. This also meant that Shin Hong had walked to the central location of the neighborhood. Further on, there are 20-30-story high-rise residential neighborhoods. A few more steps and people were pouring in. That's normal. 20 buildings, each with a minimum of 4 units, are 30 stories high. Inside this, there are at least 7,000 residents living. The average family of 3 is 20,000 people. These high-rise residents of the Peachland neighborhood are a great source of upgrades to their own vending machines. And don't underestimate these front residences. Although not as good as townhouses, but the Peachland neighborhood is a first-class residential area in Zhangcheng. Even if the high-rise buildings, there are not many poor people. It was only Shin Hong who was more exceptional. He worked his ass off to code, coincidentally had another small online explosion of a book, and scraped together enough money for a down payment to buy the building here. The reason why he bought the Peachland neighborhood was also requested by Feng Lu. She said in the beginning that she wanted to live in this kind of high-grade neighborhood. As for the other neighborhoods, Feng Lu couldn't even look at them. Su Chao monthly salary is not low, but also the same cannot afford to buy a building here. Is the family to buy? It could be said that apart from a very small number of poor people like Shin Hong, the rest of the homeowners were all small successful people above the white-collar level. We need to take the Peachland neighborhood quickly, and move out as quickly as possible before people die off. This was Shin Hong's goal. Moreover, the vending machine had previously hinted that without Dragon Kingdom coins, you could also purchase items with other equivalents, which would likewise upgrade the vending machine. The vending machine recognizes all gold and jewelry. Only, really late in the game, all the humans are almost dead, and the snow on the ground is extremely thick, so where can one find the money? Keep moving forward. After the plaza, the underpass was full of people. There were many people, all dressed in thick clothing, coming into the underpass to get some air. People are always a bit cooped up when they can't go out for a day. I couldn't get out of the downstairs unit door, so I came to the underground passage to walk, and I saw a lot of other homeowners, and they all came together in 2s and 3s, discussing the damn weather. As Shin Hong passed by a few middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s, he heard these people talking. It's still snowing in this weather and it's actually getting heavier. It's not going to end, is it? What are you pulling? Do you really think the world is ending? Alas, the global snowfall doomsday theory and was turned out. I am a little guilty of muttering. This summer, a good snow. Our Zhangcheng is okay, after all. Winter is also cold. We also have thick clothes. I heard that Sonya sighed. Are freezing to death a lot of people. Yes, there are summer all year round. Who would not have thought? Even there have been snowfall. I see the news. Sonya Beach all frozen into a pile of ice. The beach and many people now are ice sculptures. The girl who shot the video are scared to tears. I saw that video too. This snow is so weird. Snowfall in August. I've never even heard of it. 110 can't even get through right now. And we don't have much food stored at home. The main thing is that our water pipes are frozen and cracked. And we can't even get water out. So what should we do? Do you know the one in the group, Woki Shunkai? He's selling stuff now. Why don't you buy some from him? Shin Hong heard these people talking about themselves, paused in his steps and pricked up his ears. People didn't think much of him either. There are many people in the underground passageway, all coming together to discuss blindly. No one knows anyone. It's a good idea to hang out and chat. 500 for a bag of instant noodles. 500 for a ham sausage. You have a lot of money to burn? Immediately someone retorted. But I can't afford it. $500. How many boxes of instant noodles can I damn well buy? Do I still need to find him? That's not true. Even if you have money, where can you buy it? The supermarkets downstairs in the neighborhood are all empty. Another regretted. I should have known. I went to buy last night, but unfortunately at home to sleep. And when I woke up, the supermarket are nothing. Now the family have no food. I do not buy. Looking for who to buy? Bro, I'm $100 for one bag of instant noodles. You buying? Asterisk 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 asterisk. 100? It's so damn dark. Love to buy it or not. In a few days I'll be done eating it, but there won't be any left. You'll have to find and buy it then. Don't. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I want some, too. Give me 2 bags. The crowd changed the subject at once and all began to buy. The people who were scattered around talking about it also came over when they heard that the trading of supplies had begun here. Those with money had already begun to buy things, while those with supplies, one by one, looked at each other and tried out their bids. You sell instant noodles for $100? Okay, I'll sell it for 90. One by one, they pressed the price, taking advantage of the freezing temperatures and trying to make a killing. You know, it's usually only $100 to buy a box of instant noodles, and now, for the price of one bag, you get a case. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Shinhong smiled coldly and gently withdrew from the crowd. Take your time to raise the price. It's only the first day of Armageddon, and people don't know how to value food at all. When, after a few more days, people get used to the high prices, they suddenly realize that the owners who used to sell their supplies have run out of food, too, and that's when panic will gradually take over. And your own supplies, at that point, will really sell well. Walking into Unit 2 of Building 4, Shinhong walked up the stairs. After going up to the 6th floor, Shinhong carefully observed the 6th and 7th floors, and saw that the doors of these 4 households were all closed, and the doors even exuded cold air. And only then did Shinhong purchase 3 boxes of instant noodles, and 1 piece of mineral water, as well as a small tincture of oil from the space of consciousness. He placed them all on the stairs, then went downstairs, stood at the 5th floor door, and sent a tweet to the property manager. Things I all put on the stairs in front of your door. You hurry to come out to take it. Later be taken away. Don't blame me. The property manager seemed to have been waiting for Shinhong's message for a long time, and not long after sending out the message, the door to room 601 suddenly opened. A middle-aged man in his 50s or so alertly stuck out his head and looked around. Then with a glance at the instant noodles on the stairs, his eyes lit up and he rushed out. Old Zhang, put on a coat. It's so cold outside. Inside the door, a woman's voice came out. Shinhong was just about to leave when he suddenly felt that the voice was a bit familiar and stood still, probing to see. Inside the house at this time walked out of a wonderful young girl, imploringly rushed at the middle-aged man to open his mouth. Pak Suk-kun? Shinhong froze. Chapter 19 Shinhong's White Moonlight. Every boy, during his school days, has his own white moon. By Shuan, to Shinhong, is just that. He went to high school with Pak Suk-kun, before and after the table. Bai Shuan did well in her studies, spoke gently and softly, had a baby face, and was the object of discussion in the dormitory after lights out for many boys. After going to college, Shinhong and Bai Shuan lost contact, and he soon met Feng Lu, who was in the same university, and turned to be Feng Lu's licking dog. Kung Fu, licked to college graduation. Feng Lu finally agreed to be his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Bai Shuan actually married the property manager, and in the same neighborhood. Shinhong has lived in this neighborhood for a year, have not seen but think about it, Shinhong bought the house in Taoyuan district, in order to pay off the mortgage. Every day is stuffy at home to play code words, rarely go out. In a small neighborhood, people don't always know each other well, let alone a large neighborhood with tens of thousands of people living in it. He watched Bai Shuan quietly from a gap in the downstairs stairs. After not seeing her for a few years, Bai Shuan was a bit more flirtatious than before. The brows are full of flavor. Looking at the property manager again, Shinhong was filled with contempt. The old man looked like he was 50 years old with a fat face. Shinhong was a bit of a bad taste. Pak Suk-kun, you've made a fool of yourself, but right now it's the end of days and supplies are scarce. So maybe. Shinhong kindly smiled and wordlessly went downstairs to leave. In the end times, many men will even trade their wives for a bite to eat. It's the same today. In his last life, he heard that the neighborhood property manager gave his wife to the gangster Greenhair to play around with. And Greenhair was so satisfied that he gave the property manager a box of instant noodles. Only, the property manager's wife never went back. Last I heard, Greenhair had a firefight with a contractor in the neighborhood and ended up dying a horrible death. And the property manager's wife, in turn, got her hands on the contractor. Then later, Shinhong didn't know. After all, his whole day's focus at that time was on researching how to get supplies, and he had no time for such gossip. Not long after, the alien fruit appeared. Shinhong also the first time to have a fire alien ability. Get supplies and once again stolen by Qin Xiaolu. The mind on the defense of the thief above, much less the mind to consider other. But in this life, she should have only been developed by the property manager. As soon as he thought of this, Shinhong suddenly remembered Hua Miao at home. In terms of figure and face, Hua Miao is much stronger than Bai Shuan. Bai Shuan has a classmate buff and Hua Miao has a buddy girlfriend buff. No less important, Shinhong came all the way to the 2 underground levels and once again walked into the underground passage. In the passageway, the people who had been discussing it earlier were already much less. It looks like many have already made agreements to go back and trade. Shinhong ignored these old men and women who were discussing and walked towards the villa area at the back, returning to the entrance of the underground passage of Villa No. 4 in row 2. Shinhong rang the doorbell. He was expressionless and quiet as he waited for the door to open. If Hua Miao didn't open the door for herself, it would be better to have a friendly match before throwing her out. There are 20,000 to 30,000 people in the whole neighborhood, and you still can't find a pretty girl? he remembers, as if the network read anchorwoman a small sand, lives in the Taoyuan neighborhood 12 buildings. In his last life, he had eaten a supernatural fruit and didn't know what supernatural abilities he possessed. Finally, she followed Qin Xiaolu to defect to the Song family and left the neighborhood. Now that you have unlimited supplies, you still can't take an Edison? He stood in the doorway, ringing the doorbell while checking his cell phone and flipping through the few miniature cameras he had just left in the house. The camera didn't capture anything, and it also proved that Huo Miao hadn't gone up to the second floor after he left just now. This had given Shen Hong a little more comfort in his heart. He looked at the other cameras again and realized that the two people, Su Chao and Feng Lu, were actually still nestled in the bed. What an odd pair. Counting the time, these two haven't eaten for a day and a night. Are they ready to die in bed? But it looked like the two of them were chatting softly instead of continuing to toss and turn. Chow, people are starving to death. Feng Lu pouted. Su Chao was a bit annoyed. I'm hungry too. Now he just wants to be quiet in bed for a while. Where did that dog Shen Hong go? It's been a day and he still hasn't contacted me. Feng Lu was filled with indignation. This dog, always coaxing himself, afraid of being angry. Now well, it's been a day and not even a phone call. I'm really pissed off. Why don't you give him a call? Su Chao tried. I don't even have the strength to get up. I'm starving to death. You tell him to hurry up and get some food over here. Wait a little longer. Feng Lu gritted her teeth. If I call now, isn't it just admitting to him that I'm wrong? I'm not wrong. The one who should take the initiative to call should be him. You. Su Chao was simply speechless. What the is the time to be thinking about right and wrong? What's wrong with letting you apologize to Shen Hong now? I'm starving to death after you. A woman with no sense of priorities and big boobs. Just wait a little longer. I don't want to admit my mistake easily. Seeing that Su Chao was unhappy, Feng Lu burrowed into his arms and pouted. Be well. Su Chao hurriedly nodded his head. Shen Hong sneered. And at this time, the small light on the security door lit up and shone on Shen Heng's face. The next moment, the door opened and Huo Miao jumped into Shen Heng's arms at once. Why were you gone so long? I was so scared inside. Huo Miao spoke softly. Shen Hong sniffed her hair in the good smell of the aroma, lightly laughed. This is not back well. Did not go for a long time? Well, let's go into the house. Outside the crowd of eyes miscellaneous. Right. Huo Miao came back to her senses and hurriedly pulled Shen Hong into the door, and then vigilantly looked at the underground passage outside and unlocked the door. Afterward, she squatted down and took out slippers for Shen Hong and helped Shen Hong change into them. Watching her gently bend over, Shen Hong hugged her. You, what are you doing now? Hurry to change shoes. There are still fried dishes on it. Huo Miao's face was red. Forget all that for now. This is more important. A new poker game begins and the two go toe-to-toe. Huo Miao, because of her experience, tried to turn the tables this time, but it was just a pity that she was addicted to human food. Once again, Shen Heng's heart had a few more moments of pity. His frozen heart was also slightly loosened. Huo Miao, considered to have passed his initial test. Chapter 20. From Huo Miao, Shen Heng felt a tenderness that he had not touched for a long time. With Feng Lu, she had never paid any attention to Shen Heng's thoughts. On the contrary, Huo Miao was not at all like what Su Chao had said, an iceberg goddess. Now look at her obediently come together at the bottom of his neck, like a tree kangaroo. The appearance is not to mention how cute. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Huo Miao, who was resting her head against Shen Heng's chin, suddenly remembered something and let out a cry of alarm. Getting up in a hurry, turning back, he frowned and glared at Shen Hong. It's all your fault. I haven't finished stir-frying my dishes yet. This is sure to be mushy. She turned and ran up the stairs as fast as she could. Shen Hong smiled cozily and lightly, following behind her. When I came to the first floor, I could smell a pasty odor wafting through the air. Half a pot of vegetables, all turned dark brown. Failed. Huo Miao hung his head. It's okay. Shen Hong came to the kitchen and with a gentle wave of his hand, the battered frying pan had disappeared. Recycling price, $60. The vending machine experience, once again, grew by 60. Shen Hong stopped by to buy a new pot and some more vegetables, checking out the vending machine in the process. The experience of the vending machine has become 13812/20,000. It was able to grow so much mainly because Shen Hong had bought a lot of seafood and red wine in order to borrow the car before. Now, the deposit on his bank card, too, was down to just over $10,000. Many of the previous manuscript fees were all turned over to Feng Lu. This amount of money, or he quietly left it behind to prepare for Feng Lu's birthday. This deposit is only enough to get the vending machine up to level 2. Nowhere near enough to buy self-protection items such as firearms. Shen Hong skillfully chopped and fried vegetables while twisting his head to ask Huo Miao, how much money do you have in your card? Huo Miao froze, then consulted his cell phone and said, I still have 150,000 in my card, 20,000 in WeChat, and 80,000 000 in Alipay. What's wrong? You need money? I'll transfer it to you. Ooh, $250,000. That much? I didn't realize Hua Miao was still a little rich. Shin Heng's eyes lit up. This much money is enough to upgrade the vending machine to level 5 by itself, right? Thinking of this, he nodded. You can transfer the money first, and count it as me borrowing it from you. Borrow what? Hua Miao pouted and murmured in a small voice, sneaking a look at Shin Heng. Well, stir-frying is pretty cool, too. Now, it was also considered a mistake to be with Shin Heng. Your own money, isn't it the same as Shin Heng's money? She was blissfully unaware that just now, when Shin Heng walked out of the villa, he was still on the defensive, and once she caused Shin Heng to lose his trust, she would be thrown into the snowy outside world without hesitation. Shin Heng's hand shook. He heard all of Hua Miao's whispering. It even felt a little villainous in the moment. Had been suspicious of her before, but she was completely undefended against herself. After watching Hua Miao transfer all the money to his card without hesitation, Shin Heng pursed his lips and opened his mouth. As long as you are truly with me, I definitely won't leave you behind. Then you must remember this. Hua Miao laughed, ran to Shin Heng and pressed record. Come on, say it again. I can record it. If you bully me in the future, I'll put the recording in your ear and loop it over and over again. Shin Heng wrapped his arms around her and seriously rushed to the cell phone. As long as Miao Miao sincerely stays with me and doesn't betray me, I, Shin Heng, will absolutely treat you seriously and won't leave you behind. Hey! Hua Miao had a smug look on her face and gave Shin Heng a hard kiss on the cheek, after which, she sat on the sofa and began to seriously flip through the cooking videos. She's made up her mind. When the snow stops, quit that job and learn to run a household. It had been a day or so, and already she was kind of enjoying it. Nestled at home with Shin Heng, watching the news, looking at the snow, enjoying the sweet life of two. With just one look, Shin Heng could understand his thoughts and start the ballgame. Shin Heng fried the dishes and brought them to the coffee table, ready to eat with Hua Miao. Seems a little cold. Hua Miao picked up his pajamas and pulled them over his body. Cold? Shin Heng looked up. Night had fallen and the snow had built up on the glass outside the window, and the air conditioner was squeaking, louder and louder. Apparently on the verge of not being able to handle this freezing weather, he glanced at the thermometer. It's already 49 degrees below zero outside. You eat first. Shin Heng got up and added some wood to the fireplace again, then took out a few oil tinctures. Hua Miao had a surprised look on his face. Although Shin Heng had shown his hand twice before, with a wave of his hand, the broken plate and the pot that had been battered just now all disappeared, just like magic. But now, with a wave of Shin Heng's hand, several oil tinctures directly appeared. Are you doing magic? Hua Miao swallowed hard. Consider me a magic trick for now. Shin Heng smiled, although he was already quite relieved about Hua Miao. It involved his deepest secrets, which he didn't want to reveal just yet. When the exotic fruit appears in half a month, I believe Hua Miao will be able to understand it. At that time, she would naturally treat these secrets of hers as an early awakening of her powers. Awesome! Hua Miao looked at Shin Heng, her eyes full of stars. After turning on all of the several oil tinctures, the temperature in the house was suddenly much higher. Shin Heng turned off the air conditioner. This thing wouldn't last much longer even if he kept it on. In the middle of the night today, temperatures will drop again, pushing into the -60s. Even a running air conditioner will be completely frozen. After doing so, he sat down and ate with Hua Miao. After the meal, Hua Miao took the initiative to clean up the dishes, and Shin Heng lay on the sofa to eliminate the food, watching the news in the meantime. All the TV stations, now all broadcasting the news from the official channel 1 of the Dragon Kingdom. The beautiful female host, wearing 3 down jackets, was standing shivering in the broadcasting hall, huffing and puffing cold air, talking to the camera. This sudden blizzard has affected life all over the globe at once, and it is understood that the whole world is now experiencing ultra-low temperatures, and experts have projected that our blue planet has already entered a new round of glacial period. But our official organization is still in place, and the officials are working hard to open up the channel. And in this time of crisis, our underground railway is put into use, and will soon establish a trunk line for Dragon City along with the 10 largest cities in the country. At that time, the rescue materials will also be transported through the railway in a continuous stream. Please hang in there and don't give up. If we stay up, the light and warmth will belong to us humans again. Civilized society, too, will not be dissipated as a result. Everyone will definitely survive by actively embracing the group, letting go of preconceptions and supporting each other. Shin Heng shook his head. Civilized society? Indeed, the future civilized society is still here. But this society, it is not so civilized anymore. Laws and morals, all gone to smoke. It's the fist that counts, strong and powerful and human, majestic, surrounded by beautiful women and many servants. and they all take up some kind of material stronghold. Even in his last life, the Song family had taken down the official grain depot in Jiangcheng. Because of this, the Song family had risen in a single leap to become one of the top forces in Jiangcheng, and after occupying the official grain depot, the officials did nothing, not even warning the Song family half-heartedly. From this, it can be seen that the officials are also in great trouble and have no time to care. It was important to know that although Jiangcheng did not rank in the top 3 in the Dragon Kingdom, it was still one of the top 10 cities. The official so-called Underground Railroad, if it really worked, Dragon City would naturally figure it out with Jiangcheng. The Song family that dares to provoke the official will be taken down at the first opportunity. But until Shen Hong died and the Song family took the grain depot for nearly a month, the officials didn't take half an action. Ice Age? Huo Miao, who was washing dishes, suddenly raised her head and looked at the TV with a surprised face. Then she looked at Shen Hong and said worriedly, "Will our human race perish during the glacial period? 9 times out of 10, they all have to die." Thinking of the humans who survived the last life, none of them were bottomless. Shen Hong shook his head slightly. "But I look at you, like you're not worried at all." Huo Miao put away the dishes, sat down close to Shen Hong, leaned into his arms, and softly said, "Shen Hong, how many supplies do we still have?" Shen Heng's eyes instantly narrowed as he coldly looked at Huo Miao who was leaning in his arms. Is this woman really trying to hit her own supplies? Trying to get a word in edgewise? Chapter 21, The Heroes. I was thinking that if the supplies if running low, then we don't have to sell at all. Huo Miao didn't even notice Shen Heng's gaze, but instead leaned into his arms and continued to speak. If the money is gone, we can earn it again, but if the people are gone, there's nothing left. Let's not just look at the immediate benefits. Think about it, even the officials have revealed this news. It is evident that the world outside now has been completely messed up. Even if it's just the two of us, the supplies will eventually run out one day. And when they do, what are we going to do? It's just a matter of living longer than others. It's still going to die soon. Huo Miao sighed. So now, we should act, not only to protect the supplies we have at home, but also to try to go out and find new supplies. A lot of things keep for a long time in this extremely cold weather. What's the point of asking for money now? Shen Hong was stunned. Is that what Huo Miao thinks? Right. Huo Miao raised his head and looked seriously at Shen Hong. Didn't I just transfer $250,000 to you? Let's take this money and buy all the supplies. I see that people in the owners group have already started discussing trading, so while everyone is still willing to sell, let's buy all the money for food and drinks, especially the kind of things that are easy to keep, don't you think? Speaking of this, she had a joyful look in her eyes. I kind of understand why you posted it in the group like that just now. And just now you also looked for me to ask for money. Are you also thinking of getting a trumpet first? Deliberately raising the price of the supplies to make people panic first? Then, someone will sell the supplies at a lower price, and you'll buy them. You also thought of that, right? Shen Hong was dumbfounded. This chick, what's going on in her head? I'm genuinely trying to sell supplies. She thought she was deliberately leading public opinion with her trumpet. Moreover, Shen Hong wanted to spend all the money that Huo Miao had just transferred. See if you can get the vending machine up to level 5. If you can get to level 5, then you can buy a pistol. In that case, in this half month before there was no alien fruit, they were considered to have the ability to defend themselves. After all, in a day or two, there will be people who can't stand the hunger, and start to move to evil, and the neighborhood also appears to be breaking and entering and killing people. After this, one thing led to another. With a gun, one can survive peacefully for the first half of the month. However, Huo Miao's words also let Shen Hong breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't hit her supplies. Instead, she wants to take her money and keep stocking up. Don't worry, you don't have to think about the supplies. I won't starve you. Shen Hong pinched Huo Miao's nose. Still, as long as you're truly with me, I definitely won't leave you alone. As for this money you gave me, I have other uses for it. Huo Miao opened her mouth. She wanted to persuade Shen Hong again, but after seeing Shen Heng's gaze, she still did not speak. This strong woman was now used to Shen Heng's dominance. If it weren't for Shen Hong, I'm afraid I'd have been killed by Wang Chengwang. What would happen to herself? She couldn't even think about, and it's still starving in the company. So can I call my co-workers at work now and ask them how they're doing? Huo Miao suddenly thought of something and asked. Don't worry, I definitely won't take them in. I just want to know how they're doing. None of those co-workers, when they themselves were surrounded by Wang Chengwang's 3 minions earlier, were willing to step forward to help. They are not doing well, and they are relieved that they are not doing well. It's fine. Ask. Shen Hong smiled. Huo Miao looked happy and dialed the video of his co-worker. Huo Miao, are you okay? This was a female co-worker in the company, and Huo Miao prided himself on the fact that he usually had a pretty good relationship with her. But last night in the company, she didn't even step forward to call the police. now received Huo Miao's video, so that she was dismayed. There are a lot of surprises, and hastily said, yesterday is really sorry. I also dare not stand out. Are you okay? There's nothing wrong with me. Huo Miao looked at the female co-worker in the video, who was curled up in a chair and shivering. It seemed that there was still firelight across the room, reflecting the redness of her face. You guys are still at the company? Huo Miao asked as if nothing had happened. Yeah, the female colleague nodded, switched the camera, and whispered, it's too cold outside. The air conditioner isn't running. Mr. Wang, ahem. Wang Chengwan let the people take out the old documents, and all of them are lit to keep warm. It's just that everyone who has been here all day haven't eaten, and already can't hold on a bit. The image shows a fire burning on the floor of the company's large office area, with many people sitting around it, arms outstretched, roasting. Everyone, all dressed in their summer overalls, huddled together without saying a word. A few other co-workers, stiffly carrying papers, threw them into the fire. As the document was thrown in, the flames burst into life, but the document could not be burned, and soon the flames were much smaller again. Quick, keep moving the papers. Wang Chengwan's voice followed. A few of the male co-workers who were roasting the fire got up and got to work carrying it. Ling Ling, who are you playing video with? There was an inquiry in his ear. The female co-worker was stunned and laughed dryly. It's Huo Miao. Huo Miao. Quite a few people came to their senses and gathered around. After seeing Huo Miao sitting on the couch in his home with a burning fireplace next to him, the group of co-workers were not calm. Miao, you've gone all the way back. Huo Miao, you still have a fireplace at home? It's quite warm, isn't it? Or your life is good. The boyfriend just happened to pick you back. If I had known I would have let you guys piggyback me home yesterday too. The company is really cold. We are still wearing summer clothes. Home at least there are winter cotton clothes quilts. Here are almost frozen to death. A female co-worker chimed in. Wang Chengguang turned his head violently at this time, and this female colleague did not dare to say anything. Huo Miao. Wang Chengguang walked over, looking at Wang Chengguang who appeared in the video. Huo Miao's body trembled and approached Shin Hang. No need to be afraid. Shin Hang came to Huo Miao's ear and spoke softly. The camera naturally caught Shin Hang as well. Humph. Seeing Shin Hang, Wang Chengguang's face clouded over. Assholes, when the snow stops, let's settle the score. Wang Chengguang gritted his teeth. He lost his right pinky finger. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Any time. Shin Hang smiled expressionlessly. I'm afraid that you can't stay up until the day the snow stops. You've already frozen to death in the company. Oh, I see you all wearing summer clothes. The air conditioning has stopped, right? Is it cold? Huo Miao. Our relationship is usually quite good. Look, you even sent me a video. You must care about me, right? Ling Ling, who had been on the phone earlier, had switched her cell phone lens to the front camera, and she had a pleading face. Can you come pick me up? Don't worry. I won't take your boyfriend's car for nothing. I'll pay for it. I'll pay 1,000. I saw your boyfriend's car last night. It's a Mercedes G63, right? It can run in the snow. Can we get him to pick us up? Yeah, and us. Huo Miao. There's plenty of room in that car. We can all fit if we squeeze in. The other co-workers, hearing Ling Ling's words, hurriedly nodded their heads. What's more, they had already reached out and started grabbing Ling Ling's cell phone. Don't even grab it. It's my cell phone. Huo Miao sent me the video first. Ling Ling's screams rang out as she desperately shielded her cell phone, followed by a sharp plea. Miao. I'll pay 1,000. No, 2,000. You let your boyfriend come and pick me up. I really can't stay up. I will freeze to death. One day, even a mouthful of hot rice did not eat. Our company's water pipes are frozen. Only the water dispenser can be used, but the water dispenser is also out of water. I beg you, for the sake of our good colleague, for a share, let him pick me up. I know your boyfriend drives such a nice car. Surely he can't look at my $2,000, but you know my condition. This is a little bit of my heart. Looking at Ling Ling's pleading expression, Huo Miao sneered. And you know my husband can't see past the $2,000? Huo Miao faintly interrupted her. Since you know, then don't say it. How embarrassing is this? Miao. Ling Ling laughed dryly. It's just a piece of my heart. Your life, it's only worth 2,000? I remember you were making 10,000 a month. Huo Miao sneered. Alright, that's it. I'll hang up first. Don't. Ling Ling was anxious. You sent me the video. Aren't you just concerned about me? I'm in such a bad way, and I apologized to you the first time just now, and it was my fault for not standing up for you yesterday. Isn't that enough? Since you care about me, why don't you let your boyfriend pick me up? It's not like I'm not paying for it. First of all, your apology. I didn't accept it, and I don't accept it. Huo Miao tightened her smile and said coldly, and let's not talk about my boyfriend's attitude. Even if he wants to pick it up, I'll talk him out of picking you up. In the end, I sent you the video just to see how you were doing, and since neither of you were doing well, I was relieved. Goodbye and good luck. By the way, don't rush to scold me first. You guys may not be able to figure out the situation. The company has electricity. Your cell phones now also have electricity, right? Take advantage of the fact that there is internet now. You guys searched the news of Dragon 1 just now. No need to thank me. With that, she hung up her cell phone. You're pretty decisive. Shin Hong smiled. Oops. Huo Miao hugged his neck and murmured, if it wasn't for you yesterday, not to mention that I'd been killed by Wang Chengguang, even now, I'd be curled up like those co-workers, roasting a fire to keep warm. You came out of the sky and brought me back when I was in the most dire straits, and if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to enjoy the life I have now. Yesterday I kissed you, not simply to get back at Su Chao, but more importantly, I've always thought since I was a child that I must marry a gaijin in the future, who won't necessarily step on the colorful clouds to marry me, but will definitely be able to give me enough security so that when I see him, I'll feel solid enough in my heart. From the moment you stepped out of the elevator and rescued me, I decided in my heart that you were my gaijin. Chapter 22 Shin Heng's doubts, Huo Miao said emotionally, then wrapped her arms around Shin Hong and took the initiative to ask for a kiss. Shin Hong kissed hard. For a long time, the lips parted. Shin Hong smiled as he looked at Huo Miao and asked, do you really think so? Of course. Huo Miao nodded seriously. As for the company's gang, like I said, even if you really want to pick it up, I'll discourage it. The snow outside, it's already more than a meter deep, not to mention you're driving a car. Even if you're driving a tank, you won't be able to reach the company. If the officials were capable of rescuing them, they would have deployed the army long ago, and the fact that there is no sign of them now proves that the official army is unable to carry out the rescue? Why would I let my husband risk his life for something that the officials can't do? Shin Hong didn't open his mouth, but instead wrapped his arms around Huo Miao tightly. This woman, she really lived enough. He also thought that he needed enough time to guide and educate and tell Huo Miao not to be a womanizer. In his last life, he had seen with his own eyes how many people had been buried because of a little mercy. Women, in particular, are prone to overflowing sympathy and invite unnecessary calamities. Miao is simply the perfect doomsday companion for himself. The ability to keep up with your own thinking and to hold back your curiosity from prying into your secrets. As long as she didn't say anything herself, she didn't bother to ask more questions. The bed thing also fits perfectly. It had only been a few times that she had played, and Shin Hong only had to pat her butt and she knew what kind of defensive moves to put up. Just can't cook. This was not much of a drawback, and Shin Hong was also used to cooking. He made up his mind silently. In the future, he will also get an alien fruit and give it to Huo Miao to eat. I wonder what kind of psychic ability Huo Miao will awaken. Even if what was awakened was the most ordinary physique ability, it was enough to have the ability to defend oneself. Huo Miao did not yet know that at this time, she had already occupied a sufficient position in Shin Heng's heart because of these words. Even tried to get her the alien fruit too. With regard to the alien fruit, Shin Hong was not in a hurry at all. There are 14 days left before the alien fruit appears. If you can't find it at that time, you can just upgrade the vending machine and spend $1 million to buy an alien fruit. It's just that there's only one kind of alien fruit in the vending machine, and it's not labeled what the alien power is, so I don't know how effective it is. By the way, what did you just call me? Shin Hong suddenly asked. Huo Miao was shy and murmured in a low voice, old husband. This soft cry made even Shin Hong a little tingly. In his previous life, even after being with Feng Lu for many years, Feng Lu had never called out this kind of name. Shin Hong directly picked up Huo Miao in one hand and walked up to the second floor in big strides. This night, Huo Miao stayed in the second floor bedroom and slept next to Shin Hong. Half an hour later, Huo Miao's voice was a little hoarse and he fell into a deep sleep. Woke up to find no one at my pillow. Huo Miao got dressed and went down to the first floor and found that Shin Hong had already prepared breakfast. Come and eat. Shin Hong waved at Huo Miao. The table was set with rarebit, flapjacks, milk, sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, hearty to the core. A warm current surged out of Huo Miao's heart. What a blessing to be able to rely on such a man. When you open your eyes, the other side has done everything. But then she coldly remembered something, and when she looked up, she saw a light on in the house, and the curtains, all around, had been drawn. Why haven't you opened the curtains yet? Huo Miao smiled and came to the window, and the moment he pulled open the curtains, he froze in place. Outside, snow had covered the windows for the most part. It was as if they lived underground. From the top of the glass, you could still see the snow flurries outside, the heavy snow still landing tirelessly in the sky. With this weather, tonight, the snow will completely cover the entire first floor. Shin Hong calmly waved at Huo Miao. Eat first. Oh. Huo Miao nodded her head gravely and sat back by Shin Heng's side obediently. Is the end really coming? Even though the official news announced last night that According to expert predictions, the blue planet is now in an ice age, but without seeing it with his own eyes, Huo Miao was still not so sure, but the blizzard outside just now had made it completely clear to her. The end is truly here. How long will this snow last? Her voice trembled a little. It shouldn't snow all the time. Shin Hong drank a mouthful of thin rice and thought for a moment. There will always be a day when it stops. It's just that people can't get out now, and the hunger and cold, plus the lack of supplies, is the most crucial factor. Having lived a new life, he now had a clear handle on the future and thought further ahead. In my last life, I hid in the east, always thinking about how to live. And in this life, with the vending machine of unlimited supplies, he was able to see things more holistically. Is there really nothing the official can do in the face of this snowstorm? He narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the desktop. Normally, it's just a relatively heavy snowfall. The snowfall was at the wrong time of year. It was the heat of summer, and everyone was caught off guard the first time. But it's not like it's only been snowing for a day and we're just declaring a glacial period, is it? According to the official's urine, it should first let people unite to tide over the difficulties, and give everyone enough confidence to hold on together, firmly believing that the official will come to the rescue. But that news last night, instead, seemed like a loss of faith admonition to leave everyone to fend for themselves. This was what Shin Hong suddenly thought of after cooking just now. He saw the thick snow in the yard and was going to buy a shoveling tool from the vending machine. But the moment he purchased the tool, it suddenly hit him. Officially, the Dragon Kingdom, but it has large snow shoveling equipment. As soon as those snow plows go by, the whole road is clear and pushes the snow directly to the sides. Near Jiangcheng, there is also an army stationed there. With the army out in force, the district is just a snowstorm, and the roads will soon be bulldozed and traffic resumed. But what happened to Jiangcheng's army? For a moment, a great curiosity rose in him. The military camp in Jiangcheng is just north of Jiangcheng, Taoyuan district, also in the center of Jiangcheng, a little north of the location. From the barracks is not much far. It's just a few dozen kilometers. Go to the barracks and see what the army is really doing. The thought crossed his mind. Why, in the face of such a national disaster, has the army failed to come to the rescue? Right now, though, he had more important things to do. After dinner, while Huo Miao cleaned up the dishes, Shin Hong opened the window and climbed out. The doors on the first floor are completely frozen and won't open at all. The extremely cold wind blew, and even though Shin Hong was wearing a thickened punching bag, he could not help but shiver. It's too cold outside. The weather has plummeted to 60 degrees below zero. He took a snow shovel and shoveled all the snow away from the windows and doorways. As he shoveled snow, he became more certain. The snow was thick, but it was very weak. One push and it's gone. Wait another month or two when the snow will come down and stop, and occasionally the sun will show up and the snow will get thicker and thicker, and that's what makes it harder to get rid of it. The official and the army, what have they all done? Chapter 23, Departure. After shoveling out a slippery slope of snow in the yard that led all the way beyond the gate, Shin Hong bought a snowmobile from the vending machine. Originally, Shin Hong was worried that the vending machine's vending opening was very small, so it would be a waste of money to buy it. But to my surprise, a palm-sized snowmobile fell right out of the vending machine a few moments later. Before Shin Hong could stare in amazement, the snowmobile violently grew in size the moment it landed in the space of consciousness, and in the blink of an eye, it became normal size. So that's how it was shipped. No wonder vending machines sell aircraft carriers. Shin Hong beckoned, and the snowmobile suddenly appeared beside him. He didn't care much, but turned his head and walked into the house. The vending machine was only level 1 and could only buy beginner's snowmobiles, which cost him $10,000, but it also happens to bring the vending machine up to level 2. Vending machine current level 2. Experience value, 1956.40,000. It takes $40,000 of spending money to upgrade the vending machine to level 3. Nice guy. Experience doubled straight away. Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. I also wonder if the experience value will become 80,000 when you get to level 3? If you calculate on a doubling basis, it takes 160,000 to go up to level 4. Shin Hong did some simple mental math, and ascending to level 5 would cost a total of $300,000. Even with Huo Miao's money, it's still close. He hated to slap himself. What a sin. Why did you have to be a lickspittle and give Feng Lu all the money you earned? But whatever extra is left is enough to pay for a level 5 upgrade. When the time comes to go out and trade with a gun, your own safety is more secure. Now was not the time to consider this. Shin Hong waved at Huo Miao, who was obediently sitting on the sofa. Come over and help. Aha! Huo Miao walked quickly. Shin Hong pulled out a bunch of things like a trick, and then said, these are all insulation materials. Let's use this kind of glue to stick them all on the walls and windows. He checked it out last night. The villa, although it was originally constructed without cutting corners, is still a bit inadequate to cope with this kind of extreme weather. With heavy snow cover all around, the heat would have been dispersed and sucked out. This film-like stuff is an insulating material that can only be purchased when the vending machine is upgraded to level 2, and is labeled as high-tech insulating material. Of course, the system Severe Choice Insulation is available, but like the Severe Choice Punch, it requires a level 8. Right now, it's just a matter of coping with this insulation for now. The glue used to attach the insulation is also a strong adhesive sold by the system, level 2 to be purchased. This was also the reason why Shin Hong had purchased a snowmobile first before. Upgrade the vending machine to level 2 to buy these supplies. This level 2 only qualifies you to buy the power glue, a tiny one, for $100. Yes, Hua Miao nodded, and the two of them flew into action. Shin Hong ripped away those cotton things on the wall and replaced them with the insulation film, and the tube of powerful adhesive that sells for $100 lived up to its name, and just by applying a little less, it completely solidified the insulation film on the wall, and couldn't even be tugged at it. Hua Miao then carefully wrapped the insulation film around the window. While taping the insulation film, Hua Miao caught a glimpse of the snowmobile parked in the yard and froze. She remembered well that when she had arrived at the villa the day before, there had been nothing in the yard, and it had snowed all day again yesterday, and she'd stood by the window and looked at the yard, and it wasn't there at all. Could it be that Shin Hong had just cleared the snow in the yard and then put it down? But, where did this snowmobile come from? She remembered again that just now, with a wave of Shin Heng's hand, these insulation films appeared on the ground. These materials were light and thin and extremely well insulated, but Hua Miao had never seen them before. There were too many secrets on Shin Hong. How could he do that with a wave of his hand? As if he were a master magician, and so many things appeared on the ground? But, Shin Hong didn't want to say it, and as a smart woman, she wouldn't ask more. To be able to follow Shin Hong in this kind of extreme weather, Hua Miao understood that he was lucky enough. No matter what that special ability of Shin Hong was, as long as he was well behaved and understanding, he could follow the life anyway. After 2 days of getting along, she had also figured out Shin Heng's character. The more well-behaved and obedient he is, the more Shin Hong will cherish it, and even if Zoe is pampered, he will smile and agree. But if you have a strong character, Shin Hong won't spoil you at all. Feng Lu was such a strong character in the beginning. In other words, Shin Hong is the male version of Feng Lu. He would like and be satisfied if he could just figure this out and be there for him in the future and be good. Doomsday. Hua Miao looked deeply at the thick snow outside the window. Snow in the sky, still falling. Shin Hong had only shoveled snow just now, and in a moment's time, another layer was piled up on the ground. Following Shin Heng's side and being a woman who knew what she was doing was the only way to survive. Shin Hong had surprisingly even prepared a snowmobile earlier, so by following him, he could have the greatest protection for himself. Of course, one's own present is really a little bit away from him. Thinking of this, Hua Miao's face turned a little red, and when she looked back at Shin Hong and saw that he was still busy putting insulation film on the walls, Hua Miao couldn't help but have a heartbeat. Don't get carried away. It's better to be honest and get the house first. Many of the people in the short video app were crying, without food or water, begging people to give them something to eat. But in this extreme weather, when snow covers the ground and people can't go out, who cares? People are already freezing to death. One should be content to still live in such a warm villa with food and drink. Shin Hong will be the first floor of the wall all pasted. Look at Hua Miao's side of the work. Found that she also pasted very carefully. Even some corners, she carefully cut the insulation film. The corners are also all filled with paste good. Shin Hong nodded gently and bought quite a few more insulation films from the vending machine before he spoke at Hua Miao. Meow meow, I'm going out now. You continue to put up the insulation films at home. The weather will continue to fall. Put up all the walls of the house. Understand? You're going out again? Hua Miao was a bit worried. It's so cold outside. Is there something urgent that you have to go now? It's more important. Shin Hong nodded slightly. Don't worry, my own safety can be solved. I shouldn't be able to rush back at noon. I'll be back in the afternoon. Not even coming back at noon? At those words, the worry on Hua Miao's face increased. Don't worry, it's really fine, only the distance is a bit far. Shin Hong came up to Hua Miao, and Hua Miao had already taken the initiative to hug and kiss him. After a moment, Hua Miao reluctantly let go and stared at Shin Hong. Then you must be safe. I'll wait for you. Shin Heng's heart trembled and he almost wanted to hug her for another ballgame. Once this kind of high-strung, beautiful woman is deeply in love, what man can stand it? But right now, since there was this confusion in his heart, he naturally had to investigate. Dressed in a thick leather hat, thermostat ski goggles, even a thick mask over his mouth, and a pair of winter leather gloves, Shin Heng's entire body was armed. But even so, after walking out of the room, a cold wind blew through, still making Shin Hong feel the piercing cold. It's simply too cold, and it was so windy, too, that the snowflakes were swirling around in the air. Fortunately, there is a windshield mirror in front of the snowmobile, and Shin Hong bought a few thick quilts, pounced on the snowmobile, and draped another one over himself, which made him feel less cold. Depart! Shin Hong started the snowmobile, turned back and nodded at Hua Miao, twisted the handlebars, and the car shot out, following the plowed slope in the yard, and rushed directly out of the yard gate. Watch out! Hua Miao was apprehensive in her heart and watched Shin Hong ride away on his snowmobile before she reluctantly returned home and unlocked the door to her room. When she came into the kitchen, she saw quite a few more dishes next to the counter. That was the case yesterday. Shin Hong didn't go up to the second floor at all, and there was no place to store anything in his whole body. How do you get so many supplies at once? And the material for the insulation film, which one has never heard of? Where did that come from? More importantly, the snowmobile. What average person has a snowmobile ready at home? Shin Hong seems to have been prepared for this snowstorm for a long time. But the key is, before the news, a sentence glacial period, such words have not seen. How did Shin Hong know? By the way, there is a second floor. She looked curiously at the remaining rooms on the second floor. How many supplies did Shin Hong hide inside? Chapter 24, Chen Qin. Shin Hong galloped across the flat snow. The villa of the past is now only the second and third floors are raised, and the first floor is almost flooded. In his last life, he had never traveled so arrogantly, but now that he has a super vending machine and the knowledge of what's going to happen in the future, he's not so worried. Nowadays, the exotic fruit has not yet been released, and there is strict control of firearms in the Dragon Kingdom, so there is no need to worry too much. The sound of the snowmobile was so loud that Yang Jinxian, who was next door, also heard it at the first time. Mu Xian, did you just hear anything? Yang Jinxian huddled in her home, wearing almost all the clothes she could, with thick clothes draped over her body, and turned her head to inquire about her sister. Yang Mu Xian's costume was the same. She scrunched her head and whispered, "Me too. I think I heard some kind of engine noise. It was kind of close, like it was next door." Yang Jinxian frowned slightly and nodded. "I also think it came from next door. There really is someone next door. It must be the Song family." Thinking about that annoying guy Song Zhengming, Yang Jinxian had a headache. She also saw the news on Dragon TV. Is Song Zhengming still refusing to let himself go? With so many people and so many mouths to feed, shouldn't the Song family hurry up and gather supplies? Why are they still refusing to let me go? She had no idea that next door lived Shin Hong, who had asked to borrow her car. "Sister, should I go out and take a look?" Yang Muxian asked in a small voice. Yang Jinxian cautiously shook her head, but her sister's words reminded her, and she hurriedly ran up to the second floor to look at the location where the noise was made. Shin Hong did not drive the snowmobile towards the high-rise residences in the neighborhood, but towards the single-family house at the back. Single-family home on the far north side of the Peachland neighborhood. Now that the snow is so thick that it's almost over the neighborhood yard wall, why bother to go around and go out? Just drive straight out. Along the way, he drove the snowmobile to its maximum, while there was not a single person to be seen around except for the snow-covered mountains. Yang Jinxian ran up to the second floor, and when she looked toward the sound, she only saw the back, driving the snowmobile away. It must have gone out of Villa 4 next door. Yang Jinxian bit her lower lip. Now next door. Is there anyone else? Why don't we go next door? But she was afraid to take the risk. If there are still people left next door, then if you go over there now, wouldn't you be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Song Zhengming, you're so kind. I can't believe you even have a snowmobile for your people just to keep an eye on me. A feeling of powerlessness flooded her at the thought. Could it be that he could really only commit himself to Song Zhengming? The whole world, as if it were a painting, was in absolute silence. The only sound in my ears was the violent sound of the snowmobile engine. I hadn't driven a snowmobile before, but I couldn't help that the roads were empty. Go wherever you want. Shin Hong drove all the way to the north while recognizing the surrounding buildings. When he just drove to the single-family house area, he coldly saw that on the second floor of a villa, someone had been shaking a bed sheet towards himself at the window. Seeing Shin Hong traveling in his direction, the other party shook the bed sheet more frequently, obviously trying to get his attention. Shin Hong frowned and lowered his speed to get closer. When he waited until he came to the front and saw that the one shaking the sheet was a woman, Shin Hong was slightly relieved. To be honest, right now he could not buy a firearm and his self-protection ability was still very poor. If the other party was a big burly man, Shin Hong would definitely turn his head and leave directly. Something? Shin Hong stopped outside the courtyard of this villa and opened his mouth to inquire. The courtyard wall wasn't far from the second floor windows, and they could even see each other's faces. This woman is quite pretty. Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. It was hard to even compare it to Hua Miao at home, knowing that Hua Miao was already considered a top beauty, and that there was the pair of sisters Yang Jinxian Yan Mushuan next door. He didn't expect that there were still this level of beauty in the single-family villa area. But come to think of it, the owners of these detached villas in the back are either rich or noble, and it's not unusual for them to hide a golden house. There should be quite a few beautiful women like that. His mind came alive at the thought. Under the end times, one has all kinds of supplies and wants to taste different flavors of women that are simply at hand. Of course, it was just a matter of savoring the taste, but as for taking it home, he didn't have that much time on his hands. Admitting a woman requires non-stop testing, and right now Huo Miao is barely qualified and still needs subsequent trials to let him completely put his heart down. But trade supplies for a ball game, he'd be willing. You, cough cough. The woman on the second floor of the villa saw Shen Hong stop the snowmobile to look at herself, and hurriedly and excitedly pulled open the window and wanted to speak. But just as she spoke, a cold wind poured in and she coughed violently. You say, Shen Hong spoke expressionlessly, you wanted to greet me just now, didn't you? Is there something wrong? As he spoke, he looked around warily. In his previous life, he had heard these kinds of stories. Some rich men have no food or drink in their homes, so they simply have their wives seduce those who have supplies, while these rich men quietly hide and attack the other side when they are not prepared. However, there was nothing unusual around. You, hello. The woman squeezed out a smile at Shen Hong. My name is Chen Qin. Haven't you heard of me? Chen Qin? Shen Hong froze and quickly reacted. No wonder I saw the other party looking a bit familiar just now. Or a big star. Looking at Shen Heng's slight nod, Chen Qin sighed in relief. Just know yourself. Hello, I'm filming in Jiangcheng these days, so I'm staying in this neighborhood. She took the initiative to speak again, but Shen Hong coldly interrupted her. Say it directly if you have something to say. Don't be abrasive. Chen Qin's expression was a bit awkward, and he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed in his heart. Since entering the acting circle, he is smooth sailing. Just shot the first costume drama. Served as the female first. Was nicknamed by fans Chicken Legs Girl. Is how many men's heart of the white moonlight ah? How is it that this man in front of me has no mercy at all? But thinking about her own situation, she couldn't say anything more, and could only squeeze out a smile. I don't have heat or water in my house, and I don't even have food anymore. Can I trouble you to sell me some? After saying that, and fearing that Shen Hong would not be willing, he hurriedly said, I am willing to pay a high price. Actresses ah, how much wool can be pulled from her? Shen Heng's eyes lit up. I'm counting on you for my first gun. Are you in the neighborhood homeowners group? Shen Hong asked. Chen Qin froze and subconsciously said, No, she usually lived in Mordor, and the Peach Garden neighborhood in Jiangcheng was only one of her many properties. This is still after she earned money. Self-conscious, not much investment vision, simply all bought a house. Jiangcheng, this second-tier city, naturally did not miss. Bought one directly in the Peachland neighborhood of River City. She had quietly come to live here the other day because she was filming in Jiangcheng. After all, staying in the hotel of the crew was easy to be followed and photographed by reporters, which was too much trouble for her. As for any homeowners group, she never even added it. It doesn't hurt if you haven't added it. Shen Hong opened his mouth to explain. Now that there are people trading supplies in the owners group, the price of a pack of instant noodles and a ham sausage is 500. That expensive? Even though Chen Qin's paycheck wasn't low, he couldn't help but be surprised after hearing these words. Robbery? Or are all the prices in Jiangcheng so high? It's still priced to sell. Shen Hong snorted. Look at this snow. It hasn't finished falling until now. If it's still snowing tomorrow, I'm afraid your second floor will be completely flooded. By then, Chen Qin's face went white. She simply doesn't have the habit of storing ingredients at home, and it's her assistant who buys them for her when she's usually busy with filming. After filming the day before, she had her assistant drop her off at home for a good night's sleep. But then I woke up and realized that snow had fallen outside, and the snow was all over a meter deep and the assistants couldn't come. Chen Qin had no choice but to stay at home, but the water pipes in the house were frozen and there was no water at all. After searching for half a day, I only found 2 bags of potato chips. In 2 days, she only ate 2 bags of chips. I'll take it. Chen Qin hurriedly opened his mouth, fearing that Shen Hong would leave. Well, Shen Hong said, do you need mineral water? The water pipes are frozen, and you don't have any water at home, do you? There are also instant noodles, eggs, ham sausages, and canned meat. By the way, the air conditioner in your house is also broken, right? Chen Qin nodded repeatedly. It's 60 degrees below zero. The air conditioning froze up a long time ago. I've got a tincture of oil here. I'll get you 3 of those as well. And some self-heating hot pots and such. Stop it. Just stop it. Listening to Shen Hong reciting all this food, Chen Qin felt that his mouth was secreting a large amount of saliva. Me? I want it all. Chen Qin squeezed out a smile. Name your price. Make an offer? Shen Hong smiled, his eyes looking Chen Qin up and down. Don't say. This big star didn't wash her face for 2 days, and she looks so good with a plain face. Unlike some stars who rely purely on makeup, Being stared at by Shin Heng's aggressive gaze, Chen Qin subconsciously pulled the collar of her coat, and she realized that it seemed as if the deal the other party had told her about was not so simple. He's, like, not just in it for the money, kind of regret it. Is it too late? Chapter 25, The First Customer. You, name your price. Being stared at by Shin Heng, Chen Qin was afraid in her heart, but after 2 days of starvation, she could hardly survive. The ground floor of the single-family house has no access at all. That meant she had to stand guard at the window and wait for someone else to pass by. For 2 days, she'd been squatting here, even if it was even colder by the window. Chen Qin didn't have a better solution. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, with absolutely no stopping, and the assistants, and the crew, could no longer be counted on. The only thing I can hope for is that someone passing by will help me out. If you continue, you'll surely be the first actress to starve to death, right? She laughed a little to herself. Outside, the snow had almost covered the first floor, and she had gotten a little desperate when she hadn't even seen a single pedestrian. When she saw a shadow galloping through the snow earlier, she thought she was starving her eyes. It wasn't until the shadow sailed this way that she couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly pulled the sheet off the bed and began to shake it over and over, expecting the other person to see her. And now, the other stopped in front of him as well, looking at each other with a lot of essence. Didn't seem to be worried about food or drink, especially if the other guy has a snowmobile. What place can't you go under this freezing weather? But now that Shin Heng didn't say a word and just looked straight at herself, she was a little scared, even though the entertainment industry is cluttered. To be honest, Chen Qin is still very self-loving. She's been around for a few years and is considered a standout actress in the second tier, but if she had been more open, she would have been capitalized and pushed up to the top a long time ago. It's because she's not willing to throw her hat in the ring, and even with an innocent prim face, her resources can't be considered too good. Is it possible that the innocent body, which has been guarded for more than 20 years, is now to be handed over for the sake of a mouthful of food? Chen Qin pursed her lips and her face didn't look too good anymore. 100,000. Shin Heng suddenly spoke. I'll bring you instant food that can be stored, such as instant noodles and ham, as well as water and cassette ovens, and then a few oil tinctures for you to warm up, and you'll give me $100,000. Yes, yes. Chen Qin did not expect that after Shin Heng sized himself up for a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said something like this, and nodded his head in agreement without hesitation. Just don't yourself. That said, even if the other party rushed in forcefully, the now weak and powerless her, she could not resist at all. Her face flushed at the thought. Pay up front. Shin Heng took out his cell phone. Chen Qin hurriedly swept the code to pay. After the payment was successful, Shin Heng put away his cell phone and said indifferently, at the latest, I will definitely come over in the afternoon. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Good. Chen Qin nodded obediently. Shin Heng's gentlemanly behavior had made her have a great impression of Shin Heng, even if 100,000 had far exceeded the price of these supplies. She felt that Shin Heng would not cheat himself. Besides, for a star like her, $100,000 wasn't exactly chump change, but it wasn't all that heartbreaking. Just wait a minute. Looking at Chen Qin's well-behaved appearance, Shin Heng reached out and probed into the quilt while summoning the vending machine and quickly bought a pack of instant noodles and ham. By the time his hand pulled out again, he had 2 more items of food in his hand. This packet of instant noodles and ham is for you first. You first pad your stomach. Eat slowly. I didn't bring any water. Don't choke. Thank you. Thank you. Chen Qin took the instant noodles and ham and kept thanking him. Okay, close the window. Shin Heng admonished, ready to leave by snowmobile. Then remembered something, turned back and said, don't stay by the window all the time. You are also lucky to meet me. If you meet other people, actresses, I'm afraid that a lot of men would like to have a taste of it. Can you resist? Chen Qin's face instantly reddened, and she lowered her head and let out an "Oh." You go ahead and hide in your room. Close all the curtains, and pretend that no one is home. Shin Heng added, when I come over to find you, I'll knock on your window and say hello in advance to you on WeChat. Good. Chen Qin obediently nodded. Shin Heng arranged all this and watched Chen Qin pull the curtains before turning around and leaving. It wasn't that he didn't want to savor Chen Qin. After all, it was the dream girl of many men. It's just that now is not the time. Just now, he deliberately sized up Chen Qin, and I believe Chen Qin had already noticed. If it were some other women with big circles in the entertainment industry, I'm afraid they would have already taken the initiative to talk. But Chen Qin didn't do that. Instead, he curled up a bit and still insisted on buying it. Although he didn't quite believe it, Shin Heng felt that the circle of this actress shouldn't be too big. It fueled his desire to conquer even more. Instead of those casual actresses, Shin Heng instead just wanted to vent and then leave them some food and drink and leave directly. Chen Qin Mai. He drove out of the Peachland neighborhood in his snowmobile, a smile on his lips. This woman, if she could behave herself, he wouldn't mind taking her into his home. After all, there is only one person in the house, vegetable-addicted Huamiao, halfway through the ballgame, has been begging for mercy, and there are more dilemmas to face later on, and a lot of companionship to be had. Even if Chin Chin was not attracted to him, he was willing to accept it if he developed into a ballplayer. When he thought of this, he suddenly remembered Grand Master Chin again. I wonder how Master Chin is doing. In his last life until his own death, he had been alive, and in this life, with his own reminder, Moncler Chin also stocked up on supplies in advance. I believe that now even less accident. I don't know where I found the fruits of my powers, and Shin Hong doesn't want to disturb them in advance, lest he deviates from the trajectory of his previous life. Although Moncler Jacket's outlet Chin's psychic ability was ordinary, just regular physical strength, but to build a safe house, it also needed such a talent, coupled with the fact that in his last life, Master Chin repeatedly saved himself. Shin Hong has a great deal of trust in Master Chin's character. This could be considered a companion of his own. Talent is scarce. Shin Hong shook his head inside. After exiting the north gate of the Peachland neighborhood, Shin Hong followed the road all the way to the north. The violent sound of the snowmobile caused many people to all poke their heads in to see who was outside. Upon seeing Shin Hong, who was driving a snowmobile, the crowd huddled in the two side buildings revealed envious expressions. Nice guy to have a snowmobile. It's awesome to be free to go out in this bad weather. And so on. Quite a few people with active brains suddenly thought, this guy has a snowmobile, so wouldn't he be able to freely go in and out of those supermarkets? From the grocery store, one can whore out many of the necessities of life. For a while, people in the buildings on both sides of the road flocked to the windows, and some even tried to break out to intercept them. But unfortunately, the speed of the snowmobile was too fast, and by the time they had their hands full trying to stop Shin Hong had already rushed out far away. Damn, what a run! On the east side of the road, men in an office building cursed. They were on the second floor of the building, almost flush with the snow outside the window. Just now, Shin Hong had just passed right through their eyes. What a missed opportunity. Mr. Zhang, the way I see where he came out, he should be living in the Taoyuan district, behind General Manager Zhang. A young man wearing glasses came over and spoke in a low voice. So what happened? Mr. Zhang's face didn't look too good. They run a tech company and were going to wait for the downpour to end before going home the day before yesterday because of the heavy rain. But I didn't realize that the rain didn't stop, but snow fell one after another. Thanks to the company, there was still a cafeteria, which stored a lot of food and drink. But nevertheless, after 2 days, there was very little food and drink left. Mr. Zhang led a group of people, smashed open the doors of other companies, and got lucky and scavenged some snacks. Another office supply from another company was moved back to their office and lit directly to heat it. He's also thinking of his Stepford wife at home, and has video called her, who is also freezing at home. This is not the way to go. Just as he was thinking, he saw Shin Hong skidding past in front of him, and he wanted to intercept it and make Shin Hong hand over the snowmobile, but he didn't open the window, and Shin Hong had already skidded away. Mr. Zhang, since he's living in the Taoyuan district, this must be an outing to look for supplies. He'll definitely be back later. The man with the glasses approached Mr. Zhang's ear and whispered, let's prepare in advance later. As long as he comes back, we'll be able to stop him. Yeah, Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up. He then frowned. That snowmobile is going too fast. How are we going to stop it? This will require the cooperation of that building across the street. The corners of the glasses man's mouth curled up, and he came over to Mr. Zhang's ear, whispering once again, yes, yes. The more Mr. Zhang listened, the brighter his eyes became. Let's do it according to what you said. Quickly, get everyone into action. If we stop him later, the snowmobile can seat 2 people. You and I will sit first. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. The man with glasses gave a grateful cry and hurriedly turned his head to order his subordinates. With the glasses man's instructions, the many subordinates also came into the spirit and began to collect the cardboard boxes in the building. They then ripped open the cardboard box, opened the window and threw it in the snow. In the building across the street, there were also a number of people stranded in the company, one looking on curiously. What are you waiting for? The man with the glasses found a loudspeaker and yelled at the building across the street. Get out your cardboard boxes too and pounce on the snow. Unknown to the people on this side, they saw the people from the building across the street, huddled together, dropping more cardboard boxes on the road outside. With the cardboard box flattened out, a few people have tried their hand at stepping on the snow. Nice guy. The loose snow sank just slightly, but didn't sink in. Mr. Zhang's congregation was invigorated. The people in the building across the street, now understanding what they were saying, hurriedly followed suit and searched for the cardboard boxes. Half an hour later, the people from the 2 buildings met, and Mr. Zhang hunkered down and shook hands with the leader of the office building across the street. Rather like a leader meeting. Mr. Zhang, what are you guys? The balding leader across the street was a bit puzzled. Mr. Zhao, you saw that snowmobile just now, right? Mr. Zhang laughed lightly, but as soon as he grinned, the cold wind poured into his mouth, and he hurriedly closed his mouth and leaned over to Mr. Zhao Zier and said, you guys don't have much to eat in this building, do you? The snow won't stop. If we continue to stay up, we will only die. Let's combine our efforts and take that snowmobile. How about it? Listening to Mr. Zhang's plan, Mr. Zhao's eyes lit up. Deal. Chapter 26, Snow Removal Retarded Robots. Shenhong naturally didn't know that just now. Because of his racy passing, he had already caused 2 buildings on the street to cooperate. When he comes back, trip him up. Shenhong was now in a comfortable mood. In his last life, although he possessed psychic abilities, he had always surrounded Feng Lu, and even couldn't help but want to join some forces at times, all of which didn't work out because they were in Feng Lu's way. Feng Lu's exact words were, I'm so pretty, what should you do if you join those big powers and those heads have thoughts about me? Thinking about it, Shenhong eventually gave in, but now that I think about it, wasn't Feng Lu thinking of nestling in that villa, enjoying herself out looking for supplies, and then secretly dating Su Chao? In his last life, when he went out, he all relied on a handful of flame powers to bake the thick snow and then walked all the way. 2 row 4 villa thick snow underneath. Is a countless Shenhong baked out of the snow under the channel. He barely even showed up on the snow. Now, facing the cold and chilly wind, Shenhong's mood was incomparably free. You can ride under the doom and above the snow yourself. And with a super vending machine, there's no need to worry about supplies. As long as you keep leveling up the vending machine and improving your psychic abilities and self-protection, you will be able to cozy up and enjoy the apocalyptic life. That's right. For others, under the doomsday, it was a struggle to survive and human lives were at stake. But for Shenhong, it was a chance for him to turn over a new leaf and become a hegemon. He knew very well that if he wanted to live a carefree life, he had to have a hard fist. In the past, he probably wouldn't have thought about building up any power. But in his new life, he wanted massive power. That was why he was heading to the barracks to explore. Shenhong was a child raised in a society governed by the rule of law and grew up obeying the law. I only lived 3 months after the end of my last life and don't really know what happened to the Song family afterward. You know, the Song family is occupying the official granary. Did the Song family make some kind of agreement with the army? Or is the army gone and the Song family left unattended? All of these, Shenhong needed to explore. If the army completely ignored it, then Shenhong would naturally be able to take the place of the Song family in the previous life. Not only did he want to replace the Song family, he also wanted to unify the entire Jiangcheng and even expand outwards. The higher the level of the vending machine, the more money you need. Right now the doomsday opened. Shenhong simply could not receive all of everyone's money into his hands at once. In the future, when one could unify Jiangcheng, I'm afraid that the tens of millions of people in Jiangcheng today would only have a few tens of thousands at most by then. More money for the dead. Naturally, but Shenhong was unable to get the money of the dead, so the only way was to continue to expand and extend his power. The more land you have under your command, the more people you have. The more people there are, the more money these people will naturally have. One way to fly. As the high-rise buildings gradually decreased, Shenhong knew that he had now driven to the edge of the city. It wasn't long before a green building was seen ahead. Shenhong's gaze flinched and he hurriedly stopped the snowmobile. It was still a long way from the building, and there were more than a few crisscrossing ruts in the snow on the ground. Shenhong received the snowmobile into his consciousness space. As the vending machine was upgraded to level 2, not only could one purchase quite a few level 2 items, but accordingly, the space in which that vending machine was situated had doubled compared to when it was level 1. Before it was but about 6 square meters, while now it is 12 square meters. Toss the snowmobile in the corner of the space and it doesn't take up much room at all. Shenhong bought some tools from the vending machine, and then far away from the snow, began to dig up the snow. This can't go on like this. After digging for a while, Shenhong was hot and sweating. From here to the barracks, there's still almost a kilometer to go. It's going to take forever to dig. He took out his vending machine and searched for the word snow removal and finally found an item that could only be purchased at level 3. Snow removal retarded robot. Good lord, it's not intelligent. It's retarded? Shenhong showed the expression of a subway old man looking at his cell phone. However, the droid sells for 30,000 and requires level 3 to purchase, so it shouldn't be that bad. Buy it. But right now, the vending machine was only level 2, and Shenhong still needed to buy a wave of things to upgrade before he could do so. I bought quite a bit more power glue from the vending machine, mainly because the stuff takes up less space and isn't cheap. It cost him $10,000 to buy a box of them, and they sit next to the snowmobile, taking up only a small corner. The experience of the vending machine has reached 12133/40,000. It's less than 30,000 short. Shinhong pondered for a moment, and bought a bunch of supplies. What instant noodles, ham sausage, canned drinks, mineral water, and oil tincture and things like that, these are what Shin needs. He at least received 100,000 yuan. Buy things can't be too bad, but these supplies are cheaper, and they are still far from being upgraded. Shinhong frowned and suddenly remembered that Chen Xin didn't seem to have any thick clothes, so he simply bought a few more thick punching jackets. After all, it was only August, and Chen Xin would not bring winter clothes at all when he came to Jiangqing to shoot a movie. Plus the villa in the Peachland neighborhood. Chen Xin can't live there for more than a few days a year, and she bought it in the spirit of investment, with even fewer clothes to wear inside the house. Curled up in a home with no air conditioning and no heat, I'm lucky I didn't freeze to death. Thanks to Shin Hang's timely arrival, I'm afraid that after one more night, Chen Xin's entire body would have frozen hard. After buying these, he thought of Huo Miao at home. Huo Miao didn't have many clothes either, and up until now, she had been wearing Shin Hang's. Although wearing Shin Hang's wide clothes can reveal two sexy long legs, but girls always like beauty, is not it? After Shin Hong searched the vending machine again for ladies' clothes, purchased underwear, and all kinds of pajamas, and bought a few beautiful clothes for Huo Miao as well, the vending machine finally rose to level 3. Level 3 now. Shin Hong came to life. This is a watershed moment, because at level 3, not only can you buy snow removal wise robots, but you can also buy some defense items now. For example, daggers, 3-pronged knives and the like, but also to buy one weapon that Shin Hong had previously valued, crossbows. A dagger sells for a full $3,000. I don't know what it is made of, but Shin Hong now has money, and there is also Chen Xin's money tree. He is not cheap, and he waved his hand and bought 2 handfuls. Soon, 2 heavy daggers fell into his hands. The grip of the dagger was good and the tip was sharp. Shin Hong waved it and was satisfied. So far, the vending machine is pretty good, on the principle that you get what you pay for. This dagger, even if it doesn't cut iron like clay, it shouldn't be far off, right? And the price of the crossbow made him even more secretly amazed. A God's Arm crossbow costs $30,000. Originally, Shin Hong wanted to buy an ordinary crossbow, but after seeing the introduction in the Divine Arm crossbow that the crossbow was small and delicate and could fire 3 arrows in a row, Shin Hong decided that he would take this crossbow. Think of it as a good way to prepare for a vending machine upgrade. After buying the crossbow, Shin Hong picked some more piggyback arrows from the vending machine before calling it quits. Glancing at the vending machine, after spending so much money, the experience was now less than half, and the vending machine's upgrade experience had, indeed, become 80,000 as well. It's pretty damn good to go up one level and double it. If I really want to buy an aircraft carrier in the future, how much will it cost? It was useless to think about that much now. He took out the Divine Arm crossbow from his space and followed the instructions, mounting it on his right arm. This crossbow is slightly different from a regular crossbow. There are actually 3 strings that correspond to 3 arrows. There is, surprisingly, a slightly raised button at the right thumb. Set the crossbow up and press the button and the first arrow will shoot at the aim target. Press it again and a second arrow will fly. By the time 3 arrows have been shot, it will be time to restring. It's good that it's still a repeating device. It's just a shame that after 3 rounds, you have to rest for a while. Shin Hong muttered a sentence and suddenly froze, looking at the crossbow with bad eyes. This thing, it seems to be a bit like yourself. Now with Huo Miao, after 3 rounds, I need a break too. He looked at the crossbow for a moment, then turned his head as if nothing had happened. When I eat the alien fruit, not only will I be able to awaken my alien powers, but my body will also be strengthened at that time. Heck, 3 rounds isn't even my limit. I'm a human Gatling. Shin Hong had originally wanted to buy some more things in one go, and upgrade the vending machine to level 5 as soon as possible to purchase firearms, but counting the money in his pocket, it seemed that after leveling up to 5, he couldn't even buy many bullets after buying the gun, so he just gave up. Anyway, he was only going to quietly observe and probe today. It would be best if we could find out something about the situation, but if not, so be it. With the purchase of the retarded robot, he had less than 200,000 left on him. The good thing is that the vending machine has reached the tipping point and is still almost experienced enough to get to level 4. The robot was small, just under half a meter tall. After taking it out, Shin Hong was a bit skeptical about what this thing could actually do. What would work in this 2-meter deep snow? But the next moment, something that shocked him happened. After activating the robot, it immediately ran towards the front, and its 2 claws, which transformed into a gyroscope, violently spun towards the front. The back of its body and its ass opened up and kept spraying snowballs outward. Shin Hong did not pay attention and was immediately hit by one snowball after another. *******. He spat out a mouthful of snow and covered his head as he ducked to the side. I'm sure he deserves to be called retarded. I don't even care about the owner of the back. A brain is snow removal but this robot has a lot of benefits. First of all, it's silent, with both clawed gyros spinning up and down, all with barely a semblance of a sound. For another, it's very efficient. Shinhong realized that as long as he followed the robot's side and was careful not to be hit by the snowballs it sprayed out, he could simply maintain a leisurely walk all the way to the barracks. Presumably what the vending machine identifies as retarded is simply the lack of AI, the inability to voice, the inability to determine the owner, and just a stream of work, right? But it couldn't have been more appropriate for myself. Chapter 27, Eavesdropping. Cozying up to the left rear of the robot, Shinhong catapulted his way forward. The robots are fantastically efficient. As the two claws rotated, all of that snow in front of them would be spun around, either flying off to the sides or being instantly absorbed by the robot and turned into snowballs, which would then be sprayed to the rear. Moreover, the passageway under the snow cleared by the robot is also very solid, and there is no collapse situation. As long as the head doesn't go away, he or she won't be discovered. Of course, it would be strange for anyone to be out in this extreme weather. The snow outside is not so porcelain now that people step on it and sink right into it. After walking for about a few hundred meters, Shinhong surveyed the surroundings, then picked up the robot and set it to continue forward to remove snow for 200 meters. Then he stood still, took out the snowmobile and rode it on his butt, twisting his head to stare at the robot with a complicated gaze. 200 meters further on, you're basically in the center of the barracks. He was almost certain now that there should be someone in the barracks. After all, he had seen several snowmobile tracks himself earlier. He was ready to drive away as soon as the robot was discovered. After waiting a few moments, however, the robot stopped far enough away that it was clear that it had completed its mission and stood quietly in place. It was quiet and unnoticed all around. Shinhong carefully walked up, received the robot into the space, picked up the snow removal shovel, and began to slowly clean it up. These next snowfalls will require him to take matters into his own hands. Half an hour later, Shinhong's forehead was sweating and he was slightly relieved. He cleared all the snow from around the main barracks building. The main building, the green high-rise he had just seen. This is the office building of the military camp in Zhangcheng, and not far away, the military dormitory. Shinhong quietly walked to the door of the office building. He didn't dare to dig too high. After all, he wasn't sure if the office building, at the main door, had been cleared by the soldiers, so he could only get as close as possible. But just as he approached, his body stopped in place for a moment, and his ears perked up with a tense look on his face. Colonel Lu really decided? Yes, Brother Wang, that's what he told me. Two conversations came, faintly. The one who spoke earlier had a thicker throat and seemed to be a bit short-tempered. If we leave Zhangcheng alone, what should we do with the tens of millions of people in Zhangcheng? I heard that there are already people freezing to death. Shouldn't we take action? However, Colonel Lu said that he received an order from the higher-ups that we should split our troops into two, with one part going to Panglai Island, and the remaining part, needing to defend Dragon City. Dragon City is the imperial capital of our Dragon Kingdom. There is no room for error. The speaker is probably Colonel Lu's secretary or something. Shinhong guessed. Brother Wang, don't be angry. This is an order from the higher-ups. I've already asked a few other military camps, and they're all the same. The secretary then said, this is not a secret. You should also know, Panglai side has long coastline. Almost all of the coastline is frozen. Once it really goes inland, then the threat of Dragon City increases greatly. The leaders have all entered the shelter now, so it's time for us to go. Available. Wang, who had previously been filled with righteous indignation, was a bit disillusioned. Just like that? How else? The secretary returned. Colonel Lu has led the team to leave. The rest of us, to support Panglai. Global countries are like this. I heard that the above reached a consensus. Any national conflicts, now all regardless, first resist these. Even my buddy stationed at the border of the three countries of the A.S. were transferred back, stationed in the port of Fangchenggang. Wang brother, Colonel Lu left. You are now the biggest leader. I am responsible for conveying Colonel Lu's instructions. May I ask, do you accept? I obey orders. Wang sighed. How is the situation over at Panglai? Not too optimistic, the secretary said. The people from the Panglai shelter have all been evacuated, and now the shelter is all military stationed. We'd better go first. Everyone should be ready by now. Good. Wang knew that soldiers were precious and there was no need to say anything after what happened. He sighed again, but did not leave because Shinhong did not hear the footsteps. Pomp and circumstance? Under the snow, Shinhong rubbed his chin and frowned and thought, what's in Panglai? Listening to their words, it seems that after the global freeze, there was some accident on the coastline, and it should be more important, so the officials sent all the troops there. Zhangcheng's army, part of which was transferred to Dragon City and the other part to Panglai. No wonder the army never rescued the city. It turns out that in a previous life, they all withdrew. Pengzi, Xing Ming. Just then, two more voices came from above, followed by footsteps ringing out from above Shinhang's head, and it was obvious that someone was walking fast towards this office building. Pengzi, sorry I'm late. A conciliatory voice, with footsteps leading to the office building. Head should lay some hard paper. Shinhong can even see. He huddled in the bottom of this snow road, with the sound of footsteps above. The snow are slightly down some. Don't stomp on it. Fear of what will come. As soon as Shinhong thought about it, he heard Brother Wang say, be careful, don't step on it. And a foot, which had already stepped down from the snow, accompanied by a lot of snow, stepped on Shinhang's head. Erase. Shinhang's eyes glazed over, not even daring to move a bit, letting the snow cover him. It's so damn slippery. The man who walked up smiled and then hugged Wang. It's been a long time. Penguin, you said you wanted to say goodbye to me? Then the man who had just arrived spoke. What's your army up to? If it's confidential, don't say anything. It seems that this Wang should be called Wang Peng or Wang Xpeng. Junming, you and I have been friends for many years, and we are still college classmates. And now that it's come to this, there's nothing we can't talk about anymore. Wang lowered his voice. Many of the top layer have received the news. The Song family in Jiangcheng can only be regarded as a second-rate family. You do not receive the news is also considered normal. The Song family? Signs? Shinhong froze and completely understood. This guy who had just stomped on his head was the Song family's current family head, Song Jiangming. Similarly, he was also the overlord of the northern part of Jiangcheng City in his last life, and all of his strengths had to overpower any other party. Unexpectedly, Song Jiangming also came. He pricked up his ears. What's going on? Song Jiangming patted the snow on his legs and frowned. I'm still wondering why the army didn't provide assistance when the country encountered such a crisis. Where are you going? This snowfall is a sign of the end of the apocalypse, Wang gruffly said. Many of the senior management have already lived in the doomsday shelter. You should also not know. This doomsday shelter, there is also one in Jiangcheng, only that the Song family is not qualified to live in it. A lot of scholars and professors in Jiangcheng have already last night been secretly received in the shelter. Of course, there are also some of Jiangcheng's powerful families, those families that are stronger than the Song family, such as the Yi family, the Qian family. When they first created the shelter, these families contributed money, naturally have the right to live in shelter. Song Jiangming narrowed his eyes and said, is the world coming to an end? According to expert estimates, the probability that the human race will perish is as high as 95%, so the superiors have initiated the human species preservation plan, and in order to spread the human civilization, the only option is this, Wang said solemnly, and the whole country, no, the coastline of the world, are out of something. Our army needs to go to suppress, so the city has no time to care about you and I for many years of brotherhood, and now I have to go far away to Panglai, resigned a goodbye. I do not know whether there can be a day of goodbye. Wang Peng, you're not joking with me, are you? Song Jiangming's voice heaved a few points. Of course not, Wang Peng said bitterly. There is one more thing I have to ask you. My mother is not moving well, but I also do not have a place in the residential shelter. Thinking about it, it is only you who can take care of her. After all, you are now the head of the Song family. What's all this talk between brothers? Song Jiangming drank. Your mother is my mother. When you helped me out and killed my big brother, I swore an oath to you that in this life, your loved ones, as long as I, Song Jiangming, am alive, will never let them suffer a bit. By the way, are your sister-in-law and Xiaotong still at home? I'll send someone to get them to the Song family later. Don't worry. Yes. Wang Peng was touched in his heart and hugged Song Jiangming again, lowering his voice. Shinhong stood on tiptoe and tried to listen. It had to be said that it was also thanks to Song Jiangming's kick just now, which collapsed the snow above his head, that he heard Wang Peng's faint voice. The Dragon Kingdom's grain depot. It's not far from your Song family. Now that the country is in chaos, it can almost be said that the officials have let the cities fend for themselves. There is a lot of grain stored in the grain depot, enough for everyone in the Song family to eat and drink. In half an hour, I will leave with my troops, and you have to take the granary at the first opportunity. It's also counted as the last thing that I, as a brother, will do for you. Remember, make sure you take care of my mother's wife and children. Wang Peng let go of Song Jiangming and turned his head. You go, today we haven't seen anyone. Chapter 28, Sneak Attack. Shinhong under the snow completely understood. It turns out that Song Jiangming has this relationship with the military. It's a big melon today. He also understood now why Song Jiangming had dared to occupy the grain depot with great fanfare in his previous life. That's because there are guarantees from the military. The army stationed in Jiangcheng was about to leave, so the Song family naturally had no qualms about it. But what happened in Panglai? As Wang Peng said, why did the officials split the army into two, with one part guarding Dragon City and the other going to Panglai? There seems to be some trouble not just in Panglai, but also along the coast. Although the name of Jiangcheng has the word Jiang, it is located inland in the north, far away from the coastline. In his last life, he had survived for a short time as well, and had no idea what else had happened since then. But now, at least one thing is certain. Officially, it's already a bit of a mess. He moved on. Since the Song family can occupy the grain depot, can I also take this strategic location? Although he owned the vending machine, if he wanted to develop his power in the future, he couldn't buy things from the vending machine indefinitely. Could he? When it really comes to that, the secrets of the vending machine will be known to the outside world. So, the granary itself has to be taken down. Of course, there are vaults, banks. After the end of the day, people are starting to look for supplies in droves, and no one is going to the banks at all. Because what's the point of asking for money when people realize that the snow lasts and doesn't end and there's no official rescue operation? Use it to light a fire to keep warm? Going through the trouble of prying open the doors of a bank is better than robbing a casket store. After all, wood can be much more resistant to burning than paper. He also gained a lot of gossipy information. Just now, I learned from Song Zhengming's mouth that the sudden violent death of Song Guangming, the eldest son of the Song family, which was discussed some time ago, turned out to be the ghost behind Song Zhengming, the second son. It was he who joined forces with Wang Ping to secretly lay hands on Song Guangming. However, these have nothing to do with myself, so I'm just going to listen to them for fun. After listening to Song Zhengming pacing away overhead, Wang Peng also turned to leave. Shen hung quietly from below the snow road. Slipping back, he silently made his way back down the not-so-high snowy path, until he returned to the position where he had dug at the beginning. He then pricked up his ears and listened for a long time to make sure that there was no sound from the outside world, and then cautiously poked his head out. Looking around, there really wasn't much noise. As for Song Zhengming, he didn't know how he left. He breathed a sigh of relief and had just climbed out of the snowy path when a voice came from behind him in the cold. Sure enough, there's someone. Shen Heng's pupils shrank and he subconsciously rolled forward. The moment he rolled his body, a shadow of a club slashed down and landed where his probe had been. In the snow, a deep mark appeared. Deep into the snow, Shen Hong cleanly rolled twice, then stood up and looked behind him with an icy face. A burly silhouette will be in the hands of the iron stick. From the snow, a caricatured smile to Shen Hong. Kid, reaction is not slow well. Just do not know. You can avoid me if you stick? He once again struck his stick and swiped at Shen Hong. Shen Hong flew backwards to dodge, but the snow on the ground was extremely thick, and with every step he took, his legs would be plunged into the snow, making it completely impossible to avoid it. Wait! Shen Hong managed to avoid another stick and spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Why are you charging at me? His legs were not in the snow and he had difficulty moving. Shen Hong was quite a bit wary of the big man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He had meticulously survived in his last life, and had fought with others for a bite to eat, and possessed certain fighting skills. But this person in front of him was equally skilled. Only, because of all the thick snow below, both of them had trouble moving. The big man was 1.9 meters in height and weighed more than 200 pounds, and this foot went down, sinking deeper than even Shen Hang. However, seeing that Shen Hong had already sunk into the snow and seemed to be unable to get out at all, the big man smiled triumphantly. Take the pinch. Ha! The big man laughed softly. You want to know the answer to this question. It just so happens that I'm also a bit puzzled and want to ask you. How about I answer your question first and then you answer mine? He had just quietly observed it. Shen Hong dug a very long passage underneath the snow. It's impossible for manpower to dig this deep and this long. Okay. Shen Heng's eyes rolled and he nodded in agreement. He was also very curious about the big man. I'm the bodyguard of the Song family head, the big man said. When the family had left just now, he saw the snow tunnel you dug, thought you were a talent, and wanted to recruit you. Specially ordered me to wait here. Yeah? Shen Hong raised an eyebrow. But your actions just now don't seem to be soliciting me. Recruitment? At any other time, maybe Song Zhengming would really recruit himself. After all, digging such a long passage under the snow could be Song Zhengming's right-hand man in this icy weather. However, after Song Zhengming became the overlord of the northern part of the city in his last life, Shen Hong knew very well. This man has a poisonous mind and is far too suspicious. Song Zhengming must have realized that he was eavesdropping just now, and that's why he had the big man guard the place. I'm afraid that they just want to maim themselves with a direct sneak attack, and then take them back to be tortured and questioned about the method of digging the snowy path, right? Indeed. When the big man saw that Shen Hong was only one person, now plunged into the snow, and was unarmed, he naturally put down his heart, completely treating Shen Hong as something in the palm of his hand. Within a 2-kilometer radius of here, it's all military territory. How did you get here? The big man asked again. That's the second problem. Shin Hong smiled. Let me answer your first question. I have a snow removal robot. Robot? The big man froze. I don't believe it. This is it. Shin Hong fumbled with his clothes and pulled the robot out of his pocket, waving it at the big man. It's still a ING robot. The big man's expression became even more confused. He'd never heard of any snow removal robots, and this stuff was for sale? What's even more ING bizarre is that there are people who buy this stuff? How does he get rid of snow? The big man asked curiously. This way. Shin Hong pressed the start button, and the robot's 2 claws turned at once. The big man's eyes followed to the robot. At the same time, Shin Hong had raised his right hand and aimed it at the big man. Phew! A subtle cracking sound rang out. Before the big man could react, the sharp arrow slicing through the air had already penetrated his head. The arrow was so powerful that it even drove the upper half of the big man's body, leaning back heavily. Stupid! Shin Hong sneered. Just now, while taking advantage of pulling out the robot, Shin Hong quietly undid the cuff of his right arm. The vending machine sells a divine crossbow that lives up to its name. If he didn't want to know who the other party was, Shin Hong would have directly shot a crossbow at the first moment. But, Ghost Fox Song Jung-ming, really observant. Even the hole in the snow tunnel he had just dug could be found. It seems that one has to be more careful in the future. As for this bodyguard, Shin Hong didn't even want to keep his life, and the moment he sneaked up on Shin Hang, this guy was dead. Song Jiangming. Shin Hong narrowed his eyes and sneered disdainfully. In your last life you were strong, but in this life, I have the vending machine, and the north of the city will surely be mine. This bodyguard, it's just an appetizer. Chapter 29, Extortion. The bodyguard died a horrible death. One arrow kills. Because of the close proximity, the arrow pierced right through his skull and into the snow. Shin Hong also did not go looking for arrows again. A penetrating arrow that sells for $100 is all the money you need to buy your life. And he wasn't the least bit worried that the Song family would find out. The snow would continue to fall and would soon cover the body of the big man. Even if the Song family found it, it would be impossible to locate that arrow from the thick snow. He came to the big man, fumbled halfway around his body, and found a wallet. Inside the wallet, there was the big man's ID card tucked away. These days, you actually travel with an ID card. Is that because you're afraid I won't know your name? Shin Hong shook his head and lost his smile, glancing at his ID card. General Zhao. He looked at the name on the ID card and then at the big man's face with some dismay. Iron Tower Zhao General? This name, Shin Hong had a deep impression. In his previous life, this person had also eaten the alien fruit and inspired alien powers. General Zhao's physical fitness was originally extremely good, and his supernatural ability was giant strength, which he used to fight for Song Jiangming in the northern part of the city, making great achievements. Unexpectedly, before he could activate his powers in this life, he was killed by an arrow of his own. It kind of saves a lot of trouble. After all, if Shin Hong wanted to unify Jiangcheng, he first had to take the north of the city, and Song Jiangming, the first hurdle that can't be bypassed. The elite soldiers under his command will all be his own enemies in the future as well. Getting Zhao General killed now would be a way to save some trouble in the future. As for himself, he wasn't worried at all. Before Shin Hong left the house, his entire body was completely wrapped up, wearing a leather cap and mask. Only a pair of eyes could be seen, and with snowproof goggles on his eyes. Even if Zhao would take a picture of his appearance, Song Jiangming would definitely not recognize it. Zhao General still had a cell phone on him, and Shin Hong didn't even think about it and directly crushed it. Look at the color of the sky. It's getting late. Moreover, there was a loud noise coming from the side of the barracks, so it was thought that Wang Peng was now organizing the remaining warriors and preparing to leave. Shin Hong made up another penetrating arrow on the god's arm crossbow, saw that no one was around, and after taking out the snowmobile, he drove directly towards the Peachland neighborhood. Snow filled the sky, and Shin Heng's figure quickly disappeared, and the body of Zhao General on the ground was also directly and completely covered by snow shortly after Shin Heng's departure. Approaching the neighborhood, Shin Heng's mood followed a lot of relaxation. Later, after he went back and handed the supplies over to Chen Xin, he could go home and snuggle up with Huang Miao and play cards. The trip out was immensely rewarding. The reason the army didn't come to the rescue was because there was some trouble along the Dragon's coastline that had to be dealt with. And the reason why the Song family occupied the Jiangcheng grain depot is that the army, Wang Peng's instructions, but he was also wary. Just now, if it wasn't for his fighting instincts from his previous life, I'm afraid that he was unaccountably undermined by Zhao General. If that stick was struck, even if he killed General Zhao, I'm afraid he would end up half mutilated. Gotta find a doctor. Preferably a female doctor who is young, pretty, long-legged and can be loyal to him or her. Is also picked up and returned to the villa. The thought of a female doctor in a black silk white coat made Shin Heng's heart miss Meow even more, and he couldn't help but want to hurry up and have a shot. Coming. The outside world was silent, and the sound of the snowmobiles was loud and carried far. Curled up outside the north gate of Taoyuan district, inside the buildings on both sides of the street, Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up, holding his cell phone and talking to Mr. Zhao in the opposite building. Be sure to be on your toes. That snowmobile isn't slow. A little bit of inattention and he'll run away. If this sneak attack fails, we won't have much of a chance next time. I know, Mr. Zhao droned. He's coming. Shin Heng's snowmobile sped through the snow, but he was already alert. Being reborn himself, and overhearing that conversation at the barracks, he unknowingly found out the original development. Moreover, Zhao General's sneak attack had made it clear to him that even if he possessed a vending machine, he still had to be careful. One slip and you'll punt. Surrounded by a blanket of snow, the whole world was wrapped in pure white, but as he approached the neighborhood, he was surprised to see an extra line of yellow on the pavement, from left to right. What's that? Shin Hong was alert and subconsciously reduced the speed of the snowmobile, traveled to the front, only to find the snow actually laid a thick layer of cardboard boxes. Obviously, this is someone will be cardboard boxes on the ground, easy to walk. Without waiting for him to take a closer look, inside the building on both sides, Mr. Zhang let out a loud shout. Employees huddled on the second floor on either side simultaneously pulled the ropes up in their hands. The 3 ropes that were originally buried in the snow were suddenly taut and straddled the air, directly blocking Shin Heng's path. Shin Hong stopped the snowmobile and looked at the office buildings on both sides with an unfriendly gaze. Oh, little brother, we've finally waited for you. Mr. Zhang swaggered and pushed the window open and jumped onto the cardboard box. He was followed by more than 10 other people, their eyes glowing hotly as they looked at Shin Heng's snowmobile. And inside the building across the street, Mr. Zhao also walked out with more than 10 people. After the 2 groups of people appeared, with cardboard boxes still in their hands, they began to lay toward Shin Heng's side, trying to form an encirclement and surround Shin Hong. What do you want? Shin Hong coldly said. Don't be afraid, we're just talking to you. Mr. Zhang was still shivering with a few sheets wrapped around his body. He sniffled. I'll make it short. Brother, we've got our eye on this car. Lend it to us. You're staying in the Taoyuan neighborhood, right? Anyway, you're already home. This car is of little use to you, but to us, it's a lifesaver. Yeah, Mr. Zhao nodded along. I'm Zhao Yojie from Xinhai Technology. Lend it to us. I'll take you up on a favor. A favor? Shin Hong almost didn't laugh out loud. The most worthless thing under Armageddon is favors. What if I don't borrow it? Shin Hong snorted and asked rhetorically. No loan? The man with glasses behind Mr. Zhang said sorrowfully. You can still run away if you refuse to do so. If you don't want to borrow it, then don't blame us for doing it. After saying that, he waved his hand and coldly shouted, Brothers, grab the snowmobile and we can all go home. Hearing the words of the man with glasses, the eyes of the crowd lit up and scrambled down the cardboard box to pounce on Shin Hong. Shin Hong coldly swept his eyes. The gang was still far away and they didn't seem to have enough cardboard boxes to lean on. His right hand raised, aimed at the man with the glasses, and pressed the mechanism. Phew! The sharp arrow pierced through the air, and a stream of blood suddenly emerged from the neck of the originally screaming spectacled man, who covered his neck and fell straight down. Blood sprayed all over Mr. Zhang's face. Little king, Mr. Zhang only felt a wave of crimson covering his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that the man with the glasses had already collapsed in the snow, and the hot blood in his neck seemed to spray as if it didn't want money. He was startled and subconsciously turned his head to look at Shin Hong. And Shin Hong held up his right hand expressionlessly with an arrow in his arm, aiming it at Mr. Zhang. I didn't hear you just now. Please repeat it back to me. What do you want if I don't borrow the car? Shin Hong had a smile on his face, but the murderous aura in his voice caused Mr. Zhang to get goosebumps. Mr. Zhang stammered, being aimed at by that black sharp arrow. Even in this extremely cold and icy day, he felt his brain heat up. He's your subordinate, isn't he? Was this your idea? Shin Hong added. Yes, it was his idea. Although the crossbow did not aim at himself, but the other side of the Zhao general are almost scared urine, rushed to take over the words. Little brother, I do not want to rob the car, I just borrow. Shin Hong twisted his head and aimed his right hand at Mr. Zhao. You just said that I'll lend you my car, so I'll take your favor. Sorry, you don't deserve it. Seeing the crossbow aiming at him, Mr. Zhao's scalp went numb. Desperately waving his hands and squeezing out a smile. Brother, you're right. I'm not worthy. Seeing that Shin Hong was unmoved, he hurriedly pointed at General Manager Zhang and said, It's him. We were still hiding in the building. but he brought people to pave the way with cardboard boxes and came over to actively suggest to me. I didn't think much about it, I just wanted to go home. If I had known that you were so powerful, even if I froze alive in the company, I wouldn't have dared to hit you. Zhao Yojie. You fart. Mr. Zhang was startled and looked at Shen Hong with a smile on his face. Brother, I was also compelled by Xiao Wang to think about Xiao Wang is this stupid guy who was killed by you. You ask the people in our company, they can all testify to me. Really? The others chilled in the back of their minds and subconsciously nodded along. They were not sure how many more arrows Shen Heng's crossbow could fire, but who the hell would dare go up there and try? Moreover, it seemed that Shen Heng's arrows were extremely accurate, aiming at the glasses man's throat. Whose throat can stop this arrow? Isn't this a death wish? You want to live? Shen Hong suddenly spoke. The crowd trembled and nodded. You're from 2 companies, right? Shen Hong asked again. The crowd nodded again like chickens eating rice. Now, you stand 2 by 2. Those from this side of the company, with those from that side of the company. Shen Hong commanded. The crowd was unsure, but under the threat of the god-armed crossbow, they honestly split into groups of 10 or so, 2 companies of each other, and came together. Shen Hong counted and instantly wanted to laugh a little. There are 13 people on each side. If there were more than one glasses guy, it wouldn't be easy to group them now. And the 2 of them, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Zhao, stood awkwardly in one piece. There are 13 groups of 2. Shen Hong spoke. Now take out your cell phones, open WeChat and Alipay, and let the other party check the balance. Since you want to live, I'll give you the chance to buy your lives. How much money do you have for each other? All of it. Count it for me. Then, transfer them all to this Mr. Zhao's cell phone. Shen Hong pointed at Zhao Yojie, and Mr. Zhao hurriedly revealed a dog-licking smile. After transferring the money to me, I will naturally let you all live. Shen Hong smiled. Mr. Zhao, please collect all the money and then come to me to scan the code and transfer the money to me. This, Mr. Zhao smiled dryly. Such an important matter. Why don't we leave it to Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang's pupils widened, wanting to retort, but afraid of Shen Heng's anger. He could only glare at him indignantly and look at Shen Hong pitifully. Just kidding. What if I go over there and scan the code and they just shoot me with an arrow? It's just you. What's the push? Shen Hong boarded up his face. Didn't you just declare yourself and ask me to take your favor? My request is this simple. Will you do it? His right hand, aimed at Zhao Yojie. If you don't want to do it, then leave it to Mr. Zhang beside you. Chapter 30, Harvest. I do. Zhao Yojie was being aimed by the crossbow, and his person was about to collapse, desperately nodding his head, afraid that Shen Heng's crossbow would come. If this is an arrow shot, you can't even react and immediately fall to the ground. The crowd sort of got it. Shen Hong is robbing in the open. Robbery this. Someone murmured in a small voice. They're all a little confused. Dude, we were the ones who were robbing your car. Why do you want to rob us instead? Shen Hong looked to the duo on the left. The man on the right burst out screaming. No, it wasn't me who said that. It was him. He hastily moved to the right again, fearing that Shen Heng's arrow would be inaccurate and hit him again. That's right. It's a money grab. And you won't give it? Shen Hong smiled. Why don't you call the police? The crowd was silent. Call the police? If calling the police worked, why would they need to huddle in an office building? Can't even make a phone call now. Hell knows where the cops went. There are Bold. Has honestly taken out his cell phone, unlocked it and showed the person next to him his WeChat and Alipay balances, and then came to the side of Mr. Zhao and swept the code to transfer money to Mr. Zhao. I only want your WeChat PayPal money. As for your bank cards, I won't touch them. Isn't that satisfactory? Shen Hong looked at the several people who were still frozen in place and said, WeChat Alipay puts a lot of money. You can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. I'm only going to give you 2 minutes of time. If you don't want to die, hurry up and sweep the code. Although there were still people who were reluctant, as they watched the people around them line up one by one to Zhao Yojie's side, they could only unwillingly follow the large group's actions. The money was presented to a group member from another company, and then the transfer was honestly made. After the crowd swept the code wordlessly, they returned to the original position, and according to Shen Heng's prompts, they checked the other party's cell phone again, confirming that the balance in both payment tools had turned to 0, and only then stood apprehensively in their original position. Zhao Yojie followed suit and checked Mr. Zhang's cell phone, and with a black face, Mr. Zhang transferred the money to Zhao Yojie. He used to store all his money in Alipay and didn't put much on his bank card at all. It's all pouring out. After Zhao Yojie received the money, he honestly came to Shen Hong, nervously looked at the divine arm crossbow on Shen Heng's right hand, rushed to Shen Heng's QR code and swept it, and then rushed to pay. After paying, he picked up his phone again and showed Shen Hong his balance. Well, it's all gone to 0. Shin Hong was satisfied to the core and patted Zhao Youjie's shoulder. Very good. I'll add you to WeChat. More friends? I've got $320,000 in my WeChat Alipay. I've given it all to you, and you're picking on me? Zhao Youjie was tapped twice on the shoulder by Shin Hong, scared to death, but still had to squeeze out a smile. Be well. A few moments later, his WeChat, more than a friend called Peace and Prosperity. Harmony? It's a ING robbery to get rich. In your cards, you should still have a lot of money, right? Shin Hong suddenly said. Zhao Youjie's face showed a horrified expression. You just said, only transfer WeChat and Alipay. Don't worry, I'm a businessman. I'm not a roadblocker. What are you afraid of? Shin Hong frowned. Zhao Youjie didn't dare to say anything. It's a business. It's like $1 million. What a ING nerve to kill someone in the street. Simply don't want to die. You don't have much to eat, do you? Didn't you add me as a friend? Contact me if you need anything. I have quite a few supplies here. Bread, ham, instant noodles, melon seeds, peanuts, beer, everything. Of course, as long as you can afford the price. Shin Hong smiled, then looked at the crowd. Alright, all get out of my way. When the crowd heard this, they knew that Shin Hong was going to leave and rushed to the sides. There were a few smart ones who even put away all the cardboard boxes and ropes in the middle of the road, and then showed a humble smile at Shin Hong. Shin Hong started the snowmobile, and the car suddenly roared. Then, in front of the crowd's complicated eyes, it drove into the Peachland neighborhood. Zhang Xiaotian, I've been screwed over by you this time. Only after Shin Hong left did Zhao Youjie angrily curse at General Manager Zhang with an indignant face. I'm the one who screwed you over? You've only got $300,000 in your cell phone. I've got 800,000. Mr. Zhang's heart broke when he thought about his savings. He wiped a handful of blood from his face, though it had already coagulated, looked back at the man with the glasses in the snow again, pooh-poohed it from afar, and headed back to the office building without looking back. We're going back too. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Youjie led the company's subordinates towards their office building with a cold face. The two sides, who had been working closely together, now parted ways without saying a word. Shin Hong, who drove into the neighborhood, was in a soothing mood. It was a great trip out. I didn't realize that there would be an added bonus on the way back to the neighborhood. The so-called Mr. Zhang and Mr. Zhao do not have many employees and are small companies, but the rewards are many. He now weighed in with an extra $1,700,000. PayPal, on the other hand, is $1,200,000 more. Add it all up and you've made almost $3 million. Now there's no worry about upgrading the vending machine. But now that the vending machine was at level 3, he had also figured out how to upgrade it. Experience is doubled for each level. Now that the vending machine is about to go up to level 4, when it does, it will cost 160,000 to go up to level 5. If the math is right, $3 million, only enough to upgrade the vending machine to level 8, can barely buy the system-produced rushing clothes. If you want to go up to level 9, the required experience has to be 56 million, and then after that, 5, 12 million, 10, 24 million. The numbers doubled, making Shin Hong feel a bit desperate. However, you have to eat your food one bite at a time and take one step at a time. As the old saying goes, it's easy to rip your crotch when you step too far. Take your time. Why worry about upgrading when you've got your own vending machine that's against the odds? One step at a time, you can always level up. And it's not as if the point of surviving doomsday is to level up the vending machines. Shin Hong is a man of few pursuits. He just wants to live his life and enjoy every day. But the determination to fight for supremacy is only to better protect yourself and those around you. He wants to live free and uninhibited. But how can freedom be guaranteed without great strength and power? All the way into the neighborhood. It was dark by now. Since the snowfall began, the whole firmament has been gray. And to put it mildly, it's just after 4 o'clock, but the sky is overcast, and in many of the villas, the lights are already on. Shin Hong got off the snowmobile, found a deserted corner, and quietly put it away. A pair of skis was then purchased and worn on the feet. Snowmobiles can still come in handy for long-distance access, but this thing is so loud, it's too easy to get noticed. Shin Hong was quite fond of skiing before, and although his skills weren't much good, he could glide smoothly. He bought another sack, those instant noodles and ham in the corner of the space, as well as self-heating hot pots and oil tincture, all stuffed into the sack, which stepped on the skateboard dragging the sack, skating towards Chen Xin's home. Arriving outside Chen Xin's house, Shin Hong first looked around, and only then did he feel relieved to cross the courtyard wall from the snow to Chen Xin's window. The snow is quite thick again. Shin Hong remembered that when he went out in the morning, he needed to take a big step to cross the courtyard wall. But now, the snow is almost level with the yard wall. The entire first floor, which had been completely covered with snow, The other residents are no one to pay attention to the window. Probably their villa is still stocked with food. A family have pulled the curtains. After all, the weather is too cold. The window is easy to fill the wind. Pull up the curtains, more or less can play a role in thermal insulation. Chen Qin's house was dark, and it seemed that she had listened to Shen Heng's advice. After all, if the lights are on at night, doesn't that tell people that there is someone in the house? On a normal day, when the house is lit up, thieves wouldn't dare to come. But under Armageddon, leaving the lights on was too conspicuous. The equivalent of blatantly telling someone that there was someone in the house and that I was still alive. Doesn't being alive mean your family has food and drink? What's the difference between that and a target? It's obvious for people to come and take it. Shen Hong also wished to play cards with this beautiful actress. After all, he hadn't tasted the flavor of an actress yet. Wouldn't it be a big loss if Chen Qin had an accident before he got his hands on her? He also thought of bringing Chen Qin directly back to his villa, and with Hua Miao watching, Chen Qin couldn't afford to make any waves. But he didn't. Showbiz actresses, each with their eyes high above the ground, fanatical fans have pushed them up to the sky. Do not eat a little bit of suffering. How to hold in the future. Shen Hong wants a well-behaved and understanding woman. He can work as a licking dog. Let Chen Qin suffer a little bit. And by the way, take this time to cultivate a relationship, so that when Chen Qin is brought back in the future, she will be grateful and at the same time be devoted to herself. He went to the window and sent a message to Chen Qin, then rhythmically tapped on the window a few times. Soon, the window was opened, revealing Chen Qin's surprised face. You're back? One look at the woman, and she's the one who's been guarding this room, waiting for her return. Yeah, Shen Hong nodded. This is all those things you bought. I've brought them over for you. The sack was heavy. Chen Qin took it from Shen Hong and wanted to take it from the window into the house, but realized that he had been starving for 2 days and couldn't even hold the sack. Can you bring it in for me? I don't have any strength left. Chen Qin blushed red and was embarrassed. Is this your invitation to come inside? Shen Hong raised his eyebrows and smiled playfully. Chapter 31, Someone's been here. What are you talking about? Chen Qin rolled her eyes. Handsome, I've paid you $100,000. Can't you serve me to the house and bring it in for me? After saying this, she added a pleading look. Please, 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 I really don't have the strength. For some reason, she, who originally did not show color to men, did not have much aversion when facing Shen Hong now. It was probably because Shen Hong was the first person she had seen under this icy apocalypse and had helped herself. It was also possible that Shen Hong had previously sold her supplies and had not made too many excessive demands, but had only asked for a higher price, making it still acceptable to her. Okay, Shen Hong didn't think too much of it and only wanted to tease this big star in the limelight. Of course, if Chen Qin took the initiative to invite him to play cards, Shen Hong wouldn't mind having something happen with the actress. It's not like you're losing out anyway. He took out the things in the sack, then threw them one by one into the bed inside the house and said, the things are all put inside the house for you. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Chen Qin froze and looked at Shen Hong. In her heart, her favorable impression of Shen Hong rose once again. Seriously, if Shen Hong rushed in and forced himself, she really had no other way. But although Shen Hong had a flowery mouth, he was quite gentlemanly in his actions and did not enter the house. Thanks. Chen Qin looked at Shen Hong with complicated eyes. Nothing. Shen Hong waved his hand and turned around. If you're short of something, send me a WeChat. I'll sell you cheaper next time. When he finished, he stepped on his skis and skied right off. Hey, Chen Qin wanted to say something else, but the words came to his lips, but still did not say it. Looking at Shen Heng's back in a daze, Shen Hong's face wrapped tightly. Chen Qin simply do not know what kind of each other, but it could be heard that the other party should be very young. A young man who didn't ask too much of himself? She was well aware that 90% of her fans were male. Many people saw themselves as pure and wonderful white moonshine, and she understood that these fans had fantasies about her. But Shen Hong was only joking with himself and didn't do anything practical. Never even asked for an autograph. Chen Qin sat on the bed, his face full of confusion. You're not popular yourself? Or did it get ugly? A chill, though, sobered her. Chen Qin hurriedly got up and inserted the oil tincture. As the temperature of the oil tincture rises, there is a slow warmth in the house. Chen Qin placed a few bottles of water next to the oil tincture. These mineral waters, which had only been taken out for a few moments, had already frozen into iron lumps. Waiting for the mineral water to melt away, Chen Qin carefully tore open the package of the self-heating hot pot. After more than 10 minutes, the self-heating hot pot was steaming and the aroma filled the house. Chen Qin huffed and lifted the lid. Just after the first bite, she almost shed a tear. Hungry for 2 days. Finally, on the evening of the third day, a hot bite to eat. She had eaten many mountains of food, none of which was as good as the self-heating hot pot in front of her. Bored at home, she'd swiped through a number of videos, well aware that the globe had turned extremely cold. Yesterday there were many elderly people who simply froze to death by the sudden drop in temperature. With the air conditioning freezing last night, young people have started to freeze alive today, especially on the Hainan side. People don't have any thick clothes at all and have frozen to death quite a bit. By mid-afternoon, even the Hainan side of the video could not be swiped. Yang Tianbao, a close friend in her circle, happens to be vacationing with her lover in Sanya, and Chen Xin wants to ask her how she's doing, but she can't get in touch at all. I hope it's okay. She sighed inwardly as she ate herself eating fondue. Right now, she herself was languishing, and she had no intention of doing anything about her best friend's well-being. Chen Xin knew clearly that if he hadn't met Shen Hong, I was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to survive for long. Thinking of Shen Hong, another wave of gratitude welled up in her heart. What does he really look like? Chen Xin didn't realize that a woman's curiosity about a man was the beginning of the fall. Shen Hong returned to Villa 4, not knowing at all that his status in Chen Xin's heart had skyrocketed. However, he had already treated Chen Xin as the villa's mistress number 2. When I have time, I'll go check it out and withdraw money from Chen Xin. Sooner or later, she'll be my woman. A thing like playing cards is a matter of you and me. Take your time to cultivate a relationship in order to experience that soulful union of being in tune with each other and going deeper with each other. If it's forced, what's the difference between it and a wild dog on the street? In the yard, the snow, which he had cleared in the morning, was now much thicker. However, it was good that the door of the house was still exposed. Shen Hong followed the dug slope and slid into the yard before gently knocking on the door. But after knocking for a long time, no one opened the door. Shen Heng's expression froze. He had already treated Huo Miao as the villa's number 1 mistress. But, this woman won't open the door for herself? What does she want? Shen Hong subconsciously knocked a few points heavier. He could be sure that Huo Miao had definitely heard it. But after a few minutes of waiting, the door to the room still didn't open. Shen Heng's face was ugly as he picked up his cell phone and sent her a voice. What are you doing? I'm at the door. The next moment, the door suddenly opened, and without waiting for Shen Hong to speak, Huo Miao jumped into his arms. What's wrong? Shen Hong was originally very angry, but he found that Huo Miao in his arms was shivering, and he was also crying. Someone has been here since you left. Someone has been here. Shen Hong was stunned and spoke in a chilling voice. Who? I don't recognize. Huo Miao curled up and whispered. I didn't open the door, just lifted the curtains and sneaked a look. They were dressed tightly. Also couldn't see. Shen Hong was astonished. There's more than one? In his previous life, after he brought Su Chao and Feng Lu to live in the villa, but no one came knocking on the door. Still, that's 20 days after Armageddon. How can anyone come? He carried Huo Miao into the house and inspected the interior, seeing no signs of clutter, which was a relief. Taking off his jacket, Shen Hong added some firewood to the fireplace, gently wrapped his arms around Huo Miao and patted her back. It's okay, I'm here. These words seemed to give Huo Miao great strength, and she wiped her tears and began to narrate in a low voice. After Shen Hong left, Huo Miao put up the insulation film on the second floor. Before I could finish posting, there was a sudden knock on the door downstairs. Huo Miao thought that Shen Hong had something to return to and happily prepared to go downstairs to open the door. Before going downstairs, he looked out the second floor window at the floor below. The next moment, she saw a few cardboard boxes and padded boards laying in the snow that Shen Hong had cleared out downstairs. When Shen Hong left, he drove a snowmobile straight away. The snow was pure white with only 2 lines of ruts and nothing else at all. Huo Miao was wary and poked up to look at the door of the room on the first floor. There were actually 2 people standing downstairs, and they were wearing thick down jackets, which were completely different from what they had been wearing when Shen Hong left earlier. Huo Miao didn't dare to say anything, quietly lying on the second floor window, carefully watching the downstairs. 2 figures stood shivering outside the door, knocking hard. Huo Miao didn't recognize these 2 people at all and naturally didn't dare to open the door, and the 2 men knocked for a long time, and after realizing that there was no response from inside the house, they knocked on the glass again. Huo Miao wordlessly pulled open the second floor window, revealing a crack. The cold wind poured into the house, and she didn't care, but moved to the window and pricked up her ears. Brother, it seems that this villa only lives the guy who drove the snowmobile just now. A short and fat figure spoke at the thin and tall figure. The tall thin man nodded slightly, knocked on the window again, and whispered a few more words to the fat man, but the cold wind whistled, and Huo Miao couldn't hear. The 2 men were only seen starting to look around the yard for some handy tool to break open the window, thanks to the fact that this house was the one that Yang Jinshan was going to give to her sister in the first place. When the house was renovated, the thickened glass was also replaced. These 2 brothers, after trying to smash it for half a day, failed to smash it open. Combined with the wind and snow, the duo had been out of breath walking and now had no energy left. Let's go. The tall, skinny man spoke at his brother. Go back and get something handy. then come back and break down the door. Brother, it's going to take a lot of time for us to come back and forth. Don't let him come back and find us later. What are you afraid of? He's driving a snowmobile, so if he comes back later, we'll be able to hear the noise. If we can break down the door, we can take his supplies. The tall, skinny guy bellowed. He's got a snowmobile. He can easily get out and find food. We don't have much to eat. Yes, the fat brother gritted his teeth and responded. The two left, one after the other, stepping through the snow. Huo Miao was relieved and wanted to call Shin Hang, but found that Shin Hang's cell phone was not working. All she could do was huddle in her house, afraid to make a sound, afraid to turn on the lights, hiding alone in the bedroom closet, worried and scared. Don't even dare go to the basement. After all, in the eyes of the common man, the basement might store food and drink, and it was highly likely that these two would search the basement if they broke in. But what kind of food can you put in the bedroom of a villa? Maybe just leave without even looking at it. Just curled up for half a day until just now. When Shin Hong came back and knocked on the door, Huo Miao shivered violently. She thought the brothers were at it again and was nervous. As the knocking on the door got louder, Huo Miao almost cried in fear. Her legs were weak and she didn't even dare to check by the window for fear of being seen by the brothers. Until a message suddenly came from his cell phone. Opened it and saw that it was from Shin Hong. Huo Miao then breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran down to open the door. After listening to Huo Miao's statement, Shin Hong wrapped his arms around her in relief. But there was a sharp, icy color in his eyes. I can't believe you want to hit my house. Really don't want to live. Chapter 32 Unwelcome Visitors. It's okay, good girl. I'm here. Shin Hong wrapped his arms around Huo Miao, stroking a head of her hair and softly persuading her. A few moments later, Huo Miao got up with a blush on her face and wiped her tear stains. I'm fine. Shin Hong was young and vigorous, and originally thought about going home to play cards all the way. But now that he had his arm around Huo Miao, he naturally had feelings. Ahem. Shin Hong coughed dryly and spoke. You cook first, and leave those two to me. He looked at the kitchen and was even more distressed. When she left in the morning, she had not touched the vegetables left for Huo Miao. Apparently, without having time to cook, two uninvited guests came to the door and tried to break the window. Huo Miao is hiding in the closet. I believe there is to spare inside. Thinking of this, he was even more compassionate and kissed Huo Miao's forehead. As for Huo Miao's comment that he couldn't get through to himself, he should have been in the barracks at that time, and barracks are equipped to interfere with signals. Shin Hong sat on the sofa, his mind sinking into the vending machine. After searching, I found a high-signal Ultra HD talkie, which requires vending machine level 5 to purchase. Just you. Shin Hang's gaze lit up. Other walkie-talkies he can now purchase. This is the only walkie-talkie that has a rank requirement. And looking at the item profile next to it, it's still a good thing that the system has strictly selected. Buy one alone and it sells for $50,000. Cheap is not good. Good is not cheap. He found that the prices marked on this vending machine were the most fair market prices. This walkie-talkie, which retails for $50,000, certainly isn't any worse for wear. With the walkie-talkie, there was no need to worry about Huo Miao not being able to contact him again after there was no signal. Going to upgrade the vending machine, Shin Hong checked it out and found that quite a few good things needed to be leveled up before they could be purchased, and it sells for a lot of money. For example, you can buy the system selection of powerful insulation film after level 7 of the vending machine, which is currently posted on the wall of your home. There are also various kinds of high-density bulletproof glass, as well as warm blackout curtains, fully enclosed density adhesive, infrared laser detection goggles, outdoor combat gloves, all kinds of firearms, all of which you can use yourself. Shin Hong even searched for wild animals, but of course, the wild animals for sale were dead and could only be used for cooking. Originally he didn't have much money to upgrade the vending machines, but after robbing a vote on the way back, he now had 3 million or so at the bottom of the barrel. He rushed at Huo Miao, who was busy in the kitchen. Call me when the meal is ready. I'll go to the basement. Standing in the basement tasting room, Shin Hong purchased several large freezers and set them down against the wall. A lot of seafood was purchased and stuffed into the freezer in one fell swoop. Then purchased instant noodles, ham, canned goods, bread, beef, buy whatever comes to mind. These things, anyway, are for sale to the residents of the neighborhood. The vending machine experience, too, is crunching and soaring. The vending machine, which was already on the verge of being upgraded, came to level 4 with no problem after buying some supplies, and the experience for 4 up to 5, doubled again, takes 160k. He was right about himself. Shin Hong sighed. Don't look at the fast upgrade now. Can after the experience are doubled? Wait until after level 10. Want to upgrade? It will be more than 10 million. It's no wonder that you can buy exotic fruit at level 10. If you want to upgrade the vending machine to level 10, you'll have to spend a total of more than $20 million before and after, so it's really not cheap. In his heart, he lamented, but the speed of his hands did not decrease at all. In the blink of an eye, supplies were piled up on the tasting room floor and the vending machines were upgraded once again. Level 5 now. Move up to the next level with 320,000 experience. Shinhong ignored it and was mentally prepared anyway. In the search bar, I searched for the coveted pistol. Rows and rows of pistols that were previously grayed out and unavailable for purchase were all available. Shinhong excitedly browsed through the various types of firearms on it, and eventually, after comparison, bought 2 Walther PPK series pistols at a fair price of $6,000 apiece. Appears several times in the classic Blue Star movie James Bond series. This pistol was cost-effective, light in the hand, small and compact, and best suited to be given to Huo Miao for self-defense. However, he had some concerns. By giving Huo Miao the pistol, would she quietly betray herself one day and shoot herself? After experiencing Feng Lu's betrayal in his previous life, he would not easily trust women now. The story of the farmer and the snake was not one he wanted to experience a second time. According to the script of The Last Life, Huo Miao has frozen to death in the company now. It was himself who saved him from death, but how Huo Miao would treat himself subsequently, Shinhong was completely unclear. He didn't feel comfortable putting his back into the hands of a woman he'd only been interacting with in depth for a few days. Even if this woman gave herself her first time and was obedient to her, Shinhong hesitated for a moment, but finally placed the pistol in the corner of the consciousness space and bought 2 more Colt M1911s in the vending machine. This is the masterpiece of the mastered gunsmith Browning. The mold is classic and handsome, and the power is amazing enough. The Desert Eagle, which he was so enamored of, was not purchased, while the Sandhawk is a much better looking gun. To be honest, that gun has too much recoil to be practical except to hang on and pretend. Having bought many more magazines, Shinhong placed them all in the corner of his consciousness space. If one ran out of bullets when shooting, one didn't have to rush to replace them anymore. With a thought, these clips could appear in one's hand. Changing bullets. It suddenly occurred to him that pistols had fewer bullets in their magazines at a time, but machine guns were capable of continuous bursts. He did a quick search. It's just a shame that the system suggests that all types of machine guns require vending machine level 9. Shinhong sighed. When the vending machine reaches level 9, you can just level it up to level 10 yourself in one go. What's the point of using a machine gun when you can just buy alien fruits at level 10? But now that he had been equipped with a pistol, it gave him a certain amount of leverage. It takes 320,000 to move from level 5 to level 6. He charged all of his Alipay and WeChat money to the vending machine's balance, and was able to see that he currently had nearly 2.7 million left. Now, it's just a matter of spending the money Huo Miao gave him. For 6 to 7, you need 640,000, and for 7 to 8, that means you need 1.28 million. The first 8 levels add up to spending. Shinhong silently calculated. He found a pattern. For example, if the vending machine was level 6, and it required 640,000 experience if it was upgraded to level 7, then the total spending for the first 6 levels would be $620,000. The vending machine is level 7, and it takes 1.28 million to go up to level 8, so the first 7 levels of the vending machine have consumed 1.26 million of their own money. The money spent will always be 20,000 below the current level. That means that it takes a total of 128 plus 126, 254 million to raise the vending machine to level 8? Shinhong sighed. Don't look at your current balance, but it's only enough to get to level 8. 8 up to 9 would cost 2.56 million, not to mention 9 to 10, which costs 5.12 million. In other words, if one were to upgrade the vending machine to level 10, one would need to spend in a total of 10.22 million before and after. It's better to plan the use of your money. He bought quite a few more supplies and then began to buy up supplies for the house, although the insulation film was only applied today. Now, Shinhong has been able to purchase the system's strictly selected powerful insulation film. He hadn't thought about tearing off the insulation film either, but planned to keep putting it on when he bought new ones. This will ensure that the temperature in your home will not be lost. There's also this high-density bulletproof glass, which is expensive and needs to be purchased. Just, how does this glass fit? As he was thinking about it, he glanced at the power gel in the corner of his conscious space. Yeah, wouldn't it be better to just put bulletproof glass over the original glass in the villa? He bought all such things that reinforced the villa, and the vending machine had come to level 7. Shinhong had originally wanted to mention the vending machine to level 8 and buy a system-selected punching jacket to wear. After all, the punching bag he was currently wearing was thick but bulky and not all that warm. It's minus 60 degrees outside and it's kinda cold to drive a snowmobile. This passes tonight and temperatures will continue to drop tomorrow. Eventually the temperature will stabilize at minus 70 degrees. It's just a shame that a system-produced punching bag costs 500,000 $000. It's so expensive that by the time you get to level 8, you won't be able to afford it with your own balance. Still need money. He shrugged it off and went straight up the stairs with a pile of stuff in his arms. Huomiao happened to have fried the dishes and served them on the table and spoke. Let's eat. Good. Shenhong was really hungry after a busy day and sat down with his arm around Huomiao. By the way, tell her to continue with the insulation film later, and the curtains in the house, too, should be replaced with the top quality ones that the system strictly selects. Huomiao nodded with a smile. She loved setting up her home, and these insulation films are so nice, even on the wall. They are just as good as wallpaper. No less, Shenhong thought while giving an explanation. Some more miniature cameras need to be installed. Anyone else who comes along later will be able to spot it from afar. However, just then, a loud ping came from the window. Immediately afterward, an excited voice rang out from the courtyard. Brother, this stuff works. I've already split a little bit. Come on, let's split the window and get in. The kid's snowmobile's not there. There must be no one in the house. Another voice followed. He must have hoarded some goodies if he can drive a snowmobile freely in and out. Huomiao and his arms stiffened and subconsciously trembled. It was the two uninvited guests from the afternoon. Don't worry. Shenhong gave a word of relief and got up to walk outside. His face was already ironic. Bastard. Actually robbed me. Chapter 33 Brother. Don't shoot. The two brothers outside the door were still busy. The tall skinny one directing his fat brother, both holding up golf clubs and smashing them against the glass once again. Ping. Although the glass didn't break, it was smashed out of a groove. There's drama. The two brothers' eyes lit up. All the exhaustion from the journey dissipated at this moment. Just as the two men were about to continue their smashing, the door to the house suddenly opened. An icy voice rang in both of their ears. What are you doing? The two brothers were startled and twisted around in a hurry. Seeing Shenhong standing at the door with an ugly face, the tall thin man raised his eyebrows and laughed lightly. Brother, at home? I also did not hear you snowmobile. He looked around the room as he spoke. There really are no snowmobiles in the yard. Did this guy park his car at home? What's the point of smashing my window? Shenhong coldly asked back. We stopped by earlier in the afternoon and saw you out. The tall and thin man laughed. We wanted to say hello to you. I'm in Villa 5, Row 3. Brother, you should have quite a few supplies, right? Split some with us. Shenhong smiled. You don't even say bye. You say split? You guys are nothing. Seeing Shenhong smile, the tall and thin man followed suit. I'm the general manager of Jianing International. Before he could finish his words, Shenhong had already dodged forward and violently slammed his fist on his face. The tall and thin man didn't react at all, and with a muffled grunt, he flew straight out, as if he had been planted into a tree, and was planted into the snow. Dare to hit my brother? The fat brother was full of anger and swung his club, smashing it toward Shenhong's head. Although Huomiao was scared, she was also standing in front of the window at the moment, and when she saw the scene, her face turned pale and she almost screamed out in fear. Seeing that Shenhong was about to be smashed, he suddenly shortened his body and managed to avoid it, followed by a horizontal sweep. The fat man was unsteady on his feet and fell heavily on the ground, robbing the old man. Without waiting for him to climb up, Shenhong's foot stepped on his face. Humiliated to the core. The fat man tried to struggle to get up, but the foot on his face was getting harder and harder, so he could only grunt and beg for mercy. Don't hit. Please let go of me. We'll pay for it. Pay for it. Fatty grinned in pain and couldn't help but open his mouth to plead. Okay, leave $1 million and you guys get out, Shenhong said indifferently. Ha? $1 million? Fatty froze. Don't agree. Ha? Then let's keep playing, Shenhong said sorrowfully. Not far away, the tall and thin man struggled for a long time and finally crawled out of the snow, and with a humiliated face, he wanted to go forward, but when he saw that his brother had already been stepped on by Shenhong, he stopped in his tracks. You should have heard what I just said, right? Shenhong said in a cold voice. $1 million, you guys get lost. If you don't agree, then continue. No, don't hit my brother. The tall and thin man took a deep breath, his face ugly. We'll pay out the money. Don't mess with my brother. Shenhong opened the QR code and pushed the phone on the ground. The phone slid in front of the tall, thin man. The tall thin man grimaced and looked at Shenhong, who was looking at him coldly from across the room, and finally bit his teeth and swept the code to pay. Paid up. The tall skinny guy looked up. Can you let go of my brother? Shenhong let out a cold snort, let go of the foot on the fatty's face, and coldly said, you guys can get lost. You. The tall, skinny man's teeth were cackling. He was a rich man, but $1 million wasn't a small number. Is there anything else you want to say? Shenhong's cold eyes swept in. That. The tall, thin man took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Brother, we've paid too. Now can I do business with you? Where's that snowmobile of yours? You name your price. I'll buy it. Want to buy my snowmobile? Shin Hong froze. I have to say, this tall skinny guy is quite a talent. He had stomped his nose and bullied himself, and he was still able to hold his tongue. It's a man who made it big. However, in his last life, he didn't seem to have seen these two people, and he didn't know whether they had frozen to death at home or worshipped under other great powers. How much are you willing to pay? Shin Hong had a smile on his lips. Another million in the books. Now, there's money to be made for the system strictly punching bag. If you can get more money and upgrade the vending machine to level 9, you can buy assault rifles and even landmines yourself. Shin Hong had already thought about it. Even after he awakened his psychic abilities, he would make the villa an iron barrel. This way, you can be sure that you will not be entered by someone who is interested after you have rested. In case there was another person like Chen Xiaolu in the previous life who could walk through walls, then one would not be able to sleep soundly. Chen Xiaoniao possessed the wall-penetrating skill, but she always had to stand on the ground. But if you dare to stand in my yard, I'll let you taste the taste of landmines. 100,000? The tall and thin man tried to make a bid. That snowmobile of yours, the normal price should be about 10,000. I'm willing to buy it for 100,000. Shin Hong shook his head and laughed. Just kidding. I now sell a pack of instant noodles for $500. The price has doubled 200 times. According to this ratio, if you want to buy my snowmobile, you have to offer at least $2 million to be sincere. What are you doing dispatching callers? Shin Hong said indifferently. The tall, thin man frowned. So how much are you selling it for? With this snowmobile, you can go out and look for food yourself. One price, $2 million. Shin Hong was too lazy to rub it in and directly said, $2 million? Why don't you go grab it? The tall, thin man was shocked. Shin Hong shrugged. Love to buy or not? If you can't afford it, get out. With those words, he was ready to turn around and open the door. Wait, I'll buy it. The tall, skinny guy gritted his teeth and said, where's the snowmobile? I want to see it now. At home. In this weather, snowmobiles are babies. I can't just throw it outside in the yard, can I? What about being quietly stolen by people like you? Shin Hong deliberately said. Sure enough, it's sitting at home. The tall, thin man's eyes showed a bright light. Okay, we'll buy it. The tall, thin man nodded his head and winked at his fat brother at his side. The fat brother instantly understood and nodded slightly, signaling that he understood. You show us first, and I'll pay you if the snowmobile is in perfect condition and drivable. The tall, skinny guy nodded. No problem, right? Sure, no problem. Shin Hong smiled and turned to pull open the door of the house. Go to hell. The two brothers behind him. At the moment Shin Hong opened the door, all of them stormed up, lifting the bat and ruthlessly smashing at Shin Hong's head. Look out! Hua Miao, who was in front of the window in the house, screamed loudly as her little face turned white after seeing this scene. And women? The tall, thin man couldn't help but turn around and look at the window, and at a glance, he saw Hua Miao, and his entire body was confused. It's beautiful. It wasn't like he hadn't played with women as a small business owner. On the contrary, there were quite a few women surrounding him, but of all the ones he'd played with, there wasn't one that could hold a candle to Hua Miao's quality. In the morning, he and his brother did see Shin Hong leave alone. That means that when she came over later and knocked on the door, this beautiful woman was home. It just didn't open the door for the brothers. A regret flashed through the tall thin man's heart at the thought. If I had known that such a beautiful woman was hiding in the house, I would have broken the glass and rushed in even if I had to fight for my life. How can you leave a beautiful woman alone and lonely at home? I can keep you company. The tall thin man stared at Hua Miao, coldly heard a loud ping. He subconsciously turned around and saw that Shin Hong had already turned around and was staring at himself expressionlessly, and the brother who swung the club by his side, ready to attack Shin Hong, was already lying in the snow, blood spurting from his neck. The tall, thin man was confused. Before he could return to his senses, Shin Hong raised his right hand. The blackened muzzle of the M1911 was aimed at the tall, thin man's head. Guns! The tall, skinny man's jaw dropped and his face was bloodless, so he hastily threw the bat in his hand on the ground and raised his hands high in the air. Brother, don't shoot! Chapter 34, The Price of Doomsday Supplies. The tall and thin man had not expected at all that Shin Hong had a gun in his hand. His heart was filled with bitterness. If I had known they had guns, I wouldn't have dared to come over. The Dragon Country gun control is so strict. People can get a gun. It can be seen that this family has an extremely deep background, far beyond the ability of a small company owner of his own to shake. Brother, I was wrong. Don't shoot. Don't ever shoot. The tall and thin man nervously looked at the barrel of the gun, fearing that it would go off, and even directly knelt down and opened his mouth to beg. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Now you know you're wrong? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Shin Hong's mouth. I really know it's wrong. It's so wrong. The tall, Thin Man kowtowed desperately and begged loudly for mercy. No wonder the women in other houses are so beautiful. It's a wonder that a big man who can carry a gun isn't surrounded by beautiful women. How much money do you have left in your cell phone? Shen Hong suddenly spoke. Ha! The tall thin man froze, saw Shen Heng's face full of impatience, quickly opened his cell phone and looked at it, stammered. Big brother. Still, there is still 2 million. It's only a little over $1 million. And you have the audacity to nod your head at $2 million for my snowmobile? Shen Hong glared. Skinny told dry smile to explain, I just wanted to promise down. And then while you do not pay attention, go in to rob the car. But big brother, I now absolutely do not have that courage. You just spare me. And 2 million? Okay, turn it all over. Shen Hong spoke impatiently. The tall skinny guy didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain and quickly transferred the money. Shen Hong didn't continue to push, and glanced at his cell phone balance with satisfaction. Well, that's another one. When Shen Hong looked at the cell phone, a hatred flashed in the tall and thin man's eyes, and then he swept a heartbreaking glance at his brother's corpse. Immediately afterward, he noticed that Shen Hong raised his head and hastily collected his eyes, once again revealing a dry smile and looking at Shen Hong with a pleasing expression. Staying green is not a worry. Don't worry, brother. When brother gets out, he'll do everything he can to kill him and avenge you. And this woman in the house. The old man would have stood up and stomped, pour over $1 billion of anger all over her. You go. Shen Hong grunted and pointed at the corpse on the ground. Take him away too. Don't stay in my yard. Bad luck. Yes, I'm leaving. The tall, thin man nodded his head, then with a sad face, he dragged his brother's body and took a step outside. The snow in Shen Heng's yard was now a slope because it had been cleared early in the morning. From the yard, follow the snowy slope directly to the yard wall. In the past, the courtyard wall of this villa was not low, but now, with the snow piled up, it was as high as the courtyard wall. The tall, thin man dragged his brother's body and turned away, his face, already filled with hatred. Kill him. I must kill him. How dare you kill my brother? I will definitely take revenge. You two stay in the house and don't let me see you go out. Once you dare leave this villa, I'll just smash your window and go in and that woman first. When you come back, see if I don't hide and shade you. As he crossed the courtyard wall, he turned his head to look at Shen Hong, and his face had changed to a smile. Big brother. Then I'll be going. Aha. Shen Hong nodded gently. When the tall thin man dragged his brother's body outside, Shen Hong suddenly spoke. Hey, The tall, thin man froze and turned around. In the next moment, he saw the gun in Shen Heng's hand, once again aiming at himself, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Ping! The pistol made another loud bang, and the tall, thin man's body shook as he looked down at the small of his back in disbelief. The body had been penetrated at the small of the back and blood was pouring out. Despite the thick clothing, it took a few moments for a sharp pain to pass through to the mind. The tall thin man looked at Shen Hong with disbelief. Didn't this guy say he'd let himself go? Why are you shooting again? Smashed my window and tried to punch me. How could I let you leave in peace? Shen Hong had a cold smile on his face. The tall and thin man tried to open his mouth, but he couldn't utter a single word, only subconsciously covering his stomach. The blood was still flowing outward, staining the pure white snow on the ground red, and the temperature of the outside world was strangely low, and soon, his wounds still solidified, and even by this cold wind, he could barely feel the pain, just a little fuzzy in consciousness. Just now, I just asked you to drag that body out of my yard. Shen Hong shook his head and sneered, slowly stepping forward and aiming his gun at the tall thin man's head. Goodbye. He pulled the trigger. As the gunshot rang out, the tall and thin man lay heavily on the ground, staring at Shen Hong with glaring eyes, as if he was dead. Shen Hong did not take it to heart. In his last life, he had seen all the things that chose people to eat with his own eyes, and he had fought people to the death for a bite of food, but now he had killed two people without any psychological burden. It was just that the two bodies were lying on the edge of the courtyard wall and were a bit in the way. Shen Hong frowned and reached out to take these two corpses back into the space, thinking that when he went out of the neighborhood in the next couple of days, he would throw them outside on the street by the way and forget about it. By the time he got back inside, Huo Miao couldn't wait to rush up and hug him tightly. Honey, you're so good. You even have a gun. She felt her heart beating fast. But you'll definitely be caught if you kill someone. By the way, are you injured? Let me see. Looking at Huo Miao's concerned eyes, Shen Hong almost wanted to give Huo Miao the two compact PPKs stored in the space for her defense. But harden up. With Huo Miao, he hadn't managed to be 100% at ease. I'm fine. Shen Hong waved his hand. As for what you said about being arrested, you've been at home for the past 2 days. You should have brushed through the short videos and seen such news, right? Don't say the police out. Is now the police call. Can you call through? Huo Miao doesn't have any intuitive feelings about the end times yet. Under Armageddon, strength is everything. It's just pure forest survival law. Nothing else is bound. What laws, what morals, all of them are useless. This. Huo Miao froze. Just like you were afraid this afternoon. You were afraid those two would break in. Why were you afraid? Wasn't it the fear of what they would do to you? Shen Hong kneaded Huo Miao's shuezi. Why should you be afraid? Isn't there a law? Huo Miao was speechless. You're a smart guy. In fact, you should know better, Shen Hong said indifferently. Since the official announcement that the world has entered a glacial period, until now, we have not seen half of the official people. That means, those of us who stayed in the city, no one cares anymore. The official wants us to fend for ourselves. Huo Miao winced. I'm only saying this because I want you to realize that the only truth is to believe in yourself. Shen Hong added. Now, it's the end. Well, Huo Miao nodded gently. Shen Hong smiled in satisfaction, pinched 2 joy beans. Shen Hong also got interested. Only, there was something else to do now. He let go of Huo Miao and solidified the high-density glass he had purchased earlier and pasted it on all the windows, inside and out. There were several layers of each to make sure they wouldn't be smashed open again. Shen Hong was still very assured about the quality of the items sold by the vending machine. The glass, in all, cost him over $400,000, and Huo Miao realized the crisis and carefully put insulation film on the walls. After doing so, Shen Hong placed many miniature cameras in various corners of the yard. By the time he was done with this, 2 hours had passed, and he sat on the sofa with his arm around Huo Miao and opened his cell phone. First, I looked at the group chat and realized that today, there were already more people frantically eyeing themselves to buy supplies. Even if it's $500 a pack of instant noodles, everyone seems to be okay with it. It's just a shame that it's stone cold. After all, I blocked myself from the homeowners group. As for those who were selling supplies yesterday, they seemed to realize that for 3 days in a row, the heavy snow showed no signs of stopping, and they also all laid down and did not say anything again. The snow is still coming down for who knows how long, and there's no official movement at all. That bit of food, better keep it for yourself. It's no good having more money when the family has eaten and drank their way out of the house. These people are honest. Shen Hong smiled and took his cell phone to send a message in the group. Someone wants to buy something? Very well, but let me state beforehand, those prices I posted before, those were yesterday's prices of things. Today, all prices are doubled, so anyone who wants to buy should contact me. With this message, the entire owners group, all exploded. Many people frantically ate Shen Hang. YLP, at Harmony. Brother, why are you like this? Instant noodles are already outrageous at $500 a pack, and now they're doubling it. $1,000 a pack of instant noodles? Can it be cheaper? I really don't have much money left. Happiness at Harmony, $1,000 for a ham? You might as well rob a bank. Vu's Auto Trade, are you poor and crazy? Sick. Looking at the crowd's screen-like replies, Shen Hong lazily sent another message. Freedom to buy and sell. I'm just announcing my offer. Those of you who don't want to buy, get the hell out of my way. I've already warned yesterday. These people in the group who ate me and still scold me. I won't sell you supplies, not to mention $1,000 a pack of instant noodles, even if it's $10,000 a pack. I won't sell it. At once, the group was much less abusive, and that Happiness and Vu's Auto Trade, still screaming like crazy. Shen Hong frowned, contacted the group owner, and directly kicked these two goods out of the group. Now the property manager does what he says because of getting supplies. Some residents do not have half a stock of food in their homes and have been starving for 3 days. And he had just, himself, eaten a hot meal of beef noodles with sauerkraut with his newly married petite wife. I'm afraid I'd be starving and faint if it weren't for this money man. A bunch of people still dare to scold the old man's god of wealth? Chapter 35. There were gunshots? While Shen Hong was busy, the two sisters, Yang Jinxin Yang Mushuan, who were curled up next door to keep warm, looked up at the same time. Sis, the sound of this gunshot, it should be from next door. Yang Muxian's face was grave. Yang Jinxian pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Her heart was full of despair. This was definitely someone sent by that asshole Song Zhengming. He still refused to let himself go, even if the officials couldn't care less about rescuing him now that the blizzard was so big. He had to send someone to keep an eye on him, and so on. Officials can't be bothered to rescue. She suddenly blushed a little. Even the officials can't care about the general public anymore. Doesn't that mean that the social order will collapse as well? Then Woon, Ti fall completely into Song Zhengming's hands? As Song Zhengming's sister-in-law, she was well aware of the extent of this pervert's psychological distortion. He would be his plaything, and it would be good for him to stand up and stomp on him, just in case he played an even trick. She had seen it with her own eyes before. Song Zhengming putting a woman he was tired of playing with on a leash, wearing nothing on her body, and just letting her go to the yard on her back for a bunch of brothers to enjoy. Will you? yourself, end up in that situation? Her whole body trembled at the thought, oblivious to the fact that the person next door, whom she had been fearful and scared of, was actually Shin Hong. The homeowner group gradually calmed down, and Shin Hong got busy. Someone had already started applying to add Shin Hong's friends. Shin Hong came to the rescue and passed them all. Soon, there was a message from a friend who had just come through. Bro, I want to buy 5 cartons of instant noodles, 100 eggs, 100 ham sausages, and mineral water. And by the way, do you have a gas stove there? I'll take them all. Can you give me a discount? Yo, the first one is a money man. Shin Hong raised his eyebrows and clicked on the other party's avatar. Then understood. This is a rich second-generation man who lives in the single-family house in the back, surnamed Wang, and is very rich. The villas here, they're all bought for little lovers. On the day of the storm, he came to spend the night at his young lover's place, but he didn't expect to be trapped. Having already been hungry for a day, now that he saw Shin Hong selling supplies, he was hastily the first to inquire. Shin Hong was a bit confused. Logically, such a top tycoon should have been received in the shelter long ago, as Wang Peng said. So how could he be hiding in the villa in the Peachland neighborhood? He didn't realize that this Wang Gongzi had straddled his young lover for a night's labor and woke up the next day huffing and puffing until noon. The snow was already so deep outside that it was impossible to get out. By the time his father reached him, the helicopters couldn't even travel, so he had to caution him to wait until the blizzard stopped. At this time of year when the blizzard lands, one has to figure out how to stay up on their own. After seeing Shin Hong's news about the sale of supplies, Mr. Wang did not hesitate to contact him. He's usually well fed. Where has he ever been hungry? Round it up and give $1 million. I promise you won't lose. Shin Hong replied. Okay, this rich second generation is also an open person. Directly agreed, and then asked, then how do we trade? I give you money first, in case you cheat me. He's rich, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. You're staying at the detached house in the back, aren't you? I'll deliver it later, so tell me exactly where it is. It's at Villa 1. You know the way. Send me a tweet when you get here and I'll open the door for you. No, open the window, Mr. Wang said. Okay, it's a deal. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. That first order, that's big business. Open door. Moreover, this Mr. Wang should still have a lot of money, so we have to provide for him properly. Immediately afterward, others sent messages, begging for supplies. Only, these people bought much less compared to Mr. Wang. Everyone pretty much bought a few packets of instant noodles and fresh water less. There were also a few who broke into tears after adding friends, and Shin Hong calmly pulled them into the blacklist. If you don't buy it now, and you still have the strength to curse, I'll see if in a couple of days, you guys are begging to buy something from me. Some people, who have survived too long in a peaceful world, are still whimsical. He quickly tallied up the people's purchases, replying as he did so. Soon, he saw a familiar-looking ID that reached out to him. A little sand. This is an online sensation, the big D of it all. With a short video of a gossamer dance, just gently swaying her body to the music, she became an overnight sensation with millions of fans in 24 hours. Subsequently, she became a full-time webcomic and was the head of the webcomic circle. Little brother, can it be slightly cheaper? This is too expensive. A small piece of sand sent a message, followed by an aggrieved emoji. It's okay to pay for meat. Shin Hong almost returned the words. After all, a little sandy boy with huge breasts and an unbelievable body is something that many male fans are enjoying. However, he knew that this phrase was the customary phrase of these netizens, and immediately replied lightly, the price is fair, and it's all fair game, so don't waste my time if you don't buy it. I, for one, buy. A little piece of sand sighed and replied honestly, I want a box of instant noodles and, she had bought quite a few things. So far, only a little less than Wang Gong's purchase order. She usually employs her cooking aunt, but after her aunt left the day before last, there was a snowstorm. There was still some food inside the refrigerator at home, and little Sandy survived for 2 days on that food. But starting today, there is not a single bite of food in the house, and the air conditioner does not work, so the whole house is like a freezing cellar, cold and hungry. She even felt like she was going to freeze to death here if she didn't get another bite of hot food. She had gone through the owners group before and seen Shin Hong selling supplies, and had already tried to add her friend this morning. Only Shin Hong didn't pay attention to WeChat at that time, so he never went through his friends, until just now. When she saw that Shin Hong had released another message, she hastened to apply again. This time, it finally passed. Transfer me a total of $300,000, and I promise you it's worth every penny. Shin Hong replied. A little sand hurts a little. Even though he was a netizen and came up with the money fast, this guy, called Harmony, could make more money than even he could. Good. Even if it was heartbreaking, Now was not the time to consider this. A small San nodded in agreement at once. In half an hour, I will conduct the transaction at the location below the underground passage plaza, and you will come downstairs to pick up the goods at that time. Shin Hong sent another message. The king of the single-family house was farther away and had no underground passage, but this was a big client and he could make a special trip. As for the townhouses, and the owners of the high-rise residences in front of them, he didn't bother to run much. There are so many people. If I were a delivery boy and delivered them to every door, would I not run to my death? Okay. A little piece of sand agreed. She was tempted to ask Shin Hong how she still had to go downstairs to trade when she was, after all, the customer who had shelled out the money. I'll buy a delivery. They're all delivered to my door now. Okay, what about $300,000 worth of supplies, and I have to run downstairs? This, however, she dared not say. Ice descended for 3 days. The official delayed rescue action. Even the alarm phone cannot be reached. Only a back-and-forth rolling playback of the Dragon News, announcing the arrival of the glacial period. The cities, at the moment, are in disarray. Anyone else willing to sell supplies in this situation is stealing the show for themselves. She curled up a little, wrapping the quilt around her body. What if they don't sell them supplies if they piss off Harmony and Wealth? You're going to starve to death? Look at Old Wang and Blossoming Fortune in the group. These two people have been blacklisted by others. Just now and Shi Shankai have announced. These two people, even if willing to 10,000 to buy a packet of instant noodles, he will not sell. Not only that, all the people in the group who purchase supplies from his side will also not sell any more supplies once they are found to be privately reselling them back to these two men. That's right, Shen Hong, relying on the fact that he had unlimited supplies, had already blocked these two old men and women who liked to morally kidnap other people. Completely. Chapter 36, Customer Feng Lu. Shin Hong naturally did not know that shooting the two brothers just now had caused the nervous fear of the sisters next door. His cell phone was busy with people adding friends and asking for advice. These are all customers who are rushing to give themselves money. The customer is God. At that moment, the phone prompted another request to add a friend. After seeing the familiar avatar, Shin Hong laughed out softly. Feng Lu? Thought the woman had frozen to death with Su Chao. I didn't expect to be alive. 2 or 3 days without contacting yourself. That's tough. Hello? I need to buy supplies. Can I get them cheaper? As soon as he went through his friends, Von Ryu politely sent a message. Shin Hong was using a small number that he had just applied for, and Feng Lu naturally did not know that the person she was contacting was none other than her boyfriend, Shen Hong. To this ex-girlfriend, Shin Hong didn't have half a good feeling, and immediately replied coldly, "One price. If you don't buy it, get out." After sending this message, he turned on the video surveillance. After more than a day of not looking, these two goods, Su Chao and Feng Lu, were actually still lying in bed. Is it that addictive? Looking at Su Chao again, he was already yellow and thin. I can't do it anymore. Su Chao's face was weak. I haven't eaten in almost 3 days. I'm about to starve to death. Xiao Lu, if this continues, I'll be drained by you. Really, it's not like I'm the only one who gets off, don't you? Feng Lu gave Su Chao a blank look. Besides, it's so cold. If we don't exercise, we won't freeze to death? At that moment, the cell phone in her ear rang and she hurriedly reached for it to check. The next moment, he saw Shen Heng's reply. It's ING. Feng Lu's face darkened. She was a pretty girl who was loved by everyone, and had never been spoken to like that. How about that and gas and supplies, right? Su Chao also braced himself and came over. And, Feng Lu nodded. It's a pack of instant noodles that costs $1,000 without bargaining. It also said that if I don't buy it, let me roll, then get it. Su Chao couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly urged. Xiao Lu, if you don't buy it, don't let the others buy it all. That's true. Although Feng Lu had been nestled under the covers with Su Chao for the past 3 days, she had also swiped through the news from time to time and saw the official news. There's no one left to save them now. The only way to live is on your own. How much are we buying? Feng Lu hesitated. If we buy more, and the snow stops in a few days and social order is restored, we'll lose a lot of money. $1,000. How many instant noodles can you buy? That's true. Su Chao nodded his head. He got up and lifted the curtains to look at the window. See, outside the window is still snowy. Uncertainty. I think this snow at least another 3 or 4 days. This way, let's first buy 4 days of food. While eating, while observing the situation. Right. You also contact with this and Chi Shen Kai more close to pull together the relationship. Don't buy the time he sells out of supplies. We want to buy again are out of stock. Good. Feng Lu answered a sound. Picked up the phone, this time did not type a reply, but daintily sent a voice. Brother, people buy it. You do not be fierce. First give me 8 bags of instant noodles, and then buy 4 hams. By the way, the hams are Wangzhong Wangs? How many grams? Shin Hong sneered when he received the message. If it was any other man, maybe once he heard this fluffy voice of Feng Lu, his entire body would float away. But one can know that Feng Lu is a snake charmer. He got up his cell phone and switched to a low voice to reply. How many grams of ham would you like? I have another thick, long ham you want to try? Feng Lu replied with a delicate smile. Brother, you're so annoying. Su Chao by his side had an ugly face, as if he had eaten. Feng Lu is her own woman. How can you be molested by an outsider? And she wasn't even mad at all. Flirting with the other guy. What? Angry? Putting down the cell phone. Feng Lu looked at Su Chao. I'm not doing this for our own good. If you have instant noodles stored at home, why do I have to pull so much with him? I have not even seen the person. I've never even seen him before. He's probably a 40 or 50-year-old man. I don't mind. What do you mind? I didn't mean that. Su Chao sighed and mumbled. Shin Hong watched the surveillance while smiling and listening to the message sent by Feng Lu. This woman, she's pretty damn Thai. 4 hams and 8 bags of instant noodles, right? A total of 12,000. I'll send you a tweet later. Come downstairs and get it yourself. Shin Hong replied indifferently. Brother, won't you give a lift? Feng Lu beamed. Then, do you want to taste this ham that I have for free? Shin Hong hummed. If you're willing to taste it, then I'll deliver it to your door. If you're not, then be honest and go downstairs and pick it up yourself. Okay, well. Feng Lu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Now that Harmony was in control of the supplies, he couldn't afford to turn his back on him. Not only can you not roll your eyes, but you have to deliberately play nice with people. Isn't it just a bit of instant noodles? What a drag. Shin Hong exchanged with other customers for another half a day, and Huo Miao beside him took the initiative to help out, taking a notebook and recording at the side. Despite all the confusion in her mind, she didn't ask. Until after the cell phone was no longer consulted by anyone else, Shin Hong stretched his back and said, all right. He turned his head and glanced at the book where Huo Miao was recording. The handwriting is crisp and the records are meticulously and neatly written. You wait at home. I'm going out. Shin Hong rubbed Huo Miao's hair. Old husband. Huo Miao hesitated and finally spoke in a low voice. I saw the official news. Blue Star is going to enter a glacial period. Will this be a long time? It should be a long time. Maybe we'll have to spend the rest of our lives in the snow and ice. Shin Hong sighed. He had lived too long in his last life. But 3 months later, the whole world was not half changed. Still icy and snowy, and the human race had plummeted by more than 90%. As more time passes, there will be fewer edible supplies and more strife among humans. At that time, Shin Hong even suspected that in a few years at the most, the human race would be completely extinct. But now, he had heard Wang Peng's conversation and knew about the existence of the shelter. Nowadays, it is understood that the reason why the official Dragon Kingdom disappeared was because it could only receive some important people to the shelter first, to make the last effort for the prosperity of human beings. He didn't blame the officials. After all, the suddenness of the Doomsday's arrival, the officials could only try to rescue some important people. For example, some officials and bigwigs, as well as experts who are outstanding in various industries. It's not unusual for one to not qualify for the shelter. After all, he was just a small internet writer with no rescue value. If you were an official yourself, you probably wouldn't do much better. This life. Huo Miao's lips twitched. In fact, she was well aware of the gold content of the words glacial period. In the history of the blue planet, there have been 3 great ice ages, the Cambrian, Permian, and Quaternary ice ages. Experts speculate that each ice age lasts for millions or even tens of millions of years. Since we're all going to be living under this extreme doom in this life, Huo Miao summoned up enough courage and pleaded in a low voice. Then let's not sell the supplies, right? Besides, the currency will surely be useless soon. What's the point of having more money? Under Armageddon, there are not a single human being left. If you can't even survive, why do you need money? Money in a cell phone is nothing like a virtual number. Paper money is marginally useful, but it's too hard to wipe your ass except to light a fire and keep warm. She really didn't understand why Shin Hong insisted on selling his supplies in this weather. Is it that you don't want to live? Chapter 37, A Deal in the Underground Tunnels. Huo Miao's concern is not unreasonable. In this apocalyptic situation, supplies are the hard currency, and currency doesn't do much at all. What's the use of having more money when people are starving to death? Don't worry. I have enough supplies for us to live for the rest of our lives. Shin Hong smiled and gently kissed Huo Miao. This chick, now she's thinking for herself. He couldn't even resist the urge to give her those 2 guns within his consciousness space. But until then, let her play with her guns. Give her the real gun when you've gotten good at playing with it and are sure she's dedicated to following you. Huo Miao was filled with surprise and froze as he looked at Shin Hong. Even Shin Hong's kiss, she forgot to respond. Down and out for the rest of your life? How much did he stockpile? As for selling money, This can't be explained to you for the time being. Anyway, you believe me is, Shin Hong softly said. It's good that you know it in your heart. Huo Miao leaned into Shin Heng's arms. I didn't mean anything else. She was no longer just fond of Shin Hong now. There was also more than a hint of adoration. Since Shin Hong had definitely said that there were enough supplies to live on, there was no need for him to worry more. Moreover, she increasingly felt that Shin Hong was an enigma. Calmly welcomed the end of the blizzard, and with a stroke of your hand, you can transform into a snowmobile, as well as all kinds of supplies. In all this extreme weather, he's been methodically filling in his home, posting insulation film, reinforcing glass, and installing cameras. It was as if the villa had been made into a fortress of doom. She's also seen the homeowners group over the past 2 days. Many people in the group have no food or drink, and there are even occupants who have frozen to death. She was grateful to be able to follow Shin Hong in this kind of environment, where she was well fed and warmly clothed, and did not have to worry about her life at all. As for those hungry homeowners, it was not that she did not want to help, but the supplies she used were all owned by people Shin Hang, and she did not have the right to decide. Also, under Armageddon, everyone has to be careful with their finances, so what would they do if they were to share their supplies with others? Huo Miao is not a stupid white sweetie. She knows very well that after the end of the world, the inferiority of human nature will be completely unleashed. Everyone is selfish in order to survive. Who will take out the food from their family and rescue others? Not to mention that Shin Hong is now selling a packet of instant noodles for $1,000, even if it is $10,000 or $100,000. No one will buy it. Money will be useless. She was a bit confused as to why Shin Hong had to sell the supplies. Does he have a good heart and wants to sponsor others? And there aren't that many supplies, enough to save everyone, so can you only be forced to sift through some of them? Aha! Shin Hong didn't expect Huo Miao to have so many mental activities. Nodded and led Huo Miao towards the basement. Come down to the basement tasting room, which is already stacked full of supplies. Seeing a room full of things, Huo Miao's entire body was dumbfounded, covering her mouth with a shocked face, looking at the things in the room, and then looking at Shin Hong in shock. She'd been in the basement before, and this tasting room was nothing but some red wine. But now, even the wine table is filled with instant noodles, canned goods, and all kinds of self-heating hot pots. How the hell did he get it? Looking at Shin Hong again. At this time, he had already followed what was recorded in the book, and had already included the corresponding materials in the space of consciousness. Disappeared? Huo Miao was startled. Although I've seen it a few times, it's still hard to hide my shock at seeing it again. A large pile of things in the room disappeared with a wave of Shin Heng's hand. It's shocking. You get this stuff organized for when I get back. Shin Hong waved his hand and turned towards the door of the underground passage. Good. Huo Miao nodded obediently. Originally, she did not have a heart of betrayal, and now that Shin Hong had shown his hand, she became more and more obedient. If Su Chao saw Huo Miao's good girl appearance, his jaw would definitely drop. Is this still the same high-flying iceberg goddess from back in the day? Shin Hong walked out of the underground passageway and made his way to the front. Even in the passageway, one could feel the piercing cold. The passageway was now empty. Who's going to come out for air when it's so cold? They're all at home, huddled under their quilts, shivering. Coming to the bottom of the square, he first took out many materials from his consciousness space, all neatly listed, and then notified those customers in WeChat to come downstairs to trade. Not long after, someone wrapped in a quilt walked into the underground passageway and quickly walked towards Shin Heng's side. The other man's eyes lit up after seeing the various types of food piled up on the floor. Is it the Harmony brothers? The visitor arched his hand in polite inquiry. Right. Shin Hong nodded. Which things are you buying? The other party hurriedly took out WeChat and lit up the record of the conversation with Shin Hong. I am this Sunshine Wanderer. I need 4 packages of instant noodles, an egg, and 2 buckets of water. Right, and a cassette oven. Shin Hong scanned the chat, nodded slightly, sorted out the corresponding items, and also stuffed another self-heating hot pot in the bag and handed it over to the other party. A total of 20,000. Send you a self-heating hot pot. $20,000. These things, in the old days, wouldn't even work for $200. A casserole was $100 or so, and 4 packs of instant noodles and 1 egg added up to $10. And now, it's selling for 20,000 straight up. Thanks. Even so, the other party transferred the money on the fly and then left with 1,000 thanks. Before the other party could leave, someone else came down the stairs and headed this way. Bro, I'll buy 3 packs of instant noodles. An old man in his 60s huffed and asked in a low voice. Can you help cook noodles here? Can't. Shin Hong coldly returned. If you want to cook noodles, go back and cook them yourself. The old man's face fell. The gas lines in the house are frozen and you can't get a fire going at all. If I could cook, why would I ask you? Hey, I say, why don't you help the big man out? I see you've got a lot of cassette ovens sitting around here. Quite a few people came over, and immediately someone spoke up. Shin Hong raised his head and looked at the other party disdainfully. This cassette furnace was booked by someone. How can it be used indiscriminately? Who's going to pay for the gas that's been used up? Is it his or yours? You. The other party pointed at Shin Hong and was half speechless. If you want to buy something, buy it obediently. Don't come to educate me. I'm just a businessman. If you have money and want to buy my things, then I welcome it. If you don't buy anything and still point your finger at me, get out of here wherever you are, Shin Hong coldly said. Others don't know, but he knows very well. The shivering old man in front of him didn't die so easily in his last life. Until he was killed himself, the old man was still alive and well. This is the neighborhood weather expert who awakened his powers in a previous life, robbed many of his neighbors of food, and toyed with several young girls. He also grabbed Shin Hong's head and was also amazed at Feng Lu, wanting to be included in his arms. It was a pity that Shin Hong had already possessed a fire-type supernatural ability by then, specializing in these plants. A fire burned the old man and he ran away in ashes. Shin Hong looked at the man on the road again and shook his head slightly. He wasn't impressed with this young man. Probably didn't last more than a few days after the end came. You're a short-lived ghost, and you want to do justice for others? Mind your own business first. Chapter 38, Beautiful Thoughts. In the face of Shin Hong's unceremonious refutation, the man was a bit embarrassed, but could not say anything. He still wants to buy supplies, and he was afraid of disobeying Shin Hong and angering the other party. If they don't sell, what about their wives and children? Turning back to look at the others. As time passed, more and more people who had purchased supplies had all come down the stairs and flooded over, but all of them didn't say a word and just waited quietly in line. The man eventually had nothing to say and stood with his head bowed. All right, 3,000. Shin Hong handed 3 packets of instant noodles to the meteorologist. The old man's lips trembled, and he finally sighed, scanned the code, and walked away trembling. Many people showed signs of intolerance even though their mouths didn't say anything. Shin Hong sneered in his heart. A group of your wives will all be their playthings when they have supernatural powers. Pity people now. When they get up and pedal, will they pity your wives and slow down their pedaling? Get in line. Some people had already come to the front, and others had gathered around when they saw it. Shin Hong nonchalantly shouted angrily, whoever doesn't line up properly, I won't sell. First come first served, understand? When to line up properly, when to trade. Upon hearing this, the few people who had gathered in front of them blushed in embarrassment and went to the back of the line. On the way, someone muttered, the weather is too cold and the sales are too slow, and was unceremoniously reprimanded by Shin Hong. Feng Lu, wearing Su Chao's thick winter clothes, was at the back of the line, freezing and stomping her feet. She was also upset and wanted to go to the front of the line to cut in, but after Shin Hong reprimanded her, she grayed out and ran to the back of the line again. This man, he doesn't know how to be compassionate at all. She did not recognize that the person selling the supplies was Shin Hong. After all, Shin Hong was now fully armed and his face was almost completely covered, so he could not see his appearance at all. Just thought the voice sounded a little familiar, but she didn't think much about Shin Hong. That piece of crap thing, I'm afraid he's frozen to death by now. She sneered silently at the thought. For Shin Hong, she had long been impatient. If she hadn't seen that Shin Hong still earns a lot of manuscript fees to pay in every month, she would have proposed to break up long ago. That's good. If Shin Hong was still alive, he would still have to buy him an instant noodle. $1,000 for 1 pack of instant noodles. Does he deserve it? Nowadays, even though it was the end of the world, people still obeyed the rules. And after hearing Shin Hong's reprimand, everyone did not speak, but silently lined up, not daring to contradict at all. When a few more days go by, people won't be like that at all. Maybe the people who made a move to grab the supplies were there. Shin Hong thought furtively, but he wasn't worried in the least. The 2 pistols on his body, as well as the God's arm crossbow on his right arm, gave him great strength. All the owners in line, when they came to Shin Hong, revealed smiles and took the initiative to show their chats and make honest purchases. And Shin Hong, also to a lot of transactions over 10,000 big customers, take the initiative to send a packet of instant noodles, piggyback on a ham sausage and so on. All happy. It wasn't until a few moments later that a cacophony of noise came from the back of the crowd, and many people turned back. What's all the noise? Keep quiet. Shin Hong frowned and shouted angrily. That's a little piece of sand. Someone looked to the rear and whispered in alarm. This is a big network of beautiful women who are all famous in the neighborhood. Many of the men subconsciously turned their heads and looked at each other. A small piece of sand was wearing thick clothes and even a mask, but I didn't expect that even so it was still recognized. All she could do was nod awkwardly at everyone and signal them to get in line. Dressing so flirtatious. What Netflix? What's the difference between them and those who come out to sell? Feng Lu was indignant. A small piece of sand, although she wore thick clothes to hide her perfect figure. It was as if she was born with a radiance that was noticeable with only half of her face showing. Shen Hong was quite satisfied. Not bad for a top streaming webcam. This face is absolutely stunning. Unlike Hua Miao and Chun Qin, this woman had a seductive face. Add to that a pair of foxy eyes, and even with just one look at you, you feel like she's trying to seduce you. Hua Miao is considered a high-flying goddess, while Chun Qin is pure and pretty. 3 women, each different. As the supplies around Shen Hong decreased, the number of people in the queue gradually became smaller. Those who had purchased supplies had run home fast with their stuff in their arms. Although they complained in their hearts that Shen Heng's price was too high, what else could they say in this outrageous weather at the moment? Even if you report it, you have to wait until this snow stops and order is restored, right? A significant portion of the population harbors this mindset. Spend tens of thousands of dollars here in Shen Hong, but just wait for the society to recover and report Shen Hong. When the time comes to report Shen Hong price gouging, the part that exceeds, he still has to give everyone back obediently. The crowd was not polite, and there were even offers to buy more when they purchased. The money will come back into your pocket later anyway, so worry about the hammer. However, Shen Hong refused all of these requests. The goods he took out were the ones that people had ordered in advance on WeChat. You can buy it at any time in the vending machine, but even if you buy it yourself, how do you get it out? He didn't want to be talked about and be the center of attention. One just needs to be bored and get rich. High-profile people usually die fast. Soon, it was Feng Lu's turn. Brother, I just contacted you on WeChat. Feng Lu daintily opened her mouth at Shen Hong and took out her cell phone to show the chat records of the two of them. Oh, you're that little, Shen Hong deliberately said. His voice was still as low as before. Even Feng Lu, for a moment, did not hear it. You, what are you talking about? Feng Lu's face was red with shyness. What a down-head guy, she cursed angrily in her mind. However, at the moment, she still wanted to have a good relationship with Shen Hong, so naturally she could not say these words out loud. Feng Lu is a beautiful woman with a beautiful posture, and she has a high vision. Shen Hong and the rich and handsome has accounted for the high and handsome, but even so, Feng Lu was not satisfied with Shen Hong. Even if Shen Hong worked hard to earn money and earned over $10,000 every month, Feng Lu was indifferent to Shen Hong. Instead, she gets closer to Su Chao and eventually sleeps with him. In front of her, this man rapped all over her body, whose age and appearance could not be seen at all, even opened his mouth to molest her. In the past, I would have slapped him across the face. She forced herself to hold back her nausea and squeezed out a smile. Brother, people just saw that you've given a lot of supplies to everyone else, and my sister has also bought over 10,000 things. Can't you give something away? What do you want? Do you want to try brother's ham? Shen Hong laughed lightly. Geez, you still say that. Feng Lu shyly pouted. I didn't buy a cassette oven just now. Can you give me one? Brother, you've got a lot of nerve opening your mouth. A cassette stove is $100 or so. I sell them for 10 grand. Just a couple packs of instant noodles and you want me to build a stove? Shen Hong raised his head and said, thinking is quite beautiful. No thinking is allowed in the future. Feng Lu froze in place. The stoves are sold separately, so don't think of such a good thing. Shen Hong snorted. Feng Lu blushed, but finally nodded and pressed her anger to take the bag, squeezing out her voice. Brother, I'll go then. Go on. Shen Hong was too lazy to give Feng Lu something and waved his hand impatiently. Feng Lu huffed and turned away. She saw that others had bought more than 10,000 supplies, and Shen Hong even took the initiative to send an item. My turn. I also spent more than 10,000 nothing to send. Shen Hong simply ignored it. Now Feng Lu's money for buying things was, frankly speaking, all given to her by herself. What's wrong with me getting my own money back? To be honest, Shen Hong wanted to kill the adulterous couple of Su Chao and Feng Lu right now. It was simply easy, but Shen Hong didn't do that. The end was just beginning, and he had plenty of time to play it slow. How boring would it be to kill them both so easily? He was going to put the pair of dogs through desperate agony before ending their lives. Chapter 39, A Little Grain of Sand. After Feng Lu left, Shen Hong traded with the remaining people, and in the end, only a small sand was left. This girl buys more stuff. A little sand is not usually much of a hoarder, so I bought a lot of not just food and drink, but even thick quilts, cassette stoves, and tinctures of oil. Big brother, there's too many of these. Can you help me take some? A small piece of sand cautiously stepped forward, tentatively inquired, and then hastily added, I can pay you. How about 10,000? All right. The people who wanted to purchase supplies had all left, and Shen Hong no longer had much to do other than going to find Mr. Wang to trade. This one little Sandy was beautiful, with a body that defied the odds, and he was interested in her himself. It's okay to go. Little Sandy was grateful and hurriedly transferred 310,000 to Shen Hong. Shen Hong lifted the large bag, followed by a small sand, and walked toward building 16. He pretended to glance around the corner as he walked to the access door of Building 16. There are 3 men hiding in the corner. It was only right that everyone else should be home right now except for the owner who had come down to trade supplies with him. Although the house is also like a freezing cellar, it's much better than the freezing cold outside. What do these 3 people do? However, after seeing the sneaky, greedy gaze of those 3 people staring at a small piece of sand, Shin Hong understood. As we all know, a small sand looks beautiful, or a top netizen, is the object of many men's nightly fantasies. These 3 must think society is in chaos right now and want to savor a little sand while they can. Big brother, this way. A small piece of sand was oblivious, still leading the way. After walking into Building 16, she led the way towards the elevator again. Don't take the elevator. Shin Hong waved his hand. Nowadays, the weather is extremely cold. The cable in this elevator might break at some point, and the power supply might not be too stable anymore, so you don't want to be trapped in the elevator, right? He's not an alarmist. Rather, it does. Trapped in an elevator with no rescue at all. This can, but my house is on the 22nd floor. Little Sandy hesitated. Embarrassed. It's okay. Shin Hong waved his hand. Since I took your money, even if it's a step ladder, I will definitely send it back to you. Seeing this, little Sandy couldn't say anything else and could only carry the instant noodles and lead the way in front. Shin Hong held a hand full of supplies and followed closely behind. As little Sandy went up the stairs, Shin Hong could see her rounded and shapely buttocks from behind, gently rocking as she went up the stairs. That's still a lot of what she's wearing, covering up her figure and making her look a little bloated. I can't imagine what kind of glamorous scenery she would look like if she wore a super short skirt in the hot summer. As the 2 walked up to the 3rd floor, Shin Heng's ears twitched. He sensed that the 3 people who had been hiding in the corner a moment ago were now all quietly walking in as well, noiselessly following. These 3 people, indeed, came for little Sandy. Shin Hong squinted his eyes and pretended not to notice, still chatting with little Sandy from time to time as he slowly went up the stairs. Big brother, do you own a supermarket? There are actually so many supplies. Little Sandy was still chatting with Shin Hong. Shin Hong nodded casually. On the afternoon of the rainstorm, I happened to buy quite a lot of goods, and the result was that it snowed immediately after. Also happened to catch up with the luck, and I was able to make a small fortune. It's not that I don't mind you selling your stuff at a high price. I can't thank you enough for being able to put it up for sale. Little Sandy said with a smile on her face. The fact that you happen to have gotten in the goods also proves that you have the vision. She's quite talkative and has a nice voice. And at that moment, Shin Hong heard a subtle voice from downstairs. Do it. He looked downstairs warily, but what he didn't expect was a sudden rumble from above. Immediately afterward, 4 silhouettes appeared and blocked the 2 people's path. What do you want? The ferocious 4 people appeared. A small San suddenly a little nervous. You, sis, you don't know them, but you should know me, right? The 3 behind them also walked up slowly, blocking the back of the 2. The leader is a 30-something-year-old, gangster-colored gangster with an inch head and eyes staring straight up at a small sand. You, Zhao Weilong? A small sandy face instantly turned white. You, Sasha. Inch Zhao Weilong laughed fiercely. I've been chasing you for so long, why did you refuse to agree to me? Now that I've finally seized the opportunity, I'd like to see where else you can run this time. After saying this, he glanced at Shin Hong with a disdainful expression and droned. What happens here has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. A small sandy face panicked and looked at Shin Hong pleadingly. Oh, Shin Heng's reply, however, made her close her eyes in pain. Shin Hong put down the things in his hand and asked, then I can go? Aha. Zhao Weilong nodded triumphantly. The other 6 minions were full of sneers. Sasha, now that there are no outsiders, can we talk about our relationship? Zhao Weilong took a step forward, while a small San stepped back, but in front and behind him were Zhao Weilong's minions stopping him, so there was no way to run. Willow Chiu, when did I get attached to you? A little sandy voice with a little cry. You're the one who's been pestering me. Yeah, I've been pestering you and you called the cops. A scowl crossed Zhao Weilong's face. Now I'm going to give you another chance. Give you plenty of time to call the police. Come on, go ahead and report it. No one can get through to the police on the phone right now. Zhao Weilong felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Little Sandy cried out in shock, curling up and choking. I swiped so many gifts for you online, and you still won't add me as a friend. Zhao Weilong once again coldly said, what? You think I brush less, right? You only hook up with your big brothers on the first and second lists, and you look down on fans like me who have fewer gifts. No, I didn't. Little Sandy hurriedly explained. I list 1 also did not add friends. Enough. Zhao Weilong suddenly shouted angrily. For your sake, several of my brothers are freezing. Now you have 2 choices. One is to take the initiative to go to my house and have a good time with me. and the other is that several of our brothers will consign you back to my house. But at that time, when my brothers have contributed to the effort, then you won't just play with me, but you will also have to have a good time with them as well. When the remaining 6 heard this, each of them had a sinister smile on their faces, their aggressive gazes glancing back and forth at little Sandy. Little Sandy wanted to cry, while a few people around him had already hemmed and hawed and gathered around. Almost got it. A voice came from downstairs at that moment. Zhao Weilong froze and twisted his head to look at the stairs below while bellowing, "Who's down there? Get the hell out!" Only heard the lighter snap sound. Then, Shenhong slowly holding a cigarette to show his head, "I thought it was an emotional dispute. I did not think it was a courtship. Cannot be. Want to use forceful means brother, chasing a woman is not you so chase. You haven't ing rolled yet?" Zhao Weilong laughed disdainfully when he saw that it was Shenhong, pointing downstairs and drinking. "What? You want to play the hero rescuing the beauty trick, don't you? Don't even look in the mirror to see what you're capable of." A few of the others laughed out loud. "You didn't run after being given the chance. In that case, you stay too." Zhao Weilong had a sardonic smile on his face. "I was thinking of cleaning you up in a few days. Kid, you have quite a lot of supplies, don't you? Offer me your supplies and I can consider sparing your life." He is also in the owners group. See Peace and Prosperity large-scale sale of supplies. Originally planned to convene brothers to go to Shenhong in the afternoon to rob, but just to get together. Saw a small San rush downstairs, rushed to the queue, which changed the plan. At this moment, they were all standing on the 15th floor. 1501 was Zhao Weilong's house, and across the street, one of Zhao Weilong's minions was living there, blocking little Sandy here. Naturally, no one cares. As for the downstairs residents, one family works out of town and only comes back on weekends. The other one didn't make it back on the night of the storm and is now either shivering in the office or has frozen to death. On the 14th and 15th floors, it's just a group of them today. Oh, Shenhong had a smile on his face as he watched Zhao Weilong walk step by step in front of him. He said contemptuously, "Still want to rob me? I'll also give you a chance. Now take your people and roll outside into the snow. I can also consider sparing your lives." "Just you?" Zhao Weilong was arrogant to the core. He raised his hand and poked Shenhong's head. "Kid, do you have a problem here?" His hand had just touched Shenhong's forehead when Shenhong's face turned cold and violently grabbed Zhao Weilong's right hand, followed by a forceful twist. Zhao Weilong let out a miserable scream as his body involuntarily fell to the right. At the same time, Shenhong had already taken down the cigarette he had just lit with his left hand and pressed it hard on Zhao Weilong's eyeballs. Zhao Weilong let out a pig-killing scream, and his body was trembling violently. Blind, his left eye, he was certain, was now completely blind. Handsome, with a smile on his face, Shenhong came to Zhao Weilong's face and spoke softly. "I didn't hear you just now. Why don't you repeat what you just said to me again?" Chapter 40. The 6 people upstairs all froze after hearing the miserable screams of their big brother, Zhao Weilong. It was only after a few seconds that some of the younger brothers who had reacted quickly rushed towards Shenhong while yelling, "Stop it. Yo, still want to do it?" Shenhong let go of Zhao Weilong, who was lying in the hallway, covering his eyes with both hands and letting out heartbreaking screams. "I want to kill you. I want you to die. What a ing racket." Shenhong stepped on Zhao Weilong's mouth. The cold sole of his shoe completely blocked Zhao Weilong's mouth, and he whimpered and couldn't speak. As for the rushing minions, the leader of one of them had already drawn his dagger and ruthlessly stabbed at Shenhong. What a death wish! Shenhong raised his hand violently, and the divine arm crossbow made a slight cracking sound. The charging junior immediately let out a muffled grunt, and the mighty power of the crossbow arrow even sent his body flying backwards with him, smashing into the many juniors behind him. The little brothers were smashed, and when they struggled to get up, they saw that the brother had an extra bloody hole in his head. Blood gushed outward in large quantities, but because of the cold weather, it began to coagulate again in the blink of an eye. Dead people. The crowd shivered and looked at Shenhong with bloodless faces. Although they are gangsters, but usually the most fights and threats, see blood are rare. How have they ever seen the scene of murder? Still want to try? Shenhong looked at the pale faces of the crowd one by one and let out a cold laugh. "No, it doesn't." A yellow hair swallowed saliva hard and squeezed out a smile. "Big brother, we are just passing by." He carefully pressed himself against the wall toward the stairs. Shenhong's expression was cold and he didn't say a word. Yellow hair didn't even dare to look at his big brother when he passed by Zhao Weilong, until he walked to the next floor. He took a long breath, and then rushed Shenhong with a grateful face. "Big brother, you can rest assured that I will absolutely not dare to mess with MS. Sha in the future. I will roll this." Shenhong nodded slightly. Yellow hair bowed gratefully and ran away without looking back. The others, seeing this, also spoke up. "Big brother, we are also passing through." These people also bypassed Zhao Weilong and ran down the stairs one by one in a hurry. Seeing that Shin Hong had no intention of rushing at them, they fled even more quickly one by one. You guys. Zhao Weilong almost fainted from anger. This is the little brother who is loyal to you. Surprisingly, they all ran away one by one. I'm still here. You guys don't even care about me? You're all that's left. Shin Hong lowered his head and glanced at Zhao Weilong. Zhao Weilong immediately closed his mouth and nervously looked at Shin Heng's right arm. He was close enough to clearly see the divine arm crossbow on Shin Heng's right arm. There was a vacancy on the left side of one of them, and in the center and on the right, 2 sharp crossbows. I was wrong. Zhao Weilong's lips shivered, nervously glanced at the crossbow, and hurriedly said, Big brother, I won't dare to offend you anymore. Dare to think of her again? Shin Hong pointed to a small sand. A little piece of sand is now in a state of limbo. She had been completely dumbfounded since Shin Hong had killed her little brother with an arrow just now. After years of living in a society governed by the rule of law, she had never even imagined that someone would dare to kill someone with their hands. Even when those minions escaped, her mind went blank. The entire person stood frozen in place as if they were puppets. It wasn't until Shin Hong pointed at herself again that she slowly reacted. No, don't dare. Zhao Weilong waved his hand repeatedly, fearing that Shin Hong would kill at the drop of a hat. Just kidding. He just killed someone without blinking an eye. He's just a punk. How dare he offend such a person? I'm giving you a chance to live, Shin Hong said indifferently. You say. Zhao Weilong was a smart person and heard something in Shin Heng's words, so he quickly opened his mouth. Throw this body out, and the blood on the floor, clean it up. Shin Hong glanced at Zhao Weilong and said, when I come downstairs later, if I haven't finished cleaning up, then don't take your life. Big brother, don't worry. Zhao Weilong hurriedly nodded his head. You're so physically strong. It must be a long time. You do it slowly. I'll clean it up. Now. Shin Hong was speechless. He didn't bother to say anything more, and just pulled a small Sandy head for the stairs. While little Sandy was being pulled by Shin Hong, her face had turned red. As a netizen, she heard Zhao Weilong's words clearly. What a long time to go and still do it slowly. How is this possible? I don't even know what he looks like yet. She looked up at Shin Heng's side face. Shin Hong had just taken off his mask because he was smoking. I can see that this person is still quite young. The jawline is beautiful. After Zhao Weilong said these words, he unexpectedly did not refute. Does it mean that he really wants to talk to me? At the thought of this, Sandy was even more nervous. Even though she was an internet celebrity, she seriously hadn't met with any of those List 1 and List 2 big brothers yet. Just added a WeChat friend. Never even sent a private picture. She often surfed the internet and had read quite a few doomsday-type novels, and knew very well in her heart that after the official announcement of entering the glacial period, the whole world, immediately, was about to enter chaos. After the end of days, every beautiful woman is a resource for the strong. Women are inherently vulnerable and naturally can't compete with men when it comes to physical fitness. She also has a clear perception of her looks and figure. I'm afraid that if people like yourself want to live, you can only exchange your body for it. She stole another glance at Shin Heng. This man seems to be about the same age as himself. As long as it's not a greasy middle-aged man, it's fine on its own. Shin Heng naturally did not know that a small sand had so much activity in its heart. Sending it to the door of 2201, Shin Heng said, "This is your home, right?" Little Sandy came back to his senses, rushed forward to open the door, embarrassed and smiled at Shin Heng. "Home. Sorry, just now I was a little distracted. Big brother, thank you so much." She was smiling like a flower, and the smile that bloomed on her face made even Shin Hong look a little dumbfounded. Shin Hong turned his head with difficulty, placed a large pile of supplies on the ground, and let out a long breath. Obviously have consciousness space, but cannot use it, and have to drag so many things to climb the stairs. Really not human. He himself is also really, just because the small sand body proud, looks absolutely beautiful. The district of 10,000 carry so many things ass up the stairs, but that's a pretty good smile, especially those soft fox eyes, flavorful and fascinating. With a bit of sweat on his face, he took the snowproof blindfold off and craned his head around to survey the room, not daring to meet Sandy's eyes, afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on and just push this beauty down. Although little Sandy and Hua Miao, as well as Chen Qin each had their own specialties, they were all absolutely beautiful. But in a man's point of view, I'm afraid that all of them would choose little Sandy without hesitation. It's earthly. Little Sandy on the side froze for a moment and stared straight at Shin Heng. Younger than he thought, he looked about his own age. It's also quite handsome. Thinking of Zhao Weilong's words just now, she immediately blushed. She was a bit shy and had mixed feelings in her heart, and for a while she just stared blankly at Shin Heng. Something on my face? Shin Heng was surprised and touched his face. No. Little Sandy came back to his senses. Big brother, wait a moment, I'll get you a towel. A few moments later, She walked out with a quilt and whispered, "Brother, the towels in the house are frozen and can't be used. You take this one of mine to wipe your sweat first. This is the quilt you sleep under." I don't know what I was thinking, but I took the quilt and wiped his sweat. God, Sasha, you must be sick. She shook her head hard. Shinhong took it and wiped his face, and a nice fragrance came to his nose. He subconsciously sniffed before he saw little Sandy looking at him with flushed cheeks. Ahem. Shinhong stuffed the quilt back into little Sandy's hands as if nothing had happened, and was just about to leave when little Sandy took out his cigarettes and took the initiative to pull one out. "Brother, Huazi," putting the cigarette tenderly in Shinheng's mouth, he took out the lighter again and softly said, "I'll light it for you." "Oh, thanks." Shinhong took a deep drag and felt his brain calm down quite a bit. "I don't smoke. This is what a female friend of mine left behind last time she came to my house to play." After lighting it for Shinhong, little Sandy took the initiative to explain again. She didn't know what was wrong. Seeing Shinhong staring at the cigarette in her hand, she seemed a little surprised. As if afraid of leaving a bad impression on Shinhong, he actually took the initiative to open his mouth to explain himself, and made a point of stating that he was a female friend. "I'm not turning on him, am I?" Little Sandy scrunched his head. She's usually a geek girl and loves to fantasize, always dreaming that one day, I will marry a big handsome and tall hero, or a big president. And now, Shinhong appeared like a hero in his own fantasy. Even if Shinhong had killed someone, she wasn't even afraid. "Oh," Shinhong smiled, "then I'll send you a fitzy as well." From the space of his consciousness, he pulled out a packet of Sophies. "Ah, thanks." Little Sandy froze and subconsciously took it. Tampons are hard to find for $1,000 at the end of the day. She had run out just in time, and counting the days, it looked like she was going to have her period in a few days. Since it was a gift from the great hero in his heart, there was nothing he could refuse. "I'll pat it for you?" Looking at her showy appearance, Shinhong joked. Little Sandy's eyes whitened for a moment. "Brother, I'll light it for you. Wah, and you'll pat it for me. Faye, this can be the same?" Chapter 41, Wealthy Wang Jie. Seeing little Sandy's dull and surprised look, Shinhong smiled. In the face of such a goddess, Shinhong could not help but spend his breath and wanted to make a joke. Little Sandy's face turned even redder. Yeah, what Shinhong did not expect was that little Sandy, her face flushed red, actually nodded and looked at herself with affection. What the hell? This, on the contrary, made Shinhong a bit confused. Cough cough, didn't you want to pad me? Even though I didn't have my period, so I can give you that opportunity. Little Sandy came over, and despite her red face, her eyes stared straight at Shinhong. What's the matter? Don't dare? She knew very well that if it wasn't for Shinhong, the consequences were something she didn't even dare to imagine. She was filled with good feelings towards Shinhong. If anyone else dared to joke with her like that, little Sandy wouldn't even bother to look at him. But when she faced Shinhong, she was not shy at all. Instead, she was a little nervous and a little expectant. Shinhong didn't say anything and frowned slightly. "I've long heard that the Netflix scene is messed up. This little Sandy is still one of those internet celebrities with a great body, and almost all of her fans are male. No wonder it's so liberating." But then again, Shinhong was not a kind gentleman. Since the other party had taken such an initiative to invite him, what else did he have to squirm about? Big deal is wearing a small umbrella. With that thought, he picked up Sandy and rushed into the bedroom. Little Sandy's figure was a bit more voluptuous than Hua Miao's. Fat where it should be fat and skinny where it should be skinny. Just right. Little Sandy was deep in love. She knew how tragic the end would be for a woman like herself under Armageddon if she had no backing. Without Shinhong today, he would have been spoiled by Zhao Weilong's men. In a few days when he met a more vicious one, Zhao Weilong would simply give himself away, and after that, one would be passed around like a toy, a cargo. Instead of that, it would be better to take the initiative and follow Shinhong. The man in front of him was about the same age as himself and quite handsome, not to mention having just saved himself. What's more, he has huge amounts of supplies. Little Sandy knew it in his heart. Under Armageddon, having supplies is the only way to survive. What's the point of having more money without supplies? As the head anchor, she had over $10 million on her card, long ago, but without supplies, having so much money is no different than a number. She'd thought it over when she'd gone upstairs earlier, although it was not clear what Shinhong wanted money for. In the end of days, supplies were life. When you have supplies, you have absolute power. Even if this officially declared Ice Age lasts for a short period of time and social order will be restored in the future, one can still make money, but that's only if you live to see it. Almost 2 days without food, starving and cold. She really didn't want to go there. Every second is torture. Therefore, when Shinhong molested her just now, she did not open her mouth to reprimand her, but instead, she was full of affection and nodded her head in agreement. All things considered, the man in front of him was a better choice for himself. She was bold enough to offer a kiss. Female netizens just let loose. However, Shin Hong realized that this female netizen seemed to be very raw. It's pretty well loaded. Shin Hong laughed in his heart and prepared for his next move. But then, his cell phone suddenly rang. The two men paused in their movements. Shin Hong originally didn't want to answer it. This is a little Sandy, the head netizen with millions of followers. But the phone kept ringing, and Shin Hong suddenly remembered Hua Miao, who had stayed at home. In the rush to get out just now, he forgot to leave his walkie-talkie for Hua Miao, and thought he'd be able to go back in a little while. Shin Hong climbed up from the small sandy body and took out his cell phone. I can't believe it's a voice call from Mr. Wang, who ordered 500,000 supplies. Is this rushing your own delivery? To this big customer, Shin Hong didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly picked up the phone. The vending machines want to upgrade, and they're counting on this master in the early stages. Hello, Mr. Wang? Bro, have the supplies started to be delivered already? On the phone, there was a polite inquiry from Mr. Wang. I'm in the underground passageway, trading with the residents of the upper floors in front of me. After all, there are a lot of people on this side. Immediately the transaction is over, I'll personally deliver it to you. Shin Hong rubbed the small sand. Little Sandy's face was flushed and he didn't say a word, and his eyes were almost drawn when he looked at Shin Hong. Dude, do you have anything else over there? Mr. Wang spoke up. If there are any good things that are willing to sell, I'll take all of them as well. Don't worry, money is not a problem. Ha? Shin Hong was a bit surprised. This Mr. Wang has already bought $500,000 worth of goods. Why do you need more? You're talking about. Shin Hong hesitated. I'll take anything that keeps me warm, as long as it's good. Mr. Wang was quite eager, but he seemed to be afraid of speaking out of turn, so he gave a dry cough and said, it's too cold in the house. What else is there on your side? Just open your mouth. As long as the stuff is good, there's no problem on my side. Okay, I know. I'll be there now. Shin Hong nodded and hung up. Does this cockney named Wang Jie know something? He bought $500,000 worth of supplies earlier. That's because he's rich and doesn't care. But now, what's with the sudden change of heart about wanting more supplies? In short, it was good that Wang Jie wanted to buy supplies in large quantities. His own vending machine could continue to upgrade at a rapid pace, and soon he would be able to unlock the exotic fruit. What's wrong? Little Sandy, her cheeks flushed, popped her head out from under the covers and inquired in a small voice. She's ready for it. No matter what Shin Hong was, he wouldn't throw himself away when he realized that he had taken one blood, right? Just now, after Shin Heng's cell phone rang, she also stole a glance, thinking that it was Shin Heng's wife calling. However, I did not expect that the top note is actually Wang Jie. Little Sandy still knows a lot about this national husband. Mr. Wang is rich and popular on the internet. Many netizens took the initiative, and Wang Gongzi came to the rescue. There is a saying, the iron Wang Gongzi, the flowing water female netizen. In recent years, Wang Gongzi has been surrounded by a crop of netizen girls, but none of these people have said anything bad about Wang Gongzi after they broke up. It is enough to see the charm of Mr. Wang, as well as his financial power. I didn't realize that this little handsome guy actually has a relationship with Wang Jie. Wang Gong is also considered an early internet sensation. In recent years, with their family having an economic crisis, Mr. Wang went into the family business and was busy with PR to deal with the crisis, and now rarely goes online to flirt with girls. But the legend of this top rich kid has been circulating online. As a netizen, little Sandy had naturally heard of Mr. Wang, only, she wasn't that cold, because she read very quickly. A few short videos sent out, just a few days, the powder rose millions, and soon realized financial freedom. Although she didn't catch on, Wang Gongzi's reputation was well known, and she knew that even if Wang Gongzi's family kept selling off their assets in recent years, it was by no means something that these small netizens like herself could touch. And Gas brother. After receiving a phone call from Mr. Wang, his eyebrows were furrowed, and he did not even continue. Before she could even think about it, Shin Hong had already gotten up and put on his jacket. Afterwards, he rushed at the dumbfounded little Sandy. I still have a few things to do. If you want to find me, just send me a WeChat. Be at your beck and call. Right. When Shin Hong was about to go out, he took out a bag like a trick and put it at the door. This is the reward. I am very satisfied just now. Hey. Seeing that Shin Hong opened the door to leave, little Sandy hurriedly said, my name is Song Yunsha. You remember? Oh. Shin Hong did not turn around, but waved his hand, signaling that he knew. Song Yunza got off the ground and unlocked the door to her room before she looked at the bag on the floor. The next moment, she froze. Inside this bag, all the fruits were actually filled with various colors. There's even pineapple and durian. What shocked her even more was that all of these fruits were actually not frozen and seemed to be very fresh. Where did all this fruit come from? Was it in his jacket the whole time just now? Noticing that the fruit in her hand was starting to freeze, Song Yunza hurriedly lifted the bag and stuffed the fruit under the covers. But, why is he putting down fruit for me? From what he said, he'll give me more supplies next time. Really? I'm not that kind of person. Song Yunza buried her head under the covers. Shin Hung naturally did not know that Song Yunsha would brainstorm so many things after he left, but in his heart, he did think of Song Yunsa as that kind of random woman. After all, being an internet celebrity, how many of them can be clean? It would be a good idea to have a night of spring with her and put out some supplies, not to mention that he had just kissed her himself. There is a saying, if you have rice in your pocket, the chickens will come. The chickens in the countryside revolve around rice, and the chickens in the city, too. As he walked, he reminisced about the kiss he had just given. By the way, what was Sandy's name again? Shin Hong stood still and scratched his head. Forget it. Whatever she called it, she just wanted a taste anyway. Chapter 42, The Wang Family. Inside Villa 1, Wang Jie was draped in a quilt and nestled on the leather sofa, his brows furrowed. Next to him, there were 3 other pretty girls curled up next to each other, shivering as they came together. The fire in the fireplace flickered and flickered, and the reflection flickered on Wang Jie's face. He remembered the phone call from his father earlier. Jie, your mother and I are at the shelter. Don't worry, but for the time being, the shelter can't go out to rescue you. The wind and snow continue to get worse, the helicopters can't fly, and the snowmobiles needed on the ground have all been taken to haul supplies at this point, coupled with a little problem at the shelter. Some friction has arisen inside, and even if the police department's people have been transferred to maintain order, they are a little overstretched. You stay well in the villa for the time being, don't run around, and make sure you do everything you can to survive. I'll have them pick you up as soon as the blizzard stops. Our Wang family, building shelters for the officials, took in a lot of money, and even had trouble making ends meet, and had to sell a lot of land. All of this is known to the officials. That's why they also promised to pick you up first thing after stabilization. You're the only child we've got. You've got to hang in there. After hearing his father's words, Wang Jie hurriedly said, Dad, I will take care of myself. Just now, there are people selling supplies in the Peachland neighborhood. I spent 500,000. After listening to Wang Jie's narration, old Wang narrowed his eyes and said, he also sold it to other tenants? Yes, many people are asking for it. He went to the front to trade first. After all, there are still underground passages between the high-rise and the townhouses, and for the detached villa that I'm staying in, he'll personally deliver it to the door later. Wang Jie explained. Old Wang didn't open his mouth and waited for a moment before saying, ask him how many supplies he has and buy as many as you can. Dad will transfer some more money to you. What's wrong, Dad? Seeing his father transfer another 100 million to himself, Wang Jie was a little surprised. This blizzard is going to last a long time, along with the coast, even. Old Wang said here and paused for a moment. Don't worry about the rest. If he is willing to sell supplies, you can buy more. Anyway, I'm worried that the shelter side won't be able to take you over for a while, so during this period of time, you can only rely on yourself to survive. Understand? At this juncture, don't care about money. Saving your life is most important. If the money is gone, we can make it again, but if the life is gone, then our Wang family will be extinct. Old Wang gruffly said, don't ever care about money. Staying alive is the primary goal. Yes, don't look at Wang Jie as a playboy on the surface, but he's actually not stupid at all. On the contrary, in the beginning, in order to cultivate his son, the old king sent him to study abroad at a very early age. Wang Jie not only honed his independent and self-reliant character, but also relied solely on his personal ability to get into top universities, where he continued to graduate with a PhD. After returning to China, Wang Jie realized that he didn't have to work hard at all. His own company was full of talent, his father was in his prime, and he didn't need to make any effort at all to enjoy a privileged life. That's when you start dating girls and letting yourself go. Hanging up the phone, Wang Jie did not speak for a long time. Listening to my father, this weather shouldn't end anytime soon. After all, his father was at the shelter, and although he didn't have much power, this year the Wang family had spent a lot on building the shelter for the officials. Even if you enter an asylum, you can have a transcendent status, and there are numerous specialists of all kinds in the shelter. Wang Jie's eyes rolled. Since the experts are speculating that snow will continue to fall for a short period of time, it's better to not harbor yourself and purchase more supplies. My father had a good point. Staying alive is the primary goal. He hurriedly picked up his cell phone and dialed Shin Heng's number. Traveling to the 15th floor, Shin Heng saw Zhao Weilong standing respectfully by the stairs. The bodies of the juniors on the ground had disappeared, and even the blood on the ground had been cleaned up by Zhao Weilong. Upon seeing Shin Heng, Zhao Weilong was first stunned, then a humble smile squeezed onto his face. That fast? It's a bit too much of a waste. isn't it? Zhao Weilong was calculating in his heart, but he naturally didn't dare to say this. Cleaned up? Shen Hong nodded, then took out 2 packs of instant noodles and threw them to Zhao Weilong. Guard Sasa for me. If anything happens to her, I won't spare you. He hasn't enjoyed Song Yunsa yet, at least in the meantime. It's only me who has to play. As for Zhao Weilong, Shen Hong had already seen it just now, and this was a master who was a bully. Be strong yourself and give some benefits. Zhao Weilong will naturally obey. As for Song Yunsa, I'm afraid that if he lent Zhao Weilong a few guts, he wouldn't even have an idea. Not to mention that Zhao Weilong also lives downstairs from Song Yunsa and can see the people in the building as well. He was relieved to have him watching over himself. As expected, Zhao Weilong nodded repeatedly and smiled. Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely protect sister-in-law. Although he thought Shen Hong was a fast guy, people obviously didn't have enough fun. He was indeed scared out of his wits and completely dropped his thoughts about Song Yunsa, the one in front of me, that really dares to kill someone. He now remembers the scene where he just threw his little brother's body down the stairs. The little brother's wide-eyed, dead-eyed look made Zhao Weilong's heart cringe. Be a good boy and you'll have a lot of benefits in the future. Shen Hong nodded his head in satisfaction and stuffed 2 more hams into Zhao Weilong before turning to go downstairs. The moment Shen Hong turned around, Zhao Weilong's eyes widened. He saw that the handle of the pistol inside Shen Heng's collar. Did I read that right? Is that gun? When he recalled that someone had previously said in the owner's group that gunshots had been heard in the rear townhouse area, Zhao Weilong's face grew increasingly pale. This Harmony big brother is coming from the townhouse side. It can't be that. The gunshots that were fired earlier were made by this big man. Can it? He swallowed, then looked at the instant noodles and ham in his hand, and his mind was made up. This big man is not something that a little karami like himself can even mess with. It's better to stand up for the big guy yourself. Don't worry big brother, I will protect sister-in-law unless I die. He came back to his senses and hurriedly rushed down the stairs to Shen Hong, shouting assurances. Shen Hong waved his hand and left without looking back. 2 packages of instant noodles and 2 ham sausages, but it's only a few dollars. A few bucks for a punter couldn't be a better deal. Besides, Zhao Weilong is a punk. This kind of person is smart, and do things on the road. What else do you need a bicycle? He'd thought about it before. If one wanted to gain a foothold in the end times, then one had to level up the vending machine as soon as possible. Not only would this boost their combat power and have a higher probability of survival, but also, once boosted late, soon enough, the people of Jiangchang, who lacked supplies, would die of starvation and cold. Today, most people are using digital currencies. Open your cell phone and there's only 1 line of numbers in it. Once these people die and their cell phones can't be turned on, it will be even slower to promote yourself. One slow step is naturally a slow step. In the future, one is destined to leave the Peachland neighborhood, and it shouldn't take long. Unless he raises the level of the vending machine high enough and finds a real safe house, then Shen Hong will consider lying down. Otherwise, he would have to become a certified peddler as soon as possible. In the future, he will leave some supplies behind when he leaves the Peachland neighborhood. What if someone else has money and buys supplies, and the ones left behind have to be minions who are loyal enough to them? Zhao Weilong was the first person he picked out. If this guy was smart enough to pick up big things as well, Shen Hong was willing to cultivate him more. He himself gave him a mouthful of food at the end of the day, and it was unlikely that he would quietly take his money. After all, what's the point of having money when it's the end of the ING world? Unless Zhao Weilong was crazy, he would betray himself. Chapter 43, The System's Strict Selection. It must be fine. Zhao Weilong obviously did not know that he had now been included in Shen Heng's options for a little brother. He went home in a state of trepidation, having to get up now and then and look at the building. But thinking about it, it seemed a bit redundant. So he finally picked up his cell phone and applied to add Song Yunsa's WeChat upstairs. This guy's not done? Song Yunsa burrowed under the covers, still reminiscing about the kiss she had just received. No wonder so many people are into relationships and kissing the opposite sex. It's a mesmerizing feeling. Really, especially the one who just made peace with the big brother. She pouted at the thought. Himself, right now, doesn't know people's names. Is it that he doesn't like it? She glanced at the fruit muffled under the covers. No, there shouldn't be a man who wouldn't like a woman like herself. It seems that he just thinks of himself as a chicken. Damn it! Song Yunsa punched the fruit hard and then covered her hand with tears in her eyes. She had just punched a durian without even looking. Ouch! And that's when her cell phone rang. I don't think it's that big brother who sent me a tweet, is it? Song Yunsa's eyes lit up and she quickly picked it up. But after seeing that someone had requested to add her friend, she skimmed her lips and casually clicked on it. Immediately afterward, her eyes rounded. This Zhao Weilong. How dare he apply to add his friend? Don't you know I'm Zai's woman? How dare you think otherwise? Don't ask Song Yunsa how she knows about Zhao Weilong, because when Zhao Weilong applied for a friend, it was clearly written in the note, I am Zhao Weilong, You're afraid that people won't know you. Song Yunza didn't even think about it and rejected it outright. But soon, Zhao Weilong once again requested to add a friend. This time, he wrote an extra line inside, sister-in-law. I'm Zhao Weilong. Don't worry, I won't harass you. It's Big Brother who asked me to protect you. Song Yunsa half-heartedly passed the other person's friend. Just as soon as she got through, she was the first to send a message. Did he ask you to protect me? Once Zhao Weilong talked nonsense and tried to harass himself, he would absolutely not hesitate to pull the plug on him. And Zhao Weilong was very honest. Big Brother gave me supplies and asked me to stay and protect you. Also asked me to keep an eye on the building, and not to let other men go up to harass you indiscriminately. He said it frankly and actually cautioned Song Yun-sa. You're Big Brother's woman now. Don't ever think of hooking up with another man. Once I find out, I won't hesitate to tell Big Brother directly. Aha. Song Yunza nodded her head beautifully. Looks like I'm still very important in Kai's eyes, and specially asked Zhao Weilong to protect me secretly. It must have been something important if you didn't finish continuing with me just now. Come to think of it, that was a call from Mr. Wang. A man's career is important. Shin Hong had already descended the stairs and walked into the passageway by now. Seeing that there were still a few bicycles sitting on the side of the passageway, Shin Hong directly pushed over one and rode it home. When he returned to the front door of his basement, Shin Hong knocked on the door. The surrounding area was covered with cameras, and Hua Miao saw it from the moment Shin Hong appeared under the lens. As soon as she pulled open the door, she leaped into Shin Hong's arms. Okay. Shin Hong smiled. I have something to do and I still have to go out. Still going out? Ha? Hua Miao pouted with a disappointed look on his face. Don't worry, I'll be back later. Faster this time. Shin Hong smiled and pinched her nose. Hua Miao has been tasted after being developed by himself. Very novice ball player but loves to play. Every time, he was abused by himself and begged for mercy. It had been a day since he had made out, and Shin Hong was feeling a little bit of it now, especially when Hua Miao jumped into his arms. Shin Hong really wanted to do it on the spot, but right now is not the time to be busy with that. The big money man, Mr. Wang, is still waiting for himself, and people are still the first customers, so they have to be given full emotional value. Mr. Wang said not to worry about money. That. Shin Hong returned to the room where the supplies were stored and looked around. Hua Miao had already categorized and arranged all the supplies in an organized manner. Instant noodles, ham sausages, and canned goods are no longer to be considered, and it is natural that they should be put in order for God. What's left of? He's missing? Shin Hong rubbed his chin and took out the things like insulation film and sealant again. Of course, all of the ones taken out are ones that can be purchased at vending machine level 0. She had heard Hua Miao say before that she hadn't even seen those things strictly selected by the system. The material is very special. Maybe Blue Star doesn't even have this type of material. Although it was already the end of the world and everyone was in danger. But more is better than less. Shin Hong would not sell the best things. What if someone with a heart of gold sees it and comes after you in the future? After loading all the seafood, vegetables and fruits with some, and taking some insulation materials, Shin Hong returned to the yard. He finds a snowmobile upgrade 3 in the vending machine, which requires vending machine level 5 to purchase. And there is a special line in the product description, smooth, quiet and swift. It is a good helper for you to kill people and go thousands of miles without a trace. That's a pretty dominating synopsis. Shin Hong was happy and bought it directly. This is a car that sells for a full $280. $000. It's so damn not cheap. Shin Hong also remembered the rushing suit that could only be purchased at level 8 and needed to cost $500. And was a bit curious and bought it as well. Just now went to the front to trade. A total of nearly 100 people traded with him. The transaction amounted to 800,000 yuan. That's still 300,000 contributed by Little Sandy. Nearly 100 people does seem a bit too few compared to the whole neighborhood. But that's normal. After all, the end is just beginning. And many people have food stored at home, while others want to wait and see. Shin Hong also knew the psychology of most people, which was nothing more than thinking that they were selling too expensive. They still think it's a dream, thinking that order will soon be restored. It's just a snowstorm. What's there to worry about? It was because of this that by the 5th or 6th day, people were so hungry that they abandoned the legal and moral boundaries of each other and fought each other for supplies. Since you guys want to be hungry, you can be hungry. Shin Hong sneered. Tomorrow, these things of mine will not be at that price. However, it's just a couple $100,000, and it's up vending machine experience, so there's nothing to hesitate about buying it. Shin Hong bought one and held it in his hand. Just realized that the hands of this raincoat, actually very thin, like a sunscreen. This thing keeps you warm? Shin Hong was confused. If you go out wearing this, I'm afraid you'll turn into an ice sculpture as soon as you leave the house. But in the spirit of trusting the vending machine, Shin Hong went home and changed into this punching bag that was like a sunsuit. Trying to go out again, he was surprised to find that he didn't feel the cold at all. And the suit was very lightweight and he didn't have that awkward feeling anymore. The clothes fit very snugly on her body, but instead of being half comfortable, she felt light as a feather. No wonder the asking price is so high. I'm afraid that such a heaven-defying thing cannot be researched by Blue Star's technology right now. The ones that are slightly cheaper are probably about to be developed at the current level of technology, so the selling price will be relatively low. Shin Hong guessed correctly. Like tens of thousands of dollars of snow removal retarded robot. With the current level of Blue Star, at most 1 year, will be able to mass production, and like the snow removal intelligent robot, the price of one, it is more than $2 million. In other words, it would be difficult for Blue Star to make something like this even after 50 more years of research. The punching bag on Shin Hong's body was the same thing. The district has a freeze-proof rash guard, and the more expensive ones are only $3,000 or $4,000. Vending machines sell stuff like this too. However, this one on Shin Hong's body was sold for $500,000, precisely because the system within the vending machine had determined that the technology of the blue planet could not be developed at all. Honey, aren't you cold? Hua Miao worriedly stood behind Shin Hong and took a coat out, wanting to put it on Shin Hong. No need. Shin Hong waved his hand and looked back at Hua Miao. When I come back, I'll get you one of these clothes too. Although Hua Miao's figure was not as heaven-defying as Xiao Xiao's, she was at least a beauty with long legs. It's too much of a hassle to wear something so heavy every day. Nowhere near as good as this punchy outfit that frames all the figures perfectly. Oh, Hua Miao nodded his head obediently. She was already used to Shin Hong taking out some strange things. Shin Hong moved around for a few moments before he took out the upgraded snowmobile he had purchased earlier. The system introduction was a quick mute, which was exactly what Shin Hong needed. Now that the outside world was freezing, it would be easy to draw attention to yourself once you went out, especially since snowmobiles are also thievingly loud. There's no way to cover your tracks. As soon as he waved his hand, Hua Miao was shocked to see that there was an additional car the size of a small sedan in the yard, with a rather peculiar shape. It looks like a car, but if you look closely, the 4 tires underneath have been replaced with ski tracks. Shin Hong stuffed all the big and small bags into the trunk of this car. Even the car seat was piled up, before drilling into the main driver. The main driver is no different than a car. It also has a steering wheel, as well as several forward and reverse gears. Shin Hong pressed the start button. The car shuddered slightly, but it didn't make half a sound. Shin Hong, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, understood that the car had been started by himself. He pressed the forward gear, followed by a shimmy of the slide underneath the car, propelling it down the snowy slopes of the yard, and swept out with ease, quietly. Chapter 44, Brothers in Arms. Shin Hong waved his hand at Hua Miao, then turned his head to drive the car. He loves this car so much. It was just as the system described. Soundless, there are no street-frying huge waves, and you can go out as much as you like by yourself. And this car is still pure white. In the icy environment, the whole world is a silver. This small car in the middle of the shuttle, it is also very difficult to be found. What a perfect snow wearer. Shin Hong touched the steering wheel, and it's very easy to maneuver, point and shoot, and in the snow, it doesn't slip out of control in the slightest. Shin Hong drove his car and arrived not far from Wang Gongzi's villa, quietly stopped and put it away. These detached villas at the back are all about a sense of privacy, with the courtyard walls of each house being high and single family, each farther apart, fully guaranteeing the privacy of the owners. This was also convenient for Shin Hong. Don't worry about being seen in the slightest. He threw the supplies all over the floor, tying them one by one with rope and padding cardboard boxes underneath. He then switched to skis. Slide forward and you can drag the massive amount of supplies behind you to move with you. Although a bit tired, but at least it is now not far from Wang Gongzi's Villa 1. Hold on and you can still pass. After pulling these supplies and gliding for a few moments, Shin Hong was exhausted and sweating. That's when the benefits of the system's tightly selected punching bag reappeared. Although he was sweating, the sweat was actually able to be dried and expelled quickly. This dress is still breathable. Breathable. One doesn't feel cold at all. Simply a godsend for snowy outings. Shin Hong's eyes lit up. With an upgraded version of the Silent Swift snowmobile and this punchy jacket on myself, the old man is directly transformed into Mondo. Go wherever you want. He dragged a bunch of supplies and arrived outside of Wang Gongzi's villa, then sent a message to Wang Gongzi. Mr. Wang, the supplies have been delivered. The next moment, the second floor window of Mr. Wang's house was opened, revealing a head curled up in a quilt. Dude, over here. Wang Jie beckoned. Shin Hong panted and dragged everything over. Seeing the rope behind Shin Hong, densely dragging large and small sacks, Wang Jie's eyes lit up. Good man. So many supplies. Mr. Wang, here's all the good stuff for doomsday survival. Shin Hung opened the first sack. Here are all kinds of canned goods that are easy to preserve, as well as instant noodles, ham, and beef. He pulled open a second sack. In here is mineral water, cassette ovens, and oil tincture. He gushed, and pulled open a third sack. Here's some insulation material, and strong glue. You stick these to the wall. It will keep the temperature inside the house to some extent. In this fourth sack are some thickened quilts, and warm mattresses, electric blankets. The fifth sack contains firewood for the fireplace to burn. The sixth sack. Stop. Wang Jie directly interrupted Shin Heng's words, his gaze blazing. I'll take them all. Just tell me how much in total. He had already imagined that with these supplies, he wouldn't have to worry about surviving at all. Shin Heng is simply omnipotent. Even the firewood is prepared. They even thoughtfully brought themselves seafood and a variety of snacks. What to pick? I'll take them all. You want it all? Shin Heng hesitated. You know, Mr. Wang, if I were to make an offer to sell, there are also many rich people in our neighborhood who would certainly rush to take it. So, thanks to the fact that a brother can look up to me, I can't let you lose out. Wang Jie waved his hand. You directly open the price. As long as the price is right, I won't return the favor. That's pretty rich. Shin Heng stroked his chin and looked at Wang Jie. Behind Wang Jie, there were still 3 girls standing, each looking at themselves curiously through the window. Nice guy. These 3 women. They're first-rate beautiful, too. Still the big man can play. You want them? Wang Jie was stunned and followed Shin Heng's gaze to the woman behind him. You can also, if you want to. No. Let's discuss money. Shin Heng shifted his gaze with difficulty, his face sincere. Just kidding. Lazi has plenty of supplies, and although these women are beautiful, Huo Miao and Xia Xia are not bad either. Even, in Shin Heng's eyes, it was much prettier than these 3 women of Wang Jie. After all, those 3 women carried the wind in their sails at first glance. Oh, Wang Jie laughed. Brothers, these 3 girlfriends of mine are all female netizens with millions of fans. Others but want to ask out are difficult. If you want, just pick. After saying that, he also squeezed his eyes at Shin Heng. But you can't take all of them away, or else my brother will have no fun alone in the villa, right? No. Shin Heng waved his hand repeatedly, but a doubt flashed through his mind. These 3 women are also internet celebrities? That's the same profession as Sandy. Why is it that you can't feel these windy odors on little Sandy? He didn't realize that earlier on, Sandy was a first-time kisser. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to these few women around Wang Jie. These things. Shin Heng looked back at the many sacks he was dragging. Before he tried, $20 million. Do you think it's okay? Wang Jie raised an eyebrow. Seriously, back in the day, $20 million would have bought a warehouse full of these. But it's the end of days, so naturally it can't be compared to the peace and prosperity. His own old man was still living in a palace-like lodge, and now he wasn't huddled in a shelter for the rest of his life? Compared to the 100 million given by his father just now, he didn't feel Shin Heng's opening price was excessive in the slightest, and nodded his head immediately. Okay, I'll take it. Sure enough, it's the big guy. Shin Heng was overjoyed. $20 million. There are enough vending machines to get to level 10. Level 10, which means being able to buy the alien fruit. And tonight, I'll be able to have alien powers. Shin Heng shook hands with Wang Jie with force, and Wang Jie also felt that he had taken a lot of advantage and hugged Shin Heng enthusiastically. Dude, why don't you stay tonight? Wang Jie patted Shin Heng's back hard. This insulation film. I'm not very good at using it. You mustn't guidance? We are not a one-shot deal. You can't take the money and not care about the after-sales, right? Wang Jie was famous a few years ago, and Shin Heng had seen many of his videos. Knowing his straight nature, he says what he has to say. At that moment, he stopped refusing and nodded. Good. Shin Heng tumbled into the villa through the window, and Wang Jie once again embraced warmly. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had 3 wonderful women at home, Shin Heng even suspected that this guy liked men. He did not know that old Wang had already contacted Wang Jie and informed him of the importance of this natural disaster. Officials have projected that at least 98% of the world's population will die as a result of this natural disaster. The human race is almost extinct. The major shelters, almost the last hope of mankind. As for how many people can live in a city of 10 million, no one is confident. And the official snowmobiles, all sent out to grab supplies. A number of large supermarkets and warehouses, already manned by official men with weapons, were filled with snowmobiles and subsequently transported to the shelters by the truckload. When the supplies were all pulled through, they could free up their hands to pick up Wang Jie. Despite his unhappiness, Wang Jie came to a conclusion. All it takes to pick him up is a snowmobile, and people won't even do that. In other words, in the eyes of those in the shelter, his life, Wang Jie, was less than a load of supplies. For that, even the old king could not do anything. And now, Shin Hong sent so many goods, as long as Wang Jie had $20 million. Take a look. This brother only needed $20 million from me and gave me so many supplies. You guys, on the other hand, would rather pull an extra load of supplies than pick me up. Wang Jie was moved beyond words and said seriously, "You will be my brother from now on." After saying that, he turned his head to look at the three enchanting women in the room and said once again, "Brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. Which clothes the handlers want to wear? Which clothes they want to wear?" Chapter 45, Tonight, I will have supernatural powers. Shin Hong didn't pull the woman to play cards at the first time, but first guided these people to put all the walls in the house, all pasted with the insulation film. Then, from a large bag at the very back, thick glass was pulled out and stuck to the window with strong adhesive. Although this glass is not as good as Shin Hong's home system strictly selected, but also enough to resist a lot of wind and cold. After getting these done, he added some firewood to Wang Jie's fireplace, organized all kinds of supplies with the women, and neatly arranged them in the living room. Only then did he have time to send a message to Hua Miao, telling her that he would be going back late tonight. "Okay, hubby, then take care and I'll be good at home." Hua Miao's message came back quickly. Shin Hong shook his head. "I don't know how, but I felt like betraying my wife." All 5 oil tinctures, too, were left open in the living room. Soon the house became warm. The quilt that Wang Jie had draped over his body had been thrown aside by him, and he was currently cooking instant noodles on the cassette stove with great interest. The other 3 women were also cooking various foods on the stove. Cassette stoves, Shin Hong brought a full 7, and the gas inside, it's packed with 30 or so. It's enough for Wang Jie to use for a while. "Dude, how did you prepare so many supplies ahead of time?" The environment was warm, the food smelled good, and Wang Jie was red-faced, shivering instant noodles in a big mouthful while opening his mouth to inquire. "I'm a doomsday survivalist," Shin Hong has long been ready to say. He laughed softly to explain, "The family has a little bit of money, and I have no other hobbies, so I stored a lot of supplies in my own storehouse, especially the day of the rainstorm. I think the weather is weird, so I braved the rain to go to the supermarket, and bought hundreds of thousands of things, and I didn't think that the end is really here. Still, you're good." Wang Jie gave Shin Hong a thumbs up. "Unlike me, I just play all day long. What's wrong with that? It's just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat." Shin Hong shook his head and smiled bitterly. "In fact, I don't have to ask for money. After all, the snow has fallen so thickly, and no one has come out to rescue the officials, and it has also been declared that the glacial period is approaching. So I'm afraid that, in the future, the society won't be able to recover again." Wang Jie was stunned, narrowed his eyes, and did not speak. "Want your money? Just want a psychological comfort. I also want to let my dead parents see. In fact, their son is still quite talented in doing business." From the hands of Wang Gongzi, pulling a little goods, made 20 million it, Shin Hong deliberately said again. He had actually seen Wang Jie's frothing just now. Come to think of it, Mr. Wang has a big family and is from the capital, so how could he not get into the shelter? Even if his dad sold off a lot of his assets, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. The assets of the Wang family far exceeded some of the powerful families in Jiangcheng. The top local tycoons in Jiangcheng could enter the shelter, so why couldn't Wang Jie get in? Could it be that the shelter has no time to pick up Mr. Wang right now? It's only $20 million. Wang Jie opened his mouth and laughed. "Brothers, if I can successfully be picked up in the future, ahem. In short, at that time I will own the rest of the money. All to you." Seeing Shin Hong's eyes showing sadness, Duke Wang was also quite sympathetic. Don't see him eating and drinking all day, but he never did anything bad. When he went on a program, he also seriously said that his father let him go to study abroad in the beginning, in order for him to return to China in the future, so that he can serve the motherland someday. Therefore, although he was flamboyant and fun-loving, Shen Hong, subjectively, still had a good impression of him. Wang Jie dryly coughed twice and lowered his head to shiver his noodles again. "It almost slipped out just now, but my father had instructed that this should not be told to the outside world, so as not to cause more panic. Under such a natural disaster, although the officials have the intention to do nothing, they still hope that the people can live in peace." Once the news of the shelter was spoken, it also meant that the people would know that the officials had completely abandoned their people. By then, what kind of chaos will the whole country be in? Ha ha, the world is like this anyway, so it's a day in the life. Shin Hong smiled. The beer on the table was directly frozen in a heap, and now with the warmth of the room, it had completely melted away. Wang Jie shivered the noodles, picked up a bottle and threw it to Shin Hong. "Drink." Shin Hong clinked with Wang Jie, and the two of them gulped down most of it. The other three women also came over at this time, one on the left and one on the right, sitting on both sides of Wang Jie and Shin Hong. The remaining one sat between the two. "Brother Wang, I want to drink too." The chick in the center rubbed against Wang Jie's arm and daintily said, "Get yourselves." Wang Jie waved his hand and pointed at Shen Hong again. "This is my brother. By the way, brother, what is your name?" "Shen Hong." Shen Hong said, "This is my good brother. You guys just call him Brother Shen. Tonight, you guys just have to accompany him. What he wants to do, you guys cooperate with what you want to do." Wang Jie said. The red-haired woman who had her arms around Shen Hong deliberately said, "Brother Wang, then if Brother Shen wants to, shall we cooperate as well?" "That's for sure." Wang Jie nodded. "You guys just think of him as me. You guys remember, if it wasn't for me, Brother Shen, we would still be starving and freezing right now. Who can guarantee that they will survive for a few days?" Considering that when the glass was just pasted, the goosefeather snow outside was still falling tirelessly, the outside world was pure white, and the whole world seemed to be plunged into dead silence. These three women nodded with palpitations all of a sudden. The gaze that turned his head to look at Shen Hong also became fiery. Moreover, Shen Heng's handsome appearance was a bit more handsome than Mr. Wang, so they naturally took more initiative. "Brother Shen, thanks to you, the house is so warm," the redhead softly said. "People are hot right now." Wang Gongzi's aesthetic is naturally online. These three women had excellent looks, especially this red-haired woman, who had a pitiful look and even took the initiative to pull Shen Heng's hand. "You're welcome, old boy." Wang Jie hemmed and hawed, turning his head and wrapping his arms around a woman for a passionate kiss. The red-haired woman and the other long black woman also came over to Shen Heng's side. The three women were exhausted and slept to death, while Wang Jie was lying on the sofa smoking. Shen Hong tiredly greeted Wang Jie and climbed out of the window. Wang Jie did not stay, but just told Shen Hong, "When you want to play, just come over." Shen Hong nodded. He did not expect that Wang Jie was playing quite a flower. Those three girls, when placed in the outside world, were the existence of goddesses and licked countless dogs. I don't know how many streets away from Fenglu, but the three of them, in front of Shen Hong and Wang Jie, let loose. Various techniques opened Shen Heng's eyes. In this world, it's true that money and power are king. In a peaceful and prosperous world, money can enjoy everything and power can plunder everything. And now at the end of the world, a top-ranking rich second generation like Wang Jie has to be a brother to himself. Isn't it precisely because you have the supplies? I'm kind of like a brother-in-law to Mr. Wang. Thinking of the previous absurdity, Shen Hong shook his head slightly. When he climbed the window to leave just now, Wang Jie seemed to want to open his mouth to say something to himself. But in the end, he just sighed, although he did not say so. But Shen Hong also knew that Wang Jie must have wanted to tell himself about the situation of the shelter. It just got in the way of some things that couldn't be said outright. Shen Hong didn't care about the shelter. After all, in his last life, he wanted nothing, and he had lived for more than 3 months. But he ended up dying at the hands of Feng Lu and Su Chao. Now that he was living again, with the infinite resources of the vending machine, he could still survive without a shelter. It was dark all around, but the ground was a sea of white. The dark dome of the sky seemed like a giant beast that kept spitting out snow from the sky. Shen Hong came to the corner, quietly took out his snowmobile, and returned to his villa noiselessly along the road. Huo Miao was already asleep on the second floor, and Shen Hong came to the basement. His eyes burned. With $20 million on the card, now is the time to boost the vending machine. Tonight, I will have psychic powers. Chapter 46, System Upgrade. The vending machine is now at level 8. For 8 to 9, it costs 2.56 million, while levels 1 to 8 cost a total of 2.54 million. That means that to rise to level 9, one would have to spend a total of 5.1 million. For 9 to 10, you need 5.12 million. It costs a total of 10.220,000 to go up to level 10. This was an amount that Shen Hong would have despaired of even thinking about before. Each subsequent level is the sum of the previous costs. Don't look at the 20 million Wang Jie spent, but honestly, it was barely enough to get the vending machine up to level 11. For levels 11 through 12, it would cost 20.48 million. The amount of money that needs to be spent will grow and snowball into an astronomical amount. Even now, Shen Hong was sitting inside the basement, not knowing what to buy for a while. Is it hard to believe that this vending machine is trying to get me to relieve the world? Such a peculiar thought suddenly popped into Shen Heng's mind, but immediately afterward, he shook his head and smiled disdainfully. Relief of the world? Who am I to do what the officials haven't done? Besides, vending machines cost money. After thinking about it, Shen Hong still decided to buy some more supplies. By the way, I bought a women's punching bag according to Huo Miao's size. A dress was 500,000, and the experience bar, which was already more than half full, instantly went up another notch. Combined with buying a lot of food, the vending machine soon reached level 9. Submachine guns and mines can be purchased at level 9. Shen Heng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly made frantic purchases. Submachine guns were expensive, plus mines, and under Shin Hang's unstinting frantic purchases, the experience bar skyrocketed all the way up, directly topping out at level 10. Shin Hang rubbed his hands together exuberantly. 3 days after the end of the day, it's finally possible to have powers. You should know that the fruit of altered powers would only appear half a month after the end of the world, but by having the altered powers now, you are one step ahead of others. However, when he was about to search for the fruit of ability, a line suddenly lit up in the vending machine. The vending machine system will be upgraded soon, and at the same time reward the host with a gift. Please open the vending machine to receive it after the upgrade is complete. Without waiting for Shin Hong to react, he fell from within the space of consciousness. Hey! Shin Hong was at a loss, and had the intention to enter the space of consciousness again, but realized that he couldn't get in anyways. Once you enter the space of consciousness, all around you are pitch black, with only the line of numbers in the center emanating a bright light. 23 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds. The numbers slowly counted down. Does this mean that it will take 24 hours for the vending machine system to be upgraded? Shin Hong touched his head. Look at the time. It's now 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. That means the vending machines won't open again until 2 o'clock midnight tomorrow. Quite a few of my things are still all in the space of consciousness. Shin Hong had not taken out the submachine guns and mines that he had just purchased. After all, it hadn't been used, so if it accidentally blew up in the basement, how could one survive? He felt safer in the space of his consciousness. But who would have thought that once the vending machine was upgraded to level 10, the vending machine would actually need to be systematically upgraded? Really, Shin Hong sighed. If we get the mines out, we'll at least have something to do during the day tomorrow. You can plant mines and stuff. Then tomorrow it will just be a matter of continuing to trade and sell supplies. Couldn't even go to the single-family home in the back. After all, the snowmobile is still sitting in the space. It had to be said that right now. Shin Hong still had a bit of a flashback to those 3 girls. He got up and went back inside the bedroom and lay down next to Warang. Back? Hua Miao woke up with a start, rubbing his sleepy eyes and said, I'll cook for you. No, not hungry. Shin Hong wrapped Hua Miao in his arms. Have you been drinking? Hua Miao smelled the odor of alcohol. Well, Hua Miao's heart rose with a cackling feeling. It's freezing outside. Shin Hong actually drinks. Where did he drink? Shin Hong was a bit sleepy now. Plus he had drunk wine and played several games of cards, and fell into a deep sleep with his arm around Hua Miao. Hua Miao looked at Shin Hang's face and suddenly frowned, seeing a red hair on his neck. Red head. It's clearly a woman's. Moreover, in addition to the smell of wine on Shin Hang's body, he could also smell a slight perfume odor. The flavor is light and still seems to be upscale. Shin Hong has a woman outside? Hua Miao froze. She wanted to pull Shin Hong up and ask him about it, but on second thought, what kind of status was she? She gently broke away from Shin Hang's arms and then went down to the ground. The house was very warm with several oil tinctures on, and it wasn't dry with even the luxury of a humidifier on the floor. She lifted a corner of the curtains and could already see that snow was still falling heavily outside. Yeah, she sighed. Under the doomsday, she was just one of Shin Hang's women. Shin Hong had demonstrated the ability in front of her. With a wave of the hand, a multitude of supplies can be conjured out of thin air. When Shin Hong went out just now, she also saw a lot of people whining in her girlfriend's group. A couple of girlfriends are stuck at home on an icy day and can't even get out the door. And everyone is so used to ordering takeout that they don't even have any other supplies in the house besides a few snacks. In contrast, one can even eat a variety of seafood, fresh vegetables, meat, and even fruit at home. When everyone is huddled up in their home shivering, you can still find yourself in your thin pajamas, lying on the couch, playing on your phone. 2 of the girls in her group of girlfriends, who shared a room together, can no longer be reached. Some say it was already starved to death, while others say the 2 girls were broken into by men and dragged away. Compared to other neighborhoods, the Peachland neighborhood is quite restrained because it is an upscale residential area where people living here are either rich or wealthy. Some of the older, less well-managed rags have been cajoled. Those 2 girls, they rented in a typical urban village, with all sorts of people from all walks of life. The girls in the group were overwhelmed with emotion, all pessimistic. Hua Miao was already considered extremely lucky to be able to live in a villa, clothed and fed, and favored by Shin Hong. What's there to question him about? Moreover, after these few days of getting along, Hua Miao also realized that Shin Hong was the one who ate softness but not hardness. In front of him, once he lost his temper, Shin Hong would definitely not give a good face, but as long as he behaved himself, Shin Hong would be in a much better mood. Then during the day today, Shin Hong also went out looking for a woman? Thinking of Shin Hong throwing himself out during the day and that the 2 brothers in the yard kept knocking on the door, Hua Miao's heart trembled a little. Shin Hong had the supplies, so he naturally had the ability to have women. Although Hua Miao is psychologically unable to accept it, he also understands that under Armageddon, the rules of society are gone, and this is a world where, quite frankly, men are the protagonists, women are just embellishments. This is characterized by the physiological structure that men are relatively better at both mental and physical work, and in Armageddon, this rule will be magnified infinitely. Men with ability or strength will have more resources. This, naturally, includes women. In her opinion, Shin Hong also counted as one of them. Men have been around since the beginning of time, let alone men with huge supplies after the end of time. It's not too much to ask for more women, is it? Hua Miao sighed quietly. This ingrate. I've obviously moved on to you and am dead set on being with you. So why are you looking for another woman? Am I not good enough? Hua Miao was a smart man and knew that blocking was better than dredging. The hair on Shen Heng's neck had given her a sense of crisis. If one day, Shen Heng's new love outside aroused favor, would one lose Shen Heng's affection? On a more serious note, would one be swept off one's feet? Quite possibly. A sense of crisis instantly rose in Hua Miao's heart, and he frowned and thought, what to do? Right. She instantly thought of the pair of sisters, Yang Jinshan and Yang Mushuan, who lived next door. This pair of sisters, in terms of looks and posture, body and character, were no worse than themselves, not to mention the sisters' buff, which is a great speed booster. If the sisters could live in and serve Shin Hong with themselves, then he shouldn't have much time to deal with other women. Hua Miao knows he's too good with the ball and has to have outside help to do so. At least I am the first woman to follow Shin Hong. I took the initiative to shelter them in the villa, and in the future, they will naturally stand on the same front as me. It's decided. Hua Miao's eyes flashed with light. I'll talk to them first thing in the morning. I believe that Shin Hong wouldn't refuse in the face of the sisters who came to his door on their own initiative, right? Chapter 47, Feng Lu calls. The next day, Shin Hong woke up leisurely, and the beautiful person beside him was not there. He got up and went downstairs before he saw Hua Miao cooking in her apron. Seemingly hearing the commotion upstairs, Hua Miao looked up and smiled warmly. You're awake? Well, Shin Hong nodded and returned to the bedroom to put on his clothes somewhat as a thief. After getting dressed, though, he couldn't help but get a little angry. Holy, what do I have to be ashamed of? Even if I had stolen food outside, no, eaten it openly, there's no need for me to worry about Hua Miao, right? If I hadn't taken her in, she would have frozen to death by now. Does she want to meddle in my personal life? He was blissfully unaware that Hua Miao was already prepared. The two men ate in silence, each with their own thoughts, but while he was eating, Shin Heng's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was actually a video call from Feng Lu. This woman, she has the nerve to video call me? Shin Hong originally wanted to hang up, but then he saw the food on the table and smiled, lazily connecting. Shin Hong, where are you? Obviously Feng Lu also did not expect that Shin Hong would quickly get through. She quickly squeezed out a smile and opened her mouth to inquire. But just after this question, Feng Lu couldn't help but stare. Where is Shin Hong? I was freezing at home myself and had just gotten under the covers and chewed on a packet of instant noodles. But Shin Hong was only wearing thin pajamas. His face was flushed, and he was even holding a pan-fried bun. Are we from the same world? Me? Of course I'm home. Shin Hong shrugged and asked flatly. Something wrong? This isn't our house, is it? Feng Lu asked dryly. From the edges of this video, the room Shin Hong is in is decorated, and it's not the same as home either. Wait, he has a family? Feng Lu's tone was instantly unpleasant. Where are you living here? Why haven't I heard you say that you still have a house in Jiangcheng? You even bought a house behind my back? See what you mean by that. Shin Hong grinned and stuffed the raw fried bun into his mouth. We're okay now, right? Why are you still questioning me in this tone? Pan-fried dumplings are fragrant, and there is even juice overflowing. Shin Hong ate the corners of his mouth flowing oil. Feng Lu enviously swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. She returned to her senses and stared at Shin Hong. What do you mean? What do I mean? Shin Hong smiled and shook his head. It seems like I should be the one to ask you. Ms. Feng Lu, what do you mean again? Without anything else, I'll hang up. Don't. Feng Lu hurriedly spoke. She was already hungry. Although I bought a few packs of instant noodles from Harmony and Prosperity, it was clear that this was not enough food at all. Moreover, she felt that the instant noodles she cooked didn't even seem to be as tasty as those cooked by Shin Hong. No, Shin Hong wouldn't even let her eat junk food like instant noodles if he was around. For a moment, she squeezed out tears and spoke softly. Shin Hong, can't you just let me be? I already know it's wrong. Where are you now? I miss you so much. Miss me? Shin Hong almost choked on the bun in his mouth. Such disgusting words. Feng Lu could even say them. He took out his other cell phone, which was logged into a smaller number, and checked the surveillance of Su Chao's house. Afterward, Shin Hong laughed breathlessly. Feng Lu was now still under the covers. Feng Lu was holding a cell phone video, while Su Chao, hiding on the side where the camera couldn't capture, watched with bated breath. Yeah, I really missed you. Feng Lu looked aggrieved and whispered, the few times we quarreled before, you always gave in to me. Why are you not giving in to me this time? Don't you love me very much? Don't you still want to marry me? Do I have to bow my head and admit my mistakes? Okay, I'm bowing my head and admitting my mistake now. Are you satisfied? She pouted. Don't get mad at me, okay? If it were in the past, Shen Hong would have already gone back on his ass when he heard this. Not only do they have to hug and comfort Feng Lu, but they also have to work twice as hard on their chores to make Feng Lu a good meal. But now that he had recognized Feng Lu's face, it was naturally impossible for him to repeat the same mistake. Plus, he glanced at Huo Miao, who was sitting across from him. Doesn't it smell good to have such a beautiful woman in your arms? He wasn't stupid. How could he possibly go back and find Feng Lu again? Even if we were to talk about posture alone, Feng Lu couldn't even compare to those three girls from last night. Previously, when Shen Hong was doy with Feng Lu, he had to be careful to look at Feng Lu's face. You really know it's wrong? Shen Hong deliberately asked rhetorically. Yeah. Feng Lu was ashamed. After leaving you, I realized that I was simply too stupid and foolish to cherish it properly. We will definitely not fight again in the future. Okay? Yeah. Shen Hong nodded. He suddenly sensed that there was movement at his feet. Looking down, he burst out laughing. Huo Miao's little foot was rubbing back and forth on his leg. Looking up at Huo Miao, the girl was full of jealousy and was glaring at herself. You promise? Feng Lu froze for a moment, completely missing Shen Hong's small movements. You've admitted you're wrong, so what do I have to care? Shen Hong said indifferently. Is he still going to renew his relationship with Feng Lu? So where are you now? I'll come to you. Feng Lu excitedly sat up, but instantly felt the cold again. Before reacting to the situation in the outside world, can only shrink back into the quilt again? For the sake of it, but there is so much snow outside. Where are you? Still in the Taoyuan neighborhood? Yeah. Shen Hong smiled and nodded. Although the consciousness space was now closed and he couldn't connect to the vending machine, there was only one day to upgrade, and when he did, he would have his powers. There was absolutely no need to worry about Feng Lu revealing his location. And, in his pockets, he's got 2 pistols and a godarm crossbow. What a cutie! How dare you come to the door? Just the thing to settle it and deter the neighborhood. Still in the Peachland neighborhood? Feng Lu stared wide-eyed and said eagerly, You bought another house? When did you buy it? How come I don't know? Seemingly realizing that what she said was heavy, she again looked aggrieved. Didn't you submit your monthly manuscript fee to me? When did you secretly hide so much personal money? You still don't treat me as your girlfriend. A distant relative's house. He's abroad and can't come back in this kind of weather right now. I happen to have the key. I was scolded by you that day, and with such a heavy rain, I can only come here to take shelter. Shen Hong spread his hands. A distant relative? Why haven't I heard you say that? Feng Lu muttered a bit, and next to her, Su Chao anxiously pushed her, signaling her to get to the point. What the do you care about that now? The old man is starving now. He had just been beside him and had already seen Shen Hong eating a raw fried bun with his mouth full of oil, and Su Chao was so greedy that he almost swallowed his tongue. It had been snowing for 4 days, and Shen Hong could still eat this kind of delicious food. It's unimaginable. That distant relative of his must have a lot of supplies stored in his house. Ahem. Feng Lu glared back at Su Chao and picked his head, gesturing that Su Chao should still hide to the side and not touch himself, lest Shen Hong see a break. Su Chao curled up resentfully to the side. What's wrong? Shen Hong had already seen the 2 small movements from another cell phone, but still deliberately asked, There's someone else beside you? No. Feng Lu smiled unnaturally. I'm at home. Yes? Shen Hong was surprised, but I see this decoration style behind you. On the contrary, it looks like Su Chao's home. By the way, didn't you say that the home has entered the thief? Thick clothes and thick quilts have been stolen? Then where did this quilt on you come from? Chapter 48, Questioning. Hearing Shen Hong's questioning, Feng Lu could not speak. On the contrary, next to Su Chao squeezed out a smile, came to the front of the camera. Dry smile. Shen Hong, you're home into the thief. What thick clothes are not? Feng Lu was almost frozen to death. Thanks to me, let her come to my house, looking for a few pieces of my thick clothes for her to change into. By the way, we're such a good brother. You won't suspect that I will mess around with her, right? Of course not. You're my good brother. I can't possibly suspect you if I suspect anyone. Shen Hong intentionally emphasized his tone on the words good brother. That's good. Su Chao sighed in relief. I told you. You can rest assured. These 2 days Feng Lu stayed at my home. I took good care of her. But you also know that my home has little inventory. Now a little food is gone. But also to find the neighborhood that sells supplies of peace of mind. Bought a few packets of instant noodles. That guy is too black. A packet of noodles on $1,000. When you and Feng Lu are reunited, you have to remember my goodness. But I bought Feng Lu a sky-high price of instant noodles. That's for sure. Shin Hong smiled and nodded. Huo Miao is there too, right? With your girlfriend by your side. How could I worry about you messing around with Feng Lu? Huo Miao had long heard the derision in Shin Hong's words and understood that Shin Hong was teasing them, replacing the smile on his face. Shin Hong didn't play cards with her last night, and she kind of missed it. Huo Miao of course she's there. Su Chao, in order not to cause Shin Hong's anger, could only nod along with his words. Now that she went to the bathroom, she accompanied Feng Lu in the past few days, and the two of them are living in the secondary bedroom. So don't worry about the good brothers digging you out of the corner. Hearing Su Chao in the video mention his name, Huo Miao sneered silently, but the gaze that looked at Shin Hong was full of love. Oh, Shin Hong nodded. Right, where are you now? We're starving to death. And, I see you're quite warm there, aren't you? We're going to find you now. Su Chao hastily changed the topic back. You wait. Shin Hong picked up the wontons on the table and blew on them, ate 2 wontons and then drank several mouthfuls of soup in a row, and the sound of huffing and puffing was clearly transmitted to the other end of the phone. The two of them, Feng Lu and Su Chao, smacked their lips in envy as they followed. They felt as if their bowels were being clenched hard. Shin Hong, I'm starving and freezing to death. Speak up, don't you love your little Lu anymore? Feng Lu drooped and sobbed. Hearing her dainty voice, Shin Hong almost sprayed the soup in his mouth. Su Chao, we've been brothers for many years. It's not that I don't want you to come over. I also have my difficulties. Shin Hong grabbed a lobster on the table and ate it. It was left over from last night, and Shin Hong wanted to throw it away. But Huo Miao couldn't afford to waste the food and warmed it up again in the morning. Even this only one, she could not afford to eat it herself, but left it for Shin Hong. Although Shin Hong wasn't very hungry anymore, this leftover lobster was an excellent prop right now. Su Chao and Feng Lu stared straight at the lobster in Shin Hong's hand. There's ing lobster? Lobster early in the morning. Nima so extravagant? What's hard for you? Su Chao stared at the lobster in Shin Hong's hand and watched him peel off the shell slowly and methodically. His throat was desperately swallowing saliva. Feng Lu's eyes stared straight ahead, and although she did not open her mouth, the only thing left in her eyes was this lobster. Although we're brothers, it's a bit inappropriate for my girlfriend to stay at your house after a fight with me, isn't it? If this gets out, where will I put my face? Shin Hong shook his head and said helplessly, you just said that Huo Miao lives with Feng Lu. It's not that I don't believe you, but you have to let Huo Miao talk to me. In this way, I can also feel better in my heart. As long as you let Huo Miao video with me, I will believe you. After all, Huo Miao often works overtime. I even suspect that she's not at home. If she's not there, then you say that this lone man and woman share a room, but also together for 2 or 3 days. Feng Lu also quarreled with me, and I'm afraid that she'll retaliate against me and deliberately talk to you. Upon hearing this, Feng Lu blared, Shin Hong, you don't trust me? Am I that kind of random woman? In your eyes, what have I become? If you don't want to, it proves that there's something in your hearts. So why do you think I'm picking you up? Shin Hong shook his head. With so much snow outside, I don't have much to eat. He got up and went to the kitchen, pulling open the refrigerator and switching to the rear camera. What's in here should last me quite a few days if I eat alone. But if you guys come over, you'll have several more mouths to feed every day. In case you betray me and I pick you guys up, won't I look stupid? You. Feng Lu still wanted to scold angrily, but was pulled back by Su Chao. What you say also has a point. He looked up and shouted outside, Huo Miao, meow. After shouting a few times, Su Chao laughed dryly. Meow meow seems to have a bit of diarrhea. Then you wait until she's done pulling. Then come out and send me a video. Shin Hong directly hung up the video. What is there to say to them? It's hard to believe that you still want to rekindle your old feelings with Feng Lu. Huo Miao's face flushed red and pouted as she glanced at Shin Hong. With others, are you still not satisfied? Or are you saying that people are not as Thai as Feng Lu? She deliberately pulled her thin nightgown down a little. Shin Hong couldn't help himself and picked up Huo Miao in a hug, the two of them falling onto the wide sofa. Subsequently, the other side, Su Chao still wanted to speak, but coldly saw Shin Hong hanging up, and the whole person was a little dumbfounded. What to do? Feng Lu's face was ugly. Shin Hong actually suspected our relationship. Nonsense. If Huo Miao stayed at Shin Hong's house for 3 days, I wouldn't be damn sure. Su Chao could understand Shin Hong's feelings. It's not true that Shin Hong is your licking dog, and he's crazy about you, but you fought with him that night, and he might not be willing to get back together anymore. You have to make him remember the happy times the two of you had now. Make him miss being with you. He's trash, not stupid. Su Chao also instructed. Don't yell in front of him. If a man really wants to regain his senses, he won't eat your set. Change the dainty point, just like you and I together. Which man cannot withstand your teasing eyes and seduction? You have to make full use of their own strengths. Understand? I seduced him? Feng Lu looked disgusted. If you don't want to, then forget it, Su Chao coldly said. Just now, I have seen that his refrigerator is stuffed full of food. There were even steaks, pig's feet, chicken claws, and ribs. Hearing those foods, Feng Lu felt her mouth frantically secrete saliva. It's been 4 days, she's eaten just 1 packet of instant noodles, and she's about to starve to death. Okay, you stop. I'll do whatever you want, Feng Lu hurriedly said. Will this do? Not yet, Su Chao sighed and frowned. Shen Hong still has to see Hua Miao with his own eyes before he'll give up, but it's such a cold day, and Hua Miao still knows about our relationship. She definitely won't forgive me. After a pause, his eyes suddenly lit up. There, Hua Miao is, by now, definitely curled up in the company. As long as he moved and reasoned, he told Hua Miao that if he was willing to cooperate with him, then he would definitely get her out. When the time comes, Shin Heng's family's food will be divided in half. I'm sure Hua Miao will agree, right? There's no food in your own home, and there's no food in Hoi Miu's company. We all broke up, but at least we were once boyfriend and girlfriend. It's not a good deal. It's a good thing. He picked up his cell phone and couldn't wait to dial Hua Miao's number. Chapter 49, Su Chao's idea. Hua Miao's phone suddenly rang. Who is it? She frowned. The phone call, too, was unsettling. What a pain in the ass. Picking it up, it was actually Su Chao calling. She frowned slightly and tried to hang up. Pick it up and listen to it. Shen Hong smiled and opened his mouth. Hua Miao smiled helplessly. Now that she was used to listening to Shin Heng's words, she was simply unwilling to say another word to Su Chao. But Shen Hong had opened her mouth, so she could only endure her nausea and pick up the phone. Hello. After answering the phone, Hua Miao's voice was cold. Meow meow. You're finally willing to answer my call. Su Chao on the other end of the phone was as anxious as hell, and after dialing several times in a row, Hua Miao finally got through, and his face was overjoyed. Su Chao, however, did not even think about the fact that if, according to before, Hua Miao had been staying at the company, I'm afraid that he would have been frozen to death by now. Who can hold out when everyone is in summer clothes and the air conditioning is no longer running in the company? Something wrong? Hua Miao said in a chilling voice. Su Chao, I don't want to contact you right now, so if you have something to say, say it. Fine. Su Chao now had a request for Hua Miao, and gave a dry smile. Meow meow. Don't call so affectionately. Hua Miao directly interrupted. Mother asterisk 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 her, you're tugging on it. Su Chao was very upset in his heart, and he knew Hua Miao's nature very well. After finding out about his relationship with Feng Lu, between himself and Hua Miao, it was completely over. Hua Miao will never tolerate her boyfriend's betrayal and cheating. Even if he lowers himself and goes back to beg, Hua Miao is unlikely to forgive himself again. Now there's a favor I'd like to ask you. Su Chao coughed dryly. You're still at the company now, right? So what? Hua Miao hummed. As far as I know, there's not much to eat at your office either, and it's so cold. Su Chao said. Hua Miao, although we've broken up, as an ex-boyfriend, I still want you to live a better life. Now that you're in trouble, I can help you out. Oh, Hua Miao laughed coldly. She had turned on the speakerphone at this point, allowing Shen Hong by her side to hear clearly enough. How are you going to solve my trouble? Aren't you making out with Feng Lu in Taoyuan neighborhood? Can you save me when you're so far away? Sure, Su Chao hurriedly said. Shen Hong, he has a lot of supplies. It's been snowing for 4 days in a row, but his refrigerator is still stuffed to the brim, and it looks like it's also very warm in his house. Surprisingly, he's only wearing a thin nightgown. Hua Miao, you do realize that in this kind of weather, the air conditioner has long since lost its effect, right? Don't you want to live in his warm house? Hua Miao didn't speak, but looked at Shen Hong with winks. Not only am I living in the house now, but I just talked to this man, Feng Lu, and we wanted to move into Shin Heng's house, but he suspected that Feng Lu and I were having an inappropriate relationship. Now that it's come to this, Su Chao didn't cover it up, but said it out loud. He wants you to prove that you were staying with Feng Lu in the other bedroom of our house these past few days, so I'd like you to do me a favor. Of course, I also know that you won't help out of thin air, so I hope that we can work well together. How to cooperate? Hua Miao saw Shen Hong gesturing at herself as she faintly inquired. You send Shen Hong a video right now to prove to him that you're living with Feng Lu these days and don't have to worry about being put on a hat. Seeing Hua Miao moved, Su Chao also came to the spirit. As long as you a video. No, the video is easy to expose. You can just give him a call directly. In return, I'll get you out, and even let you live in that warm home of Shen Heng's as well if you have the conditions. Saving me? Isn't that a joke? Hua Miao sneered. You couldn't even pick me up on a stormy day, and now that it's snowing so hard outside, what are you going to pick me up with? You're just thinking of using me. Why don't you believe me? Su Chao was anxious. It's already come to this. Why should I lie to you? After a pause, he then said, near your company, is the university city of Zhangcheng, and I have a sister. In the university city where the district living, I will let her first you receive their district. I just asked. She usually have the habit of storing food. You go over, then, in a short period of time, do not worry about the food and drink I've just asked her. She usually has the habit of storing food. I'll have her send you over in a few days when the wind and snow have died down, so that'll be alright, won't it? Send me there? How? Huo Miao sneered and shook his head. When I'm a little cutie. What? Where did you get your sister? And how come I've never heard you talk about her before? Also, in this kind of weather, even if she had stored food, she wouldn't be willing to share it with me, right? Why should she give it to me? Su Chao hesitated and looked at Feng Lu beside him, but with his stomach rumbling, he still gritted his teeth and said, that's a sister I dated, and was pregnant with my child before, and wanted to marry me, but I didn't agree to it, and forced her to have an abortion. She's still head over heels in love with me, and whatever I say, she's willing to do. Now, you should always believe it, right? By the way, she's also a skier and has tools at home, so do you think, if the snow stops outside, this distance will be difficult for her? Mostly, of course, because she has skis, so she's able to just go out. I just called her and she agreed. Huo Miao, now it depends on your attitude. Once Su Chao closed his eyes, he told all of these things. Feng Lu, who was beside him, stared at Su Chao with wide eyes in disbelief. Didn't you say that was your good friend? Feng Lu asked in a daze. Su Chao revealed a bitter smile. Xiao Lu, I did lie to you before, but I had no choice. I really like you, that's why. You don't worry, I've already made a clean break with her. What I'm doing now is just to let us live. In the future, I will definitely not have any dealings with her. As long as we can survive, I will immediately delete all her contacts. You lied to me. You lied to me. Feng Lu's face was frantic as she lunged at Su Chao with her teeth and claws open, her sharp nails pinching Su Chao's face. Enough! Su Chao pushed him away and shouted angrily. Feng Lu, if you keep this up, don't blame me for flipping you off. What a ing time to be so childish. If we continue to starve, we will have to wait for death. If you want to die, you go ahead and die yourself. I don't want to. Feng Lu froze, but this time, she fell silent and did not make another move. Seeing her like this, Su Chao couldn't help but embrace her again and softly said, I have nothing to do with that woman anymore. Just like Huo Miao and I have broken up, we won't have any other relationship. I'll marry you. Don't worry. Really? Feng Lu asked. Of course. Su Chao still wanted to assure him, but Huo Miao had already interrupted him. Alright, I know. I'll contact Shen Hong now. Just now, when Su Chao and Feng Lu were arguing, Shen Hong had already come to her ear and quietly instructed her to do so. Shen Hong also wanted to see if there was really that kind of infatuated woman under the sky who was willing to do such a great thing for this scum Su Chao. After all, in a college town neighborhood, even if it's close, going out in this kind of weather, unless you have a snowmobile like yourself, you're basically going to freeze to death. Is Su Chao that attractive? He didn't believe it. Chapter 50, Doubling of Prices. In this bitterly cold weather, Shen Hong was not willing to let Su Chao and Feng Lu easily freeze to death at home. It's only the 4th day of Armageddon. How boring would it be to die so easily? There's a long glacial period ahead. Let's settle them when we don't want to play ourselves anymore. This time, of course, was limited to 15 days before Armageddon. After all, by day 15, the alien fruit will appear. If Su Chao had gotten the exotic fruit and stimulated his ice exotic ability, it would be a bit of a problem if he wanted to take care of him. Shen Hong was not willing to leave a scourge for himself. I'll let you live for another 10 days. You agree? Su Chao was all smiles. Aha! Huo Miao coldly hung up the phone, putting down her cell phone before she pouted. Why do you still want me to work with him? Don't you find it interesting? There's not much fun to be had when you're cooped up at home all day, so think of it as watching a play. Shen Hong heatedly laughed. Anyway, I won't let them come in. You don't worry about it. And more importantly, I no longer have feelings for Feng Lu, that kind of woman. White sent to me. I won't blink more than once. My eyes only have you, baby. Husband. Huo Miao offers a passionate kiss. She was touched inside, but couldn't help but sigh. If I'm the only one in your heart, there won't be another woman's red hair between your necks. After all, Shen Hong went out in full armor. If he hadn't made out with a woman, how could he have hair in his neck? What if that woman does go to our office and I'm not there? After kissing for a few moments, Huo Miao suddenly remembered this question and inquired. That's an easy one. Shen Hong smiled. Didn't you call your company's female co-workers before? Call another one. After hearing Shen Heng's words, Huo Miao lost his smile and shook his head, then dialed Ling Ling's phone. It was the female co-worker she had contacted earlier. I don't know if it's freezing now, The phone just rang and was answered by Ling Ling. Hua Miao, why are you still calling me? Ling Ling's voice was tinged with a bit of hatred. Before, she had spoken kindly and begged Hua Miao to come and save her. But what did Hua Miao say? Let them die. Are you trying to find out if we're dead or not? I'm sorry, we're alive and well. Want to turn on a video so you can see? Ling curled up and moved closer to the firewood. Not just me, but many of our company are still alive. Ling Ling sneered. And Mr. Wang and them. Beside her, a couple of listless co-workers sat. When co-workers contacted the others earlier, they all came together in a spirited manner. But none of the friends and family they could contact could come to their aid. It's been 4 days, and they've almost all given up hope. Now even when they heard Hua Miao call, everyone looked away, then hung their heads low and threw the wood from the desk they had removed in their hands, numbly, into the fire. Ling Ling, do you want to live? Hua Miao ignored the other party's cynicism and spoke directly. Nonsense, who wouldn't want to? Ling sneered, but you don't need to say that, trying to show off that you're doing well again, do you? I don't want to hear it. If you're willing to live, you'd better finish listening to me. Now, Ling didn't say anything. I have an Edison, the kind of very good sister I met online, living near the company. She is a skier, able to easily arrive at the company and save you out. Hua Miao leisurely said, I'm safe now, but felt sorry for you, so I lied to her. I'm still in the company, just so you can leave smoothly. Ling Ling's pupils shrank and she didn't say anything. I already said earlier that it's an Edison, so she hasn't seen my picture either. She only knows that my name is Hua Miao. Hua Miao added, when she arrives at the company there, I'll send you a tweet ahead of time. After you meet her, just say you're Hua Miao, then she'll take you away. If you don't want to, I'll contact other co-workers. I do. Ling Ling spoke excitedly, but she was a couple of times louder, and hastily scowled, got up with her cell phone, and headed out the door. After coming to the hallway, she said sharply, Good Miao Miao, was what you just said true? Do I have to lie to you? Hua Miao rolled his eyes. No, I didn't mean it like that. Anyway, I'd be so grateful if I could leave the company. Ling Ling was moved with tears in her eyes. As long as I can leave the company and survive this great favor, I, Fong Ling, will never forget it for the rest of my life. You keep it quiet and don't let anyone else know. Got it? Hua Miao barked a few words. Ling Ling hurriedly nodded her head vigorously. After hanging up the phone, she wiped the tears from her eyes and took 2 deep breaths to regain her composure before striding back to the office. The fatigue and cold of many days had been swept away, but Fong Ling didn't know that when she answered the phone in the hallway, Wang Chengguang hid behind a door not far away and stared at her with his eyes set on fire. Now do I call Su Chao back? Hua Miao put down her cell phone and turned her head to ask Shin Hong. There's no rush. Let's hang them out to dry first. Shin Hong looked at the surveillance. Su Chao had already coaxed Fong Lu, and the two of them hugged each other again. Why didn't I realize before that Fong Lu this stinky is so good to coax? Or is it that this woman's heart is hanging on Su Chao's body, and she is already looking up to him? Shin Hong zoomed in on the surveillance and took a closer look at Su Chao's various houses. He remembers clearly that Fong Lu bought 4 hams and 8 bags of instant noodles from himself. What he didn't expect was that these 2 idiots had bought so many instant noodles and had actually eaten them all. The bags of instant noodles and ham sausages, all thrown haphazardly on the floor, would be the right number. I've been starving for so long, and I've dried up 8 packets of instant noodles in one day, so I'm not afraid of holding you guys up. Hungry now? Shin Hong lazily picked up his cell phone and sent a message in the owners group. Harmony makes money, supplies continue to be sold, but this weather is slow to improve, and I don't have much stock left, so the price of supplies is doubled today. In other words, 1 pack of instant noodles, priced at $2,000, and 1 ham as well. Prices go on, and tomorrow, depending on the weather, the prices will be adjusted as well. Today's sale of supplies is limited. First come first served. As he sent out this message, many people in the owners group, which originally had little movement, showed their heads again and responded. A few people cursed and resented Shin Hang's expensive sale. It was already sky high at $1,000 and now it's going to be doubled. 2,000 for a pack of instant noodles? How many boxes can you buy for 2,000 bucks? But these replies, Shin Hong didn't even look at them, and the property manager had already taken the initiative to ban them. Shin Hang then received a private message from the property manager. Bro, the message you just posted, do you want me to top it for you? Those idiots who insulted you, I've already banned them. The words were full of favor. Didn't kick them out of the group, did you? Shin Hong inquired. Of course not. Without your orders, I wouldn't dare to do so, the property manager hurriedly explained. That's good. Shin Hong nodded with satisfaction. Manager Zhang, is there nothing to eat at home? I'll go to the underground passage to trade later. You come down too. Don't line up in front. You go to the last one. I'll get you something. Fine. Thank you, brother. If you have any orders, just tell me. The property manager was all eyes and grateful. This brother, that's enough of a catch. He directly pulled Shinhong into the large and small groups in the Taoyuan neighborhood and began to help publicize it. One just moves one's fingers and people give great gifts. Now it's just a little favor for a brother. Moreover, getting Shinhong's supplies for nothing was a bit too much for him. Naturally, it was desperately publicized. And in the group, more people began to frantically add Shinhong's friends. Yesterday, they still didn't really believe that Shinhong was able to have so many supplies, and they were still skeptical when many people went to the underground passage to buy them. But today, they no longer have any semblance of doubt, especially after seeing the words limited supplies, first come first served. They were even more frantic, and rushed to be the first to contact. Only nearly 100 people contacted themselves yesterday, which is a drop in the bucket for a large neighborhood with 7,000 households. But the crowd was now convinced of the strength of harmony makes money. People have huge supplies. Therefore, even if today's prices directly doubled, the owners who were starving to the front of their chests and back of their bellies had begun to contact Shinhong. Of course, there are quite a few people stocking up. It's only been 4 days, and some of the families who are used to cooking still have plenty to eat and drink. However, lack of water is a big problem, which is eaten at home. But one can't go without water, right? They also began to contact Shinhong. There were others who were self-consciously smart enough to watch the snow keep falling from the sky, while some were thinking of going out and shoveling some clean snow to take home. When it melts, isn't that rootless water? It's just that it's not nutritious. It's not going to kill you, is it? Just as everyone was looking for Shinhong to ask for supplies, someone in the owners group suddenly sent a message. Grass, don't drink the snow outside. The family of 3 across the street from my house went outside to get some snow and just drank it, and they all died. Chapter 51 Poison in the Snow. One word stirs up 1,000 waves. The owners, who had originally begged for supplies, were stunned. Someone trembled and inquired, "Really? My dad just went downstairs to get some snow and just drank it down for a few minutes. This snow is poisonous." Another person followed the yelling with a direct voice, I just drank snow water and I'm so nauseous and dizzy." The voice came to an abrupt halt. The crowd was creeped out. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but it was still unnerving. My house across the street also went to shovel snow in the morning and went back home. It's not moving yet. I don't know if something happened too. My friend is downstairs in my house. He told me to get some snow water to drink. But now, I can't reach him. One by one, the news broke, and everyone got chills down their backs. At this time, the person who had inquired earlier, cried and aired Shinhong. Grass from the plain at Harmony brother. Do you have any medicine? My dad has been throwing up now. It's only been a few minutes since he drank the snow water, and he's already vomiting blood. You have supplies. You must have a way to save people too, right? I have money. As long as you save my dad, I'll give you 100,000. No, 200,000. The crowd was silent. Shinhong shook his head. In a previous life, there were people who drank snow water and just hung up. That was why Shinhong had never dared to touch the snow, and had even tried not to let the snow get on him in his life. Those clothes you wear outside are also thrown straight to the door as soon as you get home. Whenever I came home, I also had to go and wash my hands first, and even had the luxury of taking a shower with mineral water in a hot water tank. There was a time in his previous life when he couldn't find drinking water, and Shinhong had even drunk his own urine. Then I found a store selling drinking water with several large barrels of mineral water, which solved the problem of drinking water. In this life, the same thing happens when you drink snow and die. Shinhong was not a saint. He was too lazy to remind. Under the doomsday, there were too many dead people for Shinhong to save. Thinking back to my last life, it seems like it was the snow water that people drank 4 days after the end of the world, and I didn't realize that it would be the same in this life. Harmony, I'm sorry. I'm not a doctor. I can't save anyone. The grass in the field stopped talking, thinking that it had already despaired. But that's when someone in the group opened up. A leaf in the dark at Harmony. Do you have any laxatives, emetics and antibiotics? I'm a doctor and would like to be more or less helpful. Doctor? Shinhong raised an eyebrow. It's kind of safe to nestle in your own home, but it's freezing cold and you'll inevitably need to use a doctor. Besides, he didn't really like using Smurfs. In case Hua Miao was pregnant with a baby in the future, he might need a doctor to help deliver the baby. Although he was in a post-apocalyptic world, Shinhong also wished to have his own children. By virtue of the vending machine, it is unlikely that you will be aggrieved even if you have a child. This doctor, I hope to use it for myself if I can. Harmony at Yi Ji Cho. There are medicines, but 50,000 for laxatives, 80,000 for emetics, and 100,000 for antibiotics, 200,000 as a package if you want all of them. Earlier, Shin Hong had bought a crazy wave of things from it in order to upgrade the vending machine. Among them are, naturally, drugs. Nowadays, the outside world is dozens of degrees below zero, icy and snowy. Shin Hong is still an ordinary person, and he will catch a cold if he is not careful. It would be so worthless if something really went wrong and you hung up early. Not only cold medicine, but other medicines were bought as well. In his last life, after Shin Hong possessed supernormal abilities, his physical quality had improved quite a bit. Even his cold resistance was much stronger. But right now, he didn't even have his powers yet. So naturally he put drugs on the same level as food in order to save his life. And it's not like the drug thing takes up much space. In the tasting room, Huo Miao had already helped him organize his medications and stack them in a corner. Off the plane, 200,000. So expensive? Why don't you go grab it? The rest of the group was in an uproar. Harmony, you don't have to buy it if you think it's expensive. And I'll reiterate that I'm just a businessman. I don't do charity. The grass away from the original did not say anything. He felt like he was being taken for a ride. After all, he had just said in the group that he was willing to pay 200,000 if he could be saved. Turn around and this guy really wants 200,000 for himself. The point is, that's really all he's got. 2. A leaf to know the fall. These medicines aren't too expensive. You don't need to raise the price so much, do you? Even if you're a businessman, you should at least be a little humane, right? At Harmony makes money. That's not how money is made. Harmony at Jichio. If you don't want to buy it, shut up. You're a saint. You pay for it. Shin Hong disdainfully skimmed his lips. What's so great about a doctor? There are so many people living in this neighborhood. There is definitely more than one doctor. But who in an ordinary house would store laxatives and emetics? I'm not selling it to you. You'll have to figure it out yourselves. Besides, there's a lot of people out there shoveling snow and drinking snow water. So how am I going to upgrade the vending machine if I'm selling the drugs for cheap and they're all looting it? Ichiyo didn't say anything. Although the others in the group did not dare to accuse Shin Hong, some of them started to come up with ideas. Maple Leaf by the river. There's a hospital right next to our neighborhood. Why don't you go to the hospital and look for it? Fantasy Candy, yeah, it's not too far from the neighborhood. And the hospital must have these drugs. Lao Wang, $200,000. That's outrageous. Why don't you go rob a bank? At Harmony? It's so damn dark. Shin Hong doesn't sell food to Old King. He has let himself go. That's when Ichabod spoke up in the group. According to the feedback of other owners, after drinking the snow water will soon be delirious until they lose their lives. Usually it is not too late to go to the hospital, but now it is so snowy outside. How long will it take to go back and forth? Go to the hospital but also looking for drugs, and so take back. I'm afraid that people are. 16 buildings, 2 units, 2,602 homes. Ning Yao sighed. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose as she helplessly watched the chatter within the homeowners group on her cell phone. The blizzard covered the sky and she hadn't eaten in over a day. Moreover, her husband is still working in the research institute, which is far away from the Peachland neighborhood, and she can't contact him since yesterday. As a doctor, her job is to save lives, so even though she was hungry, after seeing someone send out a message asking for help, she still took the initiative to enter the other person, wanting to help. Of course, it would have been better if he had offered to save the day in exchange for some food. Her screen name, One Leaf Knows Autumn. I just didn't realize that the landed gentry in the group and the gas, the emetic and laxative plus antibiotics, would have to be sold for so much. She had money too, but there was no way she was going to pay for the drugs for the group. Too bad we don't have these meds at home. Exiting the group chat, she asked her hospital colleagues again. When the end came, the hospital had a normal shift change, and she just happened to be off the day shift and heading home in the rain. The co-workers who took over didn't fare so well, and one by one they were all huddled together in the hospital. In particular, the hospital covers a large area and the cafeteria is far away from the inpatient unit. On such a cold day, the entrance to the main door on the first floor was covered with snow, so they couldn't get to the cafeteria at all. Colleague hurriedly replied, Dr. Ning, those medicines you said, are now gone. Many colleagues and patients in the hospital, because of hunger and thirst, drank the snow water. In order to save people, everyone dug out under the snow a pathway to the medicine, the passage to the reserve room. These medicines are used to rescue colleagues and patients. And the co-workers drank the snow water? Ning Yao's heart sank, and she hurriedly said, don't continue drinking it, the snow must be poisonous. That's for sure. No more talk. I'm going to save the day first. Putting down her cell phone, Ning Yao helplessly rubbed her eyebrows, her face full of despair. Tried dialing my husband's number again, and the familiar voice was still there. The number you have dialed is off. Ning Yao pursed her lips and closed her eyes in pain. Chapter 52. Huo Miao's sense of crisis. As an academically successful, study abroad returnee medical doctor. Ning Yao has excellent medical skills and is already the director of the emergency department before she is even 30 years old. She was accustomed to seeing life and death. But now, in this kind of apocalypse, and still lost contact with her husband, plus a long period of freezing and starving, she knew very well that her husband was in 9 cases out of 10 in an accident. The research institute where my husband works is a chemically sterile laboratory, where there is nothing to eat or drink at all, only a sophisticated instrumentation. How else can a place like this survive? Moreover, the husband was not in the habit of carrying a charger, and even if he had lived, he would have been locked up inside the lab by now, and his cell phone would have run out of battery. I'm afraid, she couldn't even get out of the door, let alone try to find her husband, and had no intention of doing so, and at that moment, her cell phone rang. Ning Yao came back to her senses and hurriedly picked it up. It was someone in the homeowners group who had ate her. Ning Yao was a bit disappointed, but still clicked on the group. Lao Wang at Yi Jiqiu, you're a doctor? You're not in cahoots with that He Chi Shang Kai, are you? You recommend people to buy overpriced medicines, and then you two share the money together, don't you? You also said that it takes a long time to go back and forth. You said that on purpose to scare everyone. Ning Yao was stunned. She hadn't realized that her helpless offer would elicit such dislike from others. I'm with Harmony? What a joke! Ning Yao trembled with anger and typed quickly, but when she was about to press send, she still paused and eventually deleted it. A glib reply followed. Whatever. I am the emergency department doctor of Jianqing People's Hospital next door. My name is Ning Yao. I just asked my colleagues. There are also many people in the hospital who have drunk the snow water. The drugs have all been consumed. Now even if you go to ask for it, I am afraid that you can't ask for it. She then posted screenshots of herself chatting with a coworker. Old King didn't say anything. The grass in the field was quite anxious. Dr. Ning, I've heard of your name. Then, what should I do? My dad is. If you have the financial means, I suggest you ask Harmony for medication. If not, there's not much else you can do, so decide for yourself. Ning Yao calmly replied. As a doctor, she has seen too many life and death situations. It's just a matter of calmly giving the best advice. Whether the patient's family adopts it or not is not her business. Old Wang, look at you guys, and you're still saying you're not in the same gang. Is this proposing anything other than asking that profit-oriented asshole to buy something a good idea? Cut. Ning Yao's veins popped. So do you have a better idea? Add Lao Wang. Don't be shady. If you can save it, then you do it. Old King didn't say anything. Shen Hong had a smile on his face as he lay on the sofa with his arm around Huo Miao and watched the show. It's a pretty lively group. Unfortunately, after a while, all these people in the group, basically, are going to die clean. This old king, by the way, was the first to die. Shen Hong narrowed his eyes with a cold smile. I won't sell you anything and see if you'll be the first to starve. He got up and started to pack up the supplies, because the consciousness space was locked today, so from the moment he went out, he had to rely on Shen Hong to carry it on his own back and transport it all the way there. It's a good thing Shen Hong rode back a bicycle yesterday. Today, however, it was impossible for him to sell any more thick quilts or anything else, so he could only try to sell some convenient food, things like instant noodles and bread. That's good. Those homeowners see how little they're selling, and I'm afraid they're going to go crazy soon. Prices can also go up a notch in the water. He and Huo Miao loaded the supplies into sacks and later strapped them to their bicycles. Now the bike's basket, the sides, and the seat on the back were all bulging sacks, stuffed to the brim. Thanks to the spaciousness of the underpass and the fact that no one was there right now, Shen Hong was able to shakily mount his bicycle and ride ahead. He had a thick punching bag over the system's strictly selected punching bag to prevent it from being noticeable. Although it looked bloated, Shen Heng's movement wasn't affected much. The system critically selected punch bowl is, to put it bluntly, similar to a straitjacket. At the end of the day, everyone else was wearing 10 pounds of thick clothing, wrapped up like a dumpling, and Shen Heng's whole body's clothes didn't add up to much. I'm leaving. Shen Hong smiled at Huo Miao and gave him a kiss. You watch out. Huo Miao nodded his head obediently, although right now, she still wasn't clear on why exactly Shen Hong wanted to sell the supplies, and looking at those supplies in the basement, there weren't many left, but she still knew enough not to ask. Shen Hong was unwilling to say, so he shouldn't have asked himself. But, she remembered the red hair at the nape of Shen Heng's neck and how it was a bit hard to accept. Shen Hong was destined to have many women. With his vast supplies, he's sure to have women in turn actively pouncing on him. Instead of doing so, it would be better to erect the harem for Shen Hong himself first. She was the first woman to bring things to Shen Heng's heart. Then she was the head of the harem. Also, every woman of Shen Heng's, one had to get on good terms with her and even work together. In this way, one's life can be secure. She craned her head and looked deep into the not-too-distant, underground passageway door of Villa 3. The gate was shut tight. Plus yourself. She narrowed her eyes. Get Shin Hong 2 more women at once, and Shin Hong is powerless to fight? This leaves him no time to go out during the day. She had a mind to knock on the door, but she was afraid of exposing herself. In a doomsday situation, even if no one is in the underpass, it's best not to stay out on your own. Remembering Shin Hang's instructions, Huo Miao hurriedly turned around and returned home. When she got home, Huo Miao saw that Shin Hang's cell phone was still on the sofa. It was his old cell phone, logged into the WeChat he originally had, and he now carries a new cell phone. The one that logs in is Harmony and Prosperity, a cell phone designed for business. Without conscious space, Shin Hong could only carry as few things on his body as possible, so he left his old cell phone behind. Shin Hang's cell phone is still there. Huo Miao's eyes lit up and he hurriedly picked it up. Shin Hang's password for the cell phone had been told to Huo Miao long ago, because as a licking dog, he had no other little secrets other than licking Feng Lu. This is what Shin Hong took the initiative to tell Huo Miao just now, that this cell phone can also view the surveillance of Su Chao and Feng Lu, allowing Huo Miao to keep an eye on this pair of dogs and see what other little tricks they have up their sleeves. Now it's convenient. Huo Miao unlocked his phone and then found Yang Jinchuan's WeChat from inside. She pushed the business card to herself, and using her own cell phone, added Yang Jinxian. Chapter 53, Younger Brother Gui Yupeng. Shin Hong naturally didn't know that Huo Miao at home was opening himself up for a concubine. If she knew, Shin Hong would have to praise her high and low. What a good boy, and 2 at a time, or pairs of sisters. I can't even dream of finding such a good wife. He rode his bike hard now, all the way south. Luckily, the underpass was flat and spacious, and while the ride was tough, it was far better than the sack he was dragging on foot. When the system is upgraded, I'm going to get a pickup truck. Shin Hong panted and thought in his heart, when the time comes to drive a pickup truck to transport supplies, this is also too damn tired. Coming to his old position, he unhooked the sack and placed it on the ground before sitting his ass down on the pony, then sent a message to the owners group. I'm here. If you want to buy supplies, come down now. By the way, supplies are limited. They'll be gone when they're sold out. Don't say anything like pre-ordering or any other bull ********. I only recognize money, not people. As soon as this message was sent out, someone quickly ran with it. The big man of Harmony has said that he only recognizes money and not people. This is a young man. He flew all the way. After coming to Shin Hong, looked at the sacks on the ground, opened his mouth and asked, Big brother, do you sell these things in packages? Round up? Shin Hong was astonished. The young man nodded. I just saw that you said that you only recognize money but not people, so I want to ask, if you are not willing to sell all of them to me, then it is also fine. You do not be upset. I will buy it normally as well. Shin Hong glanced at him. The man looked to be about his own age, with an air of steadiness, but at the same time witty, with eyes full of sincerity, spoken and humbled. Well, I have to say, I'm kind of impressed with him myself. Why did you buy them all? Shin Hong inquired. The young man looked back from side to side. He had already come to the underground passage just now and had been waiting here, just to meet with He Chi Shun Kai privately first. It's fine, you tell me first, as long as you can convince me, even if the others come down, I won't sell to them. Shin Hong was interested. Yes, the young man should say, my name is Gui Yupeng. The family is doing second-hand car business. Big brother, I honestly tell you, if you will sell the supplies to me, I can first supply their own family to eat, and then is the excess supplies, but also can be sold again back to blood. So I want to meet with you first. Of course, even if I will resell the excess supplies, but also certainly higher than the price you set, will not pry your corner. Gui Yupeng? Shin Hong froze. That name seems familiar. He remembered. In his last life, after Song Zhengming unified the northern part of the city, he was accompanied by a military advisor named Gui Yupeng. Among the major powers in the city, Song Zhengming was second to none. The other forces were all wary of Song Zhengming's invasion, and originally Song Zhengming did plan to march into the western part of the city and then slowly encroach upon it. However, after taking Gui Yupeng under his wing, he suddenly changed his mind and fixed himself in the north of the city, operating at ease. As for the several other forces in Zhengchang, seeing that Song Zhengming hadn't moved, instead they fought on their own first. When Shin Hong was dying, the other forces in Zhengchang were fighting soundly, and Song Zhengming pressed on. He could all see that Song Zhengming must have used some means to provoke these people. Otherwise, those forces would definitely join forces and resist Song Zhengming first. This Gui Yupeng means a lot. Shin Hong withdrew his gaze. He didn't think that crazy Song Zhengming would have this kind of strategy. Now that Gui Yupeng was telling him this with sincere words, it had already given Shin Hong some urge to take the other party as his little brother. I don't care if he's the same Gui Yupeng. He looks smart, so it's good to give him a chance. Shin Hong narrowed his eyes and looked behind Gui Yupeng. Gui Yupeng also noticed that there were already quite a number of people running out from the underground passages in their respective buildings and surging towards this side. His expression was a little tense. He was in the group and had been watching for 2 days. Even yesterday, he had gone downstairs to watch Shin Hang's dealings with the crowd. The amount of supplies that this big man of peace and prosperity has taken out is simply frightening. You can have anything you want, even tinctures of oil. Gui Yupeng was about to cry with envy. The child at home is only 1 year old. If he can get back the tincture of oil, the child will not have to suffer from cold and hunger. It was a pity that he had only observed it yesterday and hadn't made an appointment with Shin Hong to buy it in advance. Today, I did add WeChat with Shin Hong and mentioned that I wanted to purchase the oil tincture, but Shin Hong said that the oil tincture was temporarily out. Without waiting for Gui Yupeng's disappointment, Shin Hong explains that the oil tincture will be available for sale tomorrow. This surprised him greatly. You know, it's not easy for people to go out in this weather, so how come this mysterious big guy, who is out of stock today, actually has stock tomorrow? It's outrageous. So, he came over boldly, wanting to inquire about harmony. After all, although this big brother was not very good-tempered, his speech in the group, which Gui Yupeng summarized, was still very reasonable. Normal discussion. This big brother will not be involved, but the old Wang kind of shameful speech, he will open mouth to block. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Shin Hong nodded. These supplies, I'll pack them up and sell them to you. He casually scratched the sack, signaling for Gui Yupeng to take a look before asking. I won't say how much there is, so make a suitable price yourself. He had a mind to test the other man. Gui Yupeng froze for a moment. This, make yourself an offer? He probed his head, took turns looking at these several sacks, before trying to say, I estimate that you should have about 5 boxes of instant noodles. That is, 140 packages, and the bread is about 80. According to your 2,000 a packet calculation, it should be 440,000. You are willing to sell these? I will give you to make up a whole 500,000, can it? That's a good eye. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. Yesterday he came under the square and took out supplies from his consciousness space. Naturally much more. Today he rode a broken bicycle and brought limited supplies, and it was true that it wasn't even close to what Gui Yupeng had said. Okay, $500,000 then. Shin Hong nodded with satisfaction. These things, I can sell all of them to you, but remember, the guys in the group that I said I wouldn't sell, I won't sell it to them either. Gui Yupeng nodded his head in a hurry. The person you want to block is my enemy. Great. Shin Hong smiled and said, I will observe you for a few days, and if you are indeed suitable, I will treat you as one of my people, and I will supply your family's food and drink for free in the future, as long as you are willing to honestly follow me. Of course I do. Gui Yupeng was overjoyed. He didn't expect that this big brother would be willing to take him in as a little brother. And, it's also available for free at, even though he has a lot of assets from his used car business, most of them are all bet on cars and he doesn't have much cash flow in his account. According to Shin Hong, selling like this, the price of the supplies would double in a few days, and he would not be able to afford it. But now that people were willing to give themselves such a chance, what was there to hesitate about? Gui Yupeng was about to fall to his knees and worship right away. Shin Hong stopped him and said, Alright, let's trade first. Gui Yupeng transferred the money to Shin Hong. Shin Hong commanded, These things, now all are yours. You can dispose of them as you like. Keep them yourself or sell them. I won't stop you, but I remind you, you keep some enough to eat today on the line. Tomorrow I will bring better food. Tomorrow, the space of one's own consciousness will also be unlocked. There are so many things you can buy in there that you naturally don't have to think about any bread instant noodles. Big brother, I'll listen to everything you say. Gui Yupeng nodded like garlic. One more thing for you. Shin Hong took out the dagger and quietly handed it to Gui Yupeng, lowering his voice. Under the doomsday, people's hearts are unpredictable. This is for your defense. Thank you, big brother. Gui Yupeng received the dagger and was so moved that he didn't know what to say. By the way, my last name is Shin. You can just call me Brother Shin. Shin Hong patted Gui Yupeng's shoulder, then rode his bicycle and rode towards Unit 2 of Building 4. In his cart basket, he also had a small bag with supplies for the property manager. He kinda misses the obese guy when he doesn't see him for a day. Of course, he misses the property manager's wife, the white moonlight of his student days, Shuan Bai. In his last life, the property manager was short of food and water and sent Bai Shuan out in exchange for a lot of supplies. Then in this life, he gave him food and drink. He should know better and take the initiative to give Bai Shuan both hands, right? Chapter 54, Trading for something else. Old Zhang, didn't he Qi Shankai go to the underground passage to trade? He even promised to feed you. Why don't you hurry up and go? What's the hurry? He relies on me to set up a line in the group for his daily transactions. He mustn't take the initiative to send me to the door? Going out on such a cold day can simply freeze people to death. People have supplies? What are you complacent about? Don't piss people off. we'll have to go hungry. How dare he? Hey, even if he doesn't give it to me, if my wife steps in, that guy will immediately kneel down, right? What are you babbling about? Ha ha, just kidding, I'm going to, right now. Building 4, Unit 2, Doorway 601. Shinhong shook his head and lost his smile as he listened to the playful laughter in the room. This property manager, he really takes himself seriously. A group hookup? I'm so sorry. I just packed out the business of selling supplies. If Gui Yupeng does a good job, I won't even need you in the future. Besides, if it weren't for the fact that your wife's name is Bai Shuan, do you think I'd send you supplies? At this time, the property manager came to the door and opened it while twisting his head. You have to stay at home. Don't go out to show off and seduce men just because I can't. What are you talking about? Bai Shuan pouted. You know I'm not very good at that. The only way I can feel something is to talk to you about exciting things like this, and I love you. The property manager barked a few words, and when he opened the door, he was startled to see a figure standing in the doorway. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Harmony Begets Wealth, and the smile on his face stiffened a bit. He couldn't have heard everything he said to his wife just now, could he? Shinhong is still dressed as he was yesterday. Leather cap, snowproof eye mask, and a plain black mask. The fat on the property manager's face trembled. Big brother, what brings you here? Bai Shuan heard the conversation at the door and also rushed over. After seeing Shinhong, her face followed a little red and she couldn't help but glare at her husband, then rushed to speak. You are Mr. Hichi Shankai, right? I heard old Zhang say, thank you so much for the supplies. You quickly please come in. Right, come on in. The property manager reacted and moved out of the way. Shinhong swaggered into the house and placed the bag on the table. The couple's eyes were immediately attracted to the bag. The property manager had the intention to pull open the bag to see what exactly was inside, but in front of Shinhong, he was too embarrassed to do that and could only stand in place. Sit. Shinhong seemed as if he was sitting comfortably on the sofa as if he was back in his own home, then said, I've got quite a few things for you today. There's a self-heating hot pot, and there's also self-heating rice. The couple's eyes glistened. And these things, now, even a packet of instant noodles costs 2,000. How much does that self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice have to sell for? It's unimaginable. Old Chang, Shinhong suddenly spoke. Previously, he had always addressed the other party as Manager Zhang, but now he had changed his title. But the property manager was unimpressed. His body all the way, his face full of a pleasing smile. You said, you're a blessing. Shinhong turned his head and looked deeply at Bai Shuan twice. After years of not seeing her, Bai Shuan is much more mature than when she was in school, but there's also more rhyme. Although her looks and figure were quite a bit worse compared to Huo Miao's, she was still considered a heartwarming little beauty, not to mention the buffs added by classmates. Bai Shuan was glanced at by Shinhong, and immediately blushed a little red, lowering her head with a shy face. Property manager back to God. Dry smile, also. Okay, she just went to work at the property, was on my radar. Later her family had a problem. Her father was sick and hospitalized, and I helped a little bit, for advancing the medical expenses, and later she grateful to me. Then with me together. So it is. Shinhong understood. He thought that, after not seeing Bai Shuan for a few years, this girl had already fallen in love with vanity. But with Bai Shujuan's good looks, she can find a richer one, so she doesn't need to spend her youth on the body of a property manager. What's the point of marrying an obese, greasy guy who's a decade older than you? Dare I say it's payback. I came over here today to tell you that you don't have to help me with the homeowners group ones from now on. Shinhong turned his head and looked at the property manager. I've already subcontracted the business of selling supplies to someone else. Ha! The property manager froze. What does this mean? It means I won't have to come out and sell anything ever again. Shinhong got up and smiled. I won't be coming out again tomorrow. By the way, to remind you guys, tomorrow's supplies, at the very least, will be doubled again. So now if you can buy it, it is best to go buy some to stock up. After all, this weather, snow does not know when to stop it. Bai Shujuan's two families were shocked in their hearts and subconsciously looked out the window. Outside the window the snow was still drifting, the sky was still cloudy, and there was no sign of the snow stopping. And in the neighborhood yards, the snow buildup was even worse. It was only yesterday that I roamed up to the first floor position and now I'm almost up to the second floor balcony window. At this rate, in another week, won't the snow cover all 6 floors of our building? What's even more alarming to them is that the supplies have to be doubled. Now a pack of instant noodles is already 2,000. If you double it, won't it be 4,000? Who can afford it? Originally, with Shinhong supplying the supplies, they were not worried, but now that he heard that Shinhong would not continue to sell the supplies, the property manager had completely panicked. Bro, no, Big guy, you're not selling? Then what do we do? Shin Hong did not open his mouth, but frowned at the property manager. The property manager looked back and squeezed an awkward smile on his face. I'm not trying to blackmail you. I'm just a little nervous. Although his family is fairly well off. He paid off the mortgage on his house early after making a profit some time ago. There's not much in savings at all right now. Thinking about the stupid things he'd done the other day made him want to punch himself in the face. What's wrong with keeping that money? But he heard that Bai Shutuan's brother was about to get married and was afraid that his wife's family would come to him for money. Was he wrong to do so? In Bai Shutuan's family, all the money was spent to pay for her father's medical treatment. Otherwise, it wouldn't be his turn to steal from his family. Now that he heard Shin Hong's words, he completely panicked. First of all, it's not really my business what you do. Shin Hong said indifferently, let's put it plainly. It's an exchange of benefits. You let me post the news of selling supplies in the group. Then I give you some supplies. Which owner's group isn't an advertisement group for selling things? But have they ever given you money or things? When it comes down to it, between the two of us, it's you who took advantage. Am I right? The property manager nodded awkwardly. As for your future life, you can buy supplies from my minions. Shin Hong also said, seeing that our relationship is still good. Tomorrow a package of instant noodles I sell others 5,000. I let him give you a 20% discount. Sell you 4,000 well. How about it? Brother enough to take care of you? The property manager's lips quivered. 5,000 for a pack of instant noodles? Sell it to yourself and get 20% off. But that's still 4,000. It's outrageous. But what could he say? There are so many rich people in the neighborhood. Not to mention 5,000, even $10,000. Many people rush to buy. It's good enough that people are willing to lower their prices. He silently counted his savings and sadly realized that with the little money he had, he couldn't even afford a box of instant noodles. You, just help us, we'd sure appreciate it. Bai Shutuan's face was bloodless. She wasn't a cutie, and could imagine that without supplies, she wouldn't be able to survive for a few days at all. Ha! Shin Hong looked at Bai Shutuan's pretty face and slowly said, if old Zhang doesn't have any money, he can also take something else in exchange. Okay, I'll go first. Shin Hong turned his head, smiled at the property manager, and then walked out of the room. Something else? Bai Shuan was a bit puzzled, frowning and calculating. Lao Zhang, our family still have any valuable things? It's been hard to save more than $1 million. You have all paid the mortgage. Now the whole family deposit is just 100,000, right? Together with my gold and silver jewelry. I'm afraid there isn't much. Old Zhang gave a bitter smile. As a man, he naturally knew very well what Shin Hong meant in his words just now. And that, too, was directed at Bai Shuan. Even though I say those things to my wife to stimulate me, I don't think I'd ever really give my wife away. Chapter 55, Being My Husband's Girlfriend. Shin Hong walked out of the passageway and looked at his watch. It was already 4 p.m. Winter plummets, the nights lengthen and the skies turn gray. Walking to the underground passage, he could still see many people surrounding Wei Yupeng not far away, wanting to buy supplies. Wei Yupeng, on the other hand, is selling in an organized manner and adding other people's WeChat. In the year 2088, the infrastructure of the Dragon Kingdom was already quite complete. The cables and wires have all been buried underground. There are many high rises and on top of each building, signal towers are erected to secure people's calls. In my last life, in the post-apocalyptic world, even when I was dead, I had an internet signal. Only in some areas, there is too much snow, which affects the transmission of the signal and causes poor network in localized areas. Coupled with the fact that no one is fixing it, it's only over time that signals around the world get slower and slower until they break. The power outage, on the other hand, was due to the alien fruit 15 days after the end. People fought over an alien fruit, many of whom already possessed alien powers. The Inhumans can no longer be described as human. They can cause havoc when they strike. Underground cables have been interrupted as a result, causing power outages. In the aftermath of the power outage, the Inhumans are having a hard time living, not to mention the commoners. The number of humans who had survived for more than half a month was once again sharply reduced. Alamancy fruit. Shin Hong shook his head, and I don't know how the hell that came about. Also, the appearance of the alien fruit did cause a heavy death toll on humans. There is no social order in the end times. Humans will just slaughter at will for their own selfish interests. Right. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, someone had said that it seemed like the underground passage had also borne an alien fruit, and the location was near the passage door of Building 16. Shin Hong hurriedly walked quickly. When he came to the door of Building 16, he carefully observed for a moment, and only then did he realize that there was actually a small green plant in the gap of the stairs of Unit 2. It was so cold and the grass was so resilient that it didn't freeze to death. Only small, thumb-length grass grows stubbornly. This thing produces alien fruit? Shin Hong was a bit skeptical. But, other than here, you can't even see a semblance of green anywhere else. It's not like the alien fruit popped out of a rock, is it? It's not like it's a stone monkey. Just at this time, Zhao Weilong walked out from the building and froze when he saw Shin Hong, then greeted him with a smile on his face. Good day, big brother. Aha. Shin Hong nodded. Big brother, you came over to see your sister-in-law? Zhao Weilong came over. I added sister-in-law's WeChat. You can rest assured that I'm not harassing sister-in-law, and told sister-in-law that if she encounters danger, notify me immediately. As of now, sister-in-law has not commanded anything else. I also stare at the stairs at the entrance from time to time. There is no difference. He was afraid that Shin Hong wouldn't believe him, and even took out his cell phone to let Shin Hong see their conversation. Aha! Shin Hong nodded once again, his gaze still looking at little grass. Such a small plant can grow such a big alien fruit? Although the alien fruit was only the size of a strawberry, it was an unbearable weight of life for the little plant in front of him. Brother, what's wrong? Seeing that Shin Hong did not pay attention to himself, Zhao Weilong also curiously came over and looked at the small grass. It's so cold. How do you think it survived? Shin Hong asked. This belongs to touch Zhao Weilong's knowledge blind spot. He scratched his head. Probably. The reason why there is no snow in the underground passage? Shin Hong was stunned. It seems to be true. Those plants outside that were covered in snow would all mutate after the appearance of the exotic fruit, and would not bear the exotic fruit. The greens that I bought home for myself have also been sitting around the house without touching the snow before they produced the alien fruit. This, it seems, did not go unnoticed by those who did. He took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Weilong with a sullen face. That's a real blessing in itself. You now pay more attention to some plants in the house. Forget it, those little brothers of yours, still dependable? Hearing Shin Hong say this, Zhao Weilong's old face flushed. Yesterday, it was the minions who dispersed and got themselves beaten up. Still, it's still barely reliable. They usually follow me around. It's just that you were too violent yesterday and scared them. Zhao Weilong snapped. Then you secretly gather more minions. I'll provide the supplies, and you have to gather them all together. Shin Hong narrowed his eyes and said, it doesn't require much loyalty, but with the supply of supplies, they will definitely take the initiative to defect. You ask them to contribute all the greenery in their homes. Also, secretly collect greenery from other people's homes, and you can take the supplies in exchange. Yes. Zhao Weilong hurriedly nodded his head. He didn't know what Shin Hong was using the green plant for, but his big brother had ordered it, so he naturally didn't dare to question it. Anyway, he only knew one thing, and that was that if he followed his big brother, he would have food to eat. That's enough. Shin Hong also wanted to see that he had collected as many green plants as possible from those owners' homes, and when the day when they started to bear alien fruits, in the end, how many alien fruits these green plants, again, could get for himself. There is no food in anyone's house in this weather today. Trade the food for greenery. Cootie. Only then do you refuse. It's not like greenery is a meal. Go find Gui Yupeng later. The young man selling supplies over there. Shin Hong pointed to the distance and spoke. Just say that you are Brother Shen's person. He will naturally give you some supplies. He didn't have any extra food in his hands right now, and since he was going to train Zhao Weilong as a junior brother, he naturally wanted him to be loyal to him. I'll get you some other food tomorrow. Today there's only instant noodles and bread left, so you'll make do with what you've got. Shin Hong patted Zhao Weilong's shoulder. He's also my little brother. After you find your brothers, have them secretly protect Gui Yupeng as well. Don't let anything happen to him. Don't worry, Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong was grateful and nodded repeatedly. If you don't abandon me, I'd like to be your father. Look at Shen's pattern. People are really nice to themselves. Brother Shen, then won't you go up to see your sister-in-law? Seeing that Shin Hong was about to leave, Zhao Weilong inquired in a low voice. Shin Hong hesitated. Truth be told, he was kind of ticked off at little Sandy, too, but just now, before he came out, he had a big battle with Huo Miao, and now he's a bit of a heartbreaker. You'd better protect him in secret. I've got some other business. Shin Hong waved his hand. You take care, Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong respectfully watched Shin Hong ride away on his broken bicycle before he took out his cell phone and began to contact those of his minions. Second son, get out here and get to work. Slate, now go downstairs. By the way, I remember you still have a few pots of greenery at home, right? Bring them all too. Xiaolu, go ask your neighbor across the street. I remember he still has a rubber tree half a man tall in his house, right? Ask him if he'd exchange it for a pack of instant noodles. Zhao Weilong arranged it down in an organized manner. At the same time, Huo Miao added Yang Jinxuan's WeChat. Yang Jinxian looked at the business card recommended by Shin Hong, and without much thought, directly passed the friend. She also looked at the other person's circle of friends. Well, it seems to be that girlfriend of Shin Hang's. What's she doing here? Out of politeness, Yang Jinxian took the initiative to send a Weibo message. Hello, is something wrong? After waiting a few moments, Huo Miao replied. Yang Jinxian glanced at the other party's WeChat and she completely froze. Would you like to be my husband's girlfriend, along with your sister? How is it that after stringing all these words together into a sentence, one can't read them a bit? Chapter 56 Replacement. Su Chao and Feng Lu huddled at home. They also began to follow the lead of some of their neighbors and lit the furniture in their homes to keep warm. It's just too cold. And as the night began to gradually fall, the coldness was even more pressing down directly from the sky. Even hiding under the covers at home, I felt shivering. By the end of the night, at one point, the homes in the entire neighborhood were ablaze, as if the entire neighborhood was on fire. Feng Lu roasted the fire, feeling the icy cold gradually dissipate throughout his body, and his body seemed to have revived. She huffs and turns her head to ask Su Chao, has Huo Miao contacted Shen Hong yet? It's already dark. If we don't gain Shen Heng's trust, I'm afraid we'll have to stay in this cold room all night tonight. She remembered again that Shen Hong was wearing thin pajamas during the video. It was really hard to imagine how warm that home of Shen Heng's would be. What's more, he was eating raw fried buns, drinking hot wontons, and had the luxury of eating lobster early in the morning. Thinking of that image, Feng Lu felt the saliva in her mouth secrete wildly. Why don't you ask Huo Miao again? Feng Lu inquired. If it freezes any longer, I'll get old cold legs. Okay. Su Chao nodded, picked up his cell phone, and sent a message to Huo Miao. His eyes glanced at Feng Lu, and his heart was already more than a little disgusted. Although Feng Lu was good, this character was too extreme, no brains at all. Just now, because of the matter of that female ski athlete in the university town, she even had a big fight with herself, and she moved to reason with her, and it was not easy to coax her to be good. Humph, right now you're somewhat useful. When I go to Shen Heng's house and get him killed, I'll definitely throw you out. With Shen Heng's refrigerator full of supplies, what kind of woman can I find? After sending a message to Huo Miao, he glanced at the owners group. There are already women in there posting sexy pictures of themselves trying to ask for a bite to eat. The price to be paid is unspoken. There's a picture of a woman that Su Chao is itching to see. He even secretly added the other party's WeChat and waited to contact the girl after taking Shen Heng. But right now, Su Chao still needed Feng Lu's help. Taking down Shen Heng, Feng Lu was also an essential part of the process. They had already discussed that after seeing Shen Heng, Feng Lu would definitely take the initiative to admit her mistakes and reminisce about recalling the good old days, and Shen Heng would definitely let them in. At night, Feng Lu then took the initiative to seduce. Shen Heng should have held back for several days, and naturally gave in. When it came to a critical moment for the two of them, Feng Lu would purposely yell, which was a code word that the two of them had agreed upon. Su Chao would take the opportunity to rush through the door and directly get Shen Heng killed. After Huo Miao sent a message to Yang Jinxian, he couldn't get a response for a long time. What's going on here? Haven't you made yourself clear enough? She was just about to continue messaging Yang Jinxian, but there was a knock at the door. After looking at the surveillance and realizing that it was Shen Heng, Huo Miao revealed a sweet smile and opened the door quickly. Afterward, he jumped into Shen Heng's arms. I'll take off my coat first. Shen Heng waved his hand, first went to the bathroom and washed his hands carefully, changed into pajamas and came to the living room. Sitting in the familiar seat, Huo Miao has come into his arms. Honey, what do you want to eat for dinner? I'll go prepare it first. When she's at home, she's been learning various dishes online. Now that's a passable little chef. Anything. Shen Heng wrapped his arms around Huo Miao, his body relaxing as he placed a kiss on her forehead. Huo Miao smiled and tried to return the kiss, but his cell phone suddenly rang. Who tweeted you? Shen Heng inquired. I don't know. Huo Miao returned a bit less naturally and turned to go to the kitchen to get busy. She thought it was a message from Yang Jinxian and was afraid that Shen Heng would see it. If my husband sees that I have taken the initiative and organized a concubine for him, will he think that I have taken the initiative? I don't think so. Don't guys like girls like themselves who know what they're doing? It was only because Shen Heng was already sitting on the sofa, looking intently at his cell phone, that Huo Miao quietly picked up his phone and took a look. It's an inquiry from Su Chao. Huo Miao, have you contacted Shen Heng yet? He believes our words, right? That friend of mine. She's ready to leave now. After all, it's freezing cold. It's not a good night to go, so if you get in touch, I'll let her pick you up. By the way, I told her you're my cousin, so remember not to wear out your welcome. We work together to survive together, don't we? Huo Miao laughed. This guy, he's really in a hurry. If he were himself, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to this pair of dogs. But since Shen Heng wanted to watch the show, he would definitely cooperate obediently. Huo Miao breathed a sigh of relief and asked Shen Heng, what about Su Chao asking me? How am I going to reply? Just say that it's been confirmed with me and see what he's going to do next. Shen Heng also came over and said with interest. Huo Miao responded, then picked up his cell phone to reply. I've contacted him and he believes I live in the same block as Feng Lu now. Can you get your skiing good sister to pick me up? Su Chao has been waiting anxiously, and when he receives Huo Miao's message, he smiles with an open brow. She contacted Shin Hong. Su Chao turned his head, and after speaking to Feng Lu, he hurriedly sent a voice to Huo Miao. Her name is Lu Chenxi. You must not reveal our relationship to her. Otherwise, if she kicks you out then, don't blame me. I'll contact her right now and have her pick you up. After listening to Su Chao's voice, Huo Miao then told Fong Ling, a colleague at the company, about these words. Ling Ling, her name is Lu Chenxi. She'll be picking you up soon. Remember, make sure to say that your name is Huo Miao and that you're Su Chao's cousin before you're picked up by her. Got it? Okay, Miao Miao. I'll remember. Fong Ling was thrilled beyond words and assured him repeatedly. Just get yourself out of this company. Here, one's own survival cannot be guaranteed. And still wearing thin summer clothes, it could be freezing. The company next door has started a silver party, and from what they say, it's to have a good bash before they die. As those voices came from time to time, many of the male colleagues in their company looked at their female colleagues with a little more depth. It was only because Wang Chengguang kept ordering everyone to carry the desks and chairs and keep the bonfire strong that these people didn't dare to do anything. It's just horrible. Fong Ling was secretly relieved. However, at this time, Wang Chengguang's voice suddenly came to his ears. Ling Ling, who are you talking to? So happy. Fong Ling was startled, hastily stuffed the cell phone into her pocket and said unnaturally, No one. With a good sister. Mr. Wang, how can I be happy? Trapped in this place, the snow outside has not finished. I can't even wait to cry. Wang Chengguang didn't speak, but instead laughed twice with a leathery smile, then turned his head. Combined with Fong Ling's previous phone call in the hallway, he could already be sure that Fong Ling must have gotten someone to pick it up. How will the other side come through this thick snow? Wang Chengguang couldn't figure it out. But as long as someone comes, then wouldn't it be fine to rob the other party's transportation yourself? Chapter 57, I'm pregnant with your child. Huo Miao was busy in the kitchen, and in a short while the smell of the meal hit his nose. Shen Hong, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa, chatting with Gui Yupeng on his cell phone. The virtuous and beautiful woman is cooking in the kitchen, and she herself, like a leader, organizes the work for her subordinates. This kind of life, Shen Hong did not even dare to think about it. He was even a little grateful that doomsday had come. If it wasn't for the ice Armageddon, he or she would still be the same lickspittle who struggles to code. Gui Yupeng reported that a lot of supplies were sold in the afternoon, but then Zhao Weilong approached him and he distributed a lot of food to him, all working under Shen's command. It's natural not to ask for money. Shen Hong was relieved and satisfied with his behavior, and said, tomorrow's supplies, also given to him to sell, even do not need to Gui Yupeng out of pocket, and so on the end of the money, will be transferred to their own good. For Shen's trust, Gui Yupeng was grateful and hastened to say that he would be loyal and would not secretly hack a penny from his big brother. Guaranteed? Who's going to listen to this bull about guarantees in the middle of the apocalypse? Shen Hong naturally wouldn't easily believe that Gui Yupeng would be more loyal to him. He directly sent a WeChat to Zhao Weilong, urging him to send 2 smart little brothers to Gui Yupeng's place tomorrow, ostensibly surrounding Gui Yupeng, trying to buy supplies, but secretly must keep an eye on him. Zhao Weilong immediately expressed his understanding, and that's when Su Chao called on the video phone. Hello? Shen Hong lazily answered the phone. Good brother, Huo Miao called you, right? Su Chao laughed dryly. She was just in the bathroom. I let her use her cell phone to call you. You should believe me now, right? That's natural. Shen Hong nodded. After all, you and I are brothers. You would never do something worse than this beastly thing, right? Su Chao's smile stiffened a bit. If you really did this kind of thing, then you would definitely have sons without assholes, pus all over your body and sores on the soles of your feet, and your whole family would not be allowed to die. Su Chao grimaced and did his best to keep a smile on his face. And I really shouldn't have suspected you guys. I was being too careful myself. Shen Hong shook his head and sighed. Let's not talk about that. Su Chao took a deep breath. My family has burned a lot of furniture now. Where are you staying? If you don't let us go over there, we'll freeze to death. Yeah. Feng Lu also came in front of the camera with an aggrieved face. Shen Hong, don't you feel sorry for me? People are dying. What does this have to do with me? Shen Hong froze. Feng Lu also froze. What do you mean? I thought we broke up. Shen Hong smiled and said, I'm relieved to see that you're having a bad time right now. Sorry, I'm going to eat first. Bye. He hung up straight away. Dinner's ready, hubby. Huo Miao heard Shen Hong hang up before she opened her mouth to urge. Looking up, the table was already set with several dishes. Sweet and sour spare ribs, shredded pork with fish flavor, mapo tofu, and hand-shredded cabbage, 2 meat and 2 veggies. There was also hot pumpkin porridge and whole wheat pastry. The aroma is overflowing. Shin Hong drank a mouthful of congee, feeling that the whole stomach became warm and comfortable, and clamped 2 more mouthfuls of vegetables, nodding his head repeatedly. Meow meow. You've grown in your cooking skills in the past few days. You've made such a sumptuous meal in such a short period of time. The sweet and sour pork ribs are something I started to prepare after you left this afternoon, as well as the shredded pork with fish flavor is also marinated in advance, so it took me a long time to cook it. Huo Miao laughed, but it's good that hubby likes it. To capture a man's heart, you first need to capture his stomach. I hadn't cooked before myself, but now I realized that I seem to have quite a talent for it. It didn't make any dark dishes at all. On the contrary, every dish sold and tasted quite good. Shin Hong tasted with satisfaction and then gave suggestions, and Huo Miao patiently noted them down, thinking to continue correcting them next time. Well, just go with what hubby likes to taste. On the other side, Fong Lu, who was hung up, was shivering with anger. If Shin Hong was in front of her, she could directly dig up Shin Hang's face and tear his mouth, hoping that all this time is a tease. Calm down, calm down. Su Chao frowned and drank twice at Fong Lu. What else? Fong Lu took 2 deep breaths, and the icy coldness also caused her to instantly regain her composure, but the hatred in his eyes never dissipated. Just calm down, big deal, just call him again, Su Chao gruffly said. Admit your mistake properly. He's been licking you for years. Doesn't he have any feelings for you at all? Definitely still playing with his temper. Besides, if we want to get through this, we really need to rely on him. If you make him angry and we can't get in touch with him in the future, what are we going to do? Continue in this igloo tonight? Fong Lu's eyes cleared. She didn't want to continue to stay up here. This is a inhospitable place. Just now she had seen that Shin Hong had changed into thin pajamas again, or a short-sleeved one. Where he lives, is it that good? Okay, I'll call him again. I'll bow my head and admit my mistake, and I'll make sure to coax him into stopping his anger and picking us up. Fong Lu had a serious face. Even if he had to get down on his knees and beg him, he could do it. But Shin Hong, you think you've got me, don't you? When you have to die. She dialed Shin Hang's video again. The cell phone on the table rang. Shin Hong picked it up and laughed. Or Su Chao called. Shin Hong gave Huo Miao a hush and then picked up the phone. And Huo Miao took the initiative to sit next to Shin Hong to keep herself out of the camera, then pulled up Shin Hang's left hand and placed it on her lap. Shin Hong was surprised to look at Huo Miao and realized that she was looking at herself with affection. This girl, she's still playing. Huo Miao also found it especially exciting to do this with Shin Hong and Su Chao when they were videoing themselves. Shin Hong. In the video, Fong Lu's petulant voice came. Shin Hong withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, what else? I admit, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Do you really want to break up with me? Fong Lu pouted her lips, her eyes tearful. If I stay in this house, I will really freeze to death. Are you willing to watch me die? So what do you want? Shin Hong shook his head, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and put it in his mouth. Fresh and flavorful, soft and fall off the bone. With a slip of the tongue, the bones of the chops are scratched off and spit cleanly onto the table. And eat ribs. Fong Lu stared straight at the bones that Shin Hong spat out and desperately swallowed her saliva. It was really inconceivable that Shin Hong ate so well. Su Chao also pursed his lips hard at the side, and was about to go crazy with envy. Holler. Shin Hong deliberately drank a mouthful of porridge, which smashed his mouth and looked at the video. It's you who want to break up with me. Stormy days. I'm alone outside to buy things. You even not even ask a question. Even the snow fell. It snowed for 3 days in a row before you sent me the video. In your heart, there is still me as a boyfriend? Yes, of course I did. Fong Lu's face was full of pleading. I really know I'm wrong. You give me a chance, okay? Do you have to have me kneel down and beg you? Shin Hong laughed lightly, his face full of disbelief. That's good. Fong Lu lowered her head, her teeth cackling, but eventually she rushed to her cell phone and knelt down. I'm kneeling down for you. Shin Hong, look at me. I really know I'm wrong. We've been together for 3 years. I admit, I have a bad character, and you're the one who has always tolerated me. But I really have regretted it. Seeing as we've been together for so long, can't you forgive me? I beg you. A few days ago I also found always vomiting. My aunt has not come. Maybe even now have your baby. How can you bear to let me, a pregnant woman in the cold days, continue to freeze? I'm carrying but your seed. Even if you don't pity me and loathe me, but I have your child in my belly. The child is innocent. Do you really want to let him accompany me as a mother to freeze to death? To stay alive? She took her word for it, and the more it was said, the smoother it became, and the more tears came to my eyes, as if it were as real as they were. Really? Shin Hang's originally calm face also changed with a swish. How long has it been? You haven't tested it? I haven't. Was going to surprise you on your birthday. Feng Lu cloaked. Period. Just did not expect. Feng Lu, I can accept you, but it's for the sake of the child. After a long time, Shin Hong sighed, picked up another chopstick of shredded pork with fish and put it in his mouth to chew slowly, as if he was organizing his words. Feng Lu and Su Chao, again unsurprisingly, stared at Shin Hang's mouth. It was as if you could smell the aroma of the fish and meat through the screen. But I'm running low on supplies too. Shin Hong lowered his voice and opened his mouth to inquire. Is Su Chao is still by your side? Feng Lu froze. Su Chao stood to the side and waved his hand at her repeatedly. Nope, not there. Feng Lu would come over. What's wrong? My supplies, at most, will only be enough for the two of us for half a month. I catch half a month. The snow will surely stop. Then I will go out to look for food. To feed you two, mother. Shin Hang's right-hand finger tapped on the desktop, but his left hand, still roaming around Huo Miao's legs. His expression was serious, but you know how much Su Chao eats, so if I let him come too, then Huo Miao will definitely have to come too, right? If I let him come too, then Huo Miao will definitely come too, right? Then all this food I have will be gone in a week's time for at most 4 people. We'll be drinking the northwest wind by then? I could starve, but you can't starve the baby in your belly. Shin Hang's expression was pained. So, you'd better get rid of Su Chao. For the sake of staying alive and for the sake of the child, I can only accept you alone. Chapter 58, Shin Hang's address. Feng Lu did not expect that Shin Hang would actually make such a suggestion, and Su Chao on the side was furious, his face ugly. Why don't we let them go as well? After all, Su Chao also took me in for 3 days. Feng Lu suggested carefully. No, Shin Hang did not even think about it and refused. Su Chao meals like a pig. He alone can top us both. There's also Huo Miao, who can also eat. Fizz. Huo Miao saw that Shin Hang was making up a story about himself, and her small hand pinched him hard at his waist. Shin Hang turned his head and saw Huo Miao pouting his lips and looking at himself with a bad smile. Then he also revealed a smile, and his left hand went further inside. Huo Miao's pupils widened in disbelief as she looked at Shin Hang. Her face reddened and she desperately covered her mouth. Little man, still fighting with me? Shin Hang smiled, his left hand protruding forward and stabbing back. Huo Miao was already paralyzed in his chair, both hands covering his mouth for fear of making a sound. However, Feng Lu didn't pay any attention to Shin Hang's eyes and movements, but rather, she was recalling his words. Even in her mind, she was a little shaken. Look at what Shin Hang ate for these 2 meals. It was simply too rich, and the house is warm, which is not a normal treat. It was so hard to convince Shin Hang, so shouldn't he seize this opportunity? This guy, Su Chao, isn't any good either. Tricked myself into bed, thought I was his true love, but today I realized that he has a ski sister outside. There is only one time and countless times that a person cheats. Su Chao may have ice skating sister, billiards sister, internet cafe sister that he doesn't know. While thinking about this, Feng Lu poured herself out of the equation. She had forgotten that she herself had cheated and betrayed Shin Hang. Well, then, let's see. Feng Lu whispered. Okay, you need to make a decision quickly so nothing happens to the baby. Shin Hang earnestly urged. After you think about it, you carry over Su Chao and quietly contact me. Good. Feng Lu nodded. I'll hang up then. Haven't had dinner yet. Shin Hang picked up another chopstick of mapo tofu and barred his mouth with a look of enjoyment. You leave me some. I'm starving. We'll contact you later. Feng Lu hurriedly said. But before she could finish her words, Su Chao had already reached out and hung up the video. What are you doing? Feng Lu was furious and blared at Su Chao. What do you say? Su Chao was equally indignant. If I don't hang up, you're going to tell Shin Hang all about our plan, right? Look at you. You have no talent. Feng Lu's knees hurt from kneeling. She got up and said in annoyance, Su Chao, old me has been apologizing to Shin Hang according to your plan and even knelt down to him. What? Now that you see that Shin Hang has forgiven me, but won't let you into his house, you're in a hurry again? It's only impotent rage. Pop. Without waiting for her to finish, Su Chao slapped, heavily, on Feng Lu's face. Feng Lu stumbled, covering her face and looking up incredulously. You hit me? You're scaring me? Su Chao grimaced and spoke coldly. Can you have some brains? Shin Hang is clearly trying to alienate us, and you still fantasize that he will pick you up and bring you into the house? We are now grasshoppers on a rope. Only by working together and occupying Shin Hang's house can we survive. I'm warning you, don't give me this fantasy. If you want to leave me behind, then I'll tell Shin Hang everything about us. Humph. I'd like to see. After you sleep with me, will Shin Hang still want you as a broken shoe? And will he still be in love with you? Feng Lu froze and stared at Su Chao with narrowed eyes. Yeah, now the two of them are one. If Shin Hang knows that he is with Su Chao, then he will definitely not forgive himself. What she didn't expect was that Su Chao would even slap himself. Su Chao, this is the first time you hit me. Once upon a time you couldn't even spare to scold me. She spoke softly. Su Chao sighed, took the initiative to put Feng Lu in his arms, and softly persuaded. I was afraid that you would leave me behind. I'm sorry, are you still in pain now? The two of us are the ones who truly love each other. I'm afraid that you were deceived by Shen Hong, and I was in a momentary hurry. Don't worry, I definitely won't be like this. I was just jealous just now. Instead, a look of disgust appeared in his eyes. If Feng Lu didn't still have a use for her, she would hate to beat her to death right now. The woman who is a success is a woman with big boobs and no brain. I can't believe you did this to me. Ooh. Feng Lu aggrievely fell into Su Chao's arms and cried bitterly. Her face was pressed against Su Chao's neck, hatred in her eyes, flickering. Su Chao, now you dare to hit me, and behind my back, you secretly have another woman, a promiscuous man who is completely unreliable. But right now, one can't get rid of him at all. For the time being, I will deal with it, and when I enter Shen Heng's house, I will tell Shen Hong about his plan, and then unite with Shen Hong and take him down together. I'm going to cut out his tongue at the first opportunity so he doesn't chew on it. The two men, despite their tight embrace, each had their own agenda. The night is deepening. After Shen Hong ate, he added mineral water to the hot water tank and took a mandarin duck bath with Hua Miao. Meanwhile, Feng Lu and Su Chao finally come to an agreement. The two of them could not leave each other behind after all, and once one of them wanted to contact Shen Hong alone, the other, then, would denounce to Shen Hong. During the shower, the cell phone kept ringing endlessly, and Shen Hong naturally did not hear it. He's still in the jacuzzi, stacking with Miao. After a shower, the two of them were lying in bed together when the cell phone rang again. This time, the microsignal that sent the video turned out to be Feng Lu. Shen Hong smiled. This woman has pressed on tonight. Feng Lu is pampered and can't suffer at all. Can't wait to live here now. It's just a shame that I'm not a junkyard for all kinds of crap. Cradling the fragrant Hua Miao. With her stunning looks and materialized body, how could she possibly look at a broken shoe like Feng Lu? There are still more than 5 hours left until the end of the system upgrade. In another 5 hours, I'll be able to spend $1 million and be the first to buy the alien fruit. At that point, I won't have to be on my toes. I also wonder what kind of powers the vending machine will give me with the alien fruits it sells. The cell phone was still ringing, and Shen Hong returned to his senses and connected the video. Shen Hong, what are you doing? Why haven't you answered my call for so long? Feng Lu's side was dark and she didn't know where it was. She pouted and pouted. However, the surveillance of Shen Heng's other cell phone was able to clearly see that Feng Lu was shivering on the bedroom bed in Su Chao's house, draped in a quilt, while Su Chao was sitting on the opposite side staring at Feng Lu. Just took a shower. What? Decided? Shen Hong naturally knew that it was impossible for these two to leave each other out and deliberately inquire. Washing? Bathing? Feng Lu was stunned. But look at Shen Hong in the video. With wet hair and a bare bladder, it was naturally impossible to lie to her. Then look at yourself. You haven't bathed for a few days. You're disheveled. Your hair is greasy, as if you're a beggar. But in such a cold day, the water pipes had long been frozen. Not a single drop of water could flow out, and it was a problem for people to drink water. But Shen Hong could even take a bath? She didn't dare to imagine just how warm Shen Heng's home was. Su Chao also realized this. His eyes filled with shock. I've stocked up on mineral water at home, and although the pipes are frozen, I've poured it into the water heater and I can barely take a shower. Shen Hong shrugged. A bottle of mineral water is only $1. Although the jacuzzi is quite large, Philip also needed a dozen boxes of mineral water, but can't afford to be cheap. The cost to fill it up with water is only $400 or $500. Now Shen Heng sells a packet of instant noodles for $2,000, leaving out the cost of bathing and netting more than $1,000. It's all profit, no heartache at all. A mineral water bath? Feng Lu's lips were trembling. What a waste! What a waste! People in the outside world would spend $2,000 just to buy a bottle of mineral water. But Shen Hong actually used this kind of stuff to take a bath. It's simply extravagant. Now that it has also been discovered that the snow outside carries viruses that are impossible to drink into your stomach, the price of these mineral waters, even more so, has skyrocketed. Some of those who didn't get supplies have been willing to pay $3,000 for a bottle of water privately. Shen Hong even took a bath with mineral water. If you are willing to come over, you can also take a bath here. Feng Lu, I see that your hair is greasy. You have not taken a bath for several days, right? Isn't it hard? Shen Hong had a heartbroken look on his face. Being told by him, Feng Lu felt his entire body itching. She just wanted to open her mouth. Coldly noticing that Su Chao's eyes on the opposite side were not good, she hurriedly fixed her mind and softly said, Shen Hong, I'm in the hallway right now, and Su Chao is in the restroom. I want to go to you now. I'll go quietly. He won't find out. Will you come and get me? But you've just taken a shower now. It's easy to catch a cold when you go out. Why don't you tell me the exact location and I'll go find you. Shin Hong nodded. Also, then you come over now. I'm in the townhouse. Townhouse. Feng Lu's eyes lit up. How many rows and numbers? Su Chao also held his breath and pricked up his ears. As long as we know where Shin Hong lives, can he still run away? Besides, there were underground passages between the townhouses and the high-rise where they were located, so they could easily go over. She was still glad in her heart. Thanks to Shin Hong being in the townhouse, if he was in the detached villa at the back, on this blizzard-ridden cold night, they would have frozen to death in the snow before they could even walk over. Row 2. Shin Hong paused and suddenly frowned and asked, "You wouldn't have colluded with Su Chao to secretly conspire against me, would you?" Chapter 59, Lu Chenxi Rescue. 2 rows. What number in row 2? Say it. Feng Lu was anxious, but she twisted her head and looked around, then spoke in a whisper. How could it be? You are the one who was my boyfriend. I surely love you the most and won't lie to you. You quickly tell me. What number in row 2? Ouch. My cell phone is dead and I forgot to charge it. It's going to shut down soon. Shin Hong looked at the screen and froze, with an apologetic face. You wait for me to charge it first, or it will shut down at any time. He said this and hung up the video quickly. It's the one pull that makes it more of a head turner. Walking the dog. He was curious to see if Feng Lu would actually come over with Su Chao. After all, he had installed miniature cameras all around the villa. The temperature is even lower at night, and I wonder if these two will come out in the cold? Only by playing with them first and letting them die after they had been tortured could Shin Heng's heart be relieved. Honey, what's your bad idea again? Huo Miao snuggled in Shin Heng's arms. She had just been irrigated. Her face was flushed and became more and more beautiful. When you said 2 rows just now, I thought that you would really tell her the exact location of our home. What? Are you jealous? Shin Heng smiled and said, don't worry, this kind of woman, I definitely won't be coupling up with her anymore, and I won't rekindle with her again. What kind of woman, then, makes you tick? Huo Miao felt a grudge in her heart and looked deeply at Shin Heng's neck. Today, she didn't find any woman's hair on Shin Heng, but her sense of crisis didn't diminish. Right, you go and rush Su Chao. Give them a little sense of urgency. Shin Heng rushed Huo Miao and whispered. Huo Miao nodded his head and took out his cell phone as Shin Heng had instructed. She's also been home for the past few days, brushing up on her videos, cooking, and cleaning up the house every day. Although he was cozy and happy with Shin Heng, he was inevitably bored. Now accompanying Shin Heng, he felt the pleasure of watching the theater. Sent a message to Su Chao, asking him to quickly contact his skiing sister to come pick him up, and at the end of the message, threatened Su Chao that if his skiing sister didn't come to pick him up tonight, he would contact Shin Heng and tell him all about it. Su Chao is now eager to enter Shin Heng's house, so he naturally did not hesitate and immediately complied. After coaxing Ski Girl a bit, he instructed her to go pick up Huo Miao, Ski Girl named Lu Chenxi, although the heart is very reluctant, but because of the deep love of Su Chao, finally put on thick clothes, with ski equipment downstairs, and I don't know how I feel about it. He went downstairs in the middle of the night, braving the wind and snow, to pick up Su Chao's cousin. Forget it, Su Chao had just promised himself that when this snow stopped, he would receive himself into his home and be happy with himself. Thinking of this, Lu Chenxi suddenly didn't feel the coldness of the wind and snow outside. Instead, her heart was filled with blazing heat. She's a provincial team skier and a longtime player. Whenever ski training was over, there was always a trip to the bar to have some fun and inevitably take it a step further with some smooth guys. Until she met Su Chao, Lu Chenxi was moved. It's hard to say this emotional thing clearly. Lu Chenxi is already trapped even though it's just a one-night stand with Su Chao. Moreover, Su Chao was handsome, had a good job, and always attacked gently when he was with himself. And unlike some other men, they think of themselves as phoenix bikes, pedaling as hard as they can. Lu Chenxi wanted to collect her heart, and even once when she had a date with Su Chao, she secretly took a needle and pierced the small umbrella while he went to take a shower. Successful pregnancy. After telling this news to Su Chao had a difficult face and coaxed her for a long time, saying that he was on the rise in his career and would soon be promoted. At this critical moment, he didn't want to drop the ball and jeopardize his future because of something else. Lu Chenxi ended up having an abortion under Su Chao's rhetoric, but Su Chao also promises to marry her as soon as his job stabilizes and he is promoted to the leadership level. Now, as long as he picks up his cousin, he will not have to wait for any promotion, and the wedding will be held after the snow stops. Lu Chenxi's heart is blossoming. Anyway, sooner or later, I have to meet his family. This time, I will pick up Su Chao's cousin back, and in the meantime, it's good to cultivate the relationship. As a sister-in-law, you have to make a good impression on your future cousin, right? There's more snow. Lu Chenxi shrunk her neck and skillfully changed her skis, then leapt onto the snow and skidded towards Huo Miao's company. Huo Miao's company wasn't too far from Lu Chenxi's home. It's just a kilometer out. but in bad weather, there was no one outside at all. Not everyone is a professional skier like Luchency, and not everyone owns snowboarding equipment. The night was dark, so it was a good thing that the streetlights were still functioning, illuminating the spacious, deserted street in front of us. There was no sound at all except for the cold wind whistling all around. To be honest, Luchency was quite scared in her heart. After all, she was a girl. But when he thought about Su Chao's promise, he had the courage. After receiving Huo Miao's call, Fang Ling couldn't hide the surprise in her tired eyes. I'll be able to leave the office tonight. Huo Miao is really a good guy. As for Huo Miao's exhortations, she kept them all in her heart. After meeting the girl named Luchency, he told her that his name was Huo Miao. Su Chao is his own brother. She was a bit curious. Wasn't Su Chao Huo Miao's boyfriend? How did he become a brother? But this point of doubt she did not inquire. Huo Miao said whatever he was told to say. People have taken the initiative to come to the door to save. If we keep talking, what if Huo Miao changes his mind? No matter how important gossip is, it's not as important as life. Inside the company's office, the bonfire was roaring and many of his co-workers had already fallen asleep around it. According to Wang Chengwang's orders, every night, he had to leave someone to keep watch, and the main purpose was to watch the fire and not let it go out. Otherwise, everyone would have frozen alive in the middle of the night. Originally, Fang Ling didn't have to keep watch tonight, but Fang Ling volunteered to switch with another girl. She turned her cell phone ringer to vibrate. In this way, as long as Luchency came downstairs of the company later, he would not alarm his other colleagues. She looked around. I'm sorry, my dear colleagues, it can't be helped. Who made me the best relationship with Huo Miao? I'm leaving. She was well aware that nearly half of the company's desks had burned down, and those that remained wouldn't last more than a few days. What's more, the company doesn't have a bite to eat or drink. If you continue to stay here, you will only starve to death. Since there was a chance to leave, one must take that chance without hesitation. Not far away, Wang Qingguan leaned against the wall with his eyes closed in deep sleep. He narrowed his eyes and secretly observed Fang Ling. From the moment Fang Ling wanted to take the initiative to keep watch, it was clear to him that someone would definitely come to pick up Fang Ling tonight. She's going to leave quietly. This shows that the other side should only be able to pick up a small number of people, or even only take away one person, and Fang Ling should not be made public. But since I can walk, it shouldn't be a big deal if there's one more of me, right? If the other side can only pick up one person, then why can't it be me? Wang Chengguang tried his best to stay awake. Having been starving for more than 4 days, he just couldn't carry on a bit longer. However, at this time, Fang Ling's cell phone suddenly had a slight vibration. Incoming call. Fang Ling, a burst of excitement, hastily took out his cell phone, saw that it was an unfamiliar number call, even more surprised. This is definitely a call from Luchency. She glanced back around at her co-workers warily. Wang Chengguang was also completely awake, and when he saw Fang Ling looking over, he hurriedly closed his eyes and let out a faint snore. Is great, everyone's asleep. Fang Ling's smile grew even wider as she gently got up, then walked towards the hallway. After Fang Ling left, Wang Chengguang also hurriedly followed and stood up, carefully coming to the office door. He poked his head out and saw Fang Ling answering the phone while walking towards the stairs. It's Sister Chency, right? Yes, I'm Huo Miao. I'm on the 4th floor of the company. Where are you? On the 2nd floor? Wait for me. I'll open the window. And bring my clothes? Thank you. Well, you open the window. I'll go in first, and you get dressed before you come out. After all, it's so cold outside. Luchency huffed and stood by the 2nd floor window. Her face was freezing after sliding so far, and with a hiking bag on her back, she felt her whole body sweating after such a long journey. There were a number of clothes and pants in the bag. After all, Huo Miao and the company overtime trapped, obviously still wearing summer clothes, which if you go out with yourself, the road will not be frozen into ice? If he really froze Huo Miao to death, Su Chao would never forgive himself. Fang Ling followed the call and looked back in the direction of the office before going downstairs. Wang Chengguang hastily retracted his head. Anyone? Fang Ling froze, as if she saw a silhouette. But just now when I went out, my co-workers were already asleep. She stood still and waited a few more moments, but there was no one at all at the office door. Must have blinked myself. It's normal to be dizzy after days of starvation. Listening to Huo Miao, Luchency's family had saved a lot of food, so he could finally have a full meal himself. She couldn't wait and flew down the stairs. Wang Chengguang hunkered down in his office and let out a long breath. I didn't realize that Fang Ling was quite alert. He almost didn't react when Fang Ling turned around just now. But, Fang Ling just said on the phone that her name is Huo Miao? What's it got to do with Huo Miao? Thinking of this name, a hatred flashed in Wang Chengguang's eyes. She was missing a pinky finger. All thanks to Huo Miao's husband. Listening to the footsteps coming from the stairs, Wang Chengguang knew that Fang Ling had already gone downstairs. What do you care? Let's just follow it up. He laughed softly, turned and drew a long stick from the other man's desk chair, weighed it in his hand, and then walked out of the office silently. Chapter 60, Discovered. What the hell is the number of row 2? The two of them, Fong Lu and Su Chao, were red-eyed at this moment. Shin Hong spoke halfway and didn't even make it clear. You know, there are 10 villas in 2 rows off townhouses. Are we going to go from house to house in the middle of the night? Not exhausted, but frozen to death. Not to mention that the only way to get to the townhouse is to go underground, and the underground passage, which leads to the basement of the townhouse, is still a second-story basement. If Shin Hong was asleep at home, even if the two of them shouted their throats out, I'm afraid that Shin Hong wouldn't be able to hear them upstairs. Why don't you answer it? Fong Lu's eyes were red and she once again dialed Shin Heng's video, but Shin Hong actually didn't answer. Asshole, is it still not charged? She called Shin Hong again. The phone prompted that the other party was off. Fong Lu gritted her teeth and kicked the wall, then covered her feet with both hands and crouched down with a twisted face. It hurts. Looking at Su Chao. Su Chao was frowning tightly at the moment, seemingly oblivious to himself. The resentment in Fong Lu's heart increased. In the past, if he was in pain, Su Chao would have come up to ask for warmth. But now, he didn't even notice himself. When I get into Shin Heng's house, I'll definitely join forces with Shin Hong and kick you out. Heck, you'd freeze to death out there on your own without me doing anything. Do you think Shin Hong will have realized that we are lying to him, so he has been teasing us? Su Chao suddenly opened his mouth. Impossible, right? Fong Lu endured the pain and pondered for a long time before affirming. With his intelligence, he definitely wouldn't have realized that I did this. You forget, in the past, if I just pouted and acted cute at him for a bit, he couldn't wait to hold me in his arms. She also nudged Su Chao. Where like you? Also, it shouldn't be found. After all, he didn't even see me, and we just called Shin Hong and used your cell phone in great detail. Su Chao nodded, but logically, just now Shin Hong found that his cell phone was out of power. He should have looked for a charger at the first opportunity. How come his cell phone is still off until now? How should I know? Fong Lu rolled her eyes. That asshole Su Chao. He still won't coax me. Feelings fade. I've given you a step. Since you're indifferent to me, don't blame me for choosing Shin Hong and giving up on you. Wait for 5 minutes and try calling Shin Hong again. Su Chao admonished. I'm sleepy, so I'll squint for a while. When he finished, he lay down on the bed. Fong Lu was on fire. Yeah, letting me contact Shin Hong all the time. You sleep? Who wouldn't be sleepy at night? What are you sleeping for? Fong Lu shouted angrily. Su Chao opened his eyes in disgust. When we go to Shin Heng's house later, the main fighting force will be me, and I'm not allowed to build up my strength now? As a girl magnet, he naturally took in Fong Lu's hint just now, but he didn't want to coax at all. Hungry and cold, and I have to provide you with emotional value? I'm not a duck. Besides, when he saw Shin Hong later, he would definitely strike first and kill Shin Hong with a single blow. Then, there was Fong Lu. Theoretically speaking, he and Shin Heng's body weight was half a caddy. Once Shin Hong was allowed to react, the battle between the two of them, it was likely that they would reach a stalemate. At this point, it's up to Fong Lu, but how could Su Chao be at ease with Fong Lu? Earlier, Fong Lu had moved on and wanted to leave herself behind. You still have to take your destiny into your own hands. Make sure to kill Shin Hong with a single blow. He curled up under the covers, eyes closed, but his mind was racing. Fong Lu did not leave now because she was afraid that once she left, she would tell Shin Hong about the adulterous relationship between the two of them, and ultimately both of them would lose. However, when Fong Lu entered Shin Heng's door, who she wanted to choose, that was her freedom. Whoever Fong Lu favors will most likely win. Therefore, it was best to sneak Shin Hong to death with a weapon and then turn around and finish off Fong Lu as well. Su Chao and Fong Lu were on a bed, one lying on his side and the other sitting on the edge of the bed. Obviously 2 days ago you were having a crazy ballgame, but now you're each having a bad day. Wang Chengguang quietly came to the second floor. The faint sound of Fong Ling's phone call before had become much clearer now. Morningside, I'm on the second floor now. What's your location? Oh, I see it. Fong Ling's eyes lit up when she saw a silhouette standing outside the window waving hard, and she hurriedly ran over quickly. The sound of high heels echoed down the hallway. Wang Chengguang half crouched and slowly approached. Swish! Fong Ling pulled open the window and a cold wind poured in, freezing her, but she was exuberant inside. Finally saved. Sis, let me help you. She offered to reach out. No, you move the window. It's too cold outside. Lu Chenxi barked out an admonition, then lightly leapt into the office. Wang Chengguang hid under a desk, freezing, but the good thing is that after Lu Chenxi jumped in, she closed the window with her backhand, and then she heard the sound of a zipper ringing out. I don't know the size of your body, but all of these are sportswear, and they're still large, so they should all be able to fit. You hurry up and put your clothes on first. Okay, thanks sis. Fong Ling was moved for a moment. My name is Hua Miao. I'm Su Chao's sister. And she didn't forget to introduce herself. Lu Chenxi burst out strangely. Didn't we just say it on the phone? I know you are Hua Miao. Fong Ling smiled awkwardly, coughed twice, and hurriedly picked up her clothes and put them on her body. Considering you don't know how to ski, I only brought my skis. Later, you step on the skis and hold on to me. I'll take you home. Lu Chenxi exhorted. But don't be too stiff on your feet. When I move whichever foot, you follow the rhythm and gently lift your foot. Don't worry. It's easy. Yes. Fong Ling nodded her head in a hurry. I heard Su Chao say that you've been starving for a few days? Here's a ham for you to pad your stomach first, and when we get back, I'll give you some hung noodles. Lu Chenxi added. Fire. Ham. Looking at one of the King of Kings that Lu Chenxi pulled out, Fong Ling was nonchalant and took it as soon as she could, biting open the bag with force. A hard bite followed. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Lu Chenxi shook his head. All she did besides training and clubbing was stay home and play computer games. And she was lucky that the blizzard came down just 2 days ago when she had just stocked up on supplies. But with the family going from 1 to 2 and buying all their own snacks, supplies would be depleted in 3 or 4 days at most. Lu Chenxi naturally knew about the lack of supplies, and although it wasn't as outrageous as the prices in Shenheng's Taoyuan neighborhood, it was still incredibly expensive. You slow down a little more. Wait until your whole body warms up and then we can go. There is a supermarket on the way. We can climb in from the second floor and get something to eat. Lu Chenxi patted the large bag behind her. She had figured out before she came that this bag contained clothes, and when Hua Miao got dressed, the bag would be empty underneath. Just in time to do some shopping at grocery store. Yes. Fong Ling nodded her head in a hurry. By the way, are you Su Chao's cousin? I haven't heard him mention you before. Lu Chenxi asked casually. She intuited that Fong Ling was not some cousin of Su Chao. I'm afraid it's a good sister out there. After all, Su Chao could easily get a date with himself. Such a man, naturally, could not pretend to be so innocent. Yeah, we had dinner together the other day. It's just that my company is far away from him and he's usually busy at work, so I only get to see him on the weekends once in a while. Fong Ling didn't show her face at all and replied with a bland face. That's right. Lu Chenxi took a closer look at Fong Ling's face and agreed with the answer. This girl is also average looking. Even if she is not a cousin relationship with Su Chao, she can't threaten me. A moment later, Fong Ling spoke. Alright, let's go. Aha. Lu Chenxi skillfully rolled out of the window, and was just about to turn back to pull Fong Ling, when suddenly he heard a ghoulish laugh coming from behind Fong Ling. Fong Ling, slipping away quietly on your own without saying anything to me. The leader? What? Are you afraid I won't let you go home? Fong Ling's body trembled as if struck by lightning. Wang, Mr. Wang. She laughed dryly, didn't say anything, and sped up her window flip, but before she could roll out, a sudden strong force came from behind her, pulling her back inside. Ping! Fong Ling fell to the ground. The clothes on the body to wear more, but also do not feel much pain. Quickly climbed up, angrily glaring eyes. What do you want to do? It's not like it's going to take more than a few minutes. Wang Chengguang smiled, his eyes looking out the window at Lu Chenxi. Beauty, why don't you come in first and let's have a good chat? What do you want to talk about? Fong Ling looked nervous. Wang Chengguang smiled faintly. Chatting about how you're obviously called Fong Ling. How did you suddenly change your name to Hua Miao? Hua Miao is also an employee of our company. You two swapped names and even changed your last name? Chapter 61 Reaching Agreement. Fong Ling's face suddenly changed after hearing Wang Chengguang's words. Damn it! Wang Chengguang must have heard himself calling just now. Just now I felt that someone was snooping around the office, and it turned out to be this man. Shut up, you! Fong Ling's face was pale and colorful, but before she could finish her words, Lu Chenxi, who was outside the window, flipped back and closed the window with an expressionless face. I want to hear it too. Wang Chengguang smiled and nodded at Lu Chenxi. My name is Wang Chengguang. I am Fong Ling, that is, the leader of her company. As for Hua Miao, who you want to rescue, has long gone home. What do you mean? Lu Chenxi frowned. After hearing Wang Chengguang's words just now, she already felt that something was wrong. Why is this woman called Hua Miao called Fong Ling by a man? Therefore, when Wang Chengguang said that he wanted to talk, Lu Chenxi did not hesitate and climbed back. Before the blizzard, 4 nights ago, Hua Miao was indeed trapped at the company, but then when the rain and snow came, Hua Miao was picked up by her husband. Wang Chengguang's face was still a bit ugly when he said Hua Miao's name, but he wasn't sure what Lu Chenxi's relationship with Hua Miao was, and he didn't dare to show his hatred. However, this woman in front of her had never even met Hua Miao, so why would she come to pick her up? Her husband? Lu Chenxi was puzzled. Su Chao didn't tell himself that. Yeah, what's her husband's name? Su Chao. Yeah, that's the name. Wang Chengguang slapped his forehead. Lu Chenxi's body shook as he shouted. No, It can't be. What's impossible? We knew before that Hua Miao had a boyfriend by the name of Su Chao, only we didn't realize that they had already gotten married in secret, and even our co-workers weren't invited to the wedding, Wang Chengguang faintly said. Until that night, I did not see her husband. Looks a little handsome, height about 178 or so. Lu Chenxi's face turned pale. No, you must be lying to me. What's there to lie about? There's quite a few company co-workers upstairs. They're all asleep. Why don't you wake them up and you verify? Wang Chengguang saw it. The woman in front of me has an unusual relationship with Su Chao. The thought of the man who had cut off his pinky made him want to skin him. I didn't realize that scumbag was quite good at it. Even this woman is fooled. Listening to Wang Chengguang's words, Lu Chenxi took a deep breath, stared at Fong Ling on the ground, and shouted, "Tell me clearly." Fong Ling curled up in fear and stammered, My name is. Her name is Fong Ling, as I just said. Wang Chengguang took out his cell phone, called up the company's personnel information, and handed it to Lu Chenxi. Here, this is our company's employee information. There are also photos of Hua Miao in it, as well as Fong Ling's, so just take a look for yourself and see for yourself. Lu Chenxi took it with trembling. Although it was only an ID photo, one look and she understood that the woman she was trying to save was Fong Ling, not Hua Miao. Hua Miao is very beautiful. Even in the ID photo, people cannot move their eyes. Even Lu Chenxi had to admit that Hua Miao was quite a bit better looking than herself. What's going on? Why did he trick me into coming out since he had already saved Hua Miao? Lu Chenxi is lost in thought and murmurs softly. What the hell does he want? I had a miscarriage for him. Why does he still want to lie to me? Is it so much fun to lie to me? I think it's probably clear to me what's going on. Wang Chengguang ran through it and spoke with a smile. Are you urging Su Chao to marry you? Yeah. Lu Chenxi sighed, her body shaking. Obviously, Su Chao has his feet in two boats. Wang Chengguang affirmed. You push too hard for marriage, but he only wants to play with you. To be honest, Hua Miao and you. If you were Su Chao, who would you choose? Lu Chenxi didn't open her mouth, her face getting paler and paler. Home flowers don't smell as good as wildflowers. He's just playing with you, Wang Chengguang said. Now, taking advantage of such bad weather, it's just right to get rid of you. Think about it, although you can ski, I'm afraid it's very difficult to go all the way from your home to our company, isn't it? In such a cold day, if you but wear a little less, you will easily freeze to death outside. As far as I know, now the whole country, even the whole globe has already suffered a large number of deaths, and the officials haven't shown up. So when this snow stops and the social order is restored, and you die outside, who else will remember? The news will only report how many people have died across the country, and you're dying from either freezing or starvation. It makes sense that you died on the road in thick clothes. There were no supplies at home and you were unfortunate enough to freeze to death when you were out looking. Of course, the odds are that no one bothered to take care of you, and even your life was just a number on the news. Lu Chenxi's pupils shrunk. Indeed, Wang Chengguang's analysis makes sense. Why else would you even have an abortion? All by yourself? Su Chao doesn't even want to show his face. Just now, when she called herself, she thought that Su Chao had really gotten over it. Now that I think about it, I'm the clown. Scum. Lu Chenxi's eyes were filled with hatred. This asshole. He wants to get himself killed. Doesn't he hurt at all? You hate Su Chao, and so do I. Wang Chengguang raised his hand. See, because I molested Hua Miao, the night of the rainstorm. He came to the company, cut off my pinky finger, and then pulled Hua Miao away. I wonder if the two of us can have an alliance. Alliance? Lu Chenxi was stunned. It's simple. You're a single woman, right? Wang Chengguang revealed a cold smile. If you want to take revenge on Su Chao, I'm afraid it's hard to do so with a woman's strength, but with the addition of me, it's a completely different story. Lu Chenxi looked at Wang Chengguang and subconsciously nodded. Wang Chengguang is not small and tall, so he is a good person to work with. When the snow stops, I'll make him pay. Even kill him. Wang Chengguang's teeth cackled. As long as it's done without leaving any traces, when the time comes, the officials will also treat his death as if he froze to death during this snowstorm. After all, there were so many bodies that it would take some time for the officials to deal with them. People are surviving snowstorms, so who's going to pursue so many things? At that time, 100 things will have to be developed vigorously so that human beings can continue to survive and reproduce. So they can't care about this at all, right? Good. Lu Chenxi had a dark face at this time and nodded coldly. Although she liked Su Chao, but Su Chao wanted her life now. How could Lu Chenxi possibly forgive? Definitely can't let this scum off the hook. Wait. Fong Ling panicked. Lu Chenxi is here to save me. What about me? You? Wang Chengguang looked disdainful. You joined forces with Hua Miao and tried to get this beauty killed. Is it possible that you still want people to take you away? I can only take one. Lu Chenxi's eyes were very cold as she looked at Fong Ling. Without waiting for Fong Ling to speak again, Wang Changguang had already pounced on her, pressed Fong Ling, and quickly stripped the clothes off of her and put them on himself. "Give me the clothes," Fong Ling cried. "Get out of here." Wang Changguang thumps Fong Ling with a kick to the body. He then climbed out of the window after Lu Chenxi. The piercing cold caused Wang Changguang to shiver coldly, but breathing in the air of the outside world was soothing to him. Saved! Fong Ling cried with pear blossoms and rain. Saw Wang Changguang followed by tumbling out of the window, madly pounced on him and grabbed Wang Changguang to death. Seek death. A cold severity flashed in Wang Changguang's eyes, and he copied the wooden stick he brought from the office, and fiercely smacked Fong Ling's head with a stick. However, Fong Ling still gripped Wang Changguang's clothes with force. "I told you to let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Let go." Wang Changguang's face was full of ferocity. Seeing that Fong Ling was determined to seek death, he used all his strength and hit her in the head with several sticks in a row. It was only when Fong Ling was voiceless and lying limply on the window that Wang Changguang grunted, came behind Lu Chenxi, and hugged her tightly. "Let's go, pretty girl." Wang Changguang opened his mouth. Lu Chenxi's gaze was complicated, gently nodded. Then her face was a little less natural. "You don't hug so tightly." "I can't help it. These clothes are a little small. The front zipper can't be pulled. Holding you. The cold wind can't pour in. Otherwise, I won't be able to get to your house. I'll freeze to death on the road." Wang Changguang hugged harder. "There's a good-sized supermarket nearby. Go there to shop. Let's get something to eat. And I'll also take the opportunity to get some clothes." "Good." Lu Chenxi didn't say anything else and took Wang Changguang with him, slowly sliding away into the distance. And behind them, at the second floor, Fong Ling lay motionless on the window as the cold wind howled. Chapter 62, I Have No Morals. Wang Changguang and Lu Chenxi came to the supermarket. Then Wang Changguang took the wooden stick in his hand and smashed the glass with force. "It's just normal glass that's easily broken." Wang Changguang made the breach a little bigger, then climbed in and pulled Lu Chenxi into the supermarket as well. The supermarket wasn't too well stocked, but there was no sign of it having been rummaged through. Obviously, this would be the result of a lot of cajoling the night of the storm. However, the only thing left was enough for them to eat for a while. Wang Changguang found 2 pieces of clothing and felt much warmer after putting them on his body, then stuffed as many things into the bag as he could use. After loading 3 or 4 packages, Wang Changguang came to Lu Chenxi's ear and whispered, "Forget about it tonight. Wait for tomorrow during the day. Then come over to pick up the stuff again. So that's enough for us to live for a while." Lu Chenxi did not expect Wang Changguang to lean so close, blushed and took a step back, saying, "Why don't you go on and get it tonight? Just make 2 more trips. Since no one has been to the supermarket for 4 days in a row of snow, it shouldn't be likely that anyone will be there anytime soon," Wang Changguang said with a straight face. "Besides, if he, Su Chao, doesn't care about you, can I not care about you? The temperature at night is obviously colder. What if something happens? Right, do you have skis at home? I also know a little bit of skiing. Tomorrow we 2 travel together. You're a woman traveling back and forth. I don't feel comfortable." Lu Chenxi didn't say anything. Her face reddened. "This middle-aged obese man knows to care about me." Looking at her expression, the corner of Wang Changguang's mouth curled slightly. They say it's easy to take advantage of a girl's loss of love, so it's really easy to coax. Although Lu Chenxi wasn't a top beauty, she was still not bad. Owners, step it up tonight and try to take it. In the freezing cold, embracing such a girl, eating and drinking enough to play a game of cards together, is the enjoyment of the world. And Lu Chenxi climbed out of the supermarket and skidded again. This time, Lu Chenxi had clearly not resented Wang Changguang's tight embrace. Even Wang Changguang deliberately rubbed against Lu Chenxi, and Lu Chenxi didn't react much. "There's a show tonight." Wang Changguang's eyes lit up. "Speaking of which, I have to thank Su Chao. If it wasn't for you, dog, I wouldn't have been able to touch such an open woman. I just learned that Lu Chenxi is also a skier, and she must have a great body. When I've enjoyed your woman and bring her to you again, I'd like to see if Huo Miao will still be faithful to you. With Huo Miao's icy temperament, he will definitely break up with you. At that time, maybe I can even take advantage of the situation like today and taste Huo Miao." His hands got restless. Lu Chenxi pouted. What are your hands doing? Don't you like it?" Wang Changguang rubbed it through his clothes. Lu Chenxi stopped talking, grunted, and continued to glide, definitely taking it tonight. Wang Changguang was thrilled. If it wasn't too cold outside, he would hate to put Lu Chenxi on the spot right now. "Su Chao, it's still you." Wang Changguang naturally did not know that the Su Chao that he wanted to thank was actually Shen Heng. Not to mention him, even Su Chao wouldn't have thought that Lu Chenxi would get involved with Huo Miao's boss. After calling Shen Heng's phone several times and it was off, Feng Lu once again cursed angrily. "Stop it." Su Chao grimaced angrily. "Don't even let me rest and take a break. How am I going to fight Shen Heng later? What a fight. We don't even know what villa he's in." Feng Lu gambled. "Are we going to look for them one by one? Hearing this, Su Chao didn't retort, his eyes glowing. You're right. Ha! Feng Lu was at a loss. There are only 20 villas in total in 2 rows. 2 rows east 10, 2 rows west 10. Su Chao nodded slightly. We can't just sit around and wait for death. Since Shin Hang's phone can't be reached, let's go look for him. While looking, we can call and contact him. We still happen to be in the neighborhood, and we also happen to save time. But it's so cold. Feng Lu scowled, not wanting to go out. If you don't try, what if Shin Hang doesn't even turn on his computer tonight? Are we going to stay in this room all night? All the things in the house that can be burned have been burned, and this double bed is all that's left. If it burns down again, we'll have to sleep on the floor. Su Chao frowned. Make an effort to try and maybe you'll be able to stay here tonight. But if you don't try, you're bound to stay here tonight. Feng Lu nodded reluctantly. Go! Wrapped in their blankets and holding flashlights, Su Chao and Feng Lu walked down the stairs. Shin Hang still did not know that Wang Chengguang, who would have frozen to death in the company in his last life, was saved because he now saved Huo Miao, and his own butterfly fluttered its wings, and even Wang Chengguang was saved, and Wang Chengguang also with hatred, want to kill him. Su Chao. He was now cradling the fragrant and tender Huo Miao, flipping through that new phone of WeChat's small number after turning the old one off, scrolling through the news. There are still quite a few people posting in it. After all, it's long since the age of self-media, and everyone can be a reporter. It's basically a news story crying about lack of food and drink in cold weather. Others have posted that you should not drink the snow water outside even if the water is cut off at home. The snow is poisonous. The number of people that can be seen, all over the country, is plummeting. Some people who live abroad and post about the situation abroad all year round are sending out much the same news today. The officialdom of the beautiful country was also rapidly gathering troops, and the plight of the people seemed to be completely ignored. Everything is self-help. The pessimism is spreading. Shin Hang deliberately searched the Longhua seashore to see the relevant news. Now the armies are all split in half and headed for the coast, not knowing what they're doing. But the stone was sunk. It was hard to turn to a news story on the beach with the headline shocking, Dragon Country Seaside actually appeared. Just clicking on it prompted him that the news in question was untrue and had been removed. With all this going on, the officials still have the energy to delete the news? What the hell appeared on the beach? He shook his head. There are less than 3 hours left until the end of the system upgrade. He didn't even make out with Huo Miao for fear of falling into a deep sleep from exhaustion. I just want to stay up until after 2 o'clock in the middle of the night and be the first to buy the alien fruit when the system is upgraded. At that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Shin Hang frowned. Harmony is a small number that adds a lot of owners in the neighborhood. But everyone knew that no one could disturb the big man of Harmony when he wasn't posting messages in the group. If you initiate contact, you will be directly deleted and blackmailed by Harmony, and no supplies will be sold to them. When he opened it, it was actually a message from Ichiban. I'm taking the liberty of bothering you in the middle of the night. I wanted to ask if you have any Montelucast? The child across the street has diarrhea, and I don't have any of these medicines at home. She and her husband hadn't been married long enough to have children yet, so naturally she couldn't keep diarrhea medicine for kids on hand. I had just fallen asleep when there was a knock on the opposite door. The two couples across the street knew that Ning Yao was a medical expert specially recruited by the Jiangqing People's Hospital, and begged to come to their door with their child in their arms. The healer's heart. As a doctor, it was naturally impossible for Ning Yao to give up on rescuing her, but without the appropriate medication, there was nothing she could do. Then, Shin Hang came to mind. With an attitude of trying, she took the initiative to send a message to Shin Hang. Yes, 50,000 a box. Shin Hang replied indifferently. 50,000. It's $15 a box at the hospital. Then you can just go to the hospital and get it. Shin Hang laughed coldly and directly disliked him. I'm just a businessman. You think I'm a saint? Do you know that because of those 3 medicines you sold for $200,000, the owner of that name, leaving the grass on the ground, his father died. Ning Yao was very angry. You could have sold it cheaper. Even at 10,000 a box, his father wouldn't necessarily die. Are you really drilling into the eyes of money? Oh, it was he himself who took the initiative to say that he could save his father, and that he was willing to pay $200,000. Then I can naturally decide that he has that much money. Shin Hang was disdainful, but when I asked for $200,000, he hesitated and didn't buy it. His father died. What's it got to do with me? Dr. Ning, this is something you should ask him in return. Between a chance to save his father and $200,000, he chose the money. Can you blame me for this? Ning Yao couldn't speak. It was a long time before she sent another message, this time voice. So can you go cheaper this time? It's still a 4-year-old kid. 50,000 isn't too much. The voice was very nice, with a touch of chutzpah. However, this was of little use to Shin Hang. He lazily said, Dr. Ning. One price. If you want to buy it, buy it. If not, forget it. Have you ever seen a patient bargain with a hospital? Those who don't have money for treatment, can they cry and beg with your hospital and your hospital will reduce the operation fee? You want to be a saintly mother, you pay for it, but don't morally kidnap me. I'm a businessman. Sorry, I have no morals. Chapter 63, The Young Sisters. Listen to Ichabod's voice. It's a young girl. If he could take it for himself, Shin Hong would be quite satisfied. He needed a doctor by his side, and it would be more points if the doctor was a pretty young girl. After all, no one wants to be followed around by an old man, right? But money is more important in comparison. Money is his core fundamentals. Without it, the vending machine won't level up and he himself will eventually die out. As for doctors, there are quite a few in the Peachland neighborhood. Not to mention other places, there are plenty of people willing to give their lives as long as they are given something to eat and drink. Ning Yao was directly silenced by the. She twisted her head to look at the smiling young couple across the street and sighed. The child just has diarrhea, but there is no appropriate medication. I don't know about the others. All I know is that Harmony has the medication, but he wants 50,000 for a box of Mantelucast. 50,000? The young couple was stunned. Yeah. Ning Yao shook her head. Either you guys ask the others, or if you really can't, you'll have to find and buy it from Yichi Shenkai. A feeling of powerlessness came over me, and she really didn't dare offend Harmony too much. After all, there was no food left in the house, and she wanted to get something from this big guy tomorrow. If you get blacklisted by the big boys, you can't even buy it yourself if you want to. I heard that Old King and Blossom and Fortune were blacklisted from Harmony and Wealth, and they are still hungry. In the homeowners group, a message was quickly sent out. Chanda Auto Repair, please ask everyone who has Mantelucast at home. My child at home has diarrhea. I take 2 packages of instant noodles for it. Soon after, there was a reply. Flying all the way, I have it at home. It's a deal. 2 packs of instant noodles for a change. Chanda Auto Repair it all the way to Fly. Brother, don't worry. I'm sure to do what I said. I added your friend. You through. Let's chat privately. Watching the conversation between the two, Shin Hong sneered. It seems that what Dr. Ning wanted to save just now was this flying all the way. He was not willing to pay $50,000 for the medicine, but instead, he was willing to take out 2 packets of instant noodles in exchange. What an idiot. As time passes, he will realize that he cannot buy instant noodles, not to mention $50,000, or even $500,000. Money doesn't do any good at all. However, these two wanted to trade, so let them trade. Although Shin Hong was ostensibly blocking a few people, he was only doing so in order to create a persona of saying one thing or another. It's just a matter of making others fear him. To be honest, he would have liked all of these people to be alive. At the very least, they'd better all survive before they drain all their savings themselves. When they're all out of money, then they have nothing to do with themselves. Chanda Auto Repair thought he had taken advantage of the cheap. After all, 2 bags of instant noodles only 4,000 yuan. Montmorilla night powder. And the big brother of Chi Sheng Kai opening price will be 50,000 yuan. He excitedly ran downstairs to trade. Flying all the way is also very satisfying. A box of medication that doesn't do much good can be traded for 2 packs of instant noodles. For a while, the owners group, which had little movement, was once again lively. Many people were inspired to think and started bartering. Of course, food was still the most scarce thing, and there were people who were sick and wanted to buy medicine, and felt that Harmony was selling it too expensive, and eventually agreed with the other owners. Wei Yupeng sent a message. Brother Shen, should I ban them from trading privately? He'd already sold quite a few supplies during the day, and had gotten a taste of it. He had also been in contact with Zhao Weilong, and also knew that Shin Hong had asked Zhao Weilong to help him secretly recruit minions to maintain the sale stalls. Wei Yupeng became more and more loyal to Shin Hong. Shin said that as long as he was honest and obedient, he would take care of his family's supplies in the future. No, whatever they want. Shin Hong was full of it. Whatever they trade for something. In the end, at the end of the day, all the money goes into your pocket anyway. Wei Yupeng answered yes repeatedly, and seeing that Shin Hong had no other orders, he did not dare to interrupt. Later today, the system upgrade would end, and tomorrow, when he went back to the underground passage, he would be able to carry huge amounts of supplies himself. When the time comes, all of them will be given to Gui Yupeng to sell and test him for a few days. Once Gui Yupeng passed the test, he himself would be freed up and ready to take on other neighborhoods. After the end came, the snow fell for over a week straight, and after the first snow stops, the sun will appear. But the temperature of the entire blue planet, all of which remained the same, was not half warm at all. These heavy snowfalls, however, will continue to solidify in the sunlight. That means that when the sun comes out for a day or two, the snow will be firm, and by then, people will all be able to step slowly on it and go out. By then, all the snow will have sunk in a bit, but it will have begun to freeze in the snow, and people will not be able to walk on compacted snow surfaces without sinking back into it. People can go out, and that means order will gradually break down. Those who react quickly will be the first to rush to gas stations, restaurants, supermarkets, clothing stores, to loot. Those who are slow to react will gather friends and family to form forces large and small. It ended up in a melee as they fought over supplies. Shen Hong hopes to occupy Jiangcheng, or take most of the residential areas of Jiangcheng before people mix up. And what level does the vending machine go up to? Villa 3 next door. Yang Jinshan and Yang Mushuan, both sisters, were huddled in the basement. It's not that I don't want to stay upstairs, it's just too cold. Instead, the snow-covered basement seemed a bit warmer. They realized. The sisters were in a room on the second basement level with couch cushions on the floor and thick mattress bedding on top of that as well. There were some snack bags in front of the two of them, as well as the shells of the seafood that Shin Hong had given them earlier. Not far away, there was a fire. The table in the house. Yang Jinshan ruthlessly moved down and directly lit it to warm up. It's still a designer table. It cost her tens of thousands of dollars. But in this kind of weather, if you don't find a way to make a fire to keep warm, what's the use of even if it's valuable? Borrowing the fire. The two of them also grilled the seafood Shin Hong sent directly and had a full meal. There's nothing to drink at home, so when you're thirsty you have to drink red wine. That's right. In the past, I'm afraid people would have thought it was a joke to quench their thirst with red wine. But under Armageddon, it's becoming possible. There's only red wine in the house. The sisters were also afraid that no one would watch the fire when they got drunk, so they had to take small bites and try not to choke on their food. Take a sip only if you're thirsty. All the thick bedding in the house had been taken down, and it was quite warm with the quilts over the fire. But when will such days end? For the past 2 days, the two of them would go upstairs now and then to check on them, but the weather hadn't changed at all, and the heavens were tirelessly dropping snow. The food in the house had, to the naked eye, bottomed out. What to do? The sisters all stared at the fire without a word. Yang Jinshan remembered the WeChat that Hua Miao had sent to her again. She didn't know what was going on in her mind, and quietly opened the call log with Hua Miao. You sisters, would you like to be my husband's girlfriend? When she received this message, Yang Jinshan thought Hua Miao had gone crazy. She froze for a long time before replying to Hua Miao with a. Soon after, Hua Miao sent a new message. No text, just tons of pictures. There are Hua Miao cooking and frying all kinds of rich and delicious 3 meals a day. And there are also photos of Hua Miao wearing thin pajamas. There are also selfies of Hua Miao as Shin Hong watches TV together with his arm around her. In the photo, Shin Hong is also wearing thin pajamas. His hair is wet, and it seems that he has just finished taking a shower. Yang Jinshan couldn't believe it. But take a closer look. Hua Miao and Shin Hong, both of them, are white and red and clean, which is like himself, who has not taken a shower for 4 days. She was so pudgy, she felt like she stunk. There's also a selfie of Hua Miao in the bathroom, where she's taking care of her skin with all sorts of designer makeup and a face mask. How did they get by so well? These few photos, Yang Jinshan had flipped over and over for I don't know how many times. In the dead of this night, it was even more envious than ever. Shen Hong, that beautiful girlfriend, even asked herself if she wanted to go be his girlfriend. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Yang Jinshan knew it very well in her heart. As soon as she and her sister agreed, they would open their doors and let her sisters stay in their house. The image of the main court beating up the mistress will not appear, but will coexist in harmony. After all, the person who invited herself is Shin Heng's girlfriend, and so on. Yang Jinshan suddenly frowned. This person who sent the message, it couldn't be Shin Hong himself, could it? Could it be the two of them playing some kind of fling and sending it to me on purpose? That's how it's supposed to be. The youngsters are playing with more flowers, and they're a bit out of touch themselves. She smiled awkwardly to herself. Himself earlier, actually took it seriously, and at this time, Yang Muxian, who was silently brushing her cell phone across the room, suddenly raised her head and looked at her sister with a puzzled expression. Sis, just now Hua Miao added my friend. That's that girlfriend of Shin Heng's. She asked me to ask you about that problem she said before. How are you considering it? Why don't you reply? Sis, what question did she ask? She was so secretive when I asked her. She just told me to ask you. Chapter 64 Yang Jinshuan's decision. Hearing her sister's inquiry, Yang Jinshuan's body shook. Unnaturally, she replied, no, nothing. Yang Mushuan said suspiciously. What did you and Hua Miao talk about? What did she ask you? Told you it was nothing. Yang Jinshan frowned. Just leave it, I'll go back to her. Seeing that her sister seemed a bit angry, Yang Muxian didn't open her mouth again and got up to add 2 table legs to the fire before lying down on the mattress. Yang Jinshan stared at the pictures in her cell phone that Hua Miao had sent. After those pictures, she didn't reply, and Huo Miao didn't post anything else. And now, she actually added her own sister and told her sister to prod herself as to why she didn't answer her. How does this answer? Yang Jinxian knew that her sister was a curious person, and if she didn't reply to Huo Miao would probably send her sister another message. When the time comes, my sister will surely ask after herself. She had to send a message to Huo Miao on her cell phone. What do you mean, Sister Jane? I only asked you one question. Huo Miao quickly replied. You and Sister Mu, are you willing to be my husband's girlfriend? Yang Jinxuan's face trembled, and without a trace, she looked up and swept her sister's eyes. Seeing that Yang Muxian seemed to be immersed in her cell phone, she then hurriedly replied. I don't understand what you mean at all. What do you mean by being your husband's girlfriend? It means literally, my husband is Shin Heng. Would you guys like to be Shin Heng's girlfriend? Huo Miao didn't beat around the bush with Yang Jinxian and directly said, I sent you those photos. I believe you've seen them. Nowadays the outside world is freezing, but I'm following my husband and still living a quality life. As long as you nod your head, I'll go talk to him. With such beautiful sisters like you, my husband will definitely agree. Yang Jinxian was shocked. You and Shin Heng are two people, and you still want to find Shin Heng a girlfriend? Huo Miao returned a good girl nodding expression. Yang Jinxian rubbed her eyes and was filled with dismay. She's only 28 years old, but for the first time in her life, she feels like she can't keep up with the changes in the world. Yang Muxian was lying on the bed. Although she kept looking at her cell phone, her mind was all on her sister. It could be seen that Huo Miao seemed to be a bit shocked by what he told his sister, who was wide-eyed. What exactly does it say? Her heart itched to get over there, but she remembered the unnatural look on her sister's face when she had just inquired, clearly not wanting to know. Don't look at it or don't look at it. She wrinkled her nose. Are you really Huo Miao? Only after a long time did Yang Jinxian type. Brainwashed by Shin Heng? Do you realize what you're saying? Of course I'm clear. Shin Heng was settling down Zhao Weilong at this time, who had done a good job and pulled together another 10 or so juniors, all of whom were young and strong. Although the guy wasn't very good with his hands, he was still relatively sharp when it came to getting things done. Seeing that Shin Heng didn't look at himself, Huo Miao replied with relief. Do you know what's going on in the outside world right now? Even if you didn't go out, you should have seen all the news in the owners group, right? Aha. Yang Jinxian returned a single word. Then I'll take the liberty of asking, do you still have food at home? Huo Miao smiles. Even if there is, there shouldn't be much, right? Yang Jinxian stopped talking. Outside of that seafood meal for lunch, there really wasn't any food left in the house, and there was very little seafood left for lunch, which was not at all filling. It's been starving for 12 hours now. I got you, didn't I? Huo Miao smiled and said, if you agree, you'll not only be able to live in our warm house, but you'll also be able to enjoy all kinds of food. Shin Heng said there was no need to worry about the food situation at all, and Huo Miao did know that Shin Heng wasn't lying. During these few days, no matter what he wanted to eat, Shin Heng was able to take it out in a tricky way. There's even a variety of fruits. Huo Miao didn't know how Shin Heng did it. After all, it was freezing outside, and the food had all long since frozen into a pile of ice. But the vegetables and fruits that Shin Heng took out were extremely fresh, as if they had just been picked. When Shin Heng sold the supplies earlier, she was worried about what would happen if she went hungry after the supplies were all sold. But Shin Heng clearly said that the two of them wouldn't be able to finish it even if they ate it for 10 lifetimes. Then what's there to worry about? It was only right to bring this pair of sisters together and make them a united front with themselves, so as not to let Shin Heng seek flowers outside. A lot of people have already died in the outside world, and Huo Miao also understands that if he continues to stay in the company without food or water, I'm afraid that he will also die a long time ago. No wonder Shin Heng said that it was the end of days. Supplies are hard to find under Armageddon, but beautiful women are plentiful. Shin Heng getting tired of himself one day and sweeping himself off his feet would be despairing. When she had videoed with Su Chao earlier, she could clearly see that the home she had once lived in now had ice on the walls, and Su Chao was huddled under the covers, bearded and haggard. In contrast, one still enjoys a privileged life. Coupled with these few days together, she also deeply liked Shin Heng from the bottom of her heart. Women love to attach themselves to powerful men, and Huo Miao knew that she had fallen hopelessly in love with Shin Heng. In order not to leave Shin Heng, one had to make a decision. Sharing with Yang Jinxian Yang Muxuan or being swept away in the future. She had to save for a rainy day. It would also allow Shin Heng to see his generosity and would definitely like himself more. Moreover, the two Yang Jinxian sisters were also drawn in by their own initiative, and the two of them would also side with themselves. In the future, even if more sisters entered, they would still be the later ones, and the sisters Yang Jinxian, with whom she was ironclad, would have to listen to herself. To summarize, it now looks like you have to share your beloved man out, but the return is greater. For the past 2 days, she had noticed something was wrong when she was brushing up on the video news at home. As a social animal, she longed for blue skies and ocean, so she also followed several beach bloggers. But now, all those bloggers have cut off. She also did a deliberate search for the beach, but there was no news. It made her fishy and added some tension. What's going on at the beach? This made her even more determined to hold on to Shin Hong's thigh properly and definitely not be abandoned. Of course, right now Shin Hong also loved herself very much, and she was very satisfied. My parents in the country are safe for the time being. The old couple usually have the habit of hoarding food, and the family still grows vegetables, and there are quite a lot of various supplies, and there is also coal and firewood behind the house, so they are safe, with her beloved man by her side and her parents at home safe and sound. Honestly, Huo Miao is already very satisfied. So, more than anything, she doesn't want to lose the life she has now. This, Yang Jinchuan's face stiffened. She naturally didn't know what was going through Huo Miao's mind and only thought that this woman was crazy. How can you still be crazy enough to have this idea of getting your husband a girlfriend? Originally, she thought that the snowstorm outside was enough to drive people crazy, but she didn't realize that Huo Miao's idea was even crazier. She simply couldn't make sense of it. Are you taking pity on me? Trying to get me to trade my body for supplies by selling it? Can you also win Shin Hong's affection? Yang Jinxian suppressed her anger. I'm really sorry. I don't know if you've paid attention to the neighborhood's owners group. There's a big brother in the group who sells supplies it. Although it's very inexpensive, I think that for the time being, I shouldn't be able to starve. She could contact Harmony for some supplies. However, he was afraid that once he left, the Song family's dog legs next door, who were staring at him, would take the opportunity to loot him away. Even though it was unclear why the next door didn't make a move to break down her door, Yang Jinxian was still very careful and wary of going out. LOL. Unexpectedly, Huo Miao sent a string of silver bells of laughter. What are you laughing at? Yang Jinxian frowned. Sister Jane shouldn't know yet, right? He Qi Shan Kai is my husband. Shen Hong. Huo Miao laughed softly. And you should have heard that a few people have been blacklisted by my husband, so even if they wanted to buy, they wouldn't be able to buy supplies. What do you think you should do if I ask my husband not to sell you the supplies? What? Yang Jinchuan's pupils widened once again. Harmony is actually Shin Hong. She subconsciously wanted to refute it, but suddenly remembered the photo that Huo Miao had sent and fell silent. There is no need for Huo Miao to lie to himself. He can directly find Shin Hong to verify it, and he will know once he asks. Besides, Huo Miao's current standard of living was really not that high. Families have no water to drink, and it's amazing that Huo Miao can even take a bath. I didn't offend you guys, did I? Besides, the night of the rainstorm, it was me who lent my car to Shin Hong so he could pick you up. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'd have frozen to death in your company by now. Yang Jinxian gritted her teeth. Huo Miao smiled and returned. That's why in order to thank my sister, I want you to accompany me to enjoy a good life together as well. Yang Jinxian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. You're letting me have a good time? It's for your husband's enjoyment, right? I, for one, am not. She was tempted to refuse, but looked up at her sister. Mu Xian followed herself, and even though she was still alive now, she was cloaked in hair and didn't have any semblance of a girl's image. Even let her starve with her. I'm such a bad sister. Yang Jinxian clenched her hand, and only after a long time, she inquired in desperation. Please don't do this. I can agree to your request, but my sister is still young. Chapter 65, Someone at the door. Got one down. Huo Miao was all smiles, and at this time, Shin Hong also turned his head to inquire. What are you laughing at, baby? Nothing. Saw an interesting thing. Huo Miao waved his hand. Shin Hong didn't doubt it. After all, he knew that Huo Miao was now fully focused on himself. She would never betray even if she didn't check her cell phone herself. Well done to Willy Chiu today. Took in quite a few minions and was quite taken with the acquisition of the greenery. He's got a lot of greenery piled up in his house already. Shin Hong was afraid that those green plants would freeze to death in Zhao Weilong's house and asked him to send them tomorrow. Zhao Weilong hurriedly agreed. He now, from the bottom of his heart, feared Shin Hong. Shin Hong has a gun. This isn't your average big shot. And the big man said that he would never let himself starve if he did a good job. Although he was blinded in one eye by Shin Hong, Zhao Weilong did not dare to have any resentment at all. At this time, Shin Hong's cell phone rang again. Someone has requested to add a friend. For the applicant, now Shin Hong would basically refuse. After all, the business of selling supplies had all been handed over to Gui Yupeng to handle. He clicked on the applicant in passing, ready to look at it and turn it off so that there would be no red one underneath. Shin Hong was that little bit obsessive-compulsive and couldn't see any unread messages. However, this time, in the application information underneath the applicant, it says I am Yang Jinxian. You are Shin Hong, right? Shin Hong was stunned. Is he sure he's logged on to Harmony and his identity is revealed? Shin Hong twisted his head and looked at Huo Miao. Bring me the cell phone and I'll take a look. Ha, Huo Miao froze for a moment before his cell phone was taken away by Shen Hong. The screen also showed her chat conversation with Yang Jinxian. Shen Hong stared with disbelief at the conversation between the two, his jaw dropping. Baby, you're talking to Yang Jinxian about this? Huo Miao actually took the initiative to find himself a woman? I'm not dreaming, am I? Looking at his dumbfounded expression, Huo Miao pouts her lips and comes over. Good husband, you won't be angry that people didn't tell you beforehand, right? You definitely won't be angry. After all, your well-behaved wife gave us to help you open up for women, right? You, what are you doing? Shen Hong cried and laughed. Then you can't get mad when I say. Huo Miao carefully watched Shen Hong's expression before he whispered. After you came back last night, I saw a girl's red hair in your neck. Last night? Shen Hong froze, and then suddenly realized. I guess Huo Miao found out about the hair and thought he had a woman outside. So he had a crisis. Are you acting so good because you're afraid I won't want you someday? Shen Hong wrapped his arms around her and softly said. Yeah. Huo Miao looked aggrieved. That's why I thought of pulling a companion first. The three of us will serve you together, and you'll always have no time to mess around outside, and you'll always remember my goodness and won't leave me behind. Shen Hong was moved in his heart. Don't worry, I promised you before, as long as you don't betray me, I will never leave you alone. He had never imagined that a woman like Huo Miao would be obedient and gentle and pampered, even took the initiative to take a concubine for himself, and not just any average-looking woman, but the pretty young woman next door. And her sister. 2 in 1. It's really a sea of water. When he thought of Yang Jinxuan's beautiful face, Shen Hong couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Frankly speaking, it wasn't that Shen Hong hadn't thought about Yang Jinxian, but he wouldn't have thought that it would be so sudden. And Yang Jinxian even promised. When he thought of the conversation between the two, Shen Hong's mouth went a little dry. You obviously have moved, but still pretend I do not want look, but the body has long betrayed you. Huo Miao sensed Shen Hong's dissimilarity and instantly blanked him. It's my Miao Miao sister who kinda hurts Gigi ah. Shen Hong smiled and then took the initiative to kiss Huo Miao. Isn't it enough that I'm alone? Yang Jinxian waited for a long time, but didn't see Huo Miao reply, so she was a bit anxious. Why do you still want to force it? Why should women be difficult for women? Besides, are you really so willing to share your husband with someone else? It's outrageous. Why don't you say something? Isn't it enough that I'm alone? Yang Jinxian weighed in again. Don't push people too far. But Shen Hong was embracing Huo Miao in a kiss and didn't care about the ringing of the cell phone. I can't talk. That's my sister. I promised to serve Shen Hong well. Let her go. If both of us, Shen Hong, aren't satisfied, I'm willing to help him find it in the future. Is that okay? Where are the sisters together? Seeing that Huo Miao still doesn't reply, Yang Jinxian is anxious in her heart and begs humbly. Shen Hong is peaceable. If you defy him, you could really be shut down. At that time, even if you have money in your pocket, what's the use? No food, no water, and soon you'll be dead in the basement. Yang Muxian was increasingly curious when she saw her sister's expression of shock one moment, confusion the next, and sorrow the next. What exactly did Huo Miao tell his sister? Sister. Just as she was opening her mouth, the door to the basement suddenly rattled violently. Ping ping ping. Both of them were startled at the same time. Yang Jinxuan's face was pale and she trembled as she arrived at the basement door. The knocking became more violent. Yang Muxian didn't dare to say anything and looked at her sister nervously. It's the Song family. It must be Song's family spying on them from next door. There was no action for a few days before. So why is there a knock on the door in the middle of the night now? Is it urgent? Or is it that the people watching you next door have run out of supplies too, so they want to take you by force? But it's freezing outside. Is Song Zhengming here with his men, in a snowmobile? Yang Jinxuan's mind was in turmoil. She padded over to the cat's eye to take a look, but it was pitch black outside and she couldn't see anything. A shock went through her. The cat's eyes are blocked. Outside the door, Su Chao and Feng Lu were draped in quilts and trembling. Su Chao hid not far away. Feng Lu shivered. Her body was a little unsteady. The quilt was almost squeezed to the door. She leaned over the cat's eye of the basement door and strained to look inside, then turned her head and lowered her voice. This one isn't. Either we've knocked on 3 doors already. Be patient. There's only 20 homes in total. We've got 1/7 of them lined up. Su Chao harumphed and drank in a small voice. Just now, after Shen Hong had told the two of them that he was in the second row of the townhouse, these two men came to the underground passageway fully armed. It felt like brain freeze retardation all the way around. Upon arriving at the 2 rows of villas, they began to line up one by one, west then east. This is Villa 3, row 2 west, the third house they knocked on. The first 2 homes were unoccupied, and there was no sign of movement after knocking for quite some time. Also sent WeChat to Shen Hong by the way, but again, it was stone cold. Shen Hong had already turned his old cell phone on just now, but he did not pay any attention to Feng Lu. He also thought that it would be inappropriate for him to turn off his cell phone for the night. Maybe Feng Lu would find out that he was teasing her. Turning off the machine for a while would be fine, and Feng Lu would naturally send another video later. When the time comes to connect yourself, just say that you just turned it on. It wouldn't even occur to him that Feng Lu couldn't wait to get it on with Su Chao. It even came next door. Feng Lu rushed to the cat's eye and couldn't see anything, and then picked up her cell phone again and sent a WeChat to Shin Hong. Are you still on? Where the hell is row 2? People have already sneaked over from the underground passage while Su Chao was asleep. Why don't you reply to the message? There's really someone. Yang Jinxian, who was lying on the door inside the house and had been looking at the cat's eye, was startled. She saw the man at the door, fully draped in a quilt. He couldn't see his face at all, but he was still holding his cell phone and texting, and Yang Jinxian saw the bright light of the cell phone screen. Must be sending a message to Song Zhengming. She tiptoed around, trying to retreat to her room to play dead. Shin Hong hugged Huo Miao and kissed her obliviously, and when he heard his old cell phone ringing, he let go of Huo Miao and picked it up to take a look. This woman, Feng Lu, actually found her way over. He raised an eyebrow, searching for what to reply. He ran out at night and didn't freeze to death. He's got a hard life, but he certainly wasn't going to open the door and let this woman in. And at this time, Huo Miao also returned with a flushed face and picked up her own cell phone to take a look. After seeing several more messages from Yang Jinxian, she smiled and replied, Sister Jean, I was just kissing my husband and didn't have time to reply to your message. Jingle bells. Yang Jinxian, who had just turned around and was ready to retreat to her room, suddenly heard the ringing of a cell phone coming from her pocket, and hurriedly covered her pocket with an unsightly expression. And outside the door, Feng Lu, who was just about to get up and leave, suddenly her ears twitched and turned her head to look at Su Chao in surprise. She hurriedly waved at Su Chao. Su Chao carefully came over. Only Feng Lu's voice was lowered. There is someone in this house, but it never opened the door just now. It must be Shin Hong. Chapter 66 Decisions. Inside and outside the door, the two groups of people all stood still, motionless. Feng Lu carefully lay down on the door and once again tried to look through the cat's eye to see inside the house. Yang Jinxian face ugly. Just now the silence of the house came out of the cell phone beep. Afraid of being heard by the people outside the house, also lying on the cat's eye. The cat's eye went black again. The people outside blocked again. She was 1,000,000% sure of that now. Knocking on the door in the middle of the night and purposely using it as a cat's eye. It was definitely someone from the Song family who lived next door to spy on them. What to do? She was distraught. Shin Hong sent a Weibo message to Feng Lu. Are you kidding me? Running out in the middle of the night, not afraid of freezing to death? Huo Miao sent another message to Yang Jinxian. Why are you ignoring me? Sister Jean? Aren't you trying to convince Sister Mu? Ding dong. Inside and outside the house, microphone tones sounded at the same time. Yang Jinxian looked horrified. Song Zhengming returned the message. Is it to have someone break through the wall and come in? Or did you come in over the wall from next door? The snow is so thick, it's still easy to get in over the wall. Thinking of this, she hurriedly winked at her sister to sneak up and take a look. Yang Muxian nodded her head with a grave expression on her face, draped herself in a thick quilt and quietly went upstairs, hiding in the corner of the bedroom and staring at the second-floor window. Feng Lu, who was outside the door, first froze after hearing the sound of a cell phone, and then hurriedly picked up the phone. It was Shin Hong who returned the message, but when she opened it, her lungs almost exploded in anger. I've traveled so far, I'm freezing my ass off, and you're saying I'm kidding you? Inside the house, Yang Jinxian saw that she couldn't see anything on the cat's eye, took out her cell phone, and with tears in her eyes, she flew to reply to Huo Miao. I promise everything. I don't know if my sister is willing or not. I promise to be Shin Heng's woman. I'll serve him with all my heart, and I'll listen to you well. Can you please come and help me now? There is someone outside our house. Now, the only thing left was to turn to Shin Hong. She didn't want to fall into the hands of that pervert Song Zhengming, although she felt that Huo Miao's spirit was also a bit abnormal. It was still much stronger than Song Zhengming's, right? Someone? Huo Miao froze. Looking at the time on my cell phone, it was now nearly 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. It's so late and there's someone outside Yang Jinxuan's house? I was right next door to her, but I didn't hear any movement. I'm sure you want to move in now, but you're embarrassed to take too much initiative, so you're telling me this on purpose, aren't you? My husband is quite the charmer. She looked up at Shin Hong. However, he saw Shin Heng's face look odd as he looked at his cell phone. Feng Lu sent another message. I am now in West 2 Row 3 Villa. Shin Hong, I really didn't lie to you. Where the hell are you staying? I'm about to freeze to death. West 2 Row 3. Isn't this the home of Yang Jinxian? It's right next door to your own. Feng Lu is in the underpass at this time? What did Yang Jinxian tell you? Shin Hong was surprised and looked at Huo Miao. Huo Miao, heart gorgeous. Good behavior, she said. She has promised. However, she pleaded with you to go and save her now. She said that there is someone outside their door. Hey, Yang Jinxian understands what I mean after all. It is directly stated that even if she gets Shen Heng's favor, she will still take me as her honor. That's really understanding. Shen Heng, on the other hand, laughed and laughed. Nice guy, Feng Lu is really here. At this moment, Huomiao's cell phone rang again. She picked it up and glanced at it, and said gruffly, she sent another message, saying that there are at least 2 people outside the door, and she's afraid that you're no match for her, so she's asking you to be careful. After reading the message, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sister Jane speaks so teasily, and wanting my husband to save it, and worrying about my husband. You haven't even entered our home yet, and you're already hurting for brother Shen? Ha ha. Shen Hong smiled. Hubby, what are you laughing at? Huomiao was a bit puzzled. Nothing. Shen Hong shook his head and wrapped his arms around Huomiao to lie down at ease. Okay, now the good show is almost over. It's time for the curtain to fall. Huomiao had a puzzled look on his face, but still obediently obeyed Shen Heng's words and lay beside him. Shen Hong picked up his cell phone and dialed Feng Lu's video. Jingle bells. A video sound rang out, echoing through the empty underpass. Feng Lu shivered in fear and almost threw her cell phone to the ground. Originally, he was still a bit annoyed, but when he saw that the person who sent the video was Shen Heng, he immediately revealed a smile and hurriedly connected. Inside the house, Yang Jinchuan's heart was in her throat. Outside, still answering the phone. It must be Song Jiangming sending people again. What to do? She was in a six-pack, so she turned upstairs in a hurry and found her sister huddled in the corner of the second floor. Sis, what are you doing up here? Yang Mushuan was a little strange and whispered. There is no one outside. How? The people in the underground passage are gone? No. Yang Jinxian clenched her teeth and spoke seriously. If Song Jiangming takes me away, I'm afraid you'll also. She was well aware of her sister's poise, no less than yourself at all. And although the two were a few years apart, their brows were quite similar. Yang Jinxian was well aware of how lethal sisters were to men. If he himself was captured by Song Jiangming, there was no way his sister would be spared, even if Song Jiangming didn't take it away. In this villa with no food or water, his sister would 100% die here. Yang Muxian's pretty face was taut and a little pale. It's sis who's gotten you into trouble. Yang Jinxian hugged her sister tightly. Sister, don't say these. Yang Muxian patted her sister's back. Those students who stayed in school, now also have no food and no drink, trapped in the dormitory. Some people have fainted. I can at least still be with my sister. I'm sure we'll be fine, and sis will carry you through. Yang Jinchuan's eyes flashed with a determined luster. He promised his parents that he would take care of his sister, even if he died. He couldn't let Mu Xian be harmed. Becoming Shen Heng's woman, she herself recognized it. That said, Shen Hong was young and handsome, and he was still a widow, so he had already taken advantage of the situation. Only, the other party has a real wife. He went over, but only as a junior. Her heart dropped its stigma. If her sister really liked Shen Hong, she was willing to share. But if his sister didn't like it, Shen Hong had to promise that he wouldn't force it. She picked up her cell phone. This time she didn't type, but her voice was calm. Huo Miao, you tell Shen Hong, as long as he is willing to save both of our sisters, I, Yang Jinxian, am his person and will never betray. Other than that, I will accept him to have another woman, and even, I will introduce my friend to him. Her husband has been lost, and she is very beautiful, and if Shen Hong is willing, I will help convince her. Ha! Yang Muxian stared at her sister in disbelief. What is sister talking about? Also, if my sister falls in love with him, I have nothing to say and am willing to share. But if my sister has someone she likes, he can't force it, Yang Jinxian added. Yang Muxian's face reddened for a moment. She figured it out now. Why was my sister talking to Huo Miao about something just now? Shen Hong wants to possess us sisters? And Huo Miao, this Shen Heng's rightful wife, actually aided and abetted the evil and helped out? Chapter 67, she's tired and has gone to sleep. If they waited for those men of Song Jiangming's to swing in again inside the underground passageway, at that time, it would be even more difficult for them to escape with their wings. Right now, the only thing left was to beg Shen Hong. There were only 2 people on the other side, and Shen Hong might still be able to defeat them. Not to mention, there was Huo Miao, as well as himself and his sister. 4 versus 2. There is a numerical advantage, just a bit of a gender disadvantage, as long as he could follow Shen Hong out. In this kind of weather, even if Song Jiangming wanted to send more people, he would have to go through some more trouble. Yang Jinchuan's heart was like a mirror. She knew that right now was the best time. So, she spelled out all her bottom lines. Yang Muxian stared at her sister in disbelief. Yang Jinxian didn't dare to look into her sister's eyes and slightly sidestepped her head. Sister, are you crazy? Yang Muxian was surprised. This is my only chance to get rid of the Song family. Yang Jinxian bit her lower lip. The snow is so heavy. People all over the world are lacking supplies, and the Song family is no exception. I bet they're busy hoarding supplies right now. They don't have time to come over for the time being, and they don't even have the proper transportation to come over to me. Taking advantage of the fact that they are fewer in number, and with us working together, we might really be able to escape. But after we escape, where do we go from here? More than 60 degrees below zero is already more than our human bodies can bear. We don't even have a place to go. Yang Jinxian sighed. Shinhong is the small area selling supplies and gas. He has so many supplies. Naturally, he can also let the two of us eat. Not to mention, his family is also very warm. We can also survive. When mom and dad died, sis silently vowed to protect you no matter what in this life. Yang Muxian's eyes suddenly reddened. Sister. The two hugged. The video was quickly picked up. Looking at the bright room and Shinheng's yawning face, Fenglu was simply about to die of anger. I come all the way out here in the cold and you're sleeping? And Shinheng's shoulders were still exposed outside, covered by a thin quilt. Obviously, the house Shinhong was in was as warm as spring. She was just crazy with envy. Shinhong, where the hell are you staying? I want to hurry in. I'm freezing to death. Although her heart was not happy, Fenglu did not dare to get angry. Squeezing out a smile and harumphing, her voice trembled and she kept stamping her feet. Next to her, there stood the equally shivering Su Chao, who didn't say a word for fear of being seen by Shinhong. You're in an underpass? Shinhong raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Hoo. Fenglu nodded repeatedly. I'm in West 2 row 3. Just you? Shinhong asked again. Well, that's for sure. Fenglu looked at Su Chao's direction with a little bit of weakness, and then said, I just took advantage of Su Chao's sleep, and I quietly ran over. Just me. Now it's already 1 o'clock. You still don't let people go over to accompany you? People all know wrong Ha! Shinhong shook his head and faintly said, Fenglu, do you know what I hate the most? What? Fenglu froze. I hate it when people cheat. Shinhong narrowed his eyes and said softly, what is your relationship with Su Chao? Tell me clearly. No, there's nothing to do with it. Fenglu was startled and hurriedly waved her hand. There really isn't anything between us. Look, you're imagining things again. Didn't Huamiao call you just now? Even if you don't trust Su Chao or me, there's no need for Huamiao to lie to you, right? Then let me ask you again. Are you alone now? Shinhong coldly said. Yeah, and you lied to me. Shinheng's face was full of disdain. Fenglu, I've already given you a chance. Su Chao is next to you. You think I don't know? Also, Huamiao is not with you at all right now. I hate liars the most. Now that I think about it, before you told me that you were pregnant, I'm afraid you were also lying to me. Fenglu, don't send me any more videos. Since you chose Su Chao, I've automatically become an ex, and the two of us naturally have nothing to do with each other, don't we? I give you my blessing. Grow old with Su Chao. Bye. Oh yeah, and if you're still trying to trick me into getting you home, you better not lie to me. After saying that, Shinhong directly hung up. Hey, Shinhong, I didn't lie to you. Fenglu hurriedly opened her mouth, but only after saying a few words. Shinhong had already hung up the video. Grass. Fenglu cursed angrily. How was it exposed? Su Chao frowned and thought back carefully. I definitely didn't expose myself. How did Shinhong know about the relationship between the two of us? You secretly contacted Shinhong behind my back? He looked at Fenglu suspiciously. I contacted him behind your back? Fenglu jumped up as if a cat had its tail stepped on, pointing at Su Chao's nose and cursing. Why would I do that? The two of us are now on the same rope. We both prosper and lose. If I contacted him behind your back, I should at least be able to enter his house, right? But now, neither of us can get in. Not only does he not trust you, he doesn't trust me. Su Chao didn't say anything. He also felt it was impossible for Fenglu to snitch. If Fenglu broke with himself, he could also tell Shinhong about his relationship with Fenglu. By then, Shinhong would also dislike Fenglu. Before he entered Shinheng's house, he and Fenglu were allies in a barrel. Who could that be? Su Chao grimaced. Huamiao. Fenglu's eyes instantly revealed a look of certainty. It's definitely her. If it wasn't for Huamiao, how would we have been exposed? She knew about our relationship and must have secretly told Shinhong. You quickly contact that ski girl of yours and tell her to drop Huamiao off and stop picking her up. Let her freeze to death in the company. Su Chao didn't say anything and took his cell phone to call Lu Chenxi. But at this time, Lu Chenxi had already returned home with Wang Chengguang. The two share a common enemy and are now close allies. Coupled with Wang Chengguang's flowery words, Lu Chenxi also let go. A few days without a date. She is also itching. The two played their cards logically. The card game was in full swing at the moment and there was no time to pay attention. No answer? Su Chao frowned and called once again. Lu Chenxi had already touched her cell phone, and when she saw Su Chao calling, She rolled her eyes and hung up directly. She focused and hugged Wang Chengguang tightly. I can't believe I hung up. Su Chao's face was ugly. Was Lu Chenxi killed by Huo Miao? Otherwise, she couldn't have hung up on herself. Undeterred, he called again and still no answer. What's going on? You call Huo Miao and ask for clarification. Von Ryu was coming up with ideas. Su Chao nodded and called Huo Miao. Huo Miao pressed the answer button, but the cell phone was taken by Shen Heng. Hello? Shen Heng's voice was deliberately low. This is Huo Miao's phone. Who are you? Su Chao froze for half a day and didn't hear Shen Heng's voice at all. Shen Heng smiled. Then his low bubbly voice slowly said, she's tired and has already gone to sleep. Chapter 68, Su Chao's Frenzy. Boom! Su Chao's mind went blank. Even Shen Heng didn't react when he hung up the phone. Huo Miao. There were men around Huo Miao. How is that possible? Didn't Lu Chenxi pick her up at the office? Didn't we all agree on that? How come now Lu Chenxi isn't answering her phone and has blacked herself out? And there are still men around Huo Miao? What the hell is going on here? That low voice echoed in his ears all the time. She was tired and had gone to sleep. It drove him almost crazy. Huo Miao had been with him for half a year, and he hadn't even been able to take him down completely. And now she's sleeping with a man she doesn't even know? This ing. His brain buzzed and his whole body was like an ice sculpture. What's wrong? Feng Lu anxiously inquired. I don't know. Su Chao neighed. No? How come you losers can't understand a phone call? Feng Lu broke into a fit of rage. Just as she opened her mouth, she regretted it a little. The two have gone from being lovers to allies. When he himself gets angry, Su Chao rebukes. But he didn't expect that Su Chao didn't refute himself at all. But instead, he had a disoriented look on his face. After Shen Heng hung up the phone, Huo Miao couldn't hold it in anymore and snorted with laughter. You're bad. Huo Miao's soft gaze looked at Shen Heng. But, my sister likes it so much. Baby, I love you too. Shen Heng hugged Huo Miao tightly. This iceberg-like cold beauty was now all about herself. Even afraid of losing favor, he took the initiative and generously recruited the beautiful young woman next door for himself. Thinking of Yang Jinxuan's marvelous figure, he couldn't help it anymore. Humph, like people? It's like Sister Jane, isn't it? Huo Miao was filled with jealousy. Good girl, even with Yang Jinxian, you are still the most important woman in my heart, Shen Heng said seriously. That's more like it. Huo Miao pouted, then whispered, you can't leave me behind. That's for sure. Shen Heng hugged Huo Miao hard and tight. Well, people aren't jealous. After all, I'm the one who initiated the contact, and I'm ready for it. Huo Miao leaned in Shen Heng's arms, and after a moment of warmth, she opened her mouth and said, now it's time to let Sister Jane and the others come over, right? By the way, Sister Jane said that outside their underground passageway, there are still two people. That's Feng Lu and Su Chao. Those two couldn't wait and have come straight over here. Shen Heng sneered. I'll let them get out now. Shen Heng had also installed several miniature cameras in the underground passage. The underpass was only dimly lit and impossible to spot. When he opened his phone and checked the situation of the underground passage, he found Feng Lu scolding Su Chao, who was distracted and full of confusion. It seemed that the bubbly sound he had just made had killed a lot of people. It confused Su Chao. Stop cursing. Only after a long time did Su Chao come back to his senses. His expression grim. If you curse one more time, get yourself back to bed tonight. Don't enter my house's door. Feng Lu had never seen Su Chao's five senses twisted. Even when he had angrily rebuked himself before, it was all with disdain. But now, she realized that Su Chao's eyes seemed to carry killing intent. What's wrong with you? Not just a phone call. I'm not in a hurry. Want to ask you the situation. Feng Lu stammered. Su Chao's teeth cackled as he ignored Feng Lu, turned around and took big strides, following the underground passage to the south. Now Shen Heng doesn't even trust himself at all, and Lu Chenxi is out of touch. He himself felt like his mind was in a muddle and wasn't at all sure what had become of things. More importantly, Huo Miao actually betrayed himself. Wasn't she always icy clean? 6 months with himself and he didn't even let himself be touched. I'm her boyfriend. Now well, the woman is tired and asleep? Why are you tired? His veins stood out at his temples, his eyes glared angrily, and he walked as fast as he could. What are you doing? Feng Lu weakly said. Are you? Why are you still here if you're not going back? Shen Heng made it clear that he doesn't want to receive us in. If you want to stay, then whatever. I'm going back. Su Chao didn't look back. Hey, wait for me. I'll go back too. Although it was tempting to stay in Shen Heng's warm home tonight, it was clear that Shen Heng didn't trust himself either, and he was pretty sure that his relationship with Su Chao was not normal. He already knows? Feng Lu fought back while silently following Su Chao. If he knew all about it, then he would have to come clean himself. In that case, there is a glimmer of a chance. After all, he had been with him for 3 years. Even if he had a dog, He was attached. Shin Hong would forgive himself if he recalled the good old days when they were together, right? The big deal is to get on your knees for him. I'll serve him well when I get into his house. Feng Lu sneaked a look at Su Chao, who was stifling his head and sprinting in front of him, and cursed in his heart. Su Chao is a piece of. When tomorrow morning came, he himself was going to sneak away and confess to Shin Hong. This time, it's a real parting of the ways. Watching the two people within the surveillance all leave, Shin Hong put on his clothes and walked into the underground passage. Arriving at the basement door of Villa 3 next door, Shin Hong knocked on the door and sent a message to Yang Jinxian. The people have been driven away. It's me at the door. Open it. After receiving the WeChat message, Yang Jinxian breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, though, there was some apprehension. Outside the door is Shin Hang. Do you really want to follow him? Thinking about Song Jiangming's pestering, she made up her mind. Yang Jinxian pulled her sister to the basement and leaned over the cat's eye to look out the door. There was indeed only one person, Shin Hong. She opened the door, and when she saw Shin Hong, her face instantly reddened. Thinking about what she had promised Hua Miao, she now felt incredulous. Go! Seeing the Yang Jinxian in front of him with a little girl look, and associating it with those messages she sent to Hua Miao just now, Shin Hong couldn't hold it down. Going forward, he took Yang Jinxuan's hand and said, "Let's go." Being pulled by Shin Hang's big hand, Yang Jinxuan's face turned even redder. Subconsciously, he followed Shin Hong and took his sister away. Shin Hong, do I have to call you brother-in-law from now on? Yang Muxuan was a bit quirky, squeezing her eyebrows at Shin Hong. Before Shin Hong opened his mouth, Yang Jinxian had already glared at her sister. Shut up, ha ha, brother-in-law, my sister is blushing. Yang Muxian laughed. Keep your voice down, what if those two come back? Yang Jinxian hurriedly pulled her sister. Rest assured, Shin Hong waved his hand, and he did not explain. Truly speaking, Feng Lu and Su Chao had come to find themselves. However, looking at Yang Jinxian, it seemed like someone was staring at her, which was why she was in a hurry. Cheapen yourself. However, after taking a few steps, Shin Hong paused at the entrance to the basement of Villa 4. Yang Jinxian and Yang Muxuan's faces were a little nervous, and they urged in a low voice, "Let's go quickly." Go what? Shin Hong was a bit puzzled, and in the eyes of the two shocked people, he went forward and knocked on the door. Opened the door. Yang Jinxian and Yang Muxuan were all confused. What was even more unexpected to the two was that the door opened, revealing Hua Miao's beautiful face. Honey, Hua Miao hugged Shin Hong. Then with a smile on her face, she made a welcoming gesture at the dumbfounded sisters. Welcome to our home. After that, it's our home. Our family? Yang Jinxuan's lips trembled and she couldn't speak for a long time. Yang Muxian even looked like she had seen a ghost. My sister said before that this Villa 4 is for herself. How Shin Hong and Hua Miao live here? So, then who was that commotion coming from Villa 4 earlier? Chapter 69, This is my house. The sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Muxuan were completely confused, subconsciously following Shin Hong into the house. And what was in the house was a complete shock to both of them. From the second basement floor up to the first floor, it was full of piles of all kinds of supplies. Dazzling. What shocked them even more was that the house was actually as warm as spring, and as soon as they came in, the warmth hit them. They stood for a few moments in their thick clothes and felt the heat. Anything you want to ask? Later, Hua Miao took the initiative to go forward, helped them take off their coats, and added, "Go take a bath first." Yang Jinxian and Yang Muxuan looked at each other and immediately blushed a little. It's been over 4 days and neither one of them has taken a shower. The body's all dirty now. Good. The sisters nodded. The four of them came to the first floor. Hua Miao held his pajamas and went into the bathroom, then gestured for Yang Muxian to take a shower. After Yang Muxuan went into the bathroom, she brought Yang Jinxian into the bedroom bathroom again. Sister Jane, here's a change of pajamas. You can wash them here while I prepare your meal. Hua Miao smiled gently. Yang Jinxuan's consternation also slowly subsided and she nodded. Okay, thanks. She had a belly full of doubts. It's clearly a house that you've renovated and are going to give to your sister. How come now? Shin Hong and Hua Miao are living here, and it was as if these two men were the masters of the house. It simply struck her as a bit absurd. Also, the commotion at Villa 4 earlier, was that from them? What about the people Song Jiangming sent to spy on him? But right now the shower was most important. She was a bit of a clean freak and had long since felt bad all over. Before entering the bathroom, she glanced at Shin Hong. He promised himself to be one of Shin Hong's women. It's mortifying to think about. If I had known that Shin Hong lived next door, I wouldn't have worried so much. Walking into the bathroom, she also unlocked the door, followed by the sound of rushing water. Lying in the bathtub, Yang Jinxian almost cried out. He himself didn't even have a mouthful of water to drink. Shin Heng's family was actually so extravagant that they could even take a bath with such a vat of bath water. I'm afraid people out there will be fighting like crazy for it. Listening to the sounds in the bathroom, Huo Miao raised an eyebrow at Shin Hong, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. My good brother, aren't you going in yet? She could already tell that the two sisters, Yang Jinshan and Yang Mushuan, were in a state of stagnation after she opened the basement door herself. It wasn't the sight of the abundance of supplies in the house that brought out the look of surprise. Rather, he felt incredulous that he and Shin Hong lived next door to them. Did they think that Shin Hong and themselves shouldn't be living next door? Think about it. Shin Hong should be familiar with Yang Jinshan if they were neighbors within a wall of each other. But the fact that Yang Jinshan would be shocked meant that, in her mind, Shin Hong should not be next door. Combined with the fact that when he was with Su Chao before, he would often eat with Shin Hong Fong Lu. Shin Heng's parents died and left no property at all. Even the house in the Peachland neighborhood was earned by Shin Heng's desperate coding. How is it possible to live in a villa like this? Shin Hong had not opened his mouth to explain, and she would not take the initiative to ask. But Huo Miao was meticulous and had already guessed the reason in an instant. Looking at Yang Jinshuan's expression, it seemed that she simply could not accept the fact that Shin Hong lived next door. And will he renege on the terms he promised himself before? She urged Shin Hong beside her. What are you still dumbfounded for? Don't tell me that you don't want to think about it again at this time. People just said Yang Jinshuan's name, and you're about to go crazy with anxiety. Ahem. Shin Hong dryly coughed twice. That, her, she unlocked the door. I cannot possibly break in, right? Here. Huo Miao pulled out a key and pressed it into Shin Heng's hand. I intentionally brought her into this bathroom, and after the bath later, outside is the bedroom. Humph. People are racking their brains for you. Well, I'm going to go ahead and make dinner so I don't interrupt your fun. After saying this, Huo Miao blankly glanced at Shin Hong, twisted her body and walked out of the bedroom, and thoughtfully closed the door, lest he be disturbed by Yang Muxian later. Once the door closed, only Shin Hong was left in the bedroom. The sound of water could still be heard in the connected bathroom. Shin Hong looked at the key in his hand, took a deep breath, got up and quietly opened the door. He's not a decent man. Besides, it's already at this point. If you don't go in, isn't it a pretense? As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yang Jinshuan's white as jade arm, which was raising the water, with a satisfied expression on her face. Finally, I can take a comfortable soak. But to my surprise, the bathroom door opened. She was startled and turned her head to see Shin Hong, and immediately blushed. You, how did you get in? Didn't I lock the door? I have a key. Shin Hong heatedly smiled. I also want to take a bath. Yang Muxian finished her shower, wiped her hair and walked out of the bathroom, smelling the tantalizing aroma of rice. Are you done washing? Huo Miao looked up and smiled. Go blow dry your hair first, even though it's warm in the house. Don't catch a cold. Well. Yang Mushuan nodded. Where's my sister? She's in the other bathroom. Huo Miao said. We'll have a meal together after we wash up later. You're all starving, aren't you? Thank you, Sister Miao. Yang Muxian took 2 deep sniffs of the rice scent in the air and went to blow out her hair. When she blew her hair clean and still didn't see her sister, she was a bit strange. Sister Miao, my sister, she hasn't finished washing yet? Yeah, it might take some time. Huo Miao beckoned. Don't stand there. Come help me. Yang Muxian obediently nodded her head and hurriedly ran to the kitchen. It was a little hard for her to be taught when she looked at the familiar stove. Every single thing in this villa was carefully selected by my sister and myself. Now instead, he was acting like a guest and Huo Miao was acting like a hostess. Sister Miao, is this brother-in-law's home? Yang Muxian couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to inquire. Yeah, Huo Miao casually said. What else? This is my house. Yang Mushuan frowned with a puzzled face. I don't have any other meaning. You guys can let us in. I'm very grateful. But, this villa, it's my sister who prepared it for me. As far as these stoves and the kitchen cooker are concerned, all of them are my hand-picked. Huo Miao stir-frying action pauses and looks at Yang Mushuan in surprise. Not just this villa, the entire west 2 rows of villas, all belong to my sister. Yang Mushuan frowned. Her birthday is February 3rd, so at first specially chose the 3rd villa, and then next door to the empty this 4th villa, specially given to me, last year to find a designer all decorated. Every item here, all is my sister and I selected. Every once in a while, we will call the auntie to clean up. So, Huo Miao's voice cleared a few points. So, Yang Muxian opened her mouth and didn't dare to say anything. I don't know who owns this villa, and it's not that important to me. Huo Miao turned her head and faintly said, all I know is that it was Shin Hong who brought me to live here. He's my man. Wherever he lives, I live. Chapter 70, Lord of the Palace. Yang Muxian lowered her head and didn't say a word. She was a little afraid of Huo Miao's stern look and didn't dare to retort at all. Besides, it was Huo Miao who had taken in the sisters now. People really live in the house. They can't possibly give up the villa, and there's nothing they can do about it. Going to the police? Don't be funny. Now that so many people have died in the outside world and no one cares, it's even more unlikely that anyone will care if the house is occupied. Huo Miao didn't continue to speak either, frying in silence. She could see it. Yang Jinxian is gentle, virtuous and reasonable, but Yang Muxian was like a spoiled sister. Quirky. One has to take on the air of a mistress and subdue them straight away. Yang Jinxian was good at talking and had told herself before that even if she gained Shen Heng's favor, she would still honor herself. But Yang Muxuan was about to give her a hard time. She must be made to realize that even if she, Yang Muxian, became Shen Heng's woman in the future, she herself was still the head of the main palace. While the two were silent, a voice, if any, suddenly came from the room inside. Already from the bathroom to the bedroom? By the sound of it, Sister Jane is losing the card game and is no match for her husband at all. Should I go in and help myself? Huo Miao was a little distracted. Yang Muxian naturally heard the sound. Her face first showed confusion, then snapped to a wide, shocked look. Sister, this will have already started with her brother-in-law? That's too soon. No wonder I didn't see my sister in Shen Heng after the bath just now. So, the two men were even more silent, silently perking up their ears. It wasn't until the voices in the room subsided that Huo Miao turned his head and ordered, "Serve the food." Yang Muxian obeyed obediently. The 5 dishes and 1 soup were quickly set up, and the various dishes smelled so good that Yang Muxian's hala was about to flow out. I wish I could sneak a piece. Shredded pork with sharp peppers, sautéed shiitake mushrooms with baby bok choy, eggplant with minced pork, chicken wings with cola, and a cold dish of beef in sauce, and a steaming pot of tofu trio soup. Smelling the various flavors made her want to swallow her tongue. But Huo Miao didn't move her chopsticks, and she didn't dare to move first, so she could only wait quietly. A few moments later, Shen Heng and the blushing Yang Jinxian walked out of the bedroom, and after seeing the two people on the dining table, their faces became even redder. The feeling of a long absence mesmerized her, and the sound just now wasn't small, so obviously it was heard by these two as well. At this moment, his sister looked at himself with a rather complicated gaze. "Let's go. Let's eat first. I'm exhausted and I'm hungry." Shen Heng took Yang Jinxuan's hand and came to the dining table. Yang Jinxian glared at Shen Heng. "You also said, if it wasn't for you just now, how could people?" However, Shen Heng had indeed conquered her, causing her to reminisce and even become a bit obsessed with Shen Heng. No wonder Huo Miao still wants to find Shen Heng a girlfriend. I'm afraid Huo Miao alone can't handle this monster. Sitting at the table, Huo Miao had already taken the initiative to serve soup to several people. "Shen Heng, Yang Jinxian spoke softly. There were too many doubts she wanted to ask, but just now Shen Heng rushed through the door, and the two of them naturally played cards. Yang Jinxian had long forgotten about it. Now sitting at the familiar-looking table, she wanted to ask, but just as soon as she opened her mouth, Huo Miao had already interrupted her. "Sister Jane, you should call husband." Yang Jinxuan's face blushed, thinking that she and Shen Heng were already married. She whispered, "Old husband." "Aha!" Shen Heng and Huo Miao both nodded in satisfaction. Shen Heng, because very enjoyable, did not expect this next-door neighbor beautiful young woman, now has daintily sit next to himself, open-mouthed to call his husband. And Huo Miao was satisfied because Yang Jinxian kinda listened to herself. It seems that his position is secure. I wanted to ask you," Yang Jinxian carefully said, "is this the house you bought?" Yang Muxian on the side had just finished a bowl of soup and originally wanted to drink more, but she also stopped her movements and perked up her ears at the words. "No." Shen Heng spread his hands. "If this is the house I bought, then we would have become neighbors long ago, and you wouldn't have known me until the day of the rainstorm. So how did you get to live here?" Yang Jinxian asked again. "When?" "It was the day of the rainstorm." Shen Heng smiled. "My girlfriend and my good brother greenmailed me and kicked me out, and I happened to meet you. So I thought, it's not bad to have a pretty female neighbor, and then I lived in." Yang Jinxian and Yang Muxuan's jaws dropped as they looked at Huo Miao in unison. Huo Miao waved his hand. "The girlfriend he's talking about isn't me. I'm the girlfriend of his good buddy." "You guys are still playing with real flowers." The Yang Jinxian sisters once again stared wide-eyed. "She's Su Chao's girlfriend, and Su Chao stole my home." Shen Heng laughed. Huo Miao hammered Shen Heng and drilled into his arms again. "Although I'm Su Chao's girlfriend, I've never been touched by him. You're someone's first man." "Of course I know." Shen Heng wrapped his arms around Huo Miao. Yang Jinxian wasn't jealous either. Since she had decided to follow Shen Heng, she had already prepared herself mentally for such a situation. "This house, it's mine." Yang Jinxian hesitated and whispered, "This is what I decorated last year and was originally prepared to give to my sister. But since you, husband, are living in it, then when the snow stops, I will redecorate the villa next door for Muxian." "After the snow stops?" Shen Heng shook his head slightly. "The snow will not stop for a few days, but there will be more snowfall after that, and the temperature, always, will remain at 70 degrees below zero. The snow won't stop? Yang Jinxian was amazed when she saw his expression. I don't think so. Shenhong did not say what happened in his last life, but said lightly, the whole world has completely changed since the day of the rainstorm. In the last life, originally Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian all died. As for Yang Muxian, odds are that she died at school as well. But in this life, he saved them and became his woman instead. Without realizing it, Shenhong, the butterfly, had already flapped his wings and changed the fate of multiple people. If he knew that Wang Chengguang hadn't died either, I'm afraid that he would be even more emotional. Brother-in-law, where did you get all those supplies? Yang Muxian's eyes were glowing as she suddenly asked. You don't need to care about this. Anyway, you only need to know that the supplies in my hand are by no means the little bit that you see in the basement. The four of us together will not be able to eat it all in our next life. Shenhong smiled. The vending machine was his own secret, and he wouldn't tell even Hua Miao. But then again, Yang Muxian called herself brother-in-law. This title somewhat increased the speed of attack. When she is done with her in the future, let her hug her and call her brother-in-law. It should have a different flavor. Chapter 71. Having already committed herself to Shenhong, Yang Jinxian naturally did not hide it. She told Shenhong about herself. Originally, I thought that the person living next door was someone sent by Song Zhengming, but I didn't expect that it was actually Shenhong, making a mess. However, unlike Shenhong, she was still bent on determining that in the future, when the snow stopped, society would definitely restore order. Officials are too powerful to let this continue. When that time came, she would be Shenheng's little woman, married or not. It didn't matter to her anymore. At the moment, there is a lot of crisis. Following Shenhong to have food and drink. Do not need to be afraid. Shenhong is okay with himself. It is already enough. And she also experienced a long-lost feeling in Shenhong. Previously, she did not allow her sister to serve Shenhong along with her because she felt it was too ridiculous. My sister is still young and will eventually marry in the future. And at the dinner table, Shenhong also seriously assured her that he would not have any intentions towards Yang Muxian. Of course, if Yang Muxian fell in love with herself, there was nothing that could be done about it. Yang Muxian pouted. Although her brother-in-law was quite good and had managed to carry them through the glacial period, her brother-in-law was a bit too arrogant, wasn't he? Besides, he had two women, one of whom was his own sister, so how could he possibly like him? Husband, Yang Jinxian recounted. Worried, Song Zhengming psychopathic. I was in the Song family. He has already coveted me. My husband, ex-husband died. He is even more want to coerce me. In the future this snow stopped. I am afraid that Song Zhengming will come again. I am afraid that at that time, even involve you. Don't worry. Shenhong waved his hand indifferently. He hadn't expected that Yang Jinxian was actually Song Zhengming's sister-in-law, and Song Zhengming actually had thoughts about his sister-in-law. I'm afraid you don't know that Song Zhengming he is. Seeing that Shenhong did not take it to heart at all, Yang Jinxian was a bit anxious and wanted to explain. I know. Isn't he the current head of the Song family? Shenhong smiled faintly. One knows the Song family well. In his last life, the entire northern part of Jiangcheng was all in the hands of the Song family, and that's where the power lay. And before the end of the world, the Song family was just a second-rate family in Jiangcheng. Of course, this was also related to the fact that all those people from the first-class families had entered the shelter. There is no tiger in the mountain. The monkey is the king. The first-class families all hid in shelters so that the Song family could take advantage of the situation and rise to prominence. A more important point is that the Song family holds the Jiangcheng granary. With sufficient supplies, the Song family recruited troops and horses, and for a time, they were so powerful that they overwhelmed the remaining few forces. Now that Shenhong wanted to establish his own power, it was inevitable that he would have to touch base with the Song family. Sooner or later, this one more thing, Yang Jinxian, is not much of a burden at all. Then you still. Yang Jinxian was a little hesitant. Anyway, don't worry. You don't have to worry about the Song family. As your man, I will naturally solve these troubles. Shenhong coldly said. Soldiers come to block. Water to cover the earth. The Song family. I have not put in my eyes. Yang Jinxuan's beautiful eyes flowed and she stared at Shenhong without blinking. All this time, after her husband's death, she had been too tired to struggle alone. Shenheng's words seemed to have given her a great support and backbone. She was still a woman and needed a man's shoulder to lean on. Yang Muxian, on the other hand, quietly skimmed her lips once again. What a braggart! Even though the Song family was not considered a top family power, it was by no means something that Shenhong alone could contend with. It's not called confidence, it's arrogance. But seeing her sister's face full of adoration, she didn't say anything, choosing instead to smother her food. By the way, your husband is called Song Wangming? Shenhong suddenly remembered something and inquired. Yes, it's an ex-husband. Yang Jinxian blushed. People's current husband is you. This woman, once she's moved on, she's really tender. Shin Hong wrapped his other hand around her as well and spoke. Have you ever heard of a man named Wang Peng? A leader of the Jiangcheng military region. Wang Peng? Yang Jinxian froze. I've seen him a few times in the Song family. He seems to be a close friend of Song Jiangming. I've heard Wang Peng and Song Jiangming talk about it. It was Wang Peng who sent someone to kill Song Guangming, just to make Song Jiangming take over the Song family. What? Yang Jinxian was stunned. Wang Peng. That's right. Shin Hong nodded. This is what both of them said themselves. Yang Jinxian didn't doubt the truthfulness of these words in the slightest. She knew that previously, Shin Hong was just an internet writer and did not have any social circle at all. As for the Song family, it was even more unlikely for Shin Hong to come into contact with it. He could say the name Wang Peng. Naturally he could not have made it up. What's more, Song Guangming was already dead, and she had become Shin Heng's woman, so there was absolutely no need for Shin Hong to deceive himself. Yang Jinxuan's eyes reddened for a moment. She knew that the crash was bizarre. The one she suspected the most was her brother-in-law, Song Jiangming, but there was nothing to prove, so I had to give up. It turned out that everything was behind Song Jiangming's back. I will avenge my ex-husband's brother, Shin Hong softly said. I still have to thank my ex-husband's brother. If he hadn't passed away, how could such a big beauty like Yang Jinxian be his turn to enjoy? Either way, he would have to go against the Song family, and he himself would kill Song Jiangming in the future as a thank you to his ex-husband brother. He had just unlocked a lot of moves that the youthful Huo Miao hadn't done. Now, he himself kind of understood Chao Mengda's heart. Understand Chao Mengda, become Chao Mengda, surpass Chao Mengda. He suddenly remembered that before Yang Jinxian also told Huo Miao that one of her friends was very beautiful and her husband had lost contact. In this case, being out of touch is almost indistinguishable from certain death. In other words, Yang Jinxian wants to introduce a new sister in? These days are different. In the beginning, Shin Hong had only one woman, Huo Miao, in his family, and Shin Hong would naturally be defensive. But now, he had completely dropped his guard against Huo Miao, with Huo Miao watching over the family. Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan, I'm sure they won't be able to make any waves, and Shin Hong really couldn't think of anything they could betray themselves with. How could they betray them when they were provided with a warm house and all kinds of supplies? Even if there is one more woman, Shin Hong narrowed his eyes. He will be the first person in the world to have psychic powers, and he's worried about a fire in his backyard? The stronger you are, the more these women die. By the way, you told Miao Miao before that I can't force Mu Xian, but you'll introduce a friend. Shin Hong smiled and said. Yang Mu Xian, who had gotten up to clean up the dishes, stumbled and rolled her eyes. Men, they're all so unproductive. You just took my sister down, and now you can't wait to introduce her to your friends? I'm not lying. Yang Jinxian pouted her lips. Stinky husband, you just had someone else and you're so impatient? Huo Miao also twisted Shin Heng's waist. Hubby, you're a bit too indecisive, aren't you? Sister Jane has just joined our family. Shouldn't you be cultivating your relationship with her? Now you're thinking about a new sister. I'm not afraid that your body can't take it. Ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. Shin Hong gave a dry cough. He himself just wanted to tease young Jinxian. As for women and whatnot, he hadn't really thought about it that much. Huo Miao took the initiative to open up young Jinxian for himself, and now there are already two women like flowers in the family. One cold and sexy, the other gentle and watery. The styles are different, but they're all great beauties who fall in love with the world. Not to mention, there was Chen Qin and a small sand, two beauties that were no match for the ones at home. Chen Qin might still need to cultivate the feelings, but a small sand, almost at your disposal. A simple count would have made it 4 beauties, and there were also the 3 from Wang Jie's place. But of course, Shin Hong was just playing with them and wouldn't really develop any feelings. Just kidding, even Wang Jie wouldn't have feelings for them. What feelings would he talk about with them? It's just a matter of getting what you want. Chapter 72, Su Chao's Nightmare. I'm going to bed first. Looking at Shin Heng's left and right embrace, so pleased with himself, Yang Muxian packed up the dishes and turned into the bedroom. She didn't know what was wrong, but she was always a little angry when she saw Shin Hong in this state. It can't be that you like this scumbag, can it? Back in her bedroom, she pulled her head under the covers and shook her head decisively. It's not possible. This is his own brother-in-law, and none of us have dealt with much. How could I like him? Especially someone as promiscuous as him. Must be all the stuff that's been happening lately. I'm so tired. Just get some sleep. She was lying in a large comfortable bed. The room was pleasantly warm and cozy with only a thin quilt. And now that it's the middle of the night, it's time to loosen up a bit after days of mental tightness. But she couldn't get to sleep. In the back of his mind, he kept thinking about what his sister had said earlier. Originally, Huo Miao wanted to let herself and her sister serve Shin Hong together. How is this possible? Even though Shin Hong lived in his house, Yang Muxian could not hate Shin Hong. presumably because he was willing to take in himself and his sister? But somehow she remembered the sound of her sister's poker game coming from her bedroom just before dinner. Yang Muxian wasn't small anymore and fully understood what these represented. Sister seems to be quite enjoying herself, and after playing cards with Shen Hong, she completely let go and hugged Shen Hong and called him husband. As her own sister, Yang Muxian could tell that the smile full of happiness on her sister's face wasn't disguised. Is that thing that good? My sister was as if she had been subdued by Shen Hong. She couldn't help but get a little parched and tossed and turned in her bed, eventually looking up at the ceiling for a long time before falling asleep. Outside the house, Shen Hong had his arms around Huo Miao and Yang Jinshan and had already sat on the sofa. Beautiful women in their arms. The two of them also took fruits and took the initiative to feed them to Shen Heng's mouth, which was simply emperor-like enjoyment. Hubby, why don't you stay with Sister Jane tonight? It's getting late, Huo Miao softly said. Shen Hong patted Huo Miao's arse. This woman, she really thinks of herself in every way. Yang Jinshan, on the other hand, was flushed and shyly lying on Shen Heng's shoulder. She whispered, "Thank you, Sister Miao. Husband, it's already after 2 o'clock. Why don't I serve you?" Shen Hong had great card skills, which she had already experienced just now. This kind of feeling could even be said to have never been felt from Song Guangming even after several years of marriage. She couldn't help but want to play poker with Shen Hong again. Thinking about Shen Heng's lean and strong body made her a little hot. Shen Hong was also tickled, but he suddenly thought of something and said, "What time is it?" 2, more than 2 o'clock. Ah, what happened? Yang Jinshan was stunned. Last night, it seemed like this was the point in time when one upgraded the vending machine to level 10, right? His mind sank into consciousness space. Upon entering, though, the space was still dark, with a countdown number hanging in the air, still ticking away. 15 minutes and 14 seconds until the end of the upgrade. 15 minutes and 13 seconds. 15 minutes and 12 seconds. That's over 10 minutes away. Shen Hong exits. Tonight, he naturally waited until the system upgrade was over and ate the exotic fruit before going to sleep. There's still some time left. Why don't we play cards with Huo Miao and Yang Jinshan? Thinking about the crazy night at Wang Jia's villa, he was a little nostalgic. I still have some things to take care of. You guys go back first. When I'm done, we'll sleep together. Shen Hong patted the two men. Brother, you're so bad, and you want us both to serve you together. Huo Miao chali cha chi, but the husband has asked for this, so what can the sister say? Yang Jinshan didn't open her mouth and lowered her head with a red face. Su Chao returned home with a cold face. Just as he entered, he kicked the TV in the face. The screen of a $10,000 TV shattered in response. Feng Lu was startled and just wanted to scold Su Chao if he was crazy, but when she saw Su Chao's fierce face, she sensibly swallowed her words back. Huo Miao, Huo Miao. Su Chao's eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. You actually cuckolded me. Shen Hong would have to spit on him high and low if he was in front of him. Only the officials are allowed to light the fire, not the people? You hooked up with Feng Lu first, and you're blaming Huo Miao? Double standard dog. Su Chao obviously didn't think that much. In his opinion, he had licked his lips for so long, managed to take Huo Miao down, and after unremitting efforts, made Huo Miao move to his home. Though not living in the same bed, Huo Miao was bound to be on her own. Her one blood, too, would be taken by herself. But for some reason, Huo Miao learns of his relationship with Feng Lu and proposes a breakup. Su Chao was not happy in his heart, but the snow blocked the road, so he could do nothing but agree. But, as far as he was concerned, the breakup was also temporary. When this snow stops, he will find Huo Miao and beg some more, and he will definitely be able to coax her back. Well, at least there was once a relationship there. But who would have thought that just after breaking up, this Huo Miao would sleep with another man? His brain buzzed at the thought of the bubbly sound he'd just heard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Still not relieved, Su Chao shouldered the TV and slammed it heavily on the ground. This TV was bought by Huo Miao, who said that she couldn't live in Su Chao's place for nothing. At first he thought he had really found a girl who was ice clean and clean, but now he thinks that it was all a pretense to show his old man. Feng Lu curled up without saying anything. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Su Chao, whose features were twisted and insanely tyrannical. It's a little too dangerous to be with such an emotionally unstable man. She missed Shen Heng's warm home more and more. Now, she remembered the many good qualities in Shen Heng. Gentle, obedient, volunteers to do chores, has few bad hobbies, and more importantly, is always good to herself. Where can I find such a man? But I can't believe I gave up. There was some remorse in her heart. Let's secretly send Shen Heng a video when Su Chao falls asleep later. Confess everything to him and then let Shen Heng take himself away. Shen Heng is so good to me. He'll forgive me for accidentally cheating on him, right? Besides, it's not like you're messing around with outsiders. It's just with your best buddy. The big deal is that I will be pouting and say that I will never do it again. And Shen Heng's heart will be soft and he will definitely not say more. After 3 years together, Feng Lu was still very confident. She was well aware of Shin Hang's soft underbelly, which was to eat softness but not hardness. Thinking of this, she quietly looked up at Su Chao again. Su oversized and gasped for air. A pile of broken TVs at his feet. He glanced back at Feng Lu, then expressionlessly entered the bedroom, wrapped the quilt around his body, and shivered as he prepared to fall asleep. Feng Lu also followed and walked into the house, huddling with Su Chao. Not that she wanted to do it, but it was warmer with the two of them huddled together. I'll go downstairs again tomorrow and get some food from Guo Yupeng. Su Chao's voice was a bit hoarse. He had just smashed at the TV and consumed a lot of energy. Xiao Lu, I'll let you see the joke. It's okay. Feng Lu waved her hand. She wasn't going to be with Su Chao anyway, so naturally there was nothing to care about. What did Huo Miao say to you on the phone just now? As for making you so angry? When the words came to his mouth, Su Chao couldn't say anything. That Huo Miao is green? But they both broke up. So what's green about it? Who Huo Miao wants to sleep with? That's someone's freedom, but he just had a fire in his heart. What the hell is going on here? Where the hell is Huo Miao? How is it possible to have a man around? Didn't Lu Chenxi pick her up? Thinking of Lu Chenxi made him even more furious. This good sister who treated herself with single-minded devotion had the audacity to hang up on her. He didn't care what time it was at the moment. He directly picked up his cell phone and dialed Lu Chenxi's number again. At this moment, the two of them, Lu Chenxi and Wang Chengguang, had finished their battle and fell asleep with a weak face. Wang Chengguang touched her face and was full of satisfaction. You're an athlete. You're in shape. And he was blown away by the high-flying poses. The yellow face in the family can't even compare to Lu Chenxi in her next life. Be nice to Ski Girl from now on. His own life was saved by others. Hopefully, the yellow-faced woman at home will freeze to death in this kind of weather, so that in the future, he or she will be able to be with Lu Chenxi openly and honestly. Speaking of this yellow face, after 4 days of ing snow, he called to check in on the first day and didn't ask about himself for the rest of the days. Wang Chengguang frowned. Right at this moment, Lu Chenxi's cell phone faintly vibrated. Who's calling at night? Picking it up. Wang Chengguang's face became even more ugly. Su Chao called. He knew the relationship between Su Chao and Lu Chenxi, and with a turn of his eyes, he immediately revealed a cold smile. I'd like to see if you'll be furious when you know that Lu Chenxi has become my person now. He pressed the answer button. Hey, Chenxi, I told you to pick up Huo Miao. What's wrong with you? Also, why did you hang up on me just now? What's going on around Huo Miao? Wang Chengguang smiled evilly, took a deep breath, and spoke into the cell phone in a low voice. She's tired and has gone to sleep. Chapter 73, Re-entering the consciousness space. Su Chao's hand shook violently. The nightmarish bubble tone is back. He wanted to open his mouth again, but the phone had then been hung up by Wang Chengguang. Su Chao went numb. He turned his head mechanically and looked out of the window at the snow-covered sky in silence. The world seems to have become a little unrecognizable to itself. How come there are men around Lu Chenxi too? Are you kidding me? Both men said the same thing. He pulled his hair hard and slapped himself hard 2 more times. Feng Lu curled up in the corner of the bed with a nervous look on her face. Is Su Chao crazy? How come every time I call, it feels like he's a lot more unhinged? Ho, ha ha ha. Su Chao suddenly laughed, his voice getting louder and louder. Feng Lu was getting scared. Asterisk. It's all. Su Chao's eyes are filled with hatred. Huo Miao is, so is Lu Chenxi, and you. He turned back suddenly and looked at Feng Lu. You won't betray me like those two people, right? Of course I won't. Feng Lu returned to her senses for a moment and squeezed out a smile at Su Chao. I knew it. Willow, you love me the most. Su Chao wrapped Feng Lu in his arms, a perverted smile on his face. Feng Lu shivered in his arms. She's changed her mind now. It was freezing outside and many people had died. If he contacted Shin Hung behind Su Chao's back, once he found out, with Su Chao's unstable nature right now, he was afraid that he would directly kill himself. So many people have died. One more for yourself is not much, is it? If you want to survive, you can only work with Su Chao. She raised her head and softly rushed Su Chao. Although I don't know what happened to the two of them in the end, but don't worry, I will always be with you. Before the two of us have quarreled and made a fuss, but that's all in the past. What do you still care about those women? Su Chao was stunned, and his smile increased. Yes, what do I care about them for? They are what I love the most is still Xiao Lu Yua. Let's now, still have to plot how to enter Shin Hang's house. Feng Lu went down to the floor and threw the tattered TV into the fire, and a few moments later, the flames burned brightly, warming the room a few degrees. She turned to look at Su Chao. There is nothing left in the house that can be burned. It is imperative that you enter Shin Hang's house. I'll send Shin Hung a video now. Tell him that the two of us have already quarreled, and plead with him to take me in. But you mustn't show your face. Hide first, okay? After a pause, she added, don't worry, I won't separate from you no matter what. In this kind of weather, we can only survive if we work together. You can at least cook instant noodles or something, but I can't do anything. Without you, I can't survive. As for that punk Shin Hong, since I was with you in the first place, I naturally won't be looking for him again. Even a good horse doesn't eat the grass that comes back to it, let alone me. Fong Lu? Su Chao didn't say anything, but instead hugged Fong Lu hard and tight. After a long time, he let go of Fong Lu and nodded slightly. Then I'll go hide in the bathroom for now. Fong Lu watched Su Chao enter the bathroom and sighed in relief. She was terrified. The expression on Su Chao's face just now was as if he was a perverted murderer. But, such a person seems to be the best person to work with. Some people in the building are already grabbing supplies. Someone buys supplies, they are looted by others. And Harmony doesn't even care. If you enter Shin Heng's house, will you be safe? If someone found out they were hiding supplies, wouldn't they be robbed just the same? Su Chao's appearance nowadays, on the contrary, made her feel that such a man could protect himself and bring himself under the icy sky and snow to live on. Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian went up to the master bedroom on the second floor, and Shin Hong went to wash his face and waited in high spirits for the system to finish upgrading. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, Fong Lu sent another video. It's ing bad luck. Shin Hong poo-pooed and hung up the video, even turning off this old cell phone. Why did that Fong Lu send a video at such a critical time, affecting Lao Tzu's chi? Seeing that the video was hung up, Fong Lu sent a few more in a row, but no one answered. Trying to call Shin Hong, the bastard even turned off his phone. Anger bubbled in her eyes. Shen Hong, I've given you a chance. You're the one who's useless. Since you turned down this opportunity, I'm going to be deeply bound to Su Chao. When we find your house, you die for me. Shin Hong naturally did not know that he was sentenced to death in Fong Lu's heart, and originally Fong Lu really wanted to come back to herself. Even if he knew, Shin Hong would have scoffed. It's ridiculous. How could a broken woman who betrayed herself still want her? Especially since he had been backstabbed by both of them himself in his last life. He would never forgive. Fong Lu wanted Shin Hong to die, and how could Shin Hong not? Only, he wouldn't let Fong Lu die an easy death, but let her suffer and die. Ding! Host vending machine level 10. The first upgrade of the system is complete. Please check it yourself. Without waiting for a moment, an icy mechanical tone suddenly sounded in Shin Heng's mind. His eyes glowed as he sank into the space of consciousness. It was back within the familiar space. Previously the vending machine became a little more spacious with each upgrade. After vending machine level 10, the entire space is over 200 cubic meters. But with this system upgrade, the space has more than tripled again. Shin Hong estimated that there were already nearly 1,000 cubic meters. In the very center of the space stood a vending machine, a little prettier than before. Streams of light. Shin Hong came to the vending machine and saw a line written on the screen of the vending machine. The host has successfully upgraded the vending machine to level 10. Rewarded with a gift. It's at the vending machine's shipping port. Please check it out yourself. Also, the host has been deeply bound to the vending machine, and can, on the vending machine, view the host's various physical attributes. Physical attributes? Shin Hong froze. He exited the message, and then saw that the vending machine's sales catalog had the option to go back again. Whereas earlier it was straightforward to select various types of supplies, today the whole picture has changed. There are only two options, personal information and purchase supplies. When you select buy supplies, the search bar will appear and you can search for and buy supplies. He clicked on personal information and the screen jumped to the form of a young man. It's a 3D character, but exactly like Shin Hong. There are attribute values next to them. Host, Shin Hong. Current level, 10. Personal assets, $15. 665. 200. Power, 5. Stamina, 6. Speed, 6. Specialty, 8. Personal assets, which should be surplus currency now. It was mainly due to the $20 million from Wang Jie, a rich second generation, that Shin Hong managed to upgrade the vending machine to level 10. But there's only 13 million left now, and just barely enough to move up to the next level. As for the attributes, the first three were mediocre, and the specialties that appeared at the end made Shin Hong rather puzzled. But he quickly reacted. Is this a serious system? Shin Hong cursed in his heart. As for listing this all out? Also, why should I write 8 for me when I'm clearly 18? The system is slandering me. Subsequently, however, he realized that each value was followed by a plus sign. Does it mean that one can improve all these physical qualities? Shin Heng's eyes lit up and tentatively clicked the plus sign on power. This property should be a 10-point system, right? That is to say, one's physical strength and speed were only barely passable, while one's strength failed both. As a great man, how can you let strength lag behind? But after clicking on it, a sentence popped up. Currently increasing strength by 1 point costs 100,000. Is the host sure? $100,000? To the current Shin Hang, this was nothing but drizzle. He tapped his power 5 times in a row and his power went straight to 10. Personal assets have shrunk by $500,000 along with it. Soon, he automatically exited the space of consciousness. At the same time, the whole body seemed to be gnawed by ants, and the soreness was unbearable. Shin Hang's forehead instantly broke out in a hot sweat as he tried his best to endure. After a few minutes, the feeling instantly dissipated, and Shin Hang let out a long breath of relief. Instead of rushing into the space of consciousness, he got up and tried a brief exercise. In the arms and legs, there was the sound of crackling bone. He shook his hand, and there was a powerful feeling of strength. It worked! Shin Hang's face was delighted. He looked at his cell phone again, and realized that all the assets inside the phone had turned to zero at this moment. Is it all sucked right into the system? What a tough system. Even the cell phone doesn't give any hints. Click on the specific transfer records to see the previous balance. All show that the transfer, paid to a person ID called Super Vending Machine. Is this a ING person? It's artificial intelligence, right? But that's convenient. After all, those people out there transfer money in fancy ways, and when they run out of money in the future, they'll probably use jewelry or something like that to cover their bills. And the system has said before that jewelry items are also required. The money received can be deposited directly into the balance of the vending machine automatically, saving you from having to do it twice. Right now, Shin Hang's gaze turned. It's natural to improve your specialty. The old man was 18, not 8. Chapter 74, A Gift from the System. Shin Hang stood in front of the vending machine again, and found that the plus sign had also turned gray after the power had turned to 10. Can't keep adding more? Is 10 the limit? Shin Hang was full of doubts. He clicked his speed and stamina to 10 as well, and his assets were instantly reduced by $800,000. He was once again thrown out of the space of consciousness, and the aching, swelling sensation swept over him once more. This time, probably because he had ordered more attributes a few times, Shin Hang's tears flowed from his eyes in pain, and just as he let out a sound of pain, he hurriedly picked up the pillow on the sofa and took a bite of death. If Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian heard it, they would definitely run down worried, and there was no way to explain it to them. Shin Hang's body twisted and rolled around on the sofa, and after a long time, the feeling instantly dissipated. He was sweating profusely, gasping for breath as he struggled to get up. Getting up and moving around briefly, he realized that he seemed to be as light as a feather. Even jumping in place is much higher than before. As for stamina, it needs to be tested slowly. It was obvious, though, that he felt as if his perception had also improved quite a bit, but like his physical strength, he wouldn't be able to slowly feel it until later. Returning to the space of consciousness again, I looked at the values of each item, and all of them, except for the specialties, had become 10. Again, the plus sign turns gray and you can't continue to add attributes. I'll fill you up too. Shin Hang hardened his heart and clicked on the plus sign. However, the system popped up another prompt. Currently adding 1 point of specialty costs 1 million. Is the host sure? Good lord. This thing is 10 times the size of the other 3 circumferences? That's 1 point of specialization. So you can buy an alien fruit. It's simply too expensive. Shin Hang's heart ached, but in his heart, he was unconvinced. It's 8 right now. I'd like to see what happens when it adds up to 10. He clicked straight to 10, then voluntarily exited the system and lay on the couch waiting for the pain to set in. I'm a great man. This pain is nothing. Wait, it doesn't hurt there, does it? I can't stand it. But instead of the imagined pain, a warm current surged through the belly. Cool. It was a feeling that was very soothing. It only dissipated after a few moments. No? Shin Hang got up and looked back for a few moments, then unwillingly took out the ruler. Look around. No one is in the house. The system isn't cheating. Obviously. Shin Hang was full of doubts. Does that mean a combination of specialties? But at this time, the door to the first floor bedroom suddenly opened. Yang Muxian rubbed her eyes and walked out. Brother-in-law, I just heard you screaming miserably. How did you? When she saw Shin Hang, her entire brain was confused. Shin Hang also didn't expect that the scream just now didn't wake up Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian, but instead Yang Muxuan went out of the bedroom, with a tape measure in hand. He looked at Yang Muxian and was also confused. A moment later, Yang Muxian screamed and turned around to run back to the bedroom. Shin Hang was startled and hurriedly threw the tape measure into the space. Then his pants lifted up and hurriedly lay down on the sofa. What's wrong? Upstairs, Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian are chatting, and when they hear the scream downstairs, they rush down. Hubby, what happened to Muxian? Yang Jinxian anxiously inquired. I don't know. Shin Hang innocently spread his hands. I'm the one being taken advantage of. Okay. Who knows, this chick stayed up for so long and suddenly ran out and saw me. I haven't even looked at her yet. Loss. Sis. I'm fine. From the bedroom on the first floor came Yang Muxian's voice. It's really okay? Yang Jinxian came to the bedroom door, a little less assured. Yang Mushuan's cheeks were red, her head was buried in the quilt, and she said aloud, "Really, it's really fine. It's just that I can't sleep well, and just now I dreamed about the Song family." "You go to sleep. Good." Yang Jinxian nodded without question. She was a little uneasy about her sister and wanted to sleep in the same room as her sister and spend some quality time with her. "But I don't know what I can say. Did you tell your sister that she's Shinhang's woman now anyway, so you can live in peace? Besides, Shinhang had just said that he would let himself and Huang Miao go upstairs first, and he wanted to come up and snuggle the two of them to sleep later." Yang Jinxian wanted it too. Only after making sure her sister was fine did she look at Shinhang and whispered, "Hubby, when are you coming up?" "Going up later." Shinhang waved his hand and smiled. "I still have some things to take care of." "Good." Yang Jinxian obediently nodded her head. She already knew that Harmony was Shinhang. Shinhang didn't sell the supplies today, but handed them over to Gui Yupeng to deal with, and might even have to settle Gui Yupeng. Sister Hua Miao is right. Now that she has become her husband's woman, the stronger her husband is, the better she can survive. As for her husband's secret, he was reluctant to talk about it, and she definitely should not be curious. "Honey, we'll wait for you then." Hua Miao smiled, kissed Shinhang on the cheek, and pulled Yang Jinxian back to the second-floor bedroom. When the entire villa was quiet again, Shinhang breathed a sigh of relief. "Scared the out of me." His gaze went to Yang Muxian's bedroom. "Shall you go in yourself now and talk to this sister-in-law?" But she looked at herself and she looked back to make it even. Right? Can't be taken advantage of for nothing. However, if she really said that, I'm afraid Yang Muxian would be completely stunned. Right? Thinking about the middle-aged look of her staring blankly at herself just now, Shinhang wanted to laugh a little. He sat up again and sank into the space of consciousness. "When I came to the vending machine, my personal attributes changed to 10 for all four circumferences, and the plus signs after them all turn gray, so obviously they can't be upgraded. I also wonder when this attribute will continue to add up." He crouched down and found a delicate little box from the exit of the vending machine. The box was only the size of a palm, and Shinhang couldn't help but bellyache. This gift from the system, it can't be a necklace or some other jewelry, right? What's the point? But when he opened the box, his entire body froze. Inside the box lay a grayish-brown fruit. Alien fruit. Shinhang stared at the fruit and swallowed hard. "I didn't expect that what the system sent was actually this. I thought that I would be buying an alien fruit from the vending machine tonight, but the vending machine gave me one of its own accord." The grayish-brown altered fruit had a clean scent. Shinhang did not hesitate and directly swallowed it in one mouthful. In the small of his back, he was on fire. In his previous life, he had devoured the fruit of extraordinary ability, so he naturally knew that his belly was beginning to bear the golden dan. A powerful warmth was born from the small of his back and then ran through his entire body, after gliding around in the meridian blood of the entire body. Eventually this warm flow, settling into the belly, began to rotate and contract. Eventually, it solidified into a golden orb. There are powers now. The small abdomen, the core location of the alien, is also the key protection area. The golden orb that condenses is the sign of the inhuman. Shinhang's mind turned, and he instantly realized what his supernormal ability was in this life. Unexpectedly. Chapter 75, Shinhang's abnormal ability. Shinhang never expected that in his own life, the alien ability he possessed was still a fire alien ability. "You've been working with fire yourself?" He shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a ball of flame appeared out of nowhere. In his last life, he had already been able to skillfully use all types of flames, and now that he once again possessed this familiar supernatural ability, he naturally wasn't half as rusty. It's just that the fire powers are a bit of a crotch-puller in this icy apocalypse. As a combat-oriented ability, it was completely restrained by this weather and wasn't much use at all. It would have been fine if Su Chao's ice ability. This fire. Shinhang shook his head once again. However, after all, it is having psychic ability, although it is quite weak, but it's kinda easy to make a fire and cook if you're surviving in the wilderness, isn't it? Shinhang smiled to himself. What's one fire ability? I haven't purchased the alien fruit from the vending machine yet. If I can buy it after level 10, I'll have to awaken a few powerful powers, right? What perspective through the wall? Instantaneous transfer recluse. 1,000 faces of illusion. He typed in the word fruit into the vending machine. The grayish-brown icon then appeared. The word buy is also finally no longer gray. You can buy the alien fruit. Shinhang was full of joy and directly entered 10 in the purchase quantity. Buy 10 to taste first. But what he didn't expect was that in the next instant, a prompt box popped up. Unable to purchase the host's desired amount of items. Please purchase again. What? Shinhang froze. Check out your personal assets. Upgrading his attributes. He spent 3 million. I still have 36 million in my balance. What's going on? Shinhang changed the number to 9, but still prompted that it could not be purchased. He stared blankly and kept backing up, and after finally purchasing a foreign energy fruit, he saw in despair that the word purchase underneath the foreign energy fruit had once again turned gray. You can only buy one. Shinhong almost cursed. It was only after aligning the two gray words that I saw the system prompt. Current level purchase balance is 0. Level up before you can purchase again. That is, continue to upgrade the vending machine so I can continue to buy? That's awesome. Shinhong was all prepared mentally. From now on, I'm going to eat alien fruit for dinner. But who knows? The vending machine only sells one. So stingy. But then again, if the vending machine sold unlimited exotic fruits, one wouldn't continue to upgrade the vending machine in the future. It's forcing yourself to keep spending money. He looked at the alien fruit he had just bought in his hand and swallowed it. Familiar warmth coursed through the small of his back. When the golden warmth returned to his abdomen, what Shinhong didn't expect was that they didn't generate another Jindan, but wrapped around the original Jindan, and the entire Jindan was a circle larger than before. Shinhong had a question mark on his face. He then noticed that he didn't have one more of his powers, but instead the fire powers. It seems to be a bit more powerful than earlier. Is this a ing joke? Shinhong's jaw dropped. After he exited the purchase screen, he noticed a small red dot on the top right of his personal information, and then clicked on it. Inside the personal attributes, there is an additional ability. Alien power, fire. Current level, 2. Volcanic stone flame. This foreign fire is as hot as a volcano and can burn on rocks. My fire ability has risen to level 2? Shinhong's anger dissipated a lot and instead, he became more curious, especially the description below. Volcanic stone flame. Can it burn on rocks? Shinhong knew quite a lot about the fire ability he possessed in his last life. After all, going out to search for supplies would involve fighting quite a few inhumans. He knew very well how weak the fire ability really was. Outside the storm, sometimes Shinhong struck out a flame, and before it could reach the other party, it had already been blown out by the gust of wind. Totally weak. I've heard that quite a few inhumans with fire-type powers have turned into auxiliary professions after defecting to the big powers. Help build fires to cook and keep warm to keep out the cold. During the battle, the inhuman with fire ability could only hide and watch the battle, and when they saw that the situation was not good, they were ready to run away at any time. So did Shinhong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been easily killed by Su Chao's ice exotic energy. But now, it seems the flame has gotten stronger? Shinhong rubbed his chin and quietly walked out of the house. The snow in the yard was once again much deeper, but the snow wasn't porcelain, and 1 foot was a deep footprint. But as Shinhong's 4 peripheral attributes were all filled up, he realized that he was able to simply control his body. When you step in the snow, you will only slightly sink a little bit, not directly into the snow. As his mind moved, blazing flames flowed throughout his body, and even if he was only wearing his pajamas, he wouldn't feel much of a chill. Outside the house it was dark, a cold wind blew, and large flakes of snow danced and swirled in the air. As soon as Shinhong snapped his fingers, a small cluster of flames popped out from his fingertips. The flame was crimson in color. Even if the cold wind blew past in front of him, the fire did not tremble a little, but instead burned very stubbornly. Shinhong's eyes lit up as he pointed with his right hand, and the flames suddenly flew into the snow. A small hole appeared in the snowpack and it was extremely deep. Inside the snow cave, the flames hadn't even been extinguished and were still burning. Shinhong watched through the hole as the flames burned for a long time before gradually extinguishing. A look of joy crossed his face. It seemed that although what he had awakened in this life was still a fire-type psychic ability, it was much stronger than in his last life. He wanted to show everyone that fire powers weren't just cooks under an icy apocalypse, but that they held great power. The flurry of snowflakes would completely melt and dissipate without a trace when they were about to fall on Shinhong. It was as if Shinhong himself was a flame that would not be extinguished in the middle of this icy sky and snow. He used all his strength to energize his powers. Boom! Shinhong's entire person turned into a fireman. He was in the midst of the flames, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of burning. I became a fireman. Shinhong's smile, flickering amidst the flames, could not be seen clearly at all. I can feel that my defense and strength have been boosted considerably, but the energy in my body, too, is rapidly depleting. Probably, I can currently maintain such a state for about 5 minutes. Still, 5 minutes of flame state is enough. The fire alien ability, previously Shinhong basically used to attack from afar, but now, he had sufficient confidence that even if he fought with some physical alien in close combat, with the addition of attribute points, and the various enhancements in the flame state, he was not inferior to them at all. Phew! With his mind, the burning flames instantly went out and all dissipated. Shinhong was back to his normal self. Even the clothes on his body didn't have any trace of burning. It's done! Shinhong was satisfied to the extreme and nodded his head repeatedly. Having a vending machine, as long as one continues to give it upgrades, one will be able to obtain a steady stream of exotic fruits. As for himself, he could also push the foreign fire to a higher level. At that time, he himself would become one of the most powerful inhumans in Jiangchang, Jiang province, and even the whole country. Chapter 76, Another Upgrade. Sitting back on the sofa, Shenhong continued to study the vending machine. Looking at the account balance, after purchasing the exotic fruit, there was still 10,360,000 left. The experience required to get from level 10 to level 11 is 10.24 million. Originally, Shenhong had just risen to level 10, but the money he had spent on purchasing attributes all counted towards the vending machine's experience. Also got an alien fruit. His experience bar, now, had become 3 million/10.24 million, nearly half of the experience. He was a little tickled. There's enough money. Why don't we just keep upgrading the vending machine? Say it and do it. Make money for upgrades anyway. He went on a buying spree straight from the vending machine. Now that there was quite a bit of food sitting in the basement, he had nothing left to buy. Vegetables and fruits, as well as drinking water, can only be bought now when needed. After all, if you buy them in advance, they will all freeze hard. In order to upgrade, Shenhong directly picked all kinds of luxury women's clothing. With 3 women in the house, it's just the thing to give to them and make them happy in the process. Have fun and maybe unlock more moves and achievements. In particular, Shenhong's eyes lit up when he saw the Parisian family's Hibis. This stuff is good. He bought 50 bars straight away. It's just that the unit price is a bit low. One is only selling for 1588. However, after buying high silk, Shenhong opened the door to a new world and suddenly thought of QQ underwear, and a search from the vending machine opened his eyes. According to Yang Jinxian and Huamiao's sizes, he bought quite a few, and remembering that he had bought a necklace for Huamiao, he picked out a Cartier Diamond Series necklace for Yang Jinxian as well. Good lord, it's like an IQ tax. He couldn't figure out what was so great about the necklace. It was plain. It said classic, but it was priced at over $500,000. That's good. Experience goes up fast. He doesn't need the money for much, other than to secure his own livelihood. It's to be used in exchange for experience. He naturally buys whatever is expensive. Before long, things were piled up around the vending machine, and the level had finally climbed to level 11. To upgrade to the next level, 48 million is needed. Shenhong withdrew his gaze. One is now down to $4 million. Trying to upgrade again is undoubtedly a fool's errand, but looking at his personal attributes again, he realized that the quad was available for purchase again. For each attribute, you can only upgrade one time. After tapping all 4 perimeters by 1 point, Shenhong once again experienced pain. But this time, he didn't know whether it was because he could only go up by 1 level or because his physical quality had been strengthened, and the pain was within the range of tolerance. After all 4 circumferences become 11, the plus sign turns gray and no further promotion is allowed. Shenhong understood now. It seems that this quad attribute follows the vending machine level. The level of the vending machine constrains the improvement of the quad attributes. After searching for the fruit of power again, the buy button returned to its normal color. Being able to purchase it, Shenhong directly bought one. But when he was about to swallow it, he suddenly saw the number 2 behind the ability in his personal panel. Below the numbers, there is a small long bar that is split in half. Both pieces are all empty. Why does this little long bar look so much like an experience bar? Shenhong frowned, suddenly alert. Now that the alien fire was at level 2, did it mean that, in order to go up to level 3, one would still need to swallow 2 alien fruits to be able to do so? So if I swallow this one now, doesn't that mean it won't be upgraded yet? The exotic fruit was precious, and if it couldn't be upgraded after swallowing it, it had nothing to do with being wasted. The system is so dogged, it could very well be. Shenhong has gotten smart. In the end, he resisted the temptation of the exotic fruit and placed it in the system's small box. It's good to put it in space for now. Anyway, he tried it. The flow of time would be static in the space, and the effect of the alien fruit would not be lost. If this exotic fruit couldn't raise the exotic fire to level 3, it wouldn't be of much use to himself. Instead, it allows a person to have psychic powers. For the average person, it's a huge and immense boost. Should I give this fruit to Huamiao? Shenhong was a little hesitant. He didn't doubt Huamiao's feelings for him, but if Gui Yupeng could sell a large amount of supplies during the day tomorrow, then he would soon be able to continue upgrading the vending machine himself. By then, one would be able to have 2 exotic fruits, and one's exotic flame would, for sure, be upgraded. With a level 3 exotic fire, the fireman state would definitely last longer. When Shenhong possessed a more powerful force, he could proceed to deal with the Song family. The 5-minute duration is a bit dangerous after all. He wasn't sure that he would be able to carry a gun after he transformed into a fireman. The Song family has guns. What's more, after the duration of the fireman state was over, he would fall into weakness, and although he could barely send out flaming attacks, his combat power was much reduced. Besides, Shen Hong was not willing to easily expose his identity. It would be much better if we could take out the Song family without God realizing it. Now if he exposed his identity, he would become a target if he possessed psychic abilities. Shen Hong was still very clear about the reasoning of making a fortune in a muffled voice. That's all. Let's wait and see how the sale goes tomorrow. Now that the consciousness space has been restored, it will be able to sell supplies in large quantities. I believe that Gui Yupeng is not a stupid person to secretly hide his supplies. After all, where could Gui Yupeng escape to in this weather? There are still too few loyal subordinates. Shen Hong suddenly remembered that the grandfather Qin in the neighborhood. He is not at ease with Gui Yupeng and Zhao Weilong now, but Master Qin can be at ease. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he was well aware of Grand Master Qin's character. Moreover, if it wasn't for Grand Master Qin in his last life, I'm afraid that he would have died long ago, and it wouldn't have been Su Chao and Feng Lu's turn to do anything. The Inhumans in the other neighborhoods, because they found the supplies at the same time as Shen Hong, which in turn led to a fight. A fire-based cook like Shen Hong was no match for a physical-based Inhuman and was beaten to death. At the critical time, it was Grand Master Qin who appeared and decapitated him without hesitation, and then saved Shen Hong. He also let Fu Xiaozhu, a small nurse, bandage Shen Heng's wounds and nourish his body for 2 days. Within these 2 days, Moncler Jacket's outlet Qin provided himself with food, drink, and even medication at no cost. The favor of saving your life should be repaid from the spring, not to mention that it's just a single alien fruit. He is a trustworthy person, and he will definitely come as long as he invites himself. Moncler Outlet Online. What's not to like about providing supplies and keeping him in a warm house? I heard from Jane's wife that she owns all the townhouses in the West 2 rows and they are all renovated out. It's just not as lavishly decorated as Villa 4. Just let Master Qin live next door in Villa 5. I've planted mines and bombs all around, so Moncler Jacket's outlet I can live with peace of mind. When the time comes, leave the security force to Master Qin. As for Zhao Weilong, as long as he can follow him without fear, when the green plant grows an alien fruit in the future, he will also reward him and make him his little brother as well. In this way, the Peachland neighborhood would be completely under his control. In time, start taking down other neighborhoods. It's settled. Shen Hong nodded in satisfaction. Look at the time. It's after 3 in the middle of the night. There are 2 dainty beauties waiting for them upstairs. He got up and quickly went up to the 2nd floor. Inside the house, the 2 women were still talking, but yawning. It's already so late. Is hubby coming up or not? The 2 women were anxious, but neither of them opened their mouths. After seeing Shen Hong appear, Huo Miao climbed up from the bed in one go and jumped into his arms. Honey, what's taking so long? Huo Miao pouted. What? Are you in a hurry? Shen Hong put his arms around her wistfully. Someone can be really vegetable and fun-loving. Nasty. Huo Miao's cheeks were red. Unforgiving. People tonight, but there's still Sister Jane to help. Turning back to Yang Jinxian, he found her lying motionless on the bed, pretending to be asleep. Huo Miao made a wink at Shen Hong. Shen Hong instantly understood and pounced. Yang Jinxian had been waiting for a long time, and she was hugged by Shen Hong. Jinbo, it hasn't started yet. Chapter 77 Yang Jinxuan's best friend. The following day at noon, Shen Hong woke up and looked at the 2 sleeping women beside him. Complacent. The 3 of them played landlord all night last night. Every time, it was won by Shen Hong, the landlord. This shocked him greatly. Fighting power seems to increase a lot. Instead of feeling weak himself, he rested for the night and came alive. When he reached out and wrapped Yang Jinxian in his arms, he heard her murmur, "Hubby, you're amazing." Shen Hong hemmed and hawed, once again pulling her to play cards, winning the card game to her shocked eyes. After Yang Jinxian was completely powerless, Shen Hong turned his head and saw that Huo Miao had been awakened. Another sparring session with Huo Miao, who also lost. Only then did Shen Hong get up refreshed and wash. When he went downstairs, he saw Yang Muxian cooking with dark circles under her eyes and a grumpy face. Muxian, up quite early. Shen Hong greeted with a smile. Morning, brother-in-law. It's already noon. Yang Muxian skimmed her mouth. She hadn't slept much all night yesterday. Although the villa is soundproofed, you can't help but hear voices from time to time. She listened until the early hours of this morning before she finally fell asleep. But just now, I heard my sister's voice again. Yang Muxian couldn't bear it and got up to cook. No moderation at all? Shen Hong didn't answer, but sat on the sofa and swiped his cell phone. As the night went on, there were many fewer people chatting in the homeowners group again. There are still people complaining about the weather, but they are few and far between. It seemed the crowd had resigned themselves to their fate. What's left is what people send out in exchange for supplies. The weather suddenly turned cold, and many people with weak resistance, as well as the elderly and children, became ill. All pleaded with the group to take supplies for medicine. It's just that the drug is scarce and sells for a lot of money and peace, and now that everyone is smart, No one agrees to it. Flying all the way, who sells ibuprofen? I have a sick child at home and desperately need the medication. Thanks. Shinhong let out a yelp. Isn't that the guy who sold drugs to Chanda Auto Repair last night? Chanda Auto Repair is Ningyao's opposite door. Wanna find Shinhong to buy manhwaresumen powder, but Shinhong price 50,000. He directly in the group and all the way to the flight reached a deal. 2 bags of instant noodles for the medicine. At that time, Shinhong scoffed. This one was pretty stupid to fly all the way. You can buy food and drink when you find yourself. Drugs are scarce. Besides, one explicitly says that one sells a box of medicine for $50,000. It's a bummer that he has to trade his meds for 2 bags of bubbly. I didn't realize that only one night had passed and his child was sick. What he did not expect is that the group Chanda Auto Repair opened the mouth. Chanda Auto Repair at all the way flight. Old man, your kid has a fever? I still have some ibuprofen at home. All the way to the flight was so happy that he hastened to enter him in the group. Flying all the way at Chanda Auto Repair. Bro, I gave you manhwaresumen last night. Can you give me this ibuprofen? Chanda Auto Repair is a little angry. Chanda Auto Repair, big brother, that manhwaresumen yesterday. You didn't give it to me. You sold it to me. I traded 2 packages of instant noodles for it. Flying all the way, yes. I was wrong. So sell me this ibuprofen and I'll send you back 2 bags of bubbly. Chanda Auto Repair, come on, big brother. You asked clearly. People and the drug. The price of 50,000 yuan. What right do I have to sell you ibuprofen for 2 bags of noodles? Flying all the way, what does it mean? Chanda Auto Repair, I'm not being unreasonable. How about this? You give me 10 bags of noodles and I'll give you ibuprofen. How about that? Flying all the way, glares, why don't you go grab it? I just saved your kid last night. How could you? Chanda Auto Repair, then I'm sorry. Old brother, you'd better ask someone else. By the way, manhwaresumen is quite good. I'll feed the child first. Flying all the way at Chanda Auto Repair. Have you ever done this? You can't be a man without a conscience. Flying all the way, come out and say something. At Chanda Auto Repair. Flying all the way, don't play dead. At Chanda Auto Repair. I sell you drugs so cheaply and this is how you do things. Flying all the way at Chanda Auto Repair. Shinhong was overjoyed. These two, they're just so funny. In the end times, whoever still has good intentions will die the fastest. This flying all the way is a prime example. Being nice? Yes, you can. In your next life. He sold the drug for the low price of 2 bags of bubblegum. But what did people do to him? It's so hard to survive. Who the hell remembers you? And then some time later, even more so, sympathy and compassion will only hasten your death. Yang Mushuan's cooking level was not bad, and soon Shinhong smelled the aroma of rice. When I looked up, my sister-in-law had already put all the fried dishes on the table. Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian, too, all walked down from the upper floors with lazy faces. The 2 women were springy and glowing, especially Yang Jinxian, even more without the previous fear, like a youthful and beautiful young woman. It's hard to take your eyes off it. She looked at Shinhong fondly and sat down next to him. Mu Xian, why do you still have dark circles under your eyes? Didn't sleep well? You also said. Yang Mushuan was annoyed. Sister, please keep your voice down, or let's switch tonight and see if you can sleep. Yang Jinxian blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean? Let's switch. Did you say that? I'm doing this to protect you. My good sister, I've sacrificed myself for both of us. Hua Miao picked up his chopsticks. Yo, Mu Xian, you quite know how to do it. You even made oysters. I will make up. For my brother-in-law. Yang Mu Xian whispered. Hubby doesn't need this. If we continue to make up for it, I'm afraid that if Sister Mu Xian joins in, it won't even be enough. Hua Miao's beautiful eyes flowed and looked at Shinhong. This caused Yang Jinxian to falter a little. Yeah, she had realized how good Shinhong's card skills were last night. Even with Hua Miao, he could have failed to win. Does it mean that the sister is also going to? No way. This is too absurd. What kind of sister shares a husband? In the future, will my sister still be married? She was already like this anyway, so the big deal was that she was content to be a mistress to Shinhong. Hua Miao, the main wife, could accept herself anyway, and Hua Miao has a pretty good personality. But my sister's too young for that. She sneaked a look at Shinhong and found that Shinhong was staring at Yang Mushen and seemed to be in a reverie. She couldn't help but twist Shinhong's waist. You really want to get it on? Ahem. Shinhong returned to his senses and his old face blushed. Just now, when Yang Mushen said she wanted to switch with her sister, he really wanted to. If she were to be replaced by her, with the additional sister-in-law buff, would she rush forward with a loud brother-in-law? Moreover, Yang Mushen stole a glance at herself, and there seemed to be something else in her eyes. It's not possible that my sister-in-law is going to come for real, is it? I'll call my friends over later. The 3 of us, let's see how you can handle it. Yang Jinxian came to Shinhong's ear and whispered. Shinhong's eyes lit up. Yeah, yesterday Jinbao already said that he would also pull a friend over. That's going to cash in? Baby, who's that friend you were talking about? Shinhong hemmed and hawed. You're so proud of yourself. Yang Jinxian hit Shinhong. Naturally, though, it wasn't going to be hard. Her fists were soft and flimsy, almost as if they were scratching an itch. Last night, when Shinhong hadn't yet gone up to the second floor, she had talked to Huomiao. Huomiao said that Shinhong possessed a vast amount of supplies, but because of this, there must be quite a few women around him. Instead of guarding against those wildflowers, it would be better to fill Shinhong's family flowers with quality and quantity, so that he wouldn't have to get involved with women outside. And she also said the reason for finding Yang Jinxian and the girls. This caused Yang Jinxian to develop a sense of urgency as well. Yeah, she herself was not even Shinhong's first woman. All the more reason to grasp this opportunity. And, unlike Huomiao, she was just a person. She's got her sister with her. The sisters, both of them, were dependent on Shinhong. Only by capturing Shinhong's heart and making him enamored with himself could he survive in such an environment without fear. Therefore, she also did not sell again. Softly said, do you know, our district lives a beautiful doctor? Her name is Ning Yao. Not only is her medical skills high, she is a medical expert specially recruited back from Jiangcheng People's Hospital, but she is especially beautiful, and her age is similar to mine. Hubby, don't you want a beautiful doctor who wears a white lab coat and rides on high? Chapter 78, Huomiao's status. Ning Yao? Hearing this name, Shinhong was stunned. He didn't expect that the sister that Yang Jinxian was trying to pull in was actually the holy mother of the group. Ning Yao, this woman. Although Shinhong did need a doctor, and preferably a female one, Ning Yao's approach did not sit well with him. It was even a bit of a turnoff. Under Armageddon, everyone is at risk. It's hilarious that this woman has to go to the rescue. People are egoists. Is she stupid? I can't believe I have to save people. In the group, he has seen a leaf to know the autumn more than once to save people. Everyone is grateful, like the bodhisattva in the world. Unfortunately, Ning Yao didn't have much medication despite her excellent medical skills, and there were many diseases that she couldn't do anything about. It could only turn its head to Shinhong for help, but Shinhong had also clearly opened the price. Some common medicines cost $50,000, while the more expensive ones cost several times more. The main one is a love it or leave it. Nowadays, Ning Yao also knew Shinhong's temperament and no longer initiated contact. I've heard that this Dr. Ning is also very pretty. A woman with great medical skills and beauty will definitely not die in the doomsday, but there's only so much you can do to cling to powerful men, regardless of who becomes the dominant party. Doctors are a key occupation that cannot be bypassed, not to mention that it's a beautiful woman who won't be spared. Honey, you know her? Seeing Shinhong slightly shaking his head, Yang Jinxuan's heart tightened and she quickly said, Yao Yao is still quite good. We'll talk about that later. Shinhong said indifferently, I don't want a saintly whore here. After a pause, his gaze looked toward the pair of sisters. Jin Xian, you two sisters remember, under the doomsday, don't have any compassion, or else, the unlucky ones will only be yourselves. The two didn't say a word. Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan naturally knew exactly how they looked. Yang Jinxian married into the Song family, even after her husband died and her brother Song Zhangming took over the Song family, all of them drooling over her. My sister, Yang Mushuan, is still in graduate school, and I don't know how many boys' advances in adoration I've received. Since you guys are here and you, Jin Xian, have even become my woman, I will naturally do my best to protect you guys. However, if you guys take outsiders home without my consent, I will never be lenient. Shinheng's eyes were icy cold, even the elderly and children. Without my permission, you are not allowed to care for them. After entering this door, you are clothed and fed, but many people in the outside world are still hungry. They will do anything for a bite to eat. The food in your hands, even if you throw it and pour it out, you can't just give it away. You all know the reasoning of the offense of harboring a jade, so I won't repeat it. The two Yang Jinxian sisters were shivering, especially Yang Jinxian. Her eyes were a bit red. I was only married to Shinhong last night. How can ye talk about me like that? I don't even call her Jinbao anymore. As for Ningyao, Shinhong shook his head. She is passionate about saving others, so let her do so. I have plenty of supplies in this environment. Would I lack beautiful women? There are plenty of beautiful women under the sky. There are plenty of doctors, too. Sure, there aren't many pretty female doctors, but one isn't above taking any risks for a woman. Ning Yao's motherly heart was overflowing, and Shinhong would not accept it until she had changed in any way. Even if she starved to death, she had nothing to do with herself. I'm full. Shinhong put down his dishes and got up to walk towards the basement. Meow meow, come down here. Oh good. Huomiao hurriedly followed behind Shinhong. Walking into the basement, Shin Hong took out the previously prepared Walther pistol like a trick and handed it to Huo Miao. These 2 guns you take for defense. A pistol. Huo Miao was shocked. Although she was very curious about her husband's superpowers, she didn't expect that he even had such a thing. Where did this gun come from when Dragon Controls was so strong? I'll probably be home less from now on, so take care to keep your gun close, Shin Hong softly urged. Today, I will bury mines outside and set up some simple defense tools, but for your safety, you have a gun on you, so you can sort of protect yourself. Of course, this is just a transition. In a few days, I'll give you another goodie, Shin Hong slowly said. These 2 guns, more importantly, are for you to guard against the Yang Jinxian sisters. He will have a lot less time at home in the future. Yang Jinxian, after all, only came last night, although he had a relationship with himself, but from the depths of Shin Hang's heart, he naturally values Huo Miao more. Huo Miao now followed him wholeheartedly and obeyed his words. Shin Hong was very satisfied. If only one partner could be chosen at the end of the day, Shin Hong would only consider Huo Miao alone. In the future, Shin Hong would also be the first to leave one for Huo Miao in the future with the fruit of alien energy. If the sisters have a holy mother's heart to admit any relatives or friends, I'm definitely against it. Huo Miao had a serious face. Yeah, but there are only 3 of you women in the house, and if the sisters join forces, I'm afraid you won't be able to compete with them. Once that happens, if you don't have a chance to call me, then just finish them off. Shin Heng's gaze was cold. Ha! Huo Miao's eyes widened. According to her husband's meaning, wouldn't she have the power of life and death over the Yang Jinxian sisters? Shin Hong wasn't at home. He had secretly killed them himself, and by the looks of it, Shin Hong wouldn't even be blamed. Husband. Huo Miao's heart warmed as she leaned into Shin Heng's arms. She knew her position in Shin Heng's heart. Silly girl. Shin Hong wrapped his arms around Huo Miao and softly said, in the future, you don't have to use any concubines to please me. In my heart, you are always the most important. Of course, if I bring back a woman, you shouldn't be jealous, okay? Aha! Huo Miao nodded repeatedly. Well, I've got a few things to get out of the house. Shin Hong waved his hand at the surrounding supplies, and the supplies were all immediately taken back into the consciousness space. The house, which had been piled high, became empty. The house is yours. Shin Hong walked towards the second underground level and barked. Huo Miao nodded resolutely and sent Shin Hong away, returning to the living room with a happy face. Shin Heng's promise made her heart blossom. Not only was he the head of the main palace, he also had the imperial sword. Shin Hong, on the other hand, did not feel any cruelty in the slightest. Under the doomsday, couples of many years will turn against each other, let alone Yang Jinxian, who was only accepted last night. Of course, he didn't want Yang Jinxian to betray himself. After all, Yang Jinxian had more tricks than Huo Miao and was more capable of giving himself a sense of conquest. But he didn't want. One day when he returned home, the house had been occupied by strangers. Huo Miao was being toyed with, and the Yang Jinxian sisters, clinging to each other's side. That kind of image would never be acceptable on its own. Women, to Shin Hong, were the same as supplies. Only those that are tested and recognized by him will he treat them sincerely. If he really wanted to play tricks, Wang Jia's 3 girlfriends had more tricks than even Yang Jinxian. Play outside, throw them some food and drink, and they're looking forward to Moncler Outlet Store playing again. Chapter 79, The Boss is Handsome. Walking out of the basement door, Shin Hong bought a pickup truck from the vending machine and then drove all the way south. When he reached the location directly below the square, he parked the car and rushed to the bucket, and in the next instant, the empty bucket was filled with supplies. Shin Hong took out all the supplies, and even around the car, there were quite a few piles. Only then did he send Gui Yupeng a message. Come downstairs. Having psychic powers was something he didn't want anyone else to see yet. Gui Yupeng had only just followed him, so Shin Hong naturally had to guard against him. It's just like guarding against Yang Jinxian. However, after a few more days, they can make themselves feel satisfied, and naturally, they will slowly increase their rewards. In his last life, Song Zhengming's power was not the biggest, but Zhao Erbao, the boss of Donglin Group in the eastern part of the city, was even more powerful. There were a lot of brothers under his command, and he had gotten guns from somewhere, and he was very vocal. Unfortunately, Zhao Erbao was killed by his most trusted brother before he could unify Jiangcheng. Subsequently, the Donglin Group fell apart and split into 4 or 5 large and small forces, never to be seen again. It was rumored that the guy who took out Zhao Erbao was bribed by Song Zhengming, and when Zhao Erbao died, he brought a lot of his subordinates to defect to Song Zhengming, which allowed the Song family to leap to become the overlord of the northern part of the city, and at the same time, became the premier power in Jiangcheng, and it was Gui Yupeng who came up with the idea. Because of this, Gui Yupeng was trusted by Song Zhengming to be his military advisor. Shin Hong did not feel that Gui Yupeng had a poor character. On the contrary, He felt that the most powerful military advisor in history was the poisonous scholar Jia Yan, not Zhuge Kongming. If Gui Yupeng could really listen to himself, he would naturally reuse him. And, of course, on the basis that one can get him to willingly assist. He doesn't want to be betrayed by those around him like Zhao or Baonadi. He would not easily divulge any secrets until he thoroughly trusted his subordinates. Yes, Gui Yupeng quickly replied. Within 5 minutes, he was rubbing his hands together and scampering along in his thick clothes. Seeing the pickup truck from afar, Gui Yupeng froze and couldn't help but rub his eyes. The underpass actually has a pickup truck. He couldn't help but become more curious about Shin Hang. At the same time, a determination was made. Definitely can't betray Shin Hang. It is important to realize that the entire underground passageway only connects the high-rise residences in front, as well as the townhouses, with only one door connecting each home, and has nothing to do with the ground above. How did this car get to the underpass? Bosses are so full of tricks. He respectfully came before Shin Hong and respectfully said, "Good day, brother Shin." "Aha!" Shin Hong nodded. He was still satisfied with Gui Yupeng's speed. "Here are the supplies for today's sale. Take a look." Shin Hong pointed to the ground. Only then did Gui Yupeng look closely at the piles of goods, his eyes glowing. So much cargo. How much is this going to sell for? From here, in addition to some daily food and drink, he even saw all kinds of meat and seafood, quilts and cotton clothes, and even a hot water kettle. "You're in charge of selling these. Instant noodles sold for 2,000 yesterday, right? Double it today." Shin Hong said indifferently. "A pack of instant noodles is $5,000. All other prices of goods follow this calculation. 5,000? Gui Yupeng held his breath. "Honestly, it's too expensive." "Problems?" Shin Hong asked. No problem." Gui Yupeng shook his head repeatedly, but his heart is very recognized. "Brother Shin, I originally wanted to propose to sell 3,000. You this directly mentioned 5,000. I did not expect. I didn't realize you were darker than me, but following a boss like that seems to be more promising, doesn't it? No matter when this snow stops, the boss is making a lot of money. Then I, as the boss's most loyal sales junior, the boss will not treat me poorly in the future. The stuff that's in the back of the car, that's reserved just for you. Those don't have to be sold. You'll take them home later." Shin Hong added. "And left something just for me?" Gui Yupeng froze and subconsciously looked at the back seat of the car. The seats were stuffed to the brim with some thickened quilts and cotton clothes. Drinking water was placed under the car seat, as well as a chunk of pork, beef and mutton, and even hot water bottles, pots and pans, and so on, were also thoughtfully placed. Tucked into the crevices of these supplies were various types of medications, especially in the drug. See, pediatric aminophenylamine. Gui Yupeng cannot stand it. "Thank you, Shin." With a sour nose, he directly rushed to Shin Hong and knelt down. "Brother Shin, don't worry and leave it to me. I'll definitely do it for you." Yesterday, in the middle of the night, he was distraught when he realized that his 1-year-old child at home had a runny nose. Although he knew that Shin had medicine, he didn't dare to disturb Shin Hang's rest at all because it was the middle of the night. "I was also thinking if I could ask Shin to buy some today. After all, I still have some savings." I didn't realize that Shin was so meticulous that he even brought this for himself. Apparently, Shin saw the message he posted in the homeowners group. "If you need anything in the future, just send me a message. Don't beg for a trade in the group. You are at least my person. As your boss, you have to buy medicine from someone else. Isn't it a disgrace to me?" Shin Hong smiled and helped him up. "I live in the townhouse area, West 2 Row 3. This car you will park downstairs in you later. Drive over to haul goods tomorrow. I won't run later." "Yes, brother Shen." Gui Yupeng nodded repeatedly. Shin Hong patted his shoulder and sent another message to Zhao Weilong, asking him to bring his minions down to maintain order. After all, there's a lot of stuff today, lest some people will be cajoling. But how could one reveal one's true location? Villa 3 is where Yang Jinxian lived before. The big deal was to put some supplies in Yang Jinxuan's basement ahead of time tomorrow and summon Gui Yupeng over to carry them. Right, if you're too busy, pick 2 reliable ones to help sell and give them a little something to eat afterward. I think there should be a lot of people who are happy to do it. Shin Hong reminded. Okay brother Shen. Gui Yupeng hurriedly answered. Soon after, Gui Yupeng made an announcement in the major homeowners groups. Today's supplies are in place. In view of the current tight supplies, all supplies are doubled. Ham sausages, instant noodles, bread, $5,000 a pack. Oil tincture 100,000. Quilts 50,000. The owners group all exploded. Many people frantically ate Gui Yupeng, accusing him of jacking up prices. 5,000 for a pack of instant noodles? Why don't you go grab it? Shut up if you don't want to buy it. Keep beeping and I'll make a note that I won't sell it to you even if you offer a higher price for it. Gui Yupeng replied with a cold face. It's a power given to him by his boss. If you come across one that doesn't listen, just block them, no time to waste with them. Also, from today onwards, stop all private transactions, whether it's buying drugs or supplies, I'll provide them here, as long as you pay for them, Gui Yupeng said in the group again, but whenever I know about it, I will likewise pull it into the blacklist. Of course, I also accept your bartering here. In this way, he had all the supplies in the neighborhood under his control, although he was not sure what his boss wanted to do. The clever Gui Yupeng had already begun to speculate on Shen Heng's mind and issue various orders. In the future, there can only be one person in the neighborhood who holds the supplies, and that's my boss, right Shen? After Gui Yupeng posted a few messages, he carefully looked at Shen Heng. You won't blame me for taking matters into my own hands like this, will you? Shen Heng smiled. Let go and make your own decision. Since it's given to you, as long as it can sell me money, I won't care much. This kid, why is he talking in tea? Don't be a ing hermaphrodite. Taking a look at Gui Yupeng's clear and handsome face, Shen Heng subconsciously took 2 steps back and continued to send voice to Zhao Weilong. Recruit some more people for me today, and also, tell them that if they have any greenery, all of them will come and find Gui Yupeng to exchange it. Okay Shen, Zhao Weilong promised repeatedly. Gui Yupeng looked at Shen Heng with an adoring face as he waved his hand, and silently said in his heart, the boss is so handsome. Chapter 80, Chu Zhenping. Shun. Zhao Weilong brought more than 10 minions and came to Shen Heng with his ass. He was tall, and after having one of his eyes wasted by Shen Heng, he directly wore an eye patch, which made him even more ferocious. A little bit of big brother. Looking at his state, Shen Heng nodded his head in satisfaction. It's still like yesterday. Help put away the order. And when you meet those who dare to be petty thieves, directly break their hands. After it's over, look for Yuping to collect the supplies. By the way Weilin, the greenery continues to be acquired. Yes, brother Shen. Zhao Weilong nodded respectfully. I've already collected more than 100 pots yesterday, and all of them are sitting at my home. It's just that after some people heard that we're going to trade supplies for greenery, some people made a big offer, asking for 5 packages of instant noodles before they trade. Shen Heng frowned slightly, then waved his hand. Change it then. The cost of a 5-pack of instant noodles, purchased from a vending machine, is only about 10 bucks. To Shen Heng, it wasn't a matter at all. Of course, he could just bring someone to the door to rob it, but Shen Heng fancied himself a civilized man, and he didn't care to do such things. More importantly, in the future, he would be in charge of Jiangcheng, so naturally, he did not want the people under him to look alike. If he himself led the men to rob them now, could he expect them to follow him without fear in the future? All Shen Heng wanted was the money in their hands. The money all contributes, and then faithfully follow himself. Shen Heng will naturally reuse. Otherwise, no matter how invincible one was on one's own, one could not always protect the people one wanted to guard. Shen Heng casually threw 2 packs of cigarettes to Zhao Weilong, and a group of juniors immediately glistened. They weren't in the habit of stocking up on cigarettes, and had all but smoked them when the blizzard first fell. 5 days. Neither of them got a puff. Now seeing Shen Heng casually throwing 2 packs, the crowd all looked at Zhao Weilong with bated breath. From now on, all of you follow me and do a good job, and the boss will never be short of goodies. Zhao Weilong dispersed cigarettes to his brothers and exhorted, if you have any other thoughts, don't blame me for being rude to you. Don't worry, brother Lung. Of course we obeyed. If you don't say so, brother Lung, we know the rules. A box of cigarettes instantly dispersed out of most. Only 3 left. Zhao Weilong stuffed the whole box into his pocket, came to Gui Yupeng's side. To Gui Yupeng also handed one. Thanks bro. Gui Yupeng smiled at Zhao Weilong and took the cigarette and smoked it. Just posted the sale of supplies and those owners haven't come down yet, and he was happy to do so. The supplies that Shen had brought had all been categorized and stacked, so there was absolutely no need to worry about them. Is this the car Shen gave you? Zhao Weilong looked at the pickup with envy. That's right. Gui Yupeng nodded and watched the other minions spread out to guard the surrounding area, and while they weren't paying attention, he stuffed a few hams and a bottle of canned meat into Zhao Weilong's hand. Brother you. Zhao Weilong stared wide-eyed. It's all in the family. Gui Yupeng smiled and said, don't worry, I'm taking this from the car seat. That's what brother Shen gave me personally. I can't finish it, so I'll give you a share of it. Brother Long. He knew very well that he was now Shen Heng's abacus, or housekeeper, and Zhao Weilong, odds are, will be Shen Heng's bodyguard. They're all following Shen to get rich. Their own people. Thanks. Zhao Weilong grinned and said sourly, brother Shen is so good to you, giving you so much. Shen even gave you cigarettes. Gui Yupeng smiled and said, you are a person to eat. The whole family is not hungry. Unlike me, my family in addition to my parents' wife and children, my in-laws are also in. They are retired. To help with the children, would have been every night to go home. The result of that day the rainstorm was trapped in my house. Now my family a total of 7 mouths of people it. Shen knows that. That's why I gave some more. Yeah, Zhao Weilong eyes to Shen Hang, followed by nodding. Brother Shen is indeed powerful. At first, I was also not fighting. Ha ha, even not fighting cannot be counted. Is unilateral by Brother Shen clean up? At that time I just submit to force. Simply did not expect Brother Shen actually have so many supplies, even dare to take it out and sell it. You know, today families cover their food and drink and don't even bother to take it out. Shen Hong surprisingly pulled more than a carload and had to sell it. He's really not afraid to eat it all. The roads are blocked by snow, and the officials are nowhere to be found. If we really ran out of food, where would we get more? By then, everyone will have to starve to death. I don't know how Shen got so many goods, but he's going to continue selling them tomorrow. Gui Yupeng lamented, and by the looks of it, it might even go up tomorrow. Zhao Weilong staggered. A packet of instant noodles is already $5,000. If the price goes up again, who can afford to eat it? But that has nothing to do with him. As long as you follow Shen, people will take care of themselves. Within minutes, people were already coming downstairs and starting to line up for supplies. More people were gathered around the pickup. Zhao Weilong threw away his cigarette and got up to maintain order, and the occasional one who tried to take advantage of the chaos to steal the supplies was cleaned up by him with his minions. It's organized in a messy way, and overall it's not bad. Shen Hong stood not far away and nodded his head in satisfaction, then squatted down again and looked at the small plant at the steps of building 16. As the night went on, the grass seemed to have grown quite a bit taller again. It's like this thing has mutated. Normally, it shouldn't grow this fast. However, thinking about his last life, after the appearance of the alien fruit, some animals had undergone mutations, and the survival environment of human beings had become more and more difficult. Shen Hong could also figure it out. Even humans have powers, let alone plants and animals. He was just about to get up and leave when, out of the cold, he heard a noise coming from the side of the pickup. Over there. Shen Hong frowned and walked slowly towards the pickup truck. Just 2 steps away, I saw that the noise had gotten even louder, and that the crowd was overwhelmingly loud and cacophonous. Many of those who had hoarded food at home had pretty much eaten it by the 5th day. Even if there was food, the family had to follow downstairs to buy it because they didn't have a sip of water. So today, the underpass is extraordinarily crowded. The entire passageway was almost surrounded by nearly 1,000 people, only to see a lot of people with kitchen knives. Zhao Weilong these minions surrounded, cursing, and Zhao Weilong's side of a minion. Neck was cut a knife, lying on the ground motionless. C is not alive. Chu Zhangping, how dare you make a move? Zhao Weilong's face was gloomy. A fat man of 300 pounds, holding 2 kitchen knives, looked at him with a fierce smile on his face. Zhao Weilong, you're nothing, blind punk with one eye. I'm warning you now, get the hell out of my way, or else, I'll chop you to death first right now. Chu Zhangping is a contractor. At this time with more than 30 people, while Zhao Weilong along with a dozen little brother all surrounded. A fierce face. They were each armed with kitchen knives and were obviously prepared. Grab this load of supplies and you'll have something to eat. Not just food and drink, but all kinds of winter supplies, even firewood. Gui Yupeng right, a used car seller. I recognize you. The kitchen knife in Chu Zhangping's hand was pointed at Gui Yupeng. Now get the hell out of here and I'll spare your life. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. The many owners who originally wanted to purchase the supplies were in an uproar, backing away and looking nervously at Chu Zhangping. Don't bull. This is the supplies Shen gave me. I'm his little brother. You know what to do, don't mess around. Zhao Weilong had an icy face. Although Gui Yupeng's face was tense, he still spoke at the surrounding crowd. If the supplies are snatched away by him, then no one will be able to buy anything, and they will have to go hungry today. There are only about 30 of them. Let's get rid of them. What a nasty racket. Chu Zhangping fiercely slashed at Gui Yupeng. Gui Yupeng dodged in a hurry, but was still cut on his back, thanks to the fact that he was wearing a lot of clothes. His clothes were hacked over and lint flew off all over the place. The lot is mine. Who's against it? Chu Zhangping looked at the many owners sorrowfully. The owners blushed hard and backed away once again. Even though there are already people freezing and starving to death, no one has ever seen anyone killed in the street. For a moment, looking at Chu Zhangping's blood-red kitchen knife, he was nervous. The little brother who has died on the ground is Chu Zhangping, who took the lead and directly hacked to death. Ruthlessness. Seeing that no one from the many owners responded, Gui Yupeng frowned tightly. To be honest, if everyone could swarm up, not to mention Chu Zhangping having a chopper, 1,000 or so people, one person and 1 foot could trample them to death. It's just a shame that more people are willing to be turtles in the face of a crisis. Even if it involved their supplies, the crowd was reluctant to step forward. Zhao Weilong, I advise you not to be a dog for others either. What's Brother Shen or not? In front of me, he's just a fart. Chu Zhangping sneered. Or if you follow me, I can still reward you with a meal. Don't look at him as calm on the surface, but he was a little scared in his heart. and really hacked up. However, since the officials are nowhere to be seen and so many people have died in the outside world, it's not a big deal if I hack one to death, right? After the snowstorm in the future, the officials can't still settle the score with me, can they? The old man is starving to death. Even if I have to eat a bullet afterward, I'm going to put up a fight this time. His greedy eyes looked behind Gui Yupeng. So many supplies. If you take them all today, you'll be able to eat them for at least half a month. Enough to live on your own. Chapter 81, Sweeping. You cut the crap. Zhao Weilong gritted his teeth. I advise you not to seek death. If Shin knows. Knowing you. Chu Zhengping cursed angrily and directly slashed at Zhao Weilong. Zhao Weilong rushed to avoid it. As for the brothers following Chu Zhengping, when they saw their big brother make a move again, they also grabbed their kitchen knives and pounced over. Zhao Weilong's gang of minions held their heads in their hands. In the midst of the chaos, these chopper-wielding minions, seeing no one resisting, didn't chase after them anymore, but desperately stuffed the supplies on the ground into their clothes. Stop! Gui Yupeng was in a rage. This was something Shen had given himself. If we lose it like this, how can we explain to Shun? What's more, the owners who originally stood at the back were also dumbfounded, and when they saw the crowd coaxing, especially Chu Zhangping, who didn't care about Gui Yupeng anymore and copied the sacks on the ground and madly stuffed them with stuff, everyone boiled over as well. What's the point of spending money when you can buy it for $0? It's such a mess. It's not too much to ask for me to sneak in a couple packs of instant noodles, right? Someone took the lead, and the rest of the homeowners were not to be outdone, especially after seeing that the supplies on the ground had been swept away by people, and that everyone had begun to climb into the buckets of the pickup trucks and frantically grab for supplies. Stop it, you guys. Gui Yupeng looked desperate. Ping! Just then, a violent sound came. Chu Zhengping was full of sardonic smiles, frantically taking sacks and stuffing them with all kinds of supplies, but in the next second, his body shook, 300 pounds of his body, and he collapsed heavily on the ground. As the crowd coaxed and looted, they also avoided Chu Zhengping, fearing that they would be cut by him. That's why Chu Zhengping's side was empty, but as he lay on the ground, everyone's movements froze. This is gunshots. It was as if people were frozen in place, staring stupidly at Chu Zhengping on the ground. Who? Chu Zhengping covered his chest, his face full of pain. Blood dripped from his fingers. There was a 2-second pause, and the crowd, realizing that no more shots had been fired, once again bent over to coax a grab. The people in the back were frantically squeezing towards the front, and the ones in the front were still pulling out supplies, and for a while, abusive voices continued to ring out, and the scene was once again chaotic. My gun doesn't work, does it? Shin Hong grimaced and stood at the back of the crowd, throwing the pistol into space. He then had an extra AK-47 in his hand. The people in front were frantically squeezing, and no one paid any attention to Shin Hong in the distance. Shin Hong had just seen Chu Zhengping leading people to seize the supplies, and he had not taken it to heart. What's wrong with a gun? But I didn't realize that even these thousands of homeowners were involved in the looting. What he didn't expect was that after Chu Zhengping was shot and fell to the ground, the gang only paused for a few seconds before cajoling once again. Originally, the crowd didn't dare to go to Chu Zhengping's side, but after seeing Chu Zhengping lying on the ground, just breathing with his mouth open with difficulty, completely lacking the intimidating power he had earlier, the crowd began to pounce on Chu Zhengping's side. Even the sack in his hand was torn from the people. Those who didn't grab the supplies began to fight with others who did. Shin Hong sneered, holding the AK and pressing the bullets. Click! The gun made a faint, crisp sound. Gui Yupeng, Zhao Weilong, you guys hide inside the car now. Shin Hong held a horn in his left hand and shouted angrily. Gui Yupeng was in the middle of grabbing supplies from someone else, and when he heard this, he didn't even think about it and directly hid inside the car. Lying on the car seat, Zhao Weilong froze and subconsciously followed Gui Yupeng into the car. He had just gotten into the car when the AK in Shin Heng's hand sounded at the same time. Ping, 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 ping. The barrel of the gun sparked blue, and the distinctive rapid-fire sound of the machine gun created a sharp rhythm, like dense rain hitting the tin, sounding as if it could penetrate the eardrums with a continuous roar. Each bullet fired was accompanied by a roar that tore through the air, sharp and piercing, and the many people coaxing supplies in front of Shin Hong fell to the ground with the sound of gunshots, just like a lawnmower cutting wheat. Gun! There's a gun! Dead! Dead man! After a number of people fell, the crowd woke up as if in a dream, threw down the supplies in their hands, and turned to run in the direction of their homes. I'll kill anyone who runs again. Shin Hong turned around, indifferently changed the magazine, and fired another barrage at the fleeing owners. Those homeowners running halfway across the street were shot in the back and their entire bodies were lifted up and fell heavily to the ground. The wildly running crowd's bodies lurched, fixed straight in place, hands raised high, don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender. Those on the ground who died were fine, while those who didn't were clutching their arms or thighs, each screaming in agony. Shut the up. Shin Hong picked up the horn on the ground, and his icy eyes swept around. The crowd trembled and said nothing more. Shun. Gui Yupeng and Zhao Weilong both climbed out of the car and looked at Shin Hong with surprise and joy. I didn't realize that Shin had AK. The dozens of people lying on the ground gave them both another dark pause. That's a real killing. And killed dozens of them. Shin Hong had a calm face as he paced. Bam, bam, bam. Only the sound of steady footsteps echoed through the corridor. An owner who was closer to Shin Hong had turned white with fear and directly knelt on the ground. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Ping. What greeted him was a bullet from Shin Hong's expressionless face. The man fell to the ground in response, not moving a muscle. The crowd swallowed in unison, not saying a word and shivering. Gui Yupeng also went weak in both legs and looked at Shin Hong nervously. Shin Hong walked to the front of Chu Jingping's plane. This fat man actually did not die. His face pale and looked at Shin Hong. You, bringing people to rob me is ballsy. Shin Hong laughed coldly, holding his gun and aiming it at Chu Jingping's limbs. Ping pong pong pong, 4 shots in a row. And in response, 4 screams from Chu Jingping. I hope this is the last time. Shin Hong looked at the many owners and coldly said, I'm just doing business with you properly. You pay, I give you the supplies. Let's have a fair deal. The supplies are not priced low, but you can choose not to buy them. Why do you want to rob me? All of them were kneeling on the ground, their whole body trembling. Click. Shin Hong changed another magazine and aimed the barrel at Chu Jingping's head. This is an example of provoking me. If you are not afraid to die, you can try again. Chu Jingping opened his mouth forcefully as if he wanted to speak, but not a single word could come out. His eyes were filled with horror. What kind of person is this? There's actually a gun? Unfortunately, the question can't be asked. Shin Hong aimed at his head and pulled the trigger. The sound of bullets exploding kept hitting people's ears. The people were in pain, carefully covering their ears, and only when the gunfire ended did they see Chu Jingping's fat head, which had already been beaten to a pulp by the bullet. Vomit. The few people who were close by, seeing this blood-drenched and miserable appearance, had already started to dry heave, but remembering Shin Hong's words, they desperately covered their mouths and looked at Shin Hong nervously. Zhao Weilong, count how many of your minions are still alive. Shin Hong's voice came. Zhao Weilong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, hurriedly turned around and counted the people around him, and replied apprehensively, Shin, brother Shin, there are still 10, 12. Shin Hong hadn't purposely aimed at anyone just now, and the stray bullet had struck a junior's brain, which was already completely dead. Of course, more dead. Are Chu Jingping those with kitchen knives, and those coaxing homeowners? Everyone listen to me. Shin Hong's voice was like a regional demon. Put all the things you just robbed back in line for me. Zhao Weilong, take your minions and search them properly to make sure they haven't hidden any supplies. Yes, brother Shen. Zhao Weilong hurriedly greeted his little brother and together they came to the pickup truck. The crowd nervously looked at Shin Hong, and when they saw that he did not open his mouth again, they busily got up and sent the supplies back with lowered eyebrows. After dropping off the supplies, Willow Chiu's minions would do a full body search, removing all their jackets and tossing them aside. The crowd was freezing, but they didn't dare to say a word at all. That's cool with these minions. A number of female owners, who had also been caught in the fray earlier, were now having their jackets removed, revealing their thick sweaters. A bunch of juniors said they wanted to scrutinize it, and their hands have been touching it, and these female owners can only hold their breath. Some female owners are still with their husbands, but in the face of these salty hands, their husbands do not dare to say anything and can only hang their heads powerlessly. Shin Hong was unmoved. If I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? Chapter 82, Meeting Fu Xiaozhu again. Time passed by. The many homeowners handed over their supplies, all craning their necks to put on their coats, and one by one, they stood honestly aside. They also want to continue buying supplies. After all, there's nothing to eat in the house right now. Quite a number of people saw that Shin Hong did not make any more moves to kill, so they were relieved to come to Shin Hong's side and tried to open their mouths to plead for mercy. Get in line honestly. One of Zhao Weilong's minions barked at the group. What are you standing for? Those who still want to buy supplies, all line up. Afterwards, this little brother took the initiative to flash a smile at Shin Hong again. Brother Shen, I was looking at all of them surrounding you, and I was afraid of offending you. It's okay. Shin Hong waved his hand. What's your name? Brother Shen. My name is Rin Jie. The little brother hurriedly said respectfully. Well, from now on, you'll be Zhao Weilong's deputy. Shin Hong nodded and threw Rin Jie a bottle of ointment. Put this on. Don't freeze. This little brother had just shown bravery, and Shin Hong saw it in his eyes. Earlier, when Chu Zhangping led a group of people to hack and slash, Ren Jie even put down 2 people and confronted them with a knife. On the contrary, Zhao Weilong would only dodge left and right without any resistance. Ren Jie's hand, too, was slightly injured in the sparring match just now. Thank you, Brother Shen. Ren Jie had a surprised look on his face and took it in a hurry. By the way, what did you do before? Shen Hong asked casually. I was in the military before, and when my engaged girlfriend cheated on me, I took a leave of absence to go back and clean up the adulterer. Ren Jie's face is a little stiff, but I did not expect. The girlfriend pulled an adulterer directly to the army to sue. I can only discharge, which is just over a month, ready to go out to find a security job. The result is encountered a rainstorm. No, is a blizzard day, or a soldier brother. No wonder Shen Hong had just watched Ren Jie's movements dry and sharp, and he was not the least bit abashed when he went up against those people from Chu Zhengping. Nice. Shen Hong patted Ren Jie's shoulder and asked, can you use this gun of mine? Of course. Ren Jie looked proud, then realizing that his attitude was improper, he hastily coughed dryly. Brother Shen, I'll use it. Zhao Weilong, the gun is yours. Shen Hong directly threw the AK to Zhao Weilong and instructed, let Ren Jie teach you more, so you hurry up and get skilled. Just now my words, also to you. I do not want to see this situation again. Yes. Zhao Weilong was surprised to receive the gun and hurriedly assured Shen Hong with a joyful face. The rest of the owners were too distraught to speak up. Let go of me, let go of. At that moment, a female voice came over. Shen Hong frowned and followed the voice. Homeowners lined up in an orderly fashion to return their supplies and it was a girl's turn. The girl looked to be around her early 20s, with short, youthful hair. It's not as good as a couple of the women at home, but it's still a class girl. A few of the minions surrounded her, their faces hard. Fu Shinjuku? Shen Hong was somewhat surprised. This is the woman that Master Qin took in after swallowing the fruit of alien power in his last life. She was a college student, and her mother, who was in business, didn't return the night of the storm, leaving her alone. In his last life, Master Qin was upright, or perhaps he was gifted. Fu Xiaozhu defected to him, and eventually fell under Master Qin's corduroy pants, and doubled up with Master Qin. What's going on? Shen Hong opened his mouth. Brother Shen, it seems like she's hiding bread in her clothes and hasn't taken it out. A minion explained. I bought this earlier. Fu Xiaozhu exclaimed. I didn't even dare to put it in my house for fear of being broken into, so I hid it close to my body. Is that not good enough? And I didn't participate in the coaxing just now. I was at the very back. You guys were clearly taking the opportunity to touch me just now. Who touched you? A few of the juniors blushed in embarrassment, and the one in charge glared angrily. Enough. Shen Hong waved his hand. Leave her alone. Yu Peng, get her some canned ham, and a self-heating hot pot. Yes. Although Gui Yupeng was unsure, he still honestly did as he was told, taking several items and handing them to Fu Xiaozhu. Take these and go back. Shen Hong waved his hand at her. Fu Xinju was a bit stunned. She looked at the man in front of her wearing a leather hat and mask, completely unable to see what the other looked like. Why did you offer to give me something? One must know that just now. Shen Hong killed decisively and directly killed dozens of people, and even the head of Chu Zhangping, who was leading the charge, had his head smashed into mush. It can be hard-hearted. I didn't realize that. Instead of arguing with himself about all this, he was going to give himself supplies? She held the heavy supplies in her arms and looked at Shen Hong curiously. In my last life, it was the same look. A warm current surged through Shen Heng's heart. After he was saved by Grand Master Qin, he opened his eyes and also saw Fu Xiaozhu looking at him curiously. In the days that followed, Master Qin gave himself food and drink, and even the two of them had a lot of their own supplies, but Grand Master Qin and Fu Shiatsu didn't say anything either, instead telling him to recuperate at ease. On the contrary, Fong Lu, in the 3 days she disappeared, that woman did send herself a few messages, not caring if he was hurt, but questioning when he would be back. She and Su Chao were still hungry. Here you take it. Shen Hong smiled gently. Okay. Fu Shiatsu, who had a fiery personality and wasn't one to squirm, directly nodded her head and took the supplies, saying softly, thank you. You're welcome. We'll see you again in the future. Shen Hong waved his hand. It's cold outside. Go back quickly. Thinking about his last life, Master Qin and Fu Shiatsu were in a dry spell, and the two of them quickly fell in love. Fu Shiatsu was certainly beautiful, but could it be that Master Qin relies on his natural talent? It could also be that Fu Shiatsu lost her father at a very young age and lacked fatherly love. Shen Hong was a bit mischievous. I don't know if the two of them will still spark in love when they put Master Qin and Fu Shiatsu together in this life. Go on. Shen Hong waved his hand, signaling to continue the search. Gui Yupeng looked blankly at Zhao Weilong beside him, who gestured a look at Gui Yupeng that all men understand. Shen must like this woman. It looks a little worse than a small sand, but the style is different. Letting a little piece of sand go instead of sending this girl supplies is casting a wide net. Wei Yupeng also reacted and returned a look of understanding. Not to mention the two of them, even the owners could see it. This man who has killed dozens of people is definitely a sex fiend, and it likes to play the pure love bit. Continue the search. Identity instructed one sentence, then instructed Wei Yupeng. Today, there were some provocations, and not only did the owners not listen to your arrangement to join forces together to deal with those people, but they also participated in the looting. Based on this reason, everything that was originally prepared for sale, from now on, the price will be doubled again. Is that clear? Yes. Wei Yupeng nodded his head in a hurry. And double the price? His heart snapped. That means a pack of instant noodles for $10,000. The eyes of the other owners followed suit, wanting to open their mouths, but after seeing Shen Hong, they honestly lowered their heads. Shen Hong was ready to leave. Seeing Fu Shiatsu, he also remembered that it was time to meet Grandmaster Qin. In his last life, Moncler Jacket's outlet Qin lived peacefully until 15 days later, when he swallowed the alien fruit produced by the green plant in the concierge and awakened his alien powers. In this life, with his own reminder, Moncler Jacket's outlet Qin must have survived more peacefully now. Shen Hong did not go to him earlier because Qin Moncler outlet store as concierge is a bungalow in the neighborhood. On the first day of the end of the world, a night of snow drifted, and it buried Moncler outlet store Qin's concierge under the snow. It's also time to get the retarded snow removal robots moving. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of Feng Lu in the group. This woman came to buy supplies again? But thinking about it, she only didn't buy much yesterday, and with Feng Lu and Su Chao's virtues, the little supplies she bought, she was afraid that the first time she took them home, she would eat them dry. Wouldn't even think about staying. You have 9 days to live. Shen Hong looked at Feng Lu and faintly calculated Feng Lu's survival time in his heart. After 10 days, the exotic fruit would appear. But Shen Hong naturally could not let her and Su Chao live until then just in case. What if it had just borne an exotic fruit and Feng Lu or Su Chao happened to swallow it? At that time, his own supernormal ability was certainly powerful. But Shen Hong was not willing to mold more enemies. Since I won't live for a few days, I can start having a good time with both of them. Otherwise, 9 days from now, there will be a lot less fun in all of life. And when Feng Lu saw Shen Hong look deeply at himself, his heart suddenly jolted. Just now, Shen Hong took the initiative to give Fu Shiatsu supplies, and she also guessed that she must have seen that Fu Shiatsu was pretty. So not only did he not pursue the bread in Fu Shiatsu's clothes, but instead, he also gave her quite a lot of food. Men, aren't they all lower body animals? She flashed a smile at Shen Hong, and then daintily spoke. Shen, brother Shen, wait a moment. Shen Hong turned back and looked at Feng Lu with a puzzled expression. He was heavily armed, and Feng Lu naturally couldn't tell that the powerful Shen in front of her was none other than her dog-licking boyfriend. Shen Hong, people aren't hiding supplies either. They've already given them back. Feng Lu came up to Shen Hang and deliberately puffed out her chest. Why don't you personally check it out, brother Shen? Give this brother Shen a little favor, and the supplies leaking from his fingers would be enough to feed himself. Why buy it with money? Shen Hong was amused by Feng Lu's stupid maneuver. What about seducing me? He smiled after him and offered his hand. Feng Lu blushed. There were a lot of people standing around, but at this point, what's the point of being reserved? Many women with bold styles have gone to bed with men who have supplies. I have nothing to lose. Even if Su Chao sees me, he should be sympathetic, right? She looked at Shen Hang's outstretched hand joyfully, but in the next moment, Shen Hang's hand violently exerted force, and a slap heavily slapped her face. Snap! Feng Lu fell to the ground with a scream, the tremendous force of the fan causing her to roll back in a circle. There's no mirror at home. There's always urine, right? Also do not look at their own what kind of goods. With this thing you let me touch, our dirty old man's hands. Shen Hong poo-pooed and raised his head and rushed Wei Yupeng. Remember this woman. If she wants to buy supplies, double the price again. Chapter 83, Master Qin in the Gatehouse. Feng Lu covered her face and sat on the ground, looking at Shen Hang's back with eyes full of resentment. Many of the homeowners around them were pointing at themselves. You didn't even want me to give it to you. Am I uglier than her? It's so ungrateful. Her face flushed green and red as she got up, put on her jacket, and silently returned to the group. Feng Lu did not yet know that the person she had taken the initiative to seduce was Shen Hong, and she had been completely sentenced to death in Shen Hang's heart. In 9 days, it's her time to die. Zhao Weilong narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Lu. I didn't expect this woman to be quite open, and not a bad look. Shen doesn't like it. I like it. He looked around at his minions and smiled softly. Looking up, he rushed Feng Lu. Come here. Feng Lu was startled and rushed to Zhao Weilong, squeezing out a smile at him. Hello brother Long. Now the gun is on Zhao Weilong. It looks like he's very much in that Shen's good graces. I'll search you myself. Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Weilong raised his eyebrows. Of course not. Feng Lu instantly understood, and with her delicate fox eyes, she looked deeply at Zhao Weilong. This ing big brother can tolerate. The second brother cannot tolerate. Feng Lu's eyes seduced her, and a smile spread across Zhao Weilong's face as he pulled Feng Lu towards the basement of the nearest building. While walking, he also turned back and greeted Gui Yupeng. Yupeng, leave 2 packs of instant noodles for your brother later. Gui Yupeng frowned. Although Shun had given the gun to Zhao Weilong and obviously trusted him, he didn't dare to take the liberty. Willow, stop. Zhao Weilong stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at Gui Yupeng in disbelief. This woman. Just now Shun personally put words. She wants to buy supplies. The price doubled. That is to say, she wants to buy a packet of instant noodles. Need $20,000. Gui Yupeng pointed at Feng Lu. You asked me to leave the instant noodles for her? Zhao Weilong frowned. We're all brother Shun's men. We don't have to be so clearly separated, right? He also tapped the AK on his shoulder. It was clearly telling Gui Yupeng that he was Shin Heng's beloved. Weilin, I don't care about anyone else, but not her. Gui Yupeng shook his head. If you want to give her the supplies that brother Shin left for you, I have nothing to say, but I can't give her these things that brother Shin arranged to be sold for nothing. Just kidding. You, Zhao Weilong, are a smart ass. I'm not stupid. This woman has obviously gotten on Shun's nerves, yet you still want to her? Even if you change to another woman, I won't say a word more. Gui Yupeng, what do you mean? Zhao Weilong was a bit annoyed. Literally, didn't you get it? Gui Yupeng also sank his face. I follow Shun, not you. Zhao Weilong, you're a direct line to Shun, aren't I? Now that you have a gun, I really can't afford to mess with you. However, the supplies that brother Shun left behind, I will count them all. The ones for my own brothers to consume, I'll also list them, but the portion for sale, I'll definitely not give them away for nothing. Gui Yupeng coldly said, if you want to continue, I won't stop you, but I'll report clearly to brother Shin. You, Zhao Weilong glared. Is that necessary? It's just 2 packs of instant noodles. Of course, 2 packs of instant noodles, sold to her, is 40,000 yet. Gui Yupeng faintly said, I can't afford to take the blame. Zhao Weilong's face was icy cold. Brother Long, I think brother Peng is right. Renjie gently pulled Zhao Weilong and whispered, even you don't listen to me? Zhao Weilong glared angrily at Renjie. Brother Shin asked you to teach me how to use the gun, but you're just my second in command, and you're gasping for air? Renjie frowned and didn't say anything. Dragon. Feng Lu pouted her lips, with a pitiful face, and whispered, don't quarrel. Don't let your own brothers quarrel again because of me. You like me, right? She came to Zhao Weilong's ear. Sister, and not figure your face. Sister is simply want to let my brother Long cool a little. Let's add a WeChat. You want to sister, then sister will come over to accompany you, okay? What a good, well-behaved, understanding sister. Zhao Weilong nodded vigorously, took out his cell phone, and added WeChat with Feng Lu. Feng Lu hurried away. Only then did Zhao Weilong turn around and said resentfully, are you satisfied now, Grand Master? Gui Yupeng sighed in relief and shook his head. Weilong, I'm not having a problem with you either. It's just that I can't explain myself well at brother Shin's place. Well, I know. Zhao Weilong patted his shoulder and took the initiative to pull out the cigarettes that he couldn't afford to unwrap in his pocket and handed one to Gui Yupeng. When the many owners began to make orderly purchases and Gui Yupeng got busy, Zhao Weilong had deep eyes and looked at Gui Yupeng without speaking. Buzz. Shin Hong had stood on the snow surface and pulled out the robot, placing it on the ground. He aimed at the location of Moncler Jacket's outlet chain's concierge and pressed the switch. The robot's 2 front claws plunged directly into the snow and darted to dig. A large mass of snow smashed towards Shin Hang. Shin Hong had experienced long ago, and with an expressionless wave of his hand, an umbrella opened in response, blocking the mass of snow. Retard is a word that really fits you. Time and time again, as soon as you turn on the button, just put on the ground. Are the first time to the owner behind you waving snow, you do not retarded who retarded? That said, what kind of ing idiot researched this? Don't know to get the switch aside? If you have to get it up your ass, isn't it just a rush to get rid of the snow yourself? As retarded as this thing is, snow removal is really efficient. In no time at all, a snowy path had been dug through to Master Qin's gatehouse. When digging to the doorway of the Qin Grandmaster, this thing did not stop. 2 claws flew out and turned directly toward the wooden door. Without waiting for Shin Hong to react, the wooden door was directly grabbed in 2. Asterisk. Shin Hong didn't open his mouth, but a neutral voice came from inside the room. When he looked up, he saw Moncler Jacket's outlet chain fumbling with his pants and staring at the robot with a horrified look on his face. Ahem. Shin Hong froze. It seems that I'm afraid that Master Qin was really gifted when he took down Fu Shiatsu. It's a cold day, and he's got the nerve to do this? He swept the trash can on the floor without a trace. Big half bucket of toilet paper. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. That's a lot of energy. Shun, what are you doing here? Master Qin's old face flushed, realizing that his actions just now were seen by Shin Hong, and he hurriedly got up with a dry cough. Master Qin is really old and strong. Shin Hong smiled. You brat, what are you babbling about? Master Qin looked behind Shin Hong warily and saw that there was no one else. Then he sighed in relief. Why did you come over? Master Qin, I'll pick you up and leave. Shin Hong put away the robot and looked at Grand Master Qin with a solemn face. In my last life, it was you who saved me, and more than once. In this life, I'll let you live it up. Chapter 84 Old Qin's Past. That means this thing is an alien power fruit? If I eat it, I'll have psychic powers? In the gatehouse, Master Qin looked at the gray-brown fruit in Shin Hang's hand with a surprised face. Just now, listening to Shin Hang's account, Moncler Jacket's outlet Qin had understood. He didn't expect that such a magical fruit would appear in this world. Once you eat it, you can still have psychic powers. It's a mirage. Seeing his face of disbelief, Shin Hong directly stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. A cluster of fire suddenly appeared at his fingertips, burning an eerie red color. Qin Moncler outlet store rounded his eyes. I thought Shin was talking nonsense, but I did not expect him to be able to change the flame. Master Qin, this is my supernatural ability. Shin Hong let out a light laugh. Then he put his fingers together and pointed at the snow outside the house. Phew! The flame shot out violently. When Moncler Jacket's for sale Qin came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that the snow outside has more than one extremely deep hole. It was penetrated by this flame. This is outrageous. He was dumbfounded and stared stupidly at the penetrated snow hole. Moncler outlet store online. Now you should believe it, shouldn't you? Shin Hong put away his right hand and looked at Master Qin with a smile on his face. Do you mean that, after eating this fruit, I can also have such supernormal abilities like you? Moncler outlet store Qin swallowed his saliva, not daring to believe. Everyone's physique is different, and the supernormal abilities they inspire after swallowing are not the same. Shin Hong explained. He recalled that in his last life, he was a fire-type ability, and now that he was reborn with a vending machine and a space of consciousness, he was surprised to obtain an ability that was still fire-type. Even after swallowing 2 alien fruits, he was unable to inspire a new alien ability himself. Shin Hong felt that this should be the reason for the individual's innate constitution. In his last life, Moncler Jacket's outlet Qin's supernormal ability was very ordinary. That is, his strength physique was relatively large and far beyond normal people, and I don't know if it will still be like this in this life. Shin, he raised his head and said with a grave expression on his face, if this is true, the value of the exotic fruit is extremely high, and I can't accept such a valuable thing for nothing. With powers, it's almost superhuman. Qin Moncler outlet online also go online and know what the outside world has become. Now the whole social order has collapsed. It's even been reported on the internet that people have started burning and looting in some remote areas. With psychic powers, it's natural to be even more above any rules. One can't afford to pay back something so precious. Master Qin, I believe in your character, and I hope you can help me. Shen Hong, with a straight face, looked at Moncler Jacket's outlet Qin and said, now the whole world is in chaos. Officials are slow to show up, everyone is in danger, and society is in turmoil. I'm not trying to be some kind of savior. I just want to be able to protect my loved ones and friends under this post-apocalyptic world, but relying on me alone is far from enough. If you're willing to follow me, I'll give you this exotic fruit. Hearing this, Moncler Jacket's outlet Qin hesitated a bit. To be honest, after he had just seen Shin Hang's supernormal ability, he was first shocked, and then envy and longing also arose. Who wouldn't want to have such an extraordinary power? It's almost like it's better than those supermen on TV. Moncler Jacket Sale he is in his 50s, but his heart is not old. He also aspires to be human. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. As long as he swallowed the alien fruit, he would be just like Shin Hong. Of course, he was also clear that he needed to offer his loyalty and faithfulness to Shin Hang. That said, having known Shin Hong for not even a day or two, this young man did not have anything too evil in mind. And what Shin Hong said made sense. He also has a daughter who works in Tianhai City. Tianhai wasn't too far away from Jiangchang, but how would one find her under the apocalypse? If you have psychic powers, you have a chance to visit your daughter. If it continues to snow, one will have to remain cowering in this gatehouse. Yes, Qin Moncler Outlet Online is not a pretentious person. Directly nodded his head to agree, and then without hesitation, one knee rushed Shin Hong to kneel down. Little brother, my Qin Yiming's life, from now on, is yours. I'll call you Old Qin. Shin Hong smiled as he helped Master Qin up and said with a straight face, Old Qin, swallow the fruit of alien energy now, and from now on, you'll be my right-hand man. Old Qin nodded his head and didn't continue to be polite. picking up the grayish-brown fruit and directly stuffing it into his mouth. Just as he closed his eyes, he felt a hot current welling up inside his belly and running through his limbs. After this warmth swirled around in the body, it eventually settled in the small abdomen and condensed into a golden dan. I have powers here? Shin Daki looked up and froze as he looked at Shin Hong. If you experience it well, you'll know exactly what your supernormal ability is. Shin Hong was interested. In his last life, Master Qin's psychic ability was strength. Will it be the same in this life? Qin nodded, then silently sensed. A moment later, he got up and looked at Shin Hong. My supernormal ability does not seem to be very strong. Just feel that my physical strength and speed have been enhanced. As for how much it has been enhanced, he looked at the wall of the gatehouse and took a deep breath, then threw a punch. Boom! The wall suddenly let out a roar, and Shin Hong was dumbfounded to see that old Qin's right hand actually penetrated the wall. What a powerful force. Old Qin was also a little shocked by the power of his fist, and hurriedly took his arm back and froze looking at his hands. Awesome! Shin Hong silently gave a thumbs up. In his last life, most people who swallowed the exotic fruit enhanced their physical strength, and so did old Qin. These types of people have almost always become the backbone of the major powers. It was just much stronger than ordinary people, but when it came to people with special class powers, they were no match. This kind of person's status is a bit lower than a fire-empowered cook, and just a bit better than an ordinary person. Shin Hong hadn't seen much of old Qin's hand. It was just that the other people in the neighborhood who possessed psychic abilities hadn't fought old Qin much. Old Qin kept a low profile and originally tried to maintain order in the neighborhood, but in the end he was unable to do anything about it and took Fu Shiatsu with him to live a life of unashamedness. It was also the case that after Shin Hong searched for supplies and was seriously injured, old Qin happened to appear and saved his life in time. But when old Qin struck, Shin Hong had already been seriously injured and unconscious, and did not see clearly at all. Now that I think about it, the fact that old Qin was able to save himself from Sun Lihai's hands was enough to show old Qin's strength. Sun Lihai is the secretary of the Mo family in the west of the city, and has a very high strength and status. His ability, an earth-type ability, had amazing defense. The flames released by Shin Hong could not even break the earth armor that the other person had casually summoned, and the strengths of the two sides were simply not at the same level. But old Qin can still get himself out. It was enough to show that even if old Qin's alien ability was average, he was still the best of the flesh-type aliens. Little brother Shin, I'm here. Just as old Qin opened his mouth, Shin Hong waved his hand. Call me boss, old Qin. From now on, I will never treat you badly. Yes, boss. Old Qin bowed in a hurry. Old Qin, I see that you just swung your fist with a lot of momentum. Practiced before? Shin Hong suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth to inquire. He saw Ren Jia's hand earlier, but compared with the old Qin, it seems that the old Qin is swifter than Ren Jia's fist. I was in the special forces when I was younger. Old Qin shook his head, his eyes showing reminiscence. Then I met my wife and gave birth to my daughter. But a new mission came, and I had to go on another mission. But I didn't expect that my wife was kidnapped by one of my nemesis. The other party screamed and asked me to put down my weapon and surrender. I directly chose to shoot the other party, but my wife was also as a result of this. Ugh, he sighed heavily. I was disciplined by the organization. I have no complaints, but the in-laws were very hostile to me and took their daughter. I ended up going to Africa and worked as a mercenary for a few years until some years ago, when I saved up some money and wanted to come back to see my daughter. But my daughter would not meet with me. She was brainwashed by her grandma and grandpa and decided that it was my reckless shooting in the first place that caused her to lose her mom. She told me to get out of Tianhai City and not to disturb her life. I just came to Jiangcheng. Well, at least with Tianhai is very close to each other. If she really has something, I can also see her in time. Shin Heng's eyes widened. I didn't expect that this harmless-looking old Qin actually had such a powerful past. No wonder just now a punch went out with amazing momentum. It turns out that people are not only special forces, but also worked as mercenaries. This is a man who teeters on the edge of life and death every day. You've picked up a treasure for yourself. Chapter 85, Speculations at the Seaside. Originally, Shin Hong only wanted to be grateful to old Qin for saving his life in his previous life. I didn't realize that old Qin was so awesome. Your daughter, is she safe now? Shin Hong asked. Security. Old Qin nodded. Her grandma and grandpa in Tianhai is also considered a small asset. The family is doing business. I secretly asked their nanny. The family still has a lot of food storage. The old man and the children are staying in the villa. For the time being, it is still safe. That's good. Shin Hong followed suit and breathed a sigh of relief. He still has to take the whole Jiangcheng. What if old Qin misses his daughter and is not willing to follow him to fight the world? Old Qin seemed to have seen Shin Heng's concern and smiled. Boss, since I am willing to tell you about this past, it also means that I am sincerely willing to follow you. Don't worry, not to mention that my daughters and the girls are still safe. There is even less reason for me to disobey your command. Yes. Shinhong did not dwell on it anymore and nodded directly. Old Qin, follow me. I'll arrange a place for you to stay, waiting for me to pack my stuff first. Old Qin turned around and wanted to simply clean up the bedding in the gatehouse. These won't be necessary. Shinhong waved his hand as his gaze looked around the room, then rested on a pot of greenery on the window. In his last life, Old Qin had been trapped in the gatehouse and hadn't gone out at all. It was only after he had his powers that he blasted through the snow with a single punch and stepped out of the gatehouse. It was almost certainly the same pot of greens that had produced the alien fruit. In the entire house, there was no greenery to be seen at all, except for this pot of greenery. Boss, what's wrong? Old Qin saw Shinhong staring blankly at the green roses and couldn't help but inquire. Don't take anything else, just bring this. Shinhong pointed to the greenery on Old Qin's window. Ah, good. Old Qin nodded. Although he was a bit puzzled by Shinhong's decision, he was also smart enough not to ask, but instead answered with a cry and held Green Luo in his arms. When Shinhong and Old Qin were ready to go out, he remembered something else and deliberately exposed the green roses in the snow. According to his speculation, the green plants in the outside world that had been covered in snow would not bear exotic fruits at all, and only some extremely perverted plants would mutate, and some of the greenery that hadn't been touched by snow would grow exotic fruits. He wants to try now. Old Qin's pot of greens would, normally, be 100% capable of producing an alien fruit, but will it grow fruit now that it's been exposed to all this snow? It's only a loss of one alien fruit. Don't look at the fact that Shinhong really didn't have any exotic fruits right now, but he had already asked Zhao Weilong to quietly collect green plants. In his last life, it seemed like more than 40 Inhumans had appeared in the entire Peachland neighborhood. That wasn't even counting the Inhumans who had meticulously risen up like Shinhong. That is to say, in the entire neighborhood, at the very least, 50 exotic fruits should appear, and all he had to do now was to take all the greenery in the house in one go, and in the future, so many exotic fruits would be his own. By then, Shinhong would not only be able to raise his own foreign fire to a terrifying stage, but also give it to the women around him, so that they too can have the ability to defend themselves. Go! Shinhong had Old Qin wrap his body tightly, even covering his head, before he left. In his previous life, Shinhong's entire mind was focused on how to survive. Now with unlimited supplies, he began to wonder, under the doomsday, the most dangerous thing, apart from the extremely cold weather, the thing you should be most wary of, is the drifting snowflakes, and then there are the unknowns that arise on the beach. Officials' attention is even now all focused on the beach. It was unknown what had appeared on the seashore, but Shinhong was certain that it must be very tricky. Even the officials at hand may be no match for. When the alien fruit appeared, there were many more mutated plants and animals in the outside world. With all the sea creatures in the sea, could they all have mutated? Shinhong guessed that, most likely, some of these mutated creatures had even gone straight to shore, which was why the officials had no time to govern the city. After all, Shinhong had experienced his last life, even if it was only for 3 months. He clearly understood the destructive nature of those mutated plants and animals. Did the mutation start at the bottom of the ocean first? Shinhong was a bit creeped out by his own speculation. The oceans are rich in life, probably close to 300,000 species. Imagine the devastation a shark, or a whale, that ferociously large and destructive, could cause once it landed on shore. In his previous life, Shinhong had seen a mutated cat that easily reaped the lives of many people. The length of the body reached nearly 3 meters, and it could jump up to 10 meters in a single leap. The claws are all teeny tiny, sharp and strong. It can be described as a real murder weapon on Earth. Looks like the cat belongs to a neighborhood homeowner too. After all, people who keep dogs have long since eaten all their own dogs because they are so hungry. The dragons had no concept of eating cat meat, which is why there were so many 2 cats that were lucky enough to be spared. But the mutation has done great damage to the Peachland neighborhood. I haven't seen them since, and I heard people say that they seem to have been killed by Old Qin. He twisted his head to look at Qin Yiming. As Old Qin walked, he was still sizing up his fists, his gaze filled with surprise. This guy still didn't know how strong he was, and it wouldn't even take long before he would not be lonely and isolated and self-regulate, but rather, he would put his arm around the innocent Fu Shiatsu and have a nightly party. Old Qin was already so strong now that he had swallowed the exotic fruit, and he wondered if he would continue to evolve like himself if he was given a few more, or will other superpowers be awakened? Shinhong turned his head to look at Old Qin. Old Qin, do you know why I asked you to bring this pot of greenery? Ha! Old Qin looked up and said in confusion, I don't know, but boss, you must have your reasons for doing this, because this pot of greenery, in a little while, should produce alien fruits. Shinhong smiled. What? Old Qin's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the greenery in his hands. Can this thing bear fruit? In the past, he would have absolutely scoffed, But now, after swallowing the exotic fruit, he could clearly notice the changes around him. The whole person is like returning to the 20-year-old. No, to be far beyond the 20-year-old self. However, now that it has been snowed on, it probably won't bear fruit, Shin Hong added. Old Chin reacted quickly and hastily pulled open his jacket, ready to stuff the greenery into his clothes. He couldn't be more clear about the preciousness of the exotic fruit. It's a total treasure with a price tag. There's no need to rush. I just want to try an experiment too. Shin Hong stopped his movements and explained, an alien fruit? It's nothing yet. Next, I hope you can take advantage of this period of time to take control of our neighborhood, and then collect all the greenery all the way back. Yes. Old Chin stood straight and respectfully saluted Shin Hong. There's no need to be so raw between you and me. I told you, you'll get half of whatever we make of the world. Shin Hong patted Old Chin's shoulder. Old Chin had saved his life. Even if he had not saved himself in this life, Shin Hong still remembered it. After all, if it wasn't for Old Chin, he was afraid that he would have died long ago. Not to mention still being able to see Feng Lu and Su Chao's true colors. Acquiring greenery is an important job. Zhao Weilong, that kid is just a punk. I'm afraid he can't finish the mission properly. It might as well be handed over to Old Chin for peace of mind. Chapter 86. Because it was on top of the snow, coupled with the fact that the concierge that Old Chin was in was located in the high-rise area of the neighborhood, Shin Hong directly took Old Chin all the way on foot in order to avoid others seeing the snowmobile. However, what surprised him was that even though the snow was relatively thick nowadays, after the quad attribute was raised to 11 points, Shin Hong stepped in the snow and his feet did not even fall into the snow. His body became light and still controlled at will, although it is not yet possible to step on the snow, but also stepped on the footprints, and will not sink back in at all. As for Old Chin behind him, probably due to the strengthening of his body, not to mention his increased strength, his stature was no less impressive. The two of them traveled all the way to the townhouse area. Shin Hong brought Old Chin to Villa No. 5 in row 2 and said, Old Chin, from today onwards, you'll live here. Don't worry, this is my wife's house. Thanks boss. Shin Yiming's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Although he had saved a lot of money as a mercenary, he had never lived in a villa. After all that money he was going to leave to his daughter. Shin Hong let Old Chin into the courtyard, to be precise. Today's snow had already covered the windows on the second floor, and the courtyard wall had been completely submerged. Not even a step was needed. The uppermost part of the courtyard wall is now connected to the snow. Coming to the window, Shin Hong's only force was to break the window open, and then jumped into the house with Old Chin. The house was quite beautifully decorated, and although it was not as good as Villa No, for where Shin Hong lived, it was still quite good. Shin Hong waved his hand. Some insulation materials, and all kinds of heating equipment all appeared on the ground. Old Chin was startled and stared roundly. Boss, you are. Old Chin swallowed his saliva and his eyelids jumped. This is the living supplies. Don't worry, follow me. These things will never be missing you. Shin Hong patted Old Chin and introduced. This is the thermal insulation film. You stick them on the wall. You can lock the temperature inside the house. And this is a strong adhesive. These curtains you change. The same property of thermal insulation. He described how they were used before saying, well, I live next door in number 4, so pack up your home and come back to me when you're done. Yes, Old Chin responded. Watching Shin Hong walk out of the villa, Old Chin quickly began to post the insulation film. How did so many supplies appear with a wave of the boss's hand? Taking a look at the insulation film in his hands, and then looking at the various types of food and drink piled up on the ground, Old Chin could not believe his eyes at all. Not only all kinds of emergency supplies, but even rice, flour and oil, pigs, sheep and beef, seafood, fruits. The owner is practically a mobile warehouse. Nope, Old Chin frowned. That hand the boss just did. It couldn't be his psychic ability, could it? Could it be that the boss's psychic ability is that of a warehouse with unlimited supplies? But he had no means of defending himself. Old Chin thought deeply. That's why the boss needs to find a bodyguard to keep him safe. And I, for being simple and honest, righteous and brave, was chosen by the boss. I lived up to my boss's high expectations and awakened my psychic abilities after swallowing the psychic fruit. I'm the chosen one? Old Chin rubbed his chin and suddenly reacted. That's not true. The boss had already shown himself before. He still had fire powers. So this is, the boss has 2 powerful psychic powers? Old Chin's face was full of shock, looking up at Shin Hong's back that had already left, his eyes full of admiration. Follow the boss. There's meat to eat. When Shin Hong returned home, he saw that Hua Miao's 3 daughters were playing video games. Honey, upon seeing Shin Hong, Hua Miao immediately threw down the handle in surprise and jumped into Shin Hong's arms. At the same time, she whispered, husband, just now that Ning Yao doctor contacted Yang Jinxin. Listening to her words, it seems that she is ready to go to Guiyupeng to buy supplies, but also want to buy some medicines. Looking for Yang Jinxian to borrow money. Yang Jinxian transferred several 100,000 to her, but did not disclose the situation of our family. Aha! Shen Hong nodded slightly. I can see that Huo Miao is quite attentive to his own task. However, the fact that Yang Jinxian did not reveal it to Ning Yao also made Shen Hong more pleased. It's not a bad idea. If he were an idiot like Feng Lu, I'm afraid he would have already bragged to the public about how well he was doing. The fact that Yang Jinxian didn't do so also showed that she had followed her orders. As long as she was willing to listen to her words, Shen Hong did not mind taking her in. After all, what man doesn't love a beautiful woman who listens and understands? Jinbo. He looked to Yang Jinxian. Yang Jinxian had already stood up and looked at Shen Hong with a coquettish face. After being warned by Shen Hang at noon, she didn't dare to have any other ideas at all. And she also understood that Shen Hong hated women with the heart of a saintly mother. So even if Ning Yao was known as the flower of Jiangcheng People's Hospital, she didn't dare to take the initiative to invite Ning Yao anymore. Hubby has not agreed to this, and one must not take matters into one's own hands. Now that she heard Shen Hong call herself Jinbao again, she knew that her husband was not angry with her. Next door to us, I've let old Qin live in. The same Master Qin who looks after the concierge. Shen Hong said, he is one of your own. Later on, I will bring you guys to get to know each other. And in the future, if there is anything, in case you can't contact me, you guys can give old Qin a call. Good. Yang Jinxian nodded her head and lowered her eyebrows. Listen to everything your husband says. By the way, how much money do you have left? Shen Hong asked. He had forgotten that the Jinbao in front of him was a rich woman. Even if Song Guangming was dead, as the wife of the previous Song family head, it was impossible to not have money in her pocket. Instead of lending it to that holy mother Ning Yao, it would be better to give it to himself. As far as he knew, Ning Yao wasn't sick at all, and was still enthusiastically saving some of the owners of the neighborhood. It's borrowing money to buy medicine to save lives. Although Shen Hong couldn't look at this kind of person, he was still very impressed that Ning Yao maintained such medical ethics. But then again, admiration aside, he didn't want Jin Bao to take out all his money and be saved by Ning Yao. What have I got to do with other people's deaths? I still have 20 million. Yang Jinxian glanced at the balance in her card and then returned. Ooh, Shen Hong had never thought that Yang Jinxian had too much cash. 20 million. After the vending machine was leveled up to 11, he bought the exotic fruit, and boosted his quad attributes. His balance was already at the bottom, although the experience had gone back up to 11 levels out. Up to 3 million, it was a far cry from the 48 million experience value for going up to level 12. With this 20 million, it's enough to get yourself to level 12. At the thought, he regretted it a little. If I had known, I would have asked Jinbao first. If he didn't give that exotic fruit to old Qin, he would be able to have 2 of them himself, and his exotic flame would be able to rise to level 3. At that time, he would be able to sneak into the Song family and kill Song Zhengming. With the death of Song Zhengming, the Song family would become a pile of scattered sand and would no longer pose a threat at all. You give me all the money. Shen Hong opened his mouth. Oh well. Yang Jinxian did not hesitate and transferred money to Shen Hong, even with zeros in whole. Over 9 million. Sis, Yang Muxian, who was on the side, stared wide-eyed. You don't keep a single penny? She saw that all of Yang Jinxuan's balances had now become 0. Sister is crazy, right? And Shen Hong, he's taking this soft food, and he's taking it too much for granted. Give me all the money? You're a big man and you have the nerve to say that. Chapter 87, Fortune Soars. Didn't you say that you're still going to renovate my villa? This, Yang Muxian was dumbstruck, completely unable to read my sister's tawdry maneuvers. People say one word and you give them all your money. Are you a love brain? Besides, you're not the only woman in the world. What are you doing? It's okay, my money is your brother-in-law's money, and in the future he'll renovate your villa for you, so it's the same. Yang Jinxian glanced at her sister and laughed lightly. Yang Muxian rolled her eyes. It's hopeless. Sis must have been brainwashed by Shen Hong. Or maybe, it was conquered by Shen Hong. Her face flushed at the thought of her sister's screams last night. Is it that cool? I didn't realize it before, but my sister's soprano voice is quite loud and clear. Aha! Shen Hong nodded. In the future, if Muxian decorates the house, just leave it to me. Yang Muxian was speechless. How much does it take to renovate a villa? Sister has given you more than $20 million. That's a pretty atmospheric thing to say. It's not like the money is yours. By the way, Jinbao, this is a gift for you. Shen Hong did a magic trick and had an extra string of necklaces in his hand, the very same Cartier necklace that he had bought last night. For me? Yang Jinxian was pleasantly surprised. Of course. Shen Hong smiled and said, come on, I'll put it on you. Yang Jinxian obediently stretched out her neck. Shen Hong put on the necklace for her. The diamonds of Cartier were shining brightly, like pearls set on her swan neck. Elegance and delicacy coexisted. Honey, is it pretty? Yang Jinxian spun around, all smiles. Beautiful, Shen Hong said heartily. Indeed, a woman who could become the wife of the Song family's head and make her brother-in-law drool over her. How bad could her posture and appearance be? Huo Miao looked jealous. Shen Hong had another necklace in his hand and pinched Huo Miao's nose. Of course there's one for you too. Meow meow. Thanks hubby. Huo Miao's eyes instantly brightened. Quickly help someone put it on and take a look. Flowery words. Yang Muxian on the side skimmed her lips. Brother-in-law can really coax the girl. Just these 2 necklaces add up to 1,000,000 or 800,000. Not only coaxed, Huo Miao heart blossomed, rushed to kiss him again and again. Sister was also cheated out of 20 million. I definitely need to be more vigilant in the future and not be fooled by men like Shen Hong. At this time, Shen Hong spoke. Mu Xian, this is for you. He fished out another necklace and handed it to Yang Muxian. Yang Muxuan's originally despised face turned into a surprise. Brother-in-law, they're still mine? You're too good. Thank you, brother-in-law. With the addition of the necklace, all 3 women took it upon themselves to run into the kitchen and get busy. In a few moments, dinner was ready and the kitchen smelled delicious. Brother-in-law, it's time to eat. Yang Muxuan greeted Shen Hong, who was lying on the sofa playing with his cell phone. Aha! Shen Hong nodded, and just as he was about to get up, Old Chin's WeChat sent over. Boss, I've already cleaned up the house. Should we start collecting greenery tonight? There's no rush. Come to my house for dinner first. Shen Hong replied. This is not necessary. You gave me a lot of supplies. I'll just get some myself. You'll come when you're told to, and there's family to introduce you to, so they can contact you in time if I'm away for something in the future. Okay, fine. Old Chin is a bold character, and did not push back. Agreed. The boss is right. He had given himself great power, and naturally, he wanted him to protect those around him. The boss has huge supplies as well as fire powers, so it's clear that life safety is basically off the table. All one can do is protect his loved ones. However, when Old Chin came to Shen Heng's house, the whole person was a bit confused, not to mention the fact that the boss's house is warm and spring-like, and the house is luxuriously decorated. But what's with these 3 women who look like flowers? 2 of them even wrapped their arms around Shen Hong and called their boss husband at the same time. Old Chin felt his worldview collapsing. Besides, as a qualified concierge, he knew these 2 women. One is Su Chao's girlfriend with a marvelous figure, and I don't know how many people secretly envy Su Chao. The other, who moved in a while ago, is said to be a wife and lives in a townhouse in the Peachland neighborhood. Now both of them, they've become Shen Heng's women? This is outrageous. Old Chin, Jane Xian and Huo Miao are both my women, while this is Yang Muxian, Jane's sister. Shen Hong briefly introduced. They are all her own people. In the future, if there is something on Huo Miao's side and I can't take care of it for a while, she will contact you directly. Sure enough, they're all the boss's women. Old Chin nodded silently. It's still got to be the boss who's awesome. The 4 beauties of Taoyuan. The boss took 2 of them straight away. Ever since Yang Jinxian moved to Taoyuan district, such words have been circulating throughout the neighborhood. Netflix Shasha young woman Jane, long legs Huo Miao white lab coat Ning, says none other than Netflix a small sand. Yang Jinxian, Huo Miao and Dr. Ning Yao. Of course, Shen Qin wasn't counted here because no one knew that there was an actress living in the Peachland neighborhood. After all, celebrities are big on privacy. Even so, being able to take down 2 of the 4 golden flowers was enough to make Old Chin give Shen Hong a silent thumbs up in his heart. What a model for men! If he knew that the remaining 2 were all somewhat intertwined with Shen Hong, and even little Sandy was ready to sacrifice herself for Shen Hong, I am afraid that he would be even more shocked. The 3 women didn't realize that Old Chin already possessed psychic abilities. It was just a little strange. Old Chin seems to be almost 60 years old. It's good that he didn't freeze to death in the freezing weather. What else can he do to help? In reality, Old Chin was only in his 40s, but his many years of mercenary career had made him look rather vicissitudes. After eating, Shen Heng brought Old Chin to the next door, Villa 3, and after opening the door to the basement, waved his hand to fill the basement with supplies. Even though he had just seen the boss's methods, seeing it again was still filled with shock. The entire basement was filled with various supplies. However, it's basically instant noodles and the like, food that's easy to store. As I told you earlier, Wei Yupeng is now in charge of selling supplies, so from now on you'll let him come here to haul goods, Shen Hong said. And Zhao Weilong, he is. Now, before he could finish his sentence, his cell phone rang. Taking it out, it was a WeChat from Wei Yupeng. Brother Shen, all the supplies have been sold. A total of 80 boxes of instant noodles, 700 loaves of bread, 500 ham sausages, and 900 self-heating hot pots. The supplies were sold for a total of $33 million. Gui Yupeng respectfully said, "Brother Shen, shall I give it to you face to face, or shall I turn it over now? By the way, there are still many people who, because they didn't buy the supplies, are now pleading to sell some more to them. All the supplies that were taken over just now have all been sold out." The remaining residents also ran downstairs after hearing that prices were still doubling and that a packet of instant noodles had been sold for $10,000. After 5 days of snow in a row, no one dared to stay up any longer. Even if there is still food in the house, who can guarantee when the snow will stop? Even if people secretly stole curses, they could only honestly go downstairs and line up to buy. But what Shin Hong took out was just a drop in the bucket for the huge Peachland neighborhood. After selling the supplies, more people surrounded Gui Yupeng, begging and wanting to buy the supplies. It wasn't that everyone hadn't thought about snatching those things from Gui Yupeng's hands, but with dozens of frozen corpses lying on the ground, who dared to resist? It is now known that the big man selling the supplies had a machine gun and did not hesitate to shoot numerous homeowners in the neighborhood. More supplies? Shin Hong nodded. That's true. After all, there were many households in the Peachland neighborhood, and even if some of them weren't in the neighborhood, there were at least 10,000 people trapped in their homes. What made him even happier was that a pickup truckload of supplies was actually sold for over $70 million. Together with the 21 million or so given by Yang Jinxian, one's current wealth was nearly 100 million. For levels 12 through 13, 96 million is required. It's all enough to get to level 13. Yu Peng, take Zhao Weilong with you and follow the underground passage. Come to the backside of the townhouse. I'll be waiting for you here in West 2 Row 3. Shin Hong commanded. Have Zhao Weilong bring a few brothers to help load the goods. And since there are people buying, keep selling. Okay Shin, Gui Yupeng answered. In a moment, when the two of them come over, you get to know them as well. Shin Hong turned back and rushed Old Qin to command. Old Qin nodded silently. Not a moment later, the roar of a car could be heard coming from the underground passage, and Gui Yupeng, carrying Zhao Weilong, as well as Ren Jie and 4 other unrecognizable juniors, rushed over in a hurry. Brother Shen, to carry supplies? Zhao Weilong jumped out of the car in style and said, I brought Ren Jie, and 4 other brothers, that should be enough to give a hand. Well, park the car in front of the door and you all come in with me, Shin Hong said, then pulled open the basement door. The crowd raised their eyes and looked. All of them were dumbfounded and froze in disbelief. The basement was full, with only one person passing through the aisles. The rest are all piles of supplies. Chapter 88 Zhao Weilong's Rebellion. Zhao Weilong's few people were completely frozen in place, their jaws agape. So many things. People on the outside have 10,000 packs of instant noodles, and as far as the eye can see, there are at least hundreds of boxes, and ham hocks, cookies, self-heating pans, canned meat. It even brought a great sense of oppression. Move up another load. Yu Peng, take the brothers in and match the supplies. Shin Hong gave way and commanded. He has decided to reuse Gui Yupeng. Already, tonight, he was going to continue to upgrade the vending machine. With nearly 100 million coins, the vending machine was able to be upgraded by 2 levels, and he himself was able to upgrade the foreign fire to level 3. Handing over the Taoyuan district to Gui Yupeng's management, as well as Lao Qin's assistance on the side, I believe that the district can be completely stabilized. The only thing that made Shin Hong a little worried was the safety of Huo Miao at home. It would have been nice to go up one more level of vending machines. This would also give Huo Miao an exotic fruit. It was just that the experience for level 13 to level 14 required a full 92 million. That's not a small number. He simply calculated that the vending machine would need a total of 140 million to be upgraded from level 11 to level 14. It's still 50 million short. Let's hope this load of supplies sells for $50 million. If it's still close, then we'll have to go to Mr. 1 to think of something. Right. I haven't been to see Sandy in 2 days. She should have money too, right? After all, it's the head Netflix. There's also Chin Chin, which is a rising first-tier actress in the entertainment industry. Jin Bao has $20 million. They shouldn't be less, right? Thinking of this, Shin Hong lowered his heart. Brother Shen, this is too much. Taking advantage of Gui Yupeng leading Ren Jie and the other 5 people into the basement, Zhao Weilong came over and handed Shin Hong cigarettes with a smile. Aha! Shin Hong pointed at Old Qin and said, get acquainted. This is Old Qin. Master Qin? Zhao Weilong froze when he saw Old Qin. If it isn't Master Qin, the concierge, why are you following Shin too? Old Qin squeezed out a smile at Zhao Weilong and nodded. Zhao Weilong was a famous dilettante in the neighborhood, and Qin Yiming naturally knew that. This guy usually flaunts his strength, and Old Qin didn't bother with him. Now that he saw that this person was the boss's subordinate, he didn't think much of it. After all, the owner started out in the Peachland neighborhood. and it's only natural that his little brother is an owner of the Peachland neighborhood. Only he didn't realize that there were quite a few owners in the Peachland neighborhood. So how come the boss was looking at this punk? Old Chin. Hello. Zhao Weilong froze before returning to his senses and squeezing out a smile. Willow, how's your gun practice going? Shen Hong saw that Zhao Weilong was carrying an AK with him and asked. Brother Shen, Ren Jie said I have a talent for firearms and can already operate it skillfully. It's just that I still need to practice my marksmanship more. Zhao Weilong laughed dryly. I also wanted to ask you if you have any bullets left? Practicing marksmanship inevitably uses up a lot of bullets. There's some more in the basement. Shen Hong pointed to the top. You take them all later and go back and practice more. Understand? Okay Shen. Zhao Weilong was pleasantly surprised. When he took out the supplies just now, Shen Hong had taken quite a few bullets with him. After all, after unifying the other neighborhoods in the future, they would also need Zhao Weilong to recruit more people and go over to help suppress them. Do give him some defense weapons. Even Shen Hong had prepared some grenades and bulletproof vests. He's got it all planned out. Gui Yupeng, in the future, would be the military advisor by his side, while also acting as a butler. Zhao Weilong is responsible for assisting Gui Yupeng in material sales and mastering military power. Old Qin, on the other hand, was his own bodyguard, and in the future, after the green plant bore supernatural fruits, he would also select some loyal juniors from Zhao Weilong's team and bestow them with supernatural fruits. These foreigners are all under the command of Old Qin. The neighborhoods under explicit control are handled by Gui Yupeng and Zhao Weilong, one to sell and the other to ensure order. If a foreigner appears in the dark and tries to resist, Old Qin will take care of it. Of course, if there was a foreigner willing to defect, Shen Hong was also happy to accept it, but the prerequisite was to go through his own test and make sure that the other party sincerely obeyed. By the way Weilin, those green plants I asked you to collect, how are they now? Shen Hong asked. Brother Shen, they're all in stable acquisition at the moment, Zhao Weilong hurriedly said. It's just that those people don't know what the greenery is good for, but they're all asking for a lot of money, wanting to exchange it for more supplies. Nowadays, a pot of greenery is traded by many people for 4 or 5 packets of instant noodles, or even cigarettes and alcohol or something like that. Zhao Weilong carefully said, You need me to teach you this little thing? Shen Heng's voice chilled. It's already good enough to give them something. How dare you ask for a lion's share? Zhao Weilong had an awkward smile on his face. You don't have to care about this matter. Old Qin will go to deal with it later. You let the brothers gather. Old Qin pick some suitable people from your side. Let follow him to acquire green plants. Good. Zhao Weilong's smile stiffened a bit. Is this about taking away my power? You should know that the minions following Zhao Weilong now, apart from a few punks from the past, the rest were all young and strong lads that he had handpicked. It's not quite right that as soon as Old Qin arrives, he's going to take a portion of the men directly from me. Is it? Brother Shen, should I let Old Qin repick the others? I recruited some more people this afternoon, and now there are only about 20. This if he picks them off, I'll have to find them again, Zhao Weilong said dryly. Shen Hong frowned. Zhao Weilong, are you bargaining with me? This kid, isn't he a little too oblivious? Don't you even know who you are? No, don't dare. Zhao Weilong hurriedly shook his head. As he spoke, he craned his head to look deeper into the basement. The voices of several people came from inside, and it seemed that they were carrying it. So many supplies. Zhao Weilong's eyes narrowed. Why don't these brothers do it? The next second, someone was heard saying, It's more spacious here. Move from here. Line. Gui Yupeng nodded along. After all, they were all stacked with supplies and the aisles were too narrow. There wasn't even room to turn around. But immediately after, an inch-headed young man beside him who had just carried a box of instant noodles. His eyes were ruthless. His sleeve shook, and a short knife appeared in his hand, violently stabbing towards Gui Yupeng. Gui Yupeng simply could not have imagined that these brothers brought by Zhao Weilong would charge themselves. He subconsciously dodged, and the knife did not pierce the neck, but rather a stab that ripped his clothes apart in fluttered cotton wool. The other 3, when Inch had just made his move, had already tacitly and quietly stood behind Ren Jie. They knew that Ren Jie had been in the military and was much better with his hands. Therefore, as soon as Inch made his move, these 3 looked at each other at the same time and pounced on Ren Jie. Ren Jie's hands were sharp, but they simply couldn't be utilized in this small space. He was pinned down by 2 men, and the remaining one was prepared for this, pulling out a rope and tying him up with his arms facing backwards. Brother Shen, Zhao Weilong is a traitor. Gui Yupeng dodged with difficulty, but because it was too narrow, he had already been hit twice. The cotton shirt on his body was almost scratched into stripes. The way back has been blocked by inches. Ren Jie was bound, mouth stuffed with rags, whimpering unable to speak. Gui Yupeng heart clenched his teeth, directly rushed to the door and shouted, Brother Shen, you be careful. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* at Shin Hong. Shin Hong took a few steps backwards to avoid the kick. Old Chin's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to make a move, Zhao Weilong raised his gun quickly and aimed it at Shin Hong and Old Chin. "Brother Shen, don't move." Zhao Weilong grinned and laughed softly. "But I'm rather nervous. If I accidentally pull the trigger here, you'll be dead." Zhao Weilong, "What do you mean?" Shen Heng's face was as usual, only frowning slightly. "I treat you well. In this kind of weather, food and drink are all supplied to you. You don't have to do this, do you? Not necessary?" A hostile aura flashed across Zhao Weilong's face. "Surname Shen, I've become a one-eyed dragon now. All thanks to you. I just wanted to Song Yunsa. You blinded one of my eyes and then gave me something to eat, and you want to buy me off? You're dreaming. My ass." He looked a bit maniacal. "From the moment I defected, I had already made up my mind that I must take revenge. I'm only in my 20s, and I was made disabled by you. I still have to bow down and call you Brother Shen. Shin, you paralyzed ah. I originally wanted to continue to lie in wait and slowly dispel your suspicions, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to give me a chance." Zhao Weilong laughed out loud, "Gave me the gun and told me to bring my little brother over tonight to help move the supplies. When Gui Yupeng contacted me and asked me to bring my minions to help move the supplies, I knew that the opportunity had come. I didn't know where your warehouse was before, but now I understand." Zhao Weilong greedily glanced at the basement. "So many supplies, enough for old me to live for years. You know what? There are so many women in the neighborhood now, a packet of instant noodles and they volunteer to spend the night with me. Do you think that after a few days, when Song Yunsha doesn't have anything to eat or drink, what can she do? She'll have to kneel down and beg me to give her a bite? You can't satisfy her, but I can." "Wait." Shin Hong scratched his head, a little confused. "Who is Song Yunsa?" Chapter 89, Death. Zhao Weilong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "You don't know Song Yunsa? It's because of Song Yunsa that you put me in this situation. What are you playing at with me?" Zhao Weilong frowned and hooked his finger on the trigger. "Song Yunsa is just a small piece of sand. What are you pretending to be?" "Oh, so that's her name." Shin Hong nodded. It seemed that little Sandy had told him about it that day, his own name, but Shin Hong kissed her passionately and didn't take it to heart at all. Before he could go any further, Wang Jie sent a message, and then Shin Hong left. In the course of these 2 days, little Sandy did take the initiative to send herself 2 WeChat messages, but she did not reply. She hasn't initiated any more messages either. After Shin Hong played with Wang Jie's 3 girlfriends, he had young Jin Shin. How can you have time to take care of little Sandy when you're so busy? In his opinion, a big netizen like little Sandy must have a rather chaotic private life. Come back and talk to her in depth at some point when you want to change the flavor yourself. Cut the crap. Zhao Weilong shouted angrily. Song Yunsha is mine, and the supplies are also mine. The heavens really gave me this heavenly opportunity. Ha ha, I blame you for having a big heart and trusting me so easily. In your next life, don't trust others so easily. Waste my eyes, and still let me be your little brother, but also to guard the building for you, to protect Song Yunsha. You simply do not treat me as a human being. Zhao Weilong looked hideous. People like you really shouldn't be given any more chances either. Shin Hong shook his head slightly and said softly, "It seems that I need to pay more attention in the future. Not the kind of people who deserve another chance. In fact, to put it bluntly, Zhao Weilong is not capable of anything at all. He is just a punk." It wasn't like Gui Yupeng, who in his last life had also assisted the Song family and become the overlord of the northern part of the city. Gui Yupeng was smart, knew how to assess the situation, and was able to assist with a single mind after following Shin Hong. This was because he knew that under such circumstances, Shin Hong, who possessed huge supplies, would have a huge advantage. But Zhao Weilong was blinded by hatred. Wouldn't it be nice to be a one-eyed warrior under your own command, preferring to seek death? Shin Hong was helpless. I had turned my heart to the bright moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. Later? Zhao Weilong laughed loudly. There's no later. In your next life remember not to trust others so easily. Shin Hong nodded. You're right. In your next life you must remember, don't easily trust others. Old Qin. He suddenly opened his mouth, while Old Qin beside him didn't hesitate and directly slammed his fist at Zhao Weilong. Old Qin has long been ready. This is the perfect opportunity to show your loyalty. Also, he was eager to try out just how fast and hard his fists were. Zhao Weilong was startled. Did not expect this. Old Qin said to make a move. Immediately raised his gun ready to pull the trigger. But just as his finger touched the trigger, Old Qin's fist instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Without waiting for him to react, Old Qin's fist had already smashed heavily on Zhao Weilong's gun. Old Qin was perfectly capable of settling Zhao Weilong with a single punch, but he was afraid that Zhao Weilong would suddenly shoot and it would be embarrassing if he hit his boss. That's why it's important to fix this gun first. Ping! His fist was like an adamantine drill, smashing into the gun and stirring up violent sounds. What Zhao Weilong didn't expect was that the old Qin's punch came down, and the barrel of the gun was actually directly smashed and bent, and along with the old Qin's fist, it landed on his chest together. Put! Zhao Weilong's body flew out horizontally, spraying a mouthful of blood in the air before rolling into the basement. Motionless, life and death unknown. What power! Satisfaction flashed in Shun Heng's eyes. Previously, he had guessed that old Qin's hands were absolutely extraordinary after swallowing the fruit of alien energy. Now that I look at it, old Qin is simply a one-punch Superman. Boss, this guy is basically dying, already incapacitated and unthreatening. Old Qin went up and checked, picked up the bent AK and reported respectfully. Well done. Shen Hong quipped and took a step to Zhao Weilong's side. Old Qin was worthy of being a member of the Ace Force and had been a mercenary for many years, and his fighting instincts were almost rooted in his heart. The pursuit of a strike is to kill with one blow, making the opponent unthreatening. He crouched down, only to see that Zhao Weilong's chest had collapsed, and at this time, he was spitting out blood while panting hard, and in his gaze towards Shen Hong, in addition to shock, there was also deep fear. Isn't this old Qin a janitorial grandpa? How did it get so fierce? His consciousness was a little blurred, sensing that his life force was slowly fading. He spoke with difficulty. Shen, brother Shen, don't kill me. Didn't you just tell me not to be merciful? Shen Hong gently shook his head. Zhao Weilong, I've already given you a chance. It's you who don't cherish it. Originally, he wanted to promote Zhao Weilong, but this guy is full of backbones. Shen Hong simply won't keep him alive anymore. Give him a hard time. Old Qin. Shen Hong heard Gui Yupeng's miserable screams still coming from the depths of the basement, as well as Rin Jie's whimpering voice, and commanded, then stepped inside. Yes. Old Qin nodded in response and kicked Zhao Weilong out of the basement. Zhao Weilong's body was still in the air when Old Qin violently threw out the fractured AK. The gun body heavily smashed into Zhao Weilong's body, taking him and nailing him to the wall. A mouthful of blood spilled out of Zhao Weilong's mouth, and then his head lolled, and he was lifeless. He didn't even look at Zhao Weilong's corpse, but quickly turned around and followed Shen Hang. Deep in the basement, Gui Yupeng was stabbed several times and was covered in blood. After this blood gushed out, it had begun to coagulate because of the extremely low temperature. From a distance, Gui Yupeng looked as if he was a bloody man, but he was not afraid of death at the moment, and seeing that Rin Jie was tied up, he suddenly let out a violent cry and twisted his body, blocking the opening of the narrow passageway. Brother Shen, take care. He turned his head and shouted in the direction of the gate, followed by a sardonic grin on his face. Come on, as long as I block the passage, all four of you, you won't be able to rush to Shin in the first place. The only thing that worried him was Zhao Weilong outside. You know, Zhao Weilong is carrying a gun, but now all he can do is block the passage with his body. I hope Shin Hang is safe and sound. Then if you die, Shin will treat your family generously. Get out of my way or you'll die for me. With a look of impatience on his face, Inch waved his knife and lunged again. It's too cold and Gui Yupeng's clothes are too thick. The several knives just now had clearly pierced Gui Yupeng's body, but they hadn't caused much damage. But now, Gui Yupeng's clothes were all torn and tattered, and cotton wool flew down to the ground. 2 more cuts and he's dead. And Gui Yupeng, seeing his opponent rushing over again, casually picked up the instant noodle box from the supplies piled up next to him. He was just about to smash away when suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. It's okay, just get out of the way. Shen Heng's familiar voice rang in his ears. Shen, Gui Yupeng froze. It's too much of a loss to waste my box of instant noodles for this one little inch. Shen Hong smilingly took the instant noodles away from Gui Yupeng's hand. In the instant it was just taken away, a brick flew over both men's heads, hitting Inch's wrist, which was holding the knife, with unerring precision. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a clang as Inch took the pain. Shen Hong led Gui Yupeng into the spacious area, and old Qin's figure rushed out from the back and punched at the inchworm. Inch's face was smashed straight flat and he lay on the ground without a word. The remaining 3 were originally pressing down on the struggling Rin Jie, but when they saw this scene, they all froze on the spot as if they had seen a ghost. There's no need to keep them alive. Kill them all, Shen Hong commanded with an expressionless face. Old Qin didn't open his mouth. His body had already turned into a gust of wind and pounced over. In less than 3 seconds, 3 screams came from the basement, followed by an abrupt end to the sound. The 4 juniors who followed Zhao Weilong all fell to the ground. Seeing that they were not breathing, after old Qin untied the rope from Rin Jie's body, Shen Hong inquired, "Are you guys okay?" "No, it's fine, boss." Ren Jie hung his head low, a face of shame. "Rather, it is Peng Hu." Before his words were finished, Gui Yupeng sighed in relief, but a sharp wave of vertigo surged through his heart, and his body shook for a moment before he fell to the side. Chapter 90, inviting Ning Yao. "Honey, you're back." When they heard the basement door being opened, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian rose at the same time and greeted them. Jin Bao, you said before that that sister of yours is Ning Yao, right? Shen Hong didn't talk much nonsense, but spoke directly. Yang Jinxian nodded. Yes. Ning Yao is having a bad time right now. She already knew about Ning Yao's situation when she spoke to her today. This silly girl, even in the freezing weather, couldn't forget her sacred profession as a doctor and kept helping to save people. Many people have been tossed around by this sudden drop in temperature, especially some of the elderly and children with weaker resistance. Now that Ning Yao was also out of food and drink, she tried to line up for supplies in the afternoon, but Gui Yupeng had already sold out before it was her turn. To be honest, Yang Jinxian could even accept sharing a husband with Huo Miao, and she also understood the current situation. Shen Hong possessed a huge amount of supplies, and naturally possessed a huge amount of power. Shen Hong definitely couldn't have only two women, himself and Huo Miao, in the future. Instead of that, it would indeed be better to let the women around Shen Hong, as Huo Miao said, all become their good sisters. This can also control Shen Hong's outside womanizing. However, Shen Hong did not agree to let Ning Yao come over, so she could only dismiss the idea. Unexpectedly, now that he opened the door, Shen Hong actually had to inquire about Ning Yao. Tell her to come over here now, Shen Hong said eagerly. Over? Yang Jinxuan's expression was a bit odd, and looking at the husband, it seems to be very eager. Honey, it's only been a day and you've changed your mind? Huo Miao was all gossipy. Who was it that said before that they didn't agree to let people come? Say what? Shen Hong shook his head. Gui Yupeng is injured and needs Ning Yao to come over to help save her. I can give her supplies. With that, he turned around and asked old Qin to carry Gui Yupeng into the house. Ren Jie also looked weak. Although he wasn't as badly injured as Gui Yupeng, he was pressed by the three men and tied up backwards, and he suffered some flesh and blood during the struggle. Followed behind the old Qin and entered the door. At a glance, he saw the two big beauties like flowers in jade. Ren Jie was shocked, and then he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet his boss's women's eyes at all. What shocked him even more was the temperature of this basement. How come it's so warm? Ren Jie was completely stunned. Come in first. Shen Hong beckoned for a few people to enter the house, and then asked old Qin to put Gui Yupeng on the bed in one of the rooms in the basement. Ren Jie, you sit too. Shen Hong waved his hand. Thanks, boss. Ren Jie sat on the chair with a formal face, looking around and suspecting that he was dreaming. It's too warm in this house, and the boss's two wives, all wearing summer clothes, made him feel as if he had seen a ghost, outside the snowy day. But the boss's home is simply no different from summer, and Huo Miao had already brought hot water to a few of them. Ren Jie thanked him repeatedly, and the awe of Shen Hong in his heart increased a few points. Just now, he saw very clearly that the concierge, Master Qin, had cleanly killed 4 of Zhao Weilong's men. A punch that kills, and after killing the man, he still followed Shen Hong with a calm face. Apparently, Master Qin has killed people before. People's hands, too, are far superior to their own, who have been in the military. Why would he shrink into being a doorman in a neighborhood? Could it be that the boss's identity is very important, and old Qin is the person sent by the Shen family to secretly protect him? Now that we've encountered a snowstorm, for the young master's safety, so old Qin no longer hides his face, but follows him around openly and honestly? Ren Jie, who has read a lot of novels, is filled with the plot of the domineering president in his head. Yang Jinxian instantly understood when she saw Gui Yupeng's injuries and hurriedly took out her cell phone to dial Ning Yao's number. Hubby, Gui Yupeng, what's going on here? Huo Miao came to Shen Heng's side and inquired in a low voice. She knew that her husband had given all the work of selling the supplies to Gui Yupeng in the past 2 days. Now that he brought Gui Yupeng home, it was obvious that he also trusted him a lot. Zhao Weilong betrayed me and brought a few people to try to shade me, Shen Hong said indifferently. However, the people are all dead now. Hubby, then are you hurt? Huo Miao instantly tensed up. Shen Hong shook his head. I am fine. It's just that Yupeng wanted to drag the other party and let me escape, and he was stabbed a few times. Huo Miao looked towards the unconscious Gui Yupeng, his eyes filled with fear and gratitude. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid my husband would have been hurt. Of course, she did not know that Shen Hong did not put Zhao Weilong in his eyes at all. Even without old Qin by his side, he could easily burn Zhao Weilong to ashes. However, his own supernormal ability, Shen Hong did not want to expose it until the critical time. On the side, Yang Jinxian had already dialed Ning Yao's phone. Yao, where are you? I'm out saving lives. Ning Yao's weak voice came from the phone. She hadn't eaten for a long time, hadn't even drank a drop of water, and was still saving people non-stop, so she had already been starving, and her bodily functions had all been exhausted to the extreme. You come to my place first now. You are needed to save someone. Yang Jinxian was a bit anxious. She naturally heard Huo Miao and Shen Heng's conversation. In her mind, The unconscious Gui Yupeng saved her husband. Without him, I'm afraid Shin Hong also. She didn't even dare to think about it. She had only just become Shin Heng's woman, living a good life with no worries about food and clothing in 4 seasons of spring, and was many times better than the other owners. But if anything happened to Shin Hong, this utopia-like life of his own would also go up in smoke. Your side? Ning Yao froze. Who's injured? Is it Mu Xian? No, it's a good buddy of my husband's. Yang Jinxian shook her head. Didn't you not eat for a day? Come over here. I'll cook for you. And my husband said that he'll also give you all kinds of supplies. Ning Yao turned back, glanced at the old man lying on the hospital bed, hesitated, and asked, Does your husband have any fever-reducing medicine there? Yes. Without waiting for Yang Jinxian to open her mouth, Shin Hong heard Ning Yao's voice and said in a deep voice, All kinds of drugs. I have them all. What drugs can't you buy for yourself by owning a vending machine? Okay, I want a bottle of fever reducer, and a bottle of anti-inflammatory. As long as you give me these, even if you don't give me supplies to eat, I'll go and save lives. Ning Yao hurriedly said, Okay, go ahead and head down the underpass toward my house. When Yang Jinxian saw Shin Hong nodding, she hurriedly opened her mouth. Good. Ning Yao put down her cell phone and let out a long breath. Although the medical skills are very good, but how to save people in this bad weather conditions? What medical tools and medicines are not available? She is now in the home of a homeowner, and this afternoon the young couple plus her best friend then begged to come to the door. It's just that the old man has gone into a complete fever, and there's nothing she can do about it. The young couple was offered to buy drugs from Harmony, which they also refused without hesitation. Just kidding, a bottle of medicine that lasts $100 at best, but Shin Hong sells them 50,000 for a bottle of medicine. It's outrageous. Her mom opened the door for outrageous to the core. The point is, they weren't sure if a bottle of medicine would cure their very sick father. If you can't cure it, won't you have to pay for the follow-up? Now a packet of instant noodles is sold for $10,000. 50,000 can buy 5 packets of instant noodles. Their 2 families to save a little are enough to eat for 2 days. You can't just save the old man and not live your own life in the future. Can you? If the snow stops, will there be a future? The two hesitantly declined. Ning Yao was highly skilled in medicine, but she was only a doctor, not a mage. How can we save it without medicine? Now that I received a call from my best friend, I heard Jinxian say that her husband was willing to give himself supplies as long as he went over to save the day. Even if he switched to drugs, he agreed. As soon as the fever-reducing medicine is exchanged, the old man in the bed will be cured. Although she didn't know the old man, Ning Yao hoped to save more people even if she was starving herself. If there are people, there's hope, isn't there? Dr. Ning, you're leaving? Seeing that Ning Yao answered a phone call and then prepared to leave, the young couple quit. Dr. Ning, you haven't even been treated yet. Why do you have to leave? At least there is a first come first served. We invited you first. The young man grimaced. That's it. His wife also skimmed her lips and nodded. You don't even give it a look. You just want to go? It seems that this Ning expert's reputation is not good. I just heard on the phone. People are willing to give you supplies, right? Because we don't give you food. You don't care about the elderly? Ning Yao paused in her steps and frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you understand it yourself? The young woman's voice rose a few notches. If you're not happy to save people, don't come out to make a name for yourself. Aren't you happy to save people? You didn't even look at the old man on the bed. You just left. Is that how you treat patients? Yes, Dr. Ning. Her husband followed suit. We were looking for you to see my grandfather because the group was singing your praises, saying you are a good person and warm-hearted. And now we hear that other people are giving you supplies, and we didn't. So you're not going to see him anymore? How can you say that? Ning Yao's face clouded over. Chapter 91, Slander. Oh, that goes without saying. I was right next to you just now and heard you on the phone. The young woman said in a strange voice. The one who called you is a woman. TSK. Once you hear that, she is rich and powerful. I will cook for you, and my husband will give you all kinds of supplies. Once you hear that, don't you have to leave? You. Ning Yao was speechless with anger. He refused the supplies and only asked Yang Jinxuan's husband to give some medicine. Earlier when she talked to Yang Jinxian on the phone, she learned that Yang Jinxian had already found a new husband, and the other party seemed to have quite a lot of supplies. Ning Yao was somewhat helpless. Yang Jinxian is a rich woman with a lot of assets. How can she easily commit herself to someone else just for some food and drinks? Isn't someone in the group selling supplies? $10,000 for a pack of instant noodles was a sky-high price for others. But for someone like Yang Jinxian, she should be able to buy it without any pressure, right? Why would she do that? As Yang Jinxuan's close friend, she didn't voice her doubts. We are all adults and everyone has their own choices. One does not have the ability to dictate to others what they should do. Moreover, in order to save her life, she had asked Yang Jinshan to borrow several $100,000, and she had transferred the money without saying a word. Ning Yao was grateful. Now she refuses even food and drink to save her life. But this couple, in yin and yang themselves, come on, it's your grandfather who's being saved. You guys won't even shell out 50,000. And now that I'm saving people and coming back to save your grandfather after exchanging drugs, you're actually talking about me like this. I've just said that the old man has a high fever and needs fever-reducing medication too. You don't have any at home. Ning Yao's face went cold. I told my friend that I don't want drugs. I just want some fever-reducing pills, in order to get them back to save the old man. How can you guys talk about me like that? So it's still our fault for being small-minded? The man bristled. Shay, how many good people can these doctors be? Don't they all want to put money in their own pockets? His wife scornfully said. I don't believe it. I can change the supplies not to change. What's the point of pretending? If you don't want to be saved, just say so. I can't talk to you guys. Ning Yao shook her head and turned around to walk out. I've already made the old man's situation clear to you, so deal with it however you wish. And if you want to save someone's life, buy your own medicine. In the couple's cold and contemptuous eyes, Ning Yao walked down the stairs. It was already dark. The temperature was icy cold. But even colder was Ning Yao's heart. One's good intentions to save someone's life were actually exchanged for such a result. What she didn't expect was that just after she got downstairs, her cell phone buzzed twice, picked it up and saw that the couple from earlier in the day had etched themselves in the homeowners group. Xiaohe, tell everyone one thing, don't trust it Yi Jiqiu so easily. This person is simply a liar. ZLP, exactly. When she looked at my grandfather just now, she didn't even look at him and directly told both of us that she didn't have any medicine and that she would have to buy it from He Qi Shankai in order to get it. I see. This Ning Yao and He Qi Shankai are in cahoots. They're just teaming up to make a disaster fortune. A box of medicine is $50,000. Who can afford it? The group was in an uproar. Ning Yao stood still, took a deep breath, and just as she wanted to type a rebuttal, someone in the group jumped out and rebuked. Silent smile, not right. Upstairs, in the afternoon Dr. Ning treated my child. I saw it with my own eyes. People contacted Gui Yupeng, spent $50,000 to buy the medicine. It was given to us free of charge. Xiao Mei 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 Nyo, yeah, my dad was sick today too. And Dr. Ning looked at him for free and poured out the medicine. Medicine is not cheap in this weather. She can't be that kind of person. Autumn water long day, Ning big lady beautiful heart. To my child also see the disease. We also want to send her a packet of instant noodles. But Ning doctor are refused. Ethereal dust, I sent it too. Dr. Ning refused to take it even though she said so. How could she be the kind of person you say she is? Looking at the crowd in the group defending herself, a smile surfaced on Ning Yao's face, feeling that all of her exertion had dissipated. But the young couple scoffed and didn't believe them at all. Xiaohe, I'd say there must be Ning Yao's accomplices among you, right? Whoever is helping her now is in her gang. Indeed. It's possible that a few of them were indeed helped by her for free. But have you thought about it? Why did she help for free? $50,000 for a bottle of medicine? She would rather go hungry to buy medicine for you to save people. Who believes it? The crowd in the group froze, and no one continued typing. Xiaohe then continued. Think about it the other way around. If Ning Yao is in cahoots with He Qi Shankai, does she need to spend money on medicine? Isn't it a freebie? In order for you to sing her praises. It's still snowing outside and the temperature is still dropping. I'm afraid we young people will all get sick in the future. Not to mention the elderly and children. So, won't everyone go to her first? With so many people looking for her, how many $50,000 does she have to buy medicine for everyone? When the time comes, isn't it still publicized for you all to go to He Qi Shankai to buy it? He Qi Shankai's stuff these days, but it's getting more expensive by the day. A few days ago, instant noodles were still 1,000, and now, it's gone up tenfold to 10,000. How much will these life-saving medicines cost in a few days? If it's 10 times, it's $500,000. 50,000 people can afford to shell out, but how many can afford $500,000? The crowd was silent, and no one continued to speak to the group. At this time, someone else suddenly aided Ning Yao. I didn't expect that you're actually this kind of person. I was almost fooled by you. Ning Yao was inwardly sad. The person who had sent her a message was the same person who had just spoken up for her. Autumn water, long sky. She remembered this woman in her 30s, thanking herself gratefully, even handing over the only packet of instant noodles left in the house. Although she was also hungry at that time, but looking at the frail child and then the bloodless woman, Ning Yao couldn't accept it. But one's own good intentions were met with such a result, as if autumn water Chang Tian had given an opening. The next moment, the crowd joined in with accusations against Ning Yao. It seems that any late accusation will be labeled as Ning Yao's accomplice. Ning Yao's body swayed as her cell phone vibrated more than once. She inhaled a mouthful of cold air, forced her grief, and typed, "Since everyone thinks that I am this kind of person, I have nothing to say, especially the ones I helped treat this afternoon. I didn't charge you a penny, and in the spirit of the vocation of saving the dead and helping the injured, I borrowed a friend's money myself to buy medicine for you." Xiao He was full of disdain. "Yo, Dr. Ning, are you telling a fairy tale? Borrowing money to buy medicine for everyone? Do you know what you're saying? This is outrageous. Who's going to wake her up with a pee?" "Yes, Dr. Ning, don't blame me for speaking harshly. It's simply impossible. That's not the way to fish for fame if you want to. Upstairs, people are trying to make money." Dr. Ning looks so energetic. How could he be hungry? Maybe he's eating a big sausage from Wuxi Shanghai. Yes, pretending to be tired of it. Hurry home to serve the peace and money. If you want to make money from everything, beware of giving birth to a son with no PIs. The group was talking and spewing out all kinds of obscenities. Ning Yao's two hands clenched tightly together, and after a long period of silence, she quietly retired from the owners group. For the first time she realized that what she was doing seemed pointless. Doctors, shouldn't they be saving lives? Is it right to save a man from death? Chapter 92 Entering the Villa. Ning Yao withdrew from the group and recovered her emotions for a moment before taking a step in the direction of Yang Jinxuan's villa. She didn't realize that after people found out that she had retreated from the group in silence, they became even more convinced that Ning Yao was just preparing for the future to rake in the money with Wuxi Shanghai. Only now, after being exposed by everyone for what he really is, he feels he has no face to continue to stay in the group. So he quit the group. The group of homeowners was swarming with curses. However, at this time, Shen Hong suddenly appeared. "Harmony, everyone seems to be idle. It seems like you've all had your fill of food and drink. Some say I want to rake in the dough, right? Then I'll do what you all want. First forewarning, I still have supplies, but the prices will double tomorrow. Love to buy. If you can't afford it, get lost." The group was instantly dumbfounded. Everyone then remembers that Harmony is still carrying a gun. This guy doesn't care at all about killing people, and this afternoon, he slaughtered dozens of people straight away. The crowd said nothing, especially the few that had been typing, and their hands were busy as they began to withdraw the messages they had sent out. Someone led the way and others followed. For a while, the messages in the group were all withdrawn by the crowd, but in a moment's time, even the speech of the couple from Little River was withdrawn cleanly. Owner's group chat interface, RXX withdrew a message in the screen. A bunch of bullying grandsons. Shen Hong was disdainful. It wasn't that he was giving Ning Yao props, but he realized that the gang had gotten a little forgetful after one afternoon. Shen Hong was just helping them find the person they once were. "Those of you who want to talk about me behind my back, you'd better communicate in private and not let me know." Shen Hong once again typed. "Those who have the guts to do so can continue to send them in the group, and it's best to report their family location, so I can visit them one by one tomorrow." The crowd trembled and did not speak a word. Ning Yao followed the underground passage all the way to the townhouse location when Yang Jinxuan's WeChat sent over. "Yo, I'm at Villa 4, just inside the basement. Come and knock directly on the basement door." Moved to Villa 4? Ning Yao has been to Yang Jinxuan's house and has been staying at Villa 3. How did she run to 4? She didn't think much of it and went to the door of basement number 4 and knocked gently. Soon, Yang Jinxian opened the door and welcomed her in. Yao, you're finally here," Yang Jinxian enthusiastically said. "Come on in. It's too cold outside. You help my husband's brother look at it first. I'll go and make you some noodles to go." No need. Ning Yao was just about to politely refuse, when she realized that Yang Jinxian was actually wearing a short sleeve. Short sleeves. Ning Yao stared wide-eyed, and then she noticed that in the basement, it was actually as warm as spring. "Dr. Ning, this way please." Huo Miao also greeted him. Ning Yao froze. She had naturally heard of the rumors of the 4 golden flowers of the peach community. She and Yang Jinxian were familiar with each other, and at the time, they joked with each other that they were both already married young women, and that they could still be counted. The remaining hobgoblins and a small piece of sand. She kept an eye out for them and had seen the street photos others had posted. Extraordinarily beautiful indeed. But before today, she had never heard Yang Jinxian say that she knew Huo Miao, but right now wasn't the time to ask. She fixed her mind and hurriedly followed behind Huo Miao. "Dr. Ning, my husband's good brother is injured. No matter what, please cure him," my husband said. "The supplies you can pick whatever you want. As for the bottle of fever medicine and the bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine you asked for, it will be a free gift to you," Huo Miao said as he walked. Ning Yao squeezed out a smile. "Shouldn't be necessary, thanks." She has been chilled by the owners of the neighborhood. "If you even quit the group, do you have to put your hot face on someone else's cold ass?" But Huo Miao is not unmarried. I heard that I live with my boyfriend, Yang Jinxuan's new husband. Could it be that he's friends with Hua Miao's husband? This also explains why Hua Miao also appeared in Villa 4. When she entered the house, Ning Yao saw Gui Yupeng, who was covered in blood. The room was warm, and Gui Yupeng's frozen wound, which was a bit cracked, was oozing blood outward. Dr. Ning, please. Shin Hong nodded slightly when he saw Ning Yao and got up to make way for Gui Yupeng's side. No matter what, please cure him. Ning Yao was indeed very pretty. Even if she hadn't washed for 5 days, it was hard to hide her flavor. Today, Gui Yupeng was in danger, and it also gave Shin Hong a wake-up call. It's time to put the search for a doctor on your own agenda. If Ning Yao was not a saintly mother heart, then Shin Hong naturally preferred her. Medical experts and good-looking, Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian were ready to accept this sister. Just a shame. Ning Yao stepped forward, her eyes focused on the wounds on Gui Yupeng's body, and calmly said, he was hit by quite a lot of knives. You guys first help take off the clothes, so that it is convenient for me to check the wounds. Old Qin stepped forward and stripped Gui Yupeng's top off. Hua Miao, on the other hand, avoided suspicion and took the initiative to exit the room and went to help in the kitchen. When Gui Yupeng was naked, Shin Heng's eyes crinkled. Gui Yupeng's body is covered with wounds. Earlier, how much pain did he have to endure? Even after being stabbed several times, he was still desperately shouting at the door to leave? Worthy of their own trust. If Gui Yupeng had a backlash, he would have definitely joined forces with Zhao Weilong in that situation just now. Having had the memories of his previous life, Shin Hong knew very well that Gui Yupeng was a smart man. If he was stupid, how could he be Song Zhengming's military advisor? And Zhao Weilong led 4 brothers with AK-47s in their hands, with a mind to count, and the addition of firearms. Any way you count it, Zhao Weilong is bound to win. However, he did not surrender, and even tried to use his life to help him stall for time to facilitate his escape. In that situation just now, Shin Hong also had the intention of testing Gui Yupeng and Ren Jie. Neither of these two were in cahoots with Zhao Weilong, much to his relief. In addition to himself, the next one of the alien fruit. It is time to leave one for Gui Yupeng. Ren Jie put down the second sequence. I think the stab wound is more serious and it requires wound treatment, but I don't have any tools. After Ning Yao examined it, she looked at Shin Hong with some difficulty. Anything you need, just ask. I have it. Shin Hong spoke directly. What can't you buy in a vending machine? You can even buy things that aren't available on Blue Star. I need a scalpel, saline, hydrogen peroxide, and anti-inflammatories, tetanus shot, iodophor, gauze. Ning Yao was extremely calm and presenting various types of tools. Just a moment. Shin Hong waved his hand at Ning Yao, then turned around and walked out of the room. After coming to another vacant room, Shin Hong closed the door and sank his mind into the space of consciousness. Standing in front of the vending machine, Shin Hong quickly entered the various types of things that Ning Yao had just said. Scalpel, scalpel. He murmured under his breath and typed those 3 words before clicking search. The next second, on the vending machine screen, various types of scalpels were displayed. At the top of the list, it is clearly labeled with the words system strictly selected, and it also shows that vending machine level 9 is required to purchase it. Nice guy, more demanding than even a gun. Shin Hong was astonished, especially because the price of this set of scalpels was staggering. 2 million. At that price, you can buy 2 exotic fruits. Of course, it can't be compared that way. After all, you could only buy 1 exotic fruit at the first level, and if you wanted to continue to buy it, you would need to spend a huge amount of money to upgrade it before you could continue to buy it. This scalpel, on the other hand, is available for unlimited purchase. Now Shin Hong has money, the balance of nearly 100 million, especially the treatment or their own recognition of Gui Yupeng. He did not hesitate, directly clicked to buy this high-frequency ultrasonic scalpel. The system describes the scalpel, which is mainly used for cutting and hemostasis, as ideal for treating Gui Yupeng. He then began searching for other items. Chapter 93 Hospitality. After spending nearly $10 million, Shin Hong purchased the appropriate kinds of tools. The vending machine's experience, too, had passed the halfway mark, and it was still about 6 million short of level 12. Anyway, these things can be used later if another brother gets hurt. Shin Hong all picked the highest grade to buy, just like the anti-inflammatory drugs and other medicines. Shin Hong bought the ones that were also strictly selected by the system, and a small bottle would cost $1 million. Swallowing an anti-inflammatory is more expensive than swallowing a piece of gold. The gauze is also the strong gauze introduced by the system, which is able to wrap the wound perfectly. Shin Hong carried a large bag of things and returned to his room. Ning Yao originally thought that it was impossible for Shin Hong to be fully prepared, but she didn't expect Shin Hong to go out for a few minutes and then walk back, carrying a large bag in his hand. Dr. Ning, see if there's anything missing. Placing the bag beside Ning Yao, Shin Hong asked politely, "This, an ultrasonic scalpel? Ning Yao picked up the scalpel with some disbelief. This is expensive stuff. Whose family buys this except hospitals? And the one in her hand was completely different from the one she used. This one feels better in the hand and seems, by all accounts, to be more expensive. You know, the ultrasonic scalpel in their hospital is just about the latest model. And which medical device group built this? Medtronic? Johnson & Johnson? Siemens? Mylan? She poked around curiously, but couldn't find any brand logos at all, except for some buttons. Dr. Ning, you can use it, right? Shin Hong inquired. I forgot that he bought the system choice. Generally speaking, the things that were strictly selected by the system were a bit more developed than the technological products of Blue Star, and it was not known whether Ning Yao would use them, although I haven't used this brand of. As long as it's an ultrasonic scalpel, I should be fine. Ning Yao settled down and tried it briefly, and her eyes instantly lit up. As a medical expert, she naturally knew very well that this scalpel, in every way, fit her mind perfectly. It's even several times stronger than Johnson's ultrasonic scalpel, which I've used myself. Simply not a product of its time, she mumbled in her mind. In that case, then please do it as soon as possible, Shin Hong urged. Good. Ning Yao returned to her senses and looked at Gui Yupeng, her eyes already completely calm. She cleaned Gui Yupeng's wounds and picked up a scalpel, looking at Ning Yao's face full of seriousness, meticulously treating Gui Yupeng and skillfully sewing up the wounds. Shin Hong sighed in relief. After all, it was an expert specially recruited back from Jiangcheng Hospital. Don't look at Ning Yao's young age. But this technique was really enough. Is he okay? Shin Hong was a bit worried and opened his mouth to inquire. Nothing major. Ning Yao was just about to reply that some other medications were needed to go along with it when she suddenly froze. She saw that those drugs given to Gui Yupeng were actually absorbed by him extremely quickly. And the medicine is so magical? Ning Yao's eyes were wide with shock. These medicines that Shin Hong had taken out, she had never seen them either, but she did recognize the font marked on top of the pillbox. That's kind of weird. Ning Yao was originally still surprised in her heart why Shin Hong had taken out all these things, and as a medical expert herself, she had never seen any of them. Now these seemed like unusual things. The wounds on Gui Yupeng's body could be stitched up with extreme ease, and it wasn't even an exaggeration to say that there were almost no traces. Ning Yao could tell that almost none of these wounds would leave any traces after they healed. 1 or 2 wounds she could attribute to her superior surgery, but a full body wound, even a different old expert couldn't have stitched it up so well. It's that ultrasonic scalpel. And there are these drugs. According to the instructions on the box, it took less than 5 minutes to apply it, and the medicine was quickly absorbed into the wounds, and by the time she stitched them up, they were all much smaller to the naked eye. This is outrageous. Ning Yao was a bit dumbfounded now. Possessing these medicines, coupled with one's own medical skills, it was no exaggeration to say that one was the divine doctor of the world. Mr. Shin, where did you buy this medicine from? Ning Yao turned her head and looked solemnly at Shin Hong. Once these medicines of yours can be popularized, human beings will. Stop. Shin Hong impatiently waved his hand. I'm not interested in saving humanity. I'm just concerned about when this brother of mine will wake up. It shouldn't take much longer. His vitals are stable. Please don't worry. Ning Yao returned awkwardly. She realized that Shin Hong seemed to have little interest in talking to herself. After all, in Shin Hong's heart, Ning Yao was a holy mother. If he hadn't asked her to save his life, Shin Hong wouldn't have even let her into his home. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. Ning Yao quietly looked at the people around her for a few moments. In addition to this Shin Hong, who was unwilling to talk to himself, that is, except for Huo Miao's husband, there is also Gui Yupeng, who is unconscious on the bed, the silent Master Qin, and Ran Jie, who doesn't say a word. Why is Master Qin here too? She was a little curious. However, just now, Yang Jinxian said that this person on the bed was her husband's best friend. So this young man, who was a bit low in stature, was Yang Jinxuan's husband? She was a little contemptuous. In the whole house, it looks like only Shin Hong is a bit handsome, but he's already Huo Miao's husband, and he has a bit of a high-strung attitude. Jin Xian is also one of the 4 great Jinhua. How can she choose her husband's eyes and be so much worse than Huo Miao? This is not letting Huo Miao see the joke. It was at this moment that Yang Jinxuan's voice came from outside. Dinner is ready. The aroma of cooking meals had seeped through the doorway. Come on, let's eat first. Shin Hong greeted Ren Jie and Ning Yao. Ren Jie, needless to say, all afternoon to help sell supplies, and Ning Yao, look at the group. She asked Yang Jinxian to borrow the money, afraid that all the people in the neighborhood to buy medicine. What a stupid woman. Shin Hong gently shook his head. I won't have to. Ning Yao was a bit nervous and waved her hands back and forth. However, when Shin Hong pushed open the door of the room, the aroma outside was even more intense. Ning Yao's stomach suddenly gurgled, her face flushed red and she hurriedly lowered her head. Dr. Ning, You're both Jin Bao's friend and Yupeng's doctor. It's just a casual meal. No need to be polite. Ning Yao smiled dryly and nodded slightly. After arriving at the first floor dining room with a few people, they saw that there were already 4 or 5 excellent-looking dishes on the table. I can't believe there are dishes. And meat. There is also seafood. Ning Yao stared in disbelief. Everyone outside is nibbling on instant noodles, and there's no way to build a fire in the house. Even the ones that could make a fire were the cassette stoves that Shen Hong had been asked to buy. As for the crooked businessman Gui Yupeng, the stove costs money, and so does the gas tank. And it's not cheap, even for those who have vegetables in the house. The vegetables have long been frozen bonkers hard, and they simply don't have the luxury of using the stove to melt them. Brace yourself and melt the mineral water you bought already frozen into ice cubes. Then boil the instant noodles and gulp them down. And Yang Jinxian actually fried the dishes, and also fried 4 or 5 copies. Looking at the stir-fried shrimp, back to the pot of pork, stir-fried broccoli, and Westlake beef soup on the table, Ning Yao had been dumbfounded. What's even better is the dish at the very edge, mapo tofu. I can't believe. Still, and tofu? Chapter 94. Don't just stand there. Go wash your hands first. Yang Jinxian waved at Ning Yao and led the jaw-dropping Ning Yao and Rinjia to the bathroom. The hot water coming out of the pipes caused both of them to have an unreal sensation. Although Rinjia had known that Shen Hong was the big brother of Harmony, with a huge amount of supplies, he had never imagined that the boss had such a luxurious life under the doomsday, even hot water. He smiled sarcastically and took the initiative to step back, allowing Ning Yao to wash her hands first. The moment Ning Yao touched the hot water, she almost didn't cry out. She hadn't touched hot water in 5 days. Looking at herself in the mirror with long hair, she pursed her lips, then looked at all kinds of top-quality skincare products on the hand-washing rack. Remembering that Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian were radiant, she couldn't help but feel ashamed of herself. What 4 golden flowers? Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian are the golden flowers. What's the difference between yourself and the ugly duckling? She looked in the mirror and saw that Renjie, who was waiting behind her to wash her hands, was also scowling, and she was a little curious. Originally, he had thought that Renjie was Yang Jinxuan's husband, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case at all, and so on. It suddenly occurred to her that when Shen Hong addressed Yang Jinxian just now, he called out Jin Bao? Jane, treasure? Never even shouted that myself. That's a little too intimate, isn't it? Shouldn't. Her heart snapped, then she shook her head back and forth. No way. Absolutely no way. She couldn't be more clear about what kind of arrogant woman Yang Jinxian was. This is the Song family's youngest grandmother. How can you share a husband with someone else? However, after she walked out of the bathroom and saw Shen Hong with his arms around Yang Jinxian and Hua Miao on the left and right, sitting on the sofa, her entire body went numb. It's still true. Her eyes barely glazed over. Yao Yao, you should eat first. It will get cold later. Yang Jinxian smiled at Ning Yao. Good. After Ning Yao sat down, she couldn't help but take her chopsticks and grab a piece of mapo tofu. The numbing and spicy flavors bloom on the tongue and the entire taste buds are opened up. She almost shed a tear. She used to think that human beings were the dominant force in the whole world, but in the face of extreme weather, she realized that human beings were so small. Ren Jia also walked out of the bathroom, but did not walk towards the dining table, but instead looked at Shen Hong respectfully. Boss, you eat first. He was hungry, but it was clear who was the master. Ning Yao froze and also hurriedly stood up, lowering her head in embarrassment. It's okay, we've all eaten. This was made especially for you too. Shen Hong waved his hand. Dedicated. To the 2 of us? Ning Yao glared once more. 2 people? To prepare so many dishes. Only then did Rinjie stop saying anything. Sit down, and fly to eat. Ning Yao retrieved her thoughts and hurriedly started moving her chopsticks as well. Renjie. Shen Hong opened his mouth. Renjie hurriedly sat up straight and respectfully said, Boss you say. Now. He was only filled with admiration for Shen Hong. He couldn't have known better what life was like on the outside. To be able to follow the boss is simply a blessing that one has cultivated in his past life. Don't be nervous, eat while you listen to me. Shen Hong waved his hand. Since Yu Peng is injured tonight, there's no need to go back to selling supplies. When Yu Peng is better, you gather the rest of Zhao Weilong's minions tomorrow, and those who are not comfortable with it, clean them all out. Those who are willing to follow, should also be properly examined. I don't want what happened tonight to happen again in the future. Yes. Ren Jie nodded his head in a hurry. He then looked at old Qin in awe. I didn't even realize before that Master Qin was actually so fierce. The movements were crisp and clean, and with a single strike, Ren Jie felt that old Qin was much stronger than any of the instructors in his own unit. By the way, you take this. Shen Hong threw a key over. Tomorrow, bring someone, open the door of Zhao Weilong's house, and move all the greenery in his house to Villa 5. Old Qin, you're living alone now, so the greenery will be put on your side. Yes, Old Sheen nodded his head and solemnly said, I will definitely guard those things. After swallowing the exotic fruit, he was well aware of how much power his body possessed today, and the boss said that those green plants, in the future, will be able to produce alien fruits. It's a heavy trust. Old Sheen, when the greenery is put back, you follow me out. Shin Hong rushed Old Sheen and ordered in a low voice. He decided that tomorrow, he would leave the Taoyuan neighborhood with Old Sheen and make a trip to the Corning neighborhood not far away next door. It's been 5 days since the end of the world, and there shouldn't be any threat to the Peachland neighborhood. Take the surrounding neighborhoods first, then slowly radiate in all directions with the Peachland neighborhood as the center. As for the Song family, Shin Hong would patronize a trip before the green plants bore alien fruits. For now, then, let the Song family help themselves to the grain store first. Song Zhengming didn't have the space of consciousness to store it. Even in his last life, Song Zhengming had only moved the Song family's stronghold to the grain depot and sent people to surround it. Ning Yao ate while listening to the conversation between a few people. After hearing Shin Hong instruct Rin Jie to temporarily stop selling supplies tonight, she suddenly reacted. That patient just now, his name is Kwok Yupong? Isn't that the guy who sells supplies in the neighborhood? She also paid attention to the news of the neighborhood owners group. Naturally, she knew that at the beginning of the sale of supplies is peace and prosperity, and then, peace and prosperity before announcing that Gui Yupeng will be instead of their own. The sale, could it be that? She secretly looked at Shin Hong. This handsome young man, hugged by 2 golden flowers, is the legendary Harmony Makes Money? No wonder Jin Xian chose him and shared with Hua Miao. No wonder. People still say they appreciate themselves and will give them supplies. The original confusion had all dissipated at this moment as well. Shin Hong didn't care that Ning Yao knew his identity. Since he wanted to create a force, he naturally couldn't hide his identity forever. Besides, from what Jin Bao said, Ning Yao wasn't someone who liked to gossip. He would need a family doctor in the future. And Ning Yao was a female doctor who had a good relationship with Jin Bao, so she would be a suitable candidate. He already had several women in the Peachland neighborhood, and in the future, when his power became huge, it was even more unlikely that there would be fewer women. Shin Hong had even considered that he should do the subtraction gradually. You can't just come to every pretty girl in every neighborhood yourself, can you? Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Yao. You should have guessed my identity as well, right? That's right, I'm Harmony. Ning Yao's mouth opened, wanting to explain, but not knowing what to say. She was nervous. Brother, I didn't mean to listen. You're the one who didn't avoid me earlier. You're not going to kill someone, are you? Take it easy. Shin Hong smiled and opened his mouth. I just want, if you are willing, to ask you to serve as our family's family doctor. As for the compensation, what conditions you want, just mention it. A family doctor? Ning Yao froze and hesitantly said, if I become a family doctor, do I have to serve you all the time? That's for sure. Shin Hong nodded. Are you still going to save those losers in the neighborhood? If you save them, they won't necessarily be more grateful to you. I don't want the family doctor that I recruited with great difficulty to have any accidents happen because of my zeal to save others. If that's the case, I'll still have to expend effort to find the right candidate. It's too much of a hassle. Yang Jinxian hastily winked at Ning Yao, signaling for her to agree. The great beauty who had been on par with herself at the beginning had now become like this, and as a close friend, her heart was quite unfavorable. Moreover, right now, her husband was not willing to let Ning Yao serve, but facing such a big beauty every day, she didn't believe that her husband would be able to endure it. As long as her husband ate Ning Yao, then their group of sisters would become 3. Collaborate to drain your husband dry, lest their husbands are out womanizing and bringing back sisters they don't know well. More importantly, with 3 people to serve, hubby won't miss his sister. Chapter 95, Confessions. Mr. Shin, thank you for your kindness. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment. Her mind flashed over those old people and children lying on the hospital beds. A trace of reluctance crossed her eyes, and she finally sighed. I'm also very moved by your suggestion, but I can't do it. Although many owners are questioning me, and even suspecting that I'm in league with you just to inflate the price of medicine, but I still hope that I can do my part to save more people. Granted, there are good and bad humans. I'm just doing what I can in hopes of saving as many lives as possible. Ning Yao said quietly, I see the news on the internet. All the cities around the world, there has been a large-scale death of human beings. As the official said, it is now a glacial period. How long will this kind of life last? No one is clear. I just hope that in the future, we humans, not like the dinosaurs, will be completely annihilated in the flood of history. Shin Hong was stunned. What does the future hold? He had only lived 3 months in his last life, and had no idea what life would be like after that again. He knew that the green plant would bear the alien fruit, and when humans swallowed it, they would have alien powers. But inhumans need food too. there were even less powerful inhumans who would starve to death in the ice. He also knew that the Song family had become the overlord of the northern part of the city. The Mo family was in charge of the western part of the city, and now the Dongling group in the eastern part of the city had begun to stabilize. Soon, the Eastwood group would be relying on its own reasons for being in the food business, and would be in a position of power. He knew that Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian would die in their last lives and would be clothed and fed after following him in this life. He also knew that after swallowing the fruit of ability, old Qian would possess powerful aberrations and live a shameless life every day with the college girl named Fu Xiaozhu. With old Qian's level of psychic ability, I believe that he wouldn't starve to death easily. But what will be his fate when he is reborn in this life? He knew the fate of many, but only his own. Or even, in 3 months' time, will there be some other special circumstances that will lead to the mass extinction of the human race? What's going on at the beach? This matter, even if he had lived for 3 months in the end times, was not clear. And Ning Yao's words caused his thoughts to drift away. After 3 months, the human population has plummeted. What about 3 years? What about 5 years? What about 10 years? Or even longer? Would it really be like Ning Yao said, that all human beings would become extinct? Renjie, Shen Hong suddenly spoke. Renjie hurriedly said, don't sell the supply so expensive tomorrow. Let's sell the instant noodles at $100 a pack. Shen Hong said softly, increase sales as much as possible. Yes. Renjie froze. And although he didn't know exactly what his boss was thinking, he nodded softly. Ning Yao had instead reminded Shen Hang, there's no point in surviving on your own if all the humans are dead, and vending machines are, well, hard to level up. Might as well lower the selling price to keep more people alive. The more people who survive, the more their money, naturally, will end up in their hands. If the unit price is set too high, I am afraid many people will starve to death. Might as well be thinly veiled and manage a large volume. In the future, people will get used to relying on themselves, even when they run out of money, to act as free labor for themselves. The amount of money needed to upgrade the vending machines gets more and more outrageous. In the future, if you find a gold mine, you will need a certain amount of manpower to help you dig a hole and work, right? He changed his mind. Keeping as many people alive as possible can still be of great use to you. At that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Looking at the caller ID, Shen Hong revealed a cold smile. Even if I were asked to save people, I would only save those who would be loyal to me. As for this caller ID, it's still the same. What's the point of not taking revenge, even if I'm allowed to do it all over again? The person who called the video was naturally Feng Lu. She's curling up in her bed at home, and Su Chao, once again, hides in the bathroom. Originally, Feng Lu did not want to make this call. Shen Hong had begun to doubt himself. What's more, he's hugged Zhao Weilong's leg, and he's got a gun. Just mention it to Zhao Weilong and kill Shen Heng's family directly. Won't we have everything? Unfortunately, just now, she took the initiative to send WeChat to Zhao Weilong, all of which were stone cold. Even sent a video to Zhao Weilong, who didn't answer it. Feng Lu naturally didn't know that Zhao Weilong was now dead in the underground passage, his body nailed to the wall by an AK-47. Under Su Chao's urging, she could only reluctantly dial the video to Shen Hong again. What the hell is Willow Chiu doing this afternoon? She clearly sensed that Zhao Weilong couldn't hold back any longer. If it wasn't for that guy named Gui Yupeng, he could have even had a fling with Zhao Weilong and extracted the identity of Brother Shen from his mouth. Shen hated himself, but Zhao Weilong loved it. Following Zhao Weilong is also definitely much better than this waste of space. Su Chao, what about even goading Zhao Weilong and taking over Shen Heng's home? His house was warm, and he had a shower, and even had quite a few supplies. That's the kind of life you want. As soon as the video was connected, she couldn't help but directly say, Shen Hong, another day has passed. Why haven't you come to pick me up yet? Looking at her messy hair and dirty face, Shen Hong laughed softly. Thank you, Feng Lu. If you hadn't called with the video, maybe I would have been moved by Ning Yao's words. All want to be saviors. Ning Yao's thoughts were too simple and too good. But one is not that kind of person. Killing is the necessary quality to survive. As for saving humanity, Shen Hong did not have that much ambition. However, in the future, after he had established his power, all the people within his sphere of influence would pay homage to him, and he would naturally shelter these subjects, and will help them live as long as possible. There were too many humans to save them all by themselves. If you want to save, why not save those who will obey you? You're hanging out with Su Chao. Why should I save you? Shen Hong didn't bother to pull any punches with Feng Lu and let out a light laugh. Hua Miao was accustomed to knowing Shen Heng's relationship with Feng Lu, but it was the first time that young Jinxian heard it, and she was a bit curious to come aside, wanting to see which vixen had seduced her own husband again. However, upon closer inspection, the other party's face value was good, but it was far worse than his own and Miao Miao's. She couldn't help but look at Shen Hong. Hubby is really hungry. I can't believe I want one like this. Although Feng Lu had a veiled face for the sake of it, Ning Yao, who was eating, also had a veiled face. Ning Yao's looks could definitely kill Feng Lu. Feng Lu was dumbfounded. Even in the video, Yang Jinxuan's face flashed by and she didn't even notice. How did Shen Hong know? Her heart tightened and she hurriedly laughed dryly. Shen Hong, what are you kidding about? How could I be with Su Chao in a piece of awe? Su Chao isn't hiding in the bathroom. Shen Hong smiled. Right, since it has been discovered by him, might as well I come clean. Su Chao's home. I've planted quite a few miniature cameras. Here, the one that Su Chao is now holding in his hand is. From his cell phone, he had seen Su Chao grab a camera hidden in the corner and was frowning as he studied it. Su Chao hid in the bathroom, eavesdropping on Shen Hong and Feng Lu's conversation while looking around to see what else could be removed and burned for warmth. Basically everything that can be burned in the house has been burned. The toilet seat covers were removed by him. As for the cabinet below the sink, it had also long been chopped down by Su Chao with an axe and thrown into the fire. The sink in his house is wood throughout. In order not to waste wood, Su Chao even removed the mirror on the sink, and split down the boards that were attached to the wall tiles on the back for warmth. Originally, Shen Hong had hidden one of the miniature cameras in the sink compartment, between the toothbrush cup and shampoo, but as things were removed, the camera was exposed. So much for just admitting it. The two could still live for more than a week, and it just so happened that Shen Hong also wanted to see what kind of face these two would turn into when they learned that they had been discovered. Now that he had his powers, all he had to do to get the two of them killed was to move his fingers. What? On the other end of the phone, Su Chao and Feng Lu were struck by lightning after hearing Shen Heng's words, and the whole person was dumbfounded. A miniature camera. In other words, what they had done in the past 2 days had been seen by Shen Hong? The two men's faces instantly turned ugly. Chapter 96, Dogs and Men Are Dumbfounded. This is the miniature camera you installed? Su Chao stopped pretending and came to the phone with the camera, his face grim. You spied on me? No wonder he'd found it earlier when he'd been dismantling other furniture. It was so cold in the house at that time that he didn't have time to bother with it and threw it right into the fire along with the cabinet. And just now, because he had to hide in the bathroom, Su Chao only carefully surveyed the surrounding area, and coldly saw something familiar again, suddenly curious to study. When did we have this in the house? What's this thing for? Looks like there's a camera on the front. However, Shen Heng's words outside the door then came in, and Su Chao was instantly confused. Your own home is actually hidden with cameras. Wouldn't that mean that what he and Feng Lu had done in the past few days had all been seen by Shen Hong? Yeah, Shen Hong grinned. However, it's not a good idea to use the word peeping. It looks like I'm a peeping Tom. I don't have much interest in you pair of dogs. It's just that I'm a bit bored, and when I can't sleep, I want to listen to what you're chatting about, and what you want to do to me. Su Chao glared and clenched his fists. Feng Lu's face was unsightly. Shen Hong, so you know about my relationship with Su Chao? Ha, Shen Hong poo-pooed, son of a, Lousy was with you for 3 years. Su Chao's little hot dogs are delicious, aren't they? Spice. Su Chao suddenly remembered that the last time he had videoed with Huo Miao, he had been dismantled by Huo Miao. He hisses and makes a noise, explaining to Huo Miao that he's eating chili fries, when in fact it's Feng Lu hiding under the covers and eating his chili fries. How did Shen Hong know about this? You still told Huo Miao, didn't you? Su Chao's face was gloomy. Shen Heng, you punk, your own girlfriend is with me and you want to call my girlfriend to get back at me. His words wouldn't go on, because in the video, beside Shen Heng, there was an extra Huo Miao's head. Two of you, actually in one piece? Su Chao was confused. Feng Lu followed suit. Isn't Huo Miao working overtime at the company? Isn't Shen Hong in the Taoyuan neighborhood? How did these two get together? Su Chao, that's the wrong thing to say. Huo Miao gave him a disdainful look. Hubby didn't make a phone call when he said this to me because I was right next to him. What? The two men were struck by lightning. Su Chao's voice trembled. When did you get together with him? When did you guys secretly hook up? The second half of his sentence was almost a growl. Su Chao was completely surprised that Huo Miao, who was usually very cold to herself, was actually looking like she was passionately in love at this moment. Sticking to Shen Heng's chest, she's never even been this close to me. How hard it is to hook up. Shen Heng smiled and said, I didn't know before. The day of the rainstorm I realized the relationship between the two of you. I installed a few cameras at home, but Feng Lu this Tai Hoof has been unable to hold back, and went to your house that night. Also that night, I took advantage of the fact that no one was at your house, and quietly installed the camera. By the way Feng Lu, your birthday I forgot to bless you. This birthday gift, do you like it? Like you paralyzed Feng Lu gritted her teeth. Shen Hong, you did this kind of thing and you want to turn around and blame me? It's just a joke at 50 steps. No. Huo Miao and I, We didn't have that kind of relationship before this yet, Shin Hong explained with a smiling face. The night of the rainstorm, Su Chao was in bed with you while I drove to Huo Miao's company and picked her up. Otherwise, I'm afraid Miao Miao would have been. By now. Thinking of that kind of consequence, Huo Miao winced and hurriedly reached out to cover Shin Hong's mouth. She looked at Shin Hong with an adoring face. Yeah, if it wasn't for Shin Hong, I'm afraid I would have died in the company by now. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two, Su Chao was even more jealous with his eyes going crazy. Drive? Feng Lu seemed to hear some funny joke. You poor have a car? Every month to pay the mortgage of Taoyuan district are struggling. Where to come the car? To put it bluntly, the two of you hooked up a long time ago. Shen Hong, things have come to this point. You still don't admit it? It's my car to drive. Yang Jinxian appeared on Shin Hang's right side and followed suit, leaning affectionately on Shin Hang's right shoulder. Another woman. Su Chao and Feng Lu were dumbfounded. Moreover, this woman was also particularly beautiful. Her appearance was completely no less than Huo Miao's. It's just that the two have different temperaments. Yang Jinxian is gentle. Huo Miao is cool. You're the woman who lives in the villa area. The one with the Land Rover. Feng Lu froze for a long time and suddenly remembered, then pointed at Yang Jinxian in astonishment. You've seen me? Yang Jinxian was stunned, then laughed softly. They're all in the same neighborhood. It's normal to have seen them, right? Feng Lu was certainly impressed with Yang Jinxian. After Yang Jinxian moved to Taoyuan district, she would drive her Range Rover in and out of the district every day, sometimes rolling down the window to say hello to the gatekeeper. When he did, Feng Lu had a look of envy on his face. So good looking and driving a luxury car. And the fact that people are driving from the north side of the neighborhood means that they are living in the villa area behind them, which like themselves, with Shin Hong this beggar, want what nothing, every month hard to pay the mortgage, even a small broken car cannot afford. However, this woman was always alone, so she couldn't be a mistress who was being kept by some rich man, could she? That's so nice. Feng Lu did not look down on it in her heart, but instead became even more envious. Living in a villa and driving a luxury car. When will the rich man also look at himself and let himself be a mistress for him too? If there was really a rich man looking at it, she would definitely not hesitate to kick Shin Hong, the beggar, away. Never did he expect that the object of his envy at first was now actually leaning affectionately on Shin Hang's shoulder. On the left is Huo Miao, and on the right is Yang Jinxian. Both of the two top-notch beauties were in Shin Hang's arms, causing Feng Lu and Su Chao to go into a trance. I'm dreaming, right? I must be dreaming. No way. Not at all. How come Shin Hong, the beggar, is hugging people left and right? And they're all such top-notch beauties. My husband borrowed Sister Jane's car that night and picked me up from work. Huo Miao smiled, seemingly completely unconcerned that Yang Jinxian was also leaning in Shin Hang's arms, and said into the phone, it was also that night that I realized that Su Chao. It turns out that you have long been hooking up with Feng Lu behind my back. You are like this. What face do you have to accuse me? Even when I sent you the video? What were you doing with Feng Lu? Su Chao was dumbfounded. He knew Huo Miao's nature well. This woman, she doesn't even bother to lie. So it was really that night that you found out? Why did you lend your car to this beggar Shin Hong? Feng Lu ignored Huo Miao and stared at Yang Jinxian. You've known each other for a long time? This is the female idol of my heart. She couldn't accept that such a noble woman was actually leaning in Shin Hang's arms at this time. No, we just met the day of the storm. Yang Jinxian was happy. If it wasn't for him going to pick up Miao Miao, I wouldn't have known my husband. To say the least, I actually have to thank you guys. It's because of your betrayal of my husband that my husband went to pick up Miao Miao and looked for me to borrow a car, and then we were able to get to know each other. Old husband. This woman actually called Shin Hong husband too. Feng Lu and Su Chao were already completely messed up. Is this two women sharing a husband? What's wrong with the world? This is ing crazy, right? Chapter 97, Tearing Up. No wonder these two women were both lying in Shin Hang's arms but did not accuse each other. It turned out that both of them were Shin Hang's women and even coexisted peacefully. No, like sisters. Shin Hong spread his hands. Now, do you understand? Feng Lu clenched her lower lip, her gaze deadpan on Shin Hong. What about Lu Chenxi? Did you sleep with her too? Su Chao suddenly remembered the bubbly sound from that night. Lu Chenxi? Shin Hong froze. You're talking about that ski sister of yours, right? That's not true. I haven't really seen her. However, I told her about your relationship with Feng Lu. Huo Miao replied with a cheeky grin on the side. Turns out, from the beginning, you guys have been playing us. Feng Lu and Su Chao understood at the same time. What's even harder for Su Chao is that isn't Lu Chenxi unforgettable to him? Since he didn't sleep with Shin Hong out of revenge, who was the bubbly-sounding man who answered the phone? The one who answered Huo Miao's phone must be Shin Hong. Looking at Huo Miao's appearance as she snuggled in Shin Hang's arms, Su Chao was jealous beyond words. These two have definitely done it. Damn it! Obviously it's my girlfriend, but you're the one who slept with her. Fong Lu, enjoy the rest of your time. Don't call me if there's nothing going on. Shin Hong smiled. By the way, I see that you are still carrying Su Chao in the afternoon, secretly sending a video to Zhao Weilong. For the sake of the past, I, the ex-husband brother, will tell you a message for free. Zhao Weilong is dead, and it is impossible for you to contact him. That is to say, your afternoon in the underground passage is being touched by others for nothing. You wanted to sleep with him, but you didn't get the chance. Shin Hong naturally saw Fong Lu's small movements through the surveillance. Just now, she had secretly contacted Zhao Weilong several times while Su Chao was sleeping. Unfortunately, the video went stone cold and was not answered at all. By that time, Willow Chiu would be dead. How could she answer the phone? Who is Zhao Weilong? Su Chao couldn't care less about the tirade and turned his head violently, staring at Fong Lu. No one. Fong Lu stammered. She did not expect that Shin Hong actually threw this all out. Fong Lu simply hated him. That said, who the hell would have thought that Shin Hong this calf? In Su Chao home are installed cameras off. Su Chao snatched Fong Lu's cell phone. When I picked it up and looked at it, I found the person with the note. Zhao Weilong. Lung, what are you doing? Brother Long, I'm Fong Lu. You touched someone this afternoon. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? Dragon Gigi, it's Sister Willow. Why are you ignoring people? People are missing you. If you keep ignoring me, I'm going to get mad. I was going to look for you tonight to continue what I did this afternoon. Alright Lung, I really miss you. Don't you miss me? Answer me. I want to do that now. I don't know if Brother Lung can fulfill it. Lung, people would love to do with you. One message after another. All of them were sent by Fong Lu on her own initiative. Zhao Weilong didn't even reply. And then, Fong Lu also sent him several video and voice applications. But the other side did not respond. Even underneath, there were even more revealing voices. Fong Lu's voice whining like she was pampering herself, and also like she was fuming. He also took the initiative to send a couple selfies to Zhao Weilong. Su Chao's face became increasingly ugly. Enduring such a cold day, it's really hard for you to take off your clothes and take pictures. Su Chao gritted his teeth and violently slapped Fong Lu's face. Bitch, how dare you hit me? Fong Lu covered her face and stared at Su Chao with a resentful face. It's not because you're too much of a loser. You don't go downstairs to buy things yourself, and you make me go down in the cold every time. What can I do if people are attracted to me? If you please them, you can even offer to give me some supplies. Am I not saving money for you? $10,000 for a pack of instant noodles. How many can you afford with a few boys in your pocket? My old lady follows you and doesn't even have a cassette oven, let alone a tincture of oil. I have to eat instant noodles. I'm telling you Su Chao, you're a useless dog yourself. Who are you to talk about me? Who am I to you? And now you have to turn around and accuse me. My identity is Shin Heng's girlfriend. She desperately tore into Su Chao, and after retrieving the phone, she rushed at Shin Hong. Honey, I admit that I was wrong, and I apologize to you. I'll do whatever you want me to do, as long as you forgive me, okay? I can also accept Huan Miao and this pretty sister. I'm willing to serve you with them. Ha! Shin Hong smiled skinlessly and directly hung up the video. Just as he hung up, Su Chao's hand also grabbed over and slapped Fong Lu's cell phone on the ground. Bitch, you're ing all day long, aren't you? I'll make you. Su Chao found a wooden bar and hit Fong Lu's body hard. My cell phone. Fong Lu was in a rage and turned his head to find a wooden stick as well, twisting and fighting with Su Chao. In her opinion, Shin Hong was going to agree to her apology. It was Xiao Chao who ruined all that. She and Shin Hong had a deep emotional foundation, and they had been together for 3 years. Shin Hong had also thought freely, more than once, about the good life after marriage. Such a man, one who now took the initiative to admit his fault to him, and also agreed to share his love with 2 other women. How could Shin Hong not agree? As soon as he said yes, he could live in that warm home himself, and she saw that Huo Miao seemed to be holding a glass of milk and drinking it. Milk! I can't even drink a glass of water when I follow Su Chao. I choked and rolled my eyes on instant noodles. And Huo Miao, surprisingly, can still drink milk. I want milk, too. I want that good life, too. Now the phone has fallen on the floor and it's all blacked out. How can I reach Shin Hong? Her gaze was filled with resentment, and her cape was cloaked in a frantic appearance as she rushed towards Su Chao. I'll fight you. Shin Hong wrapped his arms around the 2 women and watched the surveillance with relish. Although many of the surveillance cameras in Su Chao's house had been destroyed, there were still those 2 that were working properly. Yo! Shin Heng suddenly saw that Su Chao's home also had a pot of hair tree. This camera, it was hidden under the hair tree before. Old Chin, go over to Su Chao's house, Building 7, Unit 1, 702, and bring back this fortune tree. Shin Hong pointed at the surveillance. He suddenly remembered that after he returned from his last life searching for supplies, Su Chao suggested that he also wanted to help out and go out for a spin. Shin Hong was afraid that Su Chao would have an accident, so he vetoed the proposal. But Su Chao said he just went back to his own home to look for all corners of the house. There is nothing that can be used. So Shin Hong agreed. When Su Chao came back, he took a pile of firewood and 2 loaves of bread, saying that he had found them at home and they were all expired. But who cares about a shelf life in Armageddon? He happily toasted the bread and shared it with Feng Lu Su Chao. After that, Su Chao didn't go out again, only saying that it was too cold outside. That is to say, Su Chao's ice system's psychic ability. It couldn't be that he secretly swallowed it privately after he went home that day and saw that his family's fortune tree had borne psychic fruits, right? Definitely. It was important to realize that not all greenery could produce exotic fruits under Armageddon. There's just a probability that it will come out. However, this fortune tree in Su Chao's house was almost 100% certain to bear exotic fruits. So what are you waiting for? Su Chao, your ice ability. It's mine too. Shin Hong grinned and laughed softly. Chapter 98. Yes, Old Qin led the way. Wait, Shin Hong called out to him. Take a packet of instant noodles and say that you will exchange it with them. We are civilized people. We don't want to rob. Old Qin had an odd look on his face and received a packet of instant noodles, then left. As far as he was concerned, the boss couldn't wait for both of them to die. It's perfectly normal to go and grab it yourself, isn't it? Who can take a punch from me? Unexpectedly, the boss was willing to give them a packet of instant noodles. The owner is so compassionate. Unbeknownst to them, Shin Hong did hate them to the bone. Moreover, in Shin Heng's heart, he had also long treated them as dead people. 9 more days. No, a week. In order to make sure, Shin Hong wouldn't wait hard for the exotic fruit to bear before killing them. What if Su Chao and Feng lose traitorous luck? The fruit of exalted energy bore early and was swallowed by them after they found it? Shin Hong didn't want to waste time on such dead people, but it always makes sense to kill them yourself, doesn't it? Ning Yao and Rin Jie were eating with their heads down, and Shin Hong focused his gaze on the surveillance again. In the video, Feng Lu and Su Chao had fought out of their livers, but because they didn't have enough food to replenish their strength, they soon sat on the ground panting and stopped fighting. There was no strength left in his hands, though, but the two were still berating each other. Feng Lu, you, Su Chao, what good are you again? Scum, trash, UING, UXXXXXX. The two of them cursed, their voices getting lower and lower until neither one of them wanted to talk, ignoring each other. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Who? Su Chao rose alertly and opened his mouth to inquire. I'm Master Qin from the concierge. Old Qin's voice was somewhat amiable as he said, Xiao Su, are you out of food at home? I've brought you instant noodles. Do you want them? Instant noodles. Su Chao swallowed hard. You know, today Feng Lu went downstairs to buy supplies and didn't get anything at all. Feng Lu was so preoccupied with hooking up with Zhao Weilong at that point that when she turned back, she had to get back in line again. And within a short while of the line, Wei Yupeng's supplies had all been sold out. She wasn't in a hurry, thinking that she would be able to get supplies as long as she clung to Zhao Weilong's thighs. But who would have thought that when I got hungry at night and tried to contact Zhao Weilong, I couldn't. Feng Lu was hungry, and Su Chao was naturally following suit. Unexpectedly, downstairs, the enthusiastic Moncler Jackets China sent instant noodles. Su Chao didn't even think much about it and directly pulled open the door. Master Qin, it's really you. He went forward and took Old Qin's hand. Grateful, I really didn't expect that you. It's fine, it's fine. Old Qin quietly drew his hand back, then swept the house. Lamented, this is, even the furniture is burned? A lot of people have burned furniture to keep warm. After all, this is cold. Right, you have not eaten, right? I just went upstairs to see. There are a few households. The family knocked on the door are not moving, afraid that has starved to death. Alas, Qin Moncler, don't talk about those first. Didn't you just say, send me, that what? Su Chao laughed dryly. Oh yes. Old Qin slapped his forehead, then took out a pack of instant noodles from his pocket and handed it over. I don't have a few packs left, so I'll take this and exchange it for the fortune tree in your house. Okay? My house is a bit cold. Use the soil from your flower pot and paste the wall again. Fine. Thank you, Master Qin. Su Chao nodded repeatedly. Okay. Old Qin picked up the fortune tree and turned to leave, and when he walked to the door, he threw the miniature surveillance in the fortune tree, directly to the corner behind the door. However, by the time Old Qin had just gone out, Feng Lu had already pounced on Su Chao's side and desperately went to grab the instant noodles. Roll, crazy woman. Su Chao kicked hard at Feng Lu's body and cursed. This is what I traded for with the fortune tree. What does it have to do with you? This fortune tree was given to you by Shin Hong after you bought the house. Feng Lu covered her stomach and cursed. What's the difference between what Shin Hong sent and what I sent? You also know it's from Shin Hong. Su Chao sneered. You're his girlfriend and betrayed him. Do you think people want you? You're just a rotten bastard now. Rotten? Rotten? Feng Lu's entire body was frozen in place, looking at Su Chao with disbelief. Nonsense. You're cheap and lousy. A thousand-righter thing. And you're trying to get it on with some Zhao Weilong this afternoon. Who are you if not lousy? Su Chao's mouth was unforgiving as he said in a cold voice. Slutty thing. Your mom and dad were from Hiroshima and Nagasaki in their previous lives, right? Born to love getting shot at, aren't you? On Zhao Weilong's contraption. Is it engraved with a little boy on the front and a fat man on the back? You want to marry me with this lousy thing? What a dream. Feng Lu's entire body was trembling. Her hands clenched tightly. She snapped her head up and stared at Su Chao. Say that again. What? You still want to hear it? I knew you liked it. You. Su Chao opened his mouth, but as soon as he did, Feng Lu pounced on him once again in a frenzy. Q. Su Chao kicked again, and Feng Lu stifled a grunt and rolled on the ground. Because of the use of a lot of force, resulting in instant noodles or spilled out some, Su Chao heartbreakingly grabbed the bag. Once again cursed, compensation for the dog, causing the instant noodles are spilled. Feng Lu climbed to his feet, his eyes staring at Su Chao in death, and finally laughed miserably. Su Chao, I really didn't expect that you are this kind of person. Humph, just seeing it now? Su Chao laughed coldly. It's not too late to see clearly, so get it straight. You're still in my house right now. Don't come over and grab it again, or I'll kick you out the door and let you freeze to death in the snow. No need for you to rush. Feng Lu gritted her teeth and said, then made up her mind and turned to leave. Ping! Just as she left with her front foot, Su Chao slammed the door with force and poo-pooed. Damn it, get out early, something that gets in the way. I'll be able to sleep under 2 quilts tonight. With Feng Lu around, the two of them covered in 2 quilts and had to cuddle with her. 5 days without a shower. This woman smells too much. He looked at the instant noodles in his hand with a renewed frown and returned to the house, curling up under the covers, carefully pouring out a bit into his hand and then into his mouth. After softening the instant noodles with saliva, this was swallowed with difficulty. After eating half a packet, he was satisfied and pressed the instant noodles under his pillow. Save the rest of the half pack for tomorrow. Shin Hong wrapped his arms around the two women and happily watched the surveillance. A packet of instant noodles had really caused the two to implode. Moreover, this Su Chao was worthy of being a ruthless character, and actually directly drove Feng Lu away. Ren Jia and Ning Yao had already finished their meal. Ning Yao took the initiative to pack up the dishes and went to the kitchen to clean them, while Ren Jia stayed a little fidgety at the dining table, waiting for his boss to give his word. Seeing that under the monitor, Su Chao had already shrunk into the quilt. Shin Hong had no point and was ready to close the monitor. At that moment, there was suddenly a violent rattling noise coming from the monitor. Shin Hong instantly picked up his cell phone and looked at the screen. Inside the house, Su Chao, who was snoring, was also awakened, looking outside the house with a confused face and drinking. 3 or 4 stout men, striding in. A man at the head of the group was a full 200 pounds, almost as big as Chu Jingping's stature, still a bald guy with a fugly face. Big brother, you guys, what are you doing? Su Chao was startled and carefully looked at the few people in front of him. Baby, is that him? The bald man coldly looked at Su Chao and rushed behind him to open his mouth. Only then did Su Chao see that there was a slender woman standing beside the bald man. Because of the bald man's majestic figure, the woman was almost completely covered. Faye, that's him. The woman wrapped her arms around the bald man with a gentle look on her face. She then looked up slightly, revealing a spiteful face. Feng Lu. Su Chao's eyes widened. Chapter 99, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Not to mention Su Chao. Even Shin Hong, who was originally watching the show, was taken aback when he saw Feng Lu appear on the monitor. This woman is so fast. It's been less than an hour since he was kicked out by Su Chao, right? I can't believe I've found another backer. And this one is built like a mountain of meat. I don't know if Feng Lu can carry the pressure of the mountain of flesh. If he is not careful, he shall not be pressed to break his legs. Shin Hong was a bit emotional. The other two women at his side also looked on curiously. Su Chao, didn't you say to me before that we'd completely break up? Feng Lu wrapped her arms around Meat Mountain and looked at Su Chao with a resentful expression. When she betrayed Shin Hang, she was already ready to double-cross Su Chao. Su Chao had also once said words of oath that he would break up with Hua Miao and marry himself back home. But just now, Su Chao had actually kicked himself twice without mercy. Even the words spoken, one more vicious than the other. Feng Lu had been completely chilled. Feng Lu. Su Chao's lips trembled as he looked at the 4 men in front of him who weighed 1,000 pounds combined, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and squeezed a smile out of his face. You, how did you come back? I came back, of course, for revenge. Feng Lu said quietly. Open, What kind of joke is there to take revenge or not? Su Chao continued to laugh dryly, but Meat Mountain couldn't wait any longer and stepped forward to slap Su Chao across the face. At that moment, Su Chao gave a muffled grunt and fell to the ground on his back. Damn! Dare to bully my woman. Beat him to death. At Meat Mountain's command, the remaining 3 burly men directly pounced over, kicking Su Chao one by one. Su Chao screamed miserably. Big brother, don't fight. I still have half a packet of instant noodles. I'll send you. Su Chao rolled over covering his head. Half a pack of instant noodles? Meat Mountain's eyes lit up and signaled his brothers to stop. Then drank. Bring it out. Su Chao climbed up with difficulty, limped into the house, and touched the half pack of instant noodles under his pillow. You only have so much yourself. He looked back at the living room. The 4 men and 1 woman were still standing still, and Meat Mountain glared with a look of impatience. Still haven't brought it out? Take it out. Su Chao clutched the bag with a pang of flesh. Bring it on you. Feng Lu strides into the bedroom and snatches it from Su Chao's hand, then comes to the Meat Mountain with a coquettish face. Brother Fei, you eat first. She took a small piece and shoved it into Meat Mountain's mouth. Meat Mountain opened its bloody mouth and deliberately sucked on Feng Lu's finger for a bit. Feng Lu's body trembled and her cheeks turned red. Nasty. Ha ha. Meat Mountain laughed out loud and wrapped his arms around Feng Lu's delicate waist. Keep this, baby. I don't want to eat this tonight. I just want to eat you. Feng Lu's almond eyes contained spring, and she blankly glanced at Meat Mountain. With her pair of fox eyes, it was even more charming. Baby, do you have any more requests? Just ask. It had to be said that Feng Lu was indeed still quite beautiful, and this glance, straight away, made Meat Mountain's heart surge, and he couldn't wait to immediately put her on the spot. Brother Fei, although we still have a lot of food at home, if we want to survive, we still have to rely on buying in gas supplies. Feng Lu suddenly remembered something and looked at Su Chao with cold eyes. It's not like you can't be spared. Hand over the money you're carrying and I'll let Brother Fei spare your life. What? Su Chao was shocked. Pay up. Feng Lu frowned and urged. If you want to live, take out the money. I can see on the basis of our former relationship. Spare your life. If you do not shell out money. Su Chao, you should know. Our neighborhood has also died a lot of people. More than one of you. Is not too much, right? Meat Mountain's face twitched. However, thinking about Feng Lu's exquisite figure, his eyes took on a hint of determination. It's just killing someone. How many people have died out there? And this one is still missing? If you don't pay up, I'll have Fei and the others throw you off the building. Feng Lu caricatured. Your home floor is not high, but only the 7th floor. The snow below is so thick, maybe you can survive it. Meat Mountain took a deep breath and winked at some of his brothers. A few brothers immediately stepped forward and pressed Su Chao, dragging him to the window. Meatheal pulled the window open as soon as he could. A cold, chilly wind poured in, and not to mention Su Chao, even the 4 Meat Mountain people followed and curled up in unison. You have 3 seconds to think about it. Feng Lu's icy voice rang out. 3, 1, Fei, throw him down. Feng Lu gritted her teeth. Su Chao's soul was scattered. Feeling his body being lifted up, he hurriedly blurted out. Don't, I'll pay. Meat Mountain pulled him back with one hand. Feng Lu took out her cell phone and lit up the QR code. Su Chao, in addition to WeChat Alipay, and in your bank card, I also want to check. Don't think I don't know. You still have at least 4 or 500,000 saved on you, right? Not enough money, the same to die. Nima. Su Chao's face was ugly, and he was tempted to break into a rage. Earlier with Feng Lu, in order to make Feng Lu happy, he revealed his savings. Now it's okay to lift a rock and smash it into your own foot. Don't worry, I'll give you all of it, all of it. Su Chao squeezed out a few words between his teeth and transferred money to Feng Lu with a resentful face. After transferring $510,000, he signaled Feng Lu to look at his various balances. It's all gone to 0.00 inch. That's more like it. Feng Lu nodded in satisfaction, then wrapped her arms around Meat Mountain and softly said, Brother Fei, let's go. Yes. Meat Mountain hemmed and hawed and turned to head out the door with his brothers. Su Chao looked at the backs of the several people with a sinister expression. Meat Mountain's hand was even on Feng Lu's arse. Feng Lu didn't react much, but instead twisted her body even more alluringly. Bitch. After Feng Lu and the others left, Su Chao gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. He didn't even dare to curse out, because the door had already been broken by these guys just now. If they hadn't left, wouldn't they still have gotten a beating? I can't stay at home. Su Chao looked at the damaged door of the room, his face grim. A cold wind blew in. He knew very well that if he continued to stay here tonight, even if he closed the door to his bedroom, he'd be frozen to a popsicle. It has to be changed. He ran to the door and listened for movement outside. The people, Meat Mountain and Feng Lu, had already descended the stairs by the sound of footsteps. Su Chao took out his cell phone and secretly checked the balance of his bank card. He had just shown Feng Lu only the 2 cards he usually used, and there was no money left in those 2 cards. However, one still has a bank card with savings in it. Clicking to check the balance, Su Chao's face grew more and more unsightly. On this card, there's just over $20,000. He remembered that some time ago, in order to make Feng Lu happy, he quietly used the money in this card to buy Feng Lu a 10,000 apple 1 o'clock p.m., and Feng Lu told Shin Hung that night that she had to work overtime, and then went to the hotel with Su Chao to be happy for the whole night. Unlocked quite a few poses, but this person actually led people to rob my money. Su Chao collected his thoughts and frowned. I've heard instant noodles are 10,000 a pack now. That's only enough for 2 packs for over $20,000. He opened his WeChat address book and randomly scrolled down to find a friend to borrow some money. But after scrolling through, it seems that I don't have many friends. So far in college, the only good buddy who has been in contact is Shin Hung. Borrow from a coworker? Su Chao rubbed his chin. At that moment, though, his fingers suddenly paused. The eyes stopped in front of a name called Blossom. He thought of the kindly aunt in the neighborhood, who had died early in her husband's life and walked her dog every day in the neighborhood. Last year, by chance, the two climbed into conversation and even added WeChat. Auntie sometimes asks Su Chao to help move things around the house. Su Chao also took the initiative to help, and even ran harder after learning that the other party was the boss of a company. Auntie had hinted that Su Chao could even quit his job if he was willing to move in with her and she would support him. But Su Chao was in his prime, still a senior in the company. There are still a lot of women outside who are willing to fall. How would he be willing to submit to an old woman under the body? At that time he refused without hesitation. Just kidding. I'm initiating a relationship with you because I'm hoping to expand my network. And you want to sleep with me? Don't dream. Thinking about this old aunt's wrinkles, Su Chao got a bit of a nasty chill. Besides, this old aunt's son was older than Su Chao. A great man is born to live between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under his aunt for a long time? But now, the situation is stronger than the people. Taking a look at the broken room door and the balance in his card, Su Chao gritted his teeth and opened Blossom Fortune's avatar, sending a message with a determined gaze. Auntie, I don't want to try. Chapter 100 Arrangements. CO, figured it out? Soon, Blossom returned with news. Su Chao let out a bitter laugh. He himself has dated all kinds of beautiful women and even worked out to keep his strength up. Now this pugilistic flesh is going to be used on old ants. Auntie, figured it out. I go to your house now. More or less seems not too good, but I really have no way out. You said, as long as when I figured it out, you are always welcome to welcome me. Su Chao carefully sent the message. Oh, Xiao Su, what else to call auntie? Call sister. Okay, Sister Flower. Su Chao hurriedly said. Blossom Fortune, real name Chen Xiaohua. It's normal to shout like that. Come on then, sis is waiting for you at home. Blossom Fortune was a bit anxious and urged. Su Chao turned back, glanced at the house, put on the quilt and left in a huff. Sister Flora lives in the townhouse area and is rich. At least it's warmer than your own home. What's going on here? Shin Hong was astonished. There were only a handful of surveillance cameras left in Su Chao's house, and Shin Hong only saw that Su Chao seemed to have contacted someone and then left. Where's he going in the middle of the night? Still, don't think it could have gone too far. The snow has gotten much lighter, but the snow outside sinks right in when you put your foot down, making it completely unwalkable. In other words, Su Chao could only take the underground passage. Besides the high rise, it's the townhouses. Shin Hong moved in his heart and called up the surveillance of the underground passage. Soon, he saw Su Chao, who was draped in a quilt, walking hurriedly, all the way towards the townhouse area. Want to come over to my side? Shin Hong frowned, but soon he realized he was wrong. After Su Chao walked to the villa area, he unexpectedly turned the corner directly and went to the area of the first row. What's he doing in first platoon? Su Chao also knows the townhouse area. A row of residents? Jin Bao, do you recognize the tenants in this row? Shin Hong turned his head to inquire. Yang Jinxian gently shook her head. Although I bought this row of villas in the beginning, but this is my ex-husband sent me. After the death of Guangming, I moved over. After all, there is no one who knows me here, and I can also hide the silence, so as not to be pestered by Song Zhengming. As for the other residents, I don't know them at all. Shin Hong nodded silently. However, it's just a matter of determining Su Chao's location. It was in a row of villas, quite close to myself. Let's give you a couple of good days for now. When the time comes, no matter whose house you live in, you can't escape death all the same. As for Feng Lu, that mountain of meat she had defected to, Shin Hong did know. In his last life, this meat mountain swallowed the exotic fruit and his flesh was strengthened, but the extent to which he was strengthened was far worse than old Qin. But even so, Meat Mountain has gathered a group of brothers to dominate the Peachland neighborhood. It was unknown where he had found the altered fruit, and 2 of his brothers had gained altered powers as well. One of them was still a rare wind ability. The wind type ability, which was more than twice as strong as the fire type ability, was even swifter with the addition of the cold wind weather of doom. That Meat Mountain seems to be called Li Fei, right? Shin Hong pondered. In his last life, Li Fei ended up taking a group of brothers to dominate a building, and even eating human corpses started with them. The brutality is beyond horrendous. When Shin Hong went out to look for supplies, he had to avoid Building 9, where Li Fei was. But now, a disdainful grin appeared on his face. If this Li Fei was honest, he himself could still let him live. However, if you are overwhelmed by Feng Lu and still want to resist yourself, kill them all together. Shin Hong turned his head to look at Ren Jie and saw that he was still honestly bowing his head, not even daring to look at Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian. Laughing, he said, Ren Jie, you've memorized everything I've just instructed you to do, right, boss? Remember. Ren Jie hurriedly rose to attention and answered loudly. At this time, Old Sheen also folded back and placed the fortune tree on the ground, saying, Boss, got it back. Good. Shin Hong nodded his head in satisfaction and came to the fortune tree, looking down and surveying it. A commonplace fortune tree. I can't imagine that in the future. It will bear exotic fruits. Where in the world did this alien fruit come from? Old Sheen was also very curious. He knew that this fortune tree that the boss had asked him to trade for would probably bear an alien fruit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make a run for yourself. He had observed it several times along the way, but he couldn't see anything unusual at all. Old Sheen. Shin Hong stared at the fortune tree and commanded, You are, at night, Shin. At that moment, a weak voice came from the basement stairs. Shin Hong froze, then turned around and walked quickly in the direction of the basement. Gui Yupeng is awake. Sure enough, just into the basement, I saw Gui Yupeng lying on the bed. After seeing Shin Hong and the old Shin Renji, a few people squeezed out a smile. I thought it was dead. You are all fine, just don't worry, everyone's fine. Shin Hong smiled and spoke. How about you? How do you feel? I feel much more refreshed, and even feel little pain in my body. Gui Yupeng swept his body with a puzzled look. He was shirtless and wrapped in gauze, and he also remembered that he had been cut several times earlier. But now, there was no pain at all. As soon as I woke up just now, I tentatively touched the wound and felt no pain. He was full of wonder and rose from the bed. Ren Jie rushed forward to assist, but Gui Yupeng had already sat up directly as if he was fine. Brother Shen, I feel completely fine. Gui Yupeng glared, and tried to poke the wound on his body again. Immediately after that, he ripped the gauze open with one hand, and Ning Yao, who had followed him through the door, was just about to stop it, but in the next moment, her eyes widened with disbelief. The wounds on Gui Yupeng's body had actually completely healed. Can't even see half of it. She knew her medical skills well. Although the medical skills were superb, it was by no means possible to leave even the slightest trace. Is it one of those drugs you've never seen before? The potency of this drug is outrageous. It's okay. Shin Hong smiled and nodded. It's really good stuff from the system. Expensive for a reason. In exchange for other drugs, even if it is some imported drug, I am afraid that Gui Yupeng will have to lie in bed for several days before he can do so. But now, Gui Yupeng was already standing on the ground in a good position. Old Qin, Ren Jie, you two help Yupeng clean up Villa 6. Shin Hong commanded. Yupeng, don't you have quite a few people at home? Take them to stay at Villa 6. Old Qin, when you're done packing, come over and get the supplies. Ren Jie, you're all alone. Live with Old Qin for the time being. Whenever Old Qin and Fu Shiatsu got together, Shin Hong would naturally ask Ren Jie to move out. But right now, for the sake of ease of movement, it would be good for them to live in the townhouse in the Peachland neighborhood for now. As for the future, Shin Heng's goal was the east of the city, the base of the Donglin Group. Zhao Erbao, the owner of the Donglin Group, once spent a huge amount of money to create a castle-like safe house of doom. This is one of the richest men in Jiangcheng. Only, Shin Hong did not know why Zhao Erbao had not entered the shelter. Presumably he also felt that it was not as comfortable as the outside world when he entered the shelter. Having a fortress-like safe house, plus the fact that he was originally a hand in the Eastwood Group, he quickly rose from the east side of the city, and Zhao Erbao had built dozens of dune bunkers around his dune safe house, which were distributed to his trusted brothers. Unfortunately, in the end, because of his brother's betrayal, Zhao Erbao died and the Donglin Group fell apart. Otherwise, just with Zhao Erbao's doomsday safe house, it would be enough for him to survive in the end times with impunity. Yes, several of Old Qin's men nodded in response and then left. Shin Hong took a deep breath. Now that there's nearly $1 billion left in the account, it's time to level up the vending machine. I'm kind of in the middle of something, so you guys go ahead and talk. At the thought of immediately being able to possess 2 exotic fruits, Shin Heng's heart was on fire and he rushed Huo Miao to command. So, what about me? Should I go? Ning Yao was about to speak, but seeing that Shin Hong had already walked into the basement room, she could only swallow back the words on her lips. In fact, she'd quite like to remain in the house. Only, Yang Jinxian and Huo Miao were both Shin Heng's women, so it didn't seem appropriate for him to continue to stay on. Chapter 101, The Belonging of 2 Exotic Fruits. Inside the space of consciousness, Shin Hong had already appeared in front of the vending machine and flew to buy all kinds of supplies. Wei Yupeng would naturally need quite a few supplies if he wanted to live in Villa 6. Shin Hong made a big purchase without any pain. In his plan, Wei Yupeng and Lao Qin, the future is the core of their own side. For such talent, naturally, we must invest more to pull together. What's a few supplies? Not to mention that he is now completely free of worries about food and drink, and there is no point in buying anything else. However, when Shin Hong searched for landmines and saw high explosives in the relevant search, he suddenly had an idea. Moreover, this explosive is still a high specification quality strictly selected by the system and sold at a high price. Apart from buying supplies, almost all of Shin Heng's remaining money was spent on buying explosives. A kilogram of the system's strictly selected potent and powerful demolition explosives costs 8,000 bucks. 1 ton costs 8 million. Shin Hong did not hesitate and directly purchased 10 tons and stacked them in the consciousness space. The space of consciousness had gone up so much now that even 10 tons of explosives piled up there would only occupy a small corner. Afterward, Shin Hong came to the personal attributes interface. Scanning the balance, there's only 1,000 or so million left, but he's gained a lot by moving up 2 levels in a row. After adding all of his personal attributes to 13, the familiar pain came again, and Shin Hong grunted, forcing himself to endure the pain. A moment later, the pain dissipated. Shin Hong got up and moved his wrist, only to feel that his strength had increased a lot more now. Although he felt unable to match old Qin with a single punch, he was not far off from Li Fei in his last life. In other words, as long as one continued to raise the attributes of his entire body, he could have a body that was equivalent to an alien-enhanced body, plus your own fire powers. What part of the world can't you go to by yourself? Afterwards, Shin Hong sneakily tapped specialty twice and tapped it to 13. I'm actually gifted. I'm just a bit obsessive-compulsive and want every attribute filled up. Shin Hong reassured himself. After all, last night, in a row, and Huo Miao Yang Jinxian fought the landlord, and both of them begged for forgiveness again and again. Doesn't that tell you something? A warm current rose in his belly, and Shin Hong felt as if he had grown some more. Well, it's also beefed up a bit, just about the same size. The main thing that needs to be added is durability. After doing so, he turned his fiery gaze to the fruit of exotic energy. After purchasing 2 in a row, the purchasing interface of the fruit of exotic energy once again turned gray, displaying unable to purchase. Shin Hong exited the consciousness space. Who are we going to give these 2 alien fruits to? He frowned. According to his speculation, he would need 2 exotic fruits to raise his exotic fire to level 3. The volcanic stone flame, 2, would metamorphose into a new foreign fire. At that time, Shin Hong even had the confidence to break into the grain silos in Jiangcheng. However, these 2 exotic fruits can also be given to Gui Yupeng or Ren Jie, or even one to Huo Miao. After all, Gui Yupeng was now helping himself to sell supplies, and Shin Hong did not want what happened today to happen again. Gui Yupeng needs to be able to defend himself adequately, and Gui Yupeng's performance tonight had made Shin Hong feel very comfortable with him. As long as he could keep selling supplies for himself in a continuous stream, Shin Heng's vending machine continued to upgrade, and naturally, he would be able to cycle through the purchase of alien fruits again. And Miao. He was about to leave the Peachland neighborhood, and Huo Miao should also be somewhat capable of defending himself. After thinking about it, Shin Hong still decided that he would give the 2 exotic fruits to Gui Yupeng and Huo Miao first. After all, the further back he went with his powers, the more powers fruits he needed. Right now it's still in the development stage. Only when all the people around you have psychic abilities and the ability to defend themselves can you go out and work for yourself. As for whether they will defect, Shin Hong had already swallowed 2 xenofruits and possessed level 2 xeno abilities, so it was not difficult to exterminate them. What a lack of talent! Shin Hong rubbed his head. If only he had many loyal brothers around him. Naturally, they can move out quickly and take over the surrounding neighborhoods. It was a pity that there didn't seem to be anyone more trustworthy right now other than old Qin, Gui Yupeng and Ren Jie. With a sudden thought, he typed the word trust into the vending machine, then tapped search. Unexpectedly, the vending machine clattered to life with a sea of items related to the search. At the top, Shin Hong saw the T-800. There is also a row of introductions at the bottom. Based on the Blue Star movie Terminator series, the system has successfully developed the T-800, a super alloy cyborg, extremely loyal to humans, trusted by humans, and with strong combat power. Microprocessor controlled. Fully armed. Very sturdy. With live human tissue on the outside. The flesh, skin, fur, and blood of the cyborg growth. Silver metal endoskeleton. A microprocessor-controlled super-alloy combat chassis. Shin Hang's eyes widened and he called out to the good guys. There is actually a Terminator T-800. And below that, there are searched-out T-1000s and even a T-3000. Only the higher-level T-1000, the villainous liquid robot from Terminator 2, requires a purchase level of 30. The asking price is $10 billion. That's quite a bit less than the selling price of an aircraft carrier. The T-1000, after all, has an Achilles heel, or else it wouldn't have died in the movie. As for the T-800, it requires a purchase level of 20 and sells for $2 billion. It's so damn not cheap. Shin Hong looked at the muscular T-800 with an envious face, and when he reached level 20, he would definitely buy 2 to play with first. As for the eye, he fumed. When tomorrow comes, go out and rob a bank. 10 tons of high explosives and you can't take a bank? When he returned to the living room, Shin Hong saw that Yang Jinxian and Huang Miao were talking with Ning Yao, who was a bit rushed. As for Yang Muxian, this girl seemed to be very sleepy and went to bed very early. If this was heard by Yang Muxian, she would definitely commiserate that it wasn't that she was sleepy, but that she simply couldn't sleep at night. Who else could sleep well when you have to listen to the tossing and turning upstairs all night? Mr. Shun. Upon seeing Shin Hang, Ning Yao hurriedly stood up. Shin Hong waved his hand and rushed at Huang Miao. Meow meow. You come down first. Good. Huang Miao nodded her head obediently, not knowing what Shin Hong was calling her for, and followed behind Shin Hong, walking towards the basement. Jin Xian. It's getting late. I should go back too. Ning Yao whispered. Go back? Yang Jinxian smiled. Yao, my husband didn't say he'd let you go, so just stay and wait for a while. In fact, she was very hopeful that Ning Yao would stay, but her husband only said that he would only take Ning Yao in if she could not save anyone else, so Yang Jinxian didn't dare to say more. Jane. Ning Yao saw Shun Hang's figure disappear before she whispered. How did you get together with Huang Miao? All married to a man. This is too. On her face, she had an unbelievable expression. It's a long story. Yang Jinxian smiled and shook her head. It's just that right now, I can be one of his women and I'm already satisfied. You should have heard it just now. He's the He Shan Kai who sells supplies in our neighborhood. Yeah, Ning Yao nodded. She had not expected at all that Shin Hong would be He Shan Kai, the big brother with the huge supplies, to be able to follow him around, to not worry about food and drink in this cold winter apocalypse, and to be pampered by him, to not have to suffer the cold, to not have to be afraid that people will suddenly rush into your house. The only thing is that you need to share him with other women. That little drawback. Can't you accept that? But what? Not in accordance with the law? Or is it a bit shocking? Yang Jinxian shook her head and said, is there any law left in the outside world now? The officials have all stopped showing up. In this situation, being able to survive is the hope. Yao, you should know very well that we women, in the end times, are defenseless and can only rely on powerful men. But what if the man you rely on, he one day gives you up to other men for food and drink? What will become of your fate then? We'd be like goods, traded to and fro by them. Do you really want to end up like that? Ning Yao shrunk her neck and whispered. No, it can't be. How is it impossible? Don't kid yourself. Yang Jinxian laughed coldly. Right now no one in the neighborhood is rushing at you, just because of your name as a medical expert. But what if it takes a little longer? Everyone is about to die. Who cares about you as a doctor or not? It's normal for people to want to have a good time with you before they die, isn't it? Even if people are starving, they might even eat you alive. Ning Yao's little face turned pale. She wasn't a little cutie. Naturally knew that the kind of thing Yang Jinxian was talking about would probably happen. It's just that I've been reluctant to accept it myself. You should consider my husband's advice. Yang Jinxian then went on to persuade. By becoming our family doctor, you will also be able to live in such a peaceful environment, and you will also be able to enjoy all kinds of delicious food every day, without having to go out and suffer from the freezing cold. Think about it. Those people you saved before, how did they treat you? Are they really worth borrowing money to save? Ning Yao fell silent. Chapter 102, Huang Miao's abnormal ability. Inside the basement, Shin Hong took out the exotic fruit and rushed at Huang Miao. Meow, eat this. What is it? Huang Miao somewhat curiously surveyed the alien fruit. This color is so ugly, but it smells quite fragrant. Swallow this and you will have psychic powers. Shin Hong said seriously. At the very least, you can also have the ability to defend yourself. However, it is anyone's guess as to what supernormal ability you have awakened. Allomancy? Huang Miao's eyes lit up. Hubby, just like that space of yours? Right. Shin Hong nodded without much explanation. The vending machine is his deepest secret, which he will never tell even the closest people. Yes, Without hesitation, Huo Miao directly swallowed the alien fruit into her stomach and said as she ate, "No matter what ability I have, I hope to help my husband, at the very least, not to drag you down anymore." She recalled that afternoon, after Shen Hong left, the scene where someone came inside the villa and kept knocking on the door. Without any ability to do anything for herself, she could only curl up in the closet and cry silently. She didn't want to keep this up, and, if it helps the hubby, so much the better. My husband has given me such a precious thing. I must awaken strong psychic abilities and become my husband's right-hand man. With firm conviction, Huo Miao swallowed the exotic fruit. Soon, a stream of warmth swirled within the belly, and a few moments later it condensed into a golden elixir. How does it feel? Shen Hong stared at Huo Miao and asked. If you experience it yourself, you should be able to notice your own supernormal ability, and as long as you silently recite it in your mind, you will be able to catalyze it. Alien power. Huo Miao closed his eyes for a moment, then frowned and opened them again. What's wrong? Shen Heng's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked after him. This was an exotic fruit produced by the system. There was no way it would be ineffective, right? I can't say what kind of psychic ability I have, but husband, I still don't seem to have much ability to defend myself, Huo Miao said helplessly, then added, don't refuse, I'll show you what I can do. In the next moment, Shen Hong sensed that a powerful spiritual force was rushing towards him. He opened his eyes in horror, only to realize that the source of his spiritual power was actually Huo Miao. Shen Hong hesitantly accepted this spiritual force. Immediately afterward, his entire body was shocked. A flat map was added to his own consciousness. On this map, the surrounding villas, underground passages, all like a 3D model, appeared in it. And within the basement of one of the villas, 2 points of light appeared. One was a golden point of light and the other was a green point of light. Is this Huo Miao and himself? Shen Heng's eyes widened, and in the living room on the first floor, he found 2 more faint gray points of light, and in the bedroom on the first floor, another gray point of light. Inside the living room, were Ning Yao and Yang Jinxian. In the bedroom was Yang Muxian who was sleeping. Shen Heng's consciousness looked to the next door, but could only see less than half of Villa 3 and Villa 5. Those 2 villas are empty. Old Qin and Rin Jia from Villa 5. I think they should still be helping Wei Yupeng clean up in Villa 6 right now. Hubby, I can now sense the situation within a radius of 10 meters with me at the center. Huo Miao seemed to sense Shen Heng's confusion and opened her mouth to explain. Shen Hong nodded. With a radius of 10 meters, that's a circular area of 314 square meters. That's not so small. And once they appeared in Huo Miao's consciousness, the points of light in them also seemed to represent the identity of each person. The gold color is supposed to be unique. That is, it represents the hormone, and is the green point of light because he has connected his spiritual consciousness with Huo Miao, or because he is an inhuman? Can you tell I'm inhuman? Shen Hong inquired. Honey, after I connect with your consciousness, you will turn green, and your green aperture will be much larger than others, and very bright and conspicuous in color. Huo Miao said, how can I put it? Before you connected with me, your light spot was gray within my consciousness, but you're clearly brighter. I can tell the difference. This is a little bit strong in this alien ability. In her consciousness, she would be able to directly construct all the situations within a 10-meter radius with Huo Miao at the center. Even if there is a wall blocking it, it can't be shielded. Isn't that much more awesome than some infrared thermal imaging? What's more, it was also possible to detect whether or not the other party was an inhuman. This is very important for later. Imagine if there was a person who had deliberately disguised his powers in front of Shen Hong and suddenly launched a sneak attack? Although Shen Hong had now taken a step ahead of others, it did not mean that he was invincible. Let's just say that in the post-apocalyptic world, he was able to survive more easily with a vending machine, and with Huo Miao by his side, this situation could be completely eliminated. He could sense that Huo Miao was scanning with his spiritual power, and all inhuman spiritual power was extraordinarily powerful, making it impossible to hide. Now that Huo Miao had only swallowed an exotic fruit, what about continuing to give it to her in the future? The scanning range of her mental power would expand to 50 meters, 100 meters, or even further. With the intention of counting without intention, together with Shen Hong and Old Qin and other foreigners, they were completely able to shade their enemies to death unknowingly. Now, Shen Hong had a greater certainty about entering the Song family, with Huo Miao as a humanoid radar. What's there to worry about? Honey, I'm feeling a little tired. Huo Miao suddenly yawned with a tired face. Want it again? Shen Hong raised an eyebrow. However, after seeing Huo Miao's tired state, he reacted by dryly coughing and letting Huo Miao exit his radar form. Looking at the time, Huo Miao was able to last more than 20 minutes after turning on the scanning state. In other words, even in a full state of spirit, Huo Miao could only last for 30 minutes at most. Shen Hong had a preliminary understanding of Huo Miao's ability and asked, "How many people do you feel able to connect with your spiritual power at the same time?" "I feel like I can connect to one more person, but the other person has to be someone with psychic abilities, because having psychic abilities also means that the mental power is strong and can carry my mental connection." Huo Miao thought for a moment before returning seriously, "There's still room for one more connection. Then we can take old Qin with us." Shen Hong couldn't wait to take old Qin with him right now and go to the Song family for a stroll together, but he held back. The Song family was only just now getting started, and in the time frame of their previous life, they had only just even entered the granary and were only just beginning to make the appropriate cleanup preparations. It was only after making this place a bronze wall that the Song family mobilized large-scale family members to occupy this place and use it as a center to expand outwards. Let's stick to the original plan. When he took the granary, he also had to be wrapped for protection. It would be better to give all these preliminary works to the Song family to do it. At that time, when he took down the Song family's granary, Song Zhengming must not vomit blood in anger? "Honey, what about Dr. Ning?" Huo Miao leaned in Shen Hong's arms and asked with a tired face. "Give her some supplies and send her back." Shen Hong shook his head. "Right, doesn't she still need medication? You'll ask Jin Bao to get her more later. After all, she saved Gui Yupeng's life tonight. Moreover, in the future, he might also need to use Ningyao. So it was still necessary to have a good relationship with this medical expert. Letting her treat her brother, Shen Hong was also relieved. "Come on, let's go up." Seeing Huo Miao yawning, Shen Hong directly picked him up and walked up to the living room. Honey, how do you guys?" Seeing Shen Hong appear with the tired Huo Miao in his arms, Yang Jinxian instantly froze. Could it be that just now the husband has been unable to hold back, taking advantage of this time, and now Miao in the basement? Looking at Huo Miao's appearance again, he really looks like he's after a big battle. Ning Yao also thought of a piece with Yang Jinxian, and suddenly blushed. "What are you talking about?" Shen Hong shook his head and said, "Jin Bao, bring some supplies for Dr. Ning, as well as some medicines she wanted before. Bring them all for her and send her back." He looked at Ning Yao again and said, "Dr. Ning, many thanks for coming to the rescue tonight." After saying this, he carried Huo Miao towards the second floor stairs. "Wait." Behind her back, Ning Yao suddenly opened her mouth. Shen Hong paused in his steps, somewhat puzzled. "Is there anything else?" He seemed to have remembered something, and his brows furrowed. "Dr. Ning, if you're looking for me to borrow medicines, then you're excused. I'll give you some, but I won't provide them endlessly. Also, I won't give you those medicines used for Gui Yupeng's treatment tonight." Ning Yao wanted to save people, but what did it have to do with herself? Not to mention that Ning Yao was not his woman. Even if she was, Shen Hong would never let her fool around like this. If she became her own woman and still went out to save people with a holy mother's heart, Shen Hong would have directly kicked her away and let her go to the ice and snow to calm down and calm down. I didn't mean that." Ning Yao was a little embarrassed, rubbing the corner of her coat with her head down, and whispered, "Mr. Shen, you said before that you wanted me to be your family doctor, right? Is it too late for me to say yes?" Chapter 103 Persuasion. Hearing Ning Yao's words, Shen Hong froze. Is this still the saintly she perceives herself to be? Before, he had been saying that he wanted to save more people and even tried to persuade himself. So how come his attitude had suddenly changed so drastically now? "Just now Jane Xian and I had a serious chat." Ning Yao smiled bitterly. "I want to save people, and I am even willing to borrow money to save them. But it doesn't mean that I am a stupid person. I treat them with sincerity and honesty, but the owners of the neighborhood, none of them speak for me." On the way here, how the people in the owners group hurled abuse, Ning Yao remembered vividly. Even if the patients she had treated herself the second before she quit the group had played deaf and dumb, their relatives were harsh in their accusations, and at the instigation of Xiaohe, they all took sides, saying that they were in league with Heping Qi Shenkai. After working so hard to save so many people, in the end, none of them were willing to stand on their side. Ning Yao's heart chilled to the core. The moment she became a medical student, she solemnly made it her life's dream to save lives. Saving a person from death can bring a smile to a family's face. However, after listening to Yang Jinchuan's advice just now, coupled with the indifference of the owners, Ning Yao felt as if she had thought wrongly. It's too nice to think of human nature as too simple. Coupled with the fact that the medical equipment Shen Hong had just taken out was simply unheard of, Ning Yao was very interested. Eventually, she made up her mind. Shen Hong possessed huge supplies, and his subordinates were certainly few and far between. In the future, these people will also be injured, and by saving them themselves, they are also saving lives in the same way. And you get to stay in this warm home and eat all kinds of good food. To be honest, she really didn't want to leave. Even if Ning Yao was more emotional, she understood that she hadn't been able to contact her husband since the blizzard descended, and she was afraid that her husband was dead by now. Jin Xian is right. Under the end of the world, A beautiful woman like herself could only become the object of someone else's venting if she didn't attach herself to a powerful man, and the Shin Hong in front of him was naturally a good backer. Seeing that Shin Hong did not speak for a long time, Ning Yao carefully inquired, "Can I stay?" "Of course." Shin Hong returned to his senses and smiled at Ning Yao. "Welcome, Dr. Ning." Afterward, he instructed Yang Jinshen, "Jin Bao, there are still unused rooms on the first floor, so help Dr. Ning tidy up." "Good." Yang Jinshen nodded, then took Ning Yao to Yang Mushuan's next door. The house was tastefully decorated and the temperature in the bedroom warmer than the living room. Ning Yao felt that if she slept at night, at most a summer cool quilt would be enough. It made her feel even more in a trance. Snowflakes were falling outside and were on the verge of filling the second floor, but it was so warm inside. The other owners of the neighborhood are huddling and struggling to get by, and even drinking water has to be bought from Shin Hong. But in Shin Heng's home, he actually had the luxury of taking a bath. "Go take a shower first." Yang Jinshen smiled at Ning Yao and took out a brand new set of bedding. "This room, it belongs to you, but Yoyo, you have to remember." Yang Jinshen sat on the edge of the bed and instructed Ning Yao with a serious face. "My husband, he hates motherly hearts, so if you want to save someone in the future, you have to look at my husband's opinion first. To tell you the truth, I even wanted you to be my husband's girlfriend too at first." Hearing this, Ning Yao couldn't help but widen her eyes. Without waiting for her to open her mouth, Yang Jinshen sighed. Originally, he was very interested, but after hearing your name, he waved his hand and rejected it outright. "I think it's because you love saving people so much. Even after hearing that you asked me to borrow money to buy medicine and to aid the residents in the neighborhood, my husband asked me directly to take all the rest of the money." Yang Jinshen shrugged. "I don't have a penny left now either. So Yao, you don't have to think about looking for me to borrow money and then quietly go out and ask Wei Yupeng to buy medicine to save you. Once you really do that, Shin Hong will definitely show no mercy and kick you out directly." Ning Yao nodded silently. Her heart rippled and she was secretly staggered. Shin Hong even took all of Jinshen's money? This is her Yang Jinshuan's money. You're taking it for granted, aren't you? However, considering that Yang Jinshen had now become Shin Heng's woman, she did not say anything more, just a little hesitant. "Jinshen, you just said that you want me to be your husband's girlfriend? Did I hear you right?" Seeing Ning Yao's dumbfounded expression, Yang Jinshen instantly recalled the message that Hua Miao had sent to her 2 days ago. He himself, at that time, should have also been shocked by Hua Miao's tawdry maneuver, just as shocked as Ning Yao, completely unable to accept it, right? "Yeah." Yang Jinshen nodded with a smile. "Hua Miao also said something like this to me back then, and I was just as shocked. However, what she proposed at that time was for Mu Xin and I, together, to be Shin Heng's girlfriend." Together? Ning Yao's expression froze. "That's playing too fancy. Hua Miao, this woman looks quite beautiful, and does not look like a love brain. How much of a concession was this to curry favor with Shin Hong? Shin Hong possesses a vast amount of supplies, that much you already know." Yang Jinshen said. "A man like this will have more and more women around him in the future." Hua Miao's thought also makes sense. Instead of Shin Hong finding other women outside that we don't recognize, it would be better to be generous and pick a few more wives for Shin Hong first. We'll then combine our efforts to drain him dry so that he won't mess around outside. What are you talking about?" Ning Yao's face instantly turned red. Yo, you're also married, what's there to hide?" Yang Jinshen snorted and laughed, continuing, "Shen Hong is especially powerful, and I feel that it's getting stronger and stronger. Even the two of us, Hua Miao and I, aren't his opponents. If this goes on, sooner or later Mu Xian will have to be taken down by him." Yao, you are my good sister. Now your husband's whereabouts are unknown. I'm afraid that he has already. If you can obediently listen to my husband's words, in the future the mistress of this family, sooner or later there will be a place for you. After all, just Miao and I can't hold back. Don't you say it." Ning Yao lowered her head, her face even more flushed. Fine, no more." Yang Jinshen looked at the blushing Ning Yao and smiled gently, then digressed and chatted for a few moments before going upstairs. Ning Yao sat by the bedside for a long time before walking into the bathroom. As the warm hot water ran down her snow-white skin, Ning Yao almost cried out. This is simply something you can't even think about in the outside world. After a full-body comfortable bath, Ning Yao lay comfortably on the bed. Such an environment made her feel as if she were dreaming. It's hard to sleep at all. At that moment, a subtle sound suddenly came from upstairs. She raised her eyebrows and looked up, subconsciously perking up her ears. A moment later, Ning Yao covered her ears with a reddened face. "I didn't realize that Jin Xian had already started with Shin Hong. He and Hua Miao are not just. How come now?" Moreover, Yang Jinshuan's voice was getting louder and louder, and it seemed to be very pleasurable. Ning Yao covered her head, but a few moments later, she couldn't help but lift the covers again and listen in fascination. One should know that the room she lived in was closer to the location of the second-floor bedroom than even Yang Muxian's room. In other words, the voice she heard was even clearer than Yang Muxian's. Ning Yao's cheeks became even more flushed, and her two legs subconsciously curled up. On the second floor, Yang Jinxian looked at Shen Hong with a face of infatuation. Next to him, Huo Miao had long since fallen asleep. Tonight was a two-person world belonging to her and Shen Hong. Yang Jinxian felt as if she was a small boat tumbling in the ocean, and if she wasn't careful, she would be drowned by the raging waves. Then it could no longer be resisted and all sorts of epithets were shouted. In the end, she even shouted at the first floor, "Yo-yo, come and help me." Downstairs, Ning Yao clutched her head tightly. What is Jinxian shouting about? How can you ask me to help you with something like this? Really? Yang Jinxian looked back at Shen Hong eagerly, enjoying herself while thinking to herself. Ning Yao wasn't some yellow-bellied girl, so she naturally knew the feeling. As long as you live here, are you afraid you won't submit to Shen Hong? One more of you, then we'll be the three young men fighting Lubu. I just don't believe that Shen Hong would still have thoughts about Mu Xian at that time. If he really has energy left, then I have nothing to say. Chapter 104 Wind Ability. The next day, Shen Hong got up refreshed. After arriving downstairs, he saw Yang Muxian and Ning Yao busy in the kitchen at a glance. Morning, Shen Hong greeted the two women. However, the two women looked back at Shen Hong with dark circles under their eyes, shy and angry. Yang Muxian was woken up in the middle of the night. She was a bit mournful. Looks like you'll have to go black and white from now on. You can only catch up on sleep during the day or you won't be able to sleep this night. As for Ning Yao, she did appreciate the ferocity that Yang Jinxian had spoken of. Shen Hong is simply a perpetual motion machine. Isn't he tired? When she thought that Yang Jinxian had also proposed to Shen Hong that she should also become one of them, her face suddenly reddened, blushingly glanced at Shen Hong, and then turned around and went about her business. What the hell? Shen Hong was a bit puzzled, but after seeing Yang Muxian's expression, he suddenly slapped his forehead and reacted. Last night's voice with Yang Jinxian, it shouldn't have been heard by Ning Yao, right? But hearing is hearing. It's perfectly normal for a man to love a woman. After a brief breakfast, he got up and left the villa. He had already greeted old Qin and the others, and just as he went out, he saw that the trio had already appeared at the entrance to the basement of Villa 3. Yu Peng, work hard and make 2 more trips today. Don't worry about the supplies selling out. Sell as much as you can. Got it? Shen Hong patted Gui Yupeng's shoulder. Understood, Gui Yupeng respectfully said. But brother Shen, those people you blacked out before, you said you would no longer sell them supplies, but as far as I know, those people seem to be quite rich, Gui Yupeng explained. For example, the old Wang in the neighborhood, he is the property committee, his son is also a small leader, usually get a lot of money. More importantly, that blossomed wealth, she is a company's boss. Although the company is not large, but she has a lot of money in her hands. It is said that on the day of the rainstorm, she just went to the bank to do the loan business. What principles before money? Shen Hong was serious. Getting money is the king's way. I don't believe she won't buy it. When she buys it, just pretend you don't know. But you said before, I am afraid to sell it to her. This is not losing your face. Gui Yupeng had a difficult face. What a time, to be able to live as king. What face? Shen Hong fanned Gui Yupeng on the top of his head. Live and learn. Remember, what I want is the final result, not any process. Get all their money into our hands. That's the most important thing. Yes, Gui Yupeng nodded his head vigorously. It can be seen that nowadays Gui Yupeng is not as ruthless and unscrupulous as he was in his last life. Need to help him develop it a little early myself. Everyone, if they are willing to pay for it and follow my rules, then sell it to them. Don't be afraid to sell out. I have plenty of supplies, Shen Hong admonished. Gui Yupeng nodded silently. Ren Jie, come over here with me. Shen Hong waved at Ren Jie and walked into the basement of Villa 3. Ren Jie's head was full of fog, and when he walked into the house, it was only then that he saw Shen Hong handing over a grayish-brown fruit. Boss, what's this? Ren Jie froze and inquired. Don't talk so much, eat it. Shen Hong glared. Ren Jie didn't hesitate and instantly swallowed it. He's dead set against his boss and can tell that he won't lose out if he's loyal to him. What's there to worry about when you have no second thoughts? Shen Hong secretly nodded his head. Although Ren Jie had followed him for a short period of time, he could tell that this was a person with a solid heart. If you're good to him, he'll be twice as good to you. Ren Jie originally didn't have much of an expression on his face after swallowing the exotic fruit into his stomach, but soon, his eyes widened. A wave of warmth rushed through. Soon after the warm currents converged, Ren Jie looked at Shen Hong in disbelief, and when he saw Shen Hong smiling and nodding at him, Ren Jie immediately knelt directly on the ground. Boss, I will never forget your great kindness to me. Please don't worry, if I dare to betray in the future, I shall not be allowed to die. Hey, Hey, over and out. Shinhong pretended to help Renjie up. You're my brother. Why do you have to say that, boss? Renjie said, his eyes reddening. He's naive, but not stupid. Now that he had detected his alien ability, he naturally knew clearly how valuable the alien fruit that Shinhong had just given him was. The boss even gave me such a valuable thing. Even if I put my life on the line, I have to protect the boss's safety. Seeing that his eyes were clear and determined, Shinhong smiled smugly in his heart. You kid will be an honest cowboy for me from now on. Renjie, what are your powers? Shinhong inquired. People have different physiques and different psychic abilities. I'll show you. Renjie looked around and took a deep breath. Then his eyes narrowed and with a swoosh, his entire body disappeared. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was back in place, already holding a packet of instant noodles in his hand. He raised an eyebrow at Shinhong in triumph. Boss, my psychic ability is speed. What speed? Shinhong's eyes lit up. Even under Shinhong's full concentration, he only saw a shadow of Renjie flashing by. If Renjie had rushed Shinhong just now, Shinhong would have also stimulated the foreign fire at the first time before being able to go against it. Of course, a level 2 psychic ability against Renjie's level 1 psychic ability was enough to crush Renjie even if the fire psychic ability wasn't innately strong enough. If Old Qin represented strong power, then Renjie represented speed. It's like a secret killer. You follow Yu Peng, protect him secretly, and also let Yu Peng recruit some more people. In the future, you two will have to accompany me to the outside world. Shinhong admonished. To the outside world? Renjie was pleasantly surprised. Anyone else who'd stayed at home for so long would be about to go crazy. It was enough to be able to follow the boss out of the neighborhood, even if it was just to slip out. Aha! Shinhong nodded and instructed. Make sure to increase the sales rate. Got it? Have Gui Yupeng find a way to increase sales and make money for me. Yes, Renjie respectfully responded. Walking out of the basement, the gang had pretty much moved as well, filling up a pickup truck. Of course, in the process of carrying it, they naturally saw the bodies of Zhao Weilong as well as the 4 minions. Zhao Weilong betrayed the boss and also tried to take away the boss's supplies and has been killed last night. Gui Yupeng naturally saw the face of these people, pointed to Zhao Weilong's body. Today do all these. Give me all deleted from the brain, even with their own daughter-in-law, cannot be revealed. Otherwise, the end of these people, you have all seen. Don't dare. Several of the minions shook their heads back and forth. I also let you guys tag along because I saw how resourceful you were. Gui Yupeng coldly said. Zhao Weilong is dead. Now the boss is the time to use people. As long as you perform well, the boss will naturally reward you heavily. But if you dare to be ungrateful, I'll take a step ahead of the boss. Swish, a breeze blew by, and Renjie appeared beside Gui Yupeng with an expressionless face, adding, I will kill all of you. Why is this man like a ghost? How did he show up? The crowd was shocked. Even Gui Yupeng was scared. You're a ghost. How come you walk without a sound? Renjie smiled and turned to walk outside. I am of the wind. Wind? Gui Yupeng scratched his head, unsure. Renjie didn't explain much. The boss said that later, he would give Gui Yupeng the exotic fruit, and at that time, he wouldn't have to continue protecting Gui Yupeng. Instead, he was able to follow his boss out and see what the whole world, now under this icy apocalypse, had become. I really envy old China. Chapter 105, Crazy Homeowners. Shinhong drove the snowmobile and drove out of the neighborhood with Old Qin. 6th day of snowfall. The snow was a little lighter today, with all the drifts being fine flakes. The sun also broke free from the thick clouds and shone on the road. Many people concerned about the weather outside had by now run downstairs and tried to walk in the snow. But the snow hasn't gotten porcelain yet, and when you step on it, you sink into it. Add to that the fact that there were toxins in the snow, and the crowd was forced to stand on the second floor of the communal staircase in their respective blocks of flats, looking at the sunlight reflecting off the surface of the snow. The sun is out. Some people are already cheering. Everyone was convinced that the sun would appear and the snow would slowly melt. Also, all the snowflakes in the sky had gotten much smaller and had almost stopped. What does that mean? It represents that the social order will be restored again. We finally don't have to go to Gui Yupeng to buy 10,000 to 20,000 packs of instant noodles. Some people had even quietly negotiated to take advantage of the opportunity to strike when Gui Yupeng appeared later. I have to say, humans are a good breed of people. Previously, Shinhong had shot and killed dozens of people in the neighborhood, and they had long forgotten all about it. The snow has stopped and the officials will naturally come soon. With official protection, do we need to bother with you? Oh yeah, and sue up. You screwed us out of our money. Make sure you give us our money back. Where do you get tens of thousands of dollars for a packet of instant noodles? It doesn't make sense. The crowd was hopeful, and some had even taken furniture and cardboard boxes from their homes that hadn't yet finished burning and spread them out into the snow outside, one by one walking back and forth on them. Look guys, what's that? There are sharp-eyed people, pointing at the shadow of Shin Hang's snowmobile, full of shock. Is that a snowmobile? I think so. That's too soon. The others saw it, too, and stretched their necks, nodding along. Snowmobiles. This must be the officials. The officials have come to our rescue. Someone reacted with excitement. I've never seen that snowmobile before. It's too fast. It can't be a civilian. This must be official. The crowd followed in a surging mood, and some people shouted loudly in Shin Hang's direction. Soon the shouts of the crowd connected. What are those people yelling about? Shin Hang drove the snowmobile, coldly heard the shouts from the rear, was first startled, then frowned and muttered. It seems like, let's go save them. Old Chin was a little less sure. A bunch of fools. The sun has just come out. The snow has not yet stopped. They all run out. This is not looking for death? Shin Hang snorted. This kind of waste is better off curling up at home and being my customer. What's the point of shouting? It's useless to save them. The sun had just appeared and the snowflakes had almost come to a standstill, which anyone in their right mind knows is when the temperatures are at their lowest. As the saying goes, it's not cold enough to snow to eliminate the cold. The sun's rays hit the snow and a lot of it started to melt, releasing cold air, and a bunch of bean batches even ran out to bask in the sun. You mustn't freeze to death. He remembers that the first time the snow melted, the air dropped another 10 degrees overnight, at one point bottoming out at minus 80 degrees. The snow melted in large quantities, and the streets were filled with icy water until, after a couple of days, another blizzard descended from the sky and froze the melting ice below, once again, completely. In the following days, the snowflakes came down and stopped until Shin Hang was reborn when the outside world was still drizzling with light snow. It's pretty safe when it snows. The most dangerous time is when the sun appears. Once the sun appears, it also means that the outside air plummets and the ice melts. Shin Hang's fire ability, it will not be able to burn its channel under the snow in the snow. If you're not careful, the melted snow will fall on your head and may even run down your face and into your mouth. This is toxic stuff, but in this life, Shin Hang didn't care. Even if the snow melts fast, it can't all turn into snow water. And Shin Hang drove a snowmobile and was able to get in and out easily. He ignored the sight of the high-rise residence, the shouting crowd, and led Old Chin straight away. See where that snowmobile came from? Someone opened their mouth to inquire. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the young man who had been the first to notice. The young man was startled and hurriedly said, "That car, it seems to be from the first 2 rows of the townhouse area. I didn't see it clearly. There's a big shot living in the townhouse district too?" Someone couldn't help but speak up. His words were echoed by the others. It's quite possible. After all, it's a bit too conspicuous if someone else gives a set of detached villas. But townhouses are much more low-key. So that means that snowmobile was saving someone's big shot? It has nothing to do with us. Quite a few people sighed. What's the hurry? The middle-aged man who analyzed earlier. His slender eyes glared at the crowd for a moment. That snowmobile is all wrapped up and far away. But it can be seen. It should not have a big body. That is to say, that big man is gone. But he didn't take all the supplies from his house. Someone's heart picked up on it, and then regretted it a little. How can this be said? It's not known by the others? And a pang of chagrin ran through the middle-aged man. I was just showing off my analysis, but I forgot that I shouldn't say these things out loud. What are you waiting for? Go over there and find it now. Someone bellowed, and the rest of them, all of them, turned and ran toward the basement. The crowd then rushed towards the townhouse area in a brainstorm. The owners of several other buildings saw the scene, although they were not sure what to make of it, but still in the spirit of the herd mentality, they also followed in a swarm and ran wildly. Inside the underground passage, the fiery situation of a marathon race was presented, with the crowd scrambling to be the first, one after another, desperately rushing forward. Why is there so much snow on this ground? Someone had just run down the passage when they slipped on the snow and got up cursing. Seeing that the others had rushed ahead of him, he immediately patted the snow and increased his speed. Isn't this underpass fully enclosed? Why is it full of snow? The people on the run also noticed the anomaly, but they didn't stop, afraid that they would run behind the others. It's the ones that flush fast that get the meat. Brothers, if you're packed, we're going to. Wei Yupeng had just turned his head to open his mouth at the few buddies behind him when he coldly heard booming footsteps that echoed violently in the passageway. Wei Yupeng glared and looked up. In the next moment, a group of dark people could be seen, like green flies that had seen a big turd, flocking to the area. Wei Yupeng was startled and hastily pulled out the gun on his waist, pointing at the opposite crowd with a wary face. The gun was still the one Shin Hang had given him just now, so that he could take precautions. I didn't realize it had only been in my hands for 5 minutes and it came in handy. Only, this small pistol, facing the huge crowd, does not seem to work at all. Wei Yupeng swallowed hard. and Renjie had already taken a step forward and leaped directly onto the front hood of the car, grimacing and shouting angrily at the crowd. Stop it all. These people, however, didn't care at all, and even after seeing this pickup truck, a greedy look appeared in each of their eyes. It turns out that Gui Yupeng's supplies, every day, are loaded here. The hopper was full of supplies, and the man at the side of the car, still reaching to close the door to the basement of Villa 3. This scene drove the crowd even more crazy. Unexpectedly, the original intention was to look for the residence of the big man, but it turned out to be the peace and prosperity of the material storage site. Rob, the supplies for Harmony are in this villa. Everyone grab him. A wagon full of supplies. What are you afraid of? Together, some, even, have seen the hopper full of supplies and are becoming more and more desperate. I said, for you to stop. Renjie's face turned cold as he shouted angrily, but the owners in front of them had gone completely crazy, and the people at the back, although they could not see what was going on in front of them, heard the conversation of the owners in front of them, and one by one they pushed and shoved as hard as they could. Doesn't stop, does it? Renjie clenched his teeth. They're all neighbors. I don't want to tear my face off with you. Go back now and I'll spare you from death. What the are you? Someone cursed. Renjie took the pistol from Gui Yupeng and fired a shot at the top of his head. Ping! Gunshots were fired. The frantic homeowners all froze at the sound of the gunshot. Some people are already backing away. The crowd then remembered that the Renjie in front of them was following the murderous guy Hichi Shenkai. It was only yesterday afternoon that Harmony slaughtered dozens of people in the neighborhood. But an old man at the head of the group suddenly shouted, "There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? He doesn't have the machine gun from yesterday. You see, the machine gun is still stuck in the wall." He pointed at Zhao Weilong's corpse on the wall and bellowed. However, after saying this, the old man had quietly stepped backward. Right. In the eyes of the crowd, a crazy blood-red color emerged once again. It's just a pistol. How many rounds can it hold? There are so many of us. Can he kill them all? The people in the back are especially bold. With these guys in front of them, these are all meat shields. I'm scared less. For a moment, the crowd crowded in once again. Boss, you're right, Renjie murmured softly. Human nature is evil. You are still too merciful. Why do you still want to sell these people supplies? Just let them all starve to death. He reached out, pulling a small remote control out of his pocket and looking across the room with an icy gaze. Chapter 106. Boom! Just as the crowd continued to charge forward desperately, a violent ringing sound exploded from the ground. The 10 or so people at the forefront were instantly blown backwards. What's more, the bodies shattered into several pieces. Blood spurted out, and many of the people who were right behind them were instantly drenched in blood. These people were all fixed in place. The originally surging crowd behind them also stopped in shock and uncertainty at this moment. They didn't know what was happening in front of them, but they clearly heard a loud ringing sound that vibrated back and forth throughout the entire underground passageway, and some people even experienced tinnitus, and the body parts that flew up. Ground. Mines. The old man who had shouted earlier was now shocked and angry, glaring at Renjie. Guess so. Renjie's face was full of sardonic smiles. I'm telling you, we've laid a lot of mines in this underground passage, and anyone who isn't afraid to die, come and try. As long as I press the button, the thousands of you will all die. The crowd looked at Renjie on the hood of the car and swallowed a mouthful of saliva in unison. Want to keep robbing? Renjie angrily rebuked. A bunch of ES. Our boss made a good deal with you guys. You have to make a fool of yourselves one by one. You want to pounce on us and grab something? Keep grabbing. Let's see if you run fast, or if the mines in my hand blow up fast. The crowd was even more afraid to say anything. At the back of the crowd, a couple of women squeezed in crying and wailing, kneeling in front of the body parts on the ground and wailing out. If you want to cry, get the hell away from me. Renjie shook the remote impatiently. The necks of all the people, too, all followed the remote control and swayed, fearing that Renjie would accidentally touch the buttons. They don't know how many landmines are under their feet, and it looked like the mines were also remote controlled. Whichever button Renjie pressed, the corresponding mine would explode. Last night, after Renjie and Lao Qin helped Gui Yupeng move home, they spent the night in the underground passage, burying all the mines. The underpass was originally a concrete roadway, but old Qin went out and dug up a lot of snow, covering the entire underpass with snow. Even a Hercules like old Qin was busy until midnight. Although Renjie was also sore all over, he had no choice but to follow along when he saw that old Qin was transporting a large amount of snow. Old Qin belonged to the kind of person who was quiet but kept all of Shin Heng's words in his heart. Since Shin Heng was so good to himself, and gave the exotic fruit, and also arranged to live in the villa, he naturally had to show the corresponding value. Thinking that he was going to accompany Shin Heng out today, so old Qin gave the remote control of the mine to Renjie. After all, he was leaving after his boss, and the two bosses' wives were still in the villa, so he had to protect them. right? In his heart, the boss's wife was the boss's woman. And naturally, she was also the target he was going to do his best to protect. When the remote control was handed over to Renjie, old Sheen had instructed that if necessary, he could even catalyze the mines all the way, even if he blew up the underground passage, as long as the boss's wife is safe. I thought it was just a word of caution, but I didn't realize that mines really came in handy. I'm afraid Brother Sheen couldn't have imagined it. Renjie shook his head slightly, but right now, it seems to have bluffed the gang. That's okay, since they're all here already. Those who want to buy supplies, one by one, come and buy them. Renjie narrowed his eyes and drank. The crowd looked at each other, and no one dared to move. Fear of being blown up by a landmine if you're not careful. Come on, Renjie shouted angrily, buy or get out. I, for one, buy. The young man in the forefront swallowed his saliva, looked around and saw that everyone else was indifferent, which then summoned up the courage to go forward and whispered, Big brother, I'll buy a packet of instant noodles, and by the way, another bottle of water. Wei Yupeng had already come back to his senses and rushed forward, commanding his little brother to say, a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water. $200, sweep the code. He flashed the QR code under his neck. As early as 2050, Alipay and WeChat were officially nationalized and are maintained on a daily basis with AI. Combined with the massive infrastructures that have taken place across the country, there are hardly any utility poles left above ground. All the old things like the signal towers in the mountains have also dissipated. In its place, the nation's underground power grid has been laid, along with miniature signal transmitters that sit alongside it. This is the reason that the ice is so cold and snowy that there is no official rescue of civilians and everyone still has electricity and internet. As for the power outage period that Shin Hung experienced in his last life, it was because Li Fei, that is, the meat mountain that Feng Lu had defected to, had battled with another group of psychics after awakening his psychic abilities in order to compete for the hegemonic position in the neighborhood. The other party was an electrical psychic, which was rather peculiar. When he was beaten by Li Fei and was about to die, he actually blasted open the underground circuit with one punch, then grabbed the wires with one hand and closed his eyes to enjoy the pleasure brought by the high-voltage electricity, as if charging people. After a few seconds, the guy regained his strength, but didn't dare linger and quietly slipped away. Li Fei chased it far and wide, but was completely unable to wear down this electric man. Whenever he ran out of energy, he would stop and blast through the underground circuits, subsequently ripping out the wires to recharge himself. A mending stop was made, and eventually Li Fei gave up the chase. Now, less than a week after the end has come, there are only a few inhumans such as Shin Hung, and the circuits naturally do not need to worry. Even a lot of rich people have purchased electromagnetic stoves and oil heaters from Gui Yupeng here, baking the heat to a small pot. Hula hula eat instant noodles. $200? The young man froze. I originally thought it was 20,000. But I didn't expect that Gui Yupeng would actually open his mouth and say 200? The crowd was in an uproar. Quiet, Gui Yupeng coldly said. This is our boss's special instruction to lower the price. In light of the fact that everyone doesn't have that much money, and that the boss is compassionate and wants everyone to survive. But what about you guys? What you guys did just now is simply shameless. Many of them had a look of shame on their faces. Also, we trade on your terms. Those who don't want to buy can leave now. We won't force them. Gui Yupeng face as frost. Yesterday, you have coaxed looting over. The boss read you are a first offender, willing to leniency. Today you are again. As the saying goes, things do not come in threes. Pang, we promise there won't be a next time. The young man standing in front of him spoke up in a hurry. Since a pack of instant noodles is only $100 now, can I buy some more? Sure, Gui Yupeng nodded. The young man rejoiced. Give me 10. No, give me a case of instant noodles. Oh yeah, and 20 hams, a case of mineral water, and eggs. $10,000 of instant noodles turned into $100 in the blink of an eye, and he only felt that he had taken advantage of a great bargain. I originally thought that $20,000 could only buy a pack of noodles and a bottle of water. Earned. He joyfully took over the 2 big boxes, paid the money boldly, turned his head and bumbled away. What had been a very long underground passageway was now not tiring as it held the heavy supplies. The crowd was dumbfounded until they saw the young man leave with the supplies in his arms and instantly boiled over. $100 and $10,000 yesterday. Harmony big brother. That's a good guy. For a while, people all crowded this way. Gui Yupeng hurriedly led a few juniors to maintain order and conduct transactions. Chapter 107 Standard Chartered Bank. Boss, the supplies in the basement of Villa 3 are all sold out. It was noon. Gui Yupeng's several people were paralyzed with exhaustion at the sight of the pickup truck. Ren Jie stood aside and respectfully sent a text message to Shin Hung. All the supplies, sold 33. 17 million. The only thing is that the location where the supplies were stored was exposed. He reported the ins and outs of the matter, briefly, and then quietly stood aside, waiting for Shin Heng's reply. A few moments later, the phone vibrated slightly. Ren Jia hurriedly took out, had received Shin Heng's instructions, after browsing through, turned his head and rushed Gui Yupeng, just transfer the money to the boss. The boss said, increase the acquisition of greenery. Also, take the brothers to move the greenery from Zhao Weilong's house to Villa 3 first, and bring the brothers to gather here at night. The specific time, the boss will notify. Yes. Gui Yupeng stood up straight and nodded repeatedly, turning around and waving at the brothers behind him. More than 10 brothers, all squeezed into the bucket. Gui Yupeng drove to the entrance of the underground passage of the 16th building, and then rushed upstairs to carry. Ren Jie, on the other hand, went to the entrance of Villa 4 and alerted the guards. The boss treats himself with great affection, and in his absence, he has to stand guard and guard the boss's wife in the villa. The other side, Shen Hang and Lao Qin stood at the front door of the Standard Chartered Bank, checking the transfer information received, and then tucked their cell phones into their coat pockets. The whole world, all of it, had turned white. The office building where the Standard Chartered Bank is located is 50 stories high, and the snow and ice covered 2 floors, even covering the sign at the main entrance of the bank, but the building is uniquely shaped and still very recognizable. Generally speaking, the bank's vault cash reserves will not exceed $5 million, but the Standard Chartered Bank a few years ago moved its headquarters to Jiangcheng. It can be determined that the Standard Chartered Bank's headquarter vault, absolutely a class of library. That means cash on hand is $50 million or more. Shin Hung looked around to make sure no one was around, and then brought the old Qin to a monitoring dead corner, and the two of them took shovels and began to dig down. After digging a cave that was sufficiently 1 person deep, Shin Hung took out the snow removal robot, aimed its front in the direction of the bank's main door, and pressed the start button. He then flew out of the snow cave. After waiting for 2 minutes, Shin Hung entered again with old Qin. This time, there had been an additional undersnow passage underneath the snow that accommodated 1 person. It didn't take long to follow the passageway all the way forward to see that the snow removal robots had arrived at the bank's main entrance, waving their arms frantically from side to side at the closed revolving doors. Sure is the retarded type. Shin Heng's face trembled. There wasn't any snow left in front of the robot, and the guy was working like a laborer, still trying desperately to maintain his shoveling stance. He shut the robot down and threw it back into the consciousness space, then looked at old Qin. Old Qin nodded silently and looked at the thick glass, let out a low gulp, and swung his fist violently. The glass of the main door shattered in response, scattering all over the floor. Shin Hung led old Qin to step in. The bank was empty, except for the sound of the 2 men's footsteps, which echoed through the empty halls. You start searching from the 2nd floor upwards, especially the surveillance room, and sabotage it all, Shin Hung commanded. If there are any living people, all of them will be silenced. Understand? Don't worry, boss. Old Qin nodded with a cold face and turned around to go up to the 2nd floor. Shin Hung also began to walk down the hall, toward an aisle at the back. Normally, bank vaults are usually in the basement, and when the end comes and everyone is in danger, everyone will only think of going to the supermarket to grab supplies. No one will even think of going to the bank. The bank wants nothing, and the vault has walls and gates that can't be opened by human power. Who would come here? This place was useless for others, but for Shin Hung, it was the best path to boost the vending machine. Although after the end of the world, even if the bank was stolen, I was afraid that no one would trace it, but Shin Hung would still remain cautious and careful for the sake of insurance. VIP account manager area. Shin Hung walked into the place along the aisle and pushed open the doors of the various rooms, finding that the houses were all empty and there was no one at all. After circling around the 1st floor, Shin Hung frowned slightly. Not a single one? He had some regrets. If I had known, I should have brought Hua Miao out as well. With Hua Miao's conscious perception, he could easily detect people within a 100-meter radius. And now, one can only search slowly 1 room at a time. Anyone? Shin Hung suddenly had a heartbeat. He bought a megaphone from the vending machine, took the speaker, and shouted at the surrounding area. We are from the Jiangcheng rescue team. Is there anyone else here? Old Qin had just gone up to the 2nd floor and was startled when he heard Shin Heng's voice. But then he understood his boss's intentions and turned around to run downstairs. Boss, give me one. Old Qin smiled and said. Shin Hung handed the horn in his hand to old Qin. Use this. Shouting while searching is a bit more efficient. Although after becoming an inhuman, the perception of the surrounding movement had become much sharper. But if someone was pretending to be dead and lying still, it was still difficult to distinguish. However, it should be easier to detect it once one's alien ability level is raised a bit. Shin Hung did not realize that not far ahead of him in an office with a hidden door, a middle-aged woman was shivering and almost freezing to death. In front of her, 2 more boxes were stacked. There was a lot less food in there, but there were still some spicy instant noodles, and boneless chicken fingers and ham and such. There are even drinks. Only, now they were all frozen, and every time one wanted to eat them, one had to slowly melt them with saliva. When did I ever suffer like this? Really can't stay up. Her name is Chen Guiping and she is a middle-level cadre in Standard Chartered Bank. On the day of the storm, she was on bank duty reconciling accounts and got stuck in the rain. When it snowed later, she didn't take it seriously. After all, she was a workaholic, and as a mid-level banker, she had her own lounge at headquarters. The lounge was stocked with a lot of clothes and bedding, as well as the usual snacks that were purchased. With all that food and drink, she made it through. There were a couple of other co-workers upstairs, but when they came down to see her 2 days ago, she selfishly refused to open the door, and the guys eventually cursed and left. Just now, when she heard the loud sound of glass coming from the hall, Chen Guiping was startled, but then she reacted to the glass door to the hall being opened. Is this the co-workers trying to escape, or is someone else coming in? She waited a few moments before quietly pulling open the door to her room and peering out through the crack. After seeing both Shen Hong and Old Qin, she cautiously did not come out. These two look murderous. They don't look like good guys. Subsequently, the conversation between Shen Hong and Old Qin even made her fall into an ice cave. Kill them all? She thought, even, that she had heard wrong. Chen Guiping did not dare to move, standing behind the door to eavesdrop on the sound outside. The whole person is like an ice sculpture, and immediately afterward, the footsteps of Shen Hong approaching alone could be heard. Her heart, too, was in her throat as the footsteps approached. However, the next moment, Shen Hong's words could be heard coming from the loudspeaker. Rescue squad? Chen Guiping was relieved. I'm afraid I just misheard you. She was just about to go out when she suddenly heard several voices coming from upstairs. Yes, someone. A man spoke weakly. We're Standard Chartered Bank staff. You're here to save us, right? That's right. Old Qin stood beside Shen Hong, holding up the horn with a smile on his face and looking at the head sticking out upstairs. How many more of you are there? We have 5 more. The man's face was pale, wrapped in the quilt of the restroom, shivering. Everyone else is dead. By the way, there is also Chen. He was about to say more, but was pulled by a co-worker beside him. The man froze and looked at his co-worker. I'm afraid that stinking woman Chen Guiping is all dead now. What do you care? She wouldn't even open the door for us before. Humph. There's been no movement for 2 days now. I think she's already dead in her lounge. Colleague lowered his voice. She's still on the first floor. If she heard it, she must have come out at the first time. What do you care if she lives or dies? The man thought it made sense. What if Chen Guiping isn't dead? It might as well be dying in the restroom right now, trying to speak, unable to make a sound. Whether she's dead or alive, what's it to us? The man's eyes also flashed cold, and then probed to look at Old Qin. You said that you are the rescue team? Is there any evidence? What evidence do I need to get you out of here? Old Qin seems to be quite helpless. The people in our rescue team are scattered, and the others took snowmobiles to go elsewhere. By the way, you guys are starving, right? Do you want to eat some of this? He fished 2 packets of instant noodles out of his pocket and waved them upstairs. I eat. The eyes of the few people upstairs lit up and rushed down the stairs in a panic. Officials have finally come to our rescue. The men had been starving for a couple days and had long ago gotten front and center. Old Qin was not in a hurry and stood still. The young man who had just spoken to Old Qin had been the first to rush over. Give me instant noodles. Don't worry, there's plenty of instant noodles. Shen Hong changed tricks and added a few more packs in his hand with a kind face. How many more of you are there? If we can be sure, we won't have to go up and search layer by layer. Overtime a total of just 5 of us. Our bank off early, just raining that will. Everyone left. Just a few of us in the hands of the work is not finished. A little more overtime, only to be stopped by the rainstorm in the bank. The young man tore open a packet of instant noodles, directly holding the clicking and gnawing 2 mouthfuls, and vaguely said, there is still a guardsman who guards the vault down there, but he died yesterday. Where's the old lady? Chen Guiping inside the house frowned angrily. Damn, these eating dogs. I can't believe you deliberately didn't mention me, knowing that I'm still around. Listening to the sounds of clicking and biting instant noodles in a row outside, Chen Guiping finally put down her heart. She licked her dry lips and was just about to head out the door when, out of the cold, she heard a few crunching sounds of bone and flesh breaking from outside. Chen Guiping froze and peeked at the door, and the scene in the aisle outside the door nearly made her scream out in terror. The 5 co-workers who were chewing on instant noodles had all collapsed on the ground at this moment, scattering broken noodles all over the place. The heads of these people had all been twisted and even sunken in. Across from them, Old Qin expressionlessly withdrew his fist, turned around and rushed Shen Hong and respectfully said, Boss, now, there shouldn't be any living people. Good. Shen Hong nodded slightly. After destroying the surveillance room, Meet me at the underground vault. Yes. Old Qin bowed slightly, then walked quickly upstairs. Chapter 108, Chen Guiping. Inside the lounge, Chen Guiping stared wide-eyed, her whole body trembling as she looked at the scene outside the door. She nearly dry-heaved at the sight of the five's misery. The brains of those 5 people were oozing out, completely dead, and since they died because they were too quick and completely defenseless against Old Qin, a few of them remained in a state of wolfing down and gnawing on instant noodles. Chen Guiping desperately covered her mouth, horrified with tears in her eyes. She knew that she should never make any noise. Once one makes a sound, one's outcome is also death after being discovered by others. Shen Hong and Old Qin obviously didn't expect that just a short distance away from them, there was actually a living person. As for the 5 oxen and horses that had worked overtime earlier, they deliberately did not mention it because they resented Chen Guiping for not opening the door for them and sharing food and drinks with them. But this instead protected Chen Guiping. Chen Guiping did not move, and even when tears flowed out, she did not dare to wipe them, afraid to make the slightest movement and be heard by those 2 killing gods outside. However, soon, Shen Hong and Old Qin's footsteps left. By the sound of it, one should be heading for the basement and the other up the stairs. Chen Guiping let out a sigh of relief and wordlessly leaned against the wall, sitting on the floor with weak legs. What to do? The first thing that came to her mind was to air it out. Notify the governor? Chen Guiping suddenly remembered something and hurriedly turned her cell phone to silent. If someone suddenly contacted him or her, that would be the end of it. Her heart pinged. Muting her hand, she still didn't feel quite at ease, and after some thought, she turned off her cell phone again. There must be no paralysis for insurance purposes. What's the point of a ventilator? Tell the governor that someone came to the bank and robbed and killed someone? Even if it's a meritocracy, that's only if you make it out alive. What's the point of reporting this even if the person is dead? She hadn't even dared to take a picture, fearing that something would go wrong with her cell phone, in case the picture leaked the sound. After turning off the phone, Chen Guiping covered her head and tried her best to stay calm, but her trembling body still betrayed her heart. How to get out? How to get out? The 2 men outside were no longer on the first floor now, but she didn't have the guts. The one who had gone to the basement was fine, but the one who had gone upstairs to check, but one looked down the hall and he or she would be completely exposed. She squinted, looked around, and suddenly made up her mind. She then took off her heels and walked noiselessly out the door in her bare feet. The floor is cold to the extreme, but at this time, Chen Guiping has no time to care about the cold. Making her way through the aisles, she arrived at the lobby, found a corner business processing area, and dove right under the table. These business tables in the lobby are generally semicircular in shape. From her direction, the one upstairs couldn't even see herself, and going to the basement is not going your way. The most dangerous place is the safest place. She curled up under the table and didn't move. After waiting for a long time, a few loud bangs came from upstairs. Chen Guiping shivered slightly, but closed her eyes tightly and brainwashed herself silently. Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. I'll be able to go home when they're gone. Soon. Another loud noise came from upstairs, but Chen Guiping, this time, was already like an old monk, unresponsive. Not long after, footsteps came down the stairs upstairs and headed straight down the stairs to the basement. Chen Guiping also didn't dare to move around. Once you have to run, you can't let either of them see it. What if these 2 suddenly come up to the first floor? The safest and most appropriate way is to wait for them to leave and then leave yourself. And it's unlikely that the young man on the first floor, who had just checked it out, would come back to check out the hall again, right? It's called reverse thinking. In a dangerous situation, her brain poured out more and more. I must live. Find the right moment to escape again. Boss, all the surveillance rooms have been completely destroyed. Old Qin stood in the passageway of the basement and rushed Shen Hong to report. Down the stairs was a spacious passageway with a square-like open area behind it. And beyond that, a thick steel alloy door set into an 80-centimeter concrete wall. You can't even see any keyholes in the walls. There's only one password entry. Face iris recognition monitoring location with a tiny switch next to it. Using conventional means, there is no way to get in. Behind this gate, naturally, is the bank vault. Shen Hong did not care about the switch, silently placing the last stack of bombs in his hand, at the base of the wall of the vault. Taking this vault will level up the vending machine by at least 1 level. Now that it takes 92 million experience to raise the vending machine, the experience bar is getting exaggerated. The only fastest way to do this, other than mass sales of supplies, is to rob a bank. It's not that Shen Hong hasn't thought about getting a money printing machine to try. He's afraid to die if he tries. What if counterfeit bills can be recognized by the vending machine? When the time comes, the charge of using plutonium will be laid against you, and you will be sent directly to hell to report for duty, and you will have no place to argue your case. Today, a man-high pile of high explosives has been stacked in front of this gate. Even if the gate was strong enough to blow up, go, Get out first. Shin Hong waved his hand and the two of them walked out from the basement. Chen Guiping under the table's breathing became much slower. Sure enough, according to his own speed, if he wanted to run, I'm afraid that they would have discovered him before he could run out. Back up a bit. Shin Hong retreated to the front door with Old Chin, and only then did he put his heart down. Although as the headquarters of the bank, and the vault is still underground, the walls will all be very thick, bulletproof and riot-resistant should be armed to the extreme. But Shin Hong was confident in the explosives produced by the system. What are they going to do? Chen Guiping was a bit confused when she heard Shin Heng's words. Back, the next second, though, she heard a violent muffled sound coming from underground. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosion nearly pierced her eardrums. The whole ground shook violently. Frightened, she clutched the edge of the table at her sides with both hands and did her best to stay afloat. Her face was pale and her pupils were wide. These two. It's the devil. I can't believe I brought explosives to blow up a bank vault. Where's the official guy? How did they get the explosives? At the same time, a violent alarm sounded throughout the bank. The shaking ended quickly. Should be good. Shin Heng's satisfied voice came out. I have to say that Standard Chartered Bank still spends a lot of money. Only at the wall where the explosives had just been piled up, a man-sized hole was blown out, and countless bricks and iron blocks were scattered in the open area, scattering dust in all directions. Shin Hong had a smile on his face as he walked into a bank vault for the first time in his life, and just as he walked in, his breath stopped. Throughout the vault floor, there were countless glass covers, and on the glass covers, there were numbers attached to them. Inside the glass enclosure, there were huge piles of banknotes, as well as piles of gold bullion, and the surrounding walls were studded with one neatly arranged safe after another. Not to mention him, even Old Chin was completely frozen. Getting rich. Chapter 109. Shin Hong thought about the fact that there might be a large amount of cash in the bank, even more than 100 million. After all, this is the headquarters of the Standard Chartered Bank established in the country, and the underground is a Category 1 vault. But I didn't expect the harvest to be so great. It's amazing how much money there is. The shrill sirens became much smoother at this point. It even made Shin Hong feel that it was a BGM to celebrate his wealth. Quick, open the glass cover. Shin Heng's eyes were red, and he stepped forward and slammed his palm, smashing the glass cover in front of him, and turned his head to drink at Old Chin. Old Chin has been silent, stepped forward and slapped one, smashed the glass cover on the side, and moved the money to Shin Heng. The boss's palm isn't small either. Not much smaller than me. Old Chin thought silently. His hands kept moving, and moved a pile of banknotes, as well as stacks of gold, all over, and when Shin Hong slapped a glass cover and waved his big hand, the banknotes in gold below would disappear into thin air. These banknotes in gold, when stowed in the space of consciousness, would automatically disappear, swept directly into the vending machine and transformed into a single account balance. When Shin Hong was busy, he turned his head to see a big pile of banknotes in gold piled up beside Old Chin, and hurriedly flew back to take in all of these big piles of banknotes in gold. 2. After a long time, the vault was empty, leaving only a floor of glass slag, as well as the surrounding walls, neatly arranged safes. Shin Hong had already quickly scanned the personal balance on the vending machine. Account balance, $563, 401, 246, 32, 560 million. There's cash here, estimated at nearly 200 million. And it's those gold bars that are worth it. Nowadays, in this society, the price of a gram of gold has risen to 1,500, and these gold bars on the ground, there are 600 or 700 pounds. After being absorbed by Shin Hong into the space of consciousness, these gold bars were also automatically transformed into the account balance. Shin Hong did some simple math, and it seemed that the recovery price of the vending machine was slightly lower than the market price, but none of that matters. It's all for nothing anyway. He turned his head and surveyed the columns of safes that lined the walls around him. As we all know, banks will not only store money, but they will also offer people the service of storing their valuables. Of course, ordinary people don't have these needs and naturally don't use them. I'm afraid that anyone who keeps valuables in the bank would have to be some of the richest people in Zhangcheng. These safes are neatly aligned, tightly sewn, and tightly closed. The exterior is a heavy black color that is almost completely level with the wall, with only a pull on the cabinet door. On the top right of the pull handle, there is also a label. What the label says is the name of the individual and in some cases the name of the company. I don't know what's been put in this. Shin Hong curiously looked at the safes and made a look at Old Chin. Old Chin nodded slightly and came to a safe. On the label of this safe, the word Li Cheng Jun is written. Old Chin reached out and grabbed the puller, and with a fierce push, the pull handle surprisingly snapped right off. Old Chin's expression was a little embarrassed. Shin Hong scratched his head. There was nothing he could do. To be honest, in this safe, there should be quite a lot of valuable things placed in it as well. not even inferior to the value inside the bank's vault hall. But, alas, it won't open. It's still time for the master key to make an appearance. It was not that Shin Hong did not want to use the master key when he blew up the fence of the vault earlier, but there was absolutely no place to insert a key on the door of this bank vault. It's just a set of extremely complex combination locks and face iris recognition, which will automatically alert the police and completely shut down the unlocking function once it has been entered incorrectly 3 times in a row, and after detecting that the person outside the door doesn't have access to it. It cannot be opened again until a higher level of authority intervenes. While almost all people today switch to combination locks, these safes, on the rare occasion that they are used, are unlocked with a pure key. This was convenient for Shin Hong. He stepped forward, took the master key and inserted it, then turned it gently. Click. There was a crisp unlocking sound from the lock cylinder. Then, the cabinet door opened and Shin Hong and Old Chin looked in curiously, but immediately afterward, a look of disappointment appeared on both of their faces. It was actually a stack of real estate deeds. A real estate license would have been worth quite a bit of money before the end times, but now that it's post-apocalyptic, and humanity will attrition rapidly, what the good is a real estate license? It's just a bunch of thick cardboard. Shin Hong didn't even look at it more than once, and then prepared to open the second cabinet door. First floor lobby. Listening to the echoing sirens, Chen Guoping's heart relaxed a little. The shrill alarm of the past now gave her a lot of security. She tried moving in the direction of the basement, drilling down on each counter before quietly listening for movement outside. It wasn't until a dozen counters had been moved that she heard the sound of breaking glass coming from the basement. Those two cracked the glass cover. Damn, that's bulletproof glass. Chen Guoping's heart trembled. But more than that, it's a celebration. Being a mid-level cadre and in the important position of being in charge of the core vault secrets, she knew quite a bit about some of the bank's secrets. There were hundreds of millions of dollars worth of cash and gold bars in the vault, and it would take these two men some time even to break the glass, totally enough to get away with it on your own. Every extra second she stayed, she felt her heart skip a beat. Even if it was covered in ice and snow outside, she wouldn't want to stay here much longer. Now would be a good time to escape. She tiptoed up and sprinted all the way to the shattered doors of the hall. The spacious halls that used to fill her with pride were now something she hated. How come the hall was built so big? Soon, she came to the shattered gate, the floor covered in glass slag. But even then, she didn't even hesitate, stepping right on it with her bare feet, ready to climb out. It's coming out. I survived. She was so excited she was practically in tears. As a result, half of his body had just climbed out of the gate when an icy voice came from behind him. Yo, there's a live one? Chen Guoping's body trembled, and her entire body seemed like an ice sculpture, fixed in place. After a few seconds, she turned her head with a horrified expression, and she realized that the middle-aged man who was one of those two men was currently standing beside the stairs leading to the basement, looking at herself with a teasing expression. Run! Chen Guoping didn't even think much about it and hurriedly climbed out and fled furiously. Trying to run? The corners of Old Chin's mouth grinned as his feet snapped. His body turned into a shadow of light and swept directly to Chen Guoping's side. Although he couldn't match Rin Jie's speed, chasing a barefooted commoner couldn't be too much simpler. Chen Guoping had only run into the snowy path and had just taken 2 steps when the silhouette behind her swept in and violently grabbed her neck. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Chen Guoping was filled with fear and begged repeatedly. If I hadn't come up to pee, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found you. Old Chin Jie smiled. Still really can hide it. Your bank of those colleagues. Not that there are only 5 people at. How to get one more person? TSK. Or your bank's Flower Road more. What things also keep a hand just now in the underground. When Shin Hong was just about to open the second safe, Old Chin suddenly felt a rush of urination, and hurriedly greeted Shin Hong, then came up to pee. After all, there was no air circulation in the vault, and there were many safes on the surrounding walls, so even if the boss had a master key, it would take some time. Even if he peed in the corner, there would definitely be more urine odor in this air, and Old Chin was afraid of affecting his boss's mood, which is why he decided to go upstairs. As a result, he just came up and saw the sneaky Chen Guoping at a glance. Looking at the woman's panicked appearance, Old Chin concluded that this must also be the person who survived the bank. The boss said, "Everyone in the bank, exterminate them all. Leave no survivors." Chapter 110, Safe Deposit Boxes. Don't kill me, don't. Chen Guoping couldn't care about anything else, and the moment she was caught by Old Chin, her whole body went limp and begged for mercy. Don't kill you? Looks like you've seen the bodies of your co-workers. Old Chin coldly laughed. I can help you open the underground vault. I can help you open the safe. Don't kill me, please. Chen Guoping's mouth was shivering. Old Chin suddenly frowned and looked down, and it turned out that the woman was so scared that she peed her pants. No wonder. The old man was looking for the fact that he hadn't peed. and suddenly the smell of urine made me think I had incontinence. That scared me. Old Qin gave Chen Guiping a slap in the face without any good humor. Chen Guiping was instantly frightened and wowed. "Shut up!" Old Qin shouted angrily. "Scream again and I'll kill you now." Chen Guiping's voice came to an abrupt end, cloaked in fear, looking at Old Qin. "What are you with the bank?" Old Qin asked. "Answer honestly or you die straight away." I'm the head of the bank's fund management department. My name is Chen Guiping. Yo, still a leader. Old Qin raised his eyebrows, looking at Chen Guiping's snotty appearance. Originally wanted to kill with his hands, but after thinking about it, he still held back, and simply lifted her and came to the basement. Shen Hong looked back at Old Qin and was ready to continue to open the lock, but when he coldly saw Chen Guiping beside Old Qin, he was stunned. "Didn't Old Qin go up for a pee? Why did you bring a woman down here? He likes this style?" Shen Hong couldn't help but take a few more glances at Chen Guiping. "I didn't realize that I had returned to a new life, and Old Qin had even changed his hobbies." This middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s, although she looked charming, this was far worse than Fu Shiatsu. "Boss, this is the head of the bank's fund management department. When I went upstairs just now, I found her sneaking around trying to escape from the bank just now and didn't search. It's my dereliction of duty." Old Qin lowered his head and admitted his mistake. His mind was also confused. He had obviously searched every room himself. It took quite a while. "Where did this woman come from? Can an ordinary man escape my search? This is too much of a stretch." He didn't think, however, that he was searching the area above the second floor, and Chen Guiping is hiding in the lounge on the first floor. It's a hell of a thing to find. The first floor was personally searched by the boss, and he subconsciously ignored it. You opened the safe." Without waiting for Shen Hong to ask, Chen Guiping was instead full of shock and took the lead in asking a rhetorical question. "Is it hard?" Shen Hong smiled. Chen Guiping stopped talking, looking around again. The horror in her eyes became even more intense. The floor was covered in glass slag, which she could understand, since these two could break the glass of the bank's main door and even blasted the vault enclosure. They could naturally open the glass enclosure where the funds and gold were stored. But the problem is, where's the money? What about gold? Can't even see a chicken feather. Where did all this stuff go? Nearly $200 million in cash. Even if it's loaded for transportation, it's going to take several cars, and several hundred pounds of gold bullion. It's all gone. However, seeing that Shen Hong easily opened the safe with the key, she instantly stopped talking. More useless stuff. Shen Hong looked inside the safe and shook his head in boredom. This safe deposit box, or the deed to the land where it is stored. Are all rich people so boring? Can't you just leave the deed and the real estate license at home? Does it have to be in a bank safe deposit box? On one entire wall, there were 10 rows of safes, 8 in each row. After Shen Hong opened the 80 safes, he checked the valuable things piled up at his feet. Some gold, and diamond jewelry, and a few pieces of jade, and some cash and watches. As for real estate certificates, stocks, bonds and such things, Shen Hong did not even bother to take them. He even found a famous collector's safe that housed Tang Yin's paintings. Except that in this post-apocalyptic world, the stuff was too hard to wipe his ass with, and wasn't worth anything at all. Vending machines don't recycle either. There were also a few safes with a few CDs. I don't know if they were the handles of power and color trading. Shen Hong was quite interested in collecting them. What's outrageous is that there's a safe deposit box that actually holds a will. Nima, nothing but a piece of paper? This will comes from a guy called Qian Yucheng. Shen Hong has heard of his name, is the boss of an entertainment company in Zhangcheng. After divorcing his wife, he took a younger wife, but there were scandals with many teenage stars, and I heard there were several illegitimate children. In a peaceful and prosperous world, this will of Qian Yucheng may still be contested by many people, especially his lovers who gave birth to children, and they want to be impatient to see what's inside. If your own children get a smaller share, you can force Qian Yucheng to change his will earlier. But now, Shen Hong shook his head. This stuff is at best a gossip story to check out. Chen Guiping's face was as colorful as paper, and she watched in awe as Shen Hong kept opening the safe. It's a specially customized safe from the bank, and a top locksmith was invited to make the lock. It can only be opened with a special key, but I didn't expect Shen Hong's one key to open 80 safes in a row on. Old Qin, you open all the ones on this side. Shen Hong threw the universal key to Old Qin. He's a little tired. This wall of safes didn't open much at all. It's worth about $40 or $50 million. Although it was already quite a lot, it was far from what Shen Hong had expected in his heart. He also sought to find out that the contents of these safes could also be comparable to the value of those banknotes and gold in the vault hall of the bank. That means that the remaining 3 walls, with the safes all open, will add up to about $150 million. The wall that Shen Hong blew up was the location of the vault's main door, and there was no safe on the main door side. At the moment, He had opened the entire safe in the left wall, leaving only the two walls to the right and directly across from him. Yes, Old Qin took the key and walked towards the right wall. Chen Guiping did not say a word, pursed her lips and watched Old Qin's movements, seemingly entangled in her mind. Shen Hong sat down, looking at the items in those safes piled up by his feet, and did some internal calculations. Now that the vending machine is at level 13, his account balance, there is still $560 million, and with these on the ground, it's 600 million. 600 million, enough to get yourself up to level 16, upgrading 3 levels in a row. That's a quantum leap. However, he also knew very well that the reason for such a lucrative income was because Jiangcheng was the headquarters of the Standard Chartered Bank, and the underground vault naturally stored a large amount of cash and gold. Like some other banks, I'm afraid it's only $30 to $50 million at most. According to the size of Jiangcheng, there might be 3 or 2 other banks whose vaults are Category 1 vaults, but other than that, some of the remaining small savings centers are afraid that they won't even have 5 million. I'm afraid a bit of bank scrounging for the rest won't be enough to get the vending machine up to level 17. Level 16 to 17 requires experience of over 650 million. That's too hard. Although he had long been psychologically prepared and knew that the further back he went, the more difficult it was to upgrade, Shen Hong still lamented when he thought of this huge number. Silence fell in the hall. Shen Hong closed his eyes and sank into the space of consciousness. After some frantic purchasing in the vending machines, he bought numerous weapons in addition to tons of supplies, even high-tech weapons like radar dogs. After upgrading the vending machine to level 15, the balance was still over 300 million, but he doesn't even know what he can buy anymore. After a few moments of boredom searching through the vending machine, his eyes locked on an item. Intelligent construction robot. Asking price, 50 million. Remarks, a little architectural genius with a very high artificial intelligence. A good helper for mankind. Can automatically design and plan decoration effects, and carry out all kinds of decoration 24 hours without fatigue. The point is, it can skillfully use all kinds of high-tech materials provided by the system to help you fix all kinds of bugs in your family and help you create a warm, perfect and invincible home. Chapter 111, The Secret of the Vault. That's a good one. Shen Heng's eyes instantly lit up, though he only intended to stay within the townhouse for a while, and had no intention of staying here forever. But the villa, ultimately, looks a bit weak. Even if you leave yourself, you have to worry about the women at home. With smart construction robots, I'm sure you'll be able to build yourself a steel fortress in no time. It's also certified as intelligent by the system, which is much better than the retarded snow removal robot. He didn't hesitate and just purchased the construction robot. A small golden brown dwarf popped out of the vending machine, looking a bit like the dwarves from World of Warcraft. He also had a long beard and 2 rough hands. This thing is a robot? Shen Hong glared, but the dwarf didn't move a muscle, just like a realistic doll. Shen Hong didn't bother with it anymore and then consulted the vending machine again. The vending machine is now level 15, and many of the more high-tech building materials can be purchased. In particular, high-strength wall coatings and super-performance rubberized bulletproof tiles are becoming more and more expensive. Shen Hong had no heartache and made frantic purchases. After buying quite a few more weapons and equipment, Shen Hong finally leveled up the vending machine to level 16, and his account balance, which was running low. I really never thought I'd have to worry about spending money one day. Shen Hong took a long breath. He then tapped on his personal attributes and raised his entire body's 4 circumferences accordingly. Millions of flowers went down, and Shen Hong felt pain all over his body, but a feeling of greater abundance arose. He purchased 2 exotic fruits and temporarily stored them in his consciousness space. Opening his eyes, he swept his eyes at Chen Guiping, who was curled up next to him and had been silent. The woman had always looked like she wanted to say something, until now. Looking at Old Qin, who had opened the safes on the front wall one by one, her face was even more tangled. Could there be any secrets in this safe? Shen Hong frowned and got up to walk towards Old Qin. Old Qin, you go rest first, I'll do it myself. He wanted to see for himself what there was that Chen Guiping wanted to hide. Old Qin didn't know what the future world looked like, and honestly, Shen Hong wasn't sure either. But he had been reborn back with 3 months of experience from the end times. Maybe there's something that you're missing out on. Good. Old Qin was a bit strange, but still took the initiative to hand back the key and stepped back. Old Qin has opened more than 60 safes. Shen Hong did not bother to open them again, but instead checked the safes that Old Qin had previously opened one by one. But there's nothing special about these safes, other than some normal items. There was quite a lot of money in gold bars stored, and there was also some jewelry, the total value of which was quite a bit more expensive than the wall of safes that Shen Hong had just opened. There's still a dozen or so safes left to be opened, and the value of all this stuff, it's already $70 or $80 million. Click. He unscrewed a safe called the Yoshikawa Trust Organization. Shen Hong did not bother to check the items inside. but instead slightly sidled his head and surveyed Chen Guoping's appearance. Chen Guoping frowned tightly. Worried. What are you waiting for? Shen Hong suddenly spoke. He scanned the contents of the safe, still some gold bars, but they seemed more valuable. This holds a full 22-kilogram gold bars. Good lord. That's worth $60 million. The contents of this one safe are more than the wall you opened yourself. However, Chen Guoping did not look at it more than once, and it was obvious that this was not what she was worried about. Solely, Shen Hong directly inquired. You're hiding something from me. Do you want to confess to me? Ha! Chen Guoping seemed to be taken aback and her face became more and more uncomfortable. But even if you don't tell me, I'll open all the safes, and then I'll be able to find out whatever secrets are being kept from me. Shen Hong shook his head and lost his smile. I'll give you a chance to open your mouth. If you're willing to say, then say it. If you're not willing to say, ha, how did those co-workers of yours die? I believe you've seen it all, right? Chen Guoping's face was pale and her lips trembled violently. My patience is limited. After a pause of several seconds, Shen Hong saw that Chen Guoping still refused to open her mouth, and slightly shook her head. In that case, I won't waste my time with you. Old Qin, in. Old Qin understood Shen Hang's meaning and grinned at Chen Guoping, then pulled her by the hair as he walked in the direction of the stairway. Don't dirty the boss's eyes. You'd better stay with your co-worker. Hearing Old Qin's cold voice, Chen Guoping screamed in fear. Don't kill me. I'll talk. Old Qin's feet lurched and his hand loosened slightly. You may speak. You won't kill me if I tell you. Will you? Can you let me go? Chen Guoping's face was full of pleading. You're making a deal with my boss? Old Qin glared. Hey! Shen Hong waved his hand at Old Qin, looked at Chen Guoping, and smiled. If I think it's valuable, I naturally won't kill you. I promise. It's guaranteed to be worthwhile. Chen Guoping squeezed out a smile. And, even if you open all the safes, you won't find out. So tell me. Shen Hong had a curious look on his face. Do your words really count? Chen Guoping was a bit uneasy and asked after him again. Old Qin was a bit impatient, but Shen Hong gave him a look, then nodded seriously. I'm sure I'll keep my word. Good. Chen Guoping also could not force Shen Hong to swear. Things have come to this point, can only choose to believe Shen Hang. After all, falling into the hands of these two murderous men, if you dare to play with your heart, you will definitely die faster. Just now this middle-aged man pulled her hair and dragged her outward, and in that instant she felt like she was a piece of pork on a chopping board, to be slaughtered. That wall, don't you open it yet. Chen Guoping resignedly pointed to the safe on the wall directly opposite. In the sixth safe in the fifth row, there is a hidden switch that can open the headquarters vault behind the wall. And these, outside, are just forgeries. Fake? Shen Hong froze. Hundreds of millions of dollars worth of bills and gold bars in this vault. Forged? Right. Chen Guoping nodded her head in resignation inside. What is behind it? I don't know. This is also a secret that I learned only after I was talked to by the leadership some time ago, and I was about to be promoted to the top of the company. The company is only clear to a few people at the highest level, and even the vice president who is in charge of the business department doesn't know. I'm kind of coincidental. After all, I'm the head of funds management, and my old leader was about to retire, and he recommended me so that I could have access to news like this. Seemingly afraid that Shen Hong would not believe her, she hurriedly explained again. Which means that behind this wall is the real vault? Shen Hong pointed directly across the street, at the wall full of safes, and asked earnestly. Yes. Chen Guoping lowered his head. Directly across from those safes are empty. Was deliberately so designed. Usually will not use those safes. After all, the average person comes to the bank to deposit. The value is not too high. We are stored in the Xinghua Road branch. The vault over there, almost all are stored in other people to handle the depository items. There is not much space to place cash and gold bars. So it is. No wonder Shen Hong felt that the Standard Chartered Bank was superfluous in the first place, having established its headquarters here and constructed a branch on Xinghua Road, less than 2 kilometers away. It's like farting with your pants down. Dozens of floors high headquarters not far away, and then get a branch. And the scale is not small. This Standard Chartered Bank is money to burn? Now, Shen Hong sort of understood. The wall on the front, no one can touch it. Chen Guoping softly opened her mouth to explain. Once someone opens any of the other safes, they will all be known by the company's leaders in the first place and a special program will be set up, and the real vault will be completely closed. The only way to press the switch and open the vault door is to accurately open the sixth safe in the fifth row. Seemingly afraid that Shen Hong would not believe it, Chen Guoping added. I didn't lie about a single word. If you don't believe me, you can try to open the other safes and then open the safe in row 5, number 6, and you can see if there will be any change after you press the switch. I'm sure. Shen Hong smiled and nodded slightly. So, can I go then? Chen Guoping's eyes flashed with surprise, and she hurriedly asked after him. Chapter 112, Not Chosen, Not Unique. What's the rush? Shin Hong laughed. Don't you want to see how many valuable things are stored in the real vault? It's not too late to leave after admiring the vault. Hearing this, Chen Guiping froze. Yeah, she had served as the head of the fund's management department for so many years, and was still the concubine of the old leader. And that old man had never even told himself the secret about the bank's headquarters vault. It wasn't until the old guy retired and proposed that he take his place, after the entire bank board had all approved, that the old guy told himself the secret. However, the internal process has been completed. The leadership has spoken to her, and the posting notice will be issued at the end of the month. Chen Guiping deliberately kept a low profile and didn't publicize it, so the employees in the bank didn't even know about Chen Guiping's upcoming promotion. If they knew, the 5 colleagues who died would not have hidden the news of Chen Guiping, but at the first time, they would have knelt down and licked Chen Guiping. Just a moment, there are a few last safes. Shin Hong smiled at Chen Guiping and turned around to continue opening. Soon, it drove to the last row. The first one, it was filled with all jewelry. The second, containing 3 expensive Patek Philippe 5236 PS. The third, a pile of gold bullion, shows the depositor as Tori's auction house. This auction house was world-renowned, and Shin Hong had heard of them. Fourth, fifth, the contents of the safe are worth millions each. Apparently, this wall of safes on the right houses people who are exceptionally wealthy. It's worth a lot more than the left. Driving all the way to the penultimate, Shin Hong paused and looked at the hosts above with interest. Zhao Erbao. If it isn't the tycoon from the Eastwood Group. In his last life, he was so powerful in the eastern part of the city that he once overshadowed Song Zhengming. However, Wei Yupeng secretly paid off his brothers and eventually killed Zhao Erbao, and the entire Donglin group collapsed and split into countless smaller forces. It was the Song family that took the opportunity to rise to prominence. This Zhao boss also do not know what valuable things stored. Shin Hong smiled and opened the safe. However, after seeing what was in the safe, his pupils shrunk violently, and his entire body trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted. This can't be. Shin Hong's goosebumps rose, staring inside with disbelief, his scalp tingling. In this safe, there was nothing of value, only a simple green plant, a tiger lily, plain tiger lily, tiny, just ordinary home placement of greenery is just, and even the pots underneath, are the most common plastic flower pots. Cold sweat welled up in Shin Hong's hands as he stared blankly at the green plant. Boss? Old Sheen's voice came from behind him. Only then did Shin Hong come back to his senses, rubbing his eyes and looking inside the safe once again. It's still the same extremely common tiger orchid. What's wrong? Shin Hong only felt a great fear sweep over him, and his voice shivered a little. Are you okay? Old Sheen said strangely. You were fuming for quite a while after opening the safe. No, it's fine. Shin Hong rubbed his face vigorously and casually closed the door of the safe, before turning his head to look at Chen Guiping. When was this stuff stored in Mr. Zhou's safe put there? His voice stayed as calm as possible, as if he were asking a casual question. A few days ago, I think. Chen Guiping frowned and pondered. It seems to be 2 weeks, or maybe 10 days. Anyway, it's been a week. After all, this haunted day inexplicably snowed for 6 days. I handled the storage of this stuff, and I was a little weirded out at the time. Chen Guiping has confessed to Shin Hong the secret of the vault. Naturally it is not possible to hide, and hastened to curry favor. He suddenly took all the gold bars stored in the first place, all exchanged for money, and then looked for us to lend 200 million. Later, he told me that his safe deposit box in our bank, which was empty, was also empty, just gave that to me, and instructed me to put it in his safe. I casually threw it in, a broken grass. He ran to the bank a few days ago, that is, the day of the rainstorm, and asked me to help give watering. You say funny or not, tiger orchids do not water for 10 days cannot die, but also let me pour less water. This care for a broken grass, then care for his daughter are concerned. Chen Guiping shook her head, full of speechlessness. The customer is God. She remembers well the day she watered the tiger orchid in the safe, and it all felt unbelievable. Standard Chartered Bank headquarters. In the vault safe, someone actually stored tiger orchids, and let yourself be watered. It's a ing laugh when it gets out. What pissed her off even more was that just after watering, there was a torrential downpour outside. Absolutely, she rambled on, but realizing that Shin Hong's face was becoming more and more ugly, she finally shut up resentfully. That's funny, why don't you laugh? Face as ugly as a dead mom. Shin Hong took a deep breath and asked again, why did Zhao Erbao suddenly liquidate his gold and seek a loan from you? That's unknown. Chen Guiping shook his head. I did hear people talk about it. Zhao Erbao also find other banks to lend a lot of money. Many people speculate, is not the Eastwood Group capital turnover difficulties, but people have good finances, performance is flourishing. So, although a lot of loans, but the people have the ability to pay back. Naturally, lending. As for why he realized the gold, maybe he was in a hurry? That gold is worth $100 million. Zhao Erbao also sold a lot of real estate and luxury cars at low prices, all used to buy goods. All warehouses are piled full of food. After all, Donglin Group is the first big food enterprise in Jiangcheng. Well, people's loans are used in the company's operation. Our bank naturally has no objection. Chen Guiping lamented. Then again, Zhao Erbao was really enterprising, storing so much food and acting as an agent for several mineral water brands. This is making a fortune. Of course we are happy. After all, it's only August and we have already exceeded the target to complete the entire year's loan business. Shen Heng's hands and feet were cold. From the day he was reborn, he felt that he was the chosen one, especially with a vending machine with unlimited supplies yourself. But now he realized that he was neither the chosen nor the one. As much as it pained him to admit it, he was well aware of it. Like himself, Zhao Erbao was a reborn person. Who would know the secret of greenery? Only those who have lived through the inhuman period understand the preciousness of greenery. Though out of 100 green plants, not even one will bear fruit. But the fact that Zhao Erbao actually deposited this tiger orchid in the safe of the Standard Chartered Bank's vault was enough to show that Zhao Erbao was absolutely certain that this tiger orchid would, inevitably, bear an alien fruit. So storing this one at the Standard Chartered Bank should just be a precautionary measure to save himself. After all, in his last life, Zhao Erbao was betrayed by the people around him. And if someone found out the abnormality in advance, Zhao Erbao was worried about accidents, right? Shen Hong unconsciously substituted himself into Zhao Erbao's identity. It was even possible that those antipodes around them would become greedy and murderous in the future when they found out that Zhao Erbao had stored a large amount of greenery. If there was a coalition of inhumans who had awakened their powers, Zhao Erbao wouldn't be able to defend himself. After comprehensive consideration, Zhao Erbao deposited a green plant that could definitely bear supernatural fruits into the bank first, as if it was a way out for himself. Only, he would not have thought that he is also a reborn returnee, or a poor man, in order to upgrade the vending machine, forced to rob the bank, just to discover this secret of his. If one were Musk's grandson, would one have to consider robbing a bank? Doesn't this take the vending machine to max in minutes? Shen Hong felt more and more disheveled. Zhao Erbao also converted the stored gold bars into money and took out loans from major banks. In hell, he came back reborn ahead of himself. People have plenty of time to do all the preparations, asked major banks for loans and stocked up on supplies. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid he's already bought up quite a bit of greenery. The only consolation is that it's safe to assume that Zhao Erbao doesn't own the vending machine, like himself. And does he have any other special abilities? Or is it simply the return of the king? Shen Hong rubbed his hands together, the tips of his eyebrows as if knitted, his face grave. Kill Zhao Erbao. In the back of his mind, the thought flashed instantly. Get ahead of the game and never delay until the alien fruit appears. At that time, Zhao Erbao, who has prepared in advance, will be even more difficult to deal with. Perhaps, one is not even a match for him. After all, Zhao Erbao jacked up so many loans. In addition to the preparation of supplies, I'm afraid to buy a lot of flower beds. Chapter 113, Foreign Flame Upgrade. Shen Hong took a deep breath. Zhao Erbao's death in his last life was not only because of Gui Yupeng's secret instigation, but more importantly, this guy was barbaric and brutal, simply a tyrant, living a new life. Shen Hong thought to himself that if he delayed until the green plant mutated and bore the alien fruit, the other party was well prepared, and he was bound to be no match. Not to mention that Zhao Erbao had, by mistake, once spent a lot of money on building a safe house. It's a steel castle. This safe house was something that Shen Hong had wanted to take down just after he was reborn. In his opinion, even if he didn't go and do it himself, Zhao Erbao would definitely die in the future. If things went on normally, with his own powerful psychic ability, and even having taken Shen Xianyo's wall-piercing psychic fruit, he was bound to be able to occupy this safe house with ease. But the reality was that he was afraid that his powers in this life were still only fire powers, and Zhao Erbao bought countless green plants and was even more prepared. Make the first move. Shen Hong had already placed Zhao Erbao's level of danger in the first place. He stood still, frowning tightly. Now it seems that living again in a post-apocalyptic world may be even more difficult than in one's last life. He himself was reborn, and so was Zhao Erbao. It's possible there are other reborns. If one wasn't careful, one could be shaded to death by the other reanimated aliens. Boss? Old Xian couldn't help but speak up when he saw that Shen Hong was again in a daze. Aha, all right. Shen Hong turned his head and smiled, then looked at the last safe. But upon seeing the name on it, it froze. The name of the owner of this safe is Yang Muxian. The sister-in-law has a safe here? Shen Hong opened it curiously. Inside the safe, there was only an oddly shaped key. What's this for? Shen Hong picked up the key with a bewildered look on his face. But just go back and ask your sister-in-law. All the safes have been opened. Only the wall on the front remains. The wall looked no different from the two sides, all inlaid with safes. If not for Chen Guoping's opening, Shin Hong was afraid that he would also open them one by one according to the original plan. But now, he went straight to safe number 6 in row 5 and flicked it open. Inside the safe were 10 gold bars that looked flat. Underneath the gold bar, against the left side of the inside, you can reach out and feel a raised button that can't be seen by looking at it. When Chen Guoping saw Shin Hong looking at her, she hurriedly explained. Shin Hong reached out, and indeed touched a piece of protruding place, hard to buckle, heard a slight click sound. The wall in front of him then rumbled, splitting a hole down the center, and the wall panned out to the sides. An even darker and deeper hall appeared in front of Shin Hong, a real vault. Seeing the scene in front of him, Shin Hong could not help but suck in a breath. If this earlier hall had been extremely satisfying to himself, the vault behind the wall was even more shocking to him now. Countless gold bars, all piled up on the left side, like a small mountain, and on the right-hand side, there is a stacked ATM box. Old boss, in this box are the currencies of various countries. Over there are stored dollars, over here are pounds, and euros, and Canadian dollars. Chen Guoping took the initiative to introduce. An ATM box is filled with millions of the corresponding currency. She patted the box in her hand. This one, for example, is $1 million, that one is £1 million, and that one over there is €1 million. On the case, there is also a print of the corresponding banknote. Shin Hong nodded slightly and counted slightly. There were $30 cash boxes in front of him. That is, $30 million. The pound and the euro are also much worse. This is really hairy. The hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth outside earlier were not even in the same class compared to what was in front of them. That pile of dollars alone is worth over $200 million. Not to mention, there are other national currencies, pounds and euros, more expensive than dollars. The Canadian dollar and the Longwa dollar are at a ratio of 1 to 5, aren't they? And, the corners of Shin Hong's mouth twitched, and his face looked at another pile of ATM boxes not far away. And the ing yen. This yen has 1 billion. Seeing Shin Hong's expression was not good, Chen Guoping hurriedly said, 1 billion yen, when converted to Rokkoku currency, is nearly $50 million. It's okay. Shin Hong's expression eased, but then he looked to the other side. There are $5 billion in Korean won. Chen Guoping coughed dryly. Shin Hong did not look at the money again, but looked towards the end with some curiosity. There was quite a bit of metal stacked there in a neat and orderly fashion. These are precious metals, mainly platinum group metals. Chen Guoping introduced. Shin Hong nodded. The metal objects were also labeled with detailed names and uses. Ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, rhenium. Shin Hong wasn't a science student and didn't even know how to read these words. It's just metal anyway, he inquired. Anything else? And over there, it's some documents and bonds, but you don't seem to like it much. Chen Guoping was careful. Looking at the wealth that filled the hall, Shin Hong now knew what it meant to instantly eat a fat man. What's a few $100 million out there earlier? These are the core assets of the entire Standard Chartered Bank. Think about it. Well, this is the headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank. How is it possible to store only a few $100 million in currency and gold? He gently stroked the cash box beside his hand, and with a thought, the cash boxes piled up like mountains at his feet instantly disappeared. Chen Guoping rounded her eyes. Where did all those ATM boxes go? Shin Hong ignored her and went straight around the hall. As his silhouette swept by, those ATM boxes stacked around him would instantly disappear without even a hair left behind. Chen Guoping's eyes were like copper bells, getting whiter and whiter. How is this possible? Even the 1 ton of gold on the ground had all disappeared with a wave of Shin Hong's hand. In a few moments, the entire hall was empty. Chen Guoping had been completely dumbfounded. What kind of tactic is this? Old Shin was not surprised and shook his head slightly as he looked at Chen Guoping's shocked appearance. After Shin Hong ransacked the vault, he sat on his knees on the ground. He couldn't wait to continue leveling up the vending machine. The vending machine's personal account balance, today, is up to $2 billion, for 1 ton of gold. The system converted 1 billion, and the national currencies, a full billion or so. Shin Hong kept searching for all kinds of items in the vending machine, especially those of high value, and directly purchased them. It's still the same thing. Spend your money and fret. As he made his purchases, the vending machine's experience bar, 2, rose. After a long time, his movement stopped. Personal balance, just under 100 million left, and the level of the vending machine has been raised to 18. Experience bar, 129. August 26, 2144 million. That's a hell of an upgrade. Shin Hong scratched his head. After adding points to his personal quadrangle, Shin Hong picked up one of the previous exotic fruit and directly swallowed it. The exotic fruit melted in his mouth, instantly turning into a golden light that fell into his dantian. The golden dan within the dantian was suddenly pleasing to the eye. Shin Hong could even feel that the Jin Dan seemed to emit joy. It was a pity that after an exotic fruit was swallowed, the exotic fire did not improve. In the personal attributes, the small long bar underneath the supernatural ability was originally divided into two pieces, and now one of them had been filled with a golden glow. The other half is empty. It seems that it really does take two alien fruits to raise your alien ability. Shin Hong was mentally prepared and swallowed another exotic fruit. This time, the Jin Dan skyrocketed, and a stream of light washed through Shin Hong's limbs and bones before returning to the dantian, and on the surface of the Jin Dan, there was an additional line. The alien ability and the personal attributes had finally changed. Alien power, fire. Current level, 3. Samadhi fire, I fire. Intentional fire, and anger fire, are the world's three obscurants, and when true fire descends, 10,000 years of arcane ice can extinguish it. The foreign fire has evolved? Shin Hong did not expect that his foreign fire had been upgraded to level 3 and had actually evolved into the Samadhi flame. From now on, please call me Red Boy. With a thought, a wisp of flame emerged from his fingertips. This time, the flame was no longer crimson, but became red, blue and purple. Shin Hong, as a possessor of the foreign fire, could intuitively experience that this cluster of flames possessed a superb power in it. It was far more powerful than the previous volcanic stone flames. After the foreign fire was raised to level 3, even the flesh was strengthened. He felt that now that he was competing with Old Qin purely in terms of physical strength, he should even be slightly better. The small long bar below the foreign fire, instead of doubling this time, was divided into 3 spaces. That is to say, to ascend to a level 4 exotic fire, you need 3 exotic fruits, and in their own hands, they happen to have 3 more. Chapter 114 Increase in Strength. Continue to elevate. Shin Hong did not hesitate and swallowed all 3 exotic fruits in succession into his stomach. The foreign fire escalated again. Alien power, fire. Current level, 4. Ziwei heavenly fire, born in the stars. It fuses the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Shin Hong got up, his bones crackling all over his body. He turned his head to look at Old Qin. Now he was certain that he could blast Old Qin to death with a single punch even without using the foreign fire. To what level had one's flesh, in fact, been strengthened by psychic powers? Old Qin was already considered to be the best amongst the physical body aliens. Shin Hong's supernatural ability was fire, but the incidental effects brought about by the supernatural fruit strengthened his body to a point that even Old Qin could not match. At this point in time, Shin Hong could be certain that no one was his opponent. At the same time, he had some regrets. It seems as if everyone's physique is predestined by nature. The exotic fruit that he had bought at the beginning, which originally belonged to Qin Shaolu, even if he swallowed it in the future, I'm afraid that it would only be turned into a gram of experience for raising the level of the exotic flame. I'm afraid it's impossible to get the wall-penetrating ability. Go! Shin Hong got up and walked out with large strides. Old Qin and Chen Guiping also hurriedly followed. Returning to the hall once again, Shin Hong was in a happy mood. It was worth the trip to the bank. The vending machine has been upgraded from level 13. 5 levels in a row. Of course, previously Shin Hong was on the verge of level 14, and in the fake vault outside, the vending machine was upgraded to level 16, rising 3 levels in a row. And in the real vault, another huge amount of money was obtained, and the vending machine came to level 18. His foreign fire, too, was raised by 2 levels one after another. Level 4 in human. Who can resist? In his last life, Shin Hong was not clear that the supernormal ability could still be upgraded, and he was just fully meticulous by Feng Lu's side, occasionally going out to look for supplies. Everything is about staying alive. That said, when the alien fruit first appeared in his last life, people all over the world were thrown into a frenzy, all fighting desperately for it, and those powerful aliens, I'm afraid, were at most level 2. After all, to raise your level 3 psychic ability, you need 2 psychic fruits. Who can get 4 fruit of the spirit and swallow them all? Not to mention level 4 in humans. In his last life, he was definitely a top expert himself, but Shin Hong would never be paralyzed. Can I go now? Chen Guiping carefully looked at Shin Hong and squeezed out a smile. I told you all the secrets of the vault, and you also promised. I told you, I'm not killing you. Shin Hong waved his hand. You go. Thanks. Chen Guiping's gaze revealed a look of surprise as she repeatedly bowed at Shin Hong, then turned around and walked out. Looking at her back, Shin Hong took a deep breath, and with a stretch of his hand, a Benelli M3T style 12-gauge variable shotgun appeared in his hand. This shotgun, once a prototype of the B-21 in a far-flung game called CS, was so powerful that it was nicknamed the Single Spray. He did promise Chen Guiping that he would not kill her, but there's nothing that says Old Sheen won't kill. Old Sheen. Shin Hong noiselessly handed the single spray over and whispered, "A round of ammunition is $5. Aim for the point. The bullets are scattered when they hit. Otherwise they can only be hard and painful to die. After all, she said so much and got me an extra $2 billion. So give her a break." Old Sheen nodded in silence, just about to take the gun. Chen Guiping, who had walked to the front door, suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned back to speak hesitantly. "You seem to be very interested in Zhao Erbao, and you know something else about him?" The moment she turned around, the gun in Shin Hang's hand directly disappeared, and he pretended to ask back as if nothing had happened. "I only know that Zhao Erbao acquired the flower market some time ago, and then moved a lot of greenery to his castle, and he also moved from his villa in Jiangdong Bay to the suburban castle." Chen Guiping pursed her lips and said, "My husband works in the Donglin group and is also one of the core leadership. So he told me about core leadership?" Shin Hong was curious. "What is your husband's name?" His name is Ryu Uehara. He is a middle level of the Eastwood group." Ryu Uehara. Shin Hong froze. Unexpectedly, this Chen Guiping in front of her was actually Lu Shangyuan's wife. In his last life, after Zhao Erbao was betrayed by the company's vice president Zhou Jili, the biggest power in Jiangqing subsequently fell apart. And this person, Lu Shangyuan, Shin Hong had a deep memory. Although he was only a mid-level cadre, he was loyal to Zhao Erbao. When Zhou Jili betrayed, Lu Shangyuan also fought to the death and blocked several knives for Zhao Erbao. Even though it was an extremely rare summoning system of supernormal ability, but it was helpless to face the joint efforts of many inhumans and fell to the point of death. Zhao Erbao was then strangled by the crowd. Since Zhao Erbao had been reborn, he definitely wouldn't trust Zhou Jili, but instead trusted Lu Shangyuan, even treated as blood brothers. Shin Hang's eyes instantly lit up. If Lu Shangyuan could be used for himself, then dealing with Zhao Erbao would naturally be much simpler. He looked deeply at Chen Guiping. "I didn't realize that this woman was still her blessing. Good news after good news. How are you and your husband?" Shin Hong came to Chen Guiping and opened his mouth to inquire. Dang. Sure is nice." Chen Guiping stammered. "Chen Guiping, right?" Shin Hong smiled. "All the things in the vault just now, all disappeared into thin air. Do you think I'm doing magic?" Chen Guiping froze. "You should also know that I could have wanted you dead at any time, but I didn't do it." Shin Hong said indifferently, "I am true to my word, and I hope that you will also be honest and sincere with me. I'm the one who went cold turkey on him the last few days." Chen Guiping whispered. "My old leader retired, ready to push me into the top, but the condition is that I need to accompany him for a few more days. So I intentionally cold war quarrel with my husband, moved over to a company. Just 2 days ago, I quietly returned to the bank to live, afraid that my husband found out, but he doesn't know. He's still very good to me, even when I purposely pick a fight for the past few days. He called me, now that it's snowing so hard outside. He even called me this morning to tell me that Mr. Zhao Erbao got him a snowmobile for him to pick me up." When she said this, Shin Hong already had an additional oddly shaped device in his hand, aimed at Chen Guiping. When she finished speaking, Shin Hong looked down at the device in his hand and nodded with satisfaction after seeing square root appear on the screen. It's the system's rigorously selected polygraph. Shin Hong now has a blind trust in the system strictly selected, but all can be labeled strictly selected 2 words, is bound to be fine. She's not lying. It seemed that Ryu Uehara was really quite attached to this wife. Old boss, what's this?" Faced with the sudden appearance of the polygraph, Chen Guiping was startled. "Nothing." Shin Hong smiled, and the lie detector in his hand suddenly disappeared again, as if it had never appeared. He looked up at Chen Guiping and solemnly said, "I want to make a deal with you." Chapter 115 Shabu Shabu. Deal? Chen Guiping was a bit confused. "That's right." Shin Hong nodded his head and was about to speak when he heard Chen Guiping's stomach rumble twice. "Sorry." Chen Guiping was so ashamed that her face turned red, and she really wanted to find a block of tofu to crash into. These days, even though she stocked up on food, she couldn't afford to just eat that snack every day. It doesn't fill the stomach at all. "Okay, I've only had 1 piece of sakama today and I've been starving for a long time." "Then let's eat and talk." Shin Hong looked at the time. It was already noon. "Eat and talk over." Chen Guiping froze. Why is this being said as if we are going to a restaurant to talk business? The point is, it's freezing out there. What do you eat? Old Sheen, how about shabu shabu for lunch? Shin Hong asked. "Boss, all at your service." Old Sheen hemmed and hawed, but his eyes were bright. "Shabu shabu? Where can I go?" If it wasn't for Shin Hong and Old Sheen blowing up the bank vault and even holding her life, I'm afraid Chen Guiping would have cursed out long ago. Nuts. It's a good day for hot pot, but where the hell are we going to do it? Shin Hong didn't explain much and casually found an office and walked in. Old Sheen threw all the computers and other items on the table to the side, freeing up a table. Shin Hong changed tricks and a mandarin duck pot appeared in his hand. In Chen Guiping's dull gaze, Shin Hong took out the hot pot base from the system again and put it in the pot. He then had a couple more bottles of water in his hand. Water! Chen Guiping couldn't believe her eyes. In this kind of weather, the water had long been frozen, while what Shin Hong took out was mineral water in liquid state. Pour the water into the pot. Old Chin has plugged it in. Immediately after that, Shin Hong turned a trick and took out a vegetable platter, tripe, and peeled slices of beef and mutton. The meat is as thin as paper and has a mouth-watering color and texture. This meat is not even frozen. Chen Guiping's eyes almost stared out. After Shin Hong took out fish balls, shrimp sliders, bamboo shoots, and other things, Chen Guiping had been completely numb. The full table made her feel as if she were dreaming. Mix a dip first. Do you eat the oil dish or the sesame sauce? Shin Hong asked. All. Chen Guiping felt that her mouth was not even her own. The hot pot was steaming hot and had already given off a rich aroma that tickled Chen Guiping's taste buds. She swallowed frantically, her eyes staring straight into the fondue. Here, eat while you talk. Shin Hong handed Chen Guiping a pair of chopsticks. Then he and Lao Qin picked up the meat and put it in the pot. The aroma of lamb plus the rich flavor of the hot pot filled the entire office. Chen Guiping carefully picked up a chopstick of meat, dipped it in the dipping sauce and put it in her mouth. The soup is full of lamb that melts in your mouth and fills your mouth with the flavor of the meat. Chen Guiping almost cried out. She had never had such good shabu-shabu in her life. I want your husband, Ryu Uehara, to be able to work with me, Shin Hong said as he ate. Collaborate on what? Chen Guiping asked with a puckered mouth. She didn't stop the chopsticks in her hand as she asked this, quickly stuffing meat into her mouth. Betrayal of Zhao Erbao, Shin Hong said. Cough cough cough. Chen Guiping almost choked her throat, her face full of disbelief. Betrayal? That's right, Shin Hong said indifferently. If he is willing to cooperate with me, inside and outside, it will be much easier for me to kill Zhao Erbao. Of course, if he was not willing to cooperate, Shin Hong did not mind that this was Chen Guiping's severed meal, also from Ryu Uehara. After all, Chen Guiping had just said that Lu Shan-yuan was coming to the bank to pick her up. Why did you kill Zhao Erbao? Have a grudge? Chen Guiping asked in a small voice. That's something you don't need to know. Shin Hong waved his hand. It was true that Zhao Erbao had no grudge against himself, but Shin Hong wanted to grow and develop, and Zhao Erbao was equally ambitious. Sooner or later, the two will have to face each other. When they face each other in the future, it would be better to kill them first. Zhao Erbao was of a different nature than Su Chaofeng Lu. Zhao Erbao, this person started with nothing and was able to make a good living even in the end of days. If it wasn't for Zhou Jili's betrayal in his last life, Zhao Erbao would have definitely become the overlord of Zhangchang. Especially now that it was certain that Zhao Erbao was also a reborn person. It was even more impossible to keep such a scourge. As for trash like Su Chaofeng Lu, Shin Hong could get rid of them in minutes, even if he let both of them swallow the alien fruit. With Shin Hang's level 4 alien ability, he would be able to burn them to ashes. But Zhao Erbao even bought the ING flower market. Who knows how many exotic fruits will be produced in the future? As you can see, I can conjure up supplies. Seeing that Chen Guiping was a little short of breath, Shin Hong smiled. In exchange, I can provide both of you with plentiful supplies. I just need Lu Shan-yuan to cooperate with me when I need him, and I can also guarantee his safety. What I'm going to kill is only Zhao Erbao. It has nothing to do with anyone else, let alone my partner. After Shin Hong finished these words, he put down his chopsticks and looked at Chen Guiping. Chen Guiping was hesitant to eat, slowly chewing the food in her mouth, and after a long time, she seriously said, I will do my best to convince him. Well, there's no rush, isn't he coming? When he comes, you two will discuss it. Shin Hong took out a bottle of Coke and handed it to Chen Guiping. Eat slowly, don't choke. After more than 20 minutes, Chen Guiping burped and leaned back in her chair comfortably. She was heartily convinced and assured Shin Hong, Boss, I will definitely try to convince Lu Shan-yuan to listen to you. She no longer wanted the life she had before. Following the young man in front of you, you can eat hot, flavorful hot pot in such a setting. It was an honor for Ryu Uehara that people were willing to work with her husband. She'd just been eating, and she'd thought about it thoroughly. Under Armageddon, human lives are like grass, and supplies are more expensive than life. If this hot pot meal was put outside, how many people would grab their heads and be willing to serve Shin Hang as a dog? But people are willing to give themselves that chance. If you don't hug your thighs now, when will you wait? Moreover, Shin Hong had just thrown himself several Patek Philippe watches. Although it was placed by those rich people in the safe, the boss was surprisingly willing to give it to himself. This piece of watch cost several $1 million, which shows the sincerity of the people. It's not about listening to me, it's about working with me, Shin Hong corrected with a smile. It's much more pleasing to reveal some undercurrents when necessary. He's just a small middle layer. What cooperation or not? I'll definitely convince him to listen to you later. Chen Guiping hurriedly said. It is our honor that you are willing to give us this opportunity. If Lu Shangyuan refuses to listen, I will divorce him. Guiping, what's wrong? How come I just came here and I heard something about a divorce? A voice came from the door. Then a slim figure pushed its way in. After seeing Chen Guiping and Shen Han Laoqin, the other party froze and revealed a smile. But then, seeing the hot pot still steaming on the table, Lu Shangyuan's smile froze. This ing. Didn't my wife cry to me this morning that she had run out of food? What? Why are they shabu shabu? Chapter 116 Ryu Uehara. Boss, this is my husband, Ryu Uehara. Upon seeing her husband, Chen Guiping hurriedly got up and introduced herself to Shen Heng. Boss? Yanago Mayura's head was full of questions. Hello, my name is Su Chao. Shen Heng smiled. Doomsday is coming. Keep it a little low-key, and just use that name out there. Anyway, he and Su Chao are banging the same woman. No distinction between you and me. Hello, Boss Su. Yanagami Hara said politely, unable to keep his eyes from glancing at the hot pot. What a great meal. But he was also wondering, there's fondue in the bank? I'm not from the bank. Shen Heng laughed, then patted old Qin's shoulder. The two of us will go out to take a breather. And you talk to your husband about the cooperation. Yes, boss. Chen Guiping also hurriedly got up and bowed at Shen Heng. Honey, who are those two? Shen Heng and old Qin had just gone out, and Lu Shangyuan couldn't wait to ask. They're both superhuman. Chen Guiping remembered what had happened earlier and still felt shocked even now. Ha! Shen Heng and old Qin slipped out of the office without intentionally stopping, but walked straight out. But only when I reached the center of the hall, I heard Lu Shangyuan's angry voice coming from the closed door of the room. You negotiated with them to make me betray Mr. Zhao. That's impossible. Mr. Zhao has treated me with kindness. How can I? Shut up. Chen Guiping is no longer obsequious, but a heavy punch. Lu, I tell you, if you are not willing to follow the boss, then we too will divorce. A two-shot. Open mouth Mr. Zhao, closed mouth Mr. Zhao. Eastwood Group and our standard chartered loan. It is our two families ran forward and back to do it. What did he give you for a $200 million loan? Also, he's in that castle of his every day, taking two actresses for a quickie, buying so many supplies. How much did he give you to share? Aren't you also chewing instant noodles at home? You work for him and he pays you. Isn't that normal? He knows you well. So how come you've been in the Eastwood Group for so many years and you're still a mid-leveler? You have to know that you were the one who fought with him in the beginning. Why haven't you been allowed to enter management? After a few words, Ryu Uehara didn't say anything. After a long time, he whispered, he this has not heard you in the bank, rushed to get me a snowmobile. Otherwise, how can I pick you up? Pick me up? Chen Guiping laughed coldly. Yes, he already knew that I was at the bank 3 days ago, when there was a blizzard covering the outside. He even called me to take care of the tiger orchid he stored in the vault safe. If he really took you seriously, he would have gotten a snowmobile and asked you to pick me up, right? Why didn't he let you come over until today? You didn't just come to pick me up this time. He also instructed you to bring that tiger orchid back with you, didn't he? You may even be instructed not to let the tiger orchid suffer from the snow. Lu Shangyuan's face changed. You, how did you know? Chen Guiping did not know all of this. It was all just during dinner. Shen Heng taught her to say so, and now that she saw her husband in this state, Chen Guiping was even angrier in her heart. I got you right, didn't I? Lu Shangyuan, do you know that in other people's eyes, Zhao Erbao, your wife is not even as good as one of his tiger orchids, and you're even treating him like a dog. What a waste. Chen Guiping gritted her teeth. No, it's not. Lu Shangyuan hurriedly explained. Mr. Zhao told me that he will definitely reuse me in the future, and he also said that there aren't many brothers in this world that he can trust, and I, for one, am one of them. Although he lives in a safe house, he has also built many underground forts around him. You know, right? Straight through his safe house, the nearest and biggest bunker. Let me live in it. Even Mr. Zhou only lived in a normal bunker. I'm the only one. Do you understand what that means? I don't understand. Chen Guiping coldly pushed Lu Shangyuan away. Since you're so loyal to Zhao Erbao, you just listen to him well. This marriage between the two of us, it's over. Ha! Lu Shangyuan was anxious. Guiping, how? Do you? There's him and not me. There's me and not him. Chen Guiping's face was like frost. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. 5, 2, 1. Lu Shangyuan froze and said in agony. I'll listen to you. This was the agreement he made with Chen Guiping when they fell in love in college. Anyone who gets angry, count down 5 and make the other person apologize. But only 5, 2, 1 inch. It means I love you. That is, I'm angry now, but in my heart, I still love you. If you're willing to apologize, I'm sure I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and throw myself into your arms. Now that he coldly heard Chen Guiping shouting like that, Lu Shangyuan sighed heavily. He took his daughter-in-law into his arms, looking mute. He did want to follow Zhao Erbao. After all, Zhao Erbao had talked to him and was even willing to give him the beautiful stars in the villa, to sleep with him. These are two of Mr. Zhao's favorites. He died in the face of such a leader. But he had more years with his wife, just married that time. He was busy traveling every day. Zhao Erbao startup company, earn less, but also busy. Wife without complaint, at home to wait for his old and sick parents, in front of the bed to bring urine and feces, just like his own daughter. In his heart, he had long since made his wife the most important person. Don't be sad, following the boss is the better choice. Chen Guiping's face also eased up. Aha! Ryu Uehara leaned against his wife's shoulder, his voice a little hushed. After all, Mr. Zhao said that if you want to play, you can go over any time. Even if his wife followed him into the bunker, he could go play at night when she fell asleep. The actress is still too much of a bandwagon. Are you guys sure? Shin Hong looked at the two Lu Shangyuan families across the table and once again inquired. Don't worry, since we promised, we definitely won't back out. Chen Guiping was full of smiles and pushed Lu Shangyuan beside her again. You speak. Ah, don't worry boss. Ryu Uehara came back to his senses and quickly nodded. I will definitely cooperate with you. You're saying that you have free access to Zhao Erb's safe house? Shin Hong asked again. Right. Lu Shangyuan looked at his wife and gritted his teeth. Mr. Zhao Erbao trusts me and is even willing to let me play with his two actresses. You decide when to kill him, and I will cooperate to open the door from the inside. Good lord, how much Zhao Erbao trusts Ryu Uehara? Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. Chen Guiping pursed her lips and did not speak. Just play. After all, she had wronged her husband first. When it's done, I'll guarantee your safety and enough supplies. Shin Hong laughed. However, before that, you have to. The two Ryu Uehara families hastily pricked up their ears. However, in the next second, Old Qin suddenly struck out, instantly grabbing the two men's throats. Chapter 117 Polonium. What's going on? We've obviously all agreed to it. Neither Lu Shangyuan nor Chen Guiping expected that Old Qin would suddenly make a move. Not to mention, Old Qin's speed and strength nowadays were far beyond normal. The two men looked horrified, their mouths open wide as they struggled to breathe. Shin Hong took two small black insects the size of a grain of rice and stuffed them into their mouths respectively. Lu Shangyuan and Chen Guiping's eyelids jumped as they clearly perceived that the two little bugs were alive. After being placed in their mouths, the two little bugs actually crawled into their throats on their own accord, making their way down their esophagus. Vomit. When Old Qin let go of his hand, the two of them burst into dry heaving. You, what? Have you given us to eat? Lu Shangyuan vomited for half a day, but did not vomit, looked up and looked at Shin Hong in shock and anger. I'm sorry, I don't trust you two that much. Shin Hong smiled, especially what happened in this bank today. I don't want others to know about it yet, so I can only resort to some special means. Don't worry, these two little bugs are high-tech products and are not living creatures and will not be corrupted by gastric juices. They will just stay in your stomachs. If you are not willing to cooperate in good faith, then these two little bugs, which will decompose on their own in 5 days, carry 0.1 grams of polonium inside. Polonium. Yanago Mayura's face changed dramatically. Honey, what slope? What? Chen Guiping could not understand Shin Hong a bit now. This young man will be full of smiles like a spring breeze. A ruthless face change. Simply a schizophrenic patient. She didn't even dare to question Shin Hong, and could only twist her head to look at Lu Shangyuan. Polonium, a radioactive element, is 25,000 times more toxic than cyanide. Yanago Mayura's lips quivered. 0.1 grams of polonium can cost hundreds of elephants their lives. What? Chen Guiping's face was as colorful and full of horror. Don't worry, the radioactivity inside has been wrapped in special materials. It can't be released. Shin Hong smiled. However, once they come into contact with the gastric juices, their material can only be maintained for 120 hours, and after that time, they will melt and then completely penetrate into your stomachs. His smile was a bit ominous, and Ryu Uehara subconsciously hugged his wife tighter. However, after settling Zhao Erbo in 5 days, I will take these two little things out of your stomachs. You, how do you guarantee that? Lu Shangyuan braced himself and asked in a trembling voice. In case you lie to us, are we still dead? I told you, it's high tech. Shin Hong looked at him disdainfully. Do you know how much such a gadget costs to build? I'm willing to waste it on you? Rumor has it that 1 gram of polonium is worth $300 billion. 0.1 grams, that's 30 billion too. But buy this little high-tech bug from a vending machine for a mere $30 million. Even so, these two have eaten 60 million of their own. He had a tiny extra remote control in his hand, and when he pressed the button, Yanagimaira's face suddenly changed again. He could feel what seemed to be crawling in his stomach. Feel that? Shinhong grinned. Feel it, Yanagi Uehara said, his face pale and sweaty. As soon as I push the button, these two little babies will be able to crawl out of your stomachs, up your esophagus and all the way out of your mouths. Shinhong smiled and said, therefore, there is no need for me to lie to you. I believe it. Lu Shangyuan trembled and looked at Shinhong with fear in his eyes. It's like seeing the devil. When you go back, if Zhao asks you who you saw, what will you say? Shinhong asked. Ryu Uehara hurriedly said, I had a good trip and managed to pick up my wife. A few in the bank had already starved to death, and my wife hid in her lounge, kept the door closed, and survived on snacks. Brilliant! Shinhong patted Lu Shangyuan's shoulder with satisfaction. Alright, you guys can go now. Lu Shangyuan's legs went soft, stumbled and almost fell to the ground, squeezed out a smile at Shinhong, and then pulled Chen Guiping away. Boss, where are we going next? Straight to kill Zhao Erbao's safe house? Watching the two shiver as they left in the snowmobile, Old Qin respectfully inquired. Shinhong rubbed his chin and gently shook his head. There's no rush. Let's wait until they get back before we say. The more important thing right now is to set off to the next bank, Vanderbilt Bank. I heard Chen Guiping say that the size of this bank is second only to Standard Chartered Bank in Jiangcheng. After all, Standard Chartered Bank had moved its headquarters to Jiangcheng, so naturally there was a lot of currency in the vault, causing Shinhong to make a lot of money in one trip. Wonder Bank is headquartered in the imperial capital, but has also constructed a sub-headquarters for its northern division in Jiangcheng. On top of that, there was the local Jiangtai Bank in Jiangcheng, a private bank with a vault that might not even be as large as the sub-headquarters of the Wanda Bank, but it wouldn't be too small. Other than that, some of the remaining banks, Chen Guiping estimated that there shouldn't be much cash and gold bars left. Jiangcheng was almost rounded up by these three banks, and the amount of customers of other banks could not be compared with these three banks at all. The Wanderers Bank in front of us is a 30-story building, which is nowhere near as tall as the Standard Chartered Bank in terms of floors, but the whole building is also exquisitely and luxuriously decorated. Shinhong took out the snow removal robot. This time it had been replaced with an intelligent version, and the retarded one had been thrown to the corner of his consciousness space. I have to say, being called an intelligent snow removal robot by the system is much better than the retarded brothers. Although the appearance looked similar, it didn't need any buttons at all. And after recognizing Shinhong's voice and the iris of his face, it had completely recognized its owner. Classmate Stinky, dig a passage under the snow. Shinhong sends instructions. The robot instantly leapt up and dug right into the snow. Less than a minute later, it rushed out again. Master, it has been dug through for you. Please take a look. Shinhong let Old Qin into the snow cave, which was clean and dry, unlike the retarded robots that had dug through the passage under the snow, as if they had been dog-plucked, because they had already been robbed before. They worked together better this time. Smash the glass and get in the door. Coupled with Shinhong vending machine upgraded level. After entering the door, directly took out the intelligent life detection dog. Throw it on the ground and the guy ran his ass off. Old Qin was in the hall on the first floor, waiting for feedback from the probe dog, and Shinhong pulled out a metal detector cat, looking for underground vaults. Not long after, this golden-colored kitten stood on a spot of ground and turned its head to meow at Shinhong. This thing didn't need much intelligence. Shinhong knew clearly that once this guy meowed, it meant that there must be gold piled up under the floor where it was. But then again, this underground vault at Wander Bank is quite well hidden. Shinhong searched around and couldn't find the stairs to the underground vault. Nima even made the stairs so hidden? Shinhong grimaced and directly placed 2 rows of explosives at the place where the metal detecting cat had just meowed. The probe cat was then retrieved into space, and at that moment, the intelligent life detecting dog, which had darted up the stairs, had rushed at a room door and woofed. Old Qin scurried up the stairs in a few steps and rushed towards the probe dog. Coming to the door of the room, Old Qin knocked on the door. Whoever is inside the room, come out. No reaction. Not coming out? Old Qin sneered. Just as he was about to break in, Shinhong downstairs had already raised his head and shouted, Old Qin, hide. Yes boss. Old Qin nodded and found an office with an open door, leaning against the wall to cover his ears. And that detector dog actually followed Old Qin and ran in, curling up tightly at Old Qin's feet. Naya, you're still smart. Old Qin was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the boss saying it, he wouldn't have believed that the shivering puppy was an AI. Even the ING eyes had fear and nervousness in them. Old Qin picked it up and realized that the fur on this puppy was just like that of a real dog. From the outside, there was nothing unusual at all. This thing is a machine? Where did the owner get this? This is too high-tech. Old Qin lamented. Shinhong had ducked into the customer area, plugged his ears and detonated the explosives. Boom! because the explosives were detonated in the hall on the first floor. The sound was deafening, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, instantly tearing apart the tranquility. And the whole building, it shook violently. The hall was dusty and smoky. It was like being in the middle of a gray storm. Chapter 118, Demon Old Chin. The whole building is shaking. The ground trembled. Old Chin, who was hiding in the office on the second floor, instantly heard several cries of alarm coming from the next room. When the shaking was over, the door next door opened and several figures ran out, screaming as they did so, "Earthquake! Earthquake!" Phew! Old Chin rushed out violently, stopping a few people in their tracks. "Who are you?" The leader, a handsome young man, frowned and glared at Old Chin. "Did you not hear about the earthquake? Get lost." The old man was a stranger, not a bank colleague at first glance. Naturally, he wouldn't be more than polite. "Why didn't anyone open the door just now?" Old Chin asked with an expressionless face. "What kind of dog are you? I told you to get lost." The young man was still cursing, but in the next second, he had a flash in front of his eyes, and Old Chin's right hand had already pinched his neck. Cluck! The young man's eyes widened as he felt like he was suffocating. What made him feel even creepier was that the old man's arm in front of him was still gradually exerting force, and his body was slowly lifted off the ground. "How can you be so strong?" The other companions around them were confused. Then a few reacted and directly pounced on Old Chin. "Get off him!" Boom! Boom! Old Chin stood still and kicked out 2 feet at a rapid pace, and the 2 people who pounced on him flew out backwards and fell heavily on the ground, even sliding backward for a few meters. "You seem to enjoy cursing." Old Chin's gaze, once again, looked at the young man. The young man had rolled his eyes by now, completely speechless. "If you don't let go, he's going to die for sure." In the crowd, a girl wearing glasses couldn't help but speak up. "He's the only son of our vice general manager. His name is Chen Jiawei. If anything happens to him, can you afford it?" "Yo, still a rich kid. No wonder it's so arrogant and bossy." Old Chin let go of his hand, and Chen Jiawei suddenly fell to the ground with a plop, his mouth wide open, desperately gasping for air. At that moment just now, he even felt like he was dying. "Who the hell are you?" The girl with glasses thought that Chen Jiawei's identity had shocked Old Chin and frowned. "How did you break into our bank? What are you waiting for? Come together and kill him." Chen Jiawei slowed down and pointed at Old Chin with a sinister face. "Dare to touch me? You're finished." Not far away, the 2 guys who had fallen on the ground also got up with difficulty and stared at Old Chin with an unkind face. This group of people, there were more than 10 of them. It's all young people, and most of them are male. After hearing Chen Jiawei's command, the crowd gathered around. "You're the son of the vice chairman. You should know more secrets than they do." Old Chin pointed at Chen Jiawei and faintly said, "Does Wandel Bank have other places to hide money besides the underground vault? What happened earlier at the Standard Chartered Bank?" Old Chin still remembers clearly. If he had made a move to kill Chen Guiping the first time he saw her, there was no way the boss could have gotten that money in the real vault. So, Old Chin wanted to find them and ask them before he did anything. It's not too late to ask before you kill. "What did you say?" Not to mention Chen Jiawei, even the others froze. "Are there any other places to hide money besides the underground vault?" Old Chin impatiently scanned these people. "Ha ha ha." Chen Jiama laughed loudly, and even shed tears. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "I didn't hear it wrong. What did this stupid old man just say? Inquiring with us about the bank's underground vault? Old man, I think you're out of your mind." As he spoke, he walked up with a big grin and reached out to push Old Chin. Old Chin didn't move a muscle. Chen Jiawei's face was ugly. Once again pushed hard at Old Chin. "Stupid thing. Who let you run to?" His hand was grabbed by Old Chin, followed by a forceful twist. Click. A crunching sound of cracking bones came, followed by a pig-killing howl from Chen Jiawei. "Ah, you seek death?" The girl with the glasses glared back. Old Chin's face was cold as he let go of his hand, and Chen Jiawei had already clutched his right arm and rolled frantically on the ground. "My patience is limited." Old Chin's icy cold eyes swept across the faces of the crowd. "It seems that you people still haven't figured out the situation at hand. If someone comes up to provoke me again, don't blame me for not being polite." Chen Xiao. The 2 people who were kicked out by Old Chin earlier hurriedly came to Chen Jiawei's side, one carefully looking at Chen Jiawei and helping him check his wounds. Chen Jiawei's right arm was soft and goopy, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. He knew that his right arm was more than likely completely broken. "Now, I'm the one who asked, and it's your turn to answer." Old Chin looked at Chen Jiawei coldly. "If you don't answer, I will crack your left hand, and when your limbs are broken, I will kill these companions of yours." "You." Chen Jiawei's face was ugly, but remembering Old Chin's methods, he could only bite his teeth and did not say anything. "No talk?" Old Chin laughed and violently slapped the girl with glasses in the face. This girl still kept a sneering expression on her face, as if she wanted to taunt Old Chin. Click here. With this slap from him, The girl's head rotated 180 degrees directly, and physically uncomfortable sounds resounded from the bones between her necks. The few people who were originally standing behind the girl coldly saw that the girl's body didn't move, but her head turned anti-humanly in front of her, and froze. A few shrill cries followed. "Shut up!" Old Chin angrily rebuked. These young women, at once, were so frightened that they didn't say a word. There was even a girl who had already cried out and hastily covered her mouth again, looking at Old Chin in horror. The bodies of the girls, however, only then fell towards the back of the girls, causing the crowd to scream again and rush to get out of the way. The body fell before the girl's head separated from the body and rolled all the way down to several people. I didn't say anything yet. Why did you suddenly do it? Chen Jiawei turned pale. Nothing, just don't see her very well. Old Chin spoke with a cold face. The dozen or so people were all silent. Still not answering? Old Chin grabbed the other girl with his big, rough hands and clasped her neck. You let her go. Chen Jiawei grimaced. I'll say it. Wonder Bank only has an underground vault. There's no other place to hide money at all. He gritted his teeth. Let go of Lily. This girl, the prettiest of these people, was even close to catching up with the stars. Old Chin guessed that this guy named Chen Jiawei should care more about this woman, and he did not expect that Chen Jiawei would open his mouth as soon as he tried. Is he telling the truth? Old Chin's gaze went to another man with an honest and thick appearance. Yes. The man swallowed hard and nodded busily. Old Chin revealed a satisfied smile and slammed his fist into the honest man's face. The man didn't even grunt and fell straight to the ground, lifeless. You. Chen Jiawei was shocked and angry. You're crazy. I've already said that there's only one underground vault. I'm not bull ting. Since there's only one underground vault, you can all die. Old Chin Jiejie laughed and threw a violent punch, hitting Chen Jiawei's face. Chen Jiawei spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell on his back. Click. At that moment, at the back of the crowd, a slight photographic sound came from the back of the crowd. Old Chin raised his eyes and looked, only to see a middle-aged man with a panicked expression putting away his cell phone and looking at Old Chin in horror. Taking pictures of me? Who did you send the picture to? Old Chin approached with a pleasant expression, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was like a demon from hell. Chapter 119, Half a Life in the Cloth. A minute later, Old Chin looked at the corpses strewn across the ground and grunted. The middle-aged man also fell into a pool of blood. His eyes glazed over. This middle-aged man was a bit of a kung fu master, and just now he even took the initiative to pounce on Old Chin, trying to stall him and trying to get the others to leave. However, Old Chin is now an inhuman, and one punch breaks everything. Straight away, the middle-aged man was told to reincarnate and redo his life. The remaining people, naturally, all cannot run away. The Old Chin quickly caught up, one by one killed. Only the previous one called Lily, Lao Chin did not kill, left a survivor. This is a good-looking woman. In case the boss likes this one. Old Chin bent down, took the cell phone out of his pocket, and pressed the middle-aged man's finger on it. Once unlocked, a glance at the WeChat talk page. The image of himself punching Chen Jiawei just now was filmed and sent to the other party. The name of the other party, the note is Mr. Chen, and send a line to the other side. Mr. Chen, a madman broke into the bank and killed someone. Buzz. At this time, this called Mr. Chen. WeChat sent several messages one after another. What the hell is going on? What happened to Wei? Old Chin frowned. He had just been so focused on asking questions that he had neglected to do so. Plus, there were more than 10 of these people, and the middle-aged man was deliberately standing at the back, so he secretly photographed his appearance. This Mr. Chen, I think he should be this Chen Jiawei's father. Before he could think much, the middle-aged man's cell phone rang. Seeing no reply for a long time, the anxious Mr. Chen called directly. Old Chin pressed connect. Old Zhang, is my son alright? Didn't I tell you guys to hide? There are enough supplies for you to eat and drink for a few days. A growl came over the phone. What's gotten into you? Hey, you talk. Old Zhang, how's my son? Listening to the anxious voice on the phone, Old Chin grinned and laughed softly. They're all dead already. Who are you? Mr. Chen first froze, then reacted, his teeth cackling. You killed my son? Yeah. Old Chin glanced at Chen Jiawei's corpse and said, the whole face was smashed by me. It's a bit miserable. Do you want to take a picture of you? UING. Old Chin hung up directly, and then took a picture of Chen Jiawei and enthusiastically sent it to Mr. Chen. Then, throw the phone on the ground and crush it with one foot. Turning his head to the trembling white girl beside him, Old Chin signaled, take me to the monitoring room. The girl's face was bloodless and her whole body was shivering as she trembled and walked towards the monitoring room. After entering the surveillance room, the girl saw at a glance that a figure stood at the entrance of the underground vault on the surveillance screen. This old man has accomplices. the girl became even more desperate. Old Chin stepped forward, and with his fists and feet, he directly smashed the monitoring room. Follow me. He didn't even look at the girl and left straight away, heading down the stairs. The girl rushed to follow. Even though Old Chin walked in front of her, she had no thoughts of escaping. Those who had already run out more than 10 meters just now were caught up by this old guy and killed with a punch. Me? I'm much less likely to get away with it. Arriving at the hall, it was only with a shocked face that the girl saw that the floor in the center of the hall had an extra dark and huge hole in it. Was this caused by that loud noise earlier? Without waiting for her to think more, a silhouette swept out of the hole. The very same young man she had seen earlier from the surveillance, standing at the entrance of the vault. Old Chin. Shin Hong nodded at Old Chin and frowned when he coldly saw the girl following behind Old Chin. Who is this? Do you recognize? Boss. Old Chin respectfully bent over. I am afraid that the vault here also has another hidden message, so I asked a few more people before I did it, and as a result, I wasted some more time, and was taken by one of the guys, who secretly took a picture and sent it to the top management of Wandelbank. Sorry, I have caused trouble for you. The girl looked at Old Chin in surprise, then looked at Shin Hong. This handsome young man is still the boss of this murderous old man? Taking pictures? Shin Hong said indifferently. It's fine. If you filmed it, you filmed it. What's there to apologize for? The young man's indifferent attitude alarmed the girl. These two, really lawless. I was afraid you would blame me, so I purposely kept the prettiest of the girls, so that she could keep you company, and you could take the edge off. Old Chin had a pleasing smile on his face. The girl is simply unbelievable. This old man kills without blinking an eye, and he himself actually saw him pleading pleasingly to this young man? What is even more unexpected is that the old man left himself alive in order to make the young man angry. This boss, is he that good? What do you think I am? Shin Hong lost his smile and shook his head. He subconsciously glanced at the girl and froze. The girl's brow was tired, and with no washing for a few days, her makeup was smudged. But it is first-class beautiful. It was brighter and more attractive than Wang Jia's 3 girlfriends. It's almost as bad as the 2 women at home. The girl obviously also noticed Shin Hong's watching gaze and revealed a pitiful expression. Boss, don't kill me. You can make me do anything you want. The girl took the initiative to come to Shin Hong's side and daintily said, Old Chin, I'll leave this to you. I'll get busy first. Shin Hong smiled and threw the bomb detonator to Old Chin, leading the girl to find an office. Shin Hong walked in. Nice environment. Haven't tried playing cards at a bank desk myself. He himself had fire powers and wasn't afraid of the freezing cold, so it was a good time to try out the turkey. Just turning around, he saw the girl sitting on the table on her own initiative, shaking her 2 legs and looking at Shin Hong with deep affection. Boss, later on, people will be your people. You have to love them well. What are you trying to say? Shin Hong was interested. I'd like to say. The girl pouted and pouted. That old man, he's your subordinate, right? He just strangled someone's neck. You have to punish him properly. I'll be the boss's wife in the future. If this spreads out, where will my face? No, where will your face go? Ha! Shin Hong smiled. The girl followed with a smile. Gotta show him that he can't take matters into his own hands and kill so many people without asking. Finished? Shin Hong's face sank. Better beat him to death for an old thing. She still wanted to continue, but the next moment, Shin Hong had flicked out a wisp of flame and blasted it into the girl's brow. As soon as the flames touched the girl's body, they instantly engulfed it and turned it into a field of black ash. What the hell? Shin Hong poo-pooed and disdainfully pulled open the door of the room and walked out. Boss, you're so fast? Inside the hall, before Old Chin had a chance to detonate, he realized that the boss had walked out with a surprised look on his face. That's too fast. The boss is a 5-second real man. What are you talking about? I killed her. Shin Hong glared at Old Chin without any good humor. Are you stupid? Can't you see that woman looks at you with hatred in her eyes? How dare you still want her to accompany me? What if she wants to become my pillow, blowing in my ear later on and stirring up our relationship? Boss, I am loyal to you. You are clear and discerning, and you will definitely not listen to it. Old Chin smiled nervously, and she told me to clean you up good. Shin Hong angrily rebuked. Old Chin, you don't give me these moths in the future. Although I am horny, but not any woman. This kind of green tea whore. Even if I don't even have the interest to play around, don't treat me as a waste that can't walk when seeing a beautiful woman. Hey, yes, boss. Old Chin nodded repeatedly. Give me the device. Shin Hong kicked the Old Chin. Also, if it is known, it is known. What are you worried about? You are my people. Have difficulties together. Brothers united. Its benefit breaks the gold this reason has not heard? What do you take me for? Old Chin covered his buttocks and handed the device to Shin Hong, but his heart was warm. Looking at his back, Old Chin's eyes were a little wet. How many years has it been since anyone has said that to themselves? He even had the feeling of being in the army when his blood was boiling. Following a boss like Shin Hong is what makes one lucky. Although Shin Hong was young, old Shin's mind at this moment was going back and forth, flashing an image non-stop. Boo drifted half a lifetime. Only hated not to meet a bright master. Chapter 120 Angry Chenjintian. Shin Hong did want a taste. It's all ing reborn. And he himself now has the strength of a fault line and acts without fear. Beautiful women. Who wouldn't want to them? But just now, that girl's pawn and stand-up appearance and tone of voice, just like Feng Lu, made Shin Hong very uncomfortable. Feng Lu's image had been carved into Shin Heng's bones. I was reborn thanks to this woman. So, even though I was tempted to let the girl try the turkey power just now, I just went ahead and killed it. With Shin Heng's character, if a relationship did occur, he would not let it go and would at least leave the other party with sufficient supplies to keep her alive. He can't do the pulling of the D and the ruthlessness yet. Even Wang Jie's 3 girlfriends, they could survive following Wang Jie. Shin Hong would not be hung up on it. Boom! With a loud thud from the ground, the entire Vanderbank building, once again, shook. After waiting for a moment, Shin Hong and Old Qin jumped down. The underground vaults of the Wanderers Bank, much like those of the Standard Chartered Bank, were quickly swept away. Half an hour later, Shin Hong and Old Qin leaped out of the cave pit and left. The underground vault had been completely emptied. His account balance, which was less than 100 million after successive upgrades, was now a whopping 5 billion, because this was the only underground vault of the Wandel Bank, and the one on the Jiangcheng side was still the sub-headquarters. The harvest was quite lucrative. An hour after Shin Hong left with Old Qin, 2 snowmobiles sped up in the silent snow and stopped in front of the Wandel Bank. At the head of the snowmobile sat an imposing middle-aged man. In the other car were 4 burly men with bodies like towers. The middle-aged man, with a cold face, glanced at a snow pit not far from the gate and immediately drove the snowmobile over. The rear car followed in quick succession. One of the burly men got out of the car and spread the boards, which had been prepared long ago, in the snow, and then walked towards the entrance of the snow pit. He jumped down without hesitation, and a moment later recoiled back. Mr. Chen, this is a passageway that has been deliberately dug out to gain direct access to the bank. Aha! Chen Jintian's face was ugly as he entered the passage under the snow and walked into the bank with the help of a few other burly bodyguards. The bank lobby was in pieces and devastated. As soon as they entered the hall, 2 of the bodyguards had spread out to look for them, while the other 2 vigilantly guarded Chen Jintian's side. A few moments of work, the bodyguard on guard's waist intercom rang. I found Chen Xiao's body, in the doorway of 217 on the 2nd floor. The guard bodyguard glanced somewhat nervously at Chen Jintian, who was already striding towards the stairs. Upon arriving at the 217 entrance, Chen Jintian stumbled upon seeing a field of corpses. The bodyguards around him rushed to assist him. My son. Chen Jintian pushed away the bodyguards and came to Chen Jiawei, looking at his son whose 5 features had been beaten into a ball and lost his voice. After the 2 bodyguards squatted down to check a bit, they reported in a low voice, Mr. Chen, this should be killed by a person who fronted and used his fist to kill him alive before he was born, and I am afraid that he has endured a lot of pain. Are you saying that my son was beaten to death alive? Chen Jintian's old tears and eyes were sinister. Right. The bodyguard nodded. And the other party should also be a practitioner. All of the punches were focused on the center of young Chen's face, hard enough to shatter all of the bones in his face. Mr. Chen, another bodyguard interjected. You know about Wing Chun, right? Just like in that century-old movie Ip Man. When Ip Man practiced his boxing, his 2 fists struck the same spot swiftly and accurately, able to break the surface with a point and cause great damage. Chen Jintian furrowed his brows and thought carefully. As far as I can remember, he doesn't have any enemies. Why would the other guy have trouble with his own son? And ING found a Wing Chun practitioner to kill my son. After all, in the photos that old Zhang had secretly taken, old Qin looked like something he had never seen before. They simply could not have imagined that old Qin had shattered all the bones in Chen Jiawei's front face with just 1 punch. The bouncers hadn't even considered it. Who can break all the bones in a man's front face with 1 punch? Mr. Chen. The 4th bodyguard also came over at this time and reported. Those people have left for a while now. The bank's underground vault was destroyed and the vault was looted. I went to the surveillance room, which was also vandalized. Unable to view the surveillance. Take Wei's body and we'll go back first. Chen Jintian was silent for a long time before he suddenly opened his mouth. The 4 bodyguards didn't say a word and silently lifted Chen Jiawei's body and headed out. Just a few steps away. Chen Jintian suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned back to look around suspiciously. The bodies on the ground were sprawled and lopsided. The son's bodyguard, Lao Zhang, also died tragically on the spot. But what about Lily? The girl that Wei has been courting all this time? Chen Jintian frowned. You guys split up and go look for them. Live and die. Yes. The 4 bodyguards left immediately. Aside from them, there was no one else left in the entire building, and they didn't have to worry about Chen Jintian's safety. Lily. Chen Jintian looked around with a gloomy face. He could be sure that Lily wasn't dead here. The blizzard descended and he did think about getting his son home at the first opportunity. But the son said at that point that he was taking this opportunity to develop a relationship with Lily and rejected his father's suggestion. Chen Jintian didn't take it seriously. He just sent old Zhang over and brought a lot of supplies with him. Enough for them to eat for 10 days and a half. Just this morning, he spoke to his son on the phone. The son said that he was going to take Lily soon. Chen Jintian was also well aware of his son's playfulness and lust. In his opinion, it was a normal preference of every man. He himself is keeping a mistress outside, not to mention a young man like his son. Moreover, Lily was also an employee of Wanda Bank, and if his son hadn't taken a liking to her, Chen Jintian would have had the heart to get her for fun. I didn't realize that now my son is dead, and Lily is unaccounted for. Where did this woman go? However, after a long time, all 4 bodyguards returned to Chen Jintian's side, all shaking their heads, stating that they had not seen Lily. I'll be damned if I'll see it. Shen hung directly afire. Lily burned into ashes. Even the bones did not leave. Who would have thought that the desk on the first floor, and the pile of black ash on the ground is Lily? One would just assume that it was just someone heating the office and having a fire. Get Lily's family under control. Chen Jintian's face grimaced. Also, that old man who beat up my son. Have you found out who it is yet? The bodyguard in the lead shook his head in embarrassment. For the time being, there is no. Xiaoqi has already gone to the police station, calling the police station system to check. I believe that there will soon be results. Okay, I'll just wait a few more days. Chen Jintian took a deep breath. Even a bank vault can be blown up. This is no ordinary person. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for your loss. Xiao Wei was like a brother to us, and we are also very saddened. The bodyguard in the lead assisted Chen Jintian. Xiao Yi, you don't have to worry. Even if I know who the murderer is, I'll still be careful and make sure to kill him with one blow. Xiao Wei is already dead. The only way I can avenge him is to make a thorough plan. I understand this reasoning. Chen Jintian's face was pained. Little one whispered, Mr. Chen, after finding out the other party's information, the few of us will slaughter him even if we have to fight for everything. In our hearts, Xiao Wei is like a real brother. Let's go. Chen Jintian gritted his teeth as the few people behind him lifted Chen Jiawei's body and left in silence. At this time, Shen Hong was already in a springtime mood, leading old Qin out of Jiangtai Bank, riding a snowmobile, ready to return to Taoyuan community. Earned. There wasn't a single living person in Gangtai Bank, only 6 corpses that looked like they had been frozen to death for a long time. The bodies were covered with a layer of frost. The bank's vault was also easy to find, and after a quick blast, it was swept clean of its bullion and currency. Shen Heng's balance had climbed to 2.8 billion again. The experience value for level 18 to level 19 required 621, 440, 000, and he himself, now, was able to rise to level 19. Moving up to level 19 also meant that one more exotic fruit could be obtained. And this alien fruit is the key for Shen Hong to kill Zhao Erbao. Chapter 121 News from the Shelter. Jiangtai Bank was quite a distance away from Taoyuan District, and on the way, Shen Hong grabbed 2 savings centers and credit unions in passing. However, it is true that these small savings centers do not have much cash at all. As Chen Guiping said, it's only a couple million. 2. The only consolation is that these little savings houses don't have special vaults that would be easy to shatter with just a single high explosive. It takes more than 2 billion to get to level 20. So a little bit of money is a little bit of money. Otherwise, how many instant noodles would one have to sell to earn back this $5? 2 billion? Getting to level 30 is even more astronomical. The savings centers were all near residential areas, and the roar of the bombs drew many of the occupants to watch. Many residents stood on their balconies and watched as Shen Hong rushed into the savings center, followed by an explosion in the savings center, and Shen Hong ran out the door gleefully as the crowd shook their heads. The kid's crazy. Even bombs you made, not to mention to blow up Walmart Fat Donlai supermarket warehouse. Actually brain abnormal to rob banks? What's the point of grabbing the money? Burning paper to keep warm? None of the gang remonstrated, but watched the show in silence. Shen Hong sped all the way, and after seeing the roadside gold store, he also rushed in to rob and smash. Gold stores, obviously, are much more profitable than banks. The average small gold store has about 20 kilograms of gold, and when the system recovers it, that's more than $20 million. The medium gold store, on the other hand, could bring Shen Hong around $50 million. On the way home, Shen Hong also made a special turn and went to the largest gold store in Jiangcheng, Jin Xin Jewelry. All the gold and silver jewelry in the counter. Shen Hong didn't care if it was gold-covered silver, and directly absorbed it in one pass. And underneath the counter, were all the safes of the gold store, but in front of Shin Heng's master key, these highly sophisticated safes were just like a drunken young woman. They could be opened any way they wanted. Inside the Jean Xin jewelry store, a total of 600 kilograms of gold was placed, directly increasing Shin Heng's balance by 600 million. By the time Shin Heng returned to the neighborhood, night had already fallen. But today, the rewards are great. Not to mention the fact that the vending machine had risen several levels in a row. Shin Heng's current personal balance, there was still 1 billion. After ascending to level 19 and deducting 6 billion, one would still have 5 billion. In other words, the vending machine went up 20 levels, nearly a third of the money, and you've already gotten yourself a deal. Walking into the north gate of the neighborhood and looking at the single-family houses over here, Shin Heng's heart suddenly moved. Eat water and don't forget to dig a well. The rapid promotion of the vending machine could not have been achieved without the initial support of Wang Jie's good brother. He wanted to go over there. By the way, he deepened his feelings and wanted to ask about the shelter from Wang Jie. After taking out the primitive snowmobile, Shin Heng threw it to Old Qin. You go back first, I have another matter. Good. Old Qin nodded and drove off in his snowmobile. Shin Heng, on the other hand, took out a large amount of supplies and put them into a sack, then came to the window of Wang Jie's house and knocked on the window. Asterisk. Brother, you're here. Wang Jie, with a vigilant face, first froze when he saw Shin Heng outside the window, and then hurriedly welcomed him in. The house was warm, and it could be seen that with Shin Heng's supplies, Wang Jie was living well. But just as soon as he hit the ground, Shin Heng's nose twitched as he smelled the faint odor of blood. Someone's been here? Shin Heng inquired with a frown. Wang Jie spread his hands with a bitter smile. Don't mention it. Since last night, someone came to rob, but couldn't open the window, and retreated back. Later, a ING locksmith came and directly pried open the window lock. Didn't scare me to death. Thanks to my usual like to play with a bow and arrow, directly an arrow to death. The rest of the people also ran away. Shin Heng noticed that Wang Jie was still holding a bow and arrow in his hand. I just went out to bring you some supplies. Shin Heng pulled open the sack. This time he brought a lot of vegetables and meat as well as seafood. So many goodies? Wang Jie's eyes lit up as he turned his head and drank downstairs. Don't hide. It's Brother Shen. It's okay. Soon, a few thuds sounded, and 3 jade-like women appeared, all relieved to see Shin Heng. The red-haired girl jumped directly into Shin Heng's arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. People thought that they would never see you again, and they didn't come to see them for several days. They're both foxes of 1,000 years, so what's the point of playing deep love? Shin Heng laughed and patted the chick's arse, signaling her to come down. This is the supplies that were just brought in. You guys go ahead and cook for Mr. Wang. We have something to talk about. The red-haired girl pouted a nasty, and then kissed Shin Heng on the face again, before jumping down the stairs. Having an extra man in the house gave the 3 girls an extra kick in the pants as well. This one's for you. Shin Heng reached into his pocket and pulled out something, stuffing it into Wang Jie's hand. This is a gun. Wang Jie had an extra heavy thing in his hand, looked down and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. How did you get this thing? You don't want it? Shin Heng glanced at it. Ha ha, yes, of course. Wang Jie hurriedly tucked into his arms. Brother, I know the rules. I will not talk nonsense, and I will not ask you. You can rest assured that you will certainly not cause trouble for you. He took out his cell phone and transferred another sum of money to Shin Heng. I only have this much left in my hand. Brother, you don't mind if it's too little. I can't believe I made $80 million with my bravado. Shin Heng hesitated. This is a bit too much. Not the same. Wang Jie shook his head. This treasure you gave me is a life-preserving thing. Do you think that my Wang Jie's life is only worth $80 million? He got up and closed the door of the room, then lowered his voice. Shin Heng, I've known you since we met, and I've been hiding something from you. And since you're willing to give me the gun, then if I hide it from you again, it will in turn look like I, Wang Jie, have fallen a bit. To tell you the truth, at most a week, I should be able to leave here. Officials created the shelter a long time ago. Our Wang family is the most supportive, but also contributed the most money, and even in order to build the shelter, my dad sold a lot of shopping plazas. These are all beside the point. When the blizzard came down, my dad was the first to be received in the shelter, and that day I played too late and woke up to find that the snow was sealing off the city. The shelter is initially put into operation. Everyone is too busy. Even the reserve food is scarce, so the shelter's snowmobile, basically used to transport food. When a week later, the shelter will spare a snowmobile, come to Taoyuan neighborhood to bring me to the Jiangcheng shelter. By then, you and I, brothers, will not know when we can meet again. Speaking of this, Wang Jie was a bit long-winded. If in the capital city shelter, my dad's words still have some weight. After all, that shelter, our Wang family funded the most. But now, my dad went to the capital city shelter. I'm going to be received at the Jiangcheng shelter. I'm afraid I'm not very useful as I'm a small person. Otherwise, I'll definitely take you away. Shelter? Shinhong pretended to be hearing the term for the first time. There's really such a thing? Of course. Wang Jie nodded his head. The capital asylum. Everything is taken to the highest specification to build. Just underneath MT. Gingshan. Inside can accommodate 200,000 people living. A total of 4 classes. The first layer is the leadership. The second layer is the scientists. The third layer is the guards. The bottom is some ordinary people. Of course, said ordinary people. In fact, they are also counted as a dignified figure. But put in the shelter is not the fart. Can only live in the 20 people through the bunks. The shelter is highly hierarchical, and the director of the shelter has absolute power. Scientists have to conduct all kinds of experiments and do their best to deal with all kinds of extreme weather to help humans survive. And the guards, the armed forces of the asylum, the ordinary people at the bottom also have to labor every day. Of course, this is the original planning and design. As for the real implementation of what will become what, I also do not know. And Jiangcheng shelter where? What looks like, I also two eyes a black, but should be similar to the capital's shelter. Generally will be constructed in the mountain through the body hollow. Good load-bearing beams to raise the mountain, and will also dig down. Unfortunately, listening to my father said, the capital shelter is also food shortage, and now also in the research of some instead of food protein. The taste is not very good. If it is not for the sake of safety, I do not want to go to the shelter, where there is in the villa cuddle sister fast life at ease. Unfortunately, my old Wang's family has reached my generation. I'm the only male. My father ordered me to go. I can only obey. Wang Jie had a look of emotion on his face. Mountains? Shinheng's heart moved. Near the river city, there are hardly any mountains. They are all flat. Only the western outskirts of Jiangcheng. There is a mountain of 8 horses. 8 horse mountain, said one. In fact, it is better to say that the mountain range, a total of 8 large and small mountains connected, from a distance, like 8 horses' heads, hence the name. Well, that's important news. Shinhong pondered that in the future, he would also find an opportunity to visit Bama Mountain. After all, the shelter was inhabited by some of the biggest names in Jiangcheng, who had been hastily received into the shelter in the first place and definitely had a large amount of assets in their hands. Some of those with expensive status have personal assets no less than the standard chartered bank's underground vaults. At that time, if one took the bountiful supplies and went to trade with these people, the shelter should have nothing to say, right? What a backbone for upgrading vending machines. The big shots from all the major shelters, maybe even the director of the shelter, will take the initiative to trade with himself. Chapter 122, Chun-Chin in danger. Brother Shinhong, I never told you before. You won't blame me for that, right? Wang Jie twisted his head and looked at Shinhong with some guilt. In the midst of the crisis, it was Shinhong who had sent all kinds of supplies to himself, so that he could not be troubled by the supplies, although he paid $20 million, far more than the original price of the supplies. But this is the age of icy doom. Each and every one of these supplies is worth its weight in gold. Wang Jie knew very well that if he took out those supplies that Shinhong had given himself, he might even be able to sell them for over $100 million. But Shinhong just asked for $20 million. Now, hearing that someone coveted it, Shinhong even gave himself a gun. Wang Jie even had the urge to worship Shinhong on the spot. How is that your fault? Shinhong smiled. After all, the shelter is considered confidential, right? Normally, you shouldn't even tell me. Ordinary folk like yourself don't deserve to know about shelters at all, let alone enter them. It's considered confidential, but to me, it's just a building that our Wang family invested in and built ahead of time. Wang Jie snorted. It's nothing more than this building is a bit peculiar and the people living inside are more important. What else do you know about the shelter? Let's say, the director of the Jiangcheng asylum. Who would it be? Shinhong was curious. It's probably the mayor of Jiangcheng or something like that. I'm not sure about that one yet. Wang Jie scratched his head. I won't be staying in Jiangcheng for much longer anyway. From what my dad said, the underground train should be coming through soon, so I'll be picked up and taken to the capital shelter at that time. After all, that's the home base of our Wang family. Shinhong nodded slightly. Indeed, Wang Jie was the only heir of the Wang family, and his father wasn't comfortable letting him stay on this side of Jiangcheng. The people at the lowest level of the shelter, do they need to put in any labor every day? Shinhong asked. There are so many places where manpower is needed. When it was first designed, it was thought about what manpower would be needed for in all kinds of extreme weather. For example, in extremely hot weather, they need to step on the human crawler to rotate the shelter's major wind fans, to ventilate and cool down the shelter in extremely cold weather. Like now, the human crawler will be modified to eventually become a hot air blower, and inside the shelter, It can stay warm and dry, of course. More often than not, it's to work with the crops that the scientists research to go for planting. Speaking here, Wang Jie's voice paused for a moment and whispered, "Of course, there is also still a need for some of the most worthless people to act as subjects for the scientists and conduct various experiments." Shen Heng's expression froze. In his opinion, those who were able to enter the shelter were basically the best of the human race. A loser like himself who was bored with his words and still gets green can't even reach the threshold. But I didn't expect that those who entered it, and there were actually some, would be used as guinea pigs. Instead of this, it would be better not to go in. Shen Hong muttered. Not going in? The corners of Wang Jie's mouth revealed a sneer. You don't even know how many people will be scrambling to get in after the news of the shelter spreads out. Even if you enter it as a laborer, you can at least survive. What's the old saying? It's better to die than to live. Even you. He sized up Shen Hong and said seriously, you have so many supplies, and all kinds of heating equipment. Indeed, it seems that now, entering the shelter also has to be controlled by those so-called leaders. There is no freedom, but your supplies, there is always a day when you eat it all, right? When you run out of supplies one day, won't you want to stay alive? You'll be just as likely to change your mind and hate being a part of the shelter when the time comes. Wang Jie shook his head. Shen Hong, when I return to the capital shelter, I will definitely try my best to pick you up. Although I, Wang Jie, am a dude with little ability, I am not stupid. You were willing to give me a hand in the beginning. I will definitely not leave you behind. Shen Hong returned to his senses and laughed dryly. Then, thank you. What a thing to say when you're your own brother. Wang Jie hammered Shen Hong. Let us go. Eat first, after eating, then eat those 3 chicks. You should also miss them quite a bit these days, right? I really can't toss it. Shen Hong dryly coughed twice. This is even. You guys eat first. I still have something to do. What a load. Wang Jie wrapped his arm around Shen Heng's shoulders with an evil smile. Why don't we play kitchen drama with them first, then eat? It's really not necessary. Shen Hong was just about to refuse, when suddenly he heard, the window was smashed hard. Ping! He subconsciously turned his head to look at Wang Jie. Wang Jie's face changed. Immediately afterward, there was a loud sound of an electric drill, followed by a violent boom as the drill bit pushed against the glass. Wang Jie quickly stepped to the bedside and pulled open the window with one hand. The people outside the house seemed to have prepared for this, and the moment the window was just opened, several kitchen knives all slashed over. As soon as Shen Hong pulled Wang Jie behind him, these kitchen knives were flung to the windowsill in pieces, causing Wang Jie to suck in a breath of cold air. If it wasn't for Shen Hong, I'm afraid that he would have been split into a muggle by now. The pistol gave him a tremendous amount of momentum, but he almost died before he could venture out. Wang Jie. A cold laugh came from outside. You are quite good at hiding. Don't you have a bow and arrow? Let me see how many arrows you have left. Shen Hong flashed to the window and raised his eyes. Outside stood more than 10 middle-aged men. The man at the head of the group was a country face. Only the narrow eyebrows caused this righteous face to carry a bit of gloom. The snow stopped snowing today, and after a day of sunshine, the snow didn't melt much, but turned to solid ice. Now all these people are standing on the snow, and only a little bit of it sinks down, barely above the ankles. And as the country face opened his mouth, the 2 burly men behind him had each picked up a huge bedpan and moved forward to close it, completely blocking the country face behind the bedpan. Who's this? Shen Hong frowned and asked Wang Jie in a low voice. It's the same guy who brought in a robbery last night. Wang Jie smiled bitterly, also living in a detached house. Also he found a locksmith and almost pried open my window. The 3 sisters downstairs had stopped cooking, apparently hearing the noise, and one stood outside the bedroom door, peeking quietly with fear in their hearts. Wang Jie, why don't you continue shooting arrows? Is it because you're afraid you can't penetrate this bedpan? Behind the huge bedpan came the provocative voice of the country face. Since you don't say anything, we'll have to go in. Breaking and entering? Ha! Shen Hong smiled and asked back. Yo, there's a helper? Hearing Shen Heng's voice, the country face sneered. But we are now. But there are more than a dozen of us. Wang Jie, why don't you obediently listen to me and hand over all your supplies and women, and we'll spare you from death. What do you think? After all, I don't want Dang Wang Gongzi to see blood. If something happens to you, your father won't spare us. Now that you know who I am, why don't you crouch down and surrender? The country face grunted. But it's the end of days now. I'm afraid that even old King is overwhelmed, let alone a tiny figure like us. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with him. Second brother, they all snatched that actress back. Let's also hurry to snatch his supplies to go. Right, there are still 3 chicks in his house. It's just right for the brothers to have fun. Beside the country face, there stood a slim man who came to his ear and urged him softly. The night is long, late is late. Don't worry, the penis has assured me that the first bite of meat of that actress, let me eat. Country face hammed and hawed, but coldly. a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him, causing his smile to come to an abrupt end. What did you guys just say? An actress? Shin Hong had an additional dagger in his hand, pressed it against the neck of the country face, and said in a chilling voice, "Is it Chen Qin? How do you know?" Country face snapped out of it. With a wave of Shin Heng's hand, the head of the Chinese character face flew up at once, and the blood that sprayed out from the neck spilled all over the slim man's face. The slim man also didn't expect that his big brother, who had been laughing recklessly with him just a moment ago, would be gone just like that. His legs shook and he peed right in his pants. Without waiting for him to go limp, Shin Hong had already grabbed him by the collar. Where's Chen Qin? Chapter 123 Kill. She's been taken back to the villa by the second brother. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The bloody dagger in Shin Heng's hand had just been affixed to the neck of the slim man when the man screamed miserably. He knew that if he didn't say anything, he would be killed for sure. The man in front of him, just one look, and Big Brother's head flew off. And, with so many of them, they didn't even know how people appeared here. It's too fast. Shin Heng's attributes had skyrocketed nowadays, and with pure strength, he had already surpassed Old Qin, and he was much faster than Ren Jie, a pure speed alien. After hearing the word actress just now, Shin Hong knew that Chen Qin must have been arrested. Who is Ergo? Shin Hong inquired again in a cold voice. That's when the others around them reacted. A few had turned, staggering away as they looked at the imposing head of the country face, and the strong man who was holding two bedpans before. With a roar, raised the bedpans and smashed them toward Shin Heng's head. Ergo his name is. The slim man glanced at the movements of the two burly men, and saw that Shin Hong seemed to be completely ignoring them, and immediately gritted his teeth and pushed Shin Hong forcefully towards the bedpan. You go to hell. Shin Heng's body was like an iron tower, not moving at all, and as the two bedpans were about to fall on him, he didn't even look at them and swung his fist backward. These two bedpans shattered in response, turning into wood shavings and spilling out. Shin Hong spun in place, the dagger in his right hand turned outward and swung violently upward. The two burly men were fixed in place, not moving a muscle. It was only a moment later that it fell heavily to the ground, stirring up countless snowflakes. Between their necks, they also had two more silky slashes. The slim man was dumbfounded. These are the two strongest combatants beside Big Brother, supposedly even served in the special forces. But these two, when facing this young man, they were powerless and directly hung up. Is this still human? What did you just say? Shin Hong looked at the slim man without expression. The slim man trembled and hurriedly knelt in front of Shin Hong. Big Brother, I was wrong. I'll show you the way. Come on, Shin Hong shouted angrily. The slim man hurriedly climbed to his feet and quickly walked outside, turning back and nodding his head at Shin Hong as he did so. Your side please. Shin Hong grimaced and followed behind the slim man. A group of people, in addition to the 3 or 5 that ran away, the rest originally wanted to fight with Shin Hong to avenge their boss, but when they saw that the two burly, mountainous, fierce bodyguards were all taken care of by a single knife, they fled outside. Trying to escape? Shin Heng's hand shook and a carbine appeared in his hand, directly sweeping up at the backs of these people. Ta-da-da-da. With a scream, the gang fell heavily to the ground. A few of the original ones that escaped, their hearts tightened and they quickened their pace, but before they could run a few steps, they felt a pain in the back of their hearts, and a huge force pulled them to flop down in the snow, their heads lolling, completely out of breath. The thin man's face was as white as paper, and his teeth were trembling. Big Brother. This way, you come with me. He staggered ahead, fearing that Shin Hong would give himself a shot as well, and flew to lead the way. Brother Shin Hong so fierce by the window, Wang Jie and the 3 girls all looked confused. He was ready to fight. So what if there's a bedpan in the way? Old man's got a gun now. But before he could react, Shin Hong disappeared from his side. Blinking again, he saw the head of the country face fly up. It wasn't until the gunshots rang out that Wang Jie reacted. So many people, all of them destroyed by Shin Heng's brothers? And it's so easy and sharp to kill. It's like chopping up a melon and chopping up a vegetable. Even Wang Jie did not see clearly how Shin Hong suddenly had a gun in his hand and did not hesitate to pull the trigger, hitting the target and sweeping all these people to death. Young Wang, I'm going to run some errands first, and I'll go straight home later, so I won't have dinner. At this time, Shin Heng's voice came leisurely. Yes, Wang Jie hurriedly shouted at Shin Heng's back. Then be more careful. Shin Hong did not turn around, just raised his hand and made an okay gesture. Villa 6. Chen Qin's hands were bound and there was a piece of tape on his mouth, looking around with a face full of terror. Today she was cooking when a group of people suddenly smashed through the glass and broke in. The gang originally went into every house to see if there were any supplies, and they had thought that Chen Qin's house was empty, but they didn't expect that they would directly bump into each other. Chen Qin was just a small weak girl. How could she be a match for these people? And was directly arrested. Together with the supplies that Shin Hong had sold to her, all of them were also taken away. On the way, the tall man in the lead was so full of pride that he even picked up his cell phone and called a man he called Big Brother. Big Brother, I have gotten a lot of supplies. Ha ha, I really didn't think that in this neighborhood of ours, there is still a big star secretly living. Look, thief beautiful, is the online people say chicken leg girl that? Right. Chen what? Chen Chin. Right, but something was said on the other side of the phone and the tall man's face fell. Big Brother, I captured the people. How can you let me taste the flavor first? Well, this is what you said. Wang Ji has 3 women. Let me play first. Then you hurry up. I can't help it now. We have a deal. After you have a good time, Chen Chin belongs to me. It's my first time seeing a star. I didn't think I could taste it. He. One was then taken to the hall of this villa and thrown into a corner. Chen Chin wasn't stupid. She knew what she was facing. It was because of this that she became more and more alarmed and frightened. After 25 years of Keeper, is today the day to be? Snap, not far away from the coffee table, came the sound of heavy tapping, grabbed his own tall man. At this time, a face of impatience. Damn, Big Brother how to grind. He brought more people, and the big strong too strong are followed by him. Still cannot take a Wang Jie? Second brother, Wang Jie has a bow and arrow after all. It might be more troublesome. Big Brother always has to be careful, doesn't he? Let's catch this beautiful star. But there's no danger. A white face next to him blandly said. But Dushwang and Erzwang still have their bedpans. And how many arrows does that Wang Jie still have? Big Brother is really old. The taller man grunted and glanced at the white face with a disgruntled look. He then turned his head again and looked at Chen Chin in fascination. Chen Chin's body trembled and hurriedly turned his face aside. Hey! The tall man suddenly got up and came to Chen Chin's side, wanting to reach out and pull Chen Chin's clothes. Second brother, we agreed that Big Brother would taste it first. White clean face frowned. I know. The tall man turned around and scolded angrily. There's no need for you to remind me here. And the actress has been slept with by many people. Big Brother still fight with me for what? Give me the mouth. No? Watch out for her to bite you off. White clean face smiled sorrowfully. The tall man's expression stalled, as if thinking of the consequences, and he grunted coldly. Ro, I don't need a blowjob, but I can feel it, right? He was just about to make a move, but on the second floor of the villa, there was suddenly a loud noise. Ping! It was followed by the sound of breaking glass. The crowd in the living room on the first floor stared blankly, and immediately afterward, a mid-range voice came from upstairs. Little Thane Pups, get the hell out of here. Big Brother, they're all downstairs in the living room. Then, another fawning and pleasing voice followed. Skinny monkey? The tall man frowned tightly and shouted upstairs with some uncertainty. What's going on? Big Brother's back? The next moment, Shin Heng's figure appeared on the second floor. He looked down at the number of people in the living room and violently kicked the stair railing, then leapt, jumping onto the coffee table in the living room. Who the hell are you? Skinny monkey, where's Big Brother? White clean face suddenly stood up and pulled out the cleaver axe from his back waist, and without any hesitation, he directly charged at Shin Heng's head. Shin Heng grinned coldly and grabbed the right wrist of the white clean face with his left hand. The white clean face blushed. He realized that the young man was incredibly powerful, and his right hand was gripped to death, unable to move at all. And Shin Heng grabbed the carbine with his right hand and violently poked it into the mouth of the white face. Then, pulled the trigger. Chapter 124. Ta-da-da-da-da-da. A series of gunshots rang out in ear-splitting succession. The head of the white clean face was like a beaten sieve, blood flowing across it. The crowd was all at a loss for words and looked at each other in disbelief by Shin Heng's sudden tactics. Before he could return to his senses, Shin Heng casually tossed his white clean face aside and aimed his gun at them. Click, click, click. Out of bullets. Shin Heng frowned, while the others also reacted and brandished the weapons in their hands, one by one rushing towards Shin Heng. Just in time, to try out my foreign fire with you guys. Shin Heng stood in place and snapped his fingers. A cluster of flames appeared suddenly and popped out silently. The several figures that were sprinting came to a violent halt, and then fell heavily to the ground. The skinny monkey came down from upstairs at that moment and shivered in fear when he saw this bizarre scene. How about, I just run? It's ing oozing. What's with the flames around that young man? The moment the flames disappeared, those brothers, before they could do anything, each bleeding from the 7 orifices, all inexplicably dead. The gaze he looked at Shin Heng was filled with fear. Is this guy a human being or a ghost? He swallowed noisily, moved quietly, and retreated upstairs, climbed down the cracked window to the snowy ground outside the house, then ran off without looking back. Can't stay here. He swore that he would never come to the Peachland neighborhood in his life. It's better for me to remain anonymous and be an honest man. He discerned his surroundings for a moment, then ran headlong toward the north gate. Even if the night was late and it was freezing cold outside, he had no choice but to flee from this place. Several people in the room, All of them fell on the ground. Shin Hong slightly twisted his head and looked at the tall man who stood alone beside Chen Xin, then stepped away. You, don't come over, don't come over. The tall man had long been scared to death, and when he saw Shin Hong approaching, he was even more scared, and when he turned his head, he saw Chen Xin. He then violently took out a knife and pressed it against Chen Xin's neck, and drank in a stern manner. You're here to save her, aren't you? You're here to save her, aren't you? If you dare to make a move, I'll immediately slash her to death and let her die with me. You threatened me? Shin Hong frowned. If you let me go, I promise I won't show up in the Peachland neighborhood, and as long as I leave safely, I'll naturally release her. The tall man was so agitated that the tip of the knife accidentally cut through Chen Xin's delicate skin, and a touch of crimson flowed out from between Chen Xin's neck. However, Chen Xin did not seem to feel the pain, but a pair of bright eyes, looking straight at Shin Hong. Although the last time they met, Shin Hong was wearing a hood, she could be sure, the man in front of me is definitely a peacemaker. The wealthy man who had sold him supplies was now coming to his rescue. Previously, when Chen Xin was in despair due to the lack of supplies, Shin Hong's appearance directly planted an indelible mark in her heart. During this time, she often wondered what this harmony looked like. And now, when Shin Hong appeared in front of her, it had completely overlapped with the shadow in her memory. Chen Xin stared at Shin Hong's clear face, his eyes infatuated. In the entertainment industry, there is no shortage of handsome men and women, but nowadays the circle is prevalent in the sickly girl. One obviously handsome man, but have to get a smoky makeup, dress like a girl, completely no masculinity. Shin Hong wasn't much of a handsome man, but now that he appeared here, he was the most manly man in Chen Xin's eyes. I hate it when people threaten me. Besides, you hurt her. Shin Hong frowned. Ha! The tall man was stunned and looked down at Chen Xin, realizing that blood was spilling from her neck, and just as he wanted to speak, he suddenly felt a pain in his head. He strained to raise his head to look at Shin Hong, then his eyes went black and he completely lay on the ground. As for Chen Xin, her hands were bound, and when the tall man fell to the ground, he also grabbed her, and she couldn't help but follow the fall. But Shin Hong had already taken a few steps forward and held her in his arms. Tearing off the tape on her mouth, Shin Hong untied the rope on Chen Xin's hand while saying, "You're injured. I'll take you back for treatment now." As soon as the rope was untied, Chen Xin hugged Shin Hong and lost his voice and cried. Just now, in that kind of environment, Chen Xin didn't even cry, thinking about how to escape. Even if you can't escape, if you get trashed, you'll bite your tongue and kill yourself. Such a rigid woman. But now she was lying in Shin Hong's arms, tears sliding down in large drops. It's okay. If you keep crying, your wound will keep spilling blood from the excitement and it won't look good if it leaves a scar. Shin Hong patted her back and softly persuaded her. Women are all beauty-loving creatures, and as soon as she heard that she would be left with a scar, Chen Xin instantly stopped crying. Well, I'll take you back first. Shin Hong hugged Chen Xin and turned toward the second floor. Chen Xin's face was flushed and she gave a soft His arms, so warm and cozy. Especially after Shin Hong turned tricks and took out a women's system strictly selected punching jacket and put it on her. Chen Xin became more and more moved. She's done a lot of theater, and because she's pretty, she's also done some scenes where she's molested by jerks and rescued by the male lead. At that time she was fantasizing, wondering when a man full of masculinity, like a savior, would fall from the sky and save himself. Instead of acting, I'm going to love him, can't help myself. And at this moment, she stared at Shin Hong's beautiful jawline, and her two eyes could not help but be infatuated. Even if Shin Hong took her on a snowmobile, Chen Xin's two hands, both of which actively hugged Shin Hong's neck, dead unwilling to let go. Big star, it's already safe. How can I drive with you like this? Shin Hong spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. Still, it was quite enjoyable inside. After all, he had already internalized that he was going to make Chen Xin the number 2 mistress of his villa before. By mistake, Hua Miao instead brought Yang Jinxian back first. What is your name? Chen Xin suddenly spoke. Shen Hong. Shin Hong's nickname outside is Su Chao, but when facing the woman he wants to reclaim his home, he won't engage in any bad jokes. Shen Hong, Shen Hong. Chen Xin saw Shen Hong's snowmobile began to slow down, and boldly asked, "Are you married?" Not yet. Shen Hong shook his head. Although Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian had always called him husband, especially in bed, he really wasn't married. I like you. Chen Xin burst into a fit of glee, then summoned up the courage and said with a serious face, I really like you. People in the entertainment industry are more social cattle, although Chen Xin is very conservative, but also understand that when you meet a sincere favorite, you have to be brave to go after. A man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain. A woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Chen Xin's face was flushed, but still firmly opened his mouth. I want to be with you. Do you like me? Shin Hong slammed his foot on the brake. and both of them all shook. Like me? Shin Hong smiled playfully. What if I already have a girlfriend? Then I will challenge her. I will compete with her. Chen Qin solemnly said. My mom once told me that in my life, it is hard to meet a man who really makes you move, and once you meet him, you have to boldly go after him, and if you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Well, Shin Hong smiled and turned his head. It's here. You're here? Chen Qin turned his head and saw that the snowmobile was already parked in the courtyard of a townhouse. The courtyard of this family villa had been cleaned up, and just now, they had slid all the way into the courtyard by following the cleared snow slope. Shin Hong took the key and opened the door, and Chen Qin, who was beside him, was nervous but firmly followed behind Shin Hang. This is Shin Hang's house? So his girlfriend, is she with him too? She kept pumping herself up. Chen Qin, you're a beautiful woman. You're a big star. What's there to worry about? It's just a matter of ripping off another woman for a man. You can do it. After the door opened, Shin Hong walked into the house and shouted loudly, Ning Yao, come out to work. A response came from the basement, and soon after, Ning Yao went up the stairs. This is Shin Hang's girlfriend? The moment she saw Ning Yao, Chen Qin frowned. Same beauty, but she realized that she didn't have much of an advantage in terms of looks and figure when facing Ning Yao. Indeed, Shin Hang's girlfriend is so pretty. Up the intensity. What's going on? Ning Yao saw Chen Qin at a glance. However, when she approached, she only stared up with some uncertainty. This, Chen Qin? Ning Yao's reaction made Chen Qin a little self-satisfied. It seems that one star status is still a plus. At least it would deter Shin Hang's girlfriend. Hello. Chen Qin extended his hand at Ning Yao. My name is Chen Qin. You, hello? Ning Yao swallowed her saliva and hurriedly shook Chen Qin's hand. In the morning, she was still chasing Chen Qin's drama with Jin Xian. I didn't expect Chen Qin to appear alive in front of him at night. Yikes. You hurt your neck. Only then did Ning Yao realize that there was still some blood spilling from Chen Qin's neck, and with a glance at the wound, she hurriedly turned around and went to the basement to fetch a medical kit. Chen Qin stood still with a well-behaved face, but in her eyes, she couldn't hide her smugness. Don't play games, Chen Qin. It's that chicken leg girl. One could still hear Ning Yao's shocked voice downstairs. Anyone else? Is Shin Hong or his girlfriend's friend there? Chen Qin thought in his heart. A few footsteps followed. To Chen Qin's surprise, the ones who came up the stairs one after another were three beautiful girls who were completely no less than Ning Yao. What's with all the pretty girls? Are they all Ning Yao's girlfriends? Before she had time to think much about it, all three of the girls ran at her. All fans of their own, right? But the next moment, she saw, two of the girls, all rushed into Shin Hang's arms, at the same time shouted Shin Hong a husband, and then separately embraced Shin Hong to a French kiss. This, Chen Qin was confused. Who am I? Where am I? Chapter 125, Jin Xiao Nui, Chen Meng Cheng. Honey, what took you so long to go out? Honey, it's been a whole day. You're not hurt, are you? Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian opened their mouths to inquire at the same time. Yang Muxian stood aside and sweetly shouted brother-in-law. This address made Chen Qin breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, not three, and so on. She looked at Shin Hong in shock again. This, him, me, Shin Hong, you, don't you have no wife? Chen Qin's expression stiffened. This clearly has a wife, and it's still two. But who's the bigger and who's the smaller of the two of them? To actually live together in harmony? Chen Qin felt like his three views had collapsed. Although there are many dark things in the entertainment industry, Chen Qin is in the middle of it and has heard of many ugly things. But all those capitalist bigwigs are just out there having fun. Red flags at home, colorful flags flying outside. I've never heard of anyone bringing home a mistress to live with his or her main wife openly and honestly. But Shin Hong was actually hugging people left and right now. More to the point, looking at the two girls, it was clear that they were used to it. Chen Qin couldn't even see half a bit of jealousy from them at all. It's true that my husband isn't married to us yet, but that doesn't stop us from living together. Yang Jinxian smiled and said, You're Chen Qin? Wow, what a surprise. A big star actually came to our house. You, hello. Chen Qin laughed dryly, a little confused for a moment. At this time, Ning Yao carried a medical kit and quickly walked upstairs, pulling Chen Qin to sit on the sofa and carefully helping her treat her wounds. Use this spray. Shin Hong threw Ning Yao a small bottle. This won't leave a scar. Good. Ning Yao took it and her eyes lit up. Or a wound spray you've never seen before. The efficacy of the drug is undoubtedly the same as the previous treatment of Gui Yupeng's drug. From the same company. She was right in guessing that the drugs were produced by the same mysterious company called Systematic Selection. Honey, this isn't one of your new sisters for us, is it? Huo Miao came to Shin Hang's ear and said. Shin Hong scratched his head. Huomiao had just noticed that Chen Xin showed a face full of shock when she saw herself and Sister Jean kissing her husband together, and it seemed that deep in the bottom of his eyes, there was clearly resentment and jealousy. Seeing Shen Heng's reaction now made Huomiao even more certain she wouldn't be jealous, and even agreed to let Ning Yao and Yang Mu Xian become Shen Heng's pillows too. This way, the 4 people in the family could take turns to squeeze Shen Heng, lest he spend his time outside. However, he did not expect that before he could transform the identities of Ning Yao and Yang Mu Xian, Shen Heng had already brought back a beautiful woman, still a big star straight out of the gate. As the first woman to become Shen Heng, Huomiao naturally knew Shen Heng's temper. As long as one was well behaved, even if Shen Heng possessed more women, one's identity would always be placed there, and he would never be able to leave himself behind. Moreover, after possessing her supernatural ability, she was more certain of how much Shen Heng trusted her. Otherwise, why would they give the alien fruit to themselves and not Sister Jean? I even have psychic powers, while Sister Jane is still an ordinary person now. I'm still more important in my husband's mind, just make sure of that, and that's enough. Right now, since her husband had brought back new sisters, it was all the more important for her, as the head of the harem, to show some atmosphere. She turned her head to see that Ning Yao had already treated Chen Xin's wounds, and immediately took the initiative to sit beside Chen Xin, taking her hand and saying, "Chen Xin, from today onwards, you're the number 3 mistress in this house. Since we have a husband in common, we are good sisters, and this is your home." Chen Xin looked at Huomiao, his jaw dropping. This, and so on. I'm trying to compete with you guys for men. What I thought was one opponent turned into 2, and my head is still spinning. Why are you telling me that we're sisters and that I've somehow become mistress number 3 of this house? Sister, aren't you jealous at all? I can't keep up with your brain. Yeah. Yang Jinxian also smiled and sat on her other side. Don't be formal with us. We'll be a family from now on. I'll help you push at night. That smelly man, hubby, doesn't know how happy he'll be. Chen Xin's mouth fell open. Well, this one blows up even more if you say so. Can we communicate normally? At least you guys can give me a head start or accept my challenge to compete for a man. I'm scared when you guys are like this. Although Shen Heng also knew that as long as he brought Chen Xin home, the 2 women at home wouldn't say anything at all and would instead enthusiastically agree. But now, it was obvious that the 2 women were still enthusiastic, but Chen Xin was a bit giddy. You guys talk to Chen Xin first. I still have some things to do. Call me when the meal is ready. Shen Heng commanded and directly went up to the 3rd floor. There are more important things at hand. As long as the plan goes well, we can deal with Zhao tomorrow. After coming to the bedroom on the 3rd floor and unlocking the door to the room, Shen Heng sank into the space of consciousness and once again made frantic purchases. After raising the vending machine to level 19 and raising the quad attribute to 19, Shen Heng glanced down with satisfaction. He felt that even if he added Chen Xin tonight, he was not afraid in the slightest and was able to kill the 3 of them to the point of losing their armor. The pants are heavy. It's all about strength. He then purchased an alien fruit. The alien fire was now at level 4, and to raise it to level 5, it needed 4 alien fruits. He didn't even think to keep it for his own use either. Instead, he took out his cell phone with a small WeChat number, opened the owner's group, found Chen Xiaolu, and applied to add friends. Friends were passed almost in seconds. Chen Xiaoniao obviously also did not expect that the big brother of He Chi Shankai, who was already mysteriously hidden behind the scenes, would take the initiative to add a friend. As soon as she went through her friends, Chen Xiaoniao was the first to send a message. "Hello big guy, what can I do for you at Building 21, Unit 2, Residence 302. Chen Mengqing was curled up in the quilt, looking at her cell phone with some apprehension and some excitement. She is 23 years old, just graduated, and is still looking for a job. In the past few days, she had spent almost all of her money, all of it, on buying supplies, with very little left in her savings. It's too expensive. A pack of instant noodles costs thousands. However, the good thing is that today, the instant noodles actually turned back to $100, which makes Chen Mengqing want to cry without tears, cursing that peace and prosperity for a day. Brother, it's easy to play us to death if you adjust the price like this. She saw that harmony was a day's price before she hastened to save more supplies at a high price, but she didn't expect that it would change back in the twinkling of an eye. If I had known, I would have bought it again today. I bought a 6-pack of bubbly yesterday at a high price, a whole $60,000. How much food could I buy today? However, perhaps it was because his own curse was in effect. Just now Woki Shankai actually took the initiative to add his friend. Chen Mengqing was about to die of fright, but don't dare reject a friend request. She had seen with her own eyes that Hutchinson had taken an AK and killed dozens of homeowners with a sweeping shot. I'm afraid I won't even live to see tomorrow if I don't go through my friends, right? With that in mind, she took the initiative to ask after going through her friends and added a couple, smile, emoticons at the end. Just one thing. Shen Hong typed, Willing to be my woman? Ha! Chen Mingqing froze and rubbed her eyes vigorously. She even thought that she was hallucinating. After seeing that line once again, Chen Mingqing hesitated for a long time before finally replying with a decay emoji. Biggie, you're such a joker, she replied with an awkward smile. No kidding, Shen Hong returned, when you are my woman, I will ensure that you are clothed and fed and enjoy a privileged life. After thinking about it, Shen Hong took another shot at the thermometer on the wall. This is the temperature in my home. Looking at the photo sent by He Chi Shang Kai, Chen Mingqing stared round-eyed, enlarging the photo and looking back and forth. 25 degrees. Even the Harmony big man took a picture with a piece of his arm showing. Why is it so hot in his house? This is not scientific. And then think of yourself, freezing and shivering all over, feeling numb all over even with 2 thick quilts draped over you. Totally different standard of living. You decide as soon as you can. I'm going to take a shower first. Soon. Harmony sent another message. I'll pick you up tonight if you want. And a bath. Chen Mingqing was completely shocked. She hadn't bathed in 7 days. Now the whole body felt as if there were ants crawling all over it, and the sensation was too much to bear. Every word of Harmony was as if it stepped on her G-spot, making it completely impossible for her to refuse. Chen Mingqing had dated a boyfriend, and she knew very well what men had in mind. How about, I say yes? In the back of his mind, there was simultaneous reserve and longing, but in the end, reserve was defeated, and longing seemed as if it were a demon, urging in her ear, say yes to him, say yes to him. As long as you follow him, you'll be able to live in a warm house with all kinds of supplies, and even take a bath. You've run out of money now. How many days can you last? You're going to puke on instant noodles. What's there to be proud of now? What's the use of a good-looking skin if you're dead? If he was a loser, you wouldn't have to take care of him, but how strong he is now, and he has a gun. Following a man like that is the only way to live in such a harsh environment. Do you still want to be harassed by Yang Gang? Tonight? Chen Mingqing winced at the thought of that name. As the extreme weather continues, many people are losing their minds and basic morals and are reckless. People are unsure how long they can survive in this environment. Depression and despair bring out evil thoughts in people's hearts. Yang Gang, from the same unit, is one of them. He had long coveted Chen Mingqing's beauty. Even yesterday, he came to Chen Mingqing's house to break down the door. Thanks to Chen Mingqing's replacement of the security door in the beginning, the quality is top-notch, and eventually Yang just smashed the midnight. Cursing, it ended up waking up the girl who lived alone across the street. The girl went out to check it out, and when Yang Gang found it, he was beastly and directly pressed the girl and rushed into her house. Half an hour later, Yang Gang left contentedly, while the girls stood at the door crying and weeping, their clothes unkempt and their hair disheveled. Chen Mingqing saw this through the cat's eye and was terrified. She's even afraid to go out and coax a girl. Today, even if Gui Yupeng's instant noodles were sold for only 100, she wouldn't dare to go out. I'm afraid that as soon as I go out, I'll be caught by Yang Gang. And while her thoughts were drifting away, a loud noise came from the security door. Immediately after that, Yang Gang's strange laughter, through the door, eerily transmitted into the house. Chen Mingqing, don't hide, lousy guards you every day. I'd like to see, how you get out. Be a good boy and listen to me, won't you? I will love you. Why won't you obey me? Chen Mingqing's face turned pale with a swish. Yang Gang, the devil, is at it again. Chapter 126. Yang Gang stood outside the door with a sickly smile on his face. He had a hammer in his hand, hammer after hammer, slamming hard on the door. Fortunately, the security door of Chen Mingqing's house was of good quality, and it was only slightly rubbed off the paint. This Yang Gang family is well off, idle all day. The other residents heard the sound of knocking, but also did not go out to stop. One by one, all the doors are closed, huddled at home. In his last life, Yang Gang had similarly harassed Chen Mingqing, but everyone was starving, and Yang Gang couldn't even hold a hammer, eventually freezing to death in the staircase to Chen Mingqing's house. As soon as he was dead, he was dragged away, the numerous occupants licking their lips and slitting Yang Gang's throat, then lying on top of him, desperately sucking his blood. Now, with Shen Hang's unlimited supply of supplies, Yang Gang ate white and fat, and even bought oil tincture and clothing, wrapped tightly, like a meatball. Listening to the noise outside the door, Chen Mingqing covered her ears in pain. Looking at her cell phone again, her conversation with Harmony, she gritted her teeth and finally replied with a red face. Okay, I'm in building 21, unit 2, 302, can you come pick me up, big brother? There's a pervert standing outside my house, I can't get out. After this message was sent over, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no reply from Shen Hong for a long time. Outside the door, Yang Gang's cursing voice could still be heard. He was tired of smashing. At this time, Yang Gang turned around and went to smash the door of the opposite door 301. Soon, the girl of the opposite door warily opened the door, and Yang Gang laughed and rushed into the house. Chen Mengqing naturally knew what Yang Gang was doing, but even then, she was afraid to go out. What if Yang Gang is the barbarian king and can only be a real man for 5 seconds? What if Yang Gang puts on his pants and directly stops himself as soon as he goes out the door with his own front foot? At that time, couldn't even go home. She wouldn't even dare to bet on it. But well, at that moment, the phone buzzed and vibrated. Chen Mengqing hurriedly picked it up, and saw that Qi Shengkai had replied to the message. Okay, you wait. It was naturally impossible for Shen Hong to go out this late, so he picked up his cell phone and called Ren Jie. Hey, boss. Ren Jie was at home at the moment, listening to the old Qin recounting the experience of following his boss for a day, his eyes full of envy. It's a bank robbery. Still robbing the bank's headquarters. It's a real kick. He wasn't sure what the boss wanted so much money for, but the very nature of the thing made his blood boil. In the past, it would have been too much to even think about. When he saw his boss calling, he picked up with an excited look on his face. You go to building 21, unit 2302 to pick up someone. After knocking on the door, just say that peace and prosperity. She will open the door for you, and then you bring her to me, Shen Hong commanded. Also, there are people harassing her doorstep. If you come across them, just kill them directly. Yes, boss. Ren Jie got up in a hurry, and after saying hello to old Qin, he dressed and came to the underground passageway, making his way to building 21. His speed was strangely fast. Even if he didn't utilize his supernatural abilities, he was far beyond normal people, and in a few moments, he arrived at the entrance of the unit. Just as he walked into the hallway, he heard a pinging crash from above and a cursing male voice. Chen Mengqing, what are you hiding for? Can you hide inside for the rest of your life? I live right under your house. You can't even run away if you want to. You take the initiative to come out obediently now, or else, when I get in, I'm going to have a good time playing a few high-flying maneuvers with you and stomping you to death. Ren Jie didn't really care. These days, although there were bosses supplying the supplies, because of the extreme weather and the fact that the officials had completely let it go, many people down there had already started to have a lot of friction. Neighbors who are usually at odds with each other are especially contentious. He'd seen a lot of people like this who coveted their beautiful neighbors and now took advantage of the hostile environment to try to claim them for themselves. However, the boss had said that as long as he didn't make trouble under his nose, so Ren Jie didn't bother. He made his way up the stairs. However, when walking to the second floor, Ren Jie was a bit surprised. Listen to the sound coming down from upstairs. This cursing man outside the door should be the one the boss was talking about. The harassing guy. Ren Jie went up the stairs and already saw the 302 doorway, which was standing with a meat dumpling, holding a sledgehammer and constantly knocking. There was a lot of cursing going on. That's the guy. Hello, Ren Jie shouted. What are you doing? Yang Gang was swinging his hammer when he heard a voice coming from the back. He first froze, then twisted his head and frowned. Who are you? I've come to pick up this resident and leave. Ren Jie honestly pointed to the door of 302. You're not a resident of 302, are you? Nonsense. Of course I'm not. Yang Gang grimaced and just cursed, although he violently remembered something, turned his head and once again slammed a hammer on the door, rushed inside the house and shouted angrily, Chen Mengqing, I really didn't see it in such a cold day, you still managed to hook up with a man to come over and pick you up. You don't want me to send you warmth, but instead you want to go with the short winter melon? Ren Jie was not tall, not even 1.7 meters. After hearing Yang Gang's words, Ren Jie didn't get angry and his heart was clear. There was a girl living in this house and the boss told himself to bring her back. And this, outside the door, must be the harassment guy. The boss said to just kill this guy. Chen Mengqing inside the house, after replying to Shen Heng's message, quietly came to the living room and leaned against the wall of the security door, quietly listening to the movements outside. As she expected, Yang Gang walked out of 301 within a few minutes. This was followed by a copy of the hammer, which was smashed and cursed at the same time. Chen Mengqing took a deep breath. Today, one can only pray that the security doors are of better quality and not easily broken. And Harmony big brother, you'll have to come soon. I've agreed to be your woman. Don't you want to take the initiative and come and take me? In the midst of her apprehension, she heard, to her surprise, the sound of a conversation coming from the hallway that, it's coming so fast. Then her face reddened. Men, they're really animals that think in the lower half of their bodies. Even peace and harmony are not exempt. He couldn't wait to run over as soon as he said yes. He wanted to play cards with himself, didn't he? But then again, no matter who else it was, I'm afraid no one would be able to resist when they heard that the flower of the Department of Agriculture of Jiangcheng University had taken the initiative to promise to accompany them, right? She wasn't the least bit worried about the safety of Harmony. After all, the scene of Shin Hong holding an AK and sweeping it icily that day, she hid in the crowd and watched it. Biggie's got a gun. However, when she heard Yang Gang say, short winter melon, Chen Mengqing pursed her lips. On that day, she was far away and did not see Shin Heng's height profile clearly. Yang Gang is only 173 tall. He was called short winter melon. Is that peace and quiet up to 165? His own height was 172. Would it be a bit out of place for the two to be together? She was still rambling when she heard Yang Gang outside the door suddenly let out a scream, followed by no sound. A light knock followed. Chen Mengqing came back to her senses and hurriedly leaned over the cat's eye on the door and peeked out. A man with an honest and thick appearance was knocking on the door. And then the other party also spoke. Harmony breeds wealth. It's really Big Brother. Chen Mengqing hurriedly opened the door, only to realize that Yang Gang had already collapsed on the ground and was motionless. Chen Mengqing blushed and stammered. Follow me. Ren Jie glanced at Chen Mengqing and instantly understood. The girl looked quite pretty, with big, very nice eyes. That's one of the future boss ladies. It's still got to be the boss. Awesome. The family already had two stunning-looking boss ladies, and they had the nerve to bring such a beautiful girl back. It's damn frustrating to think that you, as the boss's beloved, are still alone up to this point. However, thinking that old Sheen was even more of the boss's beloved, or an old bachelor, Ren Jie's psyche balanced out a lot. Do I need to bring anything? Seeing Ren Jie dryly turn around, to take herself away, Chen Mengqing asked in a small voice with a red face. No. Ren Jie shook his head. Are you kidding me? The boss has everything. What could he possibly care about your house? Oh. Chen Mengqing nodded and looked back at the house with fondness, finally unlocking the door to the room and following behind Ren Jie. It was only when she got downstairs that she mustered up the courage again and inquired. Can I ask, how did you know about me? What do I need to do when I go to your house, besides that convenience? Ren Jie was startled and quickly waved his hands. I was ordered to pick you up. I don't know anything. This boss lady thinks she's the boss. Even if you dare to say it, I wouldn't dare to listen to it. Chapter 127, Another Sister? Ha! Chen Mengqing reacted, her face becoming more and more red. That's not making peace. Looks like a subordinate of the big man. She followed Ren Jie in silence, following the underground passage all the way to the direction of the townhouse. In the meantime, Shin Hong turned off his cell phone and walked out of the room in his pajamas. The aroma of the meal was already coming from the kitchen. Yang Muxian and Ning Yao were still cooking in the kitchen, and there were already 4 or 5 dishes on the table. Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian, sitting on both sides of Chun Xin, the three seemed to be chatting, and it looked like they were chatting quite well, except that Chun Xin was smelling the aroma of the dishes, sneaking glances at the dining table from time to time, and gulping her saliva silently. It had previously occurred to me what kind of luxury Shin Heng's home would be, but it's not at all surprising that people can still eat so ostentatiously. Even seafood. Several armfuls of lobsters were arranged in a large, fragrant pot. When they heard Shin Hong open the door, the 3 women on the sofa instantly raised their heads. Looks like you guys had a good chat. Shin Hong went downstairs and came to their side. Hubby, we just talked about it and Chen Xin is willing to be sisters with us. Huo Miao hugged Shin Hong and kissed him with a smile. I didn't expect that you even brought home a beautiful star. Chen Xin's face had an extra layer of redness, shyly bowing her head and clutching the corner of her coat. Originally, he thought that after he took the initiative to confess, he would snatch Shin Hong over. But who would have thought that Shin Heng's girlfriends were top-notch beauties, and there were still 2 of them. These 2 women coexisted peacefully and even offered to welcome themselves into the mix. She was swooned into agreeing by Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian, one on each side of her, with a word from you and a word from me. It was only when she reacted that she thought it was really ridiculous enough. I, Chen Xin, actually have to share the same man with 2 other women? This is outrageous. Moreover, in Shin Heng's home, besides Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian, there were 2 other absolute beauties. Yang Muxuan was nothing in her heart. After all, it was Yang Jinxuan's own sister, and it was always impossible for Shin Hong to not even spare his sister-in-law. But Ning Yao, a beautiful doctor, living in this house, wouldn't something really happen with Shin Hong? Since she had already agreed, Chen Xin naturally wouldn't back out. She sneaked a look at the 2 busy people in the kitchen and whispered this doubt. However, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian actually giggled. The 2 then told Chen Xin that they had originally asked Ning Yao to be Mistress 3. It's just that hubby hates Ning Yao's sanctimonious heart. That's why he refuses. This made Chen Xin feel even more unimaginable. Yang Jinxian said that Ning Yao is still her best friend and she took the initiative to recommend Ning Yao. The world, it's just too epileptic. Just remember, husbands hate sympathetic women. Yang Jinxian admonished from the side, but hubby also did the right thing. Now what is the environment outside? You should also know, having a motherly heart will eventually harm yourself. From now on, at home, we'll be sisters. You have to listen to Meow Meow more. She's the #1 mistress of the house. These words made Huo Miao's heart blossom. It seems that Sister Jane still has a pretty clear perception of this family status. Several women then discussed in whispers, discussing teaming up to squeeze Shin Hong dry. Chen Qin's face reddened as she listened in the middle, and she couldn't help but want to hear more. In short, we have to join forces to make hubby swoon over the three of us, and we can't let him fool around outside. Otherwise, according to hubby's level of philandering, how many people must there be in this house? Huo Miao summarized. Even if the husband has more supplies, he can't supply them. Right. Yang Jinxian nodded along. Meow meow. Let's try the disgust. Tonight. Chen Qin merged her legs together for a moment, her face reddening even more. They're both too bold. There are outsiders in this house. How can you say it like that? What about Sister Chen Qin? Huo Miao asked. Give her free rein. Yang Jinxian took a look at Chen Qin's reddened appearance, and at a glance, she was inexperienced, and I'm afraid she couldn't put in much effort. Tonight's main event would still have to be myself and Meow Meow, but Chen Qin had a star buff bonus, so it might even work wonders. Just as he said this, he saw Shin Hong walk out from the bedroom. Chen Qin looked at Shin Hong and hurriedly lowered his head shyly. What are you guys talking about? It's so lively. Shin Hong smiled. Honey, you're not going to bring us home another new sister, are you? Huo Miao asked with a pout. She had just asked Chen Qin, and the two hadn't had an intimate relationship before. And Chen Qin hasn't dyed her red hair. That is to say, hubby's the redhead that he's still secretly hiding out. Shin Hong gave a dry cough. I knew it. Huo Miao reached out and pinched Shin Hong around the waist. You're just eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Men are all big pig's hooves. Afterwards, she rubbed Shin Heng's waist again and said quietly, I'm just afraid that you're indulging in this kind of thing every day and tossing your body. After all, the environment outside is not good right now. We several women can all be dependent on you. If you, then we really don't know what to do. She knew very well that Shin Hang also possessed psychic abilities, but having powers isn't superhuman. What man can eat night after night? In case they encountered powerful opponents in the future, because of their own few people, Shin Hong did not have the spirit to respond to the battle, and really had an accident. Then it was too late to cry. As the head of the harem, Huo Miao felt the need to make these essentials clear to Shin Hang. Hubby, it's not that we don't agree with having more other sisters, but you need to pay more attention to your own body. Huo Miao hugged Shin Hong tightly. Shin Hong kissed Huo Miao on the forehead. I know, don't worry, hubby is now a four-pronged superhero. You have no idea what I'm capable of, especially today's day. The item of specialties jumped from 13 to 19. The combat power is completely incomparable, not to mention the extra Chen Qin. Even if Chen Mengqing came, the four of them, they were still little plops. Thinking of Chen Mengqing, Shin Heng's throat moved. Although this woman's appearance was slightly inferior to Huo Miao's, she was still a first-class great beauty. In his last life, he was stolen by Chen Mengqing a few times. It would be fair to steal it back himself in this life, right? After all, he had eaten so many exotic fruits, plus old Qin taking them. He could already be sure. Everyone has a physique that they are born with. The powers that were awakened varied. Even if Shin Hong swallowed that alien energy fruit that Chen Mengqing had eaten, I'm afraid that what he had elevated was still alien fire. No wonder he had wondered when he first saw the alien fruit in the vending machine why it didn't show the corresponding alien ability. Dare I say that awakening any psychic ability is inherently destined. Then why is he himself fire? Is it because I'm a fire person? He looked down at his pants and hemmed and hawed. I think it was me who said unlimited firepower. Sister Chen Qin, look how charming you are. Hubby can't help but think about tonight's life already now. Huo Miao twisted his head with a jealous face and rushed Chen Qin. Look at him now. He has a piggy face. Chen Qin's head went even lower. It was only after a long time that she raised her head, seemed to gather courage, and whispered at Shin Hong, husband. Aha! Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. He never thought that one day he would let the beautiful chicken leg sister on TV call himself his husband so affectionately. Husband, then you must remember, never overdo it, and the number of our sisters, not too many, Huo Miao admonished again. However, before she could finish her words, Shin Heng's cell phone ding-donged. Picking it up, it was a message from Renjie. Boss, we're at the basement door. Shin Hong turned his head and walked quickly towards the basement. A guest? Huo Miao snuggled beside Shin Hong, naturally saw Shin Heng's cell phone, turned her head and rushed to the kitchen and said, Yao Yao, Mu Xian, fry more dishes. It seems like there are still guests. Good. Ning Yao nodded. She already loved to cook and the flavor was first class. Now that she was living in Shin Heng's house, despite the title of family doctor, she always felt a little embarrassed to be able to live in such an environment and not do something about it. So, she volunteered to take all the babysitting jobs in the house. As for the future, whether or not she would have a relationship with Shin Hong. These were things she didn't bother to consider. Just go with the flow. That's right, Mu Xian. You fry a white burnt shrimp. The flavor is fantastic. Let Sister Chun Qin taste your handiwork later. Huo Miao acted like a hostess and ordered Yang Mu Xian again. Good. Yang Mu Xian softly said. Looking at the house in order, Huo Miao revealed a satisfied smile. However, she had just turned her head and saw Shin Hong walk into the living room with Chen Mengqing, and her smile froze. Another sister. Chapter 128, all taken down. Huo Miao had an incredulous look on his face, looking at Chen Mengqing and then Shin Hong. This is Chen Mengqing. From now on, ahem, she will be your sister. Shin Hong gave a dry cough. The corner of Huo Miao's mouth twitched. Well, I was just telling you not to keep thinking about this kind of thing, and I was generous enough to offer to accommodate a few more sisters. You went out one day and brought back two? What's more, this girl isn't a redhead either. She now wanted to sing a song for Shin Hong. How many good sisters do you really have? After Chen Mengqing was sent in, Ren Jie turned around and left. She looked at Shin Heng's handsome appearance, and her heart flooded with spring. I didn't realize Harmony was so handsome, but now after seeing a few girls at home who were even prettier than herself, Chen Mengqing also froze, and listened to the Harmony bigs who are their sisters. Could it be that all these girls are also? Chen Qin. Upon seeing a pretty girl on the sofa, Chen Mengqing couldn't help but stare. Honey, is it that kind of sister? Huo Miao quietly came to Shin Heng's side. Her hand once again pinched Shin Heng's waist and pinched hard. A sister like Chen Qin's sister? Yeah. Shin Hong nodded. You really don't take my words seriously. Huo Miao wrinkled her nose at Shin Hong, then shook her head dismally. Hubby, how many more do you have outside? Since you want to bring them home, bring them all back. Today is like this anyway. He's a womanizer, and he's really going down the womanizer road. Right now. It should be. For now. Shin Hong even dry cough, stammering, and coldly thought of a small sand. Tone a little weak, as if, like there's more? Huo Miao squinted. Nothing like that happened. Shin Hong waved his hand in succession, trying to prove his innocence. It's Chen Mengqing and Chen Qin, and I don't believe you can ask them both. Okay, Huo Miao sighed. It's not like I'm the kind of person who is unreasonable and really worried. Don't worry. Shin Hong wrapped his arms around Huo Miao. Of course he knew that Huo Miao was doing it for his own good. If they were really jealous, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to admit the Yang Jinxian sisters into their home in the first place. But my good sapling, I'm afraid you have no idea what hubby is capable of right now. Shin Hong believed that after tonight, these words, Huo Miao would not say anymore. I'm Huo Miao. Huo Miao turned her head and smiled at Chen Mengqing in a friendly manner. Welcome to becoming one of our sisters. Chen Mengqing nodded her head shyly. After Huo Miao introduced Yang Jinxian and Chen Qin again, Chen Mengqing couldn't help but stare in disbelief. It's really the big star Chen Qin, and the two sisters, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian, are also super good looking, and with Chen Qin, they are not suppressed in the slightest awe. On the contrary, it seems like I have to be worse than all of them. This was more than a little frustrating for the department's students. When she came to Shin Heng's house, she was a bit rattled. Now that she was compared to the three radiant beauties, Chen Mengqing was even more inferior. Dinner's ready. At this time, Ning Yao's voice came from the kitchen. Chen Mengqing turned her head, and was stunned. What a beautiful cook. And there's more than one. Chen Qin, Mengqing, you two come and wash your hands first. Let's eat first. Huo Miao took the two women to the bathroom. Soon, the surprised voices of Chen Qin and Chen Mengqing came from the bathroom. Washing their hands is now a complete luxury for them. But Shin Heng's home not only can wash their hands, Chen Qin also saw that the light of the water heater is still on. That is to say, can also take a bath. Huo Miao was right. Shen Hong, apart from being a bit flamboyant, following him, there was absolutely no need to worry about the quality of life and supplies. She was also at the sink, and couldn't help but be even more surprised at the variety of big-name cosmetics and skincare products she saw. She didn't believe that these things belonged to Huo Miao or Yang Jinxian. It should all come from Shin Hong. Soon after, several people washed their hands and came to the table to eat together, eating the hot meal and drinking the delicious chestnut and horseshoe rib soup. Chen Qin and Chen Mengqing, from time to time, secretly looked at Shin Hong. Now that's real life. It's a nightmare to think about where you've been this week. After the meal, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian took the initiative to hold Shin Heng's arm and went up to the second floor together. Chen Qin and Chen Mengqing, on the other hand, followed behind with reddened cheeks. They knew exactly what was going to happen next, since it has all been decided. Naturally it will not go back on its decision. Entering the bedroom, Huo Miao led them to the bathroom, first letting them take a shower and preparing the appropriate pajamas. By the time they had just put on the bath water and the two of them were ready to take a bath, they could already hear the sound of warbling from outside. this is too. Chen Xin's face was flushed and she inquired Chen Mengqing in a low voice. Do you have experience? No. I dated a boyfriend before, but I didn't have sex either. Chen Mengqing whispered. The two subconsciously lowered their speaking voice, most of their attention drawn to the sounds outside. Then we'll be later. Chen Xin couldn't go on. When you go out later, you'll have to join the fight, too. Chen Mengqing didn't answer, but instead took a quick shower. After her shower, she didn't even put on her pajamas and just walked out. Chen Xin stared in shock. This is still inexperienced? She didn't even know that in Chen Mengqing's opinion, the other two sisters, all of them, were the mistresses of the house. Even if Chen Xin and himself had just arrived and Chen Xin was still a big star, he couldn't compete with her. And the three of them, they were all too beautiful, causing Chen Mengqing to unconsciously develop an inferiority complex. The only way to have a place in this family was to try to cater to Shen Heng. Seeing that Chen Mengqing actually walked out directly, Shen Heng's eyes immediately lit up. This Chen chick, I've taken you in my life. He beckoned and Chen Mengqing joined. Chen Xin stood alone under the shower, blushing. Chen Xin, you still have the guts to fight with others, don't you? Why did you hesitate when it came to the moment of truth? She kept cheering herself up until she heard Yang Jingxuan's sister Chen Xin save me outside. Then she immediately gritted her teeth and rushed out with her. The next day, Shen Heng woke up, the whole person refreshed, not the slightest bit of battle fatigue, and the four women are still asleep. He couldn't help but feel that the quad attributes commissioned some supermodeling. This was a true hexagonal warrior, because he needed Chen Mengqing's help today. He purposely didn't interact with Chen Mengqing much last night. Shen Heng gently patted Chen Mengqing, who suddenly woke up leisurely. After taking a good look at Shen Heng, her face reddened and she shyly wanted to take the quilt to cover her head. Thinking about last night's madness made her feel too bold. Now, looking at Shen Heng, who was having an intimate relationship with herself, she was a bit at a loss for words. Come out with me. Shen Heng rushed Chen Mengqing and whispered. Oh. Chen Mengqing hurriedly put on a short sleeve and quietly followed behind Shen Heng. She didn't know what Shen Heng was going to do, but since she had become his woman, she would have to follow Shen Heng single-mindedly. Last night, Hua Miao also told her about it. Once you follow Shen Heng, you must never have second thoughts. Hua Miao became the first mistress and naturally knew how careful Shen Heng had been in treating herself in the first place. Even mentioned it to myself more than once. She herself had to instill the concept of not betraying Shen Heng in the other sisters. Ning Yao yawned and was already cooking breakfast. She didn't expect that Shen Heng was so ferocious in battle, and last night she had double insomnia again. Listening to the sounds upstairs, Ning Yao even suspected that Shen Heng would punch holes in the floor and a few people would fall into her room. Can't they just go up to the third floor? Why does it have to be on the second floor? Is it possible that this was done to me on purpose? Want me to hold back and join in? Chapter 129, Chen Mengqing's abnormal ability. How are we going to sleep at night? Why don't I just go straight up to the second floor tonight? Ning Yao was thinking wildly and didn't even notice that Shen Heng had already gone up to the third floor with Chen Mengqing. After entering the bedroom on the third floor, Shen Heng closed the door to the room and then rushed Chen Mengqing. Sit. Chen Mengqing obediently sat down, looked at Shen Heng's serious appearance, couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart, and went forward and took the initiative to kiss Shen Heng. Shen Heng was surprised. Husband. Chen Mengqing blushed and took the initiative to speak. Sister Miao already told me yesterday. Don't worry, since I've become your woman, it's absolutely impossible for me to betray you. You sent someone to rescue me yesterday, and I wasn't forced to do so. It's me who took the initiative to willingly become your woman so. Shen Heng froze, then smiled at Chen Mengqing's clumsy confession. He was now no longer worried in the slightest that Chen Mengqing would betray. After a week of apocalyptic cold, and not being stupid, she naturally knew very well that following herself was the only way she could enjoy this good life. And last night, Chen Mengqing also felt the joy of being a woman. Shen Heng had been testing Hua Miao in all sorts of ways in the beginning, and it was only because the end had just begun and Hua Miao had not experienced any harsh environment that he was worried that Hua Miao would have second thoughts. However, Chen Qin and Chen Mengqing were both smart people, and of course, they knew clearly that the only way to continue to live like this was to follow them single-mindedly. However, even so, Shen Heng still had an additional lie detector in his hand, which was a high-quality gadget strictly selected by the system, and there was no error at all. Chen Mengqing looked at the extra things in Shen Heng's hand with some surprise, and stiffly continued to speak. I'll be your little woman and won't. The polygraph flashed a few times and a tick appeared. Why don't you say it? Shen Heng asked with interest. Is this one of those toys? Chen Mengqing, with a red face, pointed to the polygraph and asked in a small voice. I'm afraid I can't stand. It's, Shen Heng's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Former divine thief beauty. You can even associate this thing with that kind of thing? What? Yeah. Shin Hong slapped his forehead and retrieved the lie detector. Then with a serious face, he said, "You should know very well that you can only live this kind of life by following me, right?" Chen Mengqing nodded honestly. Shin Hong swished and turned out another packet of instant noodles. Chen Mengqing's jaw dropped. This. Shin Hong shook his hand and the instant noodles disappeared, followed by the appearance of a few hillbilly chicken legs. Chen Mengqing was confused. Husband's hands? Obviously nothing. How? I have powers. Shin Hong smiled and said, "All the supplies. I can all turn out. You follow me. You don't have to worry about the supplies in this life, which is why I will sell the supplies. After all, if the supplies are limited, why would I bother to sell them for money? My supplies, you few even in the next life. The next life. I'm afraid you can't finish eating." Chen Mengqing's mouth opened wide and turned into an O shape. Shin Hong stuffed the chicken leg into her mouth. "This is serious supplies, not that magic trick." Chen Mengqing took a bite and nodded in shock. "Indeed, hubby actually has unlimited supplies powers. This is simply, I have, right now, one more alien fruit." Shin Hong again appeared in his hand and handed it to Chen Mengqing. "With just it, you'll have an alien ability. This, for me?" Chen Mengqing had a chicken leg stuffed in her mouth in disbelief. "Eat this dark brown fruit and you'll have psychic powers like your husband? Honey, this fruit is expensive, isn't it?" Chen Mengqing asked cautiously. "It is indeed very expensive at the moment, and I will have more when some time passes," Shin Hong said. "Now that I have it in my hand, there is only this one left. Then it's better for my husband to keep it for you to eat. I just need to be a good woman to you at home." Chen Mengqing shook her head repeatedly. Not that she doubted the authenticity of the alien fruit. After all, how could her husband lie to her when she wanted nothing? "It's for you, so take it," Shin Hong glared. "Oh." Chen Mengqing obediently took it. Looking at the alien fruit in her hand, she asked in a small voice, "Hubby, after all, I've only just arrived at our home. Why don't we give this alien fruit to Sister Meow Meow or Sister Jane first?" I don't think it's appropriate. Meow Meow has already eaten it, and she also has psychic powers," Shin Hong said indifferently. "As for Jean Bao, I don't have any extra for her for the time being, not even Sister Jane." Chen Mengqing couldn't help but breathe in. Her heart was as sweet as honey, but she knew that Chen Qin was just like herself, having just arrived at her husband's home yesterday, and Sister Jane is mistress number 2 of the family. In other words, of the 4 women in my husband's group, besides Sister Meow Meow, I was the second to be bestowed with the fruit of alien power. Looking at Shin Hong, she smiled happily. "Hurry up and eat," Shin Hong urged. Chen Mengqing no longer pushed back and immediately swallowed it in one gulp. Soon, she felt a golden warmth welling up in the small of her back, pouring into her limbs. Shin Hong sat on the opposite side and looked at Chen Mengqing with a nervous expression. One must know that Chen Mengqing had awakened the ability to penetrate walls in her previous life. Now that Chen Mengqing had become her woman, it was related to killing Zhao Erbo. Although he had fed polonium worms to the couple of Lu Shangyuan and Chen Guiping and controlled them completely, Shin Hong would not put all his hopes on them. Yanagami was originally a loyal subordinate of Zhao Erbo. What if he was still willing to be a fool's errand in his life? Shin Hong admitted that a big reason for taking down Chen Mengqing was to kill Zhao Erbo. But just now, listening to Chen Mengqing's slightly awkward confession, he was somewhat moved. Since they had already had a relationship, Shin Hong would not treat her as a tool person, and will treat her seriously. At this time, Chen Mengqing raised her head and looked at Shin Hong with surprise and joy. "Hubby, I can feel that I have supernormal abilities," but immediately afterward, she hung her head. "Only, this alien power of mine isn't unlimited supplies. Hubby, I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm wasting the alien fruit." "What is the psychic ability you have awakened?" Shin Hong's gaze was firmly fixed on Chen Mengqing. "It looks like..." Chen Mengqing stood up and looked at the wall behind her with some uncertainty. "I feel like I can walk through the wall myself?" "You try." Shin Hong's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said. Chen Mengqing looked at the bedroom wall, took a deep breath, and then walked straight ahead. Shin Hong stared with unblinking eyes. As Chen Mengqing was about to collide with the wall, her figure suddenly dissipated. The entire wall is intact. Even Shin Hong couldn't see anything strange. This is too much. And the next moment, faint footsteps came from outside the door. Chen Mengqing unscrewed the bedroom door and whispered, "Hubby, this is my supernatural ability. Do you have any special feelings?" Shin Hong pursued. "Nope. The moment I went through the wall, it was like diving into water with my breath closed, and the next second, I came out from the other side of the wall." Chen Mengqing thought back carefully, then honestly said, "Can you stay in the wall? That's fine, but you have to keep your breath closed, and when you can't hold it in, you have to rush out," Chen Mengqing added. Shin Hong took Chen Mengqing to try again. On a normal floor, Chen Mengqing could even wear it down as well. She was told to lie down on the floor of the first floor, and with a thought, she went right through the floor and dropped down in the basement room. Of course, To be on the safe side, Shin Hong stood inside the basement, and when Chen Mengqing fell down in panic, Shin Hong hugged her. Her face was flushed and she burrowed into Shin Heng's arms. It had to be said that although Chen Mengqing might not be as pretty as the other three girls, but this girl had practiced dancing since she was a child, and her entire body didn't have much meat, belonging to that kind of slim type of beauty. It's a breeze to hold. Even when Shin Hong had insulation plastered on the wall, Chen Mengqing was able to directly penetrate it. Shin Hong frowned slightly as he looked at Chen Mengqing's valiant appearance. In this life, at least Chen Mengqing was her own woman. But what if there were other wall-penetrating aliens that crept into their homes? Shin Hong possessed a level 4 foreign fire and was completely unafraid. But once you're not there, it's inevitable that there will be a fire in your backyard. Gotta figure out a way to do this. Honey, aren't you happy? Chen Mengqing saw Shin Hong frowning and whispered, am I too useless? Only awakened a wall-piercing ability. As if it's a bit of a waste. Who said scrappy? Shin Hong returned to his senses and said seriously, it's so useful. Yes, is it? Chen Mengqing was a little less confident. She simply couldn't figure out what use she had for this psychic ability. Next, I'll teach you to use a gun. Shin Hong moved his hand and an extra pistol came out, handing it to Chen Mengqing. During the day today, you have another very important task, which is to practice your marksmanship. It's not for you to be more accurate, but you must be able to hit a target within 10 meters without your arm shaking. Shin Hong hugged Chen Mengqing and walked outside. I'll take you to the shooting range to practice. Chapter 130. After saying hello to Ning Yao, Shin Hong left the house with Chen Mengqing. The shooting range was not far from here. Shin Hong drove a snowmobile and arrived in half an hour. The entire shooting range was already empty. Shin Hong took out the snow removal robot and dug out the passage under the snow under Chen Mengqing's shocked gaze, then walked in. The two of them came to an indoor shooting range, and after Shin Hong taught her all the skills of using a pistol, he gave her a few thousand rounds of ammunition and told her to start practicing. It wasn't until noon that Chen Mengqing finished practicing. Her arms were sore. The good thing was that nowadays, she was able to accurately hit targets within 10 meters, and as for trying to hit the bullseye, she could get 2 or 3 out of 10 shots. That's enough. What Shin Hong wanted was just that Chen Mengqing would be skilled in using a pistol. After all, the only person who could enter Zhao Erbao's home was Chen Mengqing, but Zhao Erbao was a reborn person and had experienced betrayal as well, so he definitely wouldn't trust anyone easily again. And he is a writer, but Zhao Erbao is a business giant, plus he was reborn earlier than he was, and he has many means. Although Chen Mengqing can enter the room of the moment and then come out again, but in order to be on the safe side, Shin Hong still equipped her with a pistol. With a gun in her hand, Chen Mengqing's safety was a little more guaranteed. Moreover, Shin Hong had also prepared a corresponding bulletproof suit for Chen Mengqing. Keep Chen Mengqing as safe as possible. Honey, what is this for? On the way back, Chen Mengqing touched the bulletproof suit she was wearing and inquired with some curiosity. You'll have to come out with me tonight. Shin Hong said seriously, there will be danger, even to kill people, but if we don't get rid of him, we will be in trouble in the future. More than troublesome, even tricky. He didn't even know how much greenery Zhao Erbao had hoarded. When it dragged to the time when the green plant bore the alien fruits, I'm afraid that the alien fruits in Zhao Erbao's hand would be able to burst him with food, right? How can you fight with him? The first to strike is the first to suffer. I listened to my husband. Chen Mengqing nodded her head obediently. She was startled when she heard Shin Hong say murder. However, if you think about it, you can have everything you have now, and even have the unimaginable supernormal ability. All of this is given by her husband. Hubby needs his help now. So naturally, he's going to put his best foot forward. It was at this time that Shin Hong suddenly stepped on the brakes and looked at the front with some curiosity. Chen Mengqing also followed Shin Heng's gaze. Just see, not far ahead is a Star Parade supermarket, Jiancheng local well-known super, 24 hours of business kind. This supermarket is a good size, in a residential area, and usually does good business. Because of this blizzard, the entire 3-story supermarket looked as if it had turned into a bungalow from the snowplane. The windows of the bungalow had been smashed, and there were sounds of fighting and killing coming from inside. A middle-aged man suddenly rushed to the glass window, holding a few bottles of water and bread in his arms, and was just about to struggle out when someone from behind came after him and slashed at his back. With a wow sound, the man spewed out a mouthful of blood and looked up straight at Chen Mengqing and Shin Hong. Save me, and accomplices? The machete-wielding young man, after rushing at the middle-aged man and slashing him several times, raised his head and looked at Shin Hong and Chen Mengqing sorrowfully. Not a little bit of guts. This is the supermarket occupied by Boss Chen, and you still dare to come and steal supplies, looking for death. With that, he shouted at the supermarket, then climbed out of the glass window and walked towards Shin Hong. Hey! Chen Mengqing frowned. We don't even know him. Or a chick. The young man's eyes lit up even more and he took 3 steps toward the snowmobile. Although the chick in front of me was wearing a hood and couldn't be seen, The voice didn't sound bad. Extinct. It didn't matter if it was ugly. Everyone had been freezing in this freezing weather for so many days and had long been holding an evil fire. Big deal. Let her wear a hood. It's all the same without the face. This enchanting voice. But let a person's heartstrings itch. It must be nice to scream. There were apparently other companions of this guy in the supermarket, and soon 3 or 4 more people, armed with machetes and kitchen knives, climbed out of the window. A fat man at the head of the group's eyes lit up when he saw Shin Hang's snowmobile. Snowmobile. He was well aware of how useful a snowmobile could be in such harsh conditions. Give the snowmobile to Boss Chen, and he will surely reward you heavily, and maybe even let himself enjoy the tender model girlfriend of his for once. Saner, tell that kid to leave the snowmobile. Don't let him get away. Fatty hurriedly drank towards the young man who rushed at the front. Big brother, here's another tender sister. Saner had already panted and ran over, his eyes staring straight at Chen Mengqing as he turned back. Looking at the bloodied machete in his hand and his reckless eyes, Chen Mengqing timidly leaned toward Shin Hang's side. Unbeknownst to him, Shin Hong pushed her away. Husband. Chen Mengqing twisted her head in disbelief and looked at Shin Hong in a stupefied manner. Hubby isn't trying to leave himself behind, is he? What are you gawking at? It's a perfect live target. Just in time for you to practice, Shin Hong said indifferently. These people, all of them will be handed over to you. Ha? Chen Mengqing looked at Shin Hong with a shocked face. Old, husband, don't you have a gun? Available. Chen Mengqing wanted to say more, but Shin Hong had already turned his head coldly. Time is short. This morning, Chen Mengqing also just took the pistol and practiced against the target all morning, but at night, it's a fight with Zhao Erbao. It's a case of if you're not careful, you'll die. Shin Hong didn't want anything to happen to Chen Mengqing, but then again, it all depended on her if she wanted to enter Zhao Erbao's steel castle-like safe house tonight. Once Chen Mengqing was nervous, or careless, the cost would be life. It's just as well that someone is taking the initiative now, so if you don't practice now, when will you wait? And a look at these people, all of them have had human lives in their hands, but also want to take the initiative to come up to find death, so just give Chen Mengqing practice. Chen Mengqing was stunned, but seeing that Saner had already rushed in front of her, she hastily reached into her pocket and pulled out her pistol. Saner raised his machete and was completely confused when he coldly saw Chen Mengqing's pistol. Guns! Before he could say anything, Chen Mengqing pulled the trigger. Ping! With a crisp gunshot, Saner stared into both eyes and fell straight backward into the snow. In the center of his eyebrow, there was an extra bullet hole. Chen Mengqing trembled and swallowed hard. I killed someone. She glanced quietly at the man collapsed in the snow, her face shaking involuntarily, and not far away, the several men who originally wanted to come after them. After seeing Chen Mengqing kill Saner with a single shot, they all froze for a moment as well, and then turned their heads and desperately ran in the direction of the supermarket. Kill them all. Shin Hang's voice sounded in Chen Mengqing's ears. Chen Mengqing had a jolt, and after returning to her senses, her gaze went to the backs of several people. Even though the snow had stopped and the snow was somewhat solidified by the sun, you couldn't go very fast at all with 2 feet walking on it, and the more anxious the men were, the less they could run. There is another one, anxious to run back, the result of a slip, directly back to the ground, and then hard to get up, desperately crawling towards the direction of the supermarket. Chen Mengqing took a deep breath and pressed down the fluttering in her heart. Her eyes were cold and aimed at the backs of these people. Ping, ping, ping. With a few gunshots, the few remaining men fell to the ground screaming. Shin Hong was on the sidelines, revealing an expression of relief. Although one of them didn't hit the fatal position, this was the result of Chen Mengqing's short morning of practice. It's also about 10 meters apart, which is quite good enough. He stepped off the snowmobile, pulled Chen Mengqing, and walked towards the fat man who was desperately struggling on the ground. The fat guy seems to be leading the charge and is quite lucky. The rest of the few have all died, but it is this larger fat man, was hit by a gunshot to the thigh, at this time holding the leg, constantly screaming miserably. Being held by Shin Hang's hand, Chen Mengqing's taut look disappeared. She was sweet and happy, and sneaked a look at Shin Hong. It's good that I'm not disliked by my husband. The look on my husband's face when he was menacingly forcing people to shoot him just now really scared me. Me, I'm warning you, don't mess around. Seeing Shin Hong approaching, the fat man couldn't care about the pain and drank with a pale face. You're finished. You dared to kill so many of my brethren, and you also dared to injure me. There is absolutely no way that Boss Chen will let you go. Boss Chen? Shin Hong twisted his head and looked at the gate of the neighborhood not far behind him, Yunchi Yaju. This is one of the more well-known upscale neighborhoods in Zhengcheng, and it's even newer than the Taoyuan neighborhood, which is home to many of Zhengcheng's newest tycoons. Coupled with the fact that this place was not too far from the Taoyuan neighborhood, in Shin Hang's plan to expand outward from the Taoyuan neighborhood, Yunchi Yaju was a good choice. There's a lot of foot traffic, no less residents than in the Peachland neighborhood, and a lot of rich people who can help themselves get money quickly. Listening to this fat guy, it seems like there's already a neighborhood boss here? That would be great. If this boss knew what he was doing, he could work with him himself, provide him with some daily supplies and let him help sell things. I'm sure he'd be happy to do that. Shin Hong squatted down and inquired, "Who is Boss Chen?" Seeing that Shin Hong didn't make a move, but instead asked about his boss, the fat man's face immediately showed an arrogant look. "Haven't heard of our boss Chen? Then you still dare to make a move against me? You really ate leopard gall." Hiss. Pain. Pain, pain. He was filled with pain and screamed with a pale face. Shen Hong, expressionless, moved his foot away from the gunshot wound on his thigh and said coldly, "Now, can you talk properly?" Chapter 131, Boss Chen. These two guys, what the hell is going on? Fatty cried out and looked at Shen Hong and Shen Mengqing cautiously. This woman is not to be mentioned. She actually has a gun. And this man, obviously not martial arts where there is a special step on other people's wounds. However, he didn't dare to slack off. He had already seen a murderous aura in Shin Heng's eyes, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Boss Chen is one of the owners of our neighborhood. He mixes well, and he has the most people under him. From the first day of the doomsday, that is, from the day the rainstorm suddenly turned into a blizzard, he realized something was wrong, went out to buy a lot of supplies, and then later on bought a lot of minions with the supplies. Of course, he originally had bodyguards. Get to the point, Shin Hong coldly interrupted him. Yes, it is. The fat man squeezed out a smile and stammered, "We are all Boss Chen's little brothers. Yesterday the snow just stopped. He brought us out to rob this supermarket and take possession of it for himself. I believe that Boss Chen's domination of the neighborhood is just around the corner." What the hell, Li Minghua? He still wants to go against our boss. This is not looking for death. Li Minghua? Shin Heng's heart moved. The name rings a bell with him. In his previous life, Li Minghua had also swallowed the fruit of alien ability and awakened his alien ability, and it's still a very rare lightning type ability. However, after possessing the supernatural ability, Li Minghua did not defect to any power, but rather occupied Yunqi Yajiu, neither expanding outwards nor succumbing to any power. Geographically, Yunxiaju is located between the west and north of the city. Whether Li Minghua defected to the Mo family in the west of the city or the Song family in the north of the city, he would be welcomed by these forces. But Li Minghua never took a stand. While the Mo family is afraid of the Song family, the Song family is concentrating on instigating the East Forest Group in the east of the city. Yunqi Yajiu, in turn, has become a buffer zone between the Mo family and the Song family. Until the moment Shin Hong was reborn, he was maintaining neutrality. This Li Minghua is an interesting person. As for the big boss Chen that Fatty had mentioned, Shin Hong had never heard of him. It was also possible that in his previous life, the two sides had faced each other in the same way, and Li Minghua had taken the lead in swallowing the fruit of alien energy and electrocuted this so-called boss Chen. Straight away, is this Li Minghua powerful? Shin Hong suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Big ass, what is he?" The fat man cursed, but suddenly remembered Shin Hong and hurriedly explained with a sarcastic smile, "Our boss Chen has already occupied 1, 2, 8, and 9, a total of 4 buildings, and Li Minghua only occupies building 3, he's no match for us at all." Boss Chen was in a good mood, but yesterday he took a phone call, and then he frantically searched for a snowmobile, and then he left the neighborhood. When he came back, with his son's dead body, everyone all didn't dare to speak out loud for fear that they would be chopped up by Boss Chen. Seeing that Shin Hong was not angry, the fat man continued, I just saw you driving a snowmobile, so I want to snatch it down and offer it to Boss Chen. With a snowmobile, it's convenient to go anywhere, and this way, Boss Chen might be happy and let me play with that tender model wife of his. Ha! Shin Hong froze. What did the fat guy say? Boss Chen actually took his own wife and gave her out to the people below him to play with? No wonder you can enlist a bunch of minions. If it were me, I would be willing to worship him as my elder brother. Ahem. Seeing Shin Heng's dismayed face, the fat man hurriedly explained, "This young model, quite famous, is the one who deliberately fell on the red carpet last year, wanting to win the news headlines. She is not Boss Chen's wedded wife, but just a junior. A few days ago, Kaohsiung brought someone to kill another gang in the district boss. When Boss Chen was happy, he let that young model go to accompany Kaohsiung, and didn't envy his brothers to death. I pondered, I got a snowmobile. It's a big feat, so Boss Chen should let me play with that tender model wife of his too, right? What an oddball." Shin Hong shook his head. This Boss Chen, what's his name? His name is Chen Zhentian. He is the vice director of Wanda Bank, and he is rich, and he also has several bodyguards around him, each looking big and thick. Quickly enlisted a group of people willing to follow him. But Boss Chen is in a bad mood nowadays. His son died, and he is either hitting or scolding his brothers below him. Even that kid Cao Sheng was slapped twice by Boss Chen. I heard that it was because of the beating of the young model to take out the anger, and Cao Sheng pleaded for her. I heard it was because he beat up a young model to take the heat, and Cao Sheng pleaded for her. On the fat man's face, a gloating expression appeared. He and Cao Sheng were both in the same class, but with Cao Sheng's success, he has become Boss Chen's most valued junior, and he was the one who defected to Boss Chen in the first place. Turns out they were assigned to guard the supermarket and help deliver supplies to the neighborhood. It's too cold to be able to satiate yourself and not worry about food, but it's too cold. I'd love to snuggle up with a tender model at home in the middle of a campfire. 2. Chen Jintian, Vanderbilt Bank. Shin Hong was staggered. His son, wouldn't he be the one killed by Old Sheen? Before, Old Sheen was worried about getting himself into trouble, but now it's good that he actually met the right person by mistake. Shin Hong smiled and looked down at Fatty. Is his son's name Chen Jiawei? Died at the Wandel Bank? How do you know? Fatty blurted out. It seems that it really is. Shin Hong lost his smile and shook his head. Squatting down. Yesterday morning, I drove my snowmobile out to look for supplies, and when I passed by the Wanda Bank, I saw with my own eyes that Li Minghua had brought someone to kill Chen Jiawei. Ha! Fatty's jaw dropped. Brother, you're kidding me. You think I'm a cutie, do you? His eyes stared straight at Shin Hong. Shin Hong seemed to see his doubts and smiled. Do you think I don't know Li Minghua? He's quite young, and he's also a bit chubby. Of course, his figure is a bit thinner than yours. By the way, he delivered takeaways before, and there's an old mother at home. You really know Li Minghua? The fat man's eyes widened. Crap, Shin Hong impatiently replied back, then remembered something. Right, do you know why Li Minghua wanted to kill Chen Jiawei? I wasn't clear before, and I thought that Li Minghua was just interested in sex, but now I figured out that he couldn't compete with Chen Jintian in the neighborhood, and he inquired about Chen Jiawei's whereabouts, so he brought someone to sneak to the bank and kill Chen Jiawei. In addition, you go back and ask Boss Chen if Chen Jiawei had a girlfriend named Lily? It was taken away by Li Minghua. The fat man froze with a look of disbelief. He hadn't even met Chen Jiawei a few times, and only knew that Boss Chen's only son was, indeed, named Chen Jiawei. As for any Lily, he was even less sure. Just bring these words to Boss Chen. He'll naturally be able to tell the difference. Shin Hong waved his hand. Since you're one of his people, I won't kill you. Go back and report properly. He patted Fatty's shoulder, then turned around and got on the snowmobile with Chen Mengqing. Hey me. Fatty foolishly watched Shin Hong speeding into Yunchi Yajiu. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses and shouted at Shin Heng's back. Big brother, you're also from our neighborhood? Then since you won't kill me anymore, can't you give me a ride? Shin Hong didn't seem to hear it at all, and the car quickly disappeared. Fatty bowed his head helplessly and hurriedly struggled to pull out his cell phone and dialed Boss Chen. Boss Chen, a major discovery. I know the murderer of your son. Chapter 132 Li Minghua. Shin Hong did not personally go and kill Boss Chen. He had to get back to his plans for the night's action and didn't have that time. Besides, the so-called Boss Chen, but he was already in his 50s. Even if he awakened his powers again, he was no threat to himself. Might as well just support a spokesperson in the Yangxiaju, just in time to also help sell your own supplies. Li Minghua is a good choice. To be able to survive with a number of ordinary people in the middle of the cracks between the Mo family and the Song family, it showed his ability. Moreover, Li Minghua was not alone. He had several other brothers around him who were inhuman, and from this, his leadership could also be seen. It would be great to have such a person at your disposal. Just now, Fatty also said that Li Minghua's sphere of influence is the third floor of Yunchi Yaju. That's much better. Shin Hong drove the snowmobile all the way down to No. 3. The whole neighborhood was silent and deserted, as if it were a dead city. In contrast, there are already people downstairs in the Peachland neighborhood, standing and skating happily in the snow. In the eyes of the average person, once the snow stops, it means this apocalypse is over. With the sun shining, I'm sure the snow will soon melt and society will return to normal. Only Shin Hong knew clearly that this was just an illusion. By the time tonight rolls around, snowflakes will be falling once again, and a lot of people will be in despair and madness. However, not a single person could be seen in the entire small area of Yunchi Yaju. It was evident that this neighborhood was now on high alert, and there had been a great deal of friction between the various minor powers. What for? Shin Heng's snowmobile had just stopped, and on the balcony of Unit 1, 301, there was someone sticking out their head and glaring at Shin Hong. Tell Li Minghua that if he's willing to work for me as a subordinate, I'll provide him with ample supplies. Shin Hong opened his mouth. Hua is giving you a subordinate. You're dreaming. The people on the balcony snorted, but after seeing Shin Heng's snowmobile, they shut their mouths again. People have snowmobiles, they are able to go in and out of the neighborhood freely. What else can be difficult? And he also said he could provide ample supplies. The balcony sentry frowned and said no more. Shin Hong smiled, rolled the note in his hand into a small ball, flexed his fingers and flicked it, directly brushing past the sentry's ear and landing on the balcony floor. The young man had an afterthought and looked at Shin Hong with a grave look, then looked at the note on the ground. There's my number on there. Tell Li Minghua that soon. Boss Chen will gather his men to launch an onslaught. If he can't carry on, remember to call me. Shin Hong threw down these words and directly turned his head around, leading Chen Mengqing away. The young man looked at the paper ball on the ground, and then looked at Shin Hang's galloping away back, lowered his head to pick it up, and hurriedly and quickly went upstairs to report. Did he really say that? Inside the living room on the 15th floor, building 1 of Yunchi Yaju, in front of a pile of bonfires, Chen Jintian stared at Fatty with a gloomy face. He was seated on a plush Chinese sofa, and to his left and right, on each side, stood 2 burly, tower-like bodyguards. In the corner of the couch also sat the young model with loose hair. Cao Sheng was standing on the far side, with a red handprint on his face. Boss Chen, I'm definitely not lying, Fatty hurriedly said. Before this, he shouldn't have even heard of Li Minghua's name, and took the initiative to ask me about Li Minghua's characteristics. It should be true. The burly bodyguard beside Qin Jintian lowered his voice and said, these people in the neighborhood may have heard of Jiao Wei's name, but there's absolutely no way they've heard of Lily. I know, Koichi. Chen Jintian took a deep breath. He said, that Li Minghua took Lily? Yeah, right. Fatty nodded repeatedly. He also said that Li Minghua had a snowmobile and took Lily with him after killing Jiao Wei. Garvey. A hint of pain appeared in Chen Jintian's eyes. This is his only son. He had thought that he would not be able to find the murderer at all under this glacial apocalypse, but he did not expect to hear of the murderer today. Surprisingly, it was Li Minghua, who had been fighting with himself openly and secretly. This dog, who boasts of being honorable and upright, still uses underhanded tactics behind his back. It's not as bad as family. You dare to kill my son. I will make sure you die today. Mr. Chun. Xiaowei bent down and lowered his voice, but according to the photos taken by Lao Zhang before, the one who killed Jiao Wei should be an old man. Xiao Qi's side should be able to find out soon. Or, are you trying to tell me to wait? Chen Jintian turned his head coldly. Koichi hung his head low and didn't say anything. Now that the evidence is overwhelming, what else is there to say? Chen Jintian stood up violently. Li Minghua should have deserved to die in the first place. No matter if he killed Jiao Wei or not, just directly kill him first won't be enough. Xiao Qi can't find out anyone for such a long time. He's really getting wasted. Mr. Chun. Xiao Qi said it won't take much longer. After all, the police system's network room is hard to access. He took a little more time. Xiaowei explained. All right. Chen Jintian waved his hand. I have no intention of blaming Xiao Qi for letting him continue to investigate over there. But for now, let the brothers come out. Today, it's Li Minghua's time to die. Chen Jintian said in a deep voice. I don't have any time to waste. Kill Li Minghua first. Naturally no one in the neighborhood will dare to go against me, regardless of whether he is the murderer or not. Stabilize the neighborhood first so that I can free up my hands and uncover the old man who killed Jiao Wei. Yes. Koichi nodded his head in a hurry. The word was out, and he couldn't possibly disagree anymore. And Mr. Chen is right. Whether Li Minghua is a murderer or not, he has to die sooner or later. Chen boss. The fat man on the ground swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, do I count this as a merit? Of course. Chen Jintian returned to his senses and looked at Fatty and nodded. You've made a great achievement. The fat man grinned instantly. What reward is wanted? Chen Jintian asked. The fat man looked at the young model a little shyly. Yo, go keep him company. Chen Jintian would understand and a light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The tender model's body trembled. Some disgustedly looked at the fat man, and then looked at Cao Sheng, which then whispered, Mr. Chun, his legs have been crippled. How to do that kind of thing? What's not to like? Chen Jintian waved his hand. Why don't you just let him lie down and you move? Fatty was so full of exuberance that the corners of his mouth couldn't close, and Cao Sheng, standing in the corner, silently clenched his fists. However, when Chen Jintian left with the people, Cao Sheng raised his head, looked deeply at the young model, took a deep breath, and followed Chen Jintian with a pained face. He lowered his head down, trying his best not to let Chen Jintian discover his already distorted face. Chapter 133, T-Baby. Seeing Chen Jintian leading the men downstairs, the person in charge of vigilance had rushed to inform Li Minghua. Li Minghua also hurriedly gathered his brothers and prepared to defend himself. A great battle is about to break out. The originator, Shen Hong, had already brought Chen Mengqing back to the villa in Taoyuan district at this time. Brother took sister Mengqing out quietly early in the morning and didn't come back until now. Brother is so biased. When Chen Qin saw Shen Hong, she pouted and turned her head. Shen Hong smiled. This national goddess, who said such things with a teary face, was something else. Jealous? Shin Hong pinched her cheeks. Sister, how dare I be jealous? It is just that I am afraid that my brother has worked hard. Sister is heartbroken. GG. Chen Xin pinched his voice and added. She also deliberately emphasized the word asterisk 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 asterisk. This woman. Shin Hong shook his head and lost his smile. I'm sure that after developing it, I've tasted it, and even dared to say such a bold thing. Hua Miao and a few others were playing mahjong and turned their heads to follow. Hubby, you took Meng Qing's sister out early in the morning. Ha! They woke up with a start and realized that Shin Hong and Chen Mengqing were no longer there. After going out and asking Ning Yao, he learned that the two had left long ago, didn't get back until noon. What's going on here? Ning Yao, rub some medicine on Mengqing first, Shin Hong commanded. Ning Yao answered and hurriedly got up. Chen Xin took over and sat in her place just about to draw a card when she suddenly froze. Mengqing is injured? The other few people also raised their heads and looked at Chen Mengqing with a nervous expression. They couldn't be more aware of what the outside world had become. Suffice it to say, the whole world is in disarray, lacking supplies and, more critically, water. Most people took torches and began roasting their own water pipes. Most of the people were drinking urine to get by, except for some water that was all that was left in the hose. Some of those closer to the water plant have already carried buckets of water and gone to dig for ice in the plant's cistern. Even if the open reservoir was covered with thick snow, there were many people who braved the cold and dug up the snow in unison, then chiseled through the ice, dug out the ice underneath and picked it up in buckets. These, all of which they swiped from short videos. Under Doomsday, despite the fact that no one maintains these app platforms, with artificial intelligence, they are able to keep them up and running. For many, it's the only pastime left. More neighborhoods, however, have begun to scramble. Could it be that Meng Qing had followed Shin Hang out in search of supplies? How else could you get hurt? No need to get a pillbox. Shin Hong pulled out an ointment and handed it to Ning Yao, then rushed to explain to the girls. She's been shooting all morning and her arms are a bit swollen. Yang Jinshan looked at Chen Mengqing and stared at Shin Hong. Hand, gun? Yeah. Shin Hong nodded his head, and then realized that a few people were looking at him with strange eyes, and immediately gave a dry cough. It's a real gun. What are you guys thinking? Gee, Hua Miao bristled. Who knows? That's it. Yang Jinshan was also meaningful. Hubby is so powerful. Meng Qing's sister's arm is swollen. Meng Qing, so is your hand sore? Brother is still kinda hurting you, and he has to rub ointment on you. The one who is shady, is naturally Chen Xin. However, this tea-flavored words, from her mouth, Shin Hong was not disgusted, and even found it very interesting. No wonder someone once said that men aren't incapable of distinguishing green tea. They're addicted to it. And when Chen Xin said those words, it meant that Chicken Leg's sister was jealous. Chen Mengqing blushed and allowed Ning Yao to apply the ointment. After all, when all was said and done, she was the last member of this family, but her husband had spent the entire morning with her today, and also gave himself the only remaining alien fruit. Hey, touch the cards and touch the cards, Shin Hong reminded Chen Xin. Chen Xin pouted and rolled her eyes at Shin Hong, then grabbed her cards. Hey, who? Shin Hong said in surprise. The cards in Chen Xin's hand touched 3, 8, 9, and there were still pairs of 4 and 1 or 2 left, and I didn't expect that. With such a hand, Chen Xin would actually be able to catch the last 3. It's all about self-touching. No, Chen Xin looked haughty. I'm partial to the bar. I didn't realize that Chicken Leg's sister is still a barbarian. Shin Hang's face trembled as he watched with a dumbfounded expression as Chen Xin barred 3 bars and grabbed a 4 bar from the end of the card, and his eyes widened. The cards that were already hopeless were brought back by Chen Xin. Single hanging Mississippi. After a turn, Chen Xin caught 4 stripes with a smug look on his face, darkened the bar, and touched the cards. She grabbed the last piece of youngest chicken and slapped it on the table. A clear color self-touch, and the bar is open. Sisters, I'm sorry. Hua Miao and Yang Jinshan hung their heads in shame. Alright, count yourself tough. What are you guys betting on? Shin Hong was a bit curious. There were no chips in sight on the table. Chen Xin took the youngest chicken. Meaningful, brother, do you see this like you? This is what we are betting on. Ha! Shin Hong froze, then became angry. Who's the youngest? How can my 10 million plus specialty points be comparable to this thing? Whoever is the winner will get to enjoy more tonight. Everyone else will just have to shout and cheer. Chen Xin rubbed the youngest chicken in his hand and raised an eyebrow at Shin Hong. Shin Hong was speechless. I dare you guys to actually bet on me. And Chen Xin, this girl, last night broke the melon. Today dare to play so big. See if I don't kill you shouting father. But he then frowned. Not tonight. I'm afraid. Ha! Chen Xin came to Shin Hang's side, shaking his arm in aggravation. Husband, you wouldn't be angry, right? People don't mean anything else. You, not this. Shin Hong smiled and pinched her nose. I have to say, A natural nose is just great. If you were a pretty girl on the other side of the stick, I'm afraid you'd cave in with a squeeze like that. Something very important is going on tonight. Shin Hong took a deep breath and announced, I'll have Ren Jie here. Old Chin, me, Meow Meow, Meng Qing, the four of you will go out with me. You four? Yang Jinshin looked at Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing, and then at Shin Hong. What is this for? Can you tell us? Kill. Shin Hong narrowed his eyes and said, kill. Chen Qin opened his mouth and looked at Yang Jinshin, a little confused. As Shin Heng's women, they naturally knew that there were quite a few human lives in Shin Heng's hands, but being said so solemnly by him, it should be someone quite important, right? But why did you bring Meow Meow and Meng Qing with you? As things stood, there was no need for Shin Hong to hide, and he directly spoke about the matter of the fruit of alien energy. After all, in another week, the greenery will bear the alien fruit and the whole world will go crazy. Alien fruit? Yang Jinxian and Chen Xin were as if they were listening to heavenly books. Even Ning Yao and Yang Muxian were stunned. Don't worry guys, soon I will have a new exotic fruit again, and at that time, I will naturally give it to you. Shin Hong relieved the two of them. As for the fact that it was given to Meng Qing first, it was because of her special physique and the supernormal ability she inspired, which also helped me a lot. Chen Xin did not make another tea-flavored declaration. She just gently snuggled into Shin Heng's arms. She didn't really care about any supernatural powers. As long as she could be by Shin Heng's side, it was enough. As for Shin Hong giving the exotic fruit to Chen Mengqing, she was only slightly jealous. But after Shin Hong explained, she no longer questioned it. Hubby is always right no matter what he does. If you yourself are not satisfied and you have to fight for jealousy, you will be tired of your husband instead. She's not going to be abandoned. She's going to be an obedient tea baby. Chapter 134 Action. After lunch, Shin Hong took Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing to the basement, called Old Qin, Gui Yupeng and Ren Jie and told them all to come here as well. Action tonight. Several people sat at the table inside the house. Shin Hong had already started to give orders. Old Qin, you follow me. Ren Jie, just guard the basement entrance for me. Once you find anyone approaching, kill them directly. Yes. Ren Jie and Old Qin nodded in unison. Yupen. Shin Hong then rushed Gui Yupeng. How many brothers have been recruited down there now? Boss, I've already recruited over 120 people. Gui Yupeng respectfully said. Don't worry, I've already investigated before recruiting. Thieves, criminals, and idlers, none of them are wanted. These are all honest ones. Aha. Shin Hong nodded. Although these people didn't necessarily have to be loyal to themselves, they were good enough for the moment. In the future, after a long time, they have been supplying supplies, they are used to it, and then brainwash them. Let them brush up on those short videos of the outside world scrambling and coaxing supplies. They will naturally be more loyal to themselves. It's important to set them up with a good belief. Follow the boss. There's meat to eat. I've got their phones all set up so they go back and swipe through the short videos and they'll just get a glimpse of the chaos outside. Gui Yupeng seemed to be prepared and went on to add. Great. Shin Hong was pleased. Worthy of being his own good military counselor. Even that came to mind. You take a couple of trusted brothers with you and keep watch over the villa. With a swish, Shin Hong took out a submachine gun and placed it on the table, and took a bulletproof suit and handed it to Gui Yupeng. This is for you to wear. In case there is a rebel, you will be able to save your life. Don't worry boss, I will definitely protect the safety of the boss's wife. Gui Yupeng solemnly assured. Shin Hong pulled out a few more pistols. These few guns, you first gave them to the brothers tonight. Gradual assessment. If you trust them, you can follow up by issuing them submachine guns. Sell a wave of supplies and go to rest. I'll have to trouble you to keep watch at night. Shin Hong commanded. Yes, Gui Yupeng led the way. In fact, there was no need for Gui Yupeng. Shin Hong had already wrapped the villa into an iron bucket. There were also several machine guns mounted on the third floor of the villa, their bodies hidden inside the house, leaving only a small muzzle pointing outside. Yang Jinxian and Ning Yao guarded the upstairs. Yang Muxian and Chen Xin, on the other hand, stayed in the basement, observing the surveillance in real time, the two of them holding the remote control for the underground passage mines. If you really need someone who doesn't care, just blow the up. Even these two. Shin Hong gave them pistols and taught them how to use them. The home was thoroughly arranged. Shin Hong then began to plan the night's action with several people. After arriving at Zhao Erbao's safe house, I'll contact Lu Xinyuan and ask him to open the door while it's still nighttime. But just in case, Meng Qing, you enter through the wall and hide. Meow Meow will establish a spiritual communication with you at that time and penetrate all the situation inside the house into your consciousness. As long as the door is opened, we'll immediately all attack. Shin Hong exhorted. Old Qin is in charge of stalking. I'll cooperate remotely. It's not clear what's going on in Zhao Erbao's house, or even what preparations Zhao Erbo has, but you must treat Zhao Erbo as an alien. Also, In case of an accident, listen to my command and retreat immediately. Shin Hong stared at the several people. You are all my most important people. We cannot cause any loss just to kill Zhao Erbao. Even if this operation fails, we can find a chance to kill him as long as we are alive. Yes. Old Qin nodded gravely. Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing, too, were serious. The night is deep. Those who had survived had fallen into a sound sleep, and no one had even noticed that the sky had once again flurried with snow. After Shin Hang's few people had eaten, under the fond gazes of several women in the house, he drove the snowmobile and left quietly, and Ren Jia had already appeared in the corner of the underground passageway corridor, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. On the roof position, Wei Yupeng also brought a few of his beloved minions with guns to guard around the roof. Of course, in such a cold day, Shin Hong could not let them all freeze to death outside, and generously gave each of them a down jacket strictly selected by the system. Even their headgear, pants, shoes, and gloves are all from the system's rigorously selected deep cold-proof line. Standing in the midst of a flurry of snow doesn't make you feel cold at all. Several of the men fought and held their positions without a word. The men didn't cry out in pain, and were even very excited when they were chosen by Peng to come on this night's watch duty. Peng said that as long as they perform well, all this equipment and weapons tonight will be theirs. They worked harder, one by one, standing vigilant and keeping a close eye on the surroundings. Shin Hang's few people, when the snowflakes had just gotten bigger, had quietly arrived in the east of the city, near the Dongling Group. Not far behind the Dongling Group's building was Zhao Erbao's heavily invested and exaggerated safe house, 12 meters above ground and 14 meters below. The footprint is enormous, and around the safe house, there are 5 bunkers connected to it. The 5 bunkers were all below the surface and appeared to be nothing out of the ordinary from the roadway, and each of these 5 bunkers was around 100 square meters in size. The house has a ventilation system, a hot water network, a water filtration system, and is luxuriously furnished as a scaled-down version of a safe house. Each of these 5 bunkers was also connected to 2 further smaller bunkers that were only 60 square meters in size. 15 bunkers, arranged around Zhao Erbao's safe house, seemed like bombs buried in the ground, surrounding him with stars. 10 small bunkers, in addition to connecting to underground passages, lead to only 5 large bunkers, and the doors to the passages can only be opened from 5 large bunkers. Pass through 5 large bunkers to get to Zhao Erbao's safe house. Nowadays, 4 of the 5 large bunkers were empty, and the bunker closest to Zhao Erbao's safe house, which was also the largest of the 5, was given to Lu Shangyuan by Zhao Erbao. It shows how much he trusts Ryu Uehara. Normally, if Ryu Uehara rang the doorbell, Zhao Erbao would let him into the safe house, inviting him over for dinner from time to time. Those who were originally vice presidents of the company, on the other hand, none of them were housed, and were only placed in small bunkers. The VPs were in disbelief, but it was pretty good to be in a bunker in this weather. The reason why Zhao Erbao didn't directly get rid of these backbones was also because he didn't want to invite trouble before the exotic fruit was born. As long as he stayed in the safe house, he'd take the VPs in these small bunkers first when the alien fruits were born. Keeping them here would also make it easier for Zhao Erbao to slaughter them when the time came. Tonight, Lu Shangyuan didn't stay in the bunker, letting Chen Guiping stay on the bed and walking to the bunker's access point himself, ringing the doorbell on his communicator. Mr. Zhao, I want to play all night with Bing Bing and CC tonight. He spoke in a low voice. Ha ha. Zhao Erbao's bright laughter came from the communicator. Guiping is asleep? You kid. So impatient. Had ha. Ryu Uehara laughed along. Buzz. The door to the passageway quivered twice, then opened. Lu Shangyuan turned back, looked deeply at Chen Guiping, took a breath, and walked into the passageway. Chen Guiping inside the room pursed her lips and didn't speak, her gaze falling to the lit screen of her cell phone. It was her cell phone, with the dialog box still open. Inside was a message from Shin Hang. Here we are. In half an hour, open the west door of the safe house. And naturally, Ryu Uehara was carrying a cell phone, and he received the same message. Only, Lu Shangyuan had quietly deleted the conversation with Shin Hong before entering the passageway. Tonight, for your own safety and Guiping's, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. Chapter 135, Exposure. It's snowing. Zhao Erbao stood in the surveillance room, looking at the wide array of camera partitions. From this surveillance room, the entire environment surrounding the safe house can be clearly viewed. He was a lanky, 6'8" man who didn't look like a businessman at all, but rather like a fitness trainer. The door to the surveillance room was left open, and the sounds of Ryu Uehara making out with Bing Bing and CC could still be heard from the living room couch. These 2 actresses, who were his lovers, were also held dear to him. But what is all this compared to Lu Shangyuan? He could remember very clearly that in his last life, he had been backstabbed by Zhou Jili, and only Lu Shangyuan had stood up. Before dying, these 2 actresses had snuggled into Zhou Jili's arms, curtly hugging him. Zhao Erbao's face was grim as he returned to his senses. Now it's all over. I am the main character of this world when I live again. He turned back to the three men on the couch, seeing the battlefield in a state of anxiety, and smiled at once, sitting down beside them. While admiring it, he said, Yuan, how long do you think this snow will last? Who cares? Anyway, all I know is that if I follow Mr. Zhao, I'll have meat to eat. Ruahara hemmed and hawed, hugging and licking Ice. There's still milk to drink. Ice giggled. It's a complete departure from her high-flying on-screen self. What a wonderful life it would be without the boss. Yanagimaira was a little distracted. The thought of another polonium worm in his stomach was too much for him to calm down. However, except for yesterday morning, when Shin Hang remotely controlled the polonium worm, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable, a day had passed, and there was not the slightest abnormality at all. Yanagimaira wondered if the polonium worm had died in his stomach, but if it dies, it carries 0.1 grams of polonium in its stomach and itself would have died long ago. He even wondered if the so-called polonium was compiled by Shin Hang, but those two creepy bugs, he didn't dare to bet on them. The only way to survive is to honestly listen to your boss. Alas, I'm sorry Mr. Zhao, you've been very kind to me indeed, but I had to do it to stay alive. You have something on your mind? Zhao Erbo looked at Lu Shangyuan's appearance and opened his mouth to inquire. No. Lu Shangyuan coughed dryly and said with some embarrassment, Gue Ping is still asleep in the house, and when I do this, I always feel a little sorry for her. Brother Yuan, life is short, so let's have fun in time. Cici lay on top of Lu Shangyuan and said daintily, it's a bit inappropriate for you to be hugging people in Bing Bing and still thinking about home in your heart, isn't it? Ice fumbled all the way, then smiled delicately. He thinks so in his heart, but his brother doesn't think so. Have fun. Zhao Erbao smiled and stood up, yawning as he walked towards the bedroom. Yuan, when you've had enough fun, go back to rest. I'll go to sleep first. Okay Mr. Zhao. Lu Shangyuan looked at Zhao Erbao's back with a determined look in his eyes. The icy night. The four of them, Shen Hong, Lao Qin, Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing, all wore special white tights that kept them warm but not too soft and did not affect their movements at all. The four of them seemed to blend into the ice and snow, not moving a muscle. Under Huo Miao's mental scanning, all of the various monitors appeared in her senses, and she led a few people, passing through the dead ends of the monitors and leaning against the corner of the wall outside the safe house, resting slightly. A few moments later, Huo Miao's eyes closed tightly and his spirit had connected with Old Qin and Shin Hung. The outline of the entire safe house appeared in the two men's consciousness, as if it were a 3D model, with each floor presented. Old Qin was taken aback when he was just picked up, and then his whole body became excited. I didn't realize that the big boss lady's psychic ability was this. No wonder the boss made sure to bring her along. It's like turning on the radar. Even the inside of the house can be seen clearly through such a thick wall. On the couch is Yanagi Uehara. Shin Hang's consciousness communicated with the two. He said that he would excuse himself to play with those two actresses tonight, and then entered Zhao Erbao's house. Old Qin nodded slightly. On the couch, there were 3 gray spots of light that were rising and falling, tangled together, and on the bed in the master bedroom, there was another bright gray point of light that was motionless and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. This would be Zhao Erbao. Shin Hang's gaze looked away again. The entire safe house, 3 floors above ground and 4 below, within Huo Miao's consciousness space. What was presented was just the general situation inside the house, as if a template had been put together. Furniture and appliances, for example, are small cubes that can be roughly extrapolated from the modules arranged in each room, but you need to go inside to find out exactly what brand and what it looks like. But it was enough. There were only 4 gray points of light in the room, which meant that there was 1 Ryu Uehara, 2 packaged mistress stars, and 1 Zhao Erbao. Other than that, there's no one else. Think about it. After Zhao Erbao was reborn, he would naturally be more careful, especially before there was an alien fruit. One would definitely prioritize one's safety, and Lu Shangyuan was able to gain trust because he had fought to the death to save Zhao Erbao in his previous life. As for the 2 actresses, they're just women who see what's going on. You have to have a couple of women to play with when you're hiding out in the house every day, don't you? Shin Hong put down his heart. Boss, I've always felt something a little weird somewhere. Old Qin's hesitant voice came out. But again, I can't tell. This is not going too well. Shin Hong followed suit and frowned. I feel the same way. However, he had now made all the preparations and was now considered Shin Hang's strongest combatant. If the 4 of them still couldn't take Zhao Erbao, along with Ren Jie, the speedy inhuman, I'm afraid it wouldn't help. If we can't kill it this time, I'm afraid we won't have any more chances. Prepare for action. Shin Hong made a gesture, took out his cell phone, and sent a WeChat to Lu Shangyuan. Then he instructed Chen Mengqing in his arms. Just follow me and listen to my command. Later, You'll enter from here. Shin Hong pointed to the wall beside him. Through here is the surveillance room. Zhao Erbao's safe house is very famous. The whole room outside, and a passageway. Once a stranger enters, the passage scans itself and triggers all kinds of organs. Even if Shin Hong had a universal key, he was afraid that he would be beaten into a sieve after entering. He's just an inhuman, not Superman. It has not yet done so, and naturally, I do not dare to bet on it. And the switch for the mechanism of Zhao Erbao's passage is in the monitoring room. If Ryu Uehara doesn't open the door, it will be necessary for Yumiharu to venture in and turn off the switch in the first place. On the sofa, the upside-down Lu Shangyuan. Suddenly the cell phone slightly vibrated. Hara, I don't suppose it's your sister-in-law asking you to go back and hand in your homework? Ice gasped for air and twisted her head to smile playfully at Ryu Uehara. Shut up! Ryu Uehara let out a low gulp, then glanced at the door to the master bedroom with a tense face before quietly pulling out his cell phone. Ice pouted unhappily. Smug about nothing. Even Mr. Zhao seldom reprimanded me like this. You're nothing but a dog of Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao asked us to accompany you in order to collect you. You're really taking yourself seriously too. But these words, she dared not say. Since arriving at the safe house, she could clearly sense that Mr. Zhao had a high regard for Ryu Uehara. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Shangyuan and Mr. Zhao were similar in age, even Bing Bing suspected that Lu Shangyuan was Mr. Zhao's own son. She could only show a dry smile, deeply matching Ryu Uehara's movements. Not daring to speak again, Shin Hong sent only a punctuation mark, but Ryu Uehara's heart fluttered. He knew that this was the code word to open the door himself. Yanago Mayura's fingers pressed slightly harder. It's time, finally. He patted Bing Bing's arse and said, let's stand and do it today, go. He carried Icy in his arms all the way to the west entrance of the safe house amidst her shrieks. C followed along. Coming to the door, the three tangled again. Ice was holding onto the wall while Ryakami was propped up against the door. He had his left hand on the doorknob of the front door when he twisted his head to kiss C. This door, he watched Zhao Erbao open it. Just twist the handle to open it. Mr. Zhao. Sorry about that. A look of determination flashed across his face, and he twisted the handle with violent force. But the next moment, he froze. The handle was actually unlocked and couldn't be unscrewed at all. What's going on? A stunned look flashed across Yanago Mayura's face. Usually, Mr. Zhao wouldn't lock the door at all. How come today? Even this door was unlocked? Hara, why are you at the door? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Ryu Uehara panicked and turned his head. However, he saw that Zhao Erbao had long since changed out of his pajamas and put on a punching bag. Zhao, Mr. Zhao, are you going out? He stammered. Yuan, I treat you not thin. How? Do you also like Zhou Jili those assholes? Want to betray me? Zhao Erbao's eyes held regret and a hint of killing intent. Chapter 136, Death to the Betrayer. A few people outside the house waited a few moments. The west door of the safe house, on the other hand, remained closed, with no sign of opening at all. Ryu Uehara is really unreliable. Old Qin cursed out, and Hua Miao, who had been silent, suddenly said, Hubby, you have to be careful. Zhao Erbao is an inhuman. What? Shen Hang and Old Qin snapped their eyes wide open. Just now, Hua Miao felt that something was wrong. In his own mind, the gray point of light represented by Zhao Erbao was a bit brighter than that of Lu Shangyuan and the two female stars. But now, she reacted. He himself had only carefully observed Shen Hang's point of light before. Shen Hang's point of light was very bright, far more dazzling than Zhao Erbao. However, Zhao Erbao's and Old Qin's gray light spots were not even close in brightness. In other words, Hubby's psychic powers are stronger and his mental fluctuations are greater. But it doesn't mean that Zhao Erbao doesn't have supernatural powers. She was shocked. I haven't used my supernatural powers in the past few days. And husband, you told me to let me nourish my spirit every day. Until just now. I didn't realize that his gray spots were about the same as Old Qin's. And Meng Qing's. Inhuman. Shin Hong took a deep breath and said, before we came, we had already discussed that we should treat Zhao Erbao as an inhuman. He is just one inhuman. And there are 4 of us. Couldn't we still kill him? Ryu Uehara has been discovered by Zhao Erbao. At that moment, Hua Miao was again shocked. His light spot is lit up. She wasn't really familiar with her powers. To put it bluntly, her psychic ability was mental perception. Just now, Zhao Erbao disguised himself as sleeping, and his entire breath calmed down, so naturally it wasn't easy to find out. But now, Zhao Erbao got up and walked out of the bedroom, looking at Lu Shangyuan with a murderous look on his face, his entire aura fluctuating violently. Hara, even you betrayed me. Even you are going to betray me. Inside the house, Zhao Erbao glared angrily. Mr. Zhao, I don't know what you mean by that. Yanago Mayura stammered. Why are you twisting the handle? Zhao Erbao shouted in a cold voice. The two actresses were already trembling with fear and didn't dare to continue making out with Ryu Uehara at all. Ice pulled herself up and stood against the wall with C, blushing. I was just in the mood with Bing Bing. I didn't pay attention to, at all, Lu Shangyuan stammered to explain. It might just be subconsciously hitching a hand. Mr. Zhao, what happened to you? Subconsciously? Hands on? Zhao Erbao laughed out loud. Being reborn in one life. I shouldn't have trusted anyone in the first place. It's me who was wrong. I've changed the development of the world. Even you, a guy with thick eyebrows, are going to defect. I really didn't expect it. Originally, I decided to trust you and treat you as my brother because you saved my life, but you don't value it at all, he muttered, then looked up, aiming his pistol at Ryu Uehara. Mr. Zhao, what are you saying? How can I not understand? Aimed it by the blackened muzzle of a gun. Ryu Uehara panicked. What rebirth? What changed the world? And when did I save your life? Brother, can you be more specific? Still pretending with me? Only indifference remained in Zhao Erbao's gaze. After you die, I'll send your wife on her way as well. Don't worry, you're not alone on the way to the Yellow Springs. However, those friends outside your door, let them wait well in the snow. I'll kill you too and then go out and kill them. He had full confidence in his safe house door, a door that cost him millions. The door lock is to invite well-known skilled craftsmen to create the design. The master of the design of the door lock patted his chest to ensure that even if he let himself to pry the door, he cannot pry. What's more, after entering the door, there was a 10-meter-long narrow passage followed by the door into the room. This 10-meter passage is filled with all kinds of killing devices, and there's no way to avoid them. Ping! Ryu Uehara wanted to say something else, but Zhao Erbao had already coldly fired his gun. On his head, a bullet hole appeared and he planted himself on the ground without a word. Afterwards, Zhao Erbao snorted coldly glanced at the two huddled actresses, held his gun with a cold face, and walked towards Lu Shangyuan's bunker. And a tiny polonium worm suddenly crawled out of Lu Shangyuan's corpse and swept towards Zhao Erbao at speed. With a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, Zhao Erbao stood motionless, allowing the polonium worm to approach. As soon as the polonium worm got close, it leapt up and flew at Zhao Erbao's mouth. When it flew to his mouth, Zhao Erbao even took the initiative to open his mouth with a disdainful face. Shen Heng's gaze glowed. That's a real polonium worm. It really does contain 0.1 grams of polonium. Once swallowed by Zhao Erbao, even if he was a god, he would have to peel his skin. But the next moment, the polonium worm lost contact with him. It was as if the polonium worm had jumped in, not into Zhao Erbao's mouth, but into another space. Shen Hong was stunned. Then he realized something and his whole body shuddered. Time is not out. Space is king. Zhao Erbao laughed sardonically and looked at Lu Shangyuan on the ground in pity. So you're being controlled. Poor thing. He didn't even look at it again as he turned and walked into the bunker passageway of Yanagamira. So, it turns out, Shen Hong completely understood. Zhao Erbao actually carried spatial powers. No wonder even old Qin said something was off just now. Indeed, it was important to know that before the end times came, Zhao Erbao had bought numerous supplies and pulled them all to the safe house. But inside the safe house, he didn't see the slightest hint of stored supplies. Old Qin felt something was wrong because every household was hoarding supplies now, and Zhao Erbao had purchased so many supplies. Where did they all go? Shen Hong did not think much about it because he had long been accustomed to it, but it was only his sixth sense that made him feel a little strange. Now, he understood completely. Zhao Erbao's ability to use space was also above himself. When the polonium worm flew to his mouth just now, Zhao Erbao directly put the space mouth bit, appeared at his mouth, and then swallowed the polonium worm. It looked as if polonium worms had flown into his mouth. In fact, the polonium worms had been collected into his space, but there was no more time for him to think. Zhao Erbao found them, and Shen Hong, why would he not want to kill Zhao Erbao? It's now. Seeing Zhao Erbao walk into the bunker passageway, Shen Hong slapped Shen Mengqing's arse, and Shen Mengqing instantly understood and disappeared directly as soon as her body was attached to the wall. The next moment, she appeared in the surveillance room. Shen Mengqing directly pulled down the main switch of the monitoring room, and suddenly the screen went black. She then fired directly at the various touch control panels of the monitor in a burst of fire. The two women huddled in the living room immediately shrieked out in shock, and subconsciously ran to the door of the monitoring room. And when they saw Shen Mengqing, who was wearing a white coat and firing a gun, they hurriedly hid. Inside the bunker, Zhao Erbao didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger at Chen Guoping's head, but then he heard gunshots coming from the safe house behind him. However, at this time, Shen Mengqing, who was inside the safe house, didn't hesitate after shooting and breaking the control panel, and rushed to the entrance of the bunker's passageway at the first opportunity, and turned off the switch of the bunker's passageway from inside the safe house. Shen Hong, on the other hand, quickly took out the universal key and opened the west door. Zhao Bao snorted as he saw that the bunker passage behind him had completely closed. This safe house is all mine. Think I can't go back if I close this door? Naive. An oddly shaped key appeared in his hand, which was then inserted into the keyhole and twisted. Click here. The door to the bunker was opened again, and Zhao Bao quickly stepped into the passageway and returned to the safe house. At this time, Shen Heng's few people had already rushed into the passageway of the safe house, and he took the universal key and opened the door again. After seeing a slender figure standing inside the house, Zhao Bao raised his eyebrows. Still a chick? Beauty, how did you get in? Is it hard? Chen Mengqing, who was helping Shen Hong stall for time, lightly laughed when she heard this, and then walked towards the other wall under Zhao Bao's gaze. In the next moment, Chen Mengqing disappeared while her voice came out from inside the room. Isn't this very simple? The ability to walk through walls? Zhao Bao's gaze lit up. I didn't expect that there would already be an inhuman before the fruit of inhuman ability even appeared. Beauty, I also have alien abilities. Why don't you think about it and follow me? My supplies, you won't be able to use them all in this lifetime. Chapter 137, Spatial Abilities. The Chen Mengqing in front of her had a slender figure, and a tight outfit that perfectly outlined all of her figure. A woman like that shouldn't look anywhere near as bad. What's more, she has the ability to walk through walls. If she could become her own woman, with wall penetration plus space, wouldn't the two of them be invincible with their twin swords? Thinking of this, Zhao Bao's mouth was even more on the verge of a crooked smile. How about it? You think about it, as long as you are willing to be my woman, all my supplies, all of them can be open to you. You know, supplies are very important in the post-apocalyptic world. What you say seems quite tempting. Seeing that Shen Hong and the others had not yet come in, Chen Mengqing, who also wanted to stall for time, spoke softly. Do you have a lot of supplies? Of course. Zhao Bao nodded. I've stored supplies that I can't use up in several lifetimes. Whatever you want to eat, I have it here. He conjured up a variety of dishes and fruits, all kept fresh. While doing this, he kept his eyes on Chen Mengqing. He noticed that Chen Mengqing's eyes lit up. Obviously, the woman's heart was in the right place. Zhao Bao smiled and said, before that, I want to ask you, how did you get this ability to walk through walls? Chen Mengqing was a little hesitant, but eventually looked at the apple in Zhao Bao's hand again, and only then said, I was so thirsty that I drank the snow water outside. I didn't know that the snow water was poisonous at that time, and after I drank it I got very sick, but strangely enough, I didn't actually die, and then, I realized that I could walk through walls. Snow contains factors that stimulate human psychic abilities. Zhao Bao nodded slightly. He has believed. After all, everyone now knows that the snow water in the outside world is simply undrinkable. Once you drink it, you will surely die, and now there is no alien fruit. The only way to explain it is to drink snow water and then survive by chance, but he didn't even know that it was all made up by Chen Mengqing. What a load of supplies. It's more like coaxing the unseasoned schoolgirls. My husband also had more supplies than he could use in several lifetimes, and even gave me the alien fruit to stimulate my powers. Did you? You want to fool me with this little favor? Chen Mengqing disdained Zhao Bao's supernatural ability. As for Zhao Bao's offer, it was even more unlikely that she would accept it. Since you have so many supplies, that also means that you have any supplies as well? Chen Mengqing glanced at the door of the house without a trace and asked with feigned curiosity. That's for sure. Zhao Bao nodded his head with a sincere face. Beauty, what do you want? Just say it. So, I want a Parisian house high silk. Can you give it to me? Chen Mengqing said. Zhao Bao was confused. Balenciaga. Haas? Beauty, what a strange idea you have. But looking at Chen Mengqing's slender legs, Zhao Bao thought about it and it was indeed quite energizing. This doesn't. Zhao Bao coughed dryly. Is there nothing else you want? Seafood, vegetables, meat, even drinks, red wine. He had only stocked up on all kinds of living supplies in the first place. He had never even thought of stocking up on this kind of stuff. Alas, carelessness. If I had known, I should have just robbed the supermarket warehouse the night of the storm. I bought so many supplies in peace that I didn't even buy the high silk to increase my attack speed. I missed out. Zhao Bao was remorseful. Chen Mengqing shrugged. You don't even have a Parisian high silk and you say you have all kinds of supplies? My husband can rip off several of them in one night. And at that moment, Chen Mengqing suddenly felt a spiritual force that enveloped her. This is Miao Miao's supernatural ability. Chen Mengqing did not resist at all and directly connected. Mengqing, get out of the way. Huo Miao's intention came through. Chen Mengqing immediately smiled towards Zhao Bao, then violently rolled to the left. Zhao Bao first froze when he saw Chen Mengqing's actions. Then his face changed greatly. The door to the house was clicked open. Immediately after that, old Qin's body swept in like a cannonball, bringing with it the sound of whistling wind as his fist smashed towards Zhao Bao. Zhao Bao panicked and dodged. rolling behind the sofa with 2 more submachine guns in his hands, strafing Old Chin's body. Da 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 da. Old Chin's body twisted a few times in the air and managed to avoid several bullets, but there were still a few bullets that hit his body. He was wearing a bulletproof suit strictly selected by the system, and even if he was shot, he was not injured. As for the impact of the few bullets, it had long been digested by Old Chin's strengthened body. However, these shots also caused Old Chin to slow down greatly and look up coldly at the back of the sofa. Flesh-strengthening powers? Zhao Erbo was not the least bit alarmed, but with a smile on his face, he looked at Old Chin and said, "It's just right, why don't you work for me as a bodyguard? I'll give you." Before he could finish his words, Shen Hong had already rushed into the house with Hua Miao. "Anyone else?" Zhao Erbo laughed loudly. "You too, always one tease still have a different, His eyes widened as he saw Shen Hong similarly had 2 more submachine guns in his hands, sweeping them directly towards Zhao Erbo. Zhao Erbo crouched down, and the bullets suddenly shot the sofa into a sieve. As for Bing Bing and CC, they had long ago screamed and ducked back into the bedroom, curling up under the bed and shivering. The 2 men looked horrified, not daring to imagine that the images of a gunfight in a movie had appeared beside them. When I watched the movie, I thought it was exciting, but now that I was there, I only felt endless fear and dread. Hide? Can you hide? Seeing that Zhao Erbo did not come out, Shen Hong simply took out 2 grenades and threw them towards the sofa. Boom! The couch was instantly blown up. Zhao Erbo's face was shocked and suspicious as he looked at Shen Hong standing across the room and said in a condensed voice, "Are you also a spatial ability?" This man's hands were empty just now, but just now he saw very clearly that in the other party's hands, there were suddenly more firearms and grenades. What else could it be if not a spatial ability? Since he was reborn, Zhao Erbo had always felt that he was the pride of heaven. Reborn, and with spatial powers, coupled with a prescient vision of the future, he took out crazy loans and stocked up on supplies. Even the flower market, he had bought it, with a sea of greenery piled up in his space. Go half a month. If the green plant bore alien fruits, he himself would become the #1 alien in the whole Jiangchang, even the whole country. Who can stand up to himself? But I didn't realize that when people are at home, disaster comes from the sky. He couldn't even figure out how someone could suddenly kill his door. And several Inhumans at that. Looking at Zhao Erbo's shocked and angry expression, Shen Hong waved his hand, and instantly, a Gatling appeared in his hand, aiming at Zhao Erbo and pulling the trigger without hesitation. Ta-da-da-da-da-da. The barrel of Gatling's gun smoldered with blue flames, and the bullets rushed towards Zhao Erbo like they didn't need money. Zhao Erbo's face was ugly, but he didn't run away this time. Space rip. Rather, the moment Shen Hong fired, he violently pulled his hands in front of him, as if he had pulled open a door in the void. All the bullets, when they were about to shoot into Zhao Erbo's body, were all swallowed up by the void, while Zhao Erbo was unharmed. Gatling was on the verge of smoking, but all the bullets seemed to go into another dimension. Time is not out. Space is king, Zhao Erbo said sorrowfully. With you guys, you still want to kill me? You guys are also worthy. He brought his hands together and then drew a taiji stance in the void, once again doing the action of tearing through space. The bullets that had originally been put away into space by Zhao Erbo instantly reflected back out and rushed towards the several people in the room in an indiscriminate and rapid swipe. Look out! Shen Hong kicked Old Chin flying and violently swooped over, blocking Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing behind him as his mind moved. A rift in the space of consciousness suddenly appeared in front of him, taking all the bullets that were shot at him into the space. It's really a spatial ability. Zhao Erbo's voice rang out with a hint of surprise and a hint of disdain. Since you're also a spatial ability, then you should be even more clear about how powerful our spatial abilities are. Not to mention you guys, even if there were double the number of otherworldly abilities, you wouldn't be able to kill me. Shen Hong frowned. He realized that all those bullets he had absorbed into the space were fixed in the space, as long as he once again lifted the space into a fissure. With the turning of his mind, those bullets would once again sweep out of the space as if they had found the mouth of a volcanic eruption. But what's the point? Waiting for the bullets to be fired all the way through, then being received by Zhao Erbo with space, and then reflected back? The two of them were going back and forth. What the hell is the difference between that and a game of ping pong? Is it true that there's no way to kill Zhao Erbo? However, letting Zhao Erbo go, with the greenery he hoarded, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Chapter 138, Combined Effort to Kill. Absorbing bullets, the drain on alien energy, is minimal. Why don't you say something? Zhao Erbo had already collected his bland smile and instead said with a cold face, I don't know what kind of conflict there is between me and you, and I, Zhao, boast that I haven't offended anyone either, especially the Inhumans. Since you can't do anything about me, I advise you to get out of my house, but she has to stay. Zhao Erbo pointed at Chen Mengqing. The ability to walk through walls was a huge threat to himself. Don't look at him as an Inhuman, but he needs rest too. but being targeted by a wall-penetrating alien, going in and out of her safe house like nobody's business. She should never be allowed to go. Shin Hong frowned as he was still observing those bullets suspended in the air within the space, absorbing all the bullets shot at him into space. The loss of alien energy, minimal, and so on. Shin Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. Alien energy loss? Since normal stun bullets don't have much effect on you, what about switching to psychic powers? I don't believe that I can't beat you with my level 4 foreign fire. Shin Hong took a deep breath, and his entire body's supernormal ability was stimulated. The golden Dan within his dantian rotated crazily, and a stream of golden ocean currents merged into his limbs and bones. He then opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Erbao with an expressionless face. What a powerful aura! Zhao Erbao's face changed. He even saw that the moment Shin Hong opened his eyes just now, there were actually 2 burning flames in his eyes. Shin Hong opened his hand slightly upwards, and in his palms, there were 2 more dancing flames that emitted a blue-red luster. Fire inhuman? Zhao Erbao's pupils shrunk. It had never been heard that someone could awaken 2 psychic abilities. However, the man in front of him not only possessed spatial psychic abilities, but also fire psychic abilities. Moreover, at this moment, he felt a violent killing intent and threat from Shin Hong. This shocked him even more. He himself possessed spatial ability. How could a mere fire ability threaten him? What is the killing power of fire powers, other than making fires for the big powers to cook and heat for warmth? However, right now, this small flame actually gave Zhao Erbao a considerable oppressive force. His current spatial ability, aside from storing all kinds of supplies, could only tear through space. That was enough for him. As a spatial alien, he could clearly feel the spatial fluctuations around him. Once someone appeared abnormal and wanted to sneak attack and assassinate himself, he would be the first to notice. With a single movement of his mind, he was able to tear open the space behind him that was sneaking up on him and disintegrate his opponent's attack. But just now, Shin Hong had taken out his Gatling, and he could only go all out, tearing open the huge spatial rift that blocked his entire person. This time, after seeing Shin Heng's foreign fire, Zhao Erbao did not dare to be arrogant. His eyes were firmly fixed on Shin Heng's hands, always ready. Samadhi fire. Shin Hong gulped lightly and violently flung 2 balls of flame towards Zhao Erbao. Zhao Erbao's face changed drastically as he almost instantly tore through space, and these 2 clusters of flames were instantly engulfed by the interdimensional space. Before he could rejoice, his face instantly sank. Originally all the things, after entering their own space, all of them would quietly fall into the corners of the space. Even a living animal that is put into space will be dead in 1 minute. However, these 2 clusters of flames did not stay in the space, but directly shot straight up and penetrated the rows of green plants placed in the space. You, damn you! Zhao Erbao's heart was dripping with pain. Shin Hong let out a cold snort and slightly opened his hands upward once again. This time, above his body, there were more than a dozen additional groups of flames that burned vigorously. Crimson, blue, red, orange, flames of various colors all appeared. These flames had almost consumed most of Shin Heng's alien energy. Aren't 2 fires too few? Shin Heng's gaze was icy cold. Then, send you a few more regiments. As soon as the words fell, these flames seemed to possess intelligence and instantly flew towards Zhao Erbao. Zhao Erbao's teeth clenched and cackled as he let out a tiger's roar, his hands once again exerting force to tear outward violently. Space, torn even wider by him. Although these 10 or so clusters of flames were engulfed in space, Zhao Erbao let out a muffled grunt and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. These flames were too strong and overbearing, and even he felt that his space couldn't support it. And these flames, after entering his space, seemed like joyfully bouncing children, darting everywhere, setting all the various types of materials he had stored in his space on fire. A blazing fire had started in his space. This alarmed him even more, knowing that his space was an absolute vacuum. How could the flames burn? And the first 2 clusters of flames have not been extinguished until now. Let's see how much fire you can swallow from me. Shin Heng's eyes flashed with madness, and more than 10 balls of fire emerged around his body. He raised his right hand tremblingly, and in his palm was a raging, burning golden red flame. Break me! Shin Hong shouted violently and slammed his right hand toward Zhao Erbao. Zhao Erbao roared with the same fury, and the space that was torn apart in front of him even emanated pulsating dark patterns. A flame, transformed into fire, rushed into the space door. As each ball of fire rushed into the space, Zhao Erbao noticed that his space was vaguely vibrating. Space is about to burst. With a powerful infusion of foreign fire, the ripples of the spacegate pulsed even more violently. He himself was no match for this fire inhuman. Zhao Erbao's heart instantly erupted with such thoughts. Moreover, there were already fires within his space, and these flames that entered the space were not under his control at all. Escape! Continuing to fight hard will only lead to death, and all the supplies he had hoarded were all burned away. Zhao Erbao looked at Shin Hong resentfully, and the idea had already sprouted in his heart. However, as if Wang Miao could see Zhao Erbao's thoughts, She had already used up a lot of her supernatural energy earlier, but at this moment, she slowly closed her eyes and condensed a powerful mental fluctuation that pressed towards Zhao'erbao. Buzz! Zhao'erbao only felt a large bell ringing in his heavenly soul cap, echoing, causing his hands, which were propped up to tear open the space, to tremble violently. Psychic powers. He snapped his head around and looked at Huo Miao with hatred. I didn't realize that the woman who hadn't made a move was also an inhuman. Chen Mengqing suddenly stepped out from one side of the wall, calmly aiming at Zhao'erbao with her gun and pulling the trigger one after another. Old Qin also took advantage of this moment, slightly exerted his right foot, gathered the strength of his entire body, and slammed his fist into Zhao'erbao's back. Ventriloquism. Zhao'erbao violently sprayed a large mouthful of blood, forcing the torn space to close, but the edges of the space, those black lines, were already stained with flames. With a splitting headache, he braced himself and raised his hand with great difficulty, tearing open the space on the right side of his body and catching Chen Mengqing's bullets one by one. But it was already strong. Zhao'erbao was an inhuman, but he was also a mortal flesh body, and he couldn't carry a bullet shot without tearing through space. But having blocked the bullet, the punch behind him, he was powerless to stop it. Ping! Old Qin's fist smashed heavily into the back of Zhao'erbao's heart. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood once again, and with the strength of his fist, his entire body lunged into the 10-meter aisle of the house's door, and then madly rushed towards the icy sky outside. Can't let him get away. Shen Heng's alien energy was almost exhausted, so he hurriedly twisted his head and shouted, turning around and chasing after him. Spatial inhabitants. Simply the most powerful inhabitants favored by the heavens. Even with his own level 4 alien fire, he hadn't been able to kill him in a single blow inside the safe house. But today, Zhao'erbao was seriously injured and it was the perfect time to kill him. After today, I'm afraid it'll be hard as hell to kill him again. The remaining 2 followed Shen Heng and rushed out of the safe house. Zhao'erbao didn't run far and was soon stopped by the 4. Who the hell are you guys? Zhao'erbao collapsed a bit and shouted angrily in an unwilling manner. What conflicts and grudges are there between us? Why did you kill me? Shen Hong did not say anything, but instead, he urged the few supernormal abilities in his body, and a ghostly blue flame appeared in his hand. Purple microcosmic heavenly fire. This was the foreign fire he had acquired when he had level 4 psychic ability. With this strike, Zhao'erbao must die. However, as soon as the purple microcosmic heavenly flame appeared, Shen Hong was shocked to discover that the power of this flame was gradually increasing. He looked over his shoulder and remembered the introduction. The purple microcosmic heavenly flame, born in the stars, fuses the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. At first he hadn't understood what it meant, but now he understood it completely. Shen Hong looked up. The dark dome of the sky was already covered by dark clouds, but above the dark clouds, in places that could not be seen, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper were still emitting glittering starlight. That is to say, at night, outdoors, the power of the violet microcosmic heavenly flame would be even more powerful. Shen Heng violently threw out the ghostly blue flame, and the flame blazed like 1,000 armies, galloping towards Zhao'erbao. Drink! Zhao'erbao gritted his teeth, blood dripping from between his teeth as he fought for his life and tore through the space once again. This time, after tearing through the space, his 7 orifices were bleeding, as if he could no longer withstand the impact of the foreign fire. Shen Heng gasped loudly and coldly watched the scene. Zhao'erbao was definitely dead. Even without this Z-Way heavenly flame, Zhao'erbao's interdimensional space was on the verge of collapsing. When the purple weakness heavenly flame entered again, Zhao'erbao's space collapsed, and he himself would not be able to withstand the backlash of the powerful foreign energy and die completely. Heavenly fire rushed into space. Zhao'erbao let out a miserable scream and fell heavily to the ground. The moment he got to the bottom, the torn space, too, gradually dissipated. However, what creeped Shen Heng out was that a powerful aura suddenly came from within the space torn apart by Zhao'erbao. This aura, far beyond anyone Shen Heng had ever seen, even on those mutated animals that were so strong in their previous life. Shen Heng had never felt it. It was as if there was an ancient ferocious beast in the space, and a snort from the other party could completely annihilate Shen Heng. Shen Heng stared wide-eyed and deadpan at the space that was gradually closing in. The moment the space closed, he saw that a huge head appeared within the flame-burning space. The head turned, a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes, looking towards Shen Heng. At this moment, Shen Heng felt that his hands and feet were cold, and his entire body stiffened, completely losing any movement. Even the fingers, they are not under their control. Unrivaled and unstoppable. Chapter 139, Old Qin. Do you want your wife or not? Flames blazed within the space torn apart by Zhao'erbao. Shen Heng couldn't even see the body underneath that huge head clearly. The only thing that made him tremble was the pair of eyes that didn't carry any human feelings. A wisp of thought, too, passed out through the door of space as the other party's gaze reached it. Die! Boom! Just a mere thought made Shin Hong almost like being struck by lightning, and his entire body softened, lying heavily on the ground. The vending machine within his space of consciousness violently erupted with a golden luster as this intention enveloped Shin Heng's entire body. The idea dissipated, but Shin Heng's head buzzed like a bell mouth echoing in his ears. "Honey, are you okay?" Hua meow. A few people rushed to Shin Heng's side and picked him up. I'm fine. You guys go. It's... Shin Hong shook his head vigorously and weakly raised his hand to point at Zhao Erbao's spatial location. What? Chen Mengqing turned her head in confusion, then looked at Shin Hong with a puzzled expression. Shin Hong raised his eyes and realized that the space that had just been torn apart by Zhao Erbao had long since dissipated and the entire world was silent. Did you guys just not see anything? Shin Hong was stunned. No, that flame you just smashed down. Zhao Erbao's space collapsed, and he's already shattered into corpse pieces because the alien energy he was carrying was too strong. Hua Miao spoke from the side. What about his space? Shin Hong asked hurriedly. The monster within the space. Once it appeared, the entire world would be destroyed. After he died, the space closed up and disappeared. Hua Miao added. It didn't come out? Shin Hong let out a long breath, his heart instantly relaxing. It seems that the monster didn't leave interdimensional space. But wasn't the space that Zhao Erbao tore through his interdimensional space? How could there be such a horrible monster? It certainly couldn't have been kept by Zhao Erbao. If it was his pet, Zhao Erbao wouldn't have had to languish in the safe house at all. In front of that behemoth, Shin Hong only felt small. He had an intuition that in the face of this monster, the humans' thermal weapons, he was afraid that none of them would be of much use. Only a legendary immortal could defeat it. Right, hubby? What's wrong with you? Is there a problem with Zhao Erbao's space? Hua Miao saw Shin Heng's afflicted expression and inquired in a low voice. No, nothing. Shin Hong shook his head. If he hadn't been so impressed, he would have even wondered if he was hallucinating. There is no need to speak to them about such things, even if you know. It doesn't help and adds to your worries. Shin Hong rested on the ground for a few moments, and then looked at Zhao Erbao's shattered pieces of flesh with his own eyes before he was completely relieved. The only unfortunate thing was that with his death, Zhao Erbao's space also completely dissipated, and the massive amount of greenery stored within his space disappeared with it. Space aliens are like that. Extremely hard to kill, and also dead with no loot. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Erbao was a great threat for the sake of unifying Jiangcheng in the future, Shin Hong wouldn't bother looking for him. Zhao Erbao was a born again. How could he not be? Unfortunately, Zhao Erbao couldn't figure out when he messed with Shin Hong until he died. Several people then returned to Zhao Erbao's safe house. Boss, what about the two of them? Bing Bing and CC stood cowering in front of Shin Hong, and old Qin pointed at the two of them and opened his mouth to inquire. These two women had counted on their good fortune just now, and when the few people were fighting with Zhao Erbao, they flew into the house and hid under the bed, not moving a muscle, until just now, when Zhao Erbao escaped from the safe house. The two of them had only put on a nightgown and carefully walked out of the room, only to meet Shin Heng's four people face to face, and they were at a loss for words. Shin Hong frowned at the two men. Honey, you're not going to gather them back up too, are you? Hua Miao came to Shin Heng's ear and asked in a low voice. These two women are second-tier stars. The curiosity is just slightly lower than Chun Qin, often seen on TV. I didn't realize that these two were like this in private. Of course not. Shin Hong shook his head. Although these two women were also very pretty, Shin Hong had eaten too much fine chaff, so it was naturally impossible for him to be mesmerized by the two of them. Not to mention, both of these men have been through an unknown number of men. Kill it, Shin Hong said indifferently. There's no use for these two to stay, and they've also been Zhao Erbao's pillows, doing whatever Zhao Erbao says, and even doing it with Lu Shan Yuan, in front of Zhao Erbao. Shin Hong also didn't know how to arrange the disposal. Might as well kill it. No, don't. Bing Bing and CC's faces turned white as they hurriedly fell to their knees and begged for mercy. The two of them had just seen with their own eyes the scene of these people fighting with Mr. Zhao. It's unbelievable. And Mr. Zhao vomited blood and fled. Not long after, these four people returned peacefully. It can be seen, Mr. Zhao should have been. Having lost their backing, the two of them were fish and meat on a chopping board. The weather outside was harsh, and they knew very well that even if Shin Hong threw them into the middle of nowhere, they wouldn't survive for more than a day. Not to mention the fact that they are now talking about killing them. Big brother, we are willing to do whatever you want us to do. Please don't kill us, C begged. We are both very skilled. You keep us, we will serve you well. Shut up. Shin Hong didn't say anything, but Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing beside him had already glared fiercely over. There are already 4 women in the family, and they have to secretly compete with each other for favor. And then there are 2 female goblins. It will not be a mess. Serve? Shin Heng's eyes did light up as he sized up the 2 women. It's natural that anyone who can be an actress can't be bad. Although Bing Bing and Cece were not as pure and attractive as Chun-Xin, they were still considered beauties. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been adopted and made famous by Zhao Erbao. Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing's hearts tightened. Does hubby really want to take these two as well? Huo Miao pouted and quietly reached out, ready to pinch Shin Heng's waist. A moment ago, he said no, but this time he's already sneaking glances at people. Old Qin, do you want a wife? Shin Heng suddenly turned his head and looked at Qin Yiming. As long as you ask. These two women. You pick first. Ask Rin Jia after you're done picking. If he doesn't want them, they'll be given to Gui Yupeng. Ha! Old Qin froze and pointed to his nose. Me? Right. Shin Heng hemmed and hawed. If you want them all, then I'll give them all to you. This. Old Qin scratched his head and half-heartedly reacted. We're all on our own. What's so shy and subtle about it? Shin Heng patted his shoulder. Take a look. Which one is more eye-catching? Boss. Ahem. Old Qin coughed dryly and said. Yupeng has a family, and his mother-in-law lives with them, so it's not quite right for you to give him a woman. Is it? What's inappropriate? Shin Heng said indifferently. What their whole family is eating and wearing now is all given to them by me. Why should I give it to them? Isn't it because Yupeng is favored and reused by me? I give women to Yupeng. Do they dare to refute it? That's true. Old Qin hesitated again. Ren Jia told me that he was looking at a girl in the neighborhood, a college student. I think it's unlikely that Ren Jia would consider another woman. Now, you're saying you want both of them. Shin Heng rolled his eyes. There's still a need to beat around the bush with me. Just now I said, if you want them all, I'll give them all to you. Boss, I'm not that greedy. Old Qin's old face blushed. Okay. Shin Heng waved his hand and rushed at the two women. In the future, you will follow Old Qin and serve him well, and I will naturally not kill you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, boss. Bing Bing and Cece hastened to pay their respects, but the girls were flooded with mutterings. This young man, starstruck, looks like a leader. The two of them were actually rewarded with a subordinate, an old man, following the boss, and following the subordinate. Can that be the same thing? Serving the old man is a real downer. This old man looks a handful of years old. Can he still go one-on-two? By then, I'm afraid they'll both be empty. Resentful women. Chapter 140 Deployment. Bing Bing and Cece were reluctant, but the situation was stronger than others, so in order to survive, they could only agree first. After settling down the two actresses, Shin Heng's few people strolled around Zhao Erbao's heavily funded safe house. It had to be said that Zhao Erbao had put quite a bit of thought into the safe house. After he was reborn, he took the safe house he had originally built and spent a lot more money on it, upgrading it in every way. The first floor covers a full 800 square meters, upstairs and downstairs combined, nearly 6,000 square feet. There are 3 floors above ground and 4 below, and the bottom one is actually made into an indoor pool and gym. The 3 floors above ground, in addition to the spacious living room, there is a special tea room, a separate parlor, remaining large and small. There are a total of 19 bedrooms and 2 studies. The first floor of the downstairs is the various control rooms of the safe house, while the second floor houses the movie theater, billiard room, chess and card room, and other various recreational facilities. The third basement level, surprisingly, is a vegetable garden. All of them are controlled by intelligent control, which can adjust the vegetable garden to the suitable temperature for the growth of fruits and vegetables at any time. The top is inlaid throughout with clear skylights that mimic not only sunlight, but the entire process from sunrise to sunset. Luxurious in the extreme. When we come to the east side of the city from now on, this will be our residence. Shin Heng nodded his head in satisfaction, turned around and rushed to Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing, and then rushed to Old Qin, the bunker outside. I'll leave one for you, and if you don't mind the bad luck, the one in Lu Shan Yuan, it's yours. Yes, thank you, boss. Old Qin was all smiles. What's so obscure about it? Under the doomsday, an unknown number of people had died, and the boss was willing to give the biggest bunker to himself, which was a sign of trust. That bunker in Ryuehara is around 140 square feet. What about 4 rooms and 1 living room? Enough to live by yourself with 2 star girls. Bing Bing and Cece looked at each other, both seeing dissatisfaction in the other's eyes. Afterward, the two hurriedly lowered their heads again, not daring to let Shin Heng and Old Qin see them. They had previously lived in this safe house, which was like a castle, and enjoyed top-notch treatment. But now, to be crammed into a tiny bunker with an old man? That's a lot to hold back. After locking the door of the safe house, Shin Heng's few people returned to the Peach Source community. At this time the night is deep, snowflakes flurry, the small area is quiet. Several people on the roof were still on guard, and when they saw Shin Heng, they were relieved. Boss, you're back, Gui Yupeng greeted respectfully. It's okay. Shin Heng patted Gui Yupeng's shoulder. You first let the brothers go back to rest. Tomorrow we have to continue trading. We have to work harder for everyone. Good. Gui Yupeng smiled and nodded, then hurriedly greeted the two boss ladies, Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing, before greeting Old Qin. However, after seeing the two actresses behind Old Qin, he was stunned. Both of them will be Old Qin's people from now on. Shen Hong hemmed and hawed. Gui Yupeng was stunned, and a gaudy envy flashed in his eyes. So the boss just went out to get a wife for Old Qin? And two at a time? Or two actresses? This is simply, if you want, there will be plenty of opportunities later, Shen Hong whispered as he wrapped his arms around him. This is not appropriate. I already have a wife. Gui Yupeng dry cough. What are you afraid of? Now that the world order has changed so much, it's normal for powerful men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As soon as Shen Heng's words fell, he felt a pain in his waist. Looking back, Hua Miao, the girl, was glaring at herself with a puff of air again. Well, enough of that, I'll get back to you. Shen Hong raised his eyebrows at Gui Yupeng. You come with me. He led several people back inside. Yang Jinshen and Chen Xin had long heard the news of Shen Heng's return, and as soon as they opened the door, the two women all enthusiastically jumped into Shen Heng's arms. Ice. See? Only after embracing Shen Hong did Chen Xin see Bing Bing and Cici following behind her and was filled with shock. What's with the two co-workers? She looked at Hua Miao in confusion. It's not the new sisters again, is it? Chen Xin. Bing Bing and Cici greeted Chen Xin with an embarrassed look on their faces, especially Ice. When Chen Xin first entered the entertainment industry, he also gave her a supporting role in a TV series. Then Chen Xin made a costume drama, which made him a big hit. I didn't realize that Chen Xin was actually the boss's woman. And then think about yourself. You can only be the woman of the boss's subordinate, which is still an old man. Now it seems like you're the supporting cast. Ning Yao brought tea and set it on the table for them. She has consciously integrated her identity into the nanny. Thanks. Bing Bing and Cici looked at the several women in Shen Heng's family and were a bit restrained. They thought highly of themselves, but they also had to admit that these women in the boss's house were not at all inferior to themselves in terms of figure and appearance, and even a bit prettier than themselves. No wonder they don't see us. But we're good at technology. Experienced. We're the best at serving people. It was a pity that they didn't dare to say these words, but could only drink the hot tea in silence. Old Qin, Miao Miao, Meng Qing, Jin Xian and Xiao Qin, all of you come too. Go to the basement room, Shen Hong commanded. Several people got up and followed Shen Hong to the basement. In the living room, Ning Yao and Yang Muxian stayed behind to accompany the two actresses. Shen Hong first opened the basement door and rushed Ren Jie in the underground passage to greet him. Ren Jie stepped out of the shadows, and at his feet, several bodies were thrown. Someone has been here? Shen Hong frowned. Just ordinary people, trying to steal supplies while it was dark, all of whom I killed, Ren Jie said. Shen Hong nodded and greeted Ren Jie as he also entered the villa. Walking together into the conference hall in the basement, all of them sat in front of the round table and respectfully looked at Shen Hong. Zhao Erbao is dead, Shen Hong said bluntly. Everyone has merit. I have it all memorized in my heart, so I won't dwell on it. Next, we need to pick up the pace. He got up and drew a circle on the map of Jiangcheng City hanging behind him. This is the Taoyuan neighborhood where we are. Gui Yupeng hurriedly got up. Here, tomorrow, in addition to maintaining normal transactions, pick the right brothers. I'll get you snowmobiles and take Sunnyside with guns. Shen Hong circled a plot 2 kilometers northeast of Taoyuan district. Remember, we want the owners of the district to be safe and alive, and at the very least, before they have a balance on their accounts, we must ensure their safety and let them spend their money on purchasing our supplies. Yes, Gui Yupeng nodded, then hesitantly said, Boss, Sunshine City is just an ordinary neighborhood, but the northwest of our district but there is Yunqi Yajua, that is a high-grade district, the rich people living inside. It should also be more. I have other plans for the Cloudhaven Arms, Shen Hong said. You don't need to manage this district. First Sunshine City, then Shanshui Wenyuan, one academy, to the district as the center. Start to expand. In these neighborhoods, also to continue to recruit brothers, as long as the loyalty, treatment is not a problem. Also, to speed things up, kill off a few of the pricks in these neighborhoods, and the rest will naturally be honest. What I want is to collect as much money as possible, Shen Hong exhorted. I understand. Although up until now, Gui Yupeng was still a bit unclear about what the boss was asking for money for, he still nodded his head and agreed. Boss, then the instant noodles will be at the original price? Right, Shen Hong nodded. The reason why he changed the price back that day was that he suddenly realized that not everyone was willing to buy instant noodles for 10,000 a packet. There are even some extreme misers who would rather starve than spend money. At 10,000 a pack, from the bottom of people's hearts, they're not all that willing to accept it. Many people's household savings are just $300, to $200, or even less. If a person's savings can only buy 20 or so packets of instant noodles, will he give up surviving? Shin Hong wasn't sure and didn't know, but if 100 a pack, they are, psychologically, much more receptive, and many will be afraid of scarcity of supplies and will even buy in bulk. What Shin Hong was afraid of was not that they would buy, but that they would not buy. Scale up sales to draw more money back in. Tell them I want all kinds of rare metals as well, and gold, silver, and jewels can be brought in for supplies, discounted at normal market prices, Shin Hong admonished. Yes, Gui Yupeng nodded repeatedly. Ren Jie, take your men and cooperate in securing Yupeng's material trade. Yes, Ren Jie also got up and responded. And about the greenery, make sure you buy it in bulk. Several people nodded gravely. Meow meow, Meng Qing, you two and I will go to the grain depot tomorrow. Shin Hong opened his mouth. After tonight's battle, he realized that although Huo Miao wasn't a combat-orientated psychic, her psychic ability was a huge increase for the entire team. Old Qin, spend some time with your wives tonight and watch the house for me tomorrow. Shin Hong scowled at Old Qin again. Show them your strength. Old Qin made a big red face. Huo Miao's few people also bowed their heads, blushing. By the way, those two, Fong Lu and Su Chao, are still alive now, right? Shin Hong suddenly remembered this pair of dogs and men and inquired. In a week at the most, the alien fruit will bear fruit. He was almost forgetting about them now that he was focusing on expanding his territory. Tonight's events had been a wake-up call for Shin Hong. Now that there was no alien fruit, Zhao Erbao actually had alien powers. I don't know if it's a rebirth carry or some other strange encounter. You have to keep an eye on Su Chao and Fong Lu at all times just in case. Chapter 141, A Lively Owners Group. Boss, when you say these two, I've got news to tell. Gui Yupeng hemmed and hawed, squeezing his eyebrows. This afternoon, Su Chao led a group of people and fought with Fong Lu. That scene, TSK, a fight? Shin Hong froze. That's not true. Gui Yupeng with a face of emotion. Su Chao actually defected to Chen Xiaohua, also known as Blossoming Fortune, the wifey you wanted to block in the beginning. Chen Xiaohua is the boss of a media company. Her husband died a long time ago, can be said to be a strong woman, because of the media work done. Contact with people is also more miscellaneous, so her style is very open, like fresh meat. She throws a lot of money at the men she likes, but usually lives a stingy life, which is why she went straight to you in the group in the first place, trying to get you to give free supplies straight away. And didn't she say that when the snow stops, she's going to send you banners and get you on the news? That's just smooth sailing for her. The cost is almost zero. Gui Yupeng first explained the woman, and then said, Chen Xiaohua lives in the townhouses East 1 Row 6. Her son is usually away. These days it happens that the grandson wants to grandma. It was sent to this side of the villa. The result is encountered in this kind of extreme weather. Chen Xiaohua is in the villa, and every day with the grandchildren depend on each other. But she is not a small demand. The past few days to hold in the house the whole day. It should be also hold in the bad. She should have contacted Su Chao before. The day before yesterday Su Chao was beaten up by Fong Lu with Li Fei. Su Chao couldn't swallow this breath. That's why he defected to Chen Xiaohua, and our supplies just happened to be reduced in price. Chen Xiaohua bought a lot of supplies in a large amount, and used the supplies to buy many tenants, so that all of them would follow Su Chao to find Fong Lu and Li Fei to take revenge. This afternoon, the two sides had a firefight in the underpass. Not to mention the excitement. Gui Yupeng's eyebrows flew up. Rip-offs and whatnot are the best, especially when both sides went back and forth, hurling insults at each other. And then Su Chao took out a video of him making out with Fong Lu, and it went viral. Shin Hong froze, took out his cell phone and opened the Shielded Owners group, only to see that the group was buzzing with activity. Just now, Su Chao circulated a small video of him and Fong Lu together in the group, and even more shocked out a lot of sullen owners who did not say anything. Chanda Auto Repair at Su Chao. Post more. My friend loves it. Angels cry too at Su Chao. My friend said he loves it too. I'll forward it to him. Grief-inflicted bitterness, ditto. Old one, my grandson also likes. Old man is all righteous. I can see such a video. Is what I deserve. Zhang Qingyu, I'm a pornographer. You send some more. Let me identify whether it's synthetic or not. At Fong Lulu, don't worry. If it's a video synthesized by him, I'll recommend you a professional lawyer. Let's call the police. Many of the owners are brushing up on their screen, and under Doomsday, it's one of the few things they have fun with. However, Fong Lu, who was aired by the crowd, did not say a word at this time, and his face was hard to see. In the afternoon, Su Chao brought a number of people to pick a fight, and was beaten back by Li Fei and a group of brothers. Although their people are small, but Li Fei's gang is big and thick, and they don't want to fight at all, and they directly pounced on them with kitchen knives. The crowd behind Su Chao dispersed in a flurry of activity, and Su Chao was almost hit in the ass by Li Fei's slash, so he hurriedly scattered his legs and fled away. Waiting to return home, Su Chao cannot swallow this breath. Immediately the past days to adjust the atmosphere, only to shoot the video, directly all sent out. Who cares about spreading this stuff now that the officials don't even care about people's deaths anyway? Faye, what should we do? Feng Lu's face was full of grievances, shaking Li Fei's arm in a pitiful manner. I didn't expect that he would pass out all the videos. How can I be a human being in the future? What will people say about you? I don't want to live. Don't worry. Li Fei's face was grim. This dog even dared to post a video. I'll make sure he gets a good look. He turned his head and barked at a few of his brothers. What are you looking at? All of you turn off your cell phones. Several brothers in the room, at this time, also secretly watched the video in the cell phone, and from time to time also looked up to measure Feng Lu. Seems to be completely substituting themselves into it as well. In person, watching little videos like this of her is so damn exciting. Feng Lu's face was even more red and she was biting her lower lip tightly. Seeing Fei's anger, a few brothers quickly nodded their heads in agreement, and the moment they turned off their cell phones, they had already secretly saved the group's video. I'll read it when I get back tonight. He. I didn't realize that this girlfriend of Fei's was so flirtatious and had so many fancy moves. And at this time, Su Chao swiped again and posted a number of videos in a row in the group, and also purposely ate Feng Lu. Little, don't you like to let me dislike your face to shoot? I'm sending it all out to you now, so that you can make a name for yourself. With me, but also turn your head to hook up with other men. Really enough. At Junction you, aren't you a pornographer? Why don't you ask her to meet with you and compare to see if there's that mole on her, but that was captured inside the video. Jiang Qinyu came in the spirit and hastily agreed. It makes sense. At Feng Lu, sister, why don't you come to me, brother, to identify it for you? Identifying this? I'm a professional. Feng Lu's lungs were about to explode with anger, turning her head aggressively and loudly rushing Li Fei. Brother Fei, look, he's still sending it. Li Fei was furious. Feng Lu was her own woman now. How dare you spam the video so recklessly? He directly said in the group. At Jiang Qinyu, if you dare to beep again, I'll go to your house right now and stab you to death. You're living in Building 11, Unit 1, 1101, right? Talk to me. Jiang Qinyu was startled and dived right in, not saying a word. Li Fei again edged Su Chao and directly began a national curse into his cell phone. Su Chao, what kind of video are you posting indiscriminately? Feng Lu was at least once your girlfriend. Grass. You wait for me. Several other brothers, seeing Li Fei emotionally cursing, and quietly took out their cell phones and saved the video that Su Chao had newly sent out in their phones, and put it away unspokenly. One by one, their gazes were glowing, and they were staring straight at Feng Lu. The eyes hated having the ability to see through and penetrate Feng Lu's clothes. Su Chao smiled coldly and replied, don't put gold on your face. When was Feng Lu my girlfriend? I'm not afraid to tell you guys. Feng Lu used to be Shin Heng's girlfriend. She dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Quietly behind Shin Heng's back and I hooked up. I'm just playing with her. She's such a, can't wait to have someone every day. Li Fei was furious. He's not good at cursing. He's always saying paralyzed, which doesn't really kill him at all. And what good are you? Don't think I don't know. You defected to Chen Xiaohua and worked as a male pet for that half-aged woman. It's a disgrace to a man's face. Originally is saving the video of a brother. C-Face seems to have a brain jam, and quickly picked up the phone to scold all menopausal women. You can also be hard. Honestly, I would quite admire you. Good scolding, Teo. Li Fei came into the spirit. Keep cursing him to death. Lu Jinyang see Fei a face of approval, and secretly looked at Feng Lu. See her also full of eyes moved to look at their own. Suddenly more to the spirit of, Chen Xiaohua is also enough to starve. You do not have a mirror in the house. There is always urine, right? Look at their own what virtue. You two are really perfect match. Chen Xiaohua, be careful to get pelvic congestion syndrome. His video of the thing so little big, can satisfy you? Good. Nah, Li Fei is uneducated. A sentence goes all over the world. He slapped his thighs together. Yang, you curse so well. Feng Lu was imploring. Brother Fei, what's the point of just cursing? Let's go directly to Chen Xiaohua's house overnight and chop up that Su Chao brat to take out the anger for sister-in-law. Lu Jinyang became even more exuberant and got up to speak. Right. Li Fei nodded his head sorrowfully, wrapped his arms around Feng Lu, and softly said, don't worry my dear. I'll go to him with my brothers right now, and directly get him killed. See how he still messes up the video. Fei, then you guys should be careful. Feng Lu looked worried. If it's dangerous, then don't go. After all, I don't want to cause trouble for you because of myself. What's the trouble? Li Fei's neck raised. Brothers, cop out. Let's go there in the night. The crowd all followed suit, rising and heading out the door in a murderous rage. Lu Jinyang walked to the end and saw everyone go out before he came to Feng Lu's side and softly said, "Sister-in-law, we'll go then. You be careful at home. Yoko, you're amazing." Feng Lu softly glanced at Lu Jinyang and moved to his side. "You be careful too." Lu Jinyang was simply seduced by these fox eyes, and in his heart, without knowing what to think, he directly reached out and patted Feng Lu's but, "Sister-in-law, don't worry." "Nasty." Feng Lu whispered petulantly, just gently twisted her waist and did not dodge. Lu Jinyang swallowed hard. In his mind, various small videos sent out by Su Chao came back to him. "Teo, what are you waiting for? Go." Li Fei had led the crowd to the stairway and looked up to urge them on. "Good." Lu Jinyang hurriedly nodded. His eyes flickered, and suddenly covered his stomach. "Brother Fei, I have a bit of a stomachache. Why don't you guys go first? I'll go to the toilet." "First, okay." Li Fei had no doubt and nodded, leading the crowd to rush down the stairs in a furious manner. Seeing the crowd leave, Lu Jinyang breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Yang, don't you have a stomachache?" Feng Lu had a concerned look on her face. "I suddenly don't hurt anymore." Lu Jinyang came over to Feng Lu's side and said with a straight face, "Sister-in-law, I think Su Chao synthesized the video. How could he have taken so many?" Yes. Hearing Lu Jinyang talk about the content of the video, Feng Lu nodded repeatedly. "He synthesized it all." Lu Jinyang stared at her neck. Although it had been a week since she had taken a bath, Feng Lu's neck was still so white and translucent. He gulped and looked righteous. "Sister-in-law, I'm actually a forensic artist. Why don't I come and appraise that mole in the video for you?" "What pornographer? I think you want to appraise people." Feng Lu giggled, her almond eyes containing spring. "You're so bad. You still want to see your sister-in-laws. You're not afraid that Brother Fei will find out and find you in trouble?" Lu Jinyang stared straight at her, a phrase echoing repeatedly in his mind at the moment. "I'd rather die under a flower than be a ghost. Will sister-in-law tell Fei?" He moved over to Feng Lu's side and leaned into her ear to inquire softly. Feng Lu's ears were tickling, and she couldn't help it for a long time. Although he had served Li Fei a few times, he was just a flamboyant, outwardly strong. Don't think he's big and strong, but he's flabby and not even remotely competent. Every time, Feng Lu made Feng Lu nod up and down, not to mention how difficult it was. Lu Jinyang is considered handsome in Li Fei's group of brothers, and has long moved her. Moreover, just now, Lu Jinyang scolded Su Chao in the group, which gave her a feeling of being pampered even more. It was a feeling that Li Fei couldn't give. "Of course, won't." Feng Lu closed her eyes and murmured, "Then what are you waiting for? Sister-in-law, let me take a look at." Lu Jinyang breathed heavily and held Feng Lu in his arms. Feng Lu took the initiative to hug Lu Jinyang's neck tightly, and the two of them kissed passionately. "Let's go to the bedroom. It's warmer with the tincture of oil." Feng Lu was held by Lu Jinyang and the two rushed into the bedroom. The curtain rises on a great battle in the bedroom. Chapter 142. Shen Heng brought Old Qin and the others, and together they came to the underground passage, ready to watch the show. What? More eye-catching than dog-eat-dog? Even though he had experienced a great battle and managed to kill Zhao Erbo, Shen Heng braced himself and hid in the shadowy corner of the underground passage with the crowd. Soon, there was an airy footstep from the underground passage. Coming! Shen Heng's few people came to be energized. Only Li Fei was seen walking at the front, carrying 2 kitchen knives, while behind him were 6 brothers who were equally aggressive. Coming near the passageway of the townhouse, Li Fei's several people walked towards the fork in the road of one row of villas and took a big step. Hearing that several people had already passed, Shen Heng's group of people, again sneakily and quietly followed behind, looking towards the diverging path. "Su Chao, get your ass out here." Li Fei came to the basement door of the East 1 row 6 villa, fiercely slashed at the door and cursed, "Doesn't little like to send videos? You come out and try posting another one in front of me." Su Chao inside the villa naturally heard it, but curled up and pretended to be dead inside the house. Chen Xiaohua's face was ugly, frowning and glaring at Su Chao. "What are you doing, now that you've lured people over? I've said that the past has passed. You want to find people's trouble, and I've taken the supplies to help you find people, but they aren't like Li Fei's kind of dilettantes. He's really daring to play with his life. What now? Let's not go out and everything will be fine." Su Chao whispered. "You." Chen Xiaohua pointed at Su Chao, but seeing Su Chao's pitiful appearance, and thinking about the scene in the afternoon when Su Chao was serving himself with great effort, her heart was softened and she sighed. All right, I'll think of a way. And you tonight, behave yourself, got it?" Su Chao hurriedly nodded his head. "I'm going to be the female knight up there this time." Chen Xiaohua barked again. The corner of Su Chao's mouth twitched. What the hell is going on in this woman's head? Why is she still thinking about that kind of thing? I don't know how she is the owner of the company. Also, her crazy stance in bed isn't going to break me, is it? Su Chao weakly said. "Okay, I'll listen to Sister Hua. That's more like it." Chen Xiaohua nodded in satisfaction. Just stay at home. I'll go down and meet them. Sister Hua, don't open the door. Su Chao's face paled. Don't worry, you just have to think about the evening. Chen Xiaohua let out a delicate laugh, the folds on her face trembling. Su Chao squeezed out a smile. Chen Xiaohua came to the door of the basement. Outside the door, Li Fei was frantically chopping the door with a knife, the sound of which made her heart skip a beat. Li Fei, let's talk about something tomorrow. Chen Xiaohua coughed dryly, picked up the communication device on the door, and spoke faintly. Hearing Chen Xiaohua's clear voice coming from the door, Li Fei froze, then sneered. You tell Su Chao to get out. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you, old woman. Su Chao is my man. There's no way I'm letting him out. Chen Xiaohua frowned. Give me face. Let's forget about this. I guarantee that Su Chao won't. In the future. Giving you face? What the hell are you? Li Fei kicked on the door. Su Chao spread the video of my woman all over the neighborhood. You tell me. Forget about it? Forget it. Chen Xiaohua was startled. The kick almost broke the door. If you really kicked down the door, how could Su Chao still end up in trouble? Mustn't they be killed by them? What are you doing? Chen Xiaohua colored. I'm warning you, if you don't leave, I'll call someone. Ha ha, Li Fei Jie strange smile. You call broken throat. All, grass, said wrong. Call someone now. I'd like to see who dares to come over and save you. Chen Xiaohua's brows furrowed tightly. She could hear it. Li Fei was not seeing a rabbit without a hawk. The strawmen hired with supplies during the day all ran away in fear as soon as they saw Li Fei make a real move with a real sword. LOL. After all, it's just a few packets of bubblegum for hire that can't be relied upon. And so on. Her eyes suddenly lit up. These homeowners can't be relied on. But Gui Yupeng, who sells the supplies, has a gun. She didn't believe that Li Fei still dared to be cross with Gui Yupeng. Really not leaving, are you? Chen Xiaohua took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Then don't blame me for tearing my face off from you. Li Fei didn't even reply this time, and once again kicked hard at the door. The gate gave a dull thud. Looks like it's a no-win situation. It was so hard for Su Chao to be willing to be her male pet. To Chen Xiaohua, it was impossible for her to give up on Su Chao. Su Chao is handsome and serves himself very hard. He hasn't had enough fun yet. That's all. Making money is supposed to be about enjoying life too. You've worked hard all your life. Can't you be crazy about love for once? She picked up her cell phone and directly opened the dialogue box with Gui Yupeng. Gritting her teeth she spoke. Yupeng, I'm Sister Flower. Right now someone is breaking into my house's front door. Sister is very scared. At the corner of the aisle, Shin Heng's gang was watching the show with great interest, when Gui Yupeng's cell phone vibrated in the cold, and all of them turned back in unison. It was a good thing that Li Fei was leading his minions to curse and concentrate on kicking the door, and no one could have imagined that there were still eaters in the underground passage. Gui Yupeng picked up his cell phone and looked at Chen Xiaohua, who had sent WeChat, with a surprised face. Blossoms of fortune? Isn't this Chen Xiaohua? Why did she send you a message? Shen Hong stared at Gui Yupeng's cell phone screen in disbelief. Old Qin Renjie, as well as Shen Heng's 4 women, also looked at Gui Yupeng in unison. I don't know. When Gui Yupeng spread his hands and tried to explain, Shen Hong grabbed the phone and turned down the volume, then clicked listen to voice. The heads of the crowd all came up to their cell phones and pricked up their ears to listen. When they finished listening to Chen Xiaohua's voice, the eyes of the crowd looking at Gui Yupeng became even more strange. Old Gua, you wouldn't have been Sister Hua's male pet as well, would you? Shen Hong looked at Gui Yupeng with a look of disgust. You have really heavy taste, boss. I didn't. Gui Yupeng wanted to cry, and hurriedly took his cell phone and replied to Sister Hua. Sister Hua, what do you mean by this? It's easy for people to misunderstand. Yupeng, I have purchased $100,000 of supplies from you today. You have to take care of Sister Flower's safety, right? By the way, Sister Flower still has a lot of money in her card. This snow won't stop. She has to keep buying your supplies, right? I spend a lot of money every time. I'm also considered your VIP customer. Can't you help me? Sister Hua quickly sent a voice, and afraid that Gui Yupeng still does not agree, and then sent, I know you have a gun. As long as you step in, Li Fei absolutely do not dare to find Sister's trouble. In this way, you help Sister this time. Sister give you 100,000. No, 200,000. Do you think so? Gui Yupeng took the initiative to hand his cell phone to Shen Hong this time and tapped on the voice for everyone to listen. If I don't let the boss hear me clearly, I won't be able to get clean in this life. Sister Hua's crow's feet could pinch a mosquito. How could I possibly like such an old woman? Moreover, the boss took old Qin out on a trip today and brought him back 2 actresses. Don't get me wrong. Think I like old women. Next time bring me a 70-year-old crone and I can't say no. What am I going to do then? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is still our big client. Shin Hong came back to his senses and hurriedly picked up his cell phone. $1 million at a bite. I'll tell Li Fei to get lost now. I had heard from Yu Peng before that Chen Xiaohua's company had just taken out a loan and encountered extreme weather. Don't let Li Fei Jin get you killed. If that was the case, killing Li Fei wouldn't even be a relief. My old man is living the life now, and he has to be smart about it. $1 million, let the brothers go over there, and the protection money will be easy to come by. Chapter 143, Huge Protection Money. $1 million? Chen Xiaohua quickly replied, full of shock. So much money, why don't you go and rob it? She was so completely shocked by the number that she didn't even listen carefully. It wasn't Gui Yupeng who had just sent the voice. Shin Hong laughed lightly. Since you're not willing to agree, forget it, take your own time to maneuver with Li Fei. He threw his cell phone to Gui Yupeng. Learn from it. Gui Yupeng nodded his head repeatedly and looked at Shin Hong with a gaze full of admiration. No wonder you can be a boss. It's a real goose and gander. All supplies are sold at a premium and the owner has made a fortune. Chen Xiaohua contributed a lot, but even so, the boss is unambiguous and unforgiving when it comes to protection money. No wonder I've been around for so many years and I'm still just a used car dealer. If the boss has these two skills, their own store has long been made into a nationally recognized used car dealers. There is Guaran used car, what matters? Inside the basement, Chen Xiaohua's face was ugly. She didn't expect that Gui Yupeng would make such a tough offer. I can't believe it takes $1 million to get out. I've taken care of your business for so many years. Don't you want to show me any mercy? But the next moment, 2 more pings came from outside the door, and Chen Xiaohua Winston came back to her senses. Chen Xiaohua, you won't open the door, will you? Li Fei's sorrowful voice came out. Okay, when I kick open the door, not to mention that dog Su Chao, I won't even let you go. Chen Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Really? You're not trying to see me, are you? I'm seeing Nima. Li Fei almost vomited blood. This woman, how did her brain circuits grow? You wait, I'll go in and stab you to death. Chen Xiaohua pondered for a moment. Stab with what? I'm yet. Li Fei almost took a breath without slowing down. Use a knife. Use the kitchen knife in my hand. I rub Nima. He snapped up his knife and slashed at the gate, but then he did a double take. Damn, the door was a frozen heap. It couldn't be cut at all. Instead it shook his palms. Shin Heng's few people hid in the back corner and watched with straight joy. If I had gone to sleep just now, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy the show. In particular, Chen Xiaohua's conversation with Li Fei made him slap his legs. But right now, Li Fei seemed to be unable to do anything with this gate. Shin Hong suddenly raised his eyebrows and his mind sank into the space of consciousness. From the vending machine, he purchased a freeze-dried stump. The vending machine simply has everything. Only you can't think of it. Not buy it. He pointed in the air, and the tree stump suddenly appeared, and the crowd all turned their heads in curiosity, looking at the large tree stump that was 1 person thick. Shin Hong threw the tree stump on the ground, making a ping sound. Boss, you're not watching the show? Gui Yupeng glared. Shin Hong waved his hand and led a few people to hide. Who? Li Fei was startled when he coldly heard a loud noise coming from behind him, and he instantly rushed behind him angrily in annoyance. But there was no sound. The other brothers, following suit, turned back. What the hell is this? One of the juniors in the back came to the front of the tree stump and surveyed it. Brother Fei, it doesn't seem like there was this thing just now, right? I don't know where it came from. Great stuff. Li Fei's eyes glowed. Then he frowned again and looked around. After realizing that there was absolutely no one, then he rushed his little brothers and ordered, come over here, hold this tree stump and smash the door for me. Could it be that God wanted Chen Xiaohua and Su Chao to die as well? The stump showed up just in time. A few brothers rushed forward, and the 4 of them carried the tree stump and rushed towards Chen Xiaohua's gate. Li Fei dodged it in a hurry. Boom! The tree stump slammed heavily on the door, and Chen Xiaohua was so shocked that she almost screamed. Geez, Thousand Dagger Li Fei, what to smash the door with? It felt like the whole house was buzzing. Go on. Li Fei came to his senses and quickly drank. The minions hugged the stump and charged with another wail. Boom! There was another heavy slam on the door. Chen Xiaohua saw that the front door of his house, and even the walls around the front door, were trembling along with him. She was pale. I'm afraid that if this continues to smash, the gate will be smashed through. Li Fei will absolutely rush in. Now there was no time to think. She hurriedly picked up her cell phone and tremblingly sent a voice to Gui Yupeng, her voice full of pleading and panic. Yupeng, quick, quick, $1 million I'll give you. I'll transfer it to you now. You save me now. Without further ado, she transferred money directly to Gui Yupeng. Gui Yupeng held his cell phone and looked at Shin Hong with an inquiring gaze. Shin Hong gave him a you decide look. Gui Yupeng smiled and replied at Chen Xiaohua. It's too late. The price has gone up now. 2 million before I can make a bid. You. Chen Xiaohua did not expect that Gui Yupeng the treacherous businessman, would actually sit on the ground. However, associating the high price of those supplies of Gui Yupeng, and one has already transferred $1 million. I am afraid that none of them will be able to come back. At that moment, she could only grit her teeth and send another 200,000 over to Gui Yupeng. I've given you all the money. Come and save me. If Li Fei breaks in, my big client will be dead. Who's going to take care of your business from now on? Ah, you, come and save me. Chen Xiaohua was on her way to send out her voice when the sound of a heavy crash once again came from outside the door, and she let out a scream as her face turned as if it was paper. Boss, I'll get to work then. Gui Yupeng put away his cell phone and smiled as he reported at Shen Heng. Go on. Shen Heng patted Gui Yupeng's shoulder. Gui Yupeng swaggered over. Outside the door, Li Fei was still directing the crowd to smash the door, and inside the door, Chen Xiaohua was in tears and panic. Hey, what's going on? Gui Yupeng frowned and drank. Who? Li Fei turned his head violently, but after seeing Gui Yupeng, he hurriedly squeezed out a smile. It's Brother Peng. Why did you come over? I ate too much and came out to cool off. Gui Yupeng said indifferently. I heard a sound coming from this side and came over to take a look. Too full? The corners of Li Fei's crowd's mouths twitched. Damn, you're the only one who can say something like that in this weather, aren't you, dirtbag? I don't know how this guy's life was so good that he was spotted by the big man of harmony and prosperity and became his agent. But with these words, he naturally didn't dare to say them, and compensated with a smile. Just now, Su Chao humiliated my wife in the group, so I came over to teach him a lesson. Lesson? What lesson? All go back, Gui Yupeng said with a stern face. Ha, Li Fei froze, a little annoyed. You'll let me go back with a word. Do you really think you're a big brother? What? Not convinced? Gui Yupeng fished the pistol out of his pocket and glared at Li Fei. Li Fei's face stiffened and his mouth trembled, but he couldn't say a word. He didn't doubt, for a second, that the gun was real. Harmony Big Brother even has a INGAK and has mined the underpass. It's not too much to give Gui Yupeng a pistol, is it? Seeing Li Fei standing still, Gui Yupeng frowned. His left hand pulled the bolt, making a click sound. Don't, Peng, let's go. Li Fei hurriedly waved his hand. Go ahead. Chen Xiaohua gave me $2 million to protect her tonight. As Li Fei greeted his brothers and prepared to leave, Gui Yupeng suddenly spoke softly. Li Fei was stunned. Then he seemed to think of something and asked in a low voice, Brother Peng, you just said, tonight? Aha! I didn't expect Li Fei to be big and thick, but he's no cutie. Well, Gui Yupeng nodded and gave Li Fei an approving look. Okay Peng, I get it. Li Fei revealed a smile and bowed at Gui Yupeng, then exclaimed, Brother Peng, I'll give you face today, so we'll leave first. Gui Yupeng nodded. When he watched Li Fei's crowd leave, he picked up his cell phone and sent WeChat to Chen Xiaohua. Sister Hua, Li Fei and the others have already left. I'm withdrawing too. He quickly came to Shen Heng's side and reported as if inviting credit. Boss, I just hinted to Li Fei that he is not allowed to find Chen Xiaohua's trouble again tonight. He also understood what I meant, and will probably come back tomorrow to find Chen Xiaohua. At that time, we can still earn protection fees. Shen Heng grinned. Not bad for your own good military advisor. It's all going to be lifted. It suddenly occurred to him that under Armageddon, the human order collapsed, and he was afraid that those who had a grudge in the first place would all look for trouble with each other. Why don't we let Rinjia and his brothers set up a law enforcement team to protect such good customers who are willing to spend money to avoid disasters? That's a great way to collect money. Chapter 144 Sister Flower wants her capital back. Finally gone. Chen Xiaohua was lying on the cat's eye just now, secretly observing the situation outside the door. When he saw Gui Yupeng holding a cell phone and forcing Li Fei's few people to leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. After receiving Gui Yupeng's message at this moment, she had a feeling of having survived a robbery, finally got rid of. But think of the 1.2 million spent. Chen Xiaohua heart like a knife. So much money? How many dudes can I play with when I go to the club? Returning to the living room, seeing Su Chao still sitting dumbly on the sofa, he immediately said in a bad mood, What are you still standing there for? Give me hot water. I'm thirsty. Su Chao hurriedly got up, picked up a bottle of mineral water from beside the oil tincture, unscrewed the lid, and poured it into the hot water kettle. If the mineral water had been placed elsewhere, it would have frozen into ice cubes long ago, and it was only by placing it next to the tincture of oil, which gave off heat, that it was able to keep the mineral water from freezing. Sister Hua, they are gone, right? Su Chao asked carefully. What do you say? Chen Xiaohua glared at Su Chao. Su Chao sighed in relief. Thank you, Sister Hua. He hurriedly got up and bowed at Chen Xiaohua. What's the point of being polite to me? Chen Xiaohua glanced at Su Chao and suddenly said, Now go back to the room with me. I'm going to try out the moves from your little video with Feng Lu. Now, Su Chao's face shook. Don't you still need to drink water? Drink after you're done. Chen Xiaohua got up and gave Su Chao a blank look. Tonight, I must earn back the money I spent from Su Chao. I'm going to use him for what he's worth. Su Chao shivered, thinking of Chen Xiaohua's craziness of sitting on the ground and sucking dirt. I'll cook a packet of instant noodles first to cushion. I'm afraid. You're afraid of a hammer. I spent $2 million to set this up. Chen Xiaohua kicked Su Chao. I counted more for you. 10,000 for one shot. Think about it yourself. How should you pay me back? This much? Su Chao's eyes widened, thinking about it for the 120th time. His legs shook and he dropped to the ground with a plop. Chen Xiaohua didn't have time to waste with him, directly dragging Su Chao's collar and turning her head into the bedroom. Su Chao's face was full of rawness. The next day, Shen Hong woke up from a nap, and it was already 3 rods in the morning. Beside him, the 4 women lay sprawled out in sound sleep. In particular, Chen Qin, who won the right to use Shen Hong yesterday by playing a wild card, is still sweating on his forehead and the tip of his nose, like a quiet kitten, sleeping. Just as he got up, Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing followed and opened their eyes, asking softly, "Hubby, ready to go?" The two of them didn't go too crazy because they had to accompany Shen Hong out today, and they were almost always working as rickshaw drivers for Chen Qin. Aha! Shen Hong nodded, and the 2 women followed and quietly got up. After washing up and coming downstairs, he saw Ning Yao and Yang Muxian with dark eyes and yawns. "Shen Hong, you guys are up?" Ning Yao yawned with a red face. "I'll go cook." She now no longer dared to meet Shen Hong's eyes. It was really unexpected that Shen Hong had gone out for a day and was still so crazy last night. Simply the god of war. No, it's the god of the station. Yang Muxian was speechless. "Brother-in-law, can you change my room? Or you guys go up to the 3rd floor, okay? If this goes on, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown. And even the biggest brand of cosmetics can't cover up my dark circles. Just give you a pair of earplugs. Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't hear them." Shen Hong smiled and handed Yang Muxian a pair of tiny earplugs, then glanced at Ning Yao and took the initiative to walk over. "Ning Yao, here's a pair for you too." Thanks. Ning Yao's face flushed red and she hastily took it. These are the earbuds that are strictly selected by the system. Sound isolation and noise reduction. And the quality can't be beat. Soon, Ning Yao simply made 4 dishes and 1 soup and set them on the table. Shen Hong was in good spirits. After all, Specialty 19 is not covered. But because of the exertion of plowing the land, his belly was also empty at this time. Plus, Ning Yao's level of cooking was quite high, almost enough to be a chef. The colors and flavors were all over the place, and she had grilled several plump oysters that were juicy and fragrant. Shen Hong was feasting when his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID in surprise. It's the same cell phone number that his small Microsoft number is on, and not many people know it. It's an unfamiliar number, but the attribution shows Zhengcheng. "Hello?" Shen Hong picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm Li Minghua." On the phone, a dry voice came. "Li Minghua?" Shen Hong raised an eyebrow. It was only yesterday morning that he had gone to Yunxia residence and threw a note of his phone number to Li Minghua's little brother. Unexpectedly, it was only a day past when Li Minghua called. It seems that Chen Jintian is quite crazy. Li Minghua can't even carry it a bit. "Yesterday, it was you who left the note, wasn't it? It had your phone number on it, and you also said that if I would recognize you as my boss, you would be willing to help me." Seeing that Shen Hong didn't say anything, Li Minghua took the initiative to say, "And you also told my brothers that Chen Jintian would soon launch an attack." "Sure enough, shortly after you left, Chen Jintian gathered his minions and killed over." He sighed quietly. "If not for the narrowness of the building, which constrained Chen Jintian, I'm afraid that a group of them would have been killed cleanly by Chen Jintian yesterday. It is several brothers desperately do not want to attack. Kill Chen Jintian's gang of minions scared out of their wits. He simply cannot live now. But Chen Jintian still has 4 burly bodyguards by his side. What are you going to fight Chen Jintian with today?" Look at the brothers around him. A few of them are still hung up, their wounds frozen solid. Li Minghua had no choice but to follow the phone number on the note and call. If Chen Jintian came to the door again today, they would only die. It wasn't that Li Minghua hadn't thought about surrendering, but he was afraid that surrendering wouldn't do much good. When he fought so fiercely with Chen Jintian, his own brothers, they also killed several of Chen Jintian's minions. If they surrendered, I'm afraid Chen Jintian wouldn't keep them alive. "You guys can't stop it?" Shen Hong raised an eyebrow. This Li Minghua is a bit of a weakling. In his last life, this guy was known as the god of thunder and was powerful, but now by the looks of it, it seemed that if he didn't help out, this guy wouldn't even make it through to the day when he would bear the fruits of his powers. We're not so bad, but Chen Jintian didn't know what kind of crazy, insisted that I killed his son, and wanted me to hand over what Lily. I don't know any Lily. Li Minghua exploded in anger. Shen Hong snorted out a laugh. It seems that he had spiked Xinjiantian a bit violently yesterday. Li Minghua was a bit confused. Why are you smiling? Is that funny? If it wasn't for the fact that Shinhong was too mysterious yesterday and drove a snowmobile, Li Minghua would have been too lazy to take care of it. But now, he's really desperate. Sorry, suddenly remembered something a bit funny. You continue. Shinhong gave a dry cough. Sir, I'd like to ask you what it means to recognize you as your boss? Literally, Shinhong said indifferently. Be willing to follow me and be obedient to me. Then can you block Xinjiantian? Li Minghua gruffly said. If you mean, drive a snowmobile to save me, then forget it. If I can save my brothers and block Xinjiantian, then I, Li Minghua, am willing to follow any of your orders. Wah. As soon as Li Minghua's words fell, he saw the many brothers who had hung up their colors looking up at him one by one. An emotional one had already spoken. Brother Hua, just leave us alone. If not, we'll fight with Xinjiantian. Since you can live well and remember to avenge your brothers in the future. Yeah, Wah. The rest of the crowd, too, nodded in succession. You don't have to say anything. Li Minghua glared at the crowd before he apprehensively took the phone again and inquired. Sir, can you promise? Although he didn't know what the other person was, he had named himself yesterday, and right now, there was simply nothing else he could do. He could only pin his hopes on this call as well. Shinhong nodded slightly. Rather, I didn't expect that Li Minghua was a sentimental and righteous person. Of course, if he was ruthless, he wouldn't have been able to oversee the entire neighborhood in his last life, making Yunchi Yajiu a piece of clean land straddling the gap between the Mo family and the Song family. Okay, wait then. Shinhong nodded. I'll go over to find you after I finish eating. Well, Li Minghua froze. The voice on the phone sounded pretty young, but the speech is old-fashioned. And now that they're in imminent danger, the other side actually has to eat before they come? Honey, what's so happy? Huo Miao saw Shinhong put down his cell phone and opened his mouth to inquire. Hurry up and eat. After that I'll take you guys around to other neighborhoods and collect a little brother on the way. Shinhong laughed. Little brother? Huo Miao looked puzzled. Now the people in the entire neighborhood are scrambling to be little brothers to Gui Yupeng and Ren Jie, and Gui Yupeng with Ren Jie, his husband's little brother. Is it worth being so happy to have a little brother? You don't understand. Shinhong pinched Huo Miao's nose. This little brother, his ability is not ordinary. In the future it will be the same as Yupeng and Ajai, an important general under my hand. Then it's worth the trip. Huo Miao nodded obediently. Chen Mengqing didn't chime in, but flew to eat, supporting her husband with her actions. After eating, Shinhong took the two girls out. Looking at the backs of the trio as they left, Ning Yao softly asked, should I call your sister and Chen Qin for dinner? Don't. They were both so vocal last night that I'm afraid they didn't even want to get out of bed. Yang Muxian shook her head and suddenly thought of something, red-faced and silent. And Ning Yao, her cheeks flushed, spoke. Then I'll go back to the house to rest first. And without waiting for Yang Muxian to speak, she quickly walked back to the room, shutting the door to her room behind her. She took out her cell phone and quietly opened the video. Chapter 145, Selling Your Daughter for Peace? The snow, which had stopped for 2 days, finally came down again, and it's a lot bigger than last night. Snowflakes fluttered and drifted. The office buildings on both sides of the district, the two company bosses who wanted to extort Shinhang's snowmobile at the beginning, have long been turned into ice sculptures. The office buildings on either side were silent. It was as if the whole world had turned into a silent picture of pure white. Shinhong drove the snowmobile and went directly to Yunchi Yajiu. Entering the neighborhood, Huo Miao reacted. No wonder when Gui Yupeng proposed to take over Yunxia residence last night, her husband said that he didn't need to care. Turns out there's already a suitable candidate for the little brother that her husband valued. Huo Miao also paid quite a bit of attention. She was, now, becoming more and more groomed as a harem master. Not only was he very tolerant of Chen Qin and Chen Mengqing, but he even participated in many of Shinhang's actions and gained the respect of Gui Yupeng, Lao Qin and others. In order to startle Chen Jintian, Shinhong put away his snowmobile from afar and led the two women all the way downstairs to No. 3. Wah! Someone's coming. On the balcony of the 10th floor, someone had already seen Shinhang's few people downstairs and hurriedly turned his head to report. How many came? Li Minghua fought back. 3. And it's like just one guy. The other two, or women. The little brother scratched his head and whispered back, 3 guys? And 2 are women? Li Minghua's eyes widened as he rushed to the balcony. Downstairs, 3 silhouettes walked slowly. In the center is a man, and to his left and right are women. The 3 of them flirting and giggling, without the slightest regard for others, looked nothing like rescuers, but rather like, coming on vacation? Li Minghua was dumbfounded, frozen in concentration. He watched these 3 people walk into the 3rd floor balcony. and he didn't come back to his senses even when the trio's figures disappeared. Is this playing with me? Li Minghua frowned. But if you're teasing me, is there any point in coming? He wondered a little if he had made a mistake with that call. Chen Jintian is not playing mahjong with me, killing you on the card table. He's really here to kill us. To kill us? What do you mean you brought 2 girls? You didn't come here to show me love, did you? On the 3rd floor balcony, there was still the same guy from yesterday, who had heard Hua say that the man in the snowmobile from yesterday would bring help, and had volunteered to come to the 3rd floor to wait. After all, he was the only one who had seen Shin Hong. But I didn't expect to wait for only a mere 3 people. The one in the center. Isn't that the guy who threw himself a note yesterday? But what's the point of bringing these 2 girls? The one on the right was with him yesterday. What about this one on the left? A girlfriend too? And so on. You don't think you're in a beauty contest with Chen Jintian, do you? Or are these 2 sisters ready to give them to Chen Jintian and beg for peace with him? A look of contempt appeared in this junior's eyes. When Shin Hong nodded at him and walked into the building, going all the way up the stairs, the little brother took out his walkie-talkie and reported, "Brother Hua, this is indeed the guy from yesterday who brought 2 very beautiful women with him. The one on the right followed him yesterday, and this one on the left, which I haven't seen before, behaves intimately with him. I guess he may be sending a woman to Chen Jintian in exchange for our survival." What? Li Minghua held the walkie-talkie and was filled with dismay. Never in a million years did he expect that this person who was going to be his boss would bring a woman to beg for peace with Chen Jintian. The brother next to him, who also heard these words, immediately frowned and cursed. I thought how powerful it was, but even thought of exchanging women for our survival. Brother Hua, we follow you to protect our families, our wives and children. Using other women to exchange? I'd rather fight for my life with Chen Jintian. The others nodded along. A woman for their lives? It's so underhanded. They can't do it. Let's wait and see. Li Minghua waved his hand at his brothers, signaling them to be at ease. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. One of the minions volunteered to come forward and open the door. The crowd all looked toward the door. All those bodies in the stairs and no cleanup? I almost didn't make it up. Shin Hong shook his head. Li Minghua, is this your attitude to greet your boss? I'm a bit disappointed. Grass, with your hangdog look, how can you be our Hua's boss? You're also worthy. I'll poo-poo it too. A young man was indignant. You still want Hua to greet you voluntarily? What's the difference between you and Wang Jie? Wang Jie, achoo, achoo. Someone cursed me? The smile on Shin Hang's face dissipated and he looked coldly at the young man. Are you Li Minghua? I'm not, and you still want. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Shin Hang's voice. Then what are you? Worthy of speaking. As soon as his figure moved, he heard a crunching sound. The young man covered his face and looked at Shin Hong in shock and anger. Wow! The rest of the crowd returned to their senses and instantly got up, surrounding the 3 Shin Hong people. Li Minghua, is this your attitude of begging? Shin Hong did not put these people in the slightest bit of mind, looking at the slim man who stood at the very back in silence, shaking his head slightly. What a disappointment to me. Go back. Li Minghua suddenly spoke. Wah! The crowd's faces were ugly as they turned back to Li Minghua. Get back in there, all of you. Li Minghua's voice was a few points heavier. The crowd pressed their anger and glared angrily at Shin Hong before they all returned to the sofa. Was Your Excellency the one who spoke to me on the phone just now? Li Minghua stared at Shin Hong. What do you say? Shin Hong lazily said. Can't hear the sound? You just met and slapped my brother. Admittedly, my brother should not be insulting, but you do it, always. Hey, stop. Shin Hong frowned and interrupted Li Minghua. If you're a stupid idiot and want to give him a head start, then forget it. You guys can't keep me. Don't put your life on the line. I don't think you're stupid. He insulted first just now. And remember, I'm your boss. And what's a little brother who insults his big brother's boss? Shin Hong laughed coldly. Or are you deliberately trying to test me, thinking that I'm not qualified to be your boss? Li Minghua took a deep breath and turned his head. Xiao Zhang, apologize to the boss. Wah, Xiao Zhang was still covering his face at the moment, looking at Li Minghua in a bit of a daze. Wah, I've been beaten up. How am I the one apologizing when my face still hurts? You insulted the boss in the first place. The boss just slapped you, already gave you heavenly face. Apologize. Li Minghua drank. Xiao Zhang took a deep breath, reluctantly stepped forward and bowed at Shin Hong. I'm sorry boss, I shouldn't have spoken to you like that just now. Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. It's a bit of a surprise that Li Minghua could make such a decision. What surprised him even more was that Li Minghua's brother actually listened to him so well and instantly admitted his mistake. This shows that Li Minghua is indeed a character, a rare talent indeed. With Li Minghua on board, I believe that he will soon be able to cooperate with Rin Jie and develop his team. It's okay. The other party sincerely apologized. and Shin Hong couldn't possibly continue to hold on to it, waving his hand. You're Li Minghwa's brother, so I won't pursue it this time, and the next time won't be a repeat. Your ing panting. Many people's hearts cursed. Sir, can you really help us force Chen Jintian back? Li Minghua opened his mouth to inquire. Force him back? Shin Hong laughed coldly. To borrow your brother's words just now, he's also worthy? It's so ing loaded. The crowd belabored. Li Minghua's expression also stiffened. This young man, he is too crazy. So, what do you do? Li Minghua hesitated and pointed at Hua Miao tentatively. It's not possible that we have to trade this beauty for our survival, right? If that's really the case, we won't accept it. Yeah, we're not taking it, Xiao Zhang yelled after him, and the rest of the crowd nodded in unison. We don't accept it, because we fought against Chen Jintian because we didn't want our wives and children to be bullied by him. Li Minghua squared his shoulders. Even if this girl is a stranger to us, but using a woman to exchange for peace, forgive us for not being able to accept it. Trade my wife for it? Shen Hong froze. You're ing dreaming. Hua Miao is the first woman since he was reborn, and she means a lot to him. Even if Shen Hong subsequently possessed Yang Jin Shen Shen Mengqing, and even actress Chen Qin, all three of these people's looks and poise were no less than Hua Miao's, but Shen Hong would never be able to have this kind of idea. He'd made a deal with Hua Miao in the first place. As long as Hua Miao was devoted to him, then in his own life, he would never leave Hua Miao behind. Chapter 146. Li Minghua voiced his guesses, but he didn't expect to be scolded by Shen Hong. He didn't get angry, but rather blushed oddly. The rest of the brothers, too, followed with a surprised look at Shen Hong. I didn't realize that this one was someone's wife, but since we're not thinking of giving our wives away, where are our reinforcements? Don't tell me you're ready to take on Chen Jintian alone. Taking on a bunch of people? And where are the reinforcements? Sir? Li Minghua cautiously inquired. It won't be just you. Ready to go and talk to. Before he could finish his sentence, the intercom on the table suddenly rang. Brother Hua, Chen Jintian has gathered downstairs again with a group of people. It looks as if there are even more people than yesterday. Over the intercom, the urgent voice of a lookout boy on the third floor came out. Li Minghua's face changed and he hurriedly turned around to the balcony. Looking down, there was a black crowd downstairs, more than 100 people, and they were all strong men, and there were no elderly women to fill them. On the contrary, he was left with only these 10 or so brothers in the house. The battle power is not even in the same class. It's completely unplayable. He subconsciously looked at Shen Hang. This young man who wants to be his own boss should always be afraid now, right? However, he did not expect that Shen Hong had a relaxed face and did not seem to put the people downstairs in his mind at all. I'll take care of the guys downstairs. You'll do what you say, right? Shen Hong looked at Li Minghua. If you force Chen Jintian back, then we'll all willingly call you our boss, Xiao Zhang exclaimed. You guys don't have to. I only value Li Minghua alone here. Shen Hong stretched his waist, not caring about the crowd whose faces were red for a while and white for a while, turned around and walked towards the downstairs. His voice came out lightly. Still need to force him back? Just kill him directly. Hey, Li Minghua still wants to open his mouth, but Shen Hong has already walked down the stairs, and cursed while walking. So many corpses, don't know to clean up a little. Almost tripped the old man. And what made Li Minghua even more dismayed was that Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing, these two dainty big beauties, even followed Shen Hong down the stairs. Big brother, big sister, this isn't playing house. Are you three here to tease us? It wasn't until the sound of Shen Hang's footsteps walking away that Li Minghua came back to his senses and spoke through clenched teeth. Quickly, go and stop them. Don't let them send them to their deaths. This is our business. We can't involve innocent people in this. The crowd took a deep breath and rose together. Although Shen Hong was dangling and quite annoying, but Hua is right. This was their business with Chen Jintian, and even though that guy was annoying and slapped Xiao Zhang, he wasn't dead, much less let people die for them. They followed Li Minghua in silence and walked downstairs together, and a number of security doors in the building were all open at the moment. The old scholars, women and children inside the door looked at the crowd behind Li Minghua with tears in their eyes. These are the families of many brothers. However, the brothers behind Li Minghua did not open their mouths, but bowed their heads in silence. Walking to the third floor, only finally a woman choked and opened her mouth to shout, Zhang Quan Egg, if you die, I will die with you. The corners of Xiao Zhang's mouth twitched and he slowly closed his eyes. Everyone go home. Li Minghua turned around and saw that the hallway behind him was already full of people. His eyes skimmed over the faces of these people one by one, and finally rested on the faces of his wife and son, and smiled gently. Xiao Ting, take your son back. Don't influence us to fight. Zheng Zheng outside. Dad is a real man. And Zheng Zheng is a man, right? The 10-year-old son nodded vigorously. Dad, I'll protect Mom. Awesome son. Li Minghua gave his son a thumbs up, then turned around with a determined look on his face. Brothers, are you ready? He bellowed. Ready, the crowd responded in unison. Chang had also opened his eyes, a little red at the corners. Behind her, shouting tearfully greeted the crowd. Let us all go back. Believe in them, believe in your own man. However, at this time, suddenly a discordant voice, full of arrogance, came out from the 301's chamber. You're Chen Jintian, aren't you? Li Minghua's expression froze a bit, and he hurriedly followed the sound. However, he saw that on the balcony of the 301 house, Shen Hong had an arrogant face and crossed his waist, and by his side, there stood Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing. Chen Jintian was ambitious and was counting his minions, preparing to directly kill in today and break Li Minghua into pieces to avenge his son's death. Oh yeah, and the lily one. Coldly hearing a voice behind him, Chen Jintian turned around and saw a young man glaring at him. He was instantly enraged. Who the hell are you? However, immediately afterward, he saw the two women beside Shen Hong, and his eyes instantly lit up. These two women are much prettier than the young models at home. How come I didn't know before that in this No. 3 building, there are still these two extremes living? Kid, be a good boy and send those two women over here, and I'll consider sparing your life if you get on your knees and drill through my crotch. Chen Jintian pointed at Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing. Shen Hong smiled. This old thing, at the end of his life, he still dares to think of my wife. I was going to shoot you with a shuttle, but now that I think about it, I'm still too kind. It's better to let you suffer more before you die. Where's Li Minghua? Chen Jintian naturally did not know Shen Heng's thoughts. He had 7 burly bodyguards standing beside him and more than 100 minions behind him, which gave him plenty of confidence. Xiaoqi just said, the one who killed Jiawei is an old man. This should be Li Minghua's killer. Later on the melee, you guys can remember not to let him escape. Chen Jintian turned his head sideways and instructed Xiaoyi at his side. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. We'll protect you and uncover that old man. Koichi nodded gravely. Chen Jintian nodded in relief. Little one is very close to my heart. Chen Jintian was also worried that during the melee, that mysterious old man would come out and perform a decapitation operation on himself. With a few of them to protect him, he had nothing to worry about. Little 4 and Little 5. Kill all of Li Minghua's men later, and when you go in, lay your hands on every old man in every room, leaving no one behind. Little 1 turned his head and softly commanded. Little 2 and Little 3, you guys guard the downstairs, don't let the old people escape, and if there's any jumpers, just patch them up on their bodies. Little 6 and Little 7, you two lead the men and eliminate Li Minghua's remnants head-on. Yes, the remaining 6 nodded. Mr. Chen, I'll stay by your side. If that old man dares to lay hands on you, I will directly. Ping. Before Koichi could finish his words, a bloody hole appeared in his head. He stared across the room in disbelief. Shen Hong stood on the 3rd floor balcony, holding the pistol, blowing the muzzle cozily, and flashing him a wide smile, but his mouth was cursing. What a ing ass. I've been aiming at your head for half a day and you're still ing beeping. Koichi's body swayed and fell heavily to the ground. The remaining 6 bodyguards were also all dumbfounded in place. A gun. What? What's with the gun? Protecting Chen. 7 had just opened his mouth, and he too had a bloody hole in his head, while the remaining few people wanted to dodge. Shen Hong was already smoothly holding the gun and calmly pulling the trigger. Hua Miao had already activated his supernormal ability and silently linked with Shen Heng's spirit. Under her mental power lock, there was no way for others to dodge. Shen Hong also transformed into a sharpshooter and shot a headshot. Only, locking onto a person required the consumption of a large amount of mental energy, and after Shen Hong had quickly knocked down the 7 bodyguards, Hua Miao's forehead was already sweating slightly. Collect your powers. Shen Hong frowned. Against these rotten dates, do you still need to lock them? So distrustful of my marksmanship? I believe your other gun's marksmanship. Hua Miao pouted. Shen Hong was speechless. You can drive in this environment? You've really been brought down by that little green tea Chen Xin. Chapter 147, The Heaven and Earth Association. The moment the gun went off, Chen Jintian had been confused. It wasn't until the 7 bodyguards around him were lying on the ground that he snapped his head back and rushed towards the crowd. Run! If I run fast enough and hide in the crowd, I'll survive. There's no way I'm going to die with people behind me, and the others are not cuties either. At the sound of the gunshot, everyone was in disarray and turned to flee. Ping! Another shot rang out. Chen Jintian, who was running wildly, his body lurched and fell heavily to the ground. A sharp pain came from his right calf. He let out a muffled grunt and covered his leg with his features twisted. I'll kill anyone who dares to run again. Behind him, came Shen Heng's loud voice. At some point, he had a megaphone in his hand and was yelling into the crowd. But the panicked people, where to care about this? Still desperately striding legs wildly running. Only the snow was so thick that even after 2 days of sunlight, it had only turned the surface into ice, making it barely walkable. At this time the sky drifted snow. The ice has accumulated a thin layer of snowflakes. The feet slippery. some fast runners, has bared a little, slipped and fell to the ground. Even as they slid on the ice and snow, they didn't stop moving and tried to then escape. After all, the young man on the third-floor balcony was just holding a pistol. Handguns have a limited number of bullets and there is no way they can kill everyone. But before they had time to think more, the sound of gunshots coming from behind them made everyone's heart sink. Ta-da-da-da-da. The shots were consistent and crisp, and with that barrage of gunfire, those who had run off into the distance, secretly rejoicing, fell to the ground. And a ING machine gun. Some of those who slipped and fell to the ground, turned back with horrified faces, and suddenly realized that Shin Hong had an additional submachine gun in his hand at an unknown time, with the muzzle of the gun emitting a ghostly blue fire. We surrender. Seeing that none of the people who had fled were left behind, all of them stared at each other with eyes wide open and collapsed on the ground unwillingly, and the remaining ones fell on their knees and kowtowed at Shin Hong, begging for forgiveness. I told you just now, whoever dares to run will die. Why don't you listen? Shin Hong jumped out of the balcony and came into the snow, walking slowly. In the distance, there were still a few people who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, but Shin Hong was quick on his feet and lifted his gun and pulled the trigger a few times, and those people also instantly fell to the ground. Now, the people dared not move even more, and one by one, they knelt on the ground, trembling. Chen Jintian grimaced and forced himself to endure the pain as he stared at Shin Hong with a sinister gaze. You? Who the hell are you? This isn't Li Minghua's guy at all. Since yesterday, he's had his minions keeping an eye on Building 3, where Li Minghua is. Building 3 is entry only, no exit. And just now, when Shin Hong brought Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing and entered Building 3 without any concealment, he was also seen by the little brother at the first time and reported to Chen Jintian. But Chen Jintian didn't take it seriously. As long as it wasn't the massive reinforcements that Li Minghua had gotten, it would be fine, not to mention that there are 2 women in it. But never in a million years did he realize that it was these 3 men who had just entered Building 3, the only man he hadn't put in his mind, who actually had a gun. Why do you want to cross me? Looking at Shin Hong who was walking towards him step by step, Chen Jintian's face became more and more gloomy. It's simple. I'm Li Minghua's boss. It's normal for a boss to give his own brother a head start, right? Shin Hong said indifferently. Boss? Chen Jintian frowned. You're the station manager of the Jianchang rice dough takeout? Li Minghua is a delivery boy. But where did a takeout station manager get a gun? His brow furrowed. Then he suddenly thought of something and said in shock. Did you steal the police department's gun? Shin Hong was stunned. Isn't it? Chen Jintian stared at Shin Hong and slowly said. Xiao Qi went to the police station to check the information of the old man who killed my son, but he found out that the police station's gun warehouse was actually empty. Those guns? I'm afraid they were all stolen by you. Other people hoard food and I mess with guns. My neighbor is my granary. Chen Jintian sighed heavily. Chen Jintian, have nothing to say if a takeout station chief can think of this. Shin Hong was non-committal. In the back of his mind, the police department's firearms, I'm afraid, were carried by the officers the night the storm fell and they went straight to the shelter. After all, to maintain the status of the asylum, to protect those who are important, and to keep the people below absolutely obedient, you can't do it without a gun. As the great man said, power comes out of the barrel of a gun. That is to say, half of the troopers, half of them guarded the capital. The other half went to the sea to fight against unknown dangers. The men from the police department, on the other hand, took their guns to local shelters to preserve the human fire. Seems like you have to be careful about trading with shelters as well. Although he was now invincible, the shelter had guns. Besides, when the shelter was built, there should have been quite a few weapons and special means left inside. Being careful is a good thing. Shin Hong raised his head and expressionlessly aimed his gun at Chen Jintian's left leg. Wait, Chen Jintian hurriedly spoke. If I'm willing to recognize you as my boss, can you spare my life? Ping! Shin Hong coldly pulled the trigger. Chen Jintian let out a scream and rolled in the snow covering his leg. Be your boss? Shin Hong then put away his gun and shook his head dismissively. I can't see it. Why? Chen Jintian's voice was hoarse. Am I not as good as a stinky delivery boy? This shot is a special reward for the bullet you just took because you coveted my wife. Shin Hong hummed. Well, goodbye. He aimed his gun at Chen Jintian's head. Even if Chen Jintian was a dead man in his eyes, Shin Hong would not tell him that Chen Jiawei was killed by old Qin. Just let him be confused. Hell knows if Chen Jintian will be similarly reborn. Wait. Chen Jintian endured the pain and hurriedly spoke. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you'll have to die as well. I have to die too. Shin Hong sneered. Fine, then let's see how I will die after you die. Now that he's a level 4 alien, what's there to worry about? What's more, there was also one-punch Superman Lao Qin, wall-penetrating ability Chen Mengting, shadow killer Rin Jie, plus spirit system Huo Miao by his side. Who could kill 4 inhumans plus himself? Moreover, Shin Hong did not only possess a foreign fire, but also space. After experiencing the fierce battle with Zhao Erbo, Shin Hong realized that there was still a lot of room for improvement in the spatial supernormal ability that he hadn't paid too much attention to originally. If one could combine space with foreign fire, the killing power would be taken to the next level. He pressed the barrel of the gun against Chen Jintian's forehead and snapped his fingers. "You can't kill me." Chen Jintian's soul was scared away as he said in a loud voice, "If you kill me, Jiawei will avenge me. You'll die too." Shin Hong snorted. "Didn't your son die long ago, old man? You're bewitched. He's alive. He's alive." Chen Jintian's face was laced with hideousness and madness, and he actually laughed at this moment. "If you dare to kill me, he will definitely kill you. Although he no longer understands human language, he is my son. He can smell my flavor. He will definitely take revenge. You will definitely die. I am an offering from the Heaven and Earth Society, and I offered my son's body." Chen Jintian snapped. "If you dare to kill me, you must die. The Heaven and Earth Society will take revenge for me." The Heaven and Earth Society? Li Minghua walked out with his brothers at this time, and Zhang Chuanjia poo-pooed. "Old me is still Wei Xiaobao. You don't call me Master Wei Xiang?" He wanted to curse again, but he realized that Shin Heng's face was grave and he did not move a muscle. "Did I say something wrong again?" Zhang Quanegg swallowed his saliva and hurriedly shrunk behind Li Minghua. Tian Di Hui. This name, Shin Hong had heard people talk about it in his previous life. Song's family in the north of the city, Mo in the west of the city, and the Dongling group is in a pot of chaos. No one south of the city mentioned it. The southern part of the city is an old and mixed up part of the river city. But after the end came, no news came from the south of the city, which had a huge population. Shin Hong was looking for supplies at first because of the lack of supplies, and he also searched farther and farther. When he first came to the neighborhood south of the city, he saved a man who was dying. The other party had a horrified look in his eyes at that time and told Shin Hong that the entire southern part of the city had been turned into a place of death. A mysterious organization called the Heaven and Earth Society has quietly risen to prominence. They are shaped like withers, and their methods are so vicious that they can manipulate dead corpses. This person who had been saved by Shin Hong was the very one who had been injured by the dead bodies chasing him. He was infected with necrotic poison, and after saying this, he died, combining the words of Chen Jintian. In other words, the Tiandihui now can manipulate dead corpses? Is it a manipulative ability like the meteorologist who manipulates plants in the Peachland neighborhood? But now, the alien fruit did not bear fruit, so how did they manipulate the dead bodies? Chapter 148, The Phoenix Nirvana Project. In the last life, what happened to the TND Association? Hasn't the Song family unified the entire Jiangcheng? There were many doubts in Shin Heng's mind. His memory of the end times was also only 3 months from the opening. Now that he had changed the trajectory of many more of his original worlds, the only thing he could do, besides hoarding greenery, was to level up the vending machines as much as possible. The stronger you are, the more you can survive. Otherwise, it's just like Zhao Erbao. Even though he was reborn and had space, even a long time ahead of himself, carefully prepared with all kinds of supplies, and had a solidly built safe house, the result was still death. Gotta take it one step at a time. You're an offering from the Heaven and Earth Society? Shin Hong narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell me in detail about the Tiandi Association and I won't kill you." Zhang Quanegg was about to say something behind Li Minghua's back, but Li Minghua seemed to sense something and turned his head to glare at Zhang Quanegg. Zhang Quanegg suddenly hung his head low and didn't say anything. This boss of Waz is a bit too careful. They've got guns, so they're scared. Really? Chen Jintian was overjoyed. He was only eager to ask for help just now, but he didn't expect the young man to cower after saying the name of the Tiandi Association. It says that the Tiandi Association is still developing in secrecy, and the name must not be divulged. But it looks like the TND Association has gotten a reputation. Shin Hong didn't reply to his words and just poked the barrel of his gun at him. Chen Jintian's expression stalled and he glanced around before lowering his voice. "Here, it's not a place to talk either. Minghua, have your men carry him back?" Shin Hong turned his head to command. "Yes." Li Minghua had already substituted into the role of Shin Heng's subordinate and hurriedly ordered, "Xiao Zhang, you guys carry him back to our room." Zhang Quanegg was a little reluctant, but in the face of Hua's command, he still answered sullenly, called out a few brothers, and together they carried Chen Jintian, turned around and walked back to Building 3. "The rest of you, I know are not willingly following Chen Jintian, all for a mouthful of supplies." Shin Hong turned back to look at the crowd kneeling on the ground and spoke, "Go back and think about it. After today, the entire neighborhood will be controlled by Li Minghua. If you are willing to follow him, take the initiative to sign up at night, and Li Minghua will provide you with sufficient living supplies, plenty of supplies." The eyes of the crowd instantly glowed, and each of them raised their heads, looking at Shin Hong in astonishment, and then at Li Minghua. Li Minghua wanted to say something with a bitter face. Where did he get the supplies? Now the brothers have been drinking urine to survive and mainlining an internal cycle. If we had real supplies, why would we be in such a mess? But Shin Hong had really saved his gang of brothers, and he had to keep his word. Shin Hong will, from now on, be his own boss. The boss blows awesome, just listen to yourself obediently. But, Shin Hong fired a shot towards the sky. The sound of the shot was crisp and loud. The crowd was startled and looked at Shin Hong with clear eyes. If you have any dissenting thoughts, don't blame me for being rude. Shin Hong waved his hand. Disperse, anyone who wants to follow Manhwa, go over to him at night. With that, he turned and walked back to the third-floor balcony. Li Minghua hurriedly followed, the crowd kneeling outside, seeing Shin Hong's figure disappear, only then cautiously got up and came together in twos and threes to discuss. If Li Minghua could really provide supplies, then they were naturally willing to follow. After all, everyone came out for a bite to eat. Who would have a problem with supplies? Originally following Chen Jintian, it was because he occupied the two supermarkets outside the neighborhood and promised to give everyone supplies that the people became his men. Cao Sheng blended in with the crowd, squinting in silence. Seeing that Shin Hong and these people had completely left, he quietly returned to Chen Jintian's residence. Inside Chen Jintian's bedroom, the fat man's face clouded over. Just now he heard the gunshot outside the window, peeked in and was completely dumbfounded. Mr. Chen was arrested. The 7 bodyguards around him are all dead and defeated. I should die soon too, right? Fatty looked at the fidgety young model on the edge of the bed, remembering yesterday's fun time, and with a fierce hand, hugged her from behind. You, what are you doing? Let go of me. The young model struggled desperately. Bitch, you slept with me yesterday, why are you still pretending? The fat man pressed her hard against the bed, his hands choking the young model. Chen Jintian is finished. The subordinates around him, all dead. Now that his legs are broken, he can't even run. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to have a good time before you die. His hand subconsciously exerted force, and the young model in his arms turned pale, her mouth wide open in shock and fear, wanting to struggle, but with her delicate figure, she couldn't break free at all. Moments later, the young model struggled less and less until she was completely out of breath. I've got to have enough fun first even if I'm dead. With a perverted grin on his face, the fat man sniffed the young model's neck like a demented man and licked his way through it. Ping! At that moment, Cao Sheng violently kicked the door open. Fatty was startled, and when he got a good look at Cao Sheng, a sardonic smile appeared on his face. Cao Sheng, I know you like this woman. Look, she's rolling her eyes with pleasure. Cao Sheng rushed forward and stabbed the fat man in the chest, followed by a vicious kick, sending him flying. Yow! Yow yow! Cao Sheng held the young model in his arms and panicked. The young model was not breathing. Asshole, damn it! Cao Sheng glared angrily and turned towards the fat man, stabbing him over and over again with one knife after another, until the fat man's whole body was covered with bloody holes. Only then did Gao Xiong pant and stop, turning his head to hug the young model who was no longer breathing. Yo! Cao Sheng hugged her and wailed in pain. I'm sorry I came too late. I'm sorry. He wrapped his arms tightly around the young model and sobbed uncontrollably. The Heaven and Earth Society is a joint organization founded by many scientists. I don't know who the top leader of the Heaven and Earth Society is. A scientist I once admired. He was a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. About this organization, I all learned from his mouth. At this time, Chen Jintian was thrown around the corner of the bedroom and took the initiative to open his mouth. This scientist is one of the core members, and because I was attracted to their research project and invested some money, I was granted the title of offering. There are quite a few more offerings like me in the Heaven and Earth Association, and I'm just a junior offering. As for how many people there are in the Heaven and Earth Association, I'm not sure. After all, I have very low authority. Looking at the gun in Shin Hong's hand, Chen Jintian swallowed and continued. After my son died, I brought his body back and thought of the Tiandi Association. So I called that scientist yesterday, and they sent someone to pick up my son. Then how do you say that your son has been resurrected? Shin Hong interrupted coldly. Because of the program they're working on. It's called Phoenix Rising. Chen Jintian said in a low voice. They are dedicated to researching the human genetic chain. According to him, humans have a total of 5 layers of genetic chains, and now humans have only opened the first layer, and the remaining 4 layers, as if they were all securely locked by a lock, needing the corresponding key to open the. Once the 3rd genetic chain is opened, humans will have a long life. No one is not afraid of death. So after I had some small amount of money, I invested some money into this project. However, Phoenix Nirvana is a newly built project, and the name of their original project to research the genetic chain is Destroy the World, which both represents that after humans unlock all their genetic locks, they have the powerful ability to destroy the world and subvert the global ability. It also holds the hope that they will all unlock their genetic locks. Phoenix Nirvana, discovered by chance while researching the genetic chain, brings the dead back to life. Just like the Phoenix Nirvana, reborn from the dead, the project now needs a large number of corpses to provide research, and as the experiment has reached a critical stage, I entrusted my son's corpse to them, hoping that one day, I can see the experiment succeed and my son reappear in front of me. Chen Jintian said hoarsely. I did not expect that Jiawei did stand up, but he, too, has become a walking corpse. Chapter 149, The Mad Scientist. What do you mean? Shen Hong stared at Chen Jintian. They have developed a microchip that will make a corpse stand up again after the chip is implanted in it. Originally, they hoped to implant the chip with an artificial intelligence that would make the dead human being, too, have memories of his or her life and carry on an unfinished life according to that person's character, habits. But now the technology is not mature enough. After Jiawei was implanted with the chip, he did stand up, but the artificial intelligence had an accident. It seems to be a vehicle that can devour memories, constantly nibbling and swallowing, and every time he kills a person, he can swallow the other person's memories and, the Phoenix of the Heaven and Earth Society Nirvana project team, found that they couldn't control Jiawei anymore. Last night, I couldn't sleep alone and stood alone downstairs looking at the snow in a daze, and coldly saw Jiawei. Chen Jintian muttered, Jiawei is eating people. When he saw me, he madly pounced over. I kept shouting his name, but he was indifferent. However, in the end, he leaned over me and sniffed, seemingly smelling my flavor, and eventually left with the corpse that hadn't been gnawed. Shen Hong frowned. He did not expect that the Tiandi Society was such an organization. It seems that the organization is not filled with inhumans, but rather scientists of various cutting edge. And now the science program has had an accident. It could also be argued that the science program is in the hands of some ambitious people. He is halfway through researching the genetic chain, but halfway through setting up the Phoenix Rising experimental group, even implanted some corpses with AI chips. Is this a case of lest all the world be in chaos? After the official silence and the mysterious disappearance of the troops, a lot of ambitious people all popped up, and this T&D association is one of the very threatening forces. Recalling the dying man he saved in his last life, Shen Hong understood. It seemed that the reason why the south of the city had all fallen, with barely a living soul, was because of the existence of such a maniacal organization. Even in order for the experiment to succeed, they pulled the entire south of the city into the experiment. The Phoenix Rising was eventually developed, and members of the Tiandi Society were transformed into necromancers, able to use dead bodies for their own purposes. That's all I know. I've told you all. Seeing that Shen Hong was silent, Chen Jintian hurriedly reminded, how many other living dead like Chen Jiawei has the Tiandi Association developed? Shen Hong asked. Chen Jintian was a little upset. What do you mean, the living dead? That's clearly my son. However, he naturally did not dare to say these words and stammered. I don't know. They didn't say. And the scientist you contacted, what was his name? Shen Hong asked again. His name is Zhao Yongquan. Is a senior researcher at the Jiangcheng 623 Research Institute. Chen Jintian said. He's in the Tiandi Association. Probably the fragrance master. I'm not too sure. After the firefight yesterday, there were many bodies missing downstairs, all dragged away by your son? Li Minghua asked in a gruff voice. Chen Jintian shook his head. I'm not sure, but according to expert Zhao, the test subjects are now inferior. Although implanted with artificial intelligence, they can grow and metamorphose, but they also have a great animalistic nature, and need to continue to adjust the chip. At the same time, Jiawei, this batch of test subjects, the ability to swallow is insufficient. It can be seen that the body that is missing downstairs is probably swallowed by other experiments. Jiawei alone simply cannot swallow so many. Shen Hong rubbed his brow. The development of the Heaven and Earth Society has really taken advantage of the right place and the right time. God descended the snow, so that the world into the glacial end of the world, heaven and earth will be very mysterious. Even if Chen Jintian sponsored the money, do not know the exact location, coupled with the doomsday after the mass death of mankind, with so many scientists assembled in the Heaven and Earth Society, it would be hard not to succeed. It's just a shame that they're all so evil-minded. For the sake of the so-called experiments, and for their own selfish desires, they even killed millions of people in the south of the city, all secretly, and converted them into corpses. The only thing that could be ascertained was that the headquarters of the Tiandi Association should be in the southern location of the city, and 3 months after the end of the world. Presumably the Heaven and Earth Society hadn't succeeded yet, or else, with the epileptic ideas of this group of evil people, they would have already launched a large-scale attack. If the west and north of the city are not good enough to fight, can't the east of the city, which is falling apart, be defeated? After continuing to inquire and discovering that Chen Jintian had already told all that he knew, Shen Hong made a wink at Chen Mengqing. Chen Mengqing instantly understood and nodded her head silently. Hey, you just promised not to kill me. Are you going to back out? Chen Jintian panicked and realized that Chen Mengqing had an extra gun in her hand, with the muzzle aimed at herself, and was shocked and furious. You went back on your word. I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say no one else would. Shen Hong shrugged. People like Chen Jintian are a scourge to keep. At the same time, he also wanted to see if that Chen Jiawei, who had turned into a living dead man, would smell the smell and come to his door. Anyway, Chen Mengqing was with herself every day, and once Chen Jiawei appeared, she would be the first to notice. Ping pong. While this was happening, there was a light knock on the door from the bedroom. Zhang Quan stuck his head in and reported, "Boss, Brother Hua, there's someone outside asking for an audience. He's also bringing a cart of supplies, saying that he wants to offer them to us, and that he also wants to join the boss's banner." With supplies? Shen Hong was a bit curious. Right now the end of the world had passed a week. Who could have so many supplies? Zhang Quandan added, "This man said that his name is Cao Sheng, and his only request is to kill Chen Jintian with his own hands, and if Chen Jintian has already been executed, he would like to take a look at Chen Jintian's corpse. Boss, if he agrees, he's willing to work as a dog for the boss." Cao Sheng. Chen Jintian was first exuberant when he heard the name, but then he heard Cao Sheng's demand and rebuked loudly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cao Sheng was his trusted subordinate, and he even let Cao Sheng have a taste of the young model mistress, so how could he betray himself? "Let him in," Shen Hong signaled. Soon the door was pushed open and a short man walked in. "Ta Cao." As soon as he saw Cao Sheng, Chen Jintian sternly questioned, You want to kill me? What grudge do I have against you that deserves your Yo-Yo is dead." Cao Sheng coldly spoke. "Fatty killed Yao Yao, Chen Jintian, all because of you." Chen Jintian was stunned. Fatty had a message yesterday that he didn't know if it was true or not, so you let Yao Yao accompany him. Cao Sheng's gaze carried a thick murderous aura. "I've been born to die for you, and I've made so many achievements, and you found out that Yao Yao and I were eyeing each other, and worried that the two of us were secretly together, and purposely let her go to accompany Fatty. Fatty tried to violate Yao Yao again today. Yao Yao refused, and Fatty strangled her hard. However, Fatty has already been stabbed by me with holes all over his body and is already dead. You green-haired fetishized punk. She's your woman. Ah, you're perverted in your own heart and you're afraid that she'll betray you. So you desperately tormented her and even sent her to pick up customers. You know I like her, and deliberately force her to do with other men every time in front of me, you pervert. Finally dying. Ha ha ha. 2 lines of clear tears flowed from Cao Sheng's eyes. He turned around and rushed to Shen Hang and plopped down on the ground. "Boss, you let me kill him, and in the future, I'll serve you as a dog, and I'll never have any second thoughts. I beg you," he said as he kowtowed hard on the floor. "You can't kill him," Shen Hong said indifferently. Cao Sheng's movement stalled and he looked up incredulously. "Chen Jintian has already been arrested by the boss. Does the boss still want to let this asshole go? You can't have his blood on you, but you can watch how he dies." Shen Hong continued. "That's enough too." Cao Sheng looked grateful. Shen Hong still wanted to hook Chen Jiawei, the living dead, through Chen Jintian's blood. If Cao Sheng is stained with blood, then one still has to be with Cao Sheng at all times. "Yumi Haru, kill him with the knife," Shen Hong urged. "It's best to have some of his blood splattered on your body." Chen Mingqing froze, not knowing what her husband meant, but still nodded her head in response. She wasn't much of a cleanliness freak, so she just changed clothes and take a shower when she got back anyway. As for the blood-spattered clothes, just throw them away. She took the knife from Shen Hong and violently stabbed Chen Jintian in the chest. A stream of blood spurted out along the wound, spilling onto Chen Mingqing's clothes. You. Chen Jintian gushed out a mouthful of blood, looking at Chen Mengqing and then Shen Hong beside her, his eyes filled with hatred. "Don't look. I promised not to kill you and I've done it," Shen Hong coldly said. "Hopefully, as you said, Chen Jiawei will be like a dog, smelling the smell and coming to the door soon." "Boss." Behind him, Cao Sheng, seeing Chen Jintian's unwillingness to close his eyes, cried out in pain. "You'll be my master from now on. I'll do whatever you say you want me to do. This life of mine is yours. Yo-Yo, in heaven's name, you should be able to go on your way in peace. You're the first woman I've ever met and the one I've loved till death do us part. You've never thought I was ugly. How can I think you're dirty?" Chapter 150, Infiltration of Grain Stores. Li Minghua. After dealing with Chen Jintian, Shen Hong brought several people back to the living room and sat on the sofa to speak. Li Minghua hurriedly got up and bowed. "Gather some minions tonight, the team needs to expand." Shen Hong was simple and clear. "First, empty the 2 supermarkets outside the neighborhood overnight, and give the brothers something to share. Those 2 supermarkets basically have little resistance. It should be easy to do, right?" "Don't worry boss." Li Minghua hastily nodded his head, then hesitantly said, Just just this follow-up material. I'll have supplies sent to you tomorrow. Just remember to receive them then, Shin Hong said indifferently. Yes, thanks boss. Li Minghua froze, then responded. Sending supplies? How many supplies does the boss have? After all, they have parents and children at home in addition to a bunch of brothers. That's a lot of mouths waiting to be filled. Can the owner afford to supply it? Someone will butt heads with you tomorrow. Just do what he says then. Shin Hong saw Li Minghua's doubts and said, remember, at the moment, recruit as many people as possible. Supplies are not something you should consider. Good, good. The boss had said so. What else could Shin Minghua say? I think highly of you, and I also hope that you can perform at the level you deserve. Shin Hong patted Li Minghua's shoulder. In Shin Heng's mind, Li Minghua was enough of a subordinate to become his right-hand man like Gui Yupeng and Ren Jia. Moreover, Li Minghua's supernatural ability was also a rare lightning system, which was powerful. That's a great general under his command to open up the frontier. Please don't worry boss, Li Minghua said respectfully. Ta-cow. Shin Hong looked to the other side. The man with a short stature. The man also had a long scar on his face and a menacing look. This was the man who had just defected and claimed to be a dog for Shin Hong. Boss, I'm in. Kaoshang knelt directly in front of Shin Hong. There's no need for that. You stand up and listen. Shin Hong frowned. Yes. Kaoshang rose dryly and hung his head low, washing his ears. You first follow me for a few days. A week later, I have something to send you to the south of the city for a while. Are you familiar with the south of the city? I grew up on the south side of town before I moved north with my family. When the time comes, I'll bring you a week's worth of food, and you'll go over there and give some checking out, and come back to me every week to report in person. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Kaoshang replied dryly, without asking any more questions. For such a character, Shin Hong was very satisfied. Although he had never seen this person in his last life and did not know what kind of supernormal ability he had, Shin Hong decided that after the supernormal ability fruits were born, he would give one to Kaoshang so that he could go to the south of the city to investigate the situation of the Tiandi Association. No matter what supernormal ability Kaoshang awakened, even if it was only to increase the strength of his physical body, he would at least have some power to defend himself. The Heaven and Earth Society deliberately hid so deeply, naturally because they didn't want to be easily exposed before the experiment succeeded. Shin Hong was afraid that he wouldn't be able to investigate if he went in person. It's a waste of time, not to mention that it will scare the snakes. Right now, Kaoshang was willing to be a dog for himself, so it would be good to give him a chance to perform. If he really had that ability, Shin Hong would also cultivate him well. Of course, if Kaoshang betrayed, Shin Hong wouldn't mind letting him taste old Qin's sandbagged fists. After settling these, Shin Hong led Huo Miao and Chan Mengqing out of Building 3. Unlike when they came, Li Minghua Gaoxiong's crowd, together, sent Shin Hong downstairs respectfully and watched Shin Heng's 3 people walk away before returning to the building. One more ING ride, and I won't even have to drive my snowmobile. I'll just walk to the grain depot. Shin Hong, however, did not appreciate it and cursed. He held the hands of the 2 women and walked out for some more distance before summoning the snowmobile in the corner and leaving the Yunqiya residence silently. Zhangqing's grain depot is in the northern suburbs, far from the city. The snowmobile had been driving for nearly an hour, the buildings on either side thinning out into a flat expanse of pure snow, before the silhouette of the granary was finally visible from afar. It wasn't uninhabited. The outskirts of the city were almost all bungalows and small 2-story buildings that had long since been covered with a thick blanket of snow. There were a few tracks of snowmobiles driving over the icy roadway instead. Shin Hong took out his binoculars and observed the surrounding area of the grain depot, and realized that no one was on sentry duty, and then he put down his heart. In the previous life, after the Song family completely occupied the grain depot, it was heavily guarded, and ordinary people were unable to approach it at all. Now it seems clear that the Song family has not yet fully taken over. Judging by the snowmobile tracks on the ground, it should also have sent only a very small number of people to occupy it first. I'm afraid that the Song family today is in the process of relocating their clan. The granary was large enough, and because it was officially constructed, the building was built with real materials. The Song family would later build the place into an iron barrel, and in doing so began to thrive, becoming the largest power in the north of the city. Coming near the granary, there were already more footprints on the ground. Shin Hong led the 2 women to the outside of the 8-meter-high fence of the grain depot and quietly retrieved the snowmobile. The snow was deep, and even though the fence was high, nowadays, for Shin Heng's few people, it was just a foot away. Shin Hong did not go in directly, but turned his head to look at Huo Miao. Huo Miao understood and slightly closed his eyes. A powerful spiritual force that instantly linked with Shin Hong and Chan Mengqing. In Shin Heng's mind, the 360-degree environmental situation of the surrounding area instantly surfaced at a glance. Once this courtyard wall is entered, the main grain store is to the south. Inside were countless piles of rice, wheat and corn. and to the west of the main grain depot are various types of processing machines that can process these reserves directly into finished food products. The east side was also the storehouse, which was similarly stacked with quite a few things, and Shin Hong even saw cash crops such as cotton and various types of sun-dried vegetables. No wonder the Song family can survive in such a remote grain depot. There are official purchases of cotton that can be used to make both quilts and cotton-padded coats. It's really a bargain for the Song family. Plus there's a small reservoir not far from here where you can go chisel ice for water. The Song family was really lucky enough to take such a piece of precious land where they could eat and drink without worrying and could survive in peace. Only in this life. I'm afraid you won't be so lucky, Song Jiangming. The corner of Shin Hang's mouth curled up. Directly north of the grain depot compound was a dozen-story office building, and at this moment, the three of them, Shen Hong, were hiding on one side of the office building. This office building, later on, would also be divided up by Song's family members, as well as some important subordinates, and become their place of residence. With this granary, the Song family recruited young men from the surrounding villages. Carpenters, craftsmen, masons, craftsmen were taken in, and eventually the office building was built to be tightly fitted and excellent for keeping warm. The three of them walked into the office building together, while Hua Miao kept consuming his supernatural energy, his powerful spiritual power spreading out in all directions. Shin Heng's consciousness was as if he was playing a MOBA game, constantly exploring the surrounding area as several people walked around. As they approached, they seemed to tear through the fog of war and were able to observe the movements of the rooms more clearly. Shin Heng secretly thought that he would have to give more to Hua Miao when he produced the alien fruit, with such a powerful aid as her by her side, directly opening the radar scanning. All areas, even if there are walls to cover them up, can't be hidden at all from Hua Miao's mental powers shrouded monitoring. Nowadays, Hua Miao could only scan a radius of 10 meters, and they still needed to slip back and forth. What if the range of Hua Miao's scanning is extended to 100 meters, or even 1,000 meters, or even further away? Then one would not only be able to prepare themselves accordingly before a fight, but also not be afraid that someone would secretly undermine them. After a single scan, Hua Miao's forehead was already sweating slightly. In the entire office building, there were only two people huddled in the second room on the third floor. Other than that, there was no one else in the office building. Shin Hong did not startle the snake, but waited for Hua Miao to rest for a while and get refreshed before he silently pushed open the door of the third room. There was only one wall separating it from the occupied room next door. Shin Hong bought a radio from the vending machine, and then from the audio part of the radio, pulled out a wire, the end of which was like the chest piece of a stethoscope, a huge suction cup. He pressed the chest piece against the wall, then slipped the headphones over the radio into his ears. There are 5 pairs of such earphones inserted in the radio, and Hua Miao and Shan Mengqing also followed suit and put them on their ears. It's called ears on the wall. There is also a line of note underneath, system strictly selected, ultra-high definition partition wall bug. The conversation next door, at this time also clearly transmitted into the ears of the three people. Chapter 151, Song Yuliang. In the next room, there were 2 men sitting, one about 25 or 26 years old, the other an older man in his 50s. Second brother has not been too careful. There's not even a single trace in the snow around the granary, and you have to tell us to be careful again and again. The young man looked disgruntled. As long as we take this place, our Song family will rise completely. It's normal for Zhang Ming to be more careful. You know about what happened 2 days ago. The old man's calm voice came out. Uncle San, we have guns. What are we afraid of? Hikari Akira. This is the official granary after all. And now that the world is ending and we've already secretly killed the asylum's people, if the asylum sends people over again, those fools from the day before yesterday, they were still killed by us and pissed on our asses. Uncle San, why are you so cautious now too? Shelter. Humph. It's just a bunch of rich losers. They didn't even invite our Song family, and now they still want to take the grain. They're just dreaming. Anyway, it's never a bad thing to be careful. Let the brothers cheer up. Whether or not our Song family can reign supreme depends on this grain depot. Don't worry, third uncle. I'll go and talk to them right now. When will second brother's side relocate over? It's been 5 days. It should be almost done. We have been collecting snowmobiles before. After all, in this kind of weather, snowmobiles represent survival and supplies. I heard that in order to grab the snowmobiles, Jinming has already killed the Lin family head. Old man Lin is dead? Where's Lin dear? Is it still alive? Song Yanming's eyes lit up. The jewel of the Lin family. That's beautiful. He had seen it once at first, was amazed by it, and had pursued it intensely ever since. The Song family had some say in the northern part of the city, but in the whole of Jiangchang, it could only be considered a second-rate family. The Lin family was bent on marrying those first-class families so that the Lin family could go up a notch. Even though Song Yanming was the third son of the Song family, the Lin family had always maneuvered around and did not agree. She ran away. The old man snorted and glanced at Song Yanming. Don't you be delusional. Lin family, that girl if fell into the hands of Zhengming. Jia, you think, can still get your turn? Song Yenming froze and didn't say anything. He naturally knew that second brother was also eyeing Lin Deer, and now that the Lin family head had been killed, he definitely wouldn't let Lin Deer go. With second brother's radical character and special fetish, I'm afraid that a woman as beautiful as Lin Lu would be abused to death. It's a shame about such a beautiful woman. Song Yenming didn't dare to have thoughts about his second brother's woman, just as he also secretly liked his sister-in-law. But after his second brother became the head of the family, he had completely dismissed the idea, because he knew that the second brother also had other plans for his sister-in-law, wanting to survive in the Song family securely and enjoying glory and wealth. What that second brother wanted, he absolutely could not touch or even think about. Third uncle, I'll go over and see how they're resting first. Song Yenming's face was expressionless as he got up and walked outside. He walked out of the room and then drove the snowmobile all the way to the depot directly across the street. Shin Hong took the headphones off. It seems that the Song family has begun to relocate. Listening to their conversation, these two were probably the advance guards sent by Song Zhengming. One Song Zhengming's third uncle, the other was Song Zhengming's younger brother. These two should be the leaders of the grain depot side. Looks like also quite by Song Zhengming's reuse. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to entrust such an important matter as guarding the grain store to the two of them. Shin Hong leaned over the window and saw that Song Yenming had already parked his snowmobile in front of the entrance of the grain depot across the street and swaggered in. The corners of his mouth grinned as he stepped out of the room, then came to the door of the room next door and pushed the door open as soon as he did so. Hikari Akira, aren't you gone? How are you? Song Yuliang was bored playing with his cell phone when he coldly heard someone open the door and subconsciously opened his mouth. However, when he looked up, he suddenly realized that the young man in front of him, he didn't recognize at all. How can an outsider come quietly? Even if the people at the shelter were driving snowmobiles, the sound would come from a long way off, and they could immediately prepare themselves to respond. But just now, he didn't hear a sound at all. There's no way this young man could have walked here, is there? Outside the wind and snow, freezing cold, the surrounding houses have long been buried, the entire northern suburb, in addition to the grain depot, the surrounding has almost turned into a world of snow that connects heaven and earth. It's a no-brainer to go all the way under these circumstances. Song Yulian was startled and just about to reach for the pistol on the table. Shin Heng's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside him. Then he reached out and pinched Song Yulian's neck with precision and swiftness. Song Yulian opened his mouth wide and breathed hard. Shin Hong shoved the polonium worm in his hand directly into his wide-open mouth. Song Yulian's eyes were horrified. He clearly saw the young man shove a worm into his mouth, and a bug with a metallic sheen all over its body. He could clearly feel the bug as if it were a miniature machine, crawling down his throat and all the way into his stomach. If you want to live, don't yell, or I'll make your life worse than death, Shin Hong said sorrowfully. Song Yulian nodded his head in a hurry. Only then did Shin Hong let go. Song Yulian gasped for air, then remembered something and rushed Shin Hong with a mixture of horror and fear, shouting lowly, "You, who are you? What did you just feed me?" "A worm, which contains a highly toxic poison in its stomach that can poison the entire amount of your Song family." Shin Hong smiled. "If you can't behave yourself, then I'll let the worm die in your stomach, and you'll be able to experience what it's like to have an attack of severe poison. This polonium worm, the one in Chen Guoping's stomach." As for Lu Shang Yuan's polonium worm, it had already been swallowed into the space by Zhao Erbao, completely breaking the connection with Shin Hong. It made him a bit of a meathead. This polonium worm is limited to 2 sold by the system. That said, it's the only polonium bug he has today. In the future, when dealing with spatially empowered aliens, you will never try to use polonium worms again. Song Yulian's face was ugly. He stared at the pistol on the table for a long time before raising his head to look at Shin Hong. "What are your intentions in feeding me this? Looks like you weren't too stupid to think about fighting back with a gun." Shin Hong laughed. "If you had taken a gun just now, you would have been a corpse by now. Let me ask you something." Shin Hong spoke. "Your Song family, you have occupied the grain depot now, right? The shelter's people came before? You're not from the shelter? Who the hell are you?" Song Yuliang stared at Shin Hong. Shin Hong didn't reply either, but took a remote control and gently pressed a button. Song Yuliang suddenly felt his intestines squirm, followed by a sharp pain that surged through his heart. It was as if a living creature in his stomach had taken a vicious bite at his stomach because of hunger. "Am I asking you or are you asking me? Answer my questions honestly. If you don't cooperate then you'll have to go to hell." Shin Hong coldly said, "I believe that there are still many people in the Song family who are willing to cooperate with me. I say. Song Yuliang was sweating profusely, covering his stomach and rolling on the ground. Shin Hong pressed the remote control again, and the pain instantly dissipated. Song Yuliang touched his stomach in disbelief, and if it wasn't for the fine beads of sweat still on his forehead, He even felt that the excruciating pain just now was his own hallucination. My name is Song Yuliang. I'm the third uncle of Song Zhengming, the head of the Song family, our Song family. Altogether, a total of 40 people have been sent, and they are all busy in the grain depot right now, moving the hoarded barley and rice to the processing workshop for processing. Song Yuliang gasped for air and hurriedly opened his mouth. Our Song family has 3 snowmobiles, which were bought by Yen Ming to fool around with, and I didn't expect them to come in handy on this blizzard day. Previously, we sent people in several batches, and we solved the people guarding the grain depot, and then we occupied down. Now we only have 1 snowmobile left here. The remaining 2, Song Zhengming drove them all back. He plans to relocate the entire Song family here, but the snowmobiles weren't enough. He approached the Lin family the day before yesterday, who had a dozen snowmobiles. Now that the Lin family head was killed by him, the snowmobiles were successfully snatched. I believe it won't be long before he can bring people and move our family's supplies over. Song Yuliang knows everything. He was a handful of years old, and the older he got, the less he wanted to die. Having enjoyed a lifetime of glory and prosperity, he is even more life-affirming, but the worms in his stomach made him wince. He knew that once he didn't cooperate, this sinister young man would surely make him suffer. Chapter 152 Control. Shinhong sat at the table and listened to Song Yuliang's narration in silence. Also, there's more. 2 days ago, the people from the shelter came over, wanting to take the grain hoard from the granary, but there were only 3 of them, and they were easily disposed of by us, and it shouldn't be long before the shelter sends people over again. By the time that happens, it should be the first hard battle for our Song family. Song Yuliang looked at Shinhong with some horror, and then looked at a strangely shaped machine in his hand that was pointed right at his face. He swallowed and then continued. You must be very curious as to why we have guns, right? This was all given to us by Song Zhengming. It's rumored that he got them from the army. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Shinhong looked down at the polygraph. All ticks. That is to say, this old man is quite cooperative, without even asking himself. Just bamboo 2 poor beans general. All the things all told once. A gun from the army? Shinhong was stunned. Then he remembered that when it had just snowed, he had infiltrated the troops and overheard Song Zhengming and Wang Peng's conversation. I could hear that the 2 were close. Even Wang Peng made a move to help Song Zhengming kill Song Guangming, pushing him into the position of Song family head. With their relationship, it was normal for Wang Peng to secretly give Song Zhengming some guns. After all, the troops had withdrawn in such a hurry that there was no one to hold them accountable, even if they were found to have lost their firearms. The guys left in the granary, do they all have guns too? Shinhong inquired. Yes. Song Yuliang nodded repeatedly. All of them are standard rifles, and there are a few pistols. After all, Jinming is worried that the asylum's people will attack, because the people who came to the grain depot to carry the supplies have already been killed by us, and if the asylum sends more people, there will definitely be more personnel. We, the Song family, cannot possibly give up the grain depot either. The only thing we can do is to be well prepared for the battle. Shinhong nodded. He now fully understood. Can you let go of me? I've told you everything I know. Song Yuliang looked at Shinhong carefully. He stole 2 glances at the pistol on the table. Later, as soon as that damn bug comes out of his stomach, I'll be the first to grab my gun and kill the guy. I'm the third uncle of the Song family's head, a noble status, and now I've actually fallen into the hands of a youngster. And this asshole, he had the nerve to threaten me. Now, go get everyone together. Shinhong naturally noticed Song Yuliang's eyes. He did not take it seriously and ordered. Ha! Song Yuliang froze. What? Shinhong frowned. No, it's fine. I'll gather the people now. Look, where should I tell them to gather? Song Yuliang carefully said. Let them all go to the granary. Shinhong said indifferently. Song Yuliang wasn't sure what kind of medicine Shinhong was selling, but now he could only nod his head and respond. After all, he didn't want to experience the feeling of dying and living a second time. Shinhong instructed Song Yuliang to take out his cell phone and add his WeChat, telling him to gather everyone and send him a WeChat. He then turned and walked out the door. Looking at Shinhong's back, Song Yuliang's gaze turned vicious, violently copied the pistol on the table, aimed at Shinhong, and angrily shouted, "Don't move!" Shinhong twisted his head, looking at Song Yuliang with a smile, completely ignoring the blackened muzzle not far from his forehead, and raised his eyebrows. Are you looking for death? Don't give me that smile. Song Yuliang glared angrily at Shinhong. Get that bug out of me, or I'll shoot you right away. You shoot. Shinhong spread his hands and threw the remote control to the ground with a disinterested expression. You can kill me and then manipulate the remote control yourself. Song Yuliang froze. He did not expect that Shinhong would actually say this, but seeing the remote control on the floor, he remembered that the young man, just now, had pressed one of the buttons on it, and that he himself had been in pain. Since you can manipulate to make yourself soar, there should be buttons to make the bugs come out on their own, too, right? Damn, how dare you threaten me just now? Although he felt that Shin Hong was acting strangely, Song Yuliang still had a cold face and directly pulled the trigger. Click, click, click. He snapped it several times in a row, but all he heard was a clicking, idling sound and a look of dismay. Here's your gun. Shin Hong had an extra pistol in his hand and looked at Song Yuliang with a sneer. What you're holding right now is my gun. There's no bullets inside. Ah, this. Song Yuliang looked at the gun in Shin Hong's hand in shock, then looked down at the gun in his hand, and was half unable to regain his senses. Just now, he clearly didn't see the other party change guns. What's going on here? Song Yuliang, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't treasure it again, then don't blame me for being impolite. Shin Hong picked up the remote control and slowly walked over to Song Yuliang's side, and in his left hand there was already an extra silencer tube screwed into the muzzle position. He then took Song Yuliang's left hand and placed the barrel of the gun against his left wrist. Giggle! A faint sound rang out, followed by a sharp pain in his left wrist. Song Yuliang had just opened his mouth to stifle a yell when Shin Hong had already stuffed a towel in his mouth. Woo! Woo! Song Yuliang's tears flowed from the pain, and there was more horror in his eyes. Bear with me. Shin Hong had an extra pair of tweezers in his hand, pressed Song Yuliang, clipped the bullet out, and deliberately waved it in front of Song Yuliang. Is this bullet familiar? It's from your gun. Song Yuliang almost didn't pass out from the pain. Do what I tell you, and if you try anything else, there won't be a second time, and next time, the barrel of a gun will be pointed at your head. Shin Hong smiled at Song Yuliang before he slowly and leisurely walked out of the room. Song Yuliang's head was covered in sweat, his right hand clutched his wrist, and he let out a whimpering wail of pain. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Song Yuliang lay on the ground with a weak face, trembling and taking away the towel from his mouth. He swallowed hard and slowly walked out the door, one step at a time, towards the granary. He could no longer feel his left hand, but he was more afraid of losing his life. That young man, he's the devil. At this moment, Song Yuliang did not even dare to resent Shin Hong, and his mind was filled with Shin Hong's light smile. Quite tolerant. I thought you would waste a lot of my time. Shin Hong stood in the hallway outside the door and smiled at Song Yuliang. Song Yuliang almost had his soul fly out. The sight of that smile gave him chills. Don't worry, I promise I won't dare. Song Yuliang hurriedly squeezed out a smile and bowed at Shin Hong. His left hand swayed in the wind. Then, without looking back, he walked briskly toward the granary. Honey, why don't you kill him? Huo Miao walked out of the room and came to Shin Hong's side, wondering, wouldn't it be better to just kill it? With their current abilities, they could take the granary down completely easily. Even if these people had guns, as long as they were careful, it was completely impossible to pose any threat to them. Controlling one of them will make it much less troublesome to strike later. Not to mention, our target is not only the Song family, but also Song Zhangming. Shin Hong tightened his smile. This dog dares to hit Jin Xian's idea. Then I'll let him know what will happen to him if he hits my woman's idea. Hubby, you care about sister Jin Xian so much. Huo Miao has a jealous look on her face. Shin Hong patted her butt. Why do you talk like a tea smell? Did you learn it from Chen Qin? Huo Miao still pouted. Shin Hong laughed and pecked her on the mouth. You are all equally important to me. Su Chao won't have a good ending either. And even, there's that Wang Qingguang who harassed you in the beginning. Of course, if he's still alive by then, I will also make his life worse than death. I'm teasing you, husband. Huo Miao took the initiative to hug and kiss Shin Hong. A moment later, Shin Hong's WeChat rang. Taking it out, it was a message from Song Yuliang. Hello, I'm Song Yuliang. Everyone, I've already all gathered in the grain depot. What are your next instructions? Shin Hong took his cell phone back, took out the snowmobile, took Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing, and drove to the entrance of the grain depot. Rice, barley, corn, etc. are piled up in the granary. The Song family crowd stood in the aisle, looking at Song Yuliang in confusion. Third uncle, what's the point of gathering everyone up at a good time? Isn't it to continue processing flour and rice? Song Yanming stood next to Song Yuliang with a puzzled look on his face. In front of the two of them, there were dozens of Song family members standing, also confused. I don't know what the hell I'm calling you guys for. I'm just following orders. 2. Song Yuliang naturally wouldn't say that. He coughed dryly. I think that we need to split some people out and take turns on guard. In case someone approaches the grain depot, we will be able to discover it first and be ready to respond to the battle. There's no need for that. Song Yanming frowned and retorted. It's so cold outside. Who would want to go out? Besides, if someone else wanted to get close to the granary, how could they do it silently? This granary is surrounded by wilderness. The cottages have long been frozen under the snow, and the surrounding area is flat, so someone can't come on foot, right? They'd freeze to death. Even if people took turns going outside to stand guard on duty, no one wanted to. Standing outside for a few moments in this cold weather makes you feel frozen. Hearing Song Yanming's words, the crowd nodded along. Although it was also cold in the granary, and although people were tired of carrying grain, they felt more comfortable as their whole body was in motion when they did the work. If I stand outside, I'll freeze to death. The third young master is right. There really are sand sculptures all the way here. I'm afraid they would have frozen into ice sculptures long ago. Song Yuliang's face was expressionless as he glared at Song Yanming. You sand sculpture. If someone had stood guard, would it have been necessary to be lurked in and fed poisonous worms to the old man? I've lost my left hand now. It's because of a bunch of you dumb biddies who don't want to freeze. Now that someone actually came in. What do you know? Chapter 153, Song's Mansion. What if someone does come in? Song Yuliang frowned and drank. Uncle Sam. It won't. Song Yanming waved his hand with a big grin. Even if someone really came on foot and didn't freeze to death along the way, he doesn't have much energy, right? We have a gun in our hands. Is not a shot one? You're too complacent. The door to the granary was pushed open with a creak, followed by a light sentence. Who? Song Yanming turned his head violently, and in the next moment, he saw Shin Hong bring Huang Miao and Chen Mengqing, strutting in. In the hands of all three, they all held an assault rifle. Before the crowd could react, flames emerged from the muzzles of the three men's guns, and for a while, the sound of intense gunfire echoed through the grain depot. And these Song family members who stood in formation, waiting for Song Yuliang's lecture, fell to the ground as if they were cut wheat. Song Yanming was dumbfounded. When he reacted, he saw that the many Song family members behind him had all collapsed on the ground, each one of them not breathing. He winced violently and reached into his arms, but before he could pull out his gun, the barrel of Chen Mengqing's gun was already against his back. Song Yanming's body was fixed. Don't shoot. He raised his hands shakily in surrender. Song Yuliang, well done. Shin Hong walked over and patted Song Yuliang's shoulder. You killed them all? Song Yuliang's eyes widened as he hissed. Why did you kill them? This was the Song family's elite, along with their most loyal subordinates. 3 submachine guns, all dead? His mind went blank and he almost fainted. Uncle San, you know them? Song Yanming froze, glaring at Song Yuliang. You just told me to gather them. You didn't say anything about killing them. Seeing that Shin Hong did not answer, Song Yuliang gritted his teeth and shouted, why did you do that? Song Yuliang, Shin Hong coldly said, watch your manner of speaking. Song Yuliang's expression stagnated and he opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. Third uncle, you betrayed the Song family. Are you crazy? Although Song Yanming was a dude, he was not stupid. He could clearly hear that these 3 people knew Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam seemed to have something on the other side and was doing everything they said. Call Song Zhengming and tell him that Asylum sent someone to raid and that you suffered heavy losses. Shin Hong commanded. The Song family's loyal subordinates, who fought to the death to protect you, have suffered a serious injury to your left wrist. You want to kill Zhenming? Song Yuliang's eyes widened. Song Yanming, who was on the side, was also anxious. He was just about to open his mouth to rebuke him, but Chen Mengqing's gun barrel poked his back once again, and Song Yanming honestly shut his mouth. The others fought to the death to escort Song Yanming away. Song Yanming's whereabouts are unknown. Shin Hong then said, just report to him like this. Good. Song Yuliang bowed his head powerlessly. After Shin Hong had tied Song Yanming up 5 ways and stuffed a rag next to the processing machine in his mouth, Song Yuliang had already dialed the phone. Hey, Uncle Sam, what's up? Song Zhengming's relaxed voice came over the phone. I've already packed up almost everything on my side, and I estimate that I'll be able to transport all the supplies from home to the grain depot this afternoon. By relying on the grain depot, the Song family would be able to become the true hegemon of Jiangcheng. Jiangming, the granary was attacked. The Asylum's people are killing us. Song Yuliang took a deep breath and, with a panicked look on his face, shouted at his cell phone. With the barrel of his gun facing the sky, Shin Hong pulled the trigger next to the cell phone. Ta-da-da-da-da-da. Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing also followed suit and fired into the sky. At one point, the sound of intense gunfire came into the call. The Asylum's killing over there? Song Zhengming froze for a moment, then sharply commanded. How is the battle going? Zhenming, my left hand is ruined. The Song family has suffered heavy losses, but the other side has also died a lot of people. Can you guys assist? If we can't, we can only withdraw. Now Yanming are missing, Song Yuliang said anxiously. Next to him, Song Yanming glared. I'm not missing. I'm right in front of your eyes. You're blind. Uncle San, if you can hold on, just hold on a little longer. I'll be right there. Song Zhengming hurriedly hung up the phone. I did everything you said. Song Yuliang bitterly rushed at Shin Hong. That bug. When it's over. Shin Hong waved his hand. No longer paying attention to Song Yuliang, escorting Son Yenming out of the grain depot and throwing him onto a snowmobile. He turned and folded back. With a wave of his hand, all of the nearly 10,000 tons of grain in the entire granary was instantly put into space by him. Are you a human or a ghost? Song Yuliang stood in place, looking at the storehouse that was originally piled with all kinds of grain, instantly empty. He was filled with panic, and he could see that with a wave of this young man's hand, just like magic, the entire granary was empty, not a single grain left. He looked around dully, even rubbing his eyes. Wait for Song Zhengming in peace. Shin Hong also did not explain and smiled at him, then walked towards the warehouse on the east side where cotton as well as air-dried vegetables were piled up. With a wave of his hand, the entire warehouse was also completely empty. Shin Hong didn't even let go of those machines in the processing workshop and put them away together before getting on the snowmobile and driving all the way out of the grain storage center. You guys, where are you taking me? Noticing that this snowmobile underneath him was silent and very warm, Song Yenming was completely astonished. No wonder Uncle Sam said that just now. How have I never heard of such a high-end snowmobile? It's quieter than a ING trolley. Take us to the Song family. Shin Hong smiled. Once Song Zhengming received Song Yuliang's call, he would definitely be anxious to bring someone to the grain depot and check out the situation. The Song family's home base is naturally empty. Just the thing to steal a home. Shin Hong could easily solve Song Zhengming now, but he would not let Song Zhengming die so easily. Colluding with outsiders, secretly killing his own brother, and thinking ill of his sister-in-law. It's worse than a beast. Especially this latter one. How can I let him die an easy death if he dares to hit my Jinbao? It just so happens that the vending machine is upgraded and still needs a great deal of money. Getting the Song family's assets into their hands and gaining experience along the way. Over 2 billion is not a small number. You guys. Song Yenming was shocked. These three, not only are they hitting on the grain depot, but they even have thoughts about my Song family. If I don't say I'll die now, I'll call Song Yuliang and ask him about the location of the Song family just the same. Shin Hong coldly said. Song Yenming said in a loud voice, I'll say it, don't kill me, I'll say it. Half an hour later, the snowmobile arrived silently in front of a building. Song's group, the Song family's manor, after the snow fell, was covered. Song Zhengming led a group of Song family members to transport all the supplies to the Song group's office building for a temporary stay. He then met with Wang Pang and learned that the grain storage center was unguarded, so Song Zhengming resolved to move the Song family's stronghold. There. If you control the grain depot, you can unify the entire Jiangcheng. At that time, I will be the king of Jiangcheng. Everything went well. 2. The food storage center is surrounded by farmers, and the bungalows have been covered with snow and are nowhere to be seen, and some others, far away, did not seem to have reacted to the idea of occupying the place. The Song family easily killed the 2 officers trapped on duty here, and then occupied the food storage center. Immediately after that, the Song family transported the core of their stalwart juniors, all of them. Only 2 days ago, a few people from the shelter found this place and tried to transport food to the shelter, but they were taken out by the Song family. This also made Song Zhengming determined to move as soon as possible. Song's snowmobiles were scarce, so he approached the Lin family again and offered to borrow a car. After the Lin family refused, Song Zhengming didn't hesitate and directly shot the head of the Lin family and snatched the snowmobile. Get a grip. Everybody move. The only pity is that the whereabouts of the Lin family's daughter, Lin Lu, is unknown, but once I'm in control of the granary, what kind of women can I get? Just as Song Zhengming was getting ambitious, packing up the Song family's supplies, and preparing for a big show, he suddenly received a call from Song Yuliang. Song Zhengming was anxious. The shelter actually sent more firepower to suppress the grain depot. The Song family suffered heavy losses. He hastily greeted the remaining young and strong members of the Song family and hurriedly drove away in his snowmobile. As they drove away in their snowmobiles, Shin Hong was already standing at the corner of the building, watching them leave. 14 snowmobiles filled to capacity with over 60 people is a big deal. Shin Hong laughed lightly and turned back to Song Yenming. Do you think there are only some old and weak women and children left in this building now? A flash of panic passed through Song Yenming's eyes. Chapter 154 Lin Family. Lin dear. Shin Hong's several people walked into Song's building. Led by Song Yenming, the few people quickly went up to the 15th floor. According to Song Yenming, everyone in the Song family lived here, and the supplies had long since been transported from the Song family estate to this side. Huo Miao exerted his supernormal ability and linked with Shin Hong mentally. In Shin Heng's mind, the situation of every office in the surrounding area instantly surfaced. Each office has been converted into temporary housing. Many of the rooms were still filled with people in 2s and 3s, packing up their clothes, but these men's mental powers were weak, with dull gray spots, and not at all as powerful as those of adult males. Shin Hong leaned against the corner of the wall, his mind sinking into the space of consciousness. After searching through the vending machine, his eyes zeroed in on a sedum. There is also a line of notes at the bottom: nourish the heart and tranquilize the mind. 3 seconds of sound sleep, so that you can have a sweet dream. The best tool for insomnia. Side by side is the ever-present forward quality guarantee. The system is rigorously selected. One is $28,000, more expensive than the incense offered on Mount Wutai. However, this amount of money was just a hair's breadth to Shen Hong, and he bought it directly. This was followed by 3 more of the system's strictly selected refreshing pills, and 3 powerful windproof masks. After letting Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing take it, Shen Hong also swallowed one. The 3 men put on their masks again. Song Yanming looked at the movements of Shen Hang's trio with a face full of dismay. I have experience with taking pills. It's normal for a brother to not be able to lift his head, but with the mask on, is this playing any kind of drama? Immediately afterward, he saw Shen Hong take out an incense and light it, and his entire body was confused. What is this worship? The next moment, he suddenly felt his eyes a little heavy. Shen Hong had just lit the incense, when he heard Song Yanming snore, and couldn't help but feel that the system was awesome. He hastily tightened his gag and signaled the 2 women to follow, throwing Song Yanming around the corner. Several people left at a quick pace. Song Yanming's eyes were tightly closed, and the corners of his mouth still had a smile on them, as if his dream self was able to kill without borrowing drugs. Shen Hong came to the door of an office and pushed it open with one hand. Who are you? Inside the house, 2 old crone is packing clothes, looked up to see the 3 people, just after a face of consternation to open the mouth, followed by a dizzy head, lying down on the bed. Shen Hong walked straight in, took back all the things in the house, took out the cell phone from the crone, unlocked it with their fingerprints, and then transferred all the money in the cell phone to his WeChat number. Leaving the room empty, he then walked to the next room. Not long after, all the things inside the house were ransacked by Shen Hong, and these people have a lot of money stored in their cell phones, all of which have been transferred by Shen Hong. It's just a shame that they're not your own and can't be sold to the system for recycling. Go back and let Kuei Yupeng sell it to the owners. At least they were from the Song family. All of them were well-bred, and the clothes they bought were all brand name and of good quality. I'm sure it will fetch a high price. It's a waste of money. Shen Hong was in a soothing mood. In just a few moments, more than $80 million had been taken from the hands of these people from the Song family, and these women of the Song family, even after they moved out of the Song family, they still carried all kinds of gold and silver jewelry. These gold and silver, the system, in turn, will not bother about whether it is Shen Hang's or not, and accept it as it is. Another 50 million or so in hand. A little while later, we got over 100 million. Besides, when these people wake up later, I'm afraid they'll cry and complain at Song Zhengming again, so Song Zhengming will have his hands full. He was just about to leave with the 2 women when he suddenly remembered something and frowned. What's wrong? Chen Mengqing asked curiously. There's always something wrong, Shen Hong muttered. You said that all these women are carrying gold and silver. The hallowed Song family, can they still not have some inventory? Meow meow. Huo Miao responded obediently. His eyes closed tightly and his mental power enveloped the surroundings. A moment later, she pointed to the largest office not far away with a puzzled look. That room is the largest and most luxurious. It should be Song Zhengming's. I've already emptied that house of all its contents. Shen Hong wondered. There isn't anything else. Wait. Huo Miao shook his head and pushed the door open. Shen Hong and Shan Mengqing hurriedly followed. There's something back here. Huo Miao pointed to a wall to the west, where customized wall full of bookshelves were located. Shelves stuffed full of books of all kinds. She walked briskly to the bookshelf, reached down and pulled a copy of A Brief History of Time from the 4th row of shelves, then pushed it hard against the shelf. The bookshelf gently shook up, and the entire center of the bookshelf was secured, as if it were a revolving door, and was pushed completely open. Under Shen Hong and Shan Mengqing's shocked gazes, they saw that behind the bookshelves was a modest room with quite a few suitcases stacked inside. Some of the suitcases had even been opened, all full of cash. So it's all here. Shen Heng's eyes glowed as he quickly stepped in and collected all of the many suitcases. Some of the suitcases contained cash, more gold bars. When these things fell into the space, they were instantly sucked in by the vending machine, which gave a recovery price, 570 million. I didn't realize that the trip had earned me $700 million. Make a fortune. Shen Hong looked at the empty house, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. I wonder if Song Zhengming will spurt blood and anger when he realizes that all his family's assets have been stolen? But at that moment, he suddenly heard a sharp trotting sound coming from behind him. He looked back suddenly, and saw, at a glance, a young woman with a dagger, coming straight at him. Everyone from the Song family, go to hell. The woman's eyes were resentful, and with the determination to fight to the death, she rushed to Shen Hong. She was just an ordinary person, so naturally she could not pose any threat to Shen Hang. The dagger in his hand, just as he handed it to Shen Hong, was grabbed by Shen Hang's wrist, followed by a twist. The woman, in pain, involuntarily let go of her hand, and the dagger snapped and fell to the ground. The dagger still had bright red blood on it. Who are you? Shin Hong frowned and looked at the woman in front of him. Honey, she's beautiful. Hua Miao and Shan Mengqing twisted their heads with a look of emotion. Although the woman in front of him was cloaked in hair, she had delicate features and bright eyes. Even with the intense hatred in her eyes, she couldn't hide her beauty. Even though Shin Hong possessed several beautiful women who had fallen in love with the country, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional after seeing this woman. Indeed, as Hua Miao and Shan Mengqing had said, this was an absolutely beautiful beauty. Her wrist was still being grasped by Shin Hong, and he could clearly feel her delicate skin. Song family assholes. The woman bit her lower lip and glared fiercely at Shin Hong, then twisted her head, closed her eyes and said, anyway, I've already killed Song Yenming, so it's also revenge. Are you the Lin deer from the Lin family? Shin Hong suddenly remembered the conversation between Song Yenming and Song Yuliang and opened his mouth to ask. Yes, Lin deer coldly said. A look of remorse flashed in her eyes. After killing Song Yenming, he should have escaped. It's just a shame that it's still blinded by hate. After his father was killed by Song Zhengming, the Lin family was in chaos. She managed to escape with the desperate escort of a few loyal guards, but the Song family was still in pursuit, and the guards around them, one by one, had died. The forest deer did not escape far. She knew that now that it was freezing cold and she had no supplies, she would only die if she dragged on, instead of waiting to die, or being abused by the Song family after being captured. It would be better to quietly enter the Song building and kill as many as they could. Think of it as revenge for your father. For more than a day, she had been hiding in another building next to Song's group, quietly watching Song's group and waiting for the right moment. And just now, she saw that Song Zhengming actually hurriedly led numerous subordinates, all of whom left the Song group. In other words, only some old and weak women and children are left in the entire building now. I can't mess with those men, but these women, can't I kill them? The building she was in could not see Shin Hong, who was hiding in the corner, and came downstairs and rushed all the way up to the 15th floor. She nervously held the dagger, and was startled when she coldly saw Song Yenming on the floor, the third young master of the Song family. She rushed to hide, but then, she heard Song Yenming snore. That made her a little more puzzled. The Song family's third young master is sleeping on the floor? Lin Lu tiptoed past Song Yenming and realized that Song Yenming was sleeping soundly. Lin Deer hesitated, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and stabbed a knife into Song Yenming's throat. Song Yenming simply could not imagine that he was still dreaming beautifully and hung up unexplained. Lin Deer drew his dagger and stepped in quietly. The entire hallway was silent. When Lin Deer quietly pushed open an office, he realized that there were two other old crone lying on the bed inside the room, also snoring softly. Sleeping too? Lin Deer realized at this point that something was wrong. She then checked the other rooms and found all of them, huffing and puffing. It made her feel a little weird, but this might, too, be his only chance. She heard a few conversations coming from Song Zhengming's office and walked over gently. At that time, Shin Hong and Hua Miao were all attracted by the gold and silver behind the bookshelf, and did not pay attention to the fact that there was already a person standing secretly at the door. Lin Deer sized up the three Shin Hong people, 2 women and 1 man. They had opened Song Zhengming's darkroom, so it was clear that these 3 people should also be core members of the Song family. Kill the man first. The remaining 2 women, naturally, are better dealt with. Thus, Lin Deer rushed towards Shin Hong with his dagger. Your Song family has been looking for me, hasn't it? A sneer appeared on Lin Deer's face. However, I've made my money back. The third young master of your Song family has already been killed by me. Song Yenming is dead? Shin Hong was staggered. He didn't expect that he hadn't made a move yet, but this Lin Deer was the first to be killed. But dead is dead. But at that moment, Lin Deer suddenly clenched her teeth, and with her left hand, she pulled out an even tinier dagger from her waist, and violently stabbed it at her own forehead. She was well aware of her beauty, and she knew what Song Zhengming was playing it by keeping searching for her. Instead of being humiliated, you should kill yourself. Chapter 155 Mistress 5. This delicate little dagger was deliberately hidden by Lin Deer, not to hurt anyone, but only to use to kill himself in case he falls into the hands of the Song family. She knew very well what kind of person Song Zhengming was, and once she was caught, she was afraid that her life would be worse than death. The daughter of the Lin family, even if she died, she must not be insulted by others. Before Lin Deer came, he was determined to die. 1 kill counts as a payback. 2 kills are a profit, especially when the one he had killed was the Song family's third young master, Song Yenming. She gripped the dagger tightly and stabbed it hard at her heart. However, when she had just made a move, Shin Hong had already noticed it and turned his palm into a knife, knocking on her wrist. With a crash, the small dagger fell to the ground as well. Lin Deer's face changed drastically. I didn't realize that I couldn't even kill myself, but immediately afterward, she heard the man in front of her faintly say, "You're mistaken. We're not from the Song family." Lin Lu was stunned and looked up at Shin Hong in surprise. "You can even open the Song family's dark room, and you're still saying you're not from the Song family?" Huo Miao also revealed a smile. "We have no relationship with the Song family. Ms. Lin, you've misunderstood." She and Shen Mengcheng had heard Song Youlian's conversation earlier, and after knowing Lin Lu's identity, she laughed softly. "Could it be that you came all the way here and didn't realize that everyone in the Song family was asleep?" "That's true." Lin Deer subconsciously nodded. "Then do you think that they would suddenly all fall asleep in broad daylight?" Huo Miao asked again. Lin Deer glared. "Yes, it's you guys. No wonder the Song family's third young master was still sleeping on the floor. So it was these three people in front of me who did it." She turned her head again, glancing at the empty dark room, and was instantly relieved. "You also have a grudge against the Song family?" Lin Deer asked, a little confused. Such a harsh environment, and at the moment it is still snowing outside. These three people do not look for supplies, but into the dark room, without even thinking about it. The dark room must contain some of the Song family's gold and silver treasures. But all this won't help Doomsday at all. What do they think? What do you think? Huo Miao laughed. Lin Deer didn't say anything. She knew she was asking nonsense. If they didn't have a grudge, would these people come to Song's building, mesmerize all these people in Song's family and steal their belongings? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Coupled with the fact that Huo Miao and Shen Mengqing were both like flowers, Lin Deer dropped his guard and vigilance. "Go." Shin Hong quickly walked outside. "We still have to return to the grain depot." Although his system strictly snowmobile, which was quite a bit faster than Song Zhengming's car, was able to get to the food storage center first, but after spending a lot of time at Song's building, it was time to go. "Good." Huo Miao and Shen Mengqing nodded and followed behind Shin Hang. Lin Deer stood in place, his brows slightly furrowed. Although these two girls were also pretty and on the same level as herself, but this boy, how come he doesn't even look at himself? Am I that bad? Wait. She gritted her teeth and spoke. "Did you guys just say, you're going to the granary? Are you guys from the shelter?" The Song family seized the grain depot, exchanged fire with the shelter, and the shelter suffered a loss. She had heard about these things. Because of this, the Song family accelerated the pace of relocation, forcing the Lin family to hand over their snowmobile, which led to the tragic death of their father. It seems that the asylum is enraged in sending out powerful firepower. Not only do they want to take the grain depot, they even want to destroy the Song family. Hope grew in Lin Deer's eyes. To be able to see the Song family destroyed with his own eyes, even if he didn't do it himself, it was enough to console his father's spirit in heaven. "No," Shin Hang's reply doused her hopes. "So, then what are you doing at the granary?" Lin Deer mumbled. "Not from the shelter? But how do you live like this?" A surprise for Song Zhengming. Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. Song's group has already moved out. I really want to see how Song Zhengming will react when he learns this good news. "Well, then, can you guys take me with you?" Lin Deer spoke carefully. These three people in front of him had no ill will towards him. He himself had just stabbed this boy, and the boy hadn't even pursued the consequences. And they also have a grudge against the Song family. "You're on the same side as yourself." Shin Hong looked at Song Yenming on the ground not far away. The bastard was bleeding all over the place and was completely dead. The snowmobile vacated a spot, but it was able to sit Lin Deer. And even though Lin Deer hadn't washed her face for a few days, she still exuded amazing charm. "Okay." Shin Hong scrutinized Lin Lu for a few moments, withdrew his gaze and walked down the stairs. Lin Deer hurriedly followed him. Huo Miao walked at the very back, and she stared at Lin Lu's back for a long time. Is hubby having second thoughts? But then again, these days, for sisters together can't beat their husbands. He himself was approaching his physical period, and the remaining three, I'm afraid, had to beg for mercy even more. As long as my husband's body can handle it, it's not a big deal to have more than one forest deer. Moreover, Lin Lu is the Miss Lin family, and her status can match her husband, and then we'll see how it goes. If Lin Lu doesn't have a big lady's temper and it's to her husband's liking, then let her be the villa's mistress number 5. Shin Hong didn't know at all that Huo Miao, the hostess, was once again thinking on her own behalf. Even from this moment onwards, he had already secretly interviewed Lin Lu. Walking outside the building, Lin Deer took the initiative to speak. "My snowmobile is there. Wait for me to drive." She pointed to another office building diagonally across the street. The previous escape from the Lin family was all thanks to this snowmobile. "No need." Shin Hong waved his hand. "I'm sure it wouldn't go fast in a Lynx snowmobile." He didn't bother to cover it up. And with a wave of his hand, the silent, high-speed snowmobile appeared in front of the three of them. The two women were used to it. They knew their husband's psychic abilities. But Lin Deer was taken aback, staring in disbelief. This came out of nowhere? I'm not blinking. Am I? Shin Hong had already sat in the car with all of the two women and turned his head to look at Lin Lu. Aren't you leaving? Coming. Lin Deer was careful and sat in the back row with Huo Miao. She looked at the various high-tech decorations in the car and felt dreamy. She'd driven a lot of snowmobiles, but she'd never seen such an extravagant and luxurious car. The car starts up without a sound, is surprisingly fast and glides smoothly, and the snowmobile actually with intelligent driving. A car. Shin Hong just in the screen input Jiangcheng Grain Storage Center. Then pick up the phone. Send WeChat. As for Chen Mengqing on the co-pilot, she pulled open a drawer, which actually contained fresh fruits. Chen Mengqing took the initiative to pick the grapes and sent them into Shin Hong's mouth. Hubby, is it good? Well, Shin Hong nodded his head, his gaze fixed on his cell phone. Huo Miao pulled open the back drawer and rushed the dumbfounded Lin Lu. Eat whatever you want, don't be polite. Thanks. Lin Deer looked at the rosy apple and swallowed quietly. She hadn't eaten fruit in days. Add to that the fact that you're still hungry and you simply can't resist the temptation of fruit. However, despite the apple's flavor, she took a gentle, ladylike bite. It's so delicious. Lin Deer almost shed tears of excitement. It was the best apple I've ever eaten in my life. The movement is elegant. Huo Miao secretly looked at Lin Deer and nodded slightly. Afterward, she picked up a few cherries and took the initiative to feed them to Shin Hong's mouth. Husband, taste the cherries. Since Chen Mengqing became Shin Hong's woman, Shin Hong spent significantly more time with Chen Mengqing. At night, we are not separated, but during the day, her husband takes her with him when he goes out. This gave Huo Miao a sense of crisis. It was also part of her motivation for wanting to make Lin Deer mistress number 5. Lin Lu is so beautiful and has a noble and elegant temperament, so naturally she can divide a lot of her husband's attention. Self-styled as the head of the harem, she wanted to keep Shin Hong's harem relations in balance. Lin Deer was taking small bites of the apple when she sniffed, and her entire body froze. With a demented look on her face, she turned her head to look at Huo Miao. Another look at the co-pilot, Chen Mengqing. Wait, these two pretty girls, they're both this guy's wives? Did you hear me right? Chapter 156, Returning to the Granary. Did I just hear you right? Lin Lu carefully glanced at Shin Hong and saw that he and Chen Mengqing weren't paying attention to themselves, before she came over to Huo Miao's side and inquired in a low voice. You just called him your husband? Huo Miao had just been initiating conversations with her and, by the looks of it, should be a person with a good personality. Right. Huo Miao nodded. So, then she's also. Lin Deer pointed at Chen Mengqing. Yeah, she's also my husband's wife. A fourth wife. Huo Miao responded. Also my husband's wife? Sister, do you want to hear for yourself what you're talking about? Lin Deer has not yet had time to lament. Coldly after a sentence, suddenly wide-eyed, wait, 4 wives, that is to say, he also has. There are 2 other sisters at home. Huo Miao smiled. The forest deer went numb. She twisted her head in dismay and looked at Shin Hong, who was a big young man in general, leaning against the seat and still sending out WeChat, while Chen Mengqing on the co-pilot was tenderly feeding him fruits, and Huo Miao, who was beside him, looked at Shin Hong with a gaze filled with tenderness. There was not the slightest hint of jealousy because of Chen Mengqing on the co-pilot. Sister, you haven't been brainwashed by him, have you? Lin Lu wanted to ask Huo Miao, but after all, he didn't know the person well, so he still didn't say anything. Shin Hong naturally heard the conversation between the 2 women in the back row, and he didn't take it seriously. Keep talking to Kuei Yupeng. Kuei Yupeng's side is progressing quickly, with Ren Jie sitting in on the scene and a bunch of minions with guns. It was easy to take down Sunshine City. After shooting down a few bullies who had been acting like bullies in the neighborhood, the whole neighborhood was honest. The transaction then began to unfold in an organized manner. And unlike the Peachland neighborhood, the people of Sunnyside have been hungry for days. Now hearing that someone was selling supplies, the crowd was so enthusiastic that they came downstairs, waving their cell phones to make a purchase. Ren Jie, because of his previous experience, purposely had his minions carry guns and stand 3 meters apart on the left and right sides, eyeing them intently. Under the threat of firearms, the group of owners dealt honestly and without cutie, actively looking for trouble. Besides, people are selling supplies, not robbing them, but the price is like a robbery. A packet of instant noodles sells for $100. It's so damn dark, many people are unbalanced, but people's main fight are you and I willing. Not to mention that everyone has long been hungry red-eyed. Who cares about this 100 or 200? These people are afraid that they still don't know that when a packet of instant noodles was sold at 10,000 in Taoyuan district, Shin Hong later proposed to sell it at a thin profit in order to increase sales. Kuei Yupeng reported the latest progress, and also said that Ren Jie had also started recruiting juniors in the neighborhood. And upon hearing about the free supply of materials, the crowd enthusiastically participated and actively signed up. Shin Hong was in a good mood and continued to instruct. Then transport the supplies and continue selling them. Yes, boss, Hui Yupeng hurriedly responded. This side has been stabilized. Ren Jia has brought some people and has gone to the Shanshui Wenyuan next door. Aha! It was going well. And Shin Hong was also in a good mood, wrapping his arms around Chen Mengqing and kissing her. And, even kissed. Lin Deer glared and peeked at Huo Miao beside him again, but Huo Miao was unresponsive, smiling as if he hadn't even seen the scene. Sister, they're kissing, and you didn't react at all? Simply outrageous. Lin Deer felt that his 3 views had collapsed. The car traveled smoothly all the way, and after a while, Shin Hong saw a row of snowmobiles appearing in front of him. It was Song Zhengming's wave. Lin Deer obviously saw it too, and she frowned, looking hatefully at the snowmobile in front of her. Shin Hong clicked a few times on the screen, and this snowmobile of his suddenly went around to the side. Luckily, at this time, they were just out of the city, and there were still quite a few tall buildings that could block Song Zhengming's view. When Shin Hang's car drove to the grain storage center, Song Zhengming didn't even see the shadow. Granary. Looking at the grain storage center, Lin Deer was in a nervous and excited mood and inquired in a whisper, "Are we going to burn down the grain depot?" Burning down the grain depot. Song Zhengming mustn't be mad. Shin Hong smiled and shook his head, reaching out and waving his hand. The snowmobile suddenly disappeared, then stepped into the courtyard. There are still people from the Song family here. Should we hide? Lin Lu was still shocked at Shin Hang's means, but seeing the 3 of them strutting in, an anxious look appeared on his face. Huo Miao turned around and laughed. Just follow. These guys, they seem pretty confident. However, Song Zhengming is dozens of people. There are still subordinates here that he sent, and Song's men have guns. You guys are a little too blindly confident, aren't you? Lin Deer was speechless for a while, and seeing that the 3 had already walked into the courtyard, he hurriedly followed behind. Along the way she was still looking left and right, careful, afraid of being noticed. What made her feel strange was that she hadn't found any of the Song family until she reached the entrance of the grain store. The entire food storage center was silent. It was as if there were no living people. Lin Deer was startled by the idea and hurried to Huo Miao's side. And at this time, Shin Hong had already arrived at the entrance of the grain depot and reached out to push open the gate. Lin Deer's eyes widened and she almost shrieked in shock. So arrogant. But the next moment, she saw that the entire granary was empty, and only Song Yuliang was alone and fuming. Not far away, the ground was littered with bodies. Hearing the sound of the gate behind him, Song Yuliang hurriedly turned back, but after seeing Shin Hong, he shivered. Song Yuliang. Lin Deer's gaze was fixed on Song Yuliang. This was also one of the core members of the Song family. She quietly took the dagger in her hand. However, Song Yuliang's reaction took her by surprise. "Sir, you're here." Song Yuliang squeezed out a smile and jogged all the way to Shin Hong. "This forest deer is a little confused. Song Zhengming called me several times just now, but I didn't answer for fear of exposure. Waiting for your instructions." Song Yuliang respectfully asked for instructions again. The nodding and bowing made Lin Deer feel like he was dreaming. Is this the same unbeatable Song Yuliang? Even in the face of his own father, he had a proud face. But how come it's like this now? Very good. Shin Hong patted Song Yuliang's shoulder with satisfaction. That. Song Yuliang carefully asked. "I have already followed what you said. Will people gathered, and called Song Zhengming. You now can get that bug out, right? What's the hurry?" Shin Hong smiled. "We've been waiting for so long. It's not bad for a few minutes. I'll show you a good show later." Good show? Thinking of the scene just now when Shin Hong took a submachine gun and swept all of the Song family's elites to their deaths, Song Yuliang winced. But dead friends don't die poor. Although Song Zhengming is his own beloved nephew, but at the moment, if he wants to live, he can only sacrifice you. Shin Hong led a few people back to the office building and found a corner office. This room is directly across from the granary door. It didn't take long for Song Zhengming and his group to arrive at the grain storage center. Shin Heng's few people plopped down on the window to watch the show with great interest. Song Yuliang, who was on the sidelines, wanted to say something, and closed his eyes in despair as he looked down at the Song family members who had clumsily crawled into the grain storage center compound. "All of you be careful." Song Zhengming took the pistol out, pulled the safety, and turned back to instruct his subordinates. According to Uncle Sam, the shelter sent a lot of people. Sounds like a lot of firepower on the phone. Maybe, by now, the granary has. Thinking of this, Song Zhengming became even more cautious, and a group of people pressed against the wall, quietly leaning towards the gate of the grain depot. The gate is still open. Seeing that the gate of the grain depot was open, Song Zhengming's face became more and more gloomy. The closer they got, though, the more they realized there wasn't the slightest sound inside. Song Zhengming pointed to a subordinate beside him, signaling for him to quietly check out the situation. He was very life-thirsty, so naturally he couldn't risk his life. The subordinate was a bit reluctant, But in the face of the family head's command, he could only harden his heart and quietly walk over. Coming to the front door, he poked his head in gently, checking inside bit by bit. His head stretched further and further in, his two green bean-sized eyes filled with incredulity. Song Jiangming led the crowd to hide a short distance away, aiming his gun in the direction of the gate. As soon as someone comes out, shoot them immediately. But he saw that his subordinate actually walked straight into the door the next moment. Crazy is this? Song Jiangming cursed, then turned his head and commanded the crowd. Get ready. This is feared to have roused the people in the shelter inside. But the next second, a panicked voice came from inside. Family master, the granary is empty. There's nothing left. No, there's a field of corpses, all of them from our Song family. What? Song Jiangming froze, then got up and rushed in with quick steps. The moment he walked into the granary, his legs went limp and he sat down. In the entire storehouse, there was not a single grain, and the floor was dry and clean, and not far away, there were numerous corpses lying around. How did this happen? Chapter 157, Haunted? Family Master. It's confirmed. There are a total of 40 corpses. All of them are people from our Song family. The third young master and the third uncle have disappeared. Song Jiangming sat on the ground in a stupor as a subordinate beside him came and reported in a low voice. All of our people? No, there's not a single one you don't recognize? Only then did Song Jiangming turn his head, his two eyes devoid of the slightest bit of color. The previous ambitions were completely dissipated with the disappearance of the food. Without food, what's the point of talking about the rise of the Song family? Let alone rise. I'm afraid we'll all starve to death. All of them are from our Song family, subordinates quickly said. And, just now we also viewed the processing workshop and the east side of the warehouse. Inside the things, also all disappeared. The entire warehouse, all empty, and even the processing equipment is gone. What's going on? In Song Jiangming's mind, only these 5 words remained. He couldn't figure out at all what kind of power it was that was able to get rid of all the grain within the entire granary. Nearly 10,000 tons of grain. How many people would it take to move it all? And all of us from the Song family are dead. Yet we can't even see a hair on the other side. And processing equipment. Thinking of those behemoth-like machines, Song Jiangming's body trembled and trembled. Xiao Yu, do you think there are ghosts in this world? Ghosts? The subordinate froze, then thought of all the empty granaries, and was also cold in the back of his mind. They had slowed down as they approached the food storage center and had carefully watched the snowmobile tracks leading up to it. There were only scattered traces of what had been left before, and not a lot of them. It also put them down a little. It seems that not many people come to the shelter, being able to fight, but when they entered the grain depot, the people who died were all Song family members, and judging by their appearance, none of them took out their weapons to resist. Instead, it was like being assembled and instantly obliterated. What kind of power can gather so many people together? Instead, they had wounds on their bodies, all of which were penetrated by bullets. But that doesn't explain it. What makes it even more bizarre is that the granary is empty. Even the processing equipment of that size disappeared as if it had never been there. Can a snowmobile pull that much processing equipment? Song Jiangming muttered, his voice trembling. The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. He looked up warily, looking around. It was as if there were rows of machine guns aimed at them from those dark corners. Withdraw. Song Jiangming took a deep breath. The icy air cleared his brain, and shouted, forget about these corpses. Let's go first. Go back to Song's mansion. The many subordinates were also very scared and had been waiting for this. Upon hearing the family head's command, the crowd scrambled out of the grain store, and one by one, they tumbled over the courtyard wall again. But the next moment, they were all confused. The parked snowmobile is gone. A dozen or so snowmobiles, not rutted tracks heading outward, with lingering tracks in the snow. The snow was heavy and silver all around, but when I looked around, I didn't see any snowmobiles in the neighborhood. In the corner behind the office building, Shin Hong grinned lightly. Just now, after the gang entered the grain depot, he quietly walked out and received all the snowmobiles, all within his space. It's just as well that Guo Yupeng can still use it as they open up their territory. Where's the car? Where's the snowmobile? Outside the courtyard wall, there was a growl from Song Jiangming. There was still a faint hint of shivering in his voice. Family master, all around have been looked at. No, there is no. The subordinate stammered to report. It's so weird. So many things in the granary, strangely disappearing. And the Song family, without any resistance, all died. Now, the snowmobiles they drove in are all gone, too. The ground, however, was not half as marked as it had been left. Many people thought of the ghost Song Jiangming had just mentioned. Could it be that there is really? The crowd winced and subconsciously huddled together. Ping! Song Jiangming fired a shot in the air and shouted angrily. Don't ing crowd. Take out your weapons and keep an eye on the surroundings. Afterward, He gazed around and gritted his teeth. Come out for me. Who are you scaring by pretending to be a god? It's just a way to pump yourself up. Song Jungming also couldn't figure out why the snowmobile had disappeared without warning and silently. Once the snowmobile started, it was so loud that it could be clearly heard even inside the grain elevator. But he swore he hadn't heard half of it just now. And with so many cars, it's even more unlikely that no one would have heard it with the sound stacking up after the startup. There was silence all around. Song Jungming went berserk and fired several shots around him. To no avail. All that could be heard was the sound of gunfire that seemed to travel a long way. The snowflakes were still falling silently, as if they were the only ones left in the entire heaven and earth who had been abandoned. The crowd also took their guns and aimed them around. Jingle bells. At this time, the cell phone in Song Jungming's pocket rang, and the people sweated. Instantly turning around, the guns in their hands aimed at Song Jungming. Who the hell are you guys aiming at? Song Jungming cracked his mouth. The crowd hurriedly bowed their heads, then looked around warily. Hello? Seeing that it was his aunt calling, Song Jungming sighed in relief and picked up the phone. Auntie, what's wrong? Jungming, we don't know what happened. When we woke up from our sleep and opened our eyes, everything in the house was gone. On the phone came the voice of the aunt crying. Even the bed sheets and bedding on the beds, all of them are gone. Everyone's room is like this. Even what? Song Jungming's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked after him. How come people in Song's building and things disappeared from the house? Even we saw your brother's body in the hallway. And the bookshelves in that house of yours were opened and the dark room was empty. Poof. Song Jungming's legs went limp and he sat down in the snow. Jungming, are you listening? Auntie's voice came over the phone. We're so cold. We have no clothes left on us. Everyone is down to their underwear. It's so cold. The whole 15th floor. We can't even find a piece of cloth to cover us. Aren't you driving a snowmobile? Hurry back. If we wait any longer, we'll all freeze to death. Family master, are you alright? The few subordinates around him hurriedly helped Song Jungming up. Song Jungming was lost in thought. Hikari, you guys found Hikari's body? Yeah, Hikaru is dead. His head was almost cut off, and he died on the floor of the hallway. Auntie cried. Although Song Jungming was wearing thick clothes, at this moment, he felt a wave of coolness rising. Song Yenming is at the grain depot. How did you end up in Song's building? Earlier, Uncle San had also called himself, saying that the grain depot had been attacked and Song Yenming had disappeared. The moment he received the call, he rushed to gather his men and arrived in his snowmobile. But Song Yenming's body, however, bizarrely appeared in Song's building. He was paper-colored and panicked. It can't really be a ghost, can it? Chapter 158, Song Yolion's death. Hanging up the phone, Song Jungming pinched his thigh vigorously. He frowned, looking around at the white color of the snow. The subordinates around them looked at Song Jungming, and their expressions were also filled with bewilderment and fearful unease. They all heard the call from the family head just now. And now, the home has been stolen too? Moreover, the third young master clearly followed the third uncle to guard the grain depot. How come you're back in Song's building? What's even more bizarre is that the old, weak, women and children in the house all inexplicably slept through the night, and then the things in the house, along with the clothes on their backs, all disappeared. Listen, Song Jungming pinched his thigh vigorously and gritted his teeth. Now all follow me and walk back to Song's mansion. There are still our families there. We must hurry back or they will freeze to death. Song Jungming coldly scanned the crowd. I won't leave any of my brothers behind. Everyone line up. We can definitely walk back in the dark. On the way back, those in the back row walk backwards. Those on the sides pay attention to both sides. Keep an eye on the surroundings. If there is any movement, directly shoot. Back row. Switch in 20 minutes and keep up your strength. It must be said that Song Jungming still has two skills. Fearing unknown shenanigans in the shadows, he had the people in the back of the line walk directly, all the way backward. In those horror movies where everyone is walking back in line, doesn't the person in the last row suddenly let out a scream, followed by being dragged away by something in the dark? Right now, the surroundings were bright, but just in case, Song Jungming still had to be careful. After all, there were only about 60 people, so they couldn't afford any more accidents. The crowd hurriedly lined up, and even Song Jungming took the initiative to stand in the last row, leading the way. The others in the last row followed, turning backward consciously and looking warily at the rear. Listen to my slogan, Song Jungming bellowed. Now, walk all the way back on foot. Keep your strength up. Those in the front row, take the compass and watch the direction. If you take the wrong direction, I'll shoot him. Yes. Several people in the front row hastily pulled out their compasses. Fortunately, the compass didn't lose its usefulness, and they quickly decided on a direction to travel in. Of course, Song Jungming, along with the platoon around him, was all the way back. On the way, they kept their guns raised and their fingers on the triggers. As soon as you notice anything out of the ordinary, just shoot. At this moment, their psyche was very fragile, and the gun in their hands gave them the last of their courage and comfort. Shin Hong had already returned to the room upstairs by now and kicked Song Yuliang. "You can go now." I can go?" Song Yuliang was pleasantly surprised, then laughed dryly. Then the worms in my stomach, can you take them away? Thinking of farts to eat, Shin Hong sneered. "Let the worm stay in your stomach first and cultivate a relationship with you. I will still look for you." Song Yuliang's face was ugly, but he was afraid that Shin Hong would back out, so he still rushed down the stairs and chased all the way to Song Jingming's team, with his left hand injured. Song Yuliang couldn't run fast, plus he was old and panting after a few steps, and you can't run with your hands off, and you're not balanced. But now there are no snowmobiles, so we have to go after it. He's going to tell Song Zhengming that Song Yenming was robbed by a man and 2 women. Also, the food was all gone with a wave of the hand of the man in this. Of course, one couldn't say that he had gathered these people from the Song family together, or else even if he was Jinming's third uncle, he would still be subject to his family law. Their snowmobiles, by the way, were also taken away by this man, who saw it with his own eyes. He ran all the way, panting, and saw the black coats on Song Zhengming's group from afar. In the snow, it was as if dozens of black ants, moving slowly. "Zhangming, Zhangming," he shouted from a distance, running as he did so, but the gale was whistling and the gang didn't seem to hear it. Song Yulian ran after it again, and this time, the outline of the team was clear. He hastily gasped and shouted, "Zhangming, Song Zhangming, ha!" Song Zhengming was leading his team forward, when he coldly heard a voice coming from the opposite side of himself. Upon closer inspection, it still seemed to be calling out to himself. Song Zhengming was startled. The cold wind was bitterly cold, and Song Yulian's voice had become somewhat indistinct as it came. "Levy, Ming, Song, Levy, Ming." The voice echoed in the cold wind, seeming to murmur around it, lingering in his ears in a creepy way. In an instant, Song Zhengming thought of the silver-horned king in Journey to the West, ugly looking, holding a purple and gold red gourd and aiming it at the Monkey King. "I'll call out to you. Do you dare to say yes? Shouldn't he mysteriously disappear once he answers?" And fixing his eyes, a dark shadow drifted toward him. The black shadow wobbled and ran crookedly, but it was extremely fast. "Go to hell!" Without hesitation, he aimed directly at the black shadow and fired violently. The others in the back row, who had also seen the black shadow, had tense faces and did not hesitate to follow the householder in firing. Ping ping ping, ta-da-da-da. For a while, all kinds of gunshots rang out one after another, and that black shadow, too, instantly froze in place, trembling continuously with the gunshots, until the black shadow fell to the ground after the crowd frenziedly fired all the bullets out of the pike. The crowd gasped for air and looked at Song Zhengming. "Go back together and see." Song Zhengming hesitated for a moment and then ordered, "Who is the dark figure down?" If they were really ghosts, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Might as well go and see for yourself. Even if you die, you'll be a ghost who understands. The crowd followed Song Zhengming, changing bullets and walking carefully along the way. To their relief, the black shadow on the ground didn't move at all and seemed to have been killed by them. Song Zhengming led the crowd and slowly surrounded them, his gun still pointed at the black shadow. As soon as the opponent swindles, shoot him immediately. But when he saw the black shadow clearly, Song Zhengming was dumbfounded. Third uncle. This dark shadow on the ground was actually his third uncle, Song Yuliang. Song Yuliang, on the other hand, was covered in bullet holes, had been beaten into a sieve, and had long since lost his breath. Both eyes were round and full of disbelief. He himself just led his subordinates to kill Uncle Sam with his own hands? Song Zhengming sat paralyzed on the ground for the third time, his eyes lifeless. His hands trembled as he closed Uncle Sam's eyes and wailed out. The subordinates all lowered their heads, especially those in the last row just now. Following Song Zhengming's shooting, they were also one of the murderers. After a long time, Song Zhengming raised his head, sniffled, and shuddered. "Let's go. Keep the formation we just had." He didn't dare to cry. The cold wind was like a knife, and if you dropped a tear, it would freeze instantly, and your face would ache as if it were cut with a knife. Now if we were to leave with Uncle Sam's body, the team would still have to expend a lot of effort, and when they returned to Song's group, how many of them would still be alive? The crowd sulked and rallied to leave. Song Yuliang is dead. In the office building, Shin Hong gently beckoned, and a small metal bug crawled into his palm. Then the bug disappeared and returned to the space of consciousness. Really? Lin Deer's eyes lit up. Just now, she had heard the intense gunfire outside. Could it be that Song Yuliang was killed by Song Zhengming? That said, she also now knew that Song Yuliang had betrayed Song Zhengming, gathered his subordinates, and was killed by Shin Hong. Could it be that Song Zhengming already knew about Song Yuliang's betrayal? No wonder the gunshots took so long. How much hate must this be? If you were Song Zhengming, You'd want to split Song Yuliang into 5 pieces, right? I trusted you so much to guard the granary, but you colluded with outsiders. Let's go too. It's getting late, and I can say that today has been very rewarding. He recovered Li Minghua and also learned that in the south of the city, there was a group of mad scientists who formed the evil organization of the Tiandi Society. Now that he had taken the grain depot and stolen Song's group's home, Song Zhengming was afraid that people were now numb. However, Shen Hong did not directly kill Song Zhengming. Having him kill his own Uncle Sam with his own hands would be a start. Next, Shen Hong would make Song Zhengming watch the entire Song family fall, wait for him to be mentally destroyed and then finish him off. He wanted to completely destroy Song Zhengming's confidence. Song's group are all old, weak, women and children, now wearing only underwear, freezing to death, and Song Zhengming and the others would lose at least half their lives if they had to walk back to the Song group. Chapter 159, Wife No. 5. You guys, where are you going? Lin Lu followed Shen Hong several people downstairs, watched Shen Hong change out of the snowmobile, hesitated for a moment, asked in a low voice, "Let's go home." Shen Hong glanced at Lin Deer, then reacted with another wave of his hand. The snowmobile that Song Zhengming had just driven suddenly appeared in front of him. "Here, I'll give you a car. Aren't you going back? We're not on the way. You can drive yourself," Shen Hong said. Huo Miao stood aside and secretly bristled. "Stinky husband, don't think I didn't see you sneaking a few glances at Lin Lu just now. Obviously you have ideas too. You're using the art of war now, aren't you? Trying to catch a break?" Indeed, Shen Hong was just an ordinary man. And what man wouldn't like it when he met a rich white beauty like Lin Lu? It was only that he already had 4 women, so he couldn't just take in a beautiful woman when he saw one in the future. Could he? That's too much not knowing. Lin Lu pursed her lower lip and looked at Shen Hong, then at Huo Miao. "Sister Miao, can I follow you guys? Don't worry, I can learn how to cook. I can also clean and do housework. Can you guys take me in?" She wanted to see, with her own eyes, the destruction of the Song family. What's more, the forest deer didn't have any supplies. Now that the Lin family was in chaos and the elders in the family were fighting for power, I was afraid that if I went back, I would be controlled as well. Her father had only one daughter like her. Who would want to take orders from a woman? She has no home to go back to. Where else? And now, after spending time with Huo Miao, she was filled with good feelings for her, knowing that this pretty girl was about the same age as herself, just a month or so older. Chen Mengqing was also very friendly to himself, and with these 3 guys looking clean, and such advanced, smart snowmobiles they'd never heard of before, they should have quite a few supplies. Father in heaven's spirit, can see the Song family destroyed. He is still well survived, also enough to comfort. Besides, the men she had met before were all colorful, but Shen Hang already had 2 wives like flowers and even 2 more at home, so it was unlikely that he would ever think anything of himself again. If you can follow them, you've definitely earned it. On the contrary, one did not have anything to offer in exchange for such an offer, except for this body. Lin Deer's insides were messed up, and he couldn't keep his words to himself. "What else do you know?" Shen Hong glanced at Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing, coughed dryly, and asked with a frown, "I can play the piano, I can play the violin, I can dance." Will. Lin Deer spoke a little too much. What use are these skills, when placed in a peaceful and prosperous world? To give yourself a plus, but in an apocalyptic world like today's? Not as useful as cooking. But I don't know how to cook yet. The only time I did it, I burned the bottom of the pan. Huo Miao glanced at her husband and realized that Shen Hong was in a serious mood, so she suddenly came to Shen Hang's ear and quietly opened her mouth. "Hubby, how about letting Lin Deer change into a bunny girl outfit and come to our house to be your No. 5 little wife?" "This," he said with joy in his heart, but the face still put on a difficult expression. "Not so good." Lin Lu didn't hear Huo Miao's words. She just saw Shen Hong shaking his head and frowning, and hurriedly said, "What's wrong with it? I'm willing." Huo Miao froze, then spread her hands. "Hubby, look, she's agreed. Sister Miao, help me and make brother Shen say yes." Lin Deer pulled Huo Miao aside and whispered, "You know what I was just telling my husband?" Huo Miao looked at Lin Lu. "You go to our house and change into a bunny girl outfit." Lin Deer was filled with consternation. "Bunny suit? It seems to be very revealing." She pursed her lips and whispered, It's cold, isn't it? And the weather isn't right. We're warm at home." Huo Miao waved her hand. "We wear short sleeves at home." Short sleeves? Lin Deer's eyes widened. Not to mention the outside world. Even their Lin family is cold as hell right now. What kind of environment is this? I can't believe you're wearing short sleeves. As long as I can, let me follow you guys. Wear it. Lin Deer closed her eyes and blushed. She had been into cosplay before, so naturally she knew what the bunny girl look was, and there seemed to be only one man in the house, Shen Hong, so although it was embarrassing, it wasn't impossible to agree. I also said for you to be my husband's little wife number 5. Huo Miao continued. Ah, this. You just said I do. Without waiting for Lin Lu to speak, Huo Miao added. The corners of Lin Deer's mouth twitched. That's not what I meant when I said I do. And why are you taking the initiative to help Shen take a concubine? Shen Hong mustn't die of happiness to have a harem mistress like you at home. No wonder Meng Qing respects you so much. If you're willing, come with us and I'll take care of persuading my husband. Huo Miao whispered. If you are not willing to get together. In fact, I feel quite talkative with you, and I also hope to be a good girlfriend with you. Is that how to be a best friend? Lin Lu raised her head and looked deeply at Shen Hong, then hesitantly whispered. That's fine. She didn't resent Shen Hong, especially since Shen Hong screwed over the Song family. The powerful Song family was like a plaything in Shen Heng's hands, needing it at will. If that's the case, it's not a bad idea to follow him yourself. Besides, Shen Hong had avenged his father by bringing down the Song family. Lin Deer grew up knowing that as a member of the Lin family, her marriage was not up to her. In the future, for the sake of a strong family, they will go and marry the sons of other families. But how many young masters from other families aren't dilettantes? She knew the darkness of the mansion better than anyone. A few of her friends who came from similar backgrounds as her were in arranged marriages. They were not happy in their marriages. Their husbands spent their time outside the home and had no idea how many women they were keeping. It didn't seem much different from Shen Heng's 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's just that one is in the dark and one is in the light. But, before the Song family is destroyed, I don't want to break first. Lin Deer added in a low voice with a red face. Don't worry about that. Huo Miao smiled. The destruction of the Song family was just a matter of minutes. Once inside, how could Lin Deer run away? Not to mention her, even Yang Mushuan and Ning Yao. The way they looked at Shen Hong these days was strange, and it was obvious that they had already had different thoughts. Honey, she does. Huo Miao came to Shen Hong and leaned over and whispered in his ear. Really? Shen Heng's eyes lit up. With a familiar pain coming from her waist, Huo Miao huffed. I knew you. This guy, we're just pretending. Ahem. If you don't agree, wife, I'm sure I won't have this idea. Shen Hong scratched his head in embarrassment. Huo Miao pouted her lips and hummed, then gently rubbed Shen Heng's waist again and said quietly, I still remember to this day what you told me back then. As long as I don't betray you, you'll never leave me behind. So I naturally have to think about my husband as well, to be able to have the life he has now. Under the doomsday, Huo Miao doesn't even dare to think about it. What's wrong with having more wives for your husband these days? I'm so well behaved and obedient and understanding. I should think what my husband thinks and be anxious. Only in this way can you sit as the head of the harem forever. It's the only way my husband will love me more. Chapter 160 Little Sandy Seeks Help. It was worth the trip out. It's so worth it. The snowmobile raced along. Shen Hong sat in the back seat and looked at Lin Lu beside him. Huo Miao took the initiative to pull Chen Mengqing and sat in the front row. Anyway, the car is all smart driving and doesn't need a human to steer it. So it's better to let your husband take a break and cultivate a relationship with Lin Lu in the meantime. I have to say, Miao is simply the most ideal wife. Even that was taken into account. While Lin Deer beside him had a red face and lowered her head, not daring to look at Shen Hong. On this trip, not only did he plow through the Song family, but he also picked up a wife. He reached out his hand and took the initiative to pull Lin Deer. Lin Lu's small hand trembled, just about to struggle. Then remembering that she had been chosen by Huo Miao as Shen Heng's wife number 5, she immediately pouted and glanced at Shen Hong, then turned her head in a pretense of composure. That's a flavorful glance. Shen Hong rubbed Lin Lu's hand, and before he could launch his next move, his cell phone suddenly rang. Biggie, why haven't you contacted people for so long? I can't believe it was a little piece of sand that called. The voice was full of languid softness and a hint of nervousness. Just now, the owner who secretly covets her came over and knocked on the door, yelling at her to trade her bubblegum for a night. I could tell from the voice that it should be Li Fei from the next building. That tall, burly man was accompanied by 4 or 5 minions. Seeing that little Sandy didn't say anything, Li Fei directly ordered the 4 juniors to take the tree stump and slam it hard towards little Sandy's security door. It seems to want to break in. Little Sandy was simply terrified. In an instant, she thought of peace and harmony. Even if you want to be dependent on a man yourself, it's better to look for a big brother like Harmony. People have tons of supplies and guns. Follow a man like that to survive. As for trading away one's first night with bubblegum, that's just whimsical. He still had nearly $20 million on his own card, and he could find Gui Yupeng to purchase supplies anytime he wanted to. How could you possibly look at your packet of noodles? But the thuds outside the door were unrelenting, and with each impact, it seemed as if the entire door could be knocked down. Little Sandy's heart jumped at the sound of it. What's wrong? Shen Hong took Lin Lu's small hand and was just about to open his mouth when he heard a thumping sound coming from the phone and Little Sandy's panicked voice. Little Sandy originally wanted to pull together some feelings, but now she could not care about so much. Her tears flowed and she choked. Can you come to my rescue? My house is about to be crashed. You take me away. I am willing to do anything for you. It's freezing. It's dripping outside. And there's still someone running to little Sandy's house and banging on the door? It's a good thing you're so full. Shin Hong felt that he had given these people in the neighborhood too much to eat. Who's banging on the door? Shin Hong was still very fond of this top internet beauty. However, he didn't have the idea of taking little Sandy back into his home right now. After all, Huo Miao had already taken the initiative to scout out Lindir for himself, so he couldn't be too greedy. Could he? Yes, it is the Li Fei. Tall and big one in our neighborhood. Little Sandy whispered. Li Fei? Shin Hong was a bit dumbfounded. Is he banging on the door with a tree stump? Yeah, said Sandy, curling up, listening to the louder and louder crashes outside, as well as Li Fei's exuberant yelling. Little Sandy's heart was in turmoil. Shin Hong was speechless. What the is this called? This tree stump. Is last night Li Fei smashed Sister Hua's basement door? Shin Hong deliberately threw down. He also earned $1. 2 million in protection money from Sister Flora himself. When Li Fei was leaving, he took the stump and left. And Shin Hong did not stop it. He was also thinking that Li Fei could make another trip to Sister Hua's house tonight, smashing the door and threatening it again. And he could still earn 2 protection fees. But I didn't expect the tree stump to hit the little Sandy house. This Li Fei, he really knows how to utilize waste. I know. Shin Hong nodded gently. I'm still outside right now and won't be able to go back until later. Ha! Little Sandy was dumbfounded. Harmony Big Brother is not in the neighborhood. What's going on here? I'm begging you. If you save me, I'm yours to do whatever you want. Little Sandy cried out once again. I'm not done yet. Shin Hong coughed dryly. I'll let the others go over to save you. Just wait at ease. Yes. Little Sandy nodded in a panic. She knew very well what would happen to her once she fell into Li Fei's hands. So strong and fat, I'm afraid I could break my own legs. And, I can't take nearly 300 pounds of impact. Little Sandy knew very well that the most valuable thing she had was this body of hers. She kept her first night, originally thinking of marrying a rich man in the future. Only with the live broadcast, she realizes that the list 1 big brothers are all family men and don't fit her criteria for a spouse at all. She's a gold digger. Yes, but gold digging doesn't mean blindly giving away first blood. Now that the world has suddenly changed, she is also well aware that the only thing she can rely on is peace and prosperity. Little Sandy was ready to give his life. The reason why she hadn't contacted Shin Hong in the first 2 days was that she wanted to maintain a bit of reserve. In this way, Shin Hong would cherish it more when he got himself in the future. But now, there was no room for her reserved thoughts. She put the phone down and curled up under the covers, her hands clasped over her ears. After Shin Hong hung up the phone, he called Old Chin. Hey, boss. Old Chin quickly picked up and sounded refreshed. Old Chin, who had been holding back for decades, was out of control after getting Bing Bing and CC last night. The 2 women had originally thought that Old Chin was no longer able to do so, but Old Chin had cleaned them up with a 1-2 punch. Bing Bing and CC are also well-known actresses, not to mention that those who can be spotted by Zhao Erbao, how can their looks be bad? The actresses that used to be seen only on TV sets are now warbling and swanning, and the Old Chin is getting more and more courageous. At that moment, however, the phone suddenly rang. Bing Bing was sweating profusely and wanted to hang up so as not to be disturbed in his pleasure. But Lao Chin saw that it was his boss's call and pushed Bing Bing away. He then got up and went to the living room and respectfully answered the phone. You're going out now, Shin Hong commanded. Go to Building 16, Unit 2, 2201, and tell the Li Fei few people who hit the door to get lost. There's a little San living in the house. That's the netizen. You send her to my house. Yes, boss. Old Chin nodded gravely. Hanging up the phone, Old Chin quickly put on his clothes. Old Chin, what are you going to do? Isensi asked with a frown, obviously not satisfied. The boss called. I have to go out, Old Chin said as he put on his clothes. You, Bing Bing pouted. We're not done yet. Why are you leaving? At least feed us first. That's it. CC also looked at Old Chin pitifully. There's plenty of time for that later. When I get back. Old Chin laughed. Without waiting for the 2 of them to reply, Old Chin turned toward the basement. Bing Bing, look at Old Chin. CC was naked and very unhappy. How can you be like this? Making people not up and down. One phone call from the boss and Old Chin is gone. Not even done with this. Bing Bing nodded with a gloomy face. Old Chin is so powerful, but I feel that he is like a pug for his boss. He does whatever the boss tells him to do. That's right. CC looked dissatisfied. It's just a pity that the other boss can't see the 2 of us. She likes Chen Chin. Thinking about this peer, Bing Bing's face became even more ugly. Chen Qin was the one who gave himself a supporting role in the first place. Now it's actually crawling over his head. Any way you think about it, it's a bit nasty. Listen to me. When old Qin comes back later, we will be like this. Ice leaned over to C's ear and ordered quietly. Ha? C froze. Will it work? Why not? Is old Qin not as important to the boss as a woman? Bing Bing snorted coldly. Old Qin is so fierce, leaving the boss, as well as can bring us both to live a good life. She had witnessed, last night, the scene of old Qin working out at the gym in the villa. One punch and the gym barbell was bent. How much force does that take? And this strength, old Qin not only used in the fist, but also in bed he just fierce full. I really don't know why such a strong man would listen to that young man. Chapter 161 Old Qin's outburst. Another sister calling our husband? My husband is really charming. As soon as Shin Hong hung up the phone, Huo Miao's voice came over. Ahem. Shin Hong coughed dryly and explained. It's that bastard Li Fei. The tree stump that I threw down last night. He actually took it and went to smash the door of little Sandy's house. This tree stump was given to me. Can't see it die, right? Rescue is rescue. But how do I hear that someone even asked old Qin to send people to our home? Huo Miao twisted his head and teased. Do you want your wife to send her to her husband's bed? What a load of crap. Shin Hong looked embarrassed and scratched his head. Unexpectedly, the voice on the phone just now was also heard by Miao Miao. Now he's following Chen Qin's example and is starting to get shady. He glanced at Rinlu, but Rinlu didn't react. But the grip on his hands suddenly tightened. Apparently she had a lot on her mind as well. She had just been designated as wife number 5, and she hadn't even entered the house yet. And number 6 was in the house first? Shin Hong has not been too philandering. Now, she kind of understood Huo Miao's thoughts. It's better to plug it than to unplug it. Instead of letting Shin Hong spend his time outside, it would be better to take the initiative to accept those women and unite them, so as not to let more women have contact with Shin Hong. I'm fine with that. When she saw that Shin Hong had been secretly looking at herself, she suddenly whispered with a red face, sound like a mosquito. Chen Mengqing followed with a well-behaved. I don't have a problem with it either. Are you kidding? Which of the 3 sisters in the family is not prettier than yourself? And the new Lin dear is far superior. What if I don't listen and know better and my husband doesn't like me anymore? She was content. After all, apart from Huo Miao, she was the second person to get the fruit of alteration, which was enough to prove her position in her husband's heart. Both of you. Huo Miao looked at Chen Mengqing and Lin Lu with a speechless expression. After you two said that, it makes me look like a villain, right? Especially you. Lin dear, I took you involuntarily. You should be a good pair of girlfriends with me. How come you turned around and fell back on your husband? Okay. I don't care if you're not afraid of being drained. Huo Miao glared at Shin Hong. You have to make me comfortable at night before you can go and irrigate another sister. Do you hear me? Shin Hong nodded with a hefty smile. Lin dear made a big red face. Geez, Sister Miao, do you know what you're saying? Not a bit of girlish reserve. However, it gave Lin dear a whole new experience. Thinking about the image of how she would share Shin Hong with Sister Miao and these women in the future made her heart beat a little faster and she blushed. Old Qin came to the underground passage, drove the pickup truck, and came to building 16, parked the car and flew up, fit as a fiddle. The 22nd floor was like a walk in the park for him now, and it didn't take the slightest effort at all. By the time he had climbed to the 10th floor, he could hear cursing and heavy thumping coming from upstairs. Ping, gah, Sandy, you still don't want to come out of your own accord? Must brother go in? If you don't come out, I'll catch you later and I'll get on the balcony. Before Liffey could finish his words, he was slammed in the face with a punch. This punch was so sharp and fast that Li Fei's face, due to inertia, hit the tree stump heavily again, and he grimaced in pain. Who? Li Fei covered his face and shouted angrily. The few juniors in front of him followed suit and turned their heads, glaring intently. When he saw old Qin, Li Fei's angry face instantly disappeared and stammered. Yes, it's Master Qin. He was well aware that there were a few objects in the neighborhood that could not be messed with. First, there is the mysterious identity of Harmony Makes Money. The rest are a few subordinates who are in harmony. Lao Qin, Hui Yupeng, Ran Jie. These 3 people, he didn't dare to provoke them at all. Even those juniors under their command, Li Fei had to walk around when he saw them. After all, these people have been distributed weapons and equipment by Harmony and Wealth. If you dare to provoke them, you'll be shot in a minute. Master Qin, why did you come? Li Fei squeezed out a smile, but because his face was puffy, his smile was worse than crying. I don't want to kill you, get lost. Old Qin glanced at Li Fei and coldly said, the boss didn't say he was going to kill Li Fei. Moreover, today, there was still the need for Li Fei to find trouble with Sister Flower, so that Sister Flower would obediently renew her protection fee. It's not much fun without Li Fei. Qin Moncler, this between neighbors, you are not intervene in the matter of. Hard to not. Small sand also to the boss to pay protection fees? Li Fei asked reluctantly. Although Feng Lu is not bad, but it's obviously a few notches below little Sandy. He had been thinking about little Sandy's body and face for a long time. It's so hard to have this opportunity, how can we give it up so easily? It's true she didn't pay protection money. Old Qin's words made Li Fei breathe a sigh of relief, but immediately afterward, Old Qin faintly said, but she's already the boss's woman now that she's being looked at by the boss. Are you sure you still want to keep smashing the door? What? Li Fei's expression froze. Little Sandy is being looked at by the boss? Day. In that case, then we won't bother. Master Qin, please. Li Fei hurriedly moved out of the way of the doorway with a frustrated look on his face. The minions holding the tree stumps all followed and got out of the way at the moment. Old Qin ignored them and came to the door, gently knocking on the door. Is it little Sandy? I was sent by the boss. I was sent by He Chi Shang Kai to pick you up. Really sent someone to rescue me. Inside the house, Sandy sighed in relief. When she came to the door, she glanced through the cat's eye and after realizing it was Old Qin, she had no more doubts, because everyone in the district knows that the gatekeeper, Master Qin, was taken in by Woki Shankai and has moved to the villa, and Harmony lives in the townhouse, the second row of the area. The entire second row has become a forbidden place in the Peachland neighborhood. Coming, little Sandy hurriedly opened the door and looked at the downcast Li Fei and the others with a grateful face. Thank you, Master Qin. You are never welcome. Old Qin waved his hand repeatedly. He wouldn't dare to be. I can't tell. This is boss lady number 5. He himself was just unsmiling in front of outsiders, but he didn't dare to put on a face in front of his future boss's wife. The boss said that he asked me to send you to his home. Old Qin opened his mouth. Little Sandy nodded. Well, then, I'll go ahead and pack up and clean up my clothes, so you can wait for me for a moment. Old Qin turned around, guarding the doorway with an icy face, and droned at Li Fei and the others. Still not rolling? We're on our way. Li Fei gritted his teeth, compensated with a smile, and winked at the few people around him before leaving. Fei, that's too backward. We're on the verge of smashing the door down. After descending a few flights of stairs, one of the minions complained. They also thought that in the future, when Fei had little sand, then could Feng Lu give the brothers a taste? But now it's not so good. Little Sandy is actually the woman who makes peace. Where the hell is this going to go? Fly's little Sandy dream is shattered. Our dreams of driving a little Von Lu's Thai car were shattered along with it. Chapter 162. This is the one I'm looking for. And you say? Li Fei glared at the little brother who opened his mouth, and only then sighed depressingly. Thanks to not smashing open the door. If we really smashed it open, I am afraid that we just had to die. The crowd nodded silently. I also didn't expect that little Sandy actually knew the big brother of Harmony. True, Li Fei was fuming. This woman didn't even say so. Fei, Lu Jin Yang reminded from the side. I'm afraid she wasn't Big Brother's person before this. If she had become Big Brother's woman a long time ago, why would she need to live here alone? She would have moved to Big Brother's villa a long time ago. He couldn't wait to hook up with Feng Lu last night after Li Fei left. When Li Fei came back, they had just finished and were almost discovered. Even so, Li Fei looked at the two of them suspiciously for a few moments. Lu Jin Yang naturally couldn't use diarrhea as an excuse to secretly spend time with Feng Lu again today. Hearing Li Fei shouting himself out the door, Lu Jin Yang honestly followed, listening to Li Fei's meaning. He's going to go after Sister Flora again tonight. Well, I'll just keep having diarrhea tonight. Thinking about Feng Lu's Thai vigor, Lu Jin Yang felt his belly heat up. Well, go on. For Lu Jin Yang, the military advisor, Li Fei still thought quite highly of him. We just slammed the door, and little Sandy called Biggie in a hurry. Lu Jin Yang analyzed. That means we just acted as a catalyst. Li Fei's face was a bit ugly. But Fei, we should also think the other way around. Lu Jin Yang continued. Little Sandy is a top netizen. She has a lot of money, even if she's not Big Brother's woman. If she offers to send protection money to Big Brother like Sister Flower did last night, would Big Brother refuse? Definitely not. In the end, we're still working for nothing. Li Fei nodded. The Master at Arms is right. Little Sandy has all the money in the world. If she delivered protection money, the big man would naturally not refuse, and she herself would likewise have no chance. And what do you mean? Li Fei paused. I mean, that those who are too rich in the neighborhood in the future, let's not touch them. In case any of them take the Big Brother's line and send protection money, Old Qin or Gui Yupeng naturally appear soon. Then we will be tossed for nothing. Lu Jin Yang said. Brother Fei, don't you want a change of scenery? People like little Sandy can't do it, but some ordinary families can't get more than $1 million in protection money at a moment's notice. So how else are they going to ask Big Brother for help? Even if Big Brother likes women, he can't be hungry, right? There is always some soup and water that can be left for you. Let's specialize in finding such women to start with. Yeah, Li Fei's eyes were glowing. Jin Yang, you are really my good military advisor. What do you say? Who are we looking for to start? After a pause, he added, if you get me a new woman, I will send Feng Lu to you. Hey, she has a good body. I am always generous to my own brother. You don't want to taste the flavor? I've had a ing taste. Last night, he even deliberately played tricks with Feng Lu and uttered that classic line. Sister-in-law, don't move. I'm Fei. Feng Lu twisted her waist in front of him and looked back at him with a look of intent. That scene is simply etched in stone. This is something that Lu Jinyang naturally did not dare to say, and his face still pretended to be shocked, and his face was embarrassed. Brother Fei, this is not good. That is, after all, the sister-in-law. Cut. Li Fei was disdainful. Women are like clothes. Brothers are like hands and feet. Jin Yang, what kind of world is this? Doomsday. Why didn't I bring you guys to join Big Brother's team and be his little brother? Lu Jinyang shook his head along with the other juniors. I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Li Fei smiled sorrowfully. This neighborhood, Big Brother will definitely stay for a short time in the future. After all, he has a gun in his hand. And in the future, he may be able to unify the surrounding neighborhoods, even the north of the city. At that time, this neighborhood, do you think Big Brother will still have time to manage? The crowd shook their heads again. Since we don't have time to manage, can't we still be the punks we are? Or even, screw whoever we want? Of course, just like what you just said. Jin Yang, we won't touch the rich ones and the special pretty ones, but the other women, won't we just play with them? We just need to make sure we have supplies, and a lot of women will even come forward. Li Fei laughed coldly. Could it be that if you guys call her Feng Lu's sister-in-law, she really becomes her sister-in-law? Can't this sister-in-law be changed? The crowd was wide-eyed. What kind of goods is Feng Lu? Don't you know? Last night, the whole neighborhood's little video about her was spreading all over the place. Such a woman. Just play with her. Do you really want to talk about your feelings with her? Don't tease me, Li Fei lamented. It's just like those spiritual little girls we met in the bar before. We all come out to play. You love me. Before putting on the clothes, no one loves her more than me. But with clothes on, I don't care what you do. You're so lame. I still let her be my sister-in-law? Think I'm a cutie pie. What? Remember, you can't find a three-legged toad, but two-legged women. They're everywhere. The crowd of juniors nodded their heads in succession and looked at Li Fei reverently, as if they were listening to the Bible. Fly, pithy. Lu Jinyang came back to his senses and looked at Li Fei in shock. Previously, he thought that Li Fei was a stupid big man, but he didn't expect that Li Fei had a bright brain. Since you don't take Feng Lu seriously, leave it to me. Now he was even more energized. There has to be a suitable woman for Li Fei, preferably one that he will feel fresh and in love with. But Li Fei will not cherish this kind of Thai woman too much. After all, he is also a mental boy, hanging out in the bar all day. Then find an innocent one for Fei. Lu Jinyang suddenly stopped in his tracks and glanced sideways at the door number 901. This house seems to be inhabited by a breastfeeding young woman. I don't know if Fei likes it either. Twisting his head to look at the opposite door again, Lu Jinyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Fei plays with the kind of women who have little culture and are passionate and open-minded. Real female college students have never played with them, have they? Jin Yang, why are you standing still? Got a stomachache again? Li Fei had already walked to the 8th floor and looked up to see Lu Jinyang not moving and opened his mouth to taunt. Brother Fei, do you want to play college students? Not the cosplay kind, but a real college girl. Lu Jinyang turned his head and inquired seriously. College girls? Li Fei whooshed, ran to Lu Jinyang's side and pointed at 902, this one? Are you sure? Of course. Lu Jinyang nodded. I live in this unit. Am I not clear? Lu Jinyang bought Unit 2's 101 for cheap. On the first day of the snow, the house was blocked by snow, so I moved to Li Fei's house, but he knew almost all the occupants of the building. 902 lives an innocent college girl with a prim face. Fly must like it. What the are you waiting for? Li Fei rubbed his hands together. Brothers, come up here and bang on the door for me. Little Sandy packed up his clothes and followed Old Chin downstairs. Just a few floors down, I heard a thumping crash from downstairs. Little Sandy blanched. That voice, it was familiar to her. Liffey's gang, banging on other people's doors again. She looked at Old Chin's back and wanted to say something. With Li Fei's nature, he must have discovered that there were beautiful women in the house, which is why she had the heart to beg Old Chin to take action. But when she thought about it, Old Chin braved the cold to pick herself up and leave safely, and she wasn't even Shin Heng's woman, so who was she to beg others? Soon, little Sandy heard Li Fei's strange laughter from below, as well as the uproar of the crowd. It was accompanied by the sound of a girl crying and wailing. You guys let go of me, let go of me. Ha ha, it's really a damn female college student. Jin Yang honestly doesn't deceive me. Li Fei had a leaping face. The woman in front of her was not far off, if not better than little Sandy. Not to mention, little Sandy was the seductive type, while this schoolgirl was the innocent type. It made Li Fei couldn't help but think of his own white moonlight in elementary school. But he had only just pulled the schoolgirl and was about to drag her home when old Qin, standing at the corner of the stairs between the 9th and 10th floors, suddenly frowned. Looking at the female student's tear-filled, panicked and helpless expression, he felt like he was back to 18 years old. Phew! Old Qin lunged down. Li Fei was still cheering, but immediately afterward, he was punched hard in the face and instantly planted on the ground. Grass! What kind of person? Qin grandpa? Looking at old Qin whose face was ice cold, Li Fei was a bit confused. The left and right sides of his face were now propped up by the old Qin in dry pairs. Same swelling. Master Qin. This schoolgirl, she's not also a woman who's being looked at by a big brother, is she? Li Fei was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to curse out, so he could only hold back his inquiry. She's not the one the boss has his eye on. I have my eye on her. Old Qin's overbearing glare. What? Is it good enough? Chapter 163. The corner of Li Fei's mouth twitched, unable to speak. What the kind of talk is that? But right now, even if he added a few of his brothers, he was simply no match for old Qin. What's more, behind old Qin is Qi Shankai, the man who unified the entire neighborhood, has countless minions under his command, and has a gun. Real guns. Enough is enough. Seeing the old Qin still glaring, Li Fei did not say a word. Lu Jinyang hurriedly compensated with a smile and spoke. Master Qin, you see, then we naturally won't touch it. We'll go first. Humph. Old Qin snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes at the several people who had left in a hurry. He then came to the schoolgirl and patiently asked, what is your name? Is there no one at home? My name is Fu Shiatsu. Fu Shiatsu cloaked hair, face still with tear stains. I live here alone. My mom is in business. The day of the storm at the company, 2 days ago, we can't get in touch. What about your father? Old Qin asked. I didn't have a father a long time ago, and I depend on my mother for my life. Fu Xiaoju's voice choked. Don't cry. It's so cold. If you cry again you'll spend your face. Old Qin's heart ached for a moment and his hands were at a loss. Just now, somehow, the moment he saw Fu Shiatsu, he was attracted. It could also be that Fu Shiatsu resembled his wife from his youth, or it could be that her pathetic appearance was so endearing. In short, old Qin felt moved. Looking back now, I think I was pretty impulsive. Actually rushed straight up and hit Li Fei. The boss had said that he didn't need to meddle with neighborhood conflicts. He wasn't interested and didn't have the ability to do so. Under the doomsday, all the petty frictions of the past also erupted. People will no longer have regard for law and morality, but will become lawless. Shen Hong was concerned about trying not to kill anyone. People are dead and the money hasn't been spent. Isn't this a loss for Shen Hong? Qin Moncler. Fu Xiaoju looked at old Qin and pursed her lips. Can you take me in? I have nowhere else to go now. The security doors would be destroyed by tree stumps and wouldn't even close. Someone else can come in any time with a yank on the door. Indeed, it was completely inappropriate to let Fu Shiatsu live in such an environment as a girl. Old Qin looked at Fu Shiatsu and gritted his teeth. Wait a moment, I'll ask the boss for instructions. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed Shen Heng's number. Shen Heng had already taken a snowmobile to almost return to the Peachland neighborhood at this time. On the way, he also gave Kaohsiung a call and asked him to drive Chen Jintian's snowmobile over. In 5 days, the alien fruit will be born. Until then, let Kaohsiung follow him, and give him an exotic fruit in 5 days to go to the south of the city and secretly investigate the Tiandi Association. Along the way, Shen Heng once again enjoyed the emperor treatment. At this point, he was no longer holding Lin Lu's hand, but was resting on her lap. Lin Lu took the lychee, shelled it and stuffed it into Shen Heng's mouth. These elastic thighs, and I wonder what they'll look like when they change into a bunny girl outfit. However, Lin Lu was already his woman. Sooner or later, Shen Heng had just cozily bit into a lychee when his cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Lu handed her cell phone to Shen Heng. Old Qin? Shen Heng glanced at the screen and instantly understood. It seems that old Qin has picked up little Sandy. Boss. On the phone, came the old Qin's respectful voice. Little Sandy has been saved. I am now ready to send her to your villa. Just do it. It's not something you need to report. Shen Heng smiled. He was relieved that old Qin was doing his job. One-punch Superman's supernatural ability. Li Fei several people are not opponents at all. It is simply the old Qin's plaything. Not this. Old Qin glanced back at Fu Shiatsu, her short hair fluttering, just as back then, when he had met Xiujuan's mother for the first time. One is his daughter, Qin Lijuan. He fell in love at first glance himself, previously on duty at the gatehouse, because it is a large neighborhood, the old Qin cannot care about each and every one of them. Many of them are hurriedly glimpsed. Instead, everyone knew him. Now that he saw Fu Shiatsu, old Qin felt that he had been hit by an arrow. Cupid's arrow. I saved a college girl. She had the front door of her house smashed in and now she has no place to live. Old Qin inquired in a low voice. Can you let her stay at my place first? He didn't even realize himself that there was a hint of trembling and pleading in his voice when he inquired about it. Old Qin, we can't take in everyone in our villa. Can we? Let her find her own way. Shen Hong said unhappily. I'm a businessman, not a charity. If I cared about everyone's death, I'd just make a pair with Ning Yao. One as a saint and one as a saintly mother. Oh, old Qin's voice was low, and he was disappointed in his heart. It didn't dare to turn around to look at Fu Shiatsu's face, but the boss has a point. You can't control everyone, can you? If that's the case, what's the point of selling supplies? Just hand them out to everyone. Besides, this villa is also the boss's, so old Qin doesn't dare to take in people at will. Why don't we let Fu Shiatsu live in his own concierge? But it doesn't seem very safe there either. Okay, nothing else, just wait. Shen Hong just wanted to hang up the phone, but suddenly thought of something. A female college student, you said? Yeah, old Qin nodded. Her name is Fu Shiatsu? Shen Hong inquired with a surprised expression on his face. Boss, how did you know? Old Qin rounded his eyes. Holy, Shen Hong was speechless. I didn't realize that these two had a deep bond. This can all be encountered. Boss, you like her too? Old Qin suddenly thought of something, his expression shocked. Thinking about it, Fu Shiatsu was such a beautiful woman. The boss would definitely not let go. No wonder you even know her name. This is a long time ago. Old Qin's heart is aggrieved, and it is still a little difficult. 2. Shen Hong noticed this word in old Qin's words and deliberately flirted. Yes, I've long noticed her. It just so happens that you saved her. In a moment you'll send both of them to my villa. Lin Lu, who was massaging Shen Heng's head, stalled in her movements. Both of them? A little sand that turns into two? And Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing, who were in the front row, turned back in unison. Hua Miao, in particular, was unspeakably shocked. Hubby, although I'm very patterned and agree to give you a concubine, but this is a bit too blatant of you. Before that it was a young Jin Shen, followed by two, Chen Qin and Chen Mengqing. Today, all at once, you're bringing home three? Shen Hong winked at a few women, then opened the speakerphone. Old boss. Old Qin's voice was a bit lost. He hesitated for half a day, but after seeing Fu Shiatsu's appearance, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. You've already got so many boss ladies. Can you tell her to just not go? What? Are you hurt? Shen Hong asked rhetorically. Old Qin nodded his head in resignation. Yes, if you agree, I'm willing to send Bing Bing and CC back. Hua Miao glared. What kind of woman can come into our house? Ice and sea, at first glance, are not serious. What do I need those two for? Shen Hong was speechless. If he had wanted these two women, he wouldn't have rewarded old Qin in the first place. Rather, I didn't expect that Fu Xiaoju's killing power was so great that old Qin simply had his soul hooked away. Boss, old Qin stammered. He twisted his head and stared at Fu Shiatsu. With just one glance, he felt that his brain, his entire heart, was filled with Fu Xiaoju, unable to extricate himself. Instead of Bing Bing and CC, it was old Qin who couldn't help himself and had to continue. With those two actresses, old Qin would only feel passionate. After all, it's a completely different experience to be able to take a woman who appears on the silver screen and hold her in your arms. But Fu Shiatsu, however, made him feel the heartbeat. Just kidding. Since you like it, just take her back. Shen Hong instructed. When Ren Jia comes back later, you can tell him to move next door to Yupeng, just so that Cao Sheng can be a companion to him. Well, yes. Old Qin had an excited look on his face. I didn't realize that I was actually next door to my boss and thoroughly enjoying the treatment of a single occupancy villa as well. Moreover, in addition to the two flowery actresses at home, there is also an additional Fu Shiatsu who makes his heart sink. Go. Old Qin came to Fu Xiaoju's side and spoke. Go live at my house. Good. Fu Xinju nodded shyly. When old Qin and little Sandy were walking in front of them, Fu Xiaoju looked up and looked at old Qin's back for a long time. The scene just now when Grand Master Qin stepped in and saved himself was engraved in his heart, and he simply couldn't let go of it. And so on. She shook her head in quick succession. Fu Xinchu, what are you thinking? This is Master Qin. He can be his own father. But, she bit her lower lip. She learned early on that she liked older men. Nowadays, he seemed to be a little bit moved towards this usually amiable Master Qin. Chapter 164 Fu Xiaoju enters the Qin family. Old Qin took little Sandy and Fu Shiatsu with him, and walked all the way down the underground passage to the townhouse area. After arriving at Villa 4, Old Sheen knocked on the basement door, and soon, the screen on the door lit up. Old Sheen hurriedly spoke at the screen. "It's me. The boss asked me to send this woman over." Inside the basement door was Ning Yao, who had obviously received Shin Heng's command and hurriedly opened the door. "What a beautiful woman." Little Sandy froze upon seeing Ning Yao, his expression changing slightly. She thought that the big man didn't have a woman in his family yet. If she came here herself, if she took the initiative, she might be spotted by the big man and thus become his woman. But I didn't realize that there were already such beautiful girls, and still wearing a maid's outfit. It simply kills. Dr. Ning. Then we'll leave first. Old Sheen knew how to keep a sense of proportion and didn't even enter the door. Snorted a greeting and turned to leave with Fu Xiaozhu. "You're Sandy?" Ning Yao glanced at little Sandy, her heart tightening. Even though Sandy hadn't washed up in days, she could still see the other man's face. She had also heard the sentiments of many people in the neighborhood and knew what the four beauties were called. But usually Small Sand at home live, and she is busy at work, just watching short videos, occasionally brush to Small Sand. Know that she is not only high value, but also the body of the overwhelming. Another beauty in the family. Ning Yao pursed her lips. The four great beauties were all received by Shin Heng at home, and by the looks of it, this one is also the lady of the house when she enters. The only one who is still a family doctor is himself. She was a woman too, and she felt even more empty as she listened to the voices upstairs every night. But she's not like other women. After all, she's the one with a husband. Even though she knew that there was little hope for her husband's survival, she still couldn't get past the point in her heart where she hadn't seen his body with her own eyes. "Go ahead and take a shower." Ning Yao sighed and turned around. "Come this way." Little Sandy followed obediently. After entering the villa, she had been completely confused. The house was very warm, quite different from her cold home, and right after that, she also saw the beautiful sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan, and even saw Chen Qin, a big star. The three were in front of the TV, giggling and playing video games. Upon seeing little Sandy, a few people turned their heads in greeting. "Hello, little Sandy. You guys, my name is Song Yunza." Looking at their radiant, glowing, and refreshed appearance, little Sandy was even a little self-conscious. However, Yang Mushuan and this Dr. Ning, a bit of dark circles under the eyes. This is not sleeping well? This way. Ning Yao brought Song Yunsha to the bathroom. "You wash first. I'll bring you these pajamas. Shen Hong will be back later." "Oh well, thanks. Song Yunsa hurriedly nodded her head. Turning her head to look at the bathroom, she had a somewhat surreal feeling. And a shower too. By the time she shed her clothes and turned on the shower, the hot water hitting her body, Song Yunsa was like a dream. Outsiders now try to be frugal with their water, but they get to come to the big guy's house and take a shower. Big brother's name, Shen Hong? She craned her head to look at the jacuzzi, then lay back into it, comfortably closing her eyes and enjoying herself. Come all the way. Last time, she was ready to give herself to Shen Hong, but she was disturbed by Wang Jia's message and Shen Hong left in a hurry. This time, one comes to his home. The precious body, too, will be completely given to him. I just don't know. Those women outside. Which one is his wife? Or is it all his wife? Song Yunsha was not surprised. After all, under the doomsday, the only way for a weak woman to survive was to cling to a strong man. It was normal for a man to be strong and have a few more women. Besides, he had come a little late. There are 4 girls in their house. Who is the later qualified to accuse the predecessor? She was ready to make nice with these girls and find out later which one was the first house. One must flatter people, so that in the future one can enjoy a favorable material life in this warm home. Old Qin brought Fu Shiatsu to the villa next door. Along the way, Fu Xiaozhu quietly followed behind Old Qin, glancing at him from time to time with a tangled look in her eyes. It was clear to her that she liked Old Qin, but being a girl, she was a little speechless. Old Qin opened the door and walked in with Fu Xiaozhu. "Old Qin, you're finally back? Hurry up and come. We both have been waiting for you for half a day." Ice and Sea walked out with a fluttering face. However, upon seeing Fu Shiatsu behind Old Qin, the two women froze, then turned around in a panic to return to the bedroom. Fu Shiatsu also stared in shock. This is Ice and Sea? Did I read that right? What she did not expect was that these two women, who had just cheered out to greet Old Qin, actually wore nothing. Don't even have to think about what kind of relationship they have. Two actresses. Qin Moncler Outlet. Fu Xiaozhu looked at Old Qin in disbelief, half unable to return to his senses. Ahem. You. Go ahead and take a shower. Old Qin coughed dryly and said with some embarrassment. Fu Xinju turned his head and glared again. And a bath? It was only at this moment that she suddenly realized that it seemed to be very warm in Master Qin's house, and she even felt a little hot. Also, How could Bing Bing and CC be cold when they were even naked? It's too good an environment. After Fu Xiaozhu was brought to the bathroom by old Qin, she unlocked the door, and as the hot water flowed over her body, she even almost screamed out in comfort. With such a good environment, it was no wonder that even the two actresses were willing to accompany old Qin. Before, she still felt that she was ashamed to talk about it, but now that she thought about it, Bing Bing and CC have both become old Qin's women, so what do I have to be embarrassed about? If I could stay in such an environment every day, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Besides, Master Qin is so powerful, he can protect himself. If you want to stay on, you have to have a proper identity. Be his woman. At this moment, Fu Shiatsu made up her mind. As for old Qin outside the house, after sending Fu Xiaozhu to the bathroom, he returned to the bedroom. I say you too, why don't you pay any attention at all? Old Qin was somewhat helpless. These two women, now also without clothes, had smooth thighs that made it hard to take one's eyes off them. Why did you bring another woman back? She said coquettishly, aren't the two of us enough? We didn't expect anyone else besides you either. Bing Bing also pouted her lips. Old Qin shook his head breathlessly. Don't forget that besides me, there's also Renjie in this house. If the one who came back just now was Renjie, then wouldn't you all have been looked at by him? Didn't Renjie follow the mission? It can only be you who came back in such a short time. Ice and Sea covered their mouths and giggled. Old Qin, however, did not know that these two women, in fact, had just discussed it. Not only do we need to keep old Qin company, but we also need to take Renjie down. They just didn't believe that if it was Renjie who saw what they had just done, he would be able to endure it. It was only old Qin's return that made them a little disappointed. But luckily, old Qin is okay, too. He's a super fierce fighter. When I think of this, Bing Bing even drooled out. She looked at the old Qin in a daze, raised her foot and hooked. What are you waiting for? Hurry up just now we are not on and off. This time, you have to fulfill. Old Qin couldn't hold back, let out a tiger roar and pounced. Chapter 165. The second half of the match between Lao Qin and Ice CC was a heated exchange, and at that moment, Fu Xiaozhu had already finished washing up and was standing in the half-open bedroom doorway, staring dumbfounded at the scene before her. Ice took advantage of the old Qin and CCU fight, lying in the old Qin ear. Soft voice open, old Qin, you will still be in the future like just now. Suddenly leave us alone? All did not let us have a good time you left. It is really too hard to bear. Yeah, C followed and turned back, saying softly, if we do this a lot in the future, then we'll be looking for Renjie. Can't just leave us hanging, can we? Old Qin gasped for air and laughed. There is no way. The boss has an emergency. I can only go. It is not as soon as I come back to satisfy you two little s. Oops, that's not what we're talking about. Bing Bing pouted her lips and said in dissatisfaction. Old Qin, why do you have to listen to the boss? Or maybe it's okay to satisfy us first before leaving. Are his words that important? Old Qin's movements paused as he frowned. What do you mean? We just thought. Bing Bing looked at old Qin's appearance and said with a clench of her teeth, it's not necessary for you to go and do it right away as soon as the boss speaks. Is it? Isn't this his hobgoblin anymore? You're so powerful and strong. Can't you live without him? She winked at C. CC hastily took the initiative to move again, and old Qin's brows stretched with pleasure. I was thinking that it's not good for the three of us to live together in the future now that you're so strong. You also have to listen to your boss a lot, and it's too tiring for you to leave in a hurry when he makes a call. What if there's an accident someday? What should we do? Bing Bing pouted, even if you are strong, there will be times when the boat overturns in the gutter. Even for the sake of the two of us, you have to think about it. Yeah, we're doing this for your own good too, old Qin. C moved faster. Are you guys saying that you want me to betray the boss? Old Qin opened his eyes, his face expressionless. It's not that betrayal is so hard to hear. Bing Bing laughed delicately, just want you not to be so tired. You should be the most powerful force beside the boss, right? It's only because the boss is begging you. Why do you have to listen to him all the time? Isn't it because of his supplies? This woman has a quick mind. In her opinion, old Qin was so powerful that there was absolutely no need to listen to that young man Shen Hong. Moreover, before Shen Hong several people killed into Zhao Erbao's villa and opened fire. These two women were hiding under the bed in the inner room and shivering. Didn't even get a good look at a couple of the exchanges. If they had seen the image of Shen Hong arson, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to say that at all. In the opinion of the two of them, old Qin's power was perverted, and between him and Shen Hong, it should just be a cooperative relationship. Why do you have to do everything he says? I am afraid that it is because Shen Hong has a lot of supplies that old Qin is so respectful to him. If you're so capable, why do you want to be a parasite? We can even consider parting ways with him. You go your way, I'll cross my own bridge. Old Qin, with your skills, we can totally live well too. Ice said in a hurry. C had no time to talk anymore. Squirming desperately, The two men, one responsible for persuasion and the other for making old Chin lose his mind, worked very well together. You guys seem to be making a lot of sense. Old Chin glanced at Bing Bing, then nodded slightly. Continue. Ice came to life. There's a show. I told you, if we two actresses work so hard, what kind of men can't get hold of us? If you're not comfortable with that, we can pull in Renjie. How do you pull it together? Hearing old Chin's question, Bing Bing spoke as if nothing had happened. Renjie is also very powerful, right? I heard that when you guys went to kill Zhaoerbo yesterday, the boss asked Renjie to guard a few women at home for him. Why? If Renjie is willing to cooperate with us, we even have a chance to kill the boss. This way, all the supplies will be ours. Old Chin narrowed his eyes and looked at Bing Bing. With this? Of course, we're willing to make a sacrifice if you don't mind. Ice softly said. In fact, we still love you in our hearts, but for the sake of the big picture, you guys weren't wearing anything just now. I'm afraid what you were thinking was that it was Renjie who came back, right? Old Chin asked. Yes, it was thought so. Bing Bing also stopped pretending and nodded her head coquettishly. Don't you think it would be more exciting if there were 4 of them? Of course, the more important thing about us doing this is that we want to help you. Fu Xinzu's eyes widened. She naturally listened to the conversation of these people. She also followed the boss to the villa just now. I didn't realize that the two actresses were encouraging Moncler outlet store Chin to betray. Fu Xinzu was well aware of how huge supplies the boss possessed. Every day, Gui Yupeng and Renjie were allowed to sell, and even that day, the owner gave her some food. Despite the fact that her boss was wearing a mask at the time and she couldn't see him at all, she instinctively felt somewhat favorably towards him. Such a man to be betrayed by his subordinates, and the betrayal of the subordinate, or Chin de Master. If Grandmaster Chin really did this, to be honest, Fu Xiaozhu was a bit unable to accept it. The boss thinks highly of Moncler Outlet UK Chin. There is no doubt about it. The villa, too, was given to him by his boss. After all, before, Master Chin was just a concierge. What about Fu Shiatsu? Old Chin on the bed spoke. It's the girl I just brought back. Hearing Moncler Outlet store Chin say his name, Fu Xiaozhu came back to his senses and hurriedly pricked up his ears. That little girl, maybe Renjie likes her type. The 3 of us together, Renjie will always fall. Ice smiled and said, since she came to our house and wants to join you for survival, she has to contribute something, right? Fu Shiatsu's face was filled with astonishment. How dare you? How dare you let yourself seduce Renjie whom you've never met before? What about C? You think so too? Old Chin patted C's ass. Well, C rolled her eyes, her voice urgent. What I said is what I wanted to say. Click. Old Chin suddenly stepped out at this time, and pinched Bing Bing's neck, his voice icy cold. You say that again? Cici was also choked by Old Chin's other hand, by the neck. The two men's faces were horrified, their mouths wide open as they inhaled hard. You guys are still damned, Old Chin coldly said, having only been in this family for 1 day. You want to provoke me to betray the boss. His crime is punishable by death. And trying to hook up with Renjie, he shook his head. Women like you, to be honest, even if I give them to Renjie, I don't have any problem with it. After all, in the first place, you were like goods, rewarded by the boss. But for you to even try to get Fu Shiatsu to seduce like you two is equally damned. The two women were completely speechless and could only stomp their feet desperately. Old Chin pinched both of their necks and slowly stood up from the bed. Fu Shiatsu isn't like that, and I wouldn't let her do that. Sorry to disappoint you too. Fu Shiatsu's eyes were full of light, hiding outside the door, sneaking a look at Master Chin. That's the kind of man who's worth trusting yourself with, especially after Master Chin got up. The principal was also very magnificent, which made her breathing heavier. Also, the one about betraying the boss is simply a fool's errand. Old Chin snickered. I, Qin Yiming, am not that kind of person, and will never betray in this life. He knew very well that he had nothing at first, and was living alone, huddled in a snow-covered dooryard. It was the owner who dug through the snow and saved himself. He also gave himself the alien fruit and the villa to be able to have the life he has now. Even these two actresses are from the boss. All of it, all from the boss. Even if the boss was unarmed, he himself had to fight to the death to protect him, let alone the fact that the boss was still so powerful now. From the bottom of his heart, Old Chin had never thought of, nor dared to betray. How could it be easy to listen to the pillow talk of these two women? Chapter 166, Two Ice Sculptures. Old Chin jumped out of bed, lifted the two women, like pinching two chicks, and walked quickly toward the door. Fu Xiaozhu couldn't dodge in time and met Old Chin squarely. You're done washing? Old Chin looked at Fu Shiatsu with some embarrassment. In fact, he had just realized that Fu Shiatsu was hiding outside the door. Going out naked now is also intentional. It was to see how Fu Shiatsu reacted. Well, Fu Xiaozhu's face was flushed as she lowered her head. but she saw Xiao Qin and hurriedly craned her neck to the side, but couldn't help sneaking back. When old Qin saw this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up. Then he pretended to be calm and said, "I'll take care of these two women first, wait for me." Without waiting for the two women to speak, old Qin quickly walked up the stairs, pulled open the third-floor window, and threw the two out. As soon as the window opened, a violent cold wind blew in. Even old Qin, who was endowed with supernormal abilities, felt cold all over, let alone these two women. After the two were thrown out, Bing Bing burst out screaming, "Don't, old Qin, we are wrong, we will never, again, old Qin, come on, let us go back, it's cold," she yelled back desperately. Old Qin coldly closed the window. The two women desperately tapped on the window, but their words could no longer be heard by the old Qin inside the house. He just looked out the window indifferently. It wasn't long before the two women were tapping on the window slower and slower. A thick layer of ice forming over their entire bodies turned into two ice sculptures. They still kept their frightened expressions, but they were completely out of breath. Old Qin snorted coldly and turned around to go downstairs. Just as he arrived downstairs, he saw Fu Shiatsu sitting on the sofa, a little fidgety. Just now, Fu Xinju hesitated. They'd been thrown outside by me and frozen alive. Old Qin shook his head. Getting me to betray my boss? That's never going to happen. You should have heard it just now. They even want you to. To be honest, from the first time I saw you, I couldn't help but want to protect you. That's why I saved you from Li Fei. But for them to say such shameless things, I will not allow it. Old Qin was righteous. Fu Xiaozhu was moved in her heart and looked deeply at old Qin. Her gaze, following old Qin's face, traveled all the way down and finally settled. I'll go put on a shirt first. All forgotten. Old Qin scratched his head and hurriedly got up. Wait. Just as he stood up, Fu Shiatsu's voice came quietly from behind him. It's hard to endure, isn't it? Shall I come and help you? Old Qin snapped his head around with a look of disbelief. In the pure white world, snowflakes rustling, a snowmobile slid by silently, driving at breakneck speed towards the Peachland neighborhood. Soon, after entering through the north gate, the car stopped at the townhouse area. 3 women and 1 man came down from the car, and it was Shin Hong who had been running around for a day. The yard was clean and a smart snow removal robot stood in the corner. Once there is a thin layer of snow on the ground, the robots are automatically activated to clear it. Shin Hong was just about to go home, but coldly saw that outside the window of the old Qin's villa next door, there were actually Bing Bing and Cici standing naked, and was stunned. Good lord, what kind of game is old Qin playing with them? This is too exciting, isn't it? Upon closer inspection, though, the 2 women appeared to be frozen. Playing so big? Played straight to death. Shin Hong was shocked. What are you looking at? Huo Miao twisted Shin Hang's ear and frowned. How many of us at home aren't enough for you to look at? Still staring at others. Ahem. It's not what you think. I'm just wondering how old Qin threw the 2 of them out with nothing on. Shin Hong shook his head with emotion. What? You feel heartbroken? Huo Miao grunted. Those 2 actresses. They're no good at all at first glance. It's good to be dead. At first, these 2. They even wanted to hook up with Shin Hong. But Shin Hong couldn't look at it and gave it directly to old Qin. After experiencing the end of the world and also having supernatural powers, Huo Miao has gained a deeper understanding of this cruel world. Without the ability to do so, one simply cannot survive. Outside the starvation and thirst to death do not know how many people has been unable to resist lying in the snow to eat snow, but ultimately died of pain in the snow. These 2 actresses, if they didn't have some poise, I'm afraid they would have died yesterday. Shin Hong also did not say anything more. Gently nodded and turned to open the door. He didn't take it seriously either. After all, in the doomsday, even top-stream actresses were other people's playthings, let alone this kind of third-tier starlet. Back at home, a couple of the girls who were playing the game came over instantly. Honey. Yang Jinshan and Chen Qin jumped into Shin Heng's arms. Song Yunsa, who had finished her bath, followed suit with a flushed face and boldly whispered, Old husband, you're Sandy? Huo Miao sized up Song Yunsa. Your sister Miao. Right? Hello? My name is Song Yunsha. My screen name is A Small Sand. Song Yunza hastened to curry favor. She had already inquired earlier. Huo Miao was the number 1 mistress of the house. It was also because of Huo Miao's generosity that the other women were able to enter this villa and enjoy the high quality of life they have today. It's kinda up there. Seeing Song Yunsha's attitude, Huo Miao nodded in satisfaction. Song Yunsha was on par with them, one of the 4 well-known beauties in the neighborhood, with an overwhelming face and body. Especially that pair of ferocious weapons that the pajamas seemed a bit unable to hide. Moreover, this woman should have known her husband for a long time, and since her husband had hand-picked her to come over, Hua Miao naturally couldn't have any more objections. Lin Deer had been completely dumbfounded after seeing the few women at home. Didn't you say you had 2 other wives at home? Even with the extra little sand, it should have been 3. But how come there are 5 stunningly beautiful women? What she didn't expect was the other 2 wives that she actually knew. Are you Lin Deer? Yang Jinxian looked at Lin Deer, somewhat incredulous. Sister-in-law. Yes, it's me. Lin Deer nodded awkwardly. The Lin family and the Song family were both families from the northern part of the city, and there had been some cooperation between them. Business banquets, too, have been attended quite a few. Lin Deer had naturally met the Song family's youngest grandmother many times, and had also respectfully addressed her as sister-in-law. Yang Jinxian left the Song family after Song Guangming's death, and she was never seen again. Unexpectedly, now it actually appeared in Shin Heng's home, or one of Shin Heng's wives. You're going to share a husband with your sister-in-law from now on? And the other, even more shocking to her, it's actually Chen Qin. Lin Deer, you are that daughter of the Lin family? Chen Qin looked at Lin Lu with some surprise. She also picked up some commercials on her way to shoot in Jiangcheng. Among them, the Lin family had invited her to endorse their own products, and Chen Qin had naturally met with Lin Lu when she attended the launch. At first, she was still very emotional. The Lin family's daughter with white skin and beautiful appearance. If she entered the entertainment industry, she would certainly also have countless male fans. Now I can't believe I followed my husband back home. Chen Qin was not too embarrassed. After all, having decided to become Shin Heng's woman, it was natural that quite a few people would recognize her. The light of showbiz is nebulous, and under these last days, it's not like it can be a meal. It was enough for herself to be Shin Heng's wife and serve him well. All those glorious moments, let's keep them as good memories. Living well is the most important thing. Chapter 167 Yang Jinxuan's Advice. After a few girls greeted each other, Lin Deer was taken to take a bath. The rest of the women, all chattering, sat on the couch. Full. Shin Hong looked at Hua Miao, Yang Jinxian, Chen Mengqing in front of him, as well as Chen Qin who was sitting on his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Song Yunsha in the corner of the sofa, and Ning Yao and Yang Mushuan who were not far away. There are already a total of 8 women in the family. There are 3 bedrooms on the first floor and 4 on each of the second and third floors. It's livable, but it's already slightly overcrowded. Shen Hong thought of Zhao Erbao's safe house. When the northern part of the city is unified, we'll move there. And by the way, take over the east side of the city as well. By taking the north and east of the city, half of Jiangcheng would fall into their hands, and at that time, they would be able to go all out and deal with the Tiandi Association in the south of the city. As for the Mo family in the west of the city, it was not enough in Shen Heng's opinion. In his last life, the Mo family had kept a low profile, with the south of the city reduced to a dead city, and the west of the city had been quiet. Only the Donglin group in the east of the city and the Song family in the north of the city were active. Because of this, Song Zhengming set his sights on the Donglin group. Shen Hong thought the same thing. The east and north of the city fell into their hands, and the relatively backward Mo family in the west of the city was simply not enough. After all, behind Mo's ass, was 8 Horse Mountain, which was also the location of the Jiangqing shelter. How can Mo's family grow? Ning Yao, let's prepare the meal first. Looking at the time, it was not early. Shen Hong turned his head and rushed Ning Yao to command. Yes. Ning Yao obediently got up and silently walked towards the kitchen to get busy, and a sadness welled up in his heart. Seeing that there were more and more women around Shen Hong, she was also getting a bit more and more uncomfortable. Obviously I came early, second only to Yang Jinxian, but now, Yang Jinxian had 4 more boss ladies behind her, and she, herself, was still doing the job of a cook. Yang Muxian and Song Yunsha also came to the kitchen to help. 4 women, all seniors in the family, and Song Yunsha is very eye-catching. Jin Bao, come here. Shen Hong leaned on the sofa and waved at Yang Jinxian. Yang Jinxian sat beside Shen Hong in a well-behaved manner. Today, I went to the Song family. Shen Hong had just opened his mouth when Yang Jinxuan's pupil shrank. Today, the Song family has nothing left and can be destroyed at any time. Shen Hong continued. Song Yuliang and Song Yanming are already dead, leaving those old and weak women and children of the Song family, as well as Song Zhengming. I would like to ask you what you are going to do with them. I don't know. Yang Jinxian said quietly. I only wish for Song Zhengming's death. However, in order to avoid revenge from these people in the future, it's better to kill them all. Honestly, she was still very attached to the Song family. Shen Hong had already told her that it was Song Zhengming who had colluded with the troops and killed her husband Song Guangming, and Yang Jinxian hated Song Zhengming to the bone, but her hatred was limited to Song Zhengming. But according to what her husband said, in a few days, the alien fruit would appear in large quantities, and by then, what if someone from the Song family survived and looked for trouble with her husband? Song Guangming was already dead. and it really wasn't a good idea to make such a decision on your own. After all, it's her husband's family. However, if because of his momentary mercy, what he got in return was the people who survived the Song family, taking revenge on Shin Hong, that would be too irrational. Guangming, now I'm Shin Heng's woman. I'm sorry. Moreover, when Song Zhengming became the Song family's head, he had been searching for himself, and the rest of the Song family knew that Song Zhengming had designs on him, but none of them had blocked him, and all of these people, too, were accomplices. Each and every one of them kept silent for their own good and deserved to die. Hearing Yang Jinxuan's words, a flash of approval appeared in Shin Heng's eyes. She couldn't help but glance back at Ningyao, who was busy in the kitchen, and silently lamented. As the same woman, how come Ningyao was so much worse than Yang Jinxian? Ningyao naturally heard these words from Yang Jinxian as well, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. But then she saw Shin Hong glancing at her, and Ningyao's heart flinched. She thought about what she had done before coming to Shin Heng's house and sighed darkly. A single word to decide the life and death of so many people. She asked herself that she couldn't do it, and as a doctor, always thinking about saving lives, no wonder Shin Hong would be called a holy mother. Shin Hong had thought that Yang Jinxian would plead on behalf of the Song family, but he didn't expect that Yang Jinxian would actually think so much for herself. Now that's a good woman. Very well, I'll reward you tonight. Shin Hong came to Yang Jinxuan's side and spoke in a low voice. Yang Jinxian immediately blushed and blanked Shin Heng. The eyes, however, carried 1,000 colors. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It's Gui Yupeng's phone. Boss. Gui Yupeng's respectful voice came over the phone. Today we've taken down 3 neighborhoods and recruited more than 800 minions, with the transaction amount breaking 200 million. That fast? Shin Hong revealed a look of delight. They're almost dying of thirst, and when they heard about the sale of supplies, many of the owners consciously maintained order. When they heard that we were recruiting, they couldn't wait to join us. And this is still some of the young and strong young men I selected. If there was no threshold, I'm afraid that our team would have exceeded 3,000 people by now. Gui Yupeng hurriedly reported. There are a few of them that perform well. Ren Jia and I are more optimistic, especially one is very brave. Ren Jia is very satisfied with him, and has been transferred to the side, and he also wants to bring over later, so that the boss you can pass through the eyes. By the way, I've been having people collect the greenery all the time, and I've arranged for our people to transport it to the Peach Garden District. Yes, Shin Hong nodded. Then you guys come to my house to meet up in an hour. Let's have a short meeting. Yes, boss, Gui Yupeng answered. He has now become more and more integrated into the position of master-at-arms. Almost all of them are coordinating and doing the uploading. He also vaguely guessed that the greenery that the boss was very intent on collecting was probably related to the exotic fruit, but he is very honest, and did not secretly hide, and will even take the initiative to pull Rin Jie, together with the number of pots of greenery transported in each snowmobile counted for record. When it is transported back to the Peachland neighborhood, it will be inventoried for missing greenery. Once a deficiency is found, Renjie is notified directly and the person who transported it is tortured. Putting down the phone, Lin Deer also walked out of the bathroom. Her hair was wet and elegant with a hint of sexiness. Her pale skin was glowing. Her features were exquisite, and she was a proper rich white beauty. Walking out of the bathroom, she shyly glanced at Shin Hong. Around them sat 4 beautiful women of various colors. These were Shin Heng's 4 wives, and himself, the 5th. That busy little internet sandman in the kitchen is the 6th. Come here. Shin Hong saw Lin Lu and pointed to the sofa. Well, Lin Lu's face was flushed and she sat down opposite Shin Heng. She was wearing a very short nightgown, and Shin Heng's eyes went straight. Although the 4 women in the house were in no way inferior to Lin Deer had a desire that made men want to conquer very much. Noticing Shin Heng's gaze, Lin Lu shrank somewhat unnaturally, then picked up the pillow and placed it on her lap. There are so many people here, and you're still staring at people. Hubby is a real sex maniac, she thought shyly. I didn't realize that I had unconsciously changed the name Shin Hong to husband. Chapter 168. After a hearty dinner, Lin Deer had been completely overwhelmed. The house was warm and spring-like and there was a variety of food to enjoy. These were foods that she had eaten quite a bit before the end of time, but as the snow landed, the Lin family faced the dilemma of running out of food. Especially after his father's death, Rinlo had been starving all day. Not just fresh vegetables and meat, but even seafood. The meat was so delicate that it looked like it had just been butchered and didn't even seem to have been frozen. But where did all this food come from in this weather outside? With a curious gaze, she looked at Shin Hong who was talking and laughing. No wonder so many beautiful women fall for it. Even for myself, I can't say no to this kind of life. She sat next to Shin Hong, and at the beginning of the meal, Shin Hong just pulled her hand under the table, and she blushed. After this meal, Shin Heng's hand was already on her leg. She just lowered her head and seemed to have acquiesced to Shin Heng's behavior. Just after dinner, His cell phone rang and Gui Yupeng reported that he had brought everyone all the way to the basement door. Ning Yao, Mu Xian, you guys pack up first, the rest of you, follow me to the conference room, Shin Hong commanded. The two women nodded grudgingly. It couldn't be helped. Who made them not Shin Hang's women? None of them are eligible to participate. Chen Xin got up and went to change his clothes, while Lin Lu and Song Yunsha were a bit bewildered. Come on, let's go change together. Chen Xin pulled the two back inside. Why do you still need to change your clothes? Lin Deer asked. Are you going to meet your husband's subordinates in your pajamas? Chen Xin asked rhetorically. Lin Deer looked down and saw that she was wearing a short nightgown. Wear mine first. Turn around and tell your husband what brand of clothes you like. He'll change them for you. Chen Xin laughed. Change? Both Lin Deer and Song Yunsa were a bit unresponsive. When hubby masters your sizes, the clothes will also be the right size. Chen Xin whispered. Wear mine first, and go back to hubby to get it. Lin Lu and Song Yunsa looked at each other and both blushed. Mastery. What that meant was well known to both of them. Soon, they changed into Chen Xin's clothes, which didn't quite fit, but they were tightly fitted and looked very competent. Live the look of two businesswomen. Lin Deer, in particular, looks more like a female elite after changing into a lady suit. Several women came to the conference room. In the conference room, Shin Heng's several people had already sat down. Opposite also sat Lao Qin, Gui Yupeng, Ren Jie, Gao Xiong, several people. In the row of chairs against the wall in the conference room were two other unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman, somewhat rushed and nervous. In the corner, there was still Fu Shiatsu sitting. Old Qin brought Fu Shiatsu with him. Shin Heng glanced at Fu Xiaozhu and let out a soft laugh. I didn't realize that these two people's bonds were quite deep, and after giving Old Qin two actresses himself, he was still able to pair up successfully with Fu Xiaozhu. Since we're all here, let's have the meeting. As soon as Shin Heng opened his mouth, the conference room fell silent. Yupen, introduce the two new arrivals first. Okay boss. Gui Yupeng got up, first pointed to the pretty woman. Her name is Bai Jia, is a teacher in Jiangcheng Experimental Primary School. Business level is good. Today's trading materials, are she help counting settlement? I want her to follow me, for daily transaction processing. Later these business, will slowly hand over to her. I do not know the boss. You think it is suitable? Beck Jie, hearing this name, Shin Hong froze and subconsciously asked, is the principal of your school surnamed Gao? Ha? Bai Jia didn't expect that the first thing her boss asked her was this. She shook her head blankly. No. No? Shin Hong nodded his head and coughed dryly. Since Yupeng thinks it's capable, then stay. I hope you work well. Your supplies will be fully secured. Thanks boss. Beck Jie bowed in a hurry. This one, it's Hu Wenbin. Ren Jia is very optimistic about him. He's a good fighter, and when someone looted the supplies today, he was the one who stood up to defend the deal and cleaned up those people. Gui Yupeng rushed at Hu Wenbin. Introduce yourself to the boss. Hello boss, I'm Hu Wenbin. Hu Wenbin got up. You can call me Bin. I didn't do too well in high school. Shin Heng's face trembled with dismay, but fortunately, Hu Wenbin's next introduction is much more normal, so the family let me become a soldier. Before I have been in the army to stay, just discharged, waiting for the arrangement of work, but encountered the end of the ice and snow. The family did not have to eat. It is Pong and Jie brother came to our community to promote the deal. I am very grateful. I took the initiative to go downstairs to help maintain order. The result is that some people still want to make trouble before they step in lesson. Was seen by Jia. Specially let me follow him. Abin. Beck Jie. Shin Heng's lips trembled a little, and he looked back at Old Qin again. There is also a concierge Moncler Qin, the crouching dragon and the phoenix, all gathered around. It always feels a little less serious. This kind of team, can you lead it? Good. Then we welcome the two of you to join. I hope that you will also become my core team like Yupeng and the others. Don't worry. I will definitely not treat each and every one of my brothers poorly. Shin Hong returned to his senses and opened his mouth to laugh. Thanks boss. The two men once again bowed at their boss. Old Qin, say again what is going on with Bing Bing and CC in the snow on your side? Shin Hong asked. Boss, she is Fu Shiatsu, my wife. Old Qin hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to get up and introduce Fu Shiatsu. Fu Shiatsu also stood up in a hurry. We've met and added friends back then. I didn't expect that you and Old Qin came together. Shin Hong laughed. Yes. Fu Xiaozhu nodded, thinking of the crazy scene at home with Old Qin in the afternoon. Her face couldn't help but turn a little red. Old Qin is simply too fierce. She was still feeling a little weak in her legs. Those two women deserved to die. Old Qin explained. The two of them tried to goad me into betraying my boss, so I just threw them out the window to calm them down. Nice chill out. Frozen into two ice sculptures. However, Shin Hong did not expect that these two women were so bold that they had only just followed Old Qin for a day and were encouraging him to do this kind of thing. I really don't know if they have any brains. How can this kind of person be a minor star in the entertainment industry? Okay, let's get down to business. Shin Hong was also too lazy to care about those two ice sculptures. After all, who could be blamed for taking the initiative to die? Tomorrow, the few of you will continue to seize neighborhoods for me and increase the trading ground. At the same time, we should develop and grow our team, and strive to take the entire northern part of the city within 3 days. Shin Hong looked at Gui Yupeng and Ren Jie. No problem, right? Gui Yupeng silently glanced at the map of Jiancheng and nodded. Don't worry boss, 3 days, guarantee to complete the mission. There are no living people in the various companies today, don't even bother. Only the small area is left with people surviving. There are a total of 10 large neighborhoods and 13 small neighborhoods in the north of the city. Today they have taken 4 of the 10 large neighborhoods and 1 of the 13 smaller ones. We'll take at least 3 more large neighborhoods and 5 smaller ones tomorrow. Take the remaining large neighborhoods the day after and sweep the smaller neighborhoods the day after that. All the neighborhoods in the entire northern part of the city will fall into the hands of the owner. The owner will also be the king of the entire northern part of the city. Boss, can I ask? Baekjae raised her hand at this point. You say. Shin Hong nodded. Bai Jia hesitated for a moment. The world is in an apocalyptic state now, and no one knows when order will be restored. If you sell supplies like this, will there be a shortage of supplies in the future? After all, as the number of people increases, the supplies needed will be extremely large. Right now the money is completely useless, but boss, you sell a lot of supplies. Although the money earned is an astronomical figure, it will cause a shortage of supplies for all of our own people afterward. And at that time, I'm afraid. Shin Hong smiled. I know what you mean, but you don't need to care much. You just need to finish your job. As for the supplies, I can put it to you like this. I'll never run out of supplies, and even if I sell them in large quantities, I don't need to worry about it. I need money. I need tons of it. Have money to upgrade your vending machine. The vending machine rewarded me with an alien fruit at level 10. Will there be an extra bonus at level 20? Chapter 169, Discovered? Okay boss, I got it. Seeing that the boss had said so, Bai Jia nodded without saying much and sat down quietly. Shin Hong was satisfied with such a subordinate. He himself simply explained it, and the other party said no more. Just follow through with my decisions. Ren Jie, later you move next door to Yupeng. Old Qin has a wife. It's not quite appropriate for you to continue living together. You and Gao Xiong, Aben live together. Shin Hong arranged. As for Bai Jia, I'm afraid it's not very safe for a woman to be left alone in a villa. Boss, let her stay at my house, just so she can be a companion to my daughter-in-law. Gui Yupeng spoke, and there are quite a few rooms in the villa. It's completely livable. This guy, and he says he's not selfish? Shin Hong didn't believe it. Don't walk in the wrong door on purpose at night. Since he had said so, Shin Hong didn't say anything more and nodded. Okay, make your own arrangements. Old Qin, you stay for a bit, the rest of the others will go back. Yes. The crowd rose and walked out of the conference room. Only then did Shin Hong turn his head to look at Old Qin. Something might come over tonight, so be more vigilant. Something is coming over? Old Qin obviously didn't understand what Shin Hong meant. Remember the Chen Jiawei you killed? Shin Hong asked. Remember, the Cockney guy from Wanderer's Bank. What's up? Old Qin looked puzzled, then reacted. When I was photographed, boss, it was his father who came looking for me? His old man is dead. I killed him. Shin Hong shook his head. I mean, Chen Jiawei might come at night. Ha? Old Qin stared wide-eyed. Boss, Chen Jiawei I'm sure is dead. How is he going to come? Swindle the corpse? It's still a real scam. Shin Hong said. There is a group of mad scientists in the south of the city, who have created an organization called the Heaven and Earth Society, and they are researching how to manipulate corpses. And Chen Jiawei is one of the ones who was manipulated by them to resurrect. Today, Meng Qing killed Chen Jintian and intentionally let the blood stay on his body. Chen Jiawei might follow the scent all the way here. So evil? Old Qin froze. He didn't realize that there were actually scientists studying this. It's the end of the ING world. Instead of researching how to help humans survive, they're even thinking about this. It's simply, pay attention these days. Shin Hong admonished. You don't have to go out tomorrow. Keep an eye on the house. Boss, don't worry. Old Qin nodded in response and turned to leave. Shin Hong returned to the house and lay on the sofa, picking up his cell phone and looking at it twice. Opened up the microphone first. Life has grown calmer throughout the Peachland neighborhood as families have purchased supplies. Moreover, many of the men in the team that Ren Jia had brought with him were armed with guns. Plus Shin Hong had already killed quite a few ambitious guys, and the neighborhood had been completely mastered by him. But many of those who were usually at odds, under Armageddon, completely tore themselves apart. The neighborhood is hostile with cursing every day. Shin Hong briefly flipped a few times, and quite a lot of people were yelling at each other with extremely high moments of content. Among them, Li Fei, as well as those few brethren, were the ones who cursed most fervently. One by one, they have all ate Su Chao, telling him to get out. Today, however, Su Chao didn't have the same godly demeanor as before and didn't react at all. This guy won't come out. At Li Fei's house, a junior sat on the couch, frowning up. It's about time, isn't it? Li Fei's face was still swollen as he looked up inquiringly. Fei, it's almost time. Lu Jinyang looked at the time and nodded in response. 24 hours have passed since Gui Yupeng collected protection money yesterday. He wouldn't dare bet on it. After all, Gui Yupeng had clearly told him yesterday that he had collected Sister Hua's protection fee, but the implication was that after a day's time, he would be able to go after Su Chao again. Just to be on the safe side, Li Fei waited a little longer. After being beaten by Old Qin twice in a row in the afternoon, Li Fei didn't look for any more girls, but directly returned home with a bored head, the sister around him, or only Feng Lu. Li Fei was full of fire, pulling Feng Lu back to the bedroom. A few moments later, a babbling sound rang out from inside. A few of the minions in the living room were drooling as they listened, especially Lu Jinyang. He had tasted Feng Lu last night, a bunch of spirited guys who have been in a drought for over a week now. Now that they heard this sound, it tickled their hearts even more. Even if what was in front of them was Sister Flower, they were afraid that they would be able to stand without containing it. Only after 5 minutes, Li Fei walked out of the bedroom with a comfortable face and mused. Just now, the time is almost the same. I also dried a gun. It should be enough for more than 24 hours. To go. Brothers, carry the tree stump and go find Su Chao together. Now it was no longer for Feng Lu, but to get back for himself. He is determined to be the biggest gang leader in the neighborhood, and now he can't even solve a small Su Chao. How can he convince the public in the future? The side of a few little brother has long wanted to rely on Renjie. If not, Li Fei has been to take freedom and dash to their brainwashing. The team has long been scattered. By taking down Su Chao this time, he could get back his face and also build up the confidence of his juniors. Honey, come on. Von Ryu plopped down in the bedroom doorway, imploring. Don't worry, without Gui Yupeng's help today, I'll see who else Su Chao, can count on to go. Lu Jinyang gave Feng Lu a meaningful look. Feng Lu's foxy eyes also blinked at Lu Jinyang. Li Fei is a straw man. It just doesn't work. Might as well not have gotten it. It's even harder now that I don't feel on top of it myself. She couldn't wait for Li Fei to hurry up and leave. Then and Lu Jinyang, Li Fei waved his hand, with a group of juniors, carrying the tree stumps hugely just about to go out. Coldly remembered something, turned back to look at Lu Jinyang said, Jinyang, you won't have another stomach ache tonight, right? Yesterday if you were there, I'm afraid we would have already attacked in, and it wouldn't have been necessary to invite Gui Yupeng to come. Lu Jinyang's expression stagnated and he dryly laughed. For the time being it's much better. That's good. Li Fei laughed and wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Let's brothers work together. We'll skin Su Chao today. Lu Jinyang had a bitter face and turned back to carefully look at Feng Lu. Feng Lu huffed and pouted and stood still. The good thing with Lu Jinyang was also broken. Hiss, brother Fei, this stomach of mine is a bit hard again. I don't know if it's because I've eaten too much instant noodles in the past 2 days. Lu Jinyang suddenly frowned and rubbed his stomach in pain. Oh, Li Fei froze. Eat a bad stomach? Probably, yeah. Lu Jinyang had an embarrassed look on his face. Li Fei suddenly pulled Lu Jinyang to his mouth and whispered, you can't be that your stomach doesn't hurt and you don't want to go on purpose, right? Lu Jinyang went into cardiac arrest. Is it to stay home on purpose? Li Fei suspiciously looked around the room, eventually stopping at Feng Lu's body. Lu Jinyang's face was pale. It's not likely to be discovered, is it? Chapter 170, Discount. You kid, what's the point of staying home? If you're not there, I don't feel any confidence in my heart. Li Fei's gaze, which eventually moved away from Feng Lu, patted Lu Jinyang's shoulder and laughed. Fei, I'm like I can hold it in. Lu Jinyang's back was all covered in cold sweat, squeezing out a smile. Then let's go. When we take down Su Chao, in the entire Peach Source neighborhood, besides Gui Yupeng's group, we'll be the second. Li Fei laughed and came to Lu Jinyang's ear. Take down Su Chao, so we can take advantage of our brother's high morale. Find another female college student and smash the door. I'm telling you Jinyang, just help me find a chick prettier than Feng Lu, and Feng Lu will play for you. Li Fei squeezed his eyebrows. However, until there's a better girl, Feng Lu is mine. You can't touch her. You know my rules, right? No. Lu Jinyang nodded repeatedly. Li Fei is such a person. As long as it's his woman, no one else will ever be allowed to touch it. If there's a new, prettier one, he won't hesitate to dump it, and will even offer to introduce it to his brother. In other words, Li Fei would have to nod his head in agreement before he could be with Feng Lu openly and honestly. But now, if Li Fei knew that he and Feng Lu secretly hooked up, there was absolutely no good fruit to eat. Under Feng Lu's sultry gaze, Lu Jinyang followed Li Fei away. When he went downstairs, Lu Jinyang even looked up. Feng Lu stood in the doorway, looking at herself with an angry face. Lu Jinyang hurriedly lowered his head, afraid of being seen by Li Fei. A few people, in great numbers, carried the tree stumps once again to the underground passageway and walked towards Chen Xiaohua's villa. The basement door of row 2, once again quietly opened, revealing the heads of Shen Hong and several women. Li Fei did come again. It's watching a serial. A few people got the feeling of catching up on the show and being there. After Li Fei's few people turned to the direction of row 1, Shen Heng's few people quietly walked out and came to the familiar corner and looked over. Chen Xiaohua, I want to see today. Without Gui Yu. Ahem. Without Peng's protection. How can you still fight with me? Li Fei cursed at the basement door and then waved his hand. Behind him, a couple of his minions took a stump and slammed it heavily against the gate. Ping! On the bed in the bedroom inside the house, Chen Xiaohua was in a springtime mood, while Su Chao on the side was pale and his lips were dry and cracked. It's a whole day, 24 hours. He didn't even get off the ing floor. He ate, drank and ate in bed. Su Chao felt like he was dying. Thinking about Chen Xiaohua, he couldn't help but feel sick to his stomach. This woman is an old hag. What with sitting on the ground and being able to suck up dirt, she can suck up granite. Chen Xiaohua was completely treating herself as a humanoid toy. Take another pill, drink some water, and let's get on with it. Chen Xiaohua was refreshed and instructed Su Chao. Su Chao's face changed. Hua, Sister Hua, if this continues, I will really die. Let me rest and rest, can I? Chen Xiaohua had brought the man back home before, so naturally she still had the remaining medicine. In one day, I ate 3 of them. What's the point of resting? Springtime is worth $1,000. Didn't you say that you love Sister Flower the most? Sister Hua looked at Su Chao with flair. Su Chao just wanted to throw up. Do I like your belly fat or the wrinkles at the corners of your eyes? But this is something he naturally did not dare to say. Hard squeeze out a smile. I really can't. The coming day is long. We all live together. Are you still afraid that I will run away? I have too much physical exertion. You let me take a break. Chen Xiaohua had an unhappy look on her face and was just about to open her mouth when, out of the cold, she heard the basement door being slammed heavily. The familiar sound of a slamming door came. She blushed, put on her thick clothes, and walked quickly to the basement door, where she heard Li Fei's cursing voice through the door. Chen Xiaohua, if you don't open the door, don't blame me for being rude later. Li Fei, you really have the guts of a dog. Chen Xiaohua sneered. Don't forget who covers this neighborhood. I paid Gui Yupeng for protection yesterday. Do you know what protection money is? I spent $2 million. Gui Yupeng will protect my safety. Now get lost. I won't tell him. Otherwise, when I contact Gui Yupeng, be careful you'll eat the gun. Ha ha, Li Fei Jiajie laughed strangely. Okay, you contact it. Chen Xiaohua was dumbfounded. She said in shock, aren't you afraid that Gui Yupeng will kill you? Gui Yupeng has a gun. This Li Fei has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. You may not have gotten it right. Pang did charge you protection money, but that was from last night to tonight. Last night, I came in at 10 p.m. and now it's 11 p.m. The 24-hour protection period has long since passed. What? Chen Xiaohua froze. I spent so much money, and only protect me for 24 hours? $2 million, and that's how long it took to protect it? It's outrageous. She immediately took out her cell phone and dialed Gui Yupeng's number. Hello? Gui Yupeng's impatient voice came from the phone. Say something quickly. It's waking up my son. Chen Xiaohua's face was ugly, but she still compensated with a smile and said, Yupeng Sister Hua wants to ask you, didn't I already pay your protection fee yesterday? That guy Li Fei is looking for the door again. Look, are you coming over here to take him away? He's at the door again? Gui Yupeng looked puzzled. You need me to step in, right? Yeah. Okay, seeing as you're a regular customer, I'll give you a discount. Make it a round number. $1 million. Gui Yupeng lazily said. Transfer the money. I'll go over there now. $1 million isn't a small number anymore. An extra million a day for 10 days is 10 million. Turn it in to your boss, who will surely be more satisfied with what you do. Didn't I already give you $2 million yesterday? Chen Xiaohua's jaw dropped. Why do you still need money? As you said, it was yesterday. Gui Yupeng rolled his eyes. Yesterday is yesterday's protection fee. What's it got to do with today? Chen Xiaohua was completely confused. It's really the same as what Li Fei said. $2 million, combined to protect yourself for one day? And you didn't say so before. Chen Xiaohua was anxious. 2 million and you're protecting me for a day. That's too outrageous. If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have agreed. And you didn't ask. Guo Yupeng straightened up. You don't look at what time it is now. Simply talking. If you didn't pay yesterday, your basement would have been crashed by Li Fei, and Su Chao would have been captured by them, and you would still be able to enjoy yourself for a day? Without even thinking about it, Chen Xiaohua had admitted Su Chao for what? Men like beautiful women and women like handsome men. Su Chao isn't a thing, but he's still a little white boy. And, have you ever seen a 100 pack of instant noodles before? Have you ever seen a $100 bottle of water? Not to mention 100, even if they were sold for 1,000 or 10,000 before, there would still be people clamoring for them. It's because our boss was kind and wanted everyone to survive, so he took the initiative to lower the price. Otherwise, how can you still survive until now? Chen Xiaohua was speechless for a long time before whispering, that's too expensive. Since it's too expensive for you, forget it, bye. Without waiting for her to speak, Guo Yupeng directly hung up the phone. Yupeng, hello? Chen Xiaohua did not expect Guo Yupeng said to hang up, fed a few times, only to hear the busy tone coming from the phone, and the crash at the door. Once again. Chapter 171, Doing Business at Both Ends. What to do? Chen Xiaohua completely panicked. She does still have over $10 million in her bank account. This is a previous loan from the bank for company turnover. But before it can be put to use, the end comes first. That's over $10 million. And she's thinking of buying supplies for herself later. Since admitting Su Chao, he first bought hundreds of thousands of dollars of supplies and bribed many people with the supplies, allowing Su Chao to seek revenge on Feng Lu. Last night again, in order to protect Su Chao, he shelled out $1,200,000 of his own money. Before and after, it's cost $2 million. How long can you eat on your own when you switch to food supplies? It pained her greatly to think of that number, but Su Chao tried to cater to herself as much as she could all day today, and that long-lost feeling made her unwilling to part with it. Knock knock. Listening to the successive crashes, Chen Xiaohua took a deep breath and hurriedly dialed Guo Yupeng's phone again. Yupeng, stop it. I'll pay now. Chen Xiaohua hurriedly said, okay, transfer the money first, then I'll be there. Guo Yupeng was straightforward. This is $1 million, and you also said that I'm a regular customer. Can we protect it a few more times? Chen Xiaohua quickly bargained. If Li Fei still comes tomorrow night, this money in the hands of Sister Hua is not enough to build. Yupeng, we are all neighbors. Look, I'll hang up then. Guo Yupeng frowned and interrupted Chen Xiaohua. Hey, don't. Just once. $1 million. Sister Hua will transfer it to you. Chen Xiaohua panicked, rushed to operate a few times on the phone. Look at it. The money has passed. Quickly let Li Fei they roll. And their stumps. You give the confiscation. Without that sturdy tree stump, there's no way Li Fei would have been a threat to his security door. As long as you take it away, even if Li Fei wants to smash the door again tomorrow, he can't do anything about the security door, right? Good. This time Guo Yupeng nodded his head quickly and agreed. Protect once. Let Li Fei get lost and the tree stump take away, right? No other requirements, right? Nope, nothing. Chen Xiaohua nodded in a panic. Guo Yupeng hung up the phone, greeted his wife, and then came to the underground passage. From afar, he saw that the boss with a few boss ladies were watching the theater in the corner. Guo Yupeng went forward and respectfully greeted. Yupeng, Sister Hua is giving away money again? Shen Hong had a smile on his face. Yeah, I gave a discount of $1 million. Guo Yupeng nodded. You'll remind Li Fei's naive cargo later that this is the price for protection once, and it won't be as long as 24 hours. Shen Hong reminded. Guo Yupeng smiled. That's what I mean. Boss, you see me play. He was very clear that the boss hated Su Chao and Feng Lu with a passion. The last few days have been the death of these two, and they can't be allowed to die so easily. Li Fei is at the door, commanding his brothers to sell the door. Li Fei. Guo Yupeng's voice came from behind him. Li Fei was startled and hurriedly turned his head. Hello brother Peng. Go back. Guo Yupeng played with the pistol and said lightly. Li Fei's face turned pig liver color. Chen Xiaohua spent money again? Yeah, regular customer. Transferred me $1 million to protect me for once. Guo Yupeng nodded with a smile. This old thing is pretty damn rich. Li Fei was unwilling, but in the face of Guo Yupeng, there was nothing he could do. He could only clench his fists and said in a muffled voice, alright, brother Peng, since she renewed the protection fee, let's go. With those words, he glared back at the basement door. It's pretty damn sturdy, and I can't believe I can't break it. But old thing, I'd like to see how many times you have enough money to treat Guo Yupeng. It's this back and forth every night, over and over again, and the brothers are losing their swagger. Leave the stump. As he passed by Guo Yupeng, Guo Yupeng softly said, Li Fei was stunned, then frowned. Pang, if you don't have the stump, what are you going to break down the door with? If you don't leave the stump, then leave your head. Gui Yupeng waved his hand impatiently. Pick one yourself. I'm still picking a ball here. Li Fei took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and commanded, leave the stump. Yes. A few minions rushed to place him on the ground. Gui Yupeng glanced at the door to the basement of Sister Hua's house. The cat's eye was no longer bright, but dark, and it was clear that Hannah was still lying on the door, peeking out. Come here for a minute. Gui Yupeng turned to the corner. Li Fei followed, his face ugly. This is only the price for protecting her once. Once, not 24 hours. Gui Yupeng gently reminded. Li Fei's eyes instantly lit up. Pang, what do you mean? Protecting her for an hour would be enough, wouldn't it? Gui Yupeng laughed lightly. As for the tree stumps, is there nothing else that can smash the door? And what else? Li Fei couldn't figure it out at all. I have hammers. Big hammer 80, small hammer 40. Yuck. 80, 000 for the big hammer and 40, 000 for the small hammer. Do you buy it? Gui Yupeng spoke directly. I want 3 sledgehammers, Li Fei hurriedly said. He turned his head and looked for his minions to chip in. A lot of the minions were grumbling and didn't want to pay up. 3 sledgehammers. That's $240, $000. Enough to buy how many instant noodles? Stupid. Lu Jinyang on the side rushed a few people angry scolding. A look of hatred, with a sledgehammer. We smashed the door, how convenient? At that time, not want to rob whoever's home, just rob whoever's home? A few juniors reacted, their eyes glowing, and no longer entangled, flying to transfer money to Li Fei. Gui Yupeng looked deeply at Lu Jinyang. Li Fei, this brother of yours, his brain is quite flexible. Brother Pang, this is my good brother Lu Jinyang. His brain is much smarter than mine, Li Fei said smilingly. We don't care what you do because the boss didn't give the order, Gui Yupeng cautioned. But if one day, the boss gives the word that private fights are not allowed, then, you can forget about these crooked ways. Don't worry, Brother Pang, we will definitely cooperate with you and with Big Brother. Li Fei nodded his head. After receiving the money, Shin Hong returned and transferred the money to Shin Hong, then asked, Boss, do you have any sledgehammers? I just sold him 3 hammers for 80, 000 apiece. He knew that the boss had a psychic ability to change anything. I suppose the usual tools like hammers should be easily accessible. Sure enough, with a wave of Shin Heng's hand, 3 sledgehammers appeared on the ground. Then he shouted at Li Fei, come and get it yourself. Anyone else? Li Fei froze for a moment and followed the sound. And when he came close to Shin Hong and saw the several women like flowers beside him, his entire body froze. The 4 beauties of the neighborhood. And then, there's the big star Chin Chin, as well as a couple of beautiful women who had never been seen before. Each no less than the 4 golden flowers of the Peachland neighborhood. Shin Hong was surrounded by warblers and swallows, a total of 8 women, and each has its own characteristics. Li Fei was overwhelmed. Simply don't know which one to watch. Li Fei, don't look blindly. Be careful of your own dog's life. Gui Yupeng coldly reminded. This is my boss, and these are our boss's wives. Boss. The word caused Li Fei to instantly clear his head, glancing at Shin Hong in fear before bowing his head and saying, Good day, boss. Aha. Shin Hong nodded. These hammers are sold to you. Look after yourself. Yes, Li Fei hurriedly responded. Okay, you guys can go now, Gui Yupeng said in a chilling voice. Li Fei hurriedly bowed his head and turned away. As he walked back, his mind also flashed to those beautiful women around Shin Heng. I'd take 10 years off my life if I had to give myself one. And that boss was surrounded by 8 top-notch beauties. What a night! Compared to that, Feng Lu was just plain crappy. The boss's women were all flamboyant and white, while Feng Lu hadn't bathed for days and her body was almost rancid. The hair was all greasy and smelly. However, the boss that even Gui Yupeng had to respectfully obey. He didn't dare to mess with. People wanting to kill themselves is just like crushing an ant. Let's go back first. Li Fei held the 3 hammers, returned to his little brother, and spoke in a low voice. In an hour, let's come over again. Besides, with the hammer, we can smash anyone's house we want tonight. He hefted the sledgehammer in his hand, his confidence growing. This hammer is very handy. It is a perfect prop for killing people and robbing their homes. 240k well spent. Chapter 172. Fei, I have a bit of a stomach ache right now. When Lu Jinyang heard that he had to come to Sister Hua's house in an hour, his eyes rolled back in his head and he covered his stomach with a pained look. It hurts again? Li Fei frowned at Lu Jinyang. I can stand it for now. No, I have to find a place to get a big number. Lu Jinyang, in order to act like a little bit, both hands tightly covered his belly, and his body was bent over. Okay, you go ahead and we'll return. Li Fei nodded. Be careful. Aha. Lu Jinyang shook his head inside. he followed at the very back of the line, waiting for the crowd to go up the stairs before he found a corner and crouched down, pretending to take the big one. Spell it out for a date with Feng Lu later. The big deal was freezing outside for a little while longer, but wait until you start the ball game with Von Ryu and you'll be sweating all over yourself. And Shin Hong and Gui Yupeng had already exchanged greetings and went back to their respective houses. An hour later, there's still a good show. Chen Xiaohua saw Li Fei several people all left. Gui Yupeng also deliberately moved the tree stump to the place where the cat's eye can see, proving that he did what he said, and was relieved. She opened the door in a hurry and strained to roll the stump into her basement. This tool of the trade is finally in his hands. It's freezing cold. Without this, how else can Li Fei smash the door? Tomorrow, there should be no need to keep paying protection money. But when she remembered the $1 million she had just transferred to Gui Yupeng, Sister Hua couldn't help but feel a heartache. Another million spent. She turned her head majestically and walked up the stairs with a determination to die. Tonight, she will not rest. After shelling out $1 million himself, he was going to make Su Chao's brother spit out $10 billion. When Su Chao saw Chen Xiaohua looking at himself with glowing eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. In his head, a song by Aimee came to mind. I just have to keep asking for it, until you want to run away. An hour later, Sister Hua was lazily lying on the bed, while Su Chao's whole body was trembling and his face was full of tears. He really can't. I just took 2 pills in a row and I feel like my whole body is played out. He was now regretting it. Doing it with Feng Lu was at least enjoyable, but with this old woman, it was a complete nightmare. God, someone help me. I want to die. I really want to die. There's one last one left. Good girl, eat it. After resting for a few moments, Sister Flower got up and ordered. Flower sisters. Su Chao with a sobbing voice, I cannot. I will really die. I regret it. Let me go. I go not okay? Want to leave? It's not that easy now. Sister Hua sneered. Su Chao's heart crossed, and as he pulled open the nightstand, he pulled out the scissors from it and violently rushed to stab Chen Xiaohua. Chen Xiaohua hurriedly rolled to the side, grabbed the quilt, and smashed it at Su Chao. The quilt was bared with a sharp scissors cut, and cotton flew in all directions. Su Chao, how dare you lay your hands on my mom? Chen Xiaohua rolled off the ground, scrambled to put on a piece of clothing, and angrily shouted, Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. You. When Su Chao pierced the quilt, he already felt exhausted and cursed under his breath. You don't want your life? I still want my life. Forced me to take so many drugs. You this lowly thing? All day long only think of doing. If you come to my house, aren't you here to sell your body? Chen Xiaohua coldly said. What kind of innocence do you pretend to have? You are just for my old lady to play with. Just now another $1 million was spent on you punk. You don't let me play. What to pay back? I'm sick of seeing you now. Su Chao clutched the scissors and poo-pooed. Stinking. Die for me. Kill Chen Xiaohua and leave with her family's supplies. The neighborhood was starving and many of the rooms were empty, so there was always room for yourself. Seeing Su Chao charging towards her once again, Chen Xiaohua screamed and hurriedly turned around to run towards the kitchen. Su Chao just chased down the ground, but his legs went limp and he sat down directly on the ground. He climbed up shakily, his legs still shaking. This old thing, it sucks. You're a vacuum cleaner come to life. He held onto the wall and chased after Chen Xiaohua with difficulty. However, Chen Xiaohua had already found suitable weapons in the kitchen, 2 kitchen knives, and stared at Su Chao with an ugly face. An inch long, an inch strong. Although Su Chao is a man, but he has long been soft bones, plus the weapon in his hand is scissors. I am afraid that it is not Chen Xiaohua's opponent at all. Chen Xiaohua was already older, and her advantage was the weapons she had nowadays and her abundant physical strength. But she didn't dare to make a move easily, afraid that if he was not careful, he would be stabbed by Su Chao. The two stood facing each other on either side of the table, neither daring to make the first move. In the meantime, Li Fei sat on the sofa at home and kept looking at his cell phone. Finally, the hour was up. During this period, Lu Jinyang has excused himself to go to the toilet 3 times. Once more than once his face is tired. It's time for the point. Guys, let's go. Li Fei carried a sledgehammer and took the lead to head out. Several other brothers followed suit. Fly. Lu Jinyang leaned softly on the sofa and muttered, I really can't do it. This stomach doesn't give a. Jin Yang, rest at home then. This time, Su Chao will die for sure. Li Fei sneered. Go hubby. Feng Lu looked at Li Fei with a touched face and took the initiative to kiss him on the cheek. Hey. Li Fei smiled and looked at Feng Lu. After tonight, and tomorrow when we wait for the trade, we'll observe which household still has a pretty woman living in it. Stalk right through and smash the door and grab it. When the time comes, add Feng Lu and get a 3-person landlord together. Feng Lu was so flirtatious and bold that she would definitely accept her offer. When you have played a few times and there is not much passion left, then let Feng Lu follow Lu Jinyang. Here we go. With a wave of Li Fei's hand, the crowd suddenly descended down the stairs with great vigor. Honey, watch out. Feng Lu stood in the doorway and poked her head out to greet Li Fei nicely, but she then realized that a pair of large hands had wrapped themselves around her from behind and began to feel around. Feng Lu's heart tightened, but her face still kept a smile on her face, and she kept watching Li Fei go downstairs before she turned around and pouted at Lu Jinyang. To die. You're not afraid of being seen differently by Li Fei. Baby, in order to feed you, I pretended to have diarrhea and stayed in the cold windy ground for a long time. Lu Jinyang laughed evilly. Feng Lu hugged Lu Jinyang. Then it can be said, you must feed people. Just as Chen Xiaohua and Su Chao confronted each other, the grandson upstairs suddenly rubbed his eyes and walked down the stairs. Grandma, what's all the noise? It woke me up. Bao, be careful. Don't come down. Go back up. Chen Xiaohua's face changed and she hurriedly said. She stood on the kitchen side while Su Chao was near the stairs. Just turn around and you can just snatch your grandchildren away. Su Chao revealed a sardonic smile, and before Chen Xiaohua could finish speaking, he violently rushed towards Xiao Bao and pressed him to the ground. The scissors aimed at Xiao Bao's neck. Ah, Grandma, Pa was completely confused. Su Chao, if you have something to say, let go of my grandson. Chen Xiaohua was in a rage and shouted, hand over the supplies and I'll leave now. Su Chao's face grimaced. Fine, but don't hurt little treasure, Chen Xiaohua hurriedly said. But just then, there was a violent noise coming from the basement door downstairs. Ping, ping pong, the voice echoed through the house. Chen Xiaohua, can you open the door this time? Li Fei's voice came through the doorway. I'm telling you, this time we're taking a hammer, which is much stronger than that tree stump. Chen Xiaohua, you lied to me. They didn't leave at all. Su Chao snapped his head up and stared viciously at Chen Xiaohua. Li Fei came to the door. He couldn't run away at all. I obviously spent $1 million on. Chen Xiaohua was also confused. Li Fei saw no response from inside the house, then frowned. Brothers, just smash the door. Yes. The three men carried sledgehammers and smashed on the door one after another, and shouted the slogan, 8, 10, 8, 10, ping. Within a few hammers, the basement door let out a wail and shattered completely. Li Fei's few spirits lifted and slammed the door again. Su Chao's hands were trembling, a pair of spiteful eyes staring at Chen Xiaohua. No wonder you were so crazy just now. So it turns out that you think that I spent a lot of your money, and you're ready to give me to Li Fei after you're done tossing me around, right? Chen Xiaohua, since you want to play with your life, then let's play with our lives. With a sharp force in his hand, he heard a scream from Bao. No! Chen Xiaohua was nearly frantic, her voice hoarse. She saw that Bao had been run through the neck with scissors and blood was gurgling. Bao! Chen Xiaohua took a kitchen knife and frantically lunged, desperately slashing at Su Chao's body. Su Chao threw Xiao Bao directly at Chen Xiaohua, whose kitchen knife slashed at his grandson. She stopped in a hurry, hugged her grandson tightly, and cried out. Su Chao still wanted to take this opportunity to kill Chen Xiaohua, but he already heard footsteps coming from downstairs. Obviously, Li Fei's few people had already come in. He hurriedly turned and ran up the stairs. He came to the third-floor bedroom, pulled open the window and jumped out without hesitation. The old man escaped, although Su Chao's whole body was flaccid. The will to survive made him fight for his life and run towards the next door with his whole body trembling. As long as I hide, Li Fei won't be able to find me. And then, one by one, I'll slowly kill you all. Damn! Feng Lu, that lousy will lynch you sooner or later. And Li Fei's gang of dogs. And Shen Hong. By the way, where did Shen Hong live? Earlier he said he was also in the townhouse. It's like 2 rows, right? Why don't we take the opportunity to go over there now? Do Shen Hong in, and rob him of his supplies? Just as Su Chao's mind was spinning, a powerful beam from a flashlight hit him in the face. The light was blinding, and Su Chao hastily covered his eyes. Not far away came Shen Hong's lazy voice. Su Chao, what are you running for? You're not thinking of looking for me, are you? Chapter 173, Killing the Heart. The strong light shone on his face, and Su Chao couldn't see the person across from him at all. However, Shen Hong's voice was familiar to him. After all, the two of them were good buddies back in the day from the same college and the same dormitory. Shen Hong? Su Chao's heart trembled. Shen Hong walked over. Shoes crunched and squeaked in the snow. Just now, when they were watching the play in the underground passage, Huo Miao had already linked Shen Hong's spiritual consciousness, and everything that happened in the house was also seen by him. Unexpectedly, Su Chao would actually start an infighting with Sister Hua because of his physical strength. After he killed Sister Hua's grandson, the basement door was broken open at the same time, and Li Fei's few people rushed into the house. Su Chao ran upstairs without hesitation. It's trying to run, Shen Hong sneered. If he let Su Chao run away, then he would still be reborn as a hammer. He turned back to the villa and leapt out of the third-floor window as well. When he came out, he saw Su Chao. who was staggering on his feet. Su Chao observed the surroundings for a moment, his eyes resting on the two ice sculptures outside old Qin's house, seemingly hesitant. He then ran this way without hesitation. Shen Hong almost laughed out loud. That's still actively throwing yourself into the net. It's absolutely brilliant. He stood still, and because he was wearing pure white clothes, Su Chao didn't even see it for a moment, just stifling his head and running wildly. It wasn't until he was almost running to his side that Shen Hong took out his flashlight, and the strong light shone onto his face. How did you know I'd be here in the middle of the night? Su Chao knew that he couldn't run away, and under the bright light, he couldn't even open his eyes, let alone fight with Shen Hong. But I've been watching you. Shen Hong laughed. I didn't expect that in order to take revenge on Feng Lu, you actually sold out your body and defected to Chen Xiaohua, and even turned against Chen Xiaohua who took you in and killed her grandson. You spied on me. Su Chao's features twisted and his voice was sharp. How does Shen Hong even know this? Defecting to Chen Xiaohua is not a secret. After all, tonight, Li Fei several people trolled in the group, saying that they are ducks, but Chen Xiaohua's grandson, Xiao Bao, was just killed by himself. Shen Hong had installed surveillance in his own home. Could it be that in Chen Xiaohua's home, he had also installed surveillance? You're ing monitoring an old woman. Isn't that disgusting? Right at this moment, from the third-floor window of Chen Xiaohua's house came the cursing voices of Li Fei's several people, who had just searched around and had not found Su Chao. Asked Chen Xiaohua about this woman who only knows how to hug her grandchildren and cry. Finally found the third floor, only to find the third-floor window pulled open. It is clear that Su Chao is climbing the window to run away. A bunch of people climbed out of the window and saw a light lit up not far away, fixed on Su Chao's face. Damn! Su Chao, you still dare to run? Li Fei rushed forward carrying a hammer. Hello! Shen Hong frowned and looked at Li Fei. Go back! Li Fei froze, violently stopping his body and looking at Shen Hong in the snow. Shocked. Old boss? Li Fei had a deep memory of Shen Heng's impression. A young, seemingly defenseless guy who was a peace and prosperity bigwig. Not only does he have a lot of guns, but he's surrounded by a lot of beautiful women, so he's a winner in life. This person, I still have use for, Shen Hong said indifferently. Li Fei's face was unpleasant. I've been working for 2 nights and I've been working for you? Why don't you just break down the door yourself if you have a hammer and sell it to me at a high price? Didn't you hear me? Shen Hong was cold. Okay, we're on our way. Li Fei held a bellyful of fire, but he couldn't say anything. He could only give a sarcastic smile and turn his head to lead his minions away. Li Fei is your man? At this moment, Su Chao reacted with a resentful face. No wonder they keep looking for trouble from me. That Feng Lu defected to Li Fei. It couldn't have been you, the loser, who pulled the strings. Li Fei had just called Shen Hong boss. You're hilarious. Shen Hong laughed and snapped off the flashlight. It was dark all around, but the snow on the ground reflected it as if it were daytime. The moment Shen Hong turned off the flashlight, Su Chao had already stormed up, clutching the scissors and violently rushing towards Shen Heng. It's a great opportunity. He'd been thinking about how to get out of it, and he'd finally waited for this moment. Shen Hong was dressed in white, but it was enough to see the outline. But unexpectedly, a flame suddenly appeared in front of Shen Hong. Fire? Where's the fire? Before Su Chao could react, this massive flame seemed to have a life, and it swept straight at him, extremely fast. Before he could react, he felt an intense burning pain coming from his wrist. The scissors in his hand, too, instantly fell to the ground. Su Chao covered his wrist and screamed out in misery. He realized that his right hand was already charred and black, and even carried a hint of a pasty smell, so it was obvious that his right hand had already been completely scorched by the flames that had appeared out of nowhere. Su Chao desperately thrust his hand into the snow, but the pain did not diminish at all. Still want to resist? Shen Hong paced with a face of contempt. I wanted to settle you directly, but letting you die like this is a bit too easy. He had an extra rope in his hand and tied up Su Chao, who was already weak to the core. Afterwards, carrying Su Chao, he turned around and returned to the villa. Ping! Back inside. Shen Hong threw Su Chao onto the living room floor with a deep gaze. In his last life, he was killed by Su Chao in this very house. Being reborn for 10 days is like a dream. Now, the status of the two men was completely reversed. He was no longer a weak fire alien, and Su Chao's life was held in his hands. Honey, who is this? Song Yunsa looked at Xiao Chao curiously. A few other women also gathered around. Xiao Chao raised his head with difficulty and froze when he saw Song Yunsa, his eyes full of disbelief. A little piece of sand? Isn't this one of the 4 beauties of the neighborhood? What he didn't expect was the rows and rows of beautiful women, each no less than little Sandy's face. Sisters Yang Jinshan Yang Mushuan, Ning Yao, Lin Lu, Chan Mingqing. There's even actress Chen Qin. After his gaze looked at the last beautiful figure, his entire body was wide-eyed and completely dumbfounded. Hua! Hua Miao. Su Chao's lips trembled as if he had seen a ghost. And Hua Miao at this time, snuggled in Shin Heng's arms, coldly looking at herself, looking at Hua Miao and then Shin Heng. He felt his mind was a bit messed up. These two, how did they get together? And it looked very intimate. I can't believe you remembered me. Hua Miao sneered. It's truly my honor. Su Chao. Hua Miao. You're not dead. That's great. Su Chao hurriedly squeezed out a smile. Of course I'm not dead, and I have you to thank for that, so that I can meet my husband and enjoy such favorable living conditions. Hua Miao sneered. Old husband? Su Chao froze, subconsciously looking at Shin Heng who had his arm around her. His brain stopped spinning. On the night of the rainstorm, you were with Feng Lu, completely forgetting about the existence of me as a girlfriend. If it wasn't for my husband going to save me, I am afraid that I would have frozen to death in the company. Hua Miao deeply twisted her head and looked at Shin Heng with affection. Introducing, this is my husband, Shin Heng. Su Chao almost sprayed out blood. Husband? Such an intimate word. Even if he had spent half a year with Hua Miao, she had never called out to him She had only been with Shin Heng for a short time, and she actually called Shin Heng that. You guys did? Su Chao thought of something and lost his voice. Isn't it obvious? Hua Miao said disdainfully. The night of the rainstorm. We already. Asterisk. Su Chao gritted his teeth. When he was with me, he still pretended to be pure, but it turns out that in private, he is also a. It was so hard for him to chase Hua Miao to his hand, and he hadn't even kissed her, but Hua Miao was all eaten up by Shin Heng. Boo! Before he could finish his words, Shin Heng kicked him in the mouth. Su Chao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to speak, Miao Miao is now my woman and has nothing to do with you anymore, Shin Heng coldly said. Hua Miao, on the other hand, hugged Shin Heng tightly and took the initiative to offer a passionate kiss. Hubby is great. Su Chao once again spat out blood. This is simply murderous and heartless. Chapter 174 Feng Lu being beaten. Honey, I want it too. Chen Xin pouted and came over to Shin Heng's side. Old husband? Su Chao stared, the shock in his heart already exceeding the pain in his flesh. It was simply unimaginable. Chen Xin, a glamorous actress, even pampered Shin Heng and called him husband. Hua Miao had a calm face and didn't seem to be bothered at all. Chen Xin snuggled up on the other side of Shin Heng and took the initiative to kiss Shin Heng on the face while Shin Heng and Hua Miao were kissing. Su Chao was completely numb. By the way, before you die, let's have you and Feng Lu meet one last time. Shin Heng twisted his head, glanced at Su Chao, picked up his cell phone and instructed Old Qin. Bring me Feng Lu. Yes boss. On the other end of the phone, Old Qin was playing cards with Fu Xiaozhu, sweating profusely. After receiving the call, Old Qin spoke to Fu Xiaozhu and then got up to put on his clothes. Be careful on the road, Fu Shiatsu urged. Come back once you've sent the people there. People are waiting for you. Baby don't worry. Old Qin gave Fu Shiatsu a kiss and walked out the door under her reluctant gaze, thinking about Bing Bing and CC, and then looking at Fu Shiatsu. It's not a class at all. Again, at the critical moment, the boss called, but Fu Shiatsu had no complaints, just urged himself to be careful, and said with affection that he was waiting for his return. But ice and sea, forget it, it's already an ice sculpture. Don't bother thinking about it. He hummed as he made his way to Li Fei's house. Old Qin knew that Feng Lu had defected to Li Fei, and also knew Feng Lu's relationship with his boss. It seems that tonight, the boss is going to go after the adulterous couple, Feng Lu and Su Chao. The boss still doesn't have enough tactics. If he were in their place, he would have just fed their bodies to the dogs when he had the ability to kill them. And 10 minutes before Old Qin received the call from Shin Heng, Li Fei had already returned home holding his fire. It's so bullying. When I go back, I must find Feng Lu to vent. By the way, ask Jin Yang if she's feeling better. After all, this was his own military advisor, so he had to take care of it. But to his surprise, just as he reached the door, he heard a babbling sound coming from inside the house. Being a regular at the bar, he knew all too well what it sounded like, and it's still from Feng Lu. The juniors behind him also each had odd expressions. Sister-in-law is in such high demand. Told you so. We could have helped. He grimaced as he pulled out his keys and opened the door straight away. The minions all remained quiet, with a hint of exuberance in their eyes. The moment the door opened, Li Fei rushed in. The minions behind him followed suit. Rushing into the living room, they saw that in the bedroom, Lu Jinyang and Feng Lu were covered with thick quilts. The quilt was bending and twisting violently. Fei! Lu Jinyang saw the crowd at the door at a glance and was instantly confused. You guys, how did you come back so quickly? Old husband. Feng Lu was also startled. Lu Jinyang, what did I tell you? Li Fei stared roundly. Didn't you have diarrhea? Did you under Feng Lu's quilt? Lu Jinyang shivered, unable to say a word. Go to hell. Li Fei violently picked up the hammer and rushed Lu Jinyang. Lu Jinyang panicked and dodged, and Feng Lu hugged Li Fei tightly and trembled. Don't fight. Get out of here. Li Fei was tall and pushed Feng Lu away. Feng Lu collapsed on the bed, and the gang of minions all stared at Feng Lu with wide eyes. Sister-in-law is really something. Feng Lu curled up, noticing that she was being watched by her little brothers. Her face flushed red and white, and hurriedly shrunk back under the covers. Lu Jinyang was naked and kept dodging Li Fei's hammer. However, the space that could be dodged was getting smaller and smaller, and he was eventually smashed on his arm by Li Fei's hammer. Ah! Lu Jinyang let out a scream and fell to the ground covering his arm. Swish! Li Fei took the hammer and poked Lu Jinyang's face. His face was expressionless. Lu Jinyang, I have promised you that when I get the other women back, Feng Lu will let you play with them. Why don't you know enough? Old me is not good enough for you? Lu Jinyang stammered and suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Feng Lu. It was her. Yes, it was sister-in-law who seduced me. You fart. Feng Lu was furious and hurriedly explained in an aggrieved manner. Brother Fei, I didn't. It was him who threatened me. Threatening? But I just saw you enjoying yourself. Li Fei's expression was ice cold. He is well aware of his hard feelings. Alike Feng Lu will definitely not be satisfied. It was said that Feng Lu was with Su Chao and also betrayed her boyfriend, coupled with the small video that Su Chao had sent out, which had already spread throughout the neighborhood. Li Fei didn't have the heart to talk about love with Feng Lu. They are all out to play the, say a chicken hair feelings. It was him who threatened me, making me have to cooperate with him, or else. Feng Lu hurriedly spoke. What else could he do to you? Li Fei asked back. Tell me, say you seduced him, or that he dared to kill you? Feng Lu couldn't speak. This kind of thing, if the woman fights to the death, or even to the death, surely Lu Jinyang cannot succeed. But the point is, one is also half push. Just with Lu Jinyang. Bitch thing. Li Fei slapped on Feng Lu's face. I'm looking for Su Chao for you to get angry. And you're looking for Lu Jinyang at home to vent your anger? You are really cheap. Feng Lu covered her face and said nothing. Since you want us so badly, I'll fulfill you. Li Fei slammed his hand, dragging Feng Lu out from under the covers, throwing it straight to the ground. Who do you want? Now show me. Brother Fei, I was wrong. Feng Lu hurriedly squatted on the ground and apologized with her hands clasped in front of her chest. The minion's eyes went wide. You're wrong? One word and you want to beg for forgiveness? Li Fei sneered. It's already too late. He pulled Feng Lu up and strutted towards the living room. Feng Lu tried to struggle, but couldn't break free at all, and could only scream miserably as he was dragged out. Lu Jinyang covered his arm and squatted on the ground without saying a word. 2 minutes later, Feng Lu's face was filled with tears as she desperately shouted, Brother Fei, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Both of her wrists, tied by rope to the 2 bedroom doors immediately adjacent to her, standing in front of the wall in the middle of the bedroom door with a humiliated look on his face. You know, you're not wearing anything, and with both hands tied so tightly, you can't even cover them up. Even fearing that she would freeze to death, Li Fei had his minions build a fire on each side of her, to keep her warm. Li Fei brought a group of juniors and deliberately sat on the opposite side, admiring Feng Lu's appearance. Whoever wants to go on, just go on. Li Fei laughed harshly and took the belt and viciously whipped it on Feng Lu's body. As soon as the belt went down, Feng Lu let out a sharp scream. Brother Fei, I was wrong. Feng Lu's white body was riddled with whip marks. Since you're Thai, I'll make you Thai enough. Li Fei struck another whip. Stop fighting. Feng Lu gritted her teeth and took another whip from Li Fei, furiously scolding. It's not over, is it? Li Fei, you are a softie. If it wasn't for you not being able to satisfy me, why would I need to find someone else? And you, Lu Jinyang, you quietly touched me, and now you're saying that I seduced you. Are you still a man? Lu Jinyang's face trembled and he didn't open his mouth. To be honest, he did like Feng Lu quite a bit, but liking and loving are two different things. Right now, facing the grasping Li Fei, he didn't dare to say anything more at all, for fear that Li Fei would take his anger out on him, and he was well aware that he was still useful to Li Fei, and could help with advice. With a hammer in his hand, he can smash anyone's house he wants, and he'll still be short of women? How dare you curse? Li Fei stepped forward and grabbed Feng Lu's hair. Feng Lu violently raised his foot and kicked Li Fei in the small of the back. Both hands were tied, but she could still move both legs freely, thanks to now Feng Lu barefoot, if still wearing high heels, this foot down. I'm afraid that Li Fei even 5 minutes cannot adhere to, directly into a waste man, something to die for. Li Fei ate the pain and violently slapped his face. A bunch of minions had a great time. Just now Feng Lu raised his leg to kick someone, but completely all see clearly. There were a few envious glances at Lu Jinyang. I can't believe I've already tasted my sister-in-law's flavor. if I had known she was so charged, we would have had to pretend to have diarrhea. Li Fei, you punk, Feng Lu frantically screamed and cursed. Li Fei, on the other hand, grimaced, picked up his belt, and whipped it hard. Feng Lu's yells turned into screams and wailed once again. What face is lost when a bunch of men look at you in this state? Many of the juniors actually took their cell phones and shot at themselves recklessly, comparing it to the small video Su Chao had sent yesterday. Whoever wants to do it. Li Fei got tired of fighting and turned back to charge his minions. The little brothers became even more exuberant, and one by one, they got up and rushed to Feng Lu. Her tears kept flowing and she stared viciously at Li Fei. Now, what's the difference between yourself and a chicken? It's all because of that dog Su Chao. If it wasn't for him, how did I end up like this? Just then, there was a violent knock at the front door. Who? Li Fei twisted his head, frowning and drinking. Help! 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 Feng Lu rushed to call out at the gate. Several juniors hurriedly moved their hands away from Feng Lu and covered her mouth. I am Qin Yiming. Old Qin's faint voice came from outside the door. The boss ordered me to bring Feng Lu over. Open the door. Chapter 175, meeting again. Boss again. Upon hearing this netherworld's name, Li Fei's face was ugly to the extreme. Su Chao wouldn't let himself be killed, and now he wanted to take Feng Lu away. What does that mean? And when Feng Lu heard that someone was going to take her away, she quickly twisted her body desperately, and a whimpering sound came out of her mouth. I just heard Feng Lu's voice. Open the door. Old Qin's voice, once again, came. Li Fei gritted his teeth, looked down at the hammer in his hand, and said sorrowfully, Master Qin, Feng Lu is now my woman. It's not appropriate for the boss to take her away at a word, right? With the hammer in hand, the world is mine. I'm worried sick. But as soon as his words left his mouth, there was a loud bang from the thick security door. Bang, click. The door to the room actually shattered in response. A hand came in through the door and easily tore the pieces of the door from the room, unscrewing it from the inside. The crowd was collectively dumbfounded. The door to the room was then opened and Old Qin walked in slowly, mixed with an icy cold air. The crowd shivered in unison. Old Qin bare hands. That means he was the one who just smashed the security door open with his fist? Is this a human being? You have a problem with the boss's orders? Old Qin took a step towards Li Fei. Li Fei was uncertain, but after looking down and seeing the hammer in his hand, he gritted his teeth. Old Qin's bare hands. I still have a ing weapon. Afraid of a hammer. He immediately carried the hammer and smashed it at Old Qin. This hammer is fast and furious. If it is smashed, Old Qin's bones, I'm afraid to be completely reimbursed. But what he didn't expect was that the hammer, which came down ferociously, was caught by Old Qin. Li Fei glared and pushed with both hands. Old Qin just gripped the head of the hammer steadily with one hand and looked at him with a calm gaze. Before he could react, Old Qin bullied his way in and slammed his left shoulder into Li Fei's arms. Stick to the mountain and lean. A strong force came, and Li Fei flew horizontally and smashed heavily on the ground. He struggled twice and couldn't get up at all. Li Fei felt that his internal organs had all shifted, lying on the ground and sucking in cold air. Fei! A few juniors who were covering Feng Lu's mouth pounced on Li Fei after seeing this scene. There were two milling around and following behind, and they even took the opportunity to touch Feng Lu's body twice. Feng Lu's mind was not here, staring at Old Qin with a glowing gaze. Old Qin is so fierce. I really didn't expect that the usually silent Old Qin, the swiftness of the strike, not at all like a 40 or 50-year-old man. What she did not expect is that the Old Qin actually weighed the hammer in his hand. In the crowd's shocked eyes, directly a hammer handle folded over. The entire iron handle, almost turned into an O-type. It's as if it's like kneading pasta. The crowd's mouths, in turn, turned into O's. Old Qin casually flung the hammer at Li Fei, and the minions scrambled to catch it. But the heavy hammer still pressed a few people to slow down. So fierce, we're still playing ball. Two other minions had sledgehammers in their hands, but after they looked at the hammers in their hands and then at the bent hammer, they sensibly placed the weapons in their hands quietly in the corner. Old Qin ignored the group and turned towards Feng Lu. Feng Lu stared straight at Old Qin. Such fierce force, if used elsewhere. She folded her two thighs, but then she thought of something else and deliberately slipped on her feet, splitting her legs and almost falling to the ground. The eyes of the crowd of minions were about to glaze over, but as if he didn't even see it, Old Qin came to Feng Lu and faintly repeated, "The boss wants to see you." "See me?" Feng Lu looked back and stared at Old Qin's pants as if to see how he reacted. "Harmony? When you see it, you'll know naturally." Old Qin untied the rope from her hands, then said, "Get dressed. I'll wait for you outside the door." Feng Lu rubbed her sore wrist and frowned as she looked at Old Qin's back. "Am I that bad? Surprisingly unresponsive. Are you still a man?" "But, Old Qin's boss wants to see me. It can't be that he likes me, right? Then I must seize the opportunity to get out of this life. Harmony is a well-known big shot in the neighborhood. has tons of supplies and countless minions. Following someone like that is 10,000 times better than Li Fei. Then I must serve him and make him love me. She was still very confident in her poker skills. Back in the bedroom, Feng Lu changed into thick clothes. Only just now Li Fei beat her skin and flesh. Now when she put on her clothes, when she touched those marks, it made her almost shed tears from the pain. Even so, she endured the pain, and was very intentional about the clothes she wore underneath, which all had lower necklines. Just pull back the down jacket and you can see your career line. Inside the thick cotton pants, a pair of high-vis was also put on. I'm sure the big man, Harmony, will be mesmerized by himself. Combined with your own superior poker skills, you'll definitely make the big man love it. At that time, what Su Chao, Li Fei, I'll give my mother to die, and Goon Lu Jinyang, oh yeah, and Shen Heng, that loser, who had been teasing himself earlier, and had said something about being willing to pick himself up. Now that I think about it, it's a ing dog walk. With old Qin standing at the door, the crowd did not dare to mess around, and could only watch Feng Lu walk out of the shattered security door. Master Qin, wait for me. When he saw Feng Lu following him, old Qin quickened his pace, sending this woman to the boss's side. He himself had to rush back to follow up the second half with Fushiatsu. Unexpectedly, Li Fei played so wildly that he made Feng Lu naked and took a whip in front of many of his juniors. When he saw Feng Lu's appearance just now, he naturally had a feeling. One could only try not to look at Feng Lu much. After all, this is the woman the boss used to be. What the boss wants to do with her, he doesn't know himself. It's not polite. It's not polite. Qin Moncler, ouch. Seeing that old Qin was ignoring him, Feng Lu purposely screamed, then sat down on the ground with a pained face. Old Qin paused and didn't look back. What's wrong? I broke my foot. Can you carry me? Feng Lu asked daintily. She just suddenly remembered that there were 4 other major beauties in the neighborhood. Compared to the others, she was still competitive, but compared to those 4, she had no advantage at all. With all the supplies and guns of the big man of Harmony, it makes sense to take 1 or 2 of them, doesn't it? Then what will it take for me to win his heart? Feng Lu decided that he would first draw close to old Qin. This old man can't do that, but he's still not horny? Big deal. Let him touch a few things. Can't walk? Old Qin turned his back to her and asked faintly. I can't. I'm in pain. Feng Lu commiserated. So I'll kick you down? Old Qin coldly said. You. Feng Lu's face was ugly. This old Qin. Why don't you understand at all? It wouldn't have lost its function long ago, would it? She didn't realize that there was a beauty waiting at old Qin's house, and Feng Lu can't even be compared. With Fu Shiatsu, how could you possibly look at a lousy like Feng Lu? Not to mention that it was the woman the boss had named. It was even more unlikely that old Qin would have any physical contact with her. I can walk. Feng Lu got up in a huff. Old Qin's footsteps did not stop and continued to go downstairs. Feng Lu could only follow angrily. When I become the boss's woman, I'll be sure to blow my pillow with the boss and say something bad about old Qin. Just the boss's subordinate. What's the point of pretending? I'm destined to be the boss's woman. Old Qin kept quiet all the way, flew through the underground passage and came to the door of the basement of Villa 4, taking out his cell phone to send a message to Shen Heng. Boss, the man is here. Bring her in. I'll have Mu Xian open the door. Shen Heng quickly returned the message. Not more than a few seconds later, the door to the basement was opened. Young Mu Xian looked at old Qin, then at Feng Lu behind him, and sidestepped. Old Qin, brother-in-law said for you to bring the people to the living room on the first floor. Okay, Ms. Young. Old Qin nodded and walked into the villa. Feng Lu followed suit. Upon seeing young Mu Xian, she froze. What a pretty girl. And Yang Mu Xian's words added an extra layer of crisis to her. Brother-in-law? In other words, her sister is the boss's woman. You really do have competition yourself. She rubbed her face and gave what she thought was a charming smile. Be sure to take down the boss. Once inside, though, she was completely shocked. It's so warm in this house. Feng Lu even felt a little hot and wanted to just take off her jacket. However, when you meet your boss later, you can deliberately say that you're hot and unzip your shirt, so it should be a little more effective, right? She had a secret plan in mind. Following old Qin, he walked up to the first floor. She swept around and coldly saw a few people sitting on the couch, and hastened to bow her head respectfully, not daring to look. The boss will make sure I look up and scrutinize me later. Then I flashed a charming smile that was sure to wow the boss. Boss, the people are here. Old Qin stood still and respectfully said. Feng Lu also lowered her eyebrows and stopped in her tracks. On your knees. An authoritative voice came from the couch. The boss still likes to play this game? Feng Lu laughed. That's one she's good at. What a name. Dad. Learning from a puppy. She's awesome. She did not hesitate to kneel on the ground and put on a pathetic look. Boss. You are looking for me? A whimpering sound came from his side. Feng Lu twisted her head slightly and burst out in surprise. Su Chao, before I die, I'll let you guys have another reunion. After all, it's thanks to you that I'm here today. Ah. A hearty laugh rang out from the couch. That voice seems familiar. Feng Lu froze and boldly looked up. After seeing the young man in the middle of the sofa, surrounded by beautiful women of all colors, her eyes rounded and she blurted out, Shen Hung. Chapter 176, Dog Bites Dog. Feng Lu was stunned. She did not expect that the boss in old Qin's words would be Shen Hung, the trash in her own eyes. Originally, she was a little shocked and secretly pleased to see Su Chao tied up on the ground with a rag stuffed in his mouth. But the moment she saw Shen Hang, Feng Lu was completely dumbfounded. Hua meow. Immediately afterward, she saw the woman sitting on Shen Hang's lap, who was daintily feeding Shen Hang ice cream. She turned her head numbly, and the women of various colors around Shen Hang, one by one, came into her eyes. The four beauties who are on par with Hua Miao, Yang Jinxian, Ning Yao, and a little sand. The four beauties of the Peachland neighborhood, all gathered here. There's also the elegant and high-flying Lin Lu, the sensible and lovely Chen Mengqing, and the screen actress Chen Qin, and this warbling and swallowing few women all surrounded Shen Hang. This, looking at the women again, they had long ago changed into languid nightgowns, as if they were all mistresses of the house. Shen Hong was wearing blue pajamas, his left arm around Hua Miao and his right arm around Yang Jinxian. It's like an emperor. The villa was richly and exquisitely decorated, with a roaring fire in the fireplace, and even the windows were open a crack to keep the air circulating. Feng Lu's expression was dull and confused. What the hell is going on here? Shen Hong lived in a townhouse, which she had already known before, and the villa was very warm, and even Shen Hong had plenty of water for bathing, all of which she also knew. But no matter what she did, she could not have imagined that Shen Hong was all about peace and harmony. What shocked her even more was that Hua Miao was behaving intimately and cuddling with Shen Hong. By the looks of it, it was clear that it had become his woman. The remaining beauties of various colors also did not take Hua Miao and Shen Hang's intimacy seriously in the slightest, but instead, they were all scrambling to curry favor with Shen Hong. Feng Lu, we meet again. Only, I didn't expect it to be under such an occasion. Hua Miao twisted her head around and revealed a sweet smile. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for betraying my husband. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become his first wife. Husband? First wife? What about the rest of these? As if sensing Feng Lu's doubts, Yang Jinxian raised her eyebrows and said, My name is Yang Jinxian. You should have heard of me. Shen Hang's second wife. My name is Chen Qin. You should have seen me on TV. I'm Shen Hang's third wife. I'm the fourth wife. Chen Mengqing, a college student. Chen Mengqing followed. I am five wives. Lin dear was shy, but still mustered the courage to say, Lin family, Lin dear. I'm the little wife a little sand. I'm an anchor. You should have swiped my livestream, right? Song Yunsa blinked. I'm Yang Mushuan, brother-in-law's sister-in-law. Yang Mushuan was not willing to show weakness. Ning Yao opened her mouth, somewhat bitterly. Family doctor, Ning Yao. These are all Shen Hang's women. Even if it was Yang Muxian, she was still a sister-in-law. What am I? What kind of status is a family doctor? But all of this, Feng Lu could no longer hear. The brain was empty, leaving only a pair of blank eyes that stared blankly at Shen Hong. After 10 days of absence, Shen Hong was surrounded by beautiful women and had also become the supreme king of the Peachland neighborhood. There was so much she wanted to ask, but she didn't know how to say it. Where did Shen Hong get so many supplies? Where'd you get the gun? How could he have changed so much in just a few days? And how does he keep these women in line? Every woman's looks and figure and temperament made her ashamed of herself. Besides, she hadn't bathed in a few days, and her body was already dirty. The women, however, are intertwined and beautiful. Taking a deep breath, Feng Lu slowly spoke. Hello, I am Shen Hang's girlfriend, Feng Lu. Ha ha ha. Shen Hong laughed loudly and walked over to Feng Lu, shaking his head in contempt. Haven't seen you for a few days. You're still so shameless. You, what are you talking about? Feng Lu softly said, Shen Hang, have you forgotten the oath of friendship we made together? I can still remember it clearly, and now that the end has come, I didn't even know that you were so great. My husband is really great. Of course, my husband is so capable. I also have a bright face. Even if you have so many women, people can still accept. I am the right girlfriend. Don't worry, I have a pattern. She's the best at seeing what's going on. Now that Shen Hong was different from the past, he naturally had to choose to submit. Not only do they have to give in, but they also have to take Shen Hong to reminisce about the past. She saw it. Compare yourself to these people, appearance-wise, and there is no advantage. The only thing that couldn't be compared to these people was their feelings with Shen Hong. After all, Shen Hong had been with himself for a long time, and with these women, I'm afraid it was just this short 10 days. Even Hua Miao couldn't have hooked up before, right? Therefore, Feng Lu not only generously stated that she would accept all women, but would even remind them and Shin Hang, we're the ones with the most feelings. By the way, just now Ning Yao said that you're a family doctor? Feng Lu climbed up and smiled gently. You're so pretty. What's the point of being a family doctor? Since you've entered this door, sooner or later, you'll be our family Shin Hang's person. Why don't you wait on the bed tonight? How about it? My dear, what do you say? Ning Yao blushed red and stole a glance at Shin Hang. Shin Hang almost didn't laugh out loud. This woman, until now, couldn't see herself clearly. Who told you to stand up? Shin Hang sneered. Kneel down, dear. Feng Lu pouted in frustration, but still obediently kneeled on the ground. What plot do you want to play again? My body is getting dirty. I want to take a shower. Wait for me to take a shower. Then we can play again, okay? Ooh-hoo, oh-hoo. Beside him, Su Chao struggled. Feng Lu, when she was with herself, she didn't play such a program. You're a ing. Shin Hang stepped forward and pulled off the rag in Su Chao's mouth. Asterisk. Su Chao glared angrily at Feng Lu before he hurriedly turned his head and squeezed out a smile. Shin Hang, the two of us are good buddies in the same dormitory. Have you forgotten? Of course I haven't forgotten, Shin Hang coldly said. However, those little videos you posted in the owners group last night, I've forgotten even more. Su Chao was momentarily speechless, and Feng Lu also froze. Then aggrieved. It's him who forced me. Honey, you have to believe me. How could I possibly do something wrong to you? What were you doing with him the day of the storm? Shin Hang shook his head and said contemptuously. Feng Lu, don't pretend with me. This cheap look of yours right now will only make me feel sick. I do love you. Feng Lu was anxious. You once promised me to be with me for the rest of my life, and to marry me. Have you forgotten all that? Of course I haven't forgotten, but you betrayed me, so how could I possibly want your rotten ass back? Shin Hang simply felt admiration for Feng Lu's cheek. This woman, she'll do anything to survive. Now that was a pleasing look that he had never seen before. I really don't deserve you anymore in my current state. Feng Lu suddenly choked, but I will still always love you. Please take me in. I can cook for you. No need. I'm afraid you poisoned it. Shin Hang snorted. No, it really won. Feng Lu frantically shook her head. Shin Hang, that's the ceiling he has access to now. Even his own fate was in Shin Hang's hands. Therefore, one must desperately try to please Shin Hang and not cause him to resent it. Shin Hang didn't bother to listen more and interrupted her. You said that he forced you in the first place? Yes. Feng Lu nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Su Chao has been whispering bad things about you in my ear. He also said that you're a loser who doesn't deserve me at all. He also told me that he was also very bitter, and took the initiative to send me a lot of gifts, and finally offered to me. I refused, but he threatened me that I would accept his gifts, and that if I didn't obey him, he is going to tell you that I seduced him. I was forced to fart. Su Chao growled. You're the one who said Shin Hang was a loser in the first place, and you often sought me out for drinks, pretending to be drunk on purpose and then pulling open your skirt to tempt me. Now you say I threatened you? Look in the mirror. You're so ugly. How could I possibly look at you? Nonsense. It's you. The two men made heated accusations. Feng Lu was so furious that she directly pounced on Su Chao and kicked him hard. Su Chao's right hand was wasted and his whole body was weak. Just a few kicks and he was screaming miserably. Shin Hang took the opportunity to untie the rope on Su Chao, and Su Chao lunged at Feng Lu. Even though his right hand was charred, he was a man after all. For a moment, the two men wrestled fiercely. Get out and fight if you want to. Shin Hang made a wink at old Qin, who instantly understood, stepped forward and grabbed the collars of the two men and threw them directly onto the snowy ground outside the door. Heavy snow drifts. In the yard, the intelligent snow removal robot was working and sensing someone coming out. It instantly went back to the corner and didn't move a muscle. Feng Lu and Su Chao, on the other hand, had grabbed each other's collars and were fighting in the snow. Kill this dog man before Shin Hang would believe his own words. It's the only way I have a chance of surviving. After all, the two of us have such deep feelings, and Shin Hang has been a dog licker for me for many years, so it's impossible for him to not care about me. This was Feng Lu's idea, and the same goes for Su Chao. Strangle this before Shin Hang will listen to what I have to say. After all, we used to be in the same dormitory. Bunk beds of good brothers. Nowadays, Shin Hang was surrounded by beautiful women, and as far as Feng Lu's posture was concerned, how could he look at her? He won't leave me as a brother behind. Chapter 177, Snow Poison. Su Chao, you seek death. Feng Lu sensed that Su Chao was dragging himself hard, trying to press himself into the snow, and became anxious and angry. This is the man who once said that he would never give up on him. Now it's fighting with itself and not letting me in at all. Feng Lu had no doubt that if Su Chao hadn't lost his right hand right now, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be his opponent at all. Su Chao's whole body was weak, while Feng Lu was covered in injuries. The two of them were moving more and more slowly, but the viciousness in their gazes was not sparing anyone. Feng Lu, you, Shen Hong won't like you. Stop dreaming. Su Chao gritted his teeth and desperately pinched Feng Lu. Look at the women around Shen Hong now. Which one is not prettier than you? What do you have? Ugly and dirty. By the way, you're still a lowly thing. What man would like a woman like you who's just like a chicken? No, it can't be. Feng Lu similarly grabbed Su Chao's neck with both hands and viciously said, I have feelings for Shen Hong. He liked me the most in the beginning. Don't you dare say these sewing words here. I won't listen to you. Shen Hong won't be able to spare you either. As his best buddy, you seduced his girlfriend and now you want to beg for your life? Su Chao, what are you? Both of them stopped talking at the same time. All that could be heard from the cold windy ground was the heavy panting of the two men as they huffed and puffed. Shen Hong several people stood through the window and watched the scene from inside the house. He had thought of such an image since the day he was reborn. Su Chao and Feng Lu, two people who are not worthy of death. And Su Chao, who was outside the door, suddenly became vicious at this time. Even a man with no essence is much stronger than a girl. As soon as he threw Feng Lu heavily aside, without waiting for Feng Lu to react, he clutched Feng Lu's neck and pressed her head into the snow. Feng Lu struggled desperately and suddenly kicked Su Chao in the chest. Su Chao fell on his back. Feng Lu quickly climbed up and directly pressed Su Chao's head into the snow pile next to him. When Su Chao came back to his senses, he grabbed Feng Lu's clothes tightly and dragged him into the snow as well. The two of you kept rolling around in the thick snowdrifts as you held me down, and then I got up and held you down, as if two children joyfully playing in the snow. That is, of course, if the snow is free of toxins. Suddenly, Su Chao, who was grimly choking Feng Lu, turned pale and violently sprayed out a mouthful of black blood. Ha ha ha. Feng Lu was cloaked in hair, like a female lunatic. Su Chao, don't you know that the snow is poisonous? Just now, you kept pressing on me, not realizing that when I struggled, I deliberately got the snow into your mouth. You just go to hell. Poof, poof. Su Chao did not reply, but spat out two more mouthfuls of blood with great force, the bloodstains standing out in the clean white snow, and his face, too, was bloodless. Su Chao twisted his head, his expression twisted, great pain traveled throughout his body, he felt his whole body, as if there were ants wriggling and gnawing, and his internal organs had a strong burning sensation. Ah! Su Chao screamed out in misery and rolled back and forth in the snow. The corners of Feng Lu's mouth grinned. Looks like I won in the end. Su Chao, just go in peace. It's a credit to you that I can live in this environment. When I sleep with Shen Hong in the future, I'll imagine him as you once in a while, so you'll be a little bit involved too. Just as she was about to get up, she suddenly blushed. Looking down, Su Chao didn't know when he had rolled to his feet, and at this moment, with his head raised, a pair of sinister gazes, he was staring at himself slyly. Let go of me and off. Feng Lu kicked Su Chao as hard as he could, trying to push him away. However, Su Chao held on tightly, and instead of kicking Su Chao away, Feng Lu swayed on her feet and fell to the ground as well. The moment she fell to the ground, Su Chao grabbed a handful of snow and forcefully stuffed it into Feng Lu's mouth. Woo! Woo! After this snow went into her mouth, Feng Lu's eyes snapped open. She hurriedly pushed Su Chao away and hurriedly vomited at the ground, trying to spit out the snow. The snow, however, had long since melted the moment it entered his mouth. Jia Jia. Su Chao's face was pale and his mouth was full of black blood. At this time, he sat not far away and laughed strangely. Want me to die? You don't want to live either. Su Chao's smile suddenly lurched as his features twisted up. The poisonous snow had begun to flare up, and intense pain came from every inch and pore of his body. The stomach, in particular, was in excruciating pain. Liver and guts. Only now did Su Chao understand the meaning of these four words. He let out a guttural wail in the snow, and even kept snapping his left hand, the only one left, back and forth on his body because of the pain. The skin on his body had all been gouged, and just as the blood was about to flow, it was wrapped up in the cold and the wounds congealed. Still, Su Chao kept picking at it, and the bloody scabs were being picked apart one by one. His clothes also ripped apart, and the snow from the sky fell on his wounds, and Su Chao couldn't help but howl heavily again. Inside the house, Shen Hong and several women all looked at this scene. Ning Yao revealed an expression of intolerance. As a doctor, she couldn't do it yet if she had to watch the other person die of pain alive. However, she suddenly thought of Shen Hong saying that she was a virgin bitch, and suddenly secretly raised her head and looked at Shen Hang. Shen Hang's face was expressionless. Hua Miao, who was in his arms, was a bit intolerant. See, I'm not as sanctimonious, not to mention Hua Miao. A few other girls thought it was too cruel. Ning Yao's heart leapt with joy when she saw the looks on the women's faces. However, she was more in awe of Shen Hang. He was actually able to watch Su Chao die of pain alive with his face as normal. These women did not know that Shin Hong was someone who had been reborn once, and in his last life, he was killed by the very same pair of dogs who were fighting to the death outside. Dog, you seek death. Looking at the image of Su Chao screaming in misery and eventually collapsing on the ground, Feng Lu was so frightened that she lost her color. She quickly turned her head and shouted at Shin Hong by the window. Husband, save me. I was pressed by Su Chao to eat the snow. Me, I will die. The door to the room was closed tightly, so Shin Heng's few people naturally could not hear Feng Lu's words, but it was also clear that she was asking for help. Shin Hong spread his hands and shrugged, indicating that he could not help. No, you can save it. You can definitely save it. Feng Lu was anxious and desperately ran towards Shin Heng's side, but just 2 steps into the run, she violently spurted out a mouthful of blood. Feng Lu froze, looking at the blood in front of her on the floor. She looked down incredulously and wiped the corner of her mouth. Blood, so red that it was nearly black, appeared on the back of his hand. I'm dying? Feng Lu looked up blankly. In the next moment, her expression became even more terrified, and she hurriedly rushed towards Shin Heng's house and screamed miserably. Shin Hong, you must save me. You save me. Ning Yao is a doctor. You're a renowned doctor. You come and save me. She looked again at Ning Yao at the edge of the window. Ning Yao silently took a few steps back. She knew exactly where she stood. In this family, only he was an outsider, eating and drinking others' food. What if he aroused Shin Heng's resentment again and was kicked out? She also knew that in today's world, it was a dream to enjoy such material conditions, other than having to put up with all the noises from upstairs every night. It was, in every other way, even better than the living conditions that existed before Armageddon fell. Besides, it's not necessarily a bad thing to hear those voices upstairs. Chapter 178, The Disappearing Body. Shin Hong, save me, save me. Seeing Ning Yao silently retreating behind the curtains, Feng Lu was so eager that she hurriedly looked at Shin Hong and ran towards the side with a roll. But just 2 steps into the run, she spurted out another mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain emanated from his abdomen. Feng Lu covered her stomach and sat on her butt, rolling in the snow. Ouch! The brain went blank, with only the word floating around. Shin Hong stood by the window, silently looking at Feng Lu, who was rolling back and forth in the snow and screaming miserably. He didn't have the pleasure of revenge, rather it was like accomplishing an obsession in his heart, only the relief of having accomplished the obsession, and a sigh of relief. It's over. The culprits who had gotten themselves killed in their last life were all dead. Su Chao was already motionless, his body was starting to freeze, and Feng Lu's frantic tumbling movements were getting slower and slower, and the screams from his mouth were getting weaker and weaker, until finally, Feng Lu's head tilted, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and his body completely stiffened. Her eyes, still staring tightly at Shin Hong, seemed to want to memorize Shin Heng's appearance in her heart. It's over. Shin Hong sighed softly and pulled the curtains closed. Boss, do we need to get rid of these 2 bodies in the yard? Old Qin respectfully inquired. Shin Hong didn't answer, but asked in return, then how come the bodies of Bing Bing and CC were still left outside your 3rd floor? I'm trying to remind myself that in the future I'll be surrounded by people who are likely to encourage me to betray my boss. Old Qin was silent for a moment and returned. These 2 corpses outside the window. Every day can make me think that there were 2 women in the beginning, wanting to blow a pillow. Shin Heng smiled and patted Old Qin's shoulder. He had guessed that was the case. Me too, Shin Hong said softly. Same. Old Qin was a bit stunned. The boss is trying to remind the boss's wife in the house not to betray him in the future. And this is what happens to betrayal. Unbeknownst to him, Shin Hong actually wanted to admonish himself. The grudge of the past life and the present life is over, and the next step is the new life that one has to embrace. In my last life, I died myself in the living room of this villa. In this life, Su Chao Feng Lu, the adulterous couple, the 2 tore up and died in the courtyard in unison. Shin Hong did not feel any diaphragm. After all, this villa should not be able to live for much longer. There aren't many residential areas in the north of the city, and in 3 days, the entire neighborhood of homes in the north of the city should be taken, and the Song family will, within these 3 days, be completely resolved. Counting the time, once the matter in the north of the city is over, the green plant should also bear the alien fruit. The probability of a green plant bearing an alien fruit is 1 in a million. The entire Peachland neighborhood didn't have many inhumans in the last life, and now, Shin Hong had already taken the last Chen Mengqing's supernatural fruits, the meteorological expert's supernatural fruits, Su Chao's supernatural fruits, Li Fei's supernatural fruits, as well as Shin Heng's own supernatural fruits, stacked in the villa. That huge amount of greenery, there was no telling how much it would bear, but at the very least, Shin Hong was bound to have more than 5 in his hands. There were about 30 or so remaining inhumans, and in this life, Shin Hong asked Gui Yupeng to focus on them. and bought all of the greenery from the homes of these inhumans from the previous life, trading supplies for greenery. These people are happy to do so. However, Shin Hong had no idea in his heart how much could be produced in these green plants. After all, he didn't know where the gang had eaten the alien fruit when they had awakened their alien powers in their last life. With at least 5 exotic fruits, one's exotic fire, at least, would be able to be raised by 1 level. At that time, who could carry a level 5 alien fire? However, Shin Hong did not dare to take it lightly. If you're always on the side of the road, there's no such thing as a wet shoe. If there was a reborn person like Zhao Erbao who had awakened his spatial ability, then there might be other sons of Qi. It's better to be quiet and meticulous yourself. Moreover, he also knew that when the exotic fruit was born, not only would the exotic fruit attract the crowd to fight for it, but the fight between the exotics would also become intense. It was said that the Jindans of the foreigners could also plunder each other, but Shin Hong had never seen it. After all, the inhuman possessed great strength, and even if he was not defeated, he had a backhand to be able to escape. As for Zhao Erbao before, Shin Hong wanted to try, but Zhao Erbao was propped up by his own space, and his blood and flesh were scattered all over the place, but there was no trace of his Jindan. Shin Hong had once analyzed that in all likelihood, Zhao Erbao's Jindan had been swallowed by the monster in the space. When Zhao Erbao died, the monster suddenly turned around and looked at Shin Hong with an arrogant aura. Shin Hong's entire body stiffened, not even daring to move. There was only possibility that the Jindan was swallowed by the monster. Otherwise, even if Zhao Erbao turned into a corpse, the Jindan should still exist. It's a pity that you can only buy 1 exotic fruit when you level up your vending machine. It seemed that after the alien fruit was born, he himself would have to take Old Qin and the others and conduct a roundup of the aliens. Always keep yourself in the unique position of the break to be able to face all kinds of risks with ease. Look at the time. It's after 12. Old Qin snorted and retreated. Only Shin Hong and a group of women remained in the room. Honey, it's time to rest. Hua Miao turned around and looked at Shin Hong daintily. A few other women, too, revealed a look of anticipation. There was only Lin Deer and Song Yunsa, both of whom had red cheeks. They naturally knew what that meant. Shin Hong rolled his eyes. Is it time for a break? It's obviously time for me to exercise. He now had his 4 peripheral attributes pointed to the extreme, so naturally he wasn't afraid of these little rookies surrounding him. Even if there were 2 more, they would still be no match for him. I'm going to bed first. Red-faced, Lin Deer turned around and walked quickly to her room on the 1st floor. There were a total of 3 rooms on the 1st floor. Ning Yao and Yang Muxian each lived in one, and one was still empty. Shin Hong did not force himself and gently nodded his head. Lin Deer had once said that she would naturally serve the bed on the day of the Song family's demise. There's no rush for a day or two. It's imperative to taste the small sand first. Shin Hong strides up to the 2nd floor of the big bedroom. Song Yunza was pulled by the other 4 cheekily and followed along. When she saw Shin Hong lying on the bed and the other 4 had already removed their clothes, Song Yuncha's eyes widened. Is this everyone in bed together? She thought, it's just one-on-one. However, only after the night had fallen and several others had been defeated did Song Yunsha realize how powerful Shin Hong was. Although she had not personally experienced it, she also knew that Shin Hong was truly gifted. When she was in a state of confusion, Shin Hong pulled her into his arms and kissed her heavily. Song Yunsa let out a wooing sound, completely lost. In the villa next door, Old Qin also wrapped his arms around Fu Xiaozhu and quieted down. Old Qin looked at Fu Xiaozu's tightly closed eyes. This chick had just gone crazy a few more times and was now in a deep sleep. He gave Fu Xiaozhu a kiss on the cheek and got up to take a couple sips of water. But in the next second, his face changed slightly, and he instantly put on his clothes and walked towards the 3rd floor vigilantly. Just as he came to the window, he saw Shin Hong already standing outside with a serious face, his gaze fixed on his own yard. Old Qin heard the pattering sound and silently came to Shin Heng's side. Following Shin Heng's gaze, Old Qin's face was grave. In the yard of the boss's house, there were originally 2 bodies, Feng Lu and Su Chao, and now, Feng Lu's body disappeared into thin air. There was also a figure that was turning its back to the 2 of them, lying on its back next to Su Chao's corpse, feasting on it. Cannibalism. Old Qin's eyes widened in shock. Then, he seemed to remember something and turned around in a hurry, looking at the 3rd floor location of his house. There, originally, were ice sculptures of those 2 actresses, Bing Bing and CC. But now, those 2 women, like Feng Lu, had completely disappeared.